I clearly awakened a rare summoning card, but I was mocked by my classmates as a waste. Even the principal advised me to sell the summoner card, just because I am an orphan, poor, and summoners require huge resources to support. But I didn't listen at all. I directly used the summoner card, just because I also awakened an extraordinary talent, gaining a golden attribute every level up. With this talent, even the most rubbish summoning beasts can become gods. With such an extraordinary talent, there is no profession more suitable for me than a summoner. So even facing the vice principal, I decisively refused, and even used the summoner professional card on the spot. At that moment, the whole audience was shocked, especially the vice principal, who was furious. Amidst a wave of sighs, all onlookers dispersed. After all, no one wants to deal with the weak, the once lively class 2 of the ordinary. Now only Ni remains. After the crowd dispersed, a man walked in. Should I scold you for being impulsive? Or should I praise you for not being tempted by 8 million? Seeing the newcomer clearly, I smiled. It's all thanks to your good teaching. Teacher, I didn't teach you to become a summoner. This man is my teacher, and also my father's comrade in arms, Lu Boyan. After my parents sacrificed themselves in the war, he has always treated me like his own son, and can even arrange a way out for me no matter how the future unfolds. But I chose the most difficult path. Looking at the man in front of me with a sad expression, I confidently said, Teacher, I am going to be the strongest summoner. Hearing this, Lu Boyan chuckled. Get lost. My retirement pension can't support a summoner. Despite his words, Lu Boyan still took out a skill book and pushed it towards me. This is all I can do for you. From now on, you're on your own. Looking at the skill book emitting a blue halo, I felt a sense of trance. A rare blue summoning skill book. Summoners can only summon a white slime at the beginning. To summon different creatures, you either need to form a contract with wild summoning beasts or learn advanced skill books. The former requires strong strength, while the latter requires wealth. As a retired old man, Lu Boyan must have spent a lot of money to obtain this rare skill book. Teacher, Lu Boyan waved his hand casually, but then heard my next sentence. How about I become your daughter's husband? Lu Boyan's eyes widened, and he immediately kicked towards me. You dare to eye my daughter after taking my skill book? I quickly retreated to the back door, adding with a smile, I'm not bad looking. Lu Boyan rushed forward and kicked me again, this time much faster. Listen to me, the skill book is borrowed. Hurry up and go through the beginner's dungeon. If you fail the college entrance exam in 10 days, you'll have to work as a laborer in the demon army to pay me back. I waved my hand and quickly left the classroom. Later, I looked at the skill book in my hand. Skill book, Iron Eating Beast Summoning, Quality, Blue Rare, Effect, Strength Type Summon Iron Eating Beast. Can be summoned after forming a contract. If the summoned beast dies, it cannot be summoned again within 1 day. The first summoned beast is very important. If it was the original white slime, even with added golden attributes, it may not have much strength. Unexpectedly, even in the situation where he was not favored, Lu Boyan still gave him the greatest help. I took a deep breath and directly chose to learn. The next moment, I felt the summoning space change, and a black and white, round-bellied iron-eating beast appeared in the summoning space, establishing a soul connection with me. Iron-eating beast, quality, rare, level 1, same as summoner's level. Attributes, strength 10, constitution 8, agility 6, spirit 6, talent, iron-eating beast bloodline, skills, bite, bear roar. Finally, I looked at the extraction button on the talent interface. Extract. With a thought, numerous golden attribute frames surrounded me, flowing like a waterfall of light. After 2 or 3 breaths, an attribute frame stopped in front of me. You have drawn the legendary golden attribute, Grandmaster of Tai Chi. Grandmaster of Tai Chi. Tai Chi Kung Fu reaches its peak, adept at using softness to overcome hardness. Offense and defense in one. I was stunned. A panda practicing Tai Chi? Interesting. Without hesitation, I directly bestowed the attribute to the little iron-eating beast. A flash of light passed, followed by the system prompt sound again. Grandmaster of Tai Chi attribute bestowed successfully. Summoned beast, iron-eating beast, blue rare, evolved into Kung Fu Panda, orange epic. I was shocked. What a heaven-defying talent. Actually able to make the summoned beast evolve. With just one attribute, it directly allowed the blue rare summoned beast to transcend purple superior, evolving into an orange epic, and it was even a 1-star epic. I was extremely excited. Once again looking at the summoning space. Kung Fu Panda, quality, epic, level, attributes, strength 28, constitution 25, agility 28, spirit 23, talents, iron-eating beast bloodline, Tai Chi inner strength, skills, 24 Tai Chi fist styles, 4 ounces displace 1,000 pounds. I thought evolving into a 1-star epic was terrifying enough, but I didn't expect that these skills and talents were all legendary, all max level. Your contracted summoned beast has greatly improved and will enhance some of your attributes. Your attribute enhancement: Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 10. Contracted summoned beasts, after the quality improvement, will enhance the summoner. But the truth is that there are very few opportunities to boost a summoned beast. Developing the quality of a summoned beast is even less simple than just replacing it with a high-quality summoned beast. So, the scenario of the backfeeding summoner is mostly only found in textbooks. And this time, it directly gave Yizhe, a summoner, a physique and strength stronger than that of a warrior. It didn't need to be my own shot, but it still felt good to get stronger. At this moment, Yizhe had a lot more confidence in traveling to the novice copy. Novice replicas, which are man-made replicas that are available at every major high school academy in the country, only accessible up to level 9. The intention was to give students who had just transferred and were not strong in combat a place to practice, and even if they died in the copy, they would only lose some of their experience. However, the novice copy is not never-ending, but more like a machine that requires energy for every time it is turned on. A minimum of 50 crystals is required. With more required, the higher the difficulty. Crystals are obtained by killing evil demons and have a market price of 10,000 for one. If there were high-ranking professional relatives in the family, this amount of crystals was nothing. But for someone like Yizhe, who is an orphan and has no money or power, there is only one chance. This is the Chinese military, reimbursing all newcomers for a free entry into the copy with any difficulty. This is especially critical for most average students. It's even about the entrance exam in 10 days. Whether you can get into college or go straight to the factory. At this moment, the South Campus where the entrance to the replica was located, countless students gathered around the place, either teaming up or looking for a lap, and it was very lively. Come on, 4 newbies with free times. We'll open 1 copy each, and we'll be able to paint 5 times today. Come 2 with times. Brush difficult books. Equipment and skills preferred. Advanced professions even better. Is there any big brother to open a copy? I'm a level 2 archer. Into the book to ensure obedience. Asterisk. Summoner big brother. Wait, how come? Is wearing regular class clothes? On a normal day, summoner is mostly a profession for rich Kryptonians. At this moment, Yizhe walked over and immediately attracted countless gazes. But soon the crowd remembered. It's that Yizhe who gave up $8 million to pick the summoner as well? He really has the guts to come and play a copy? Buy his slime? Now, no one dared to come and initiate a group and stayed away from him. To team up with a pauper summoner, isn't that purely looking for death? This made Yizhe happy instead. There were too many people who had just gathered at the entrance of the replica, and those who came late like him couldn't even squeeze in if they wanted to. The crowd was now leaning to the side, leaving the path in front of Yezer unobstructed. Thanks, ha! Yizhe walked calmly to the entrance of the replica under the gaze of the crowd. And what a weirdo! Who is he going to team up with? Is it hard to start a copy alone? The rest of the people only murmured. But one voice was extraordinarily open. Don't embarrass the summoner. It's not for the likes of you to play. A young man covered in luxurious equipment. Beside him was the female secretary of the Zhao Guild that Yizhe had just met. The crowd's eyes lit up. Zhao Xuan from the key class. This is the real summoner. Big brother begs for a belt. Yizhe looked back and instantly realized. The son of the president of the Zhao Guild, Zhao Xuan. Today, Zhao had sent someone to acquire the profession cards precisely to turn rare profession for him. Although Yizhe didn't sell him the profession card, there were others who did. Or did they let him switch to the rich kid's exclusive profession, summoner? Ow dash. With a roar, a giant wolf glowing with purple light was summoned by Zhao Xuan. I'll go. Excellent grade summoning beast. Wind chasing wolf. It's still Zhao's guild that's rich. $4 to $5 million for an exceptional summoning beast right out of the gate. The corner of Zhao Xian's mouth lifted up as he listened to the exclamations of the people around him. Come on, Yezer. Summon your slime for everyone to see. Overpowering Yizhe had been something Zhao Xuan had longed for a long time. As the pride of the key class, he had been overshadowed by Yizhe with his art scores before the transfer. Become the year group's all-time favorite, being in a key class, but having been subordinated to the ordinary class, it could be said that he had never been able to raise his head. Now, after the switch, his financial resources were put to work. It's finally time to turn the tables. A sardonic smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face, while Yizhe similarly laughed. That's a big dog. How can I live with myself if I don't slaughter them? Yizhe thought so in his heart. With his hands in his pockets in the midst of all the stares, he asked back without flinching. You're so confident. Why don't we make a bet? Chapter 4, Hell of a copy bet. 2 million. Bet? Zhao Xuan was like hearing some kind of joke as the female secretary next to him whispered. Mr. Zhao, I heard that Yizhe's teacher, Lu Boyan, bought a rare summoning skill book at the exchange. It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he did, Zhao Xuan became even more furious. A rare summoning skill? You deserve to gamble with me with that kind of stamina? Yi Zhe was not verbose. Don't bull **** if you don't dare to bet. He's seen a lot of these rich second-generation guys. Plus he's been holding back being the dick for years and can't wait to prove himself. Needless to say, a little goes a long way. As expected, Zhao Xian's eyes looked like they wanted to eat people. Don't dare? I, Zhao Xian, would not dare? I'm afraid you're a poor bee. You can't get anything to bet. At this time, at the entrance of the copy, the voices of the group became less frequent, and more people looked over. It's simply extraordinarily rare to see regular and key classes betting against each other, especially after the switch. Most of the students in ordinary classes are from average families, not to mention whether they can win the bet or not. They may not even be able to afford the bet. Yi Zhe didn't panic and pulled out a card with the balance backwards. $1,824,750. My bet. The moment they saw Yi Zhe take out his card, the crowd realized, he really dares to gamble. Wait, where did he get over $1 million for a student in an ordinary class? I usually save up every day on the side, and I have just over $30,000 in my pocket right now. It is said that Yi Zhe has provided many guilds with money-making programs. What in UE spelling group to grab equipment? Stalker part-time courier what? Earned a lot of dividends. Holy cowboys. Seeing the bet Yi Zhe took out, Zhao Xuan frowned slightly, somewhat dumbfounded. He hadn't really expected Yi Zhe to have so much money. Although he had the luxury of summoned beasts and skill equipment on him, it was all prepared at home. His pocket money is only $500,000 or $600,000. The more than $2 million that was still in the card was the spending money that his family had given him to prepare for buying crystals and entering the duplicate today. But on second thought, he had the excellent quality wind-chasing wolf and had learned 2 additional excellent great attack skills. Yezer has at most a rare grade summoned beast. Advantage on me. He immediately took out a card, not even bothering to count it out with zeros like Yi Zhe did. There's at least $2 million on this card. How do you want to compare? Seeing the amount of $2 million, Yi Zhe's eyes glistened. Simple. Newbie copies. Let's see who gets through faster. Although money is one aspect, but he kept in mind his main purpose, to pass the copy and upgrade to become stronger. Get caught up and well prepared for the college entrance exam in 10 days. Zhao Xuan coldly snorted. Ha! You want me to go through a normal difficulty copy like you? I'm not wasting my time. My first copy, at least through the nightmare level. Upon hearing this, the crowd of onlookers became envious. Novice copies are categorized by difficulty: normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, calamity, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the higher the experience and the better the rewards. But except for Zhao Xuan, this kind, the opening equipment luxury, skill books complete rich children, the average person wouldn't even consider a high difficulty copy. But in the next moment, Yi Zhe's words once again stunned the crowd. I'll race you to clear a hellish copy solo. Inferno level? This guy's crazy. The crowd subconsciously looked at the hell copy's clearance record. Inferno copy, no clearance record. You want to compare clearance speeds? And a single brush? We'll see if we can get through it. Zhao Xuan froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. I see. You pick a difficulty that you can't get through at all and think we can't lose if we all fail? Naive. What naivety. He immediately sent his female secretary to get the notary robot. This is a special product of the Academy's master mechanic, which can notarize a bet between 2 parties. The War College does not prohibit cadets from betting against each other, since it's more than a replica challenge. Whoever lasts longer in the hellish replica will be the winner. Ha! Now you can't back out. Zhao Xian's eyes revealed a hint of madness. He wants to finalize the bet immediately. This time, not only could he defeat Yi Zhe on the spot and make him lose face, but he could also get more than $1,800,000 in pocket money. Wasting a chance to get into a copy though, but the gains can be much greater than the losses. After Zhao Xuan finished speaking, the notary robot, which was as round as a penguin, emitted an emotionless mechanical sound. Gambling agreement reached. The hell copy single brush bet. Parties to the bet, Zhao Xuan, Yi Zhe. Even if both sides fail, whichever side lasts longer in the copy wins. The winner gets all the bets. Wodash. Cow. Actually really bet on it. This is a bit pathetic for Yi Zhe. That's right. He thought he could just pick the one that couldn't get through, but he forgot that there was also a contest for how long he could hold out. However, at this moment, no one saw any dissimilarity on Yi Zhe's face, and the latter was exceptionally joyful instead. 2 million. After the sacrifice of his parents at the age of 7, he was forced to survive. He tried to make money and thought of every idea from his previous life. But there's no way around it. This is the world of professionals. Empty ideas and no power are doing other people a favor. More than 10 years of walking on thin ice and only this $1,800,000. Well, it's coming in handy these days. There's a chance to double your savings. Since the bet was reached, Yi Zhe wasn't going to talk any more nonsense. Walk straight to the last of the 6 replica entrances. The hellish, blood red, interdimensional space entrance. The aura emanating from it alone made many students hide far away. Ding! You've chosen a hell-level copy. Extremely difficult. Are you sure you want to enter? Please consider carefully. Okay. This copy is strongly recommended to form a team. You are currently single. Do you want to go to the team interface? No. Cut the crap and hurry up and let me in. Perhaps the state was worried that the students would not be able to think straight, and set several hints one after the other on hell difficulty. But Yi Zhe wasn't a rash person, and had never done anything he wasn't sure of. And opening a hell difficulty copy requires 300 crystals at a market price of 3 million. It's hard to waste a free opportunity. Yi Zhe lifted his foot to enter the entrance of the blood-red copy. A number of students were even a little impressed as they watched him move without hesitation. Yi Zhe, he really dares to enter. I'd probably hesitate half a day if I were you. It's not just you. Can't you see that Zhao Xuan in the key class is a bit hesitant? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Xuan, who was stumbling at the entrance to the hell difficulty, stiffened his face slightly and cursed in his heart. Isn't it normal to do a little mental building when faced with blood-red hell difficulty? But obviously, compared to the unhesitating Yezer just now, it's a bit cowering. With a cruel heart, Zhao Xuan then stepped into the hellish copy. The crowd of onlookers began to get excited. Not only was the bet between the ordinary class and the key class, the total of nearly $4 million was unprecedented in the history of the War College. The notary bot vocalized again. The bet goes ahead, and both sides' copy time officially starts counting. Chapter 5, Tai Chi Rangebird's Tale. I, Zhao Xuan, have not lost face. You have entered the hell-level replica, Wraith Mountain Range. Yi Zhe was deep in a desolate valley entrance, surrounded by black mountains, with a cold wind and no life in sight. The Wraith Mountains? He recalled that it was covered in senior history, the opening of the abyssal polluted lands. The evil demonic aura of the abyss polluted this mountain range of diverse beasts and ecological goodness, and it was the military that succeeded in cleaning it up at great cost. And the artificial copies on hell difficulty are fully restored to the scene. Yi Zhe's mind moved to summon Kung Fu Panda. A Taiji formation instantly expanded from the ground. Then a giant panda of more than 2 meters, dressed in Taoist robes and somewhat naive, appeared in the eye of the formation. Debut moment. Posing with a white crane with bright wings. Whoa dash! The corner of Yezer's mouth twitched. Okay Panda, I know you know Kung Fu. He took the panda and prepared to set off deeper into the mountains. The pandas, whose average attributes were all around 25 points, were twice as strong as any of the warrior professions, and with the fully leveled legendary skills, it made people feel extra secure. The only drawback is that currently they don't have a single piece of equipment. It wasn't that he didn't buy it. It was that Yi Zhe couldn't afford to buy a set of high-quality equipment with that amount of money, not to mention that the cost-effectiveness was too low. Might as well just go into the book and brush. Kaching dash. Just after stepping into the path at the mouth of the valley, the surrounding rocks suddenly made a cracking sound, for huge black shadows shattered the rocks and came flying, like a dark gray rhinoceros covered in thick rocky armor. Stone Armored Beast, LV3. Type, Ordinary Level Magical Beast. Skills, Stone Armor. Charging, Level 3 Magical Beasts. 4 of them. The first wave of mini-monsters is Level 3 and has 2 skills. Not bad for hell difficulty. The level of the copy monsters will be adjusted according to the level of the professional. Yi Zhe is only Level 1. He has to face the siege of 4 Level 3 magical beasts. Although the stone-armored beasts were huge, their feet were specially constructed to be able to run on top of the cliffs. Like several huge rolling stones, they rushed towards Yi Zhe. With this kind of impact, even if one were to replace a fully armored shield guard, taking a hit head-on would be at least a serious injury. And that's just the meet and greet for the hellish copy. But Yi Zhe didn't panic at all and didn't even move his legs a bit. Kill. Kung Fu Panda stood in front of Yi Zhe and performed an elegant set of starting gestures. Bluff dash. The 2 black panda hands were like flowing water that seemed to be wrapped and plucked, and an invisible aura flowed through the air. Taijiquan 24 forms range the bird's tail. Expand the blocking state. Defuse the opponent's frontal attack, and perform a borrowed counterattack. Taijiquan, however, is not a separate skill. The effects that each of these moves could produce were not weak in the slightest. Almost instantly, the full force of one of the stone-armored beast's impact was easily diffused by the ranged sparrowtail's easy gravity. The panda then turned his hand and lent it to hit the other, accompanied by an explosion of chi energy. Boom dash. The 2 stone-armored beasts were both embedded into the mountain, smashing out a large pit of blood and flesh. Straight up seconds. Kill the common magic beast, stone armor beast. Gained experience plus 9. Kill the common magic beast, stone armor beast. Gained experience plus 9. 2 wraiths alone gave 18 experience points. The bonus of a hellish level copy. Coupled with killing monsters over the level, the efficiency of gaining experience was too high. Yi Zhe couldn't help but feel secretly happy. At this rate, he would soon be able to upgrade. And the next moment, the panda once again turned to the other 2 stone-armored beasts. At the latter's speed, it naturally couldn't threaten the epic 1-star panda. And once again, he collected 2 of them with a single shot of Rangebird's tail. Slay the stone-armored beast *2. Rank, 1, 36 out of 100. With a third of the experience value, the next golden word is not far away. For stone armor beasts were originally enough to put a novice squad into a bitter battle, or even directly roll over. But the panda was unharmed and ended up in a graceful closing pose. Oh, I can't believe it exploded so much. Yi Zhe looked at where the corpses of the 4 stone-armored beasts were. The replica monsters are made of crystal and energy, and when they die, their bodies simply disappear, leaving behind the loot they deserve. 4 crystals, 1 skill book, and 1 piece of equipment. The crystals had been going for no less than 10,000 on the exchange, and at least 40,000 had arrived. Falling Stone Technique, Normal and Earth Skill Book. Usable by Mage-type professions. Megalithic Armor, Normal Life plus 50. Physical Defense plus 5. Agility minus 2. Equipment Requirements, Level 1. The burst rate of normal level monsters was originally only about 5%. It seems to be the reason for the hellish copies, which increased the burst rate quite a bit. Skill books can be kept and sold. The giant rock armor was directly put on by Yi Zhe. Although it reduces agility, it is the survivability that is most important to a summoner. In case you need to run, big deal, take it off again. Yezer continued on with the panda, following the valley path. According to textbooks, the Wraith Mountains are divided into 3 stages. The foot of the mountain connected to the valley entrance, the mountainside where the monsters are stronger, and the valley of the shadow, where the boss is located. Level 3 normal magical beasts should be all over the foothills, but the question arises. Perhaps the commotion of them slaying the stone-armored beasts was too great, making the low-level magical beasts feel threatened. It's amazing how they hide. This was an active show of weakness, ready to let Yi Zhe go over to the high-level magical beast area. But Yezer was in no hurry, because the higher the difficulty of the copy, the higher the intelligence of the monster. Inferno difficulty, which is already indistinguishable from the reality of real magical beasts, is very cunning. There was a negative case in the history textbooks. A Madonna mage who spared a magical beast, the cunning rabbit, out of sheer cuteness while clearing a field. It caused that cunning rabbit to find an opportunity to attack and kill the priest in the group from behind. The team was in great disarray, and in the end, no one in the team survived. So in the face of magical beasts and evil demons, there can be no weakness or chance. Search the mountain. At Yi Zhe's command, the panda's fighting spirit was high, and his gaze swept across the entire foot of the mountain. Search me carefully. Don't spare a single one. Outside the entrance to the duplicate, although they couldn't see inside the replica, there were still a lot of onlookers. All want to see who fails first in this big gamble. I guess Yi Zhe should be coming out soon. I'm afraid he won't be able to pass the first glitch, that's for sure. And solo? Even the bigwigs in the key class can't get through it in a team. Mr. Zhao should be able to last a few more rounds. 10 minutes have passed. Yi Zhe can hold out for 10 minutes. I think he's already hungrier than me. The betting clock. Another 20 minutes passed. Whether it was Zhao Xuan or Yi Zhe, the fact that they were able to hold out for so long was already beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, the entrance to the replica suddenly flashed with light. A frail figure lay on the ground. The crowd gathered around in excitement. Who is it? Did Yezer come out? It's good enough to last 30 minutes. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Xuan was lying on the ground. There was something dark in his heart as he looked around at the excited crowd. But I lasted 30 minutes in hell difficulty. I didn't lose Zhao's face, but in fact, just in the first wave of facing the stone-armored beasts, his wind-chasing wolf was directly knocked into a serious injury in order to protect him. He then frantically fled and hid everywhere. It was a complete failure until the wraith just sniffed it out. It's humiliating, but it's a win. Only victory speaks for itself. The onlookers couldn't stop the cacophony of shock, skepticism and disbelief. The corners of Zhao Xian's mouth rose and his eyes were slightly closed, very much enjoying this feeling of being in the limelight. Without noticing the flustered face of the female secretary with him, Zhao Xuan casually asked, "When did Yi Zhe come out? 10 minutes, or 5? The female secretary pursed her lips and extremely whispered, "Yi Zhe he hasn't come out yet." Next moment, Zhao Xuan instantly sat up, His originally slightly narrowed eyes instantly glaring as round as copper bells. The voice is an octave higher. What? Chapter 6 Second word, eat what you eat. Taiji, cloud hands. Yezer hasn't come out yet? What does it mean that it didn't come out? Zhao Xuan's brain went a little down. He couldn't believe it at all. He had only been able to hide for 30 minutes by relying on his excellent grade summoning beast. Yi Zhe actually managed to last until now? At this moment, he also finally heard the comments of the people around him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was actually Zhao Xuan who came out first. Then wouldn't he have lost? Yi Zhe won again. It seems like no one in the key class has been able to beat him. He must be hiding. It might be out soon. Even though it was a fact that Zhao Xuan had lost, but after all, he was a key class rich second generation, and no one dared to touch him at the moment. Instead, it was Zhao Xuan, whose own mindset collapsed. Not only did he lose to Yezer again, and lost over $2 million from his family, that was the money he was going to spend on 3 consecutive copies today. Now even one free entry into a copy is lost. Blood loss. Zhao Xuan gritted his teeth and stared at the entrance to the replica with hatred. Damn! What gives him the right to hide until now? Why aren't those wraiths going after him yet? Why haven't these beasts come to me yet? Inside the copy, Yezer and Panda carpet searched. Not a single magical beast was spared as far as the eye could see. I'm afraid no one ever thought that a hellish copy could actually be beaten like this. At this point, the backpack already contained 9 crystals, a copy of Rockfall, a copy of Full Force Strike, and a giant axe. Rank 1, 81 out of 100. During this period of time, 5 more stone-armored beasts were killed at the foot of the mountain, and the harvest was quite fruitful. But Yezer continues. To play it safe, he was prepared to ascend to level 2 before heading to the high-level magical beast area on the mountainside. After all, it's hell difficulty, so it's better to be respectful. I wonder how Zhao Xuan is progressing. Yi Zhe couldn't tell what was going on outside, and inwardly guessed, it shouldn't be faster than him. At this moment, 3 more magical beasts finally appeared in front of them. Gray-haired hyena, LV3, type, ordinary level magical beast. Skills, tearing, serious injury. Yi Zhe has seen it. According to the location of this group of magical beasts, it was preparing to take advantage of him entering the mountainside area to unite with the high-level magical beasts and sneak attack himself back and forth. Insidious machinations. It was a pity that they did not expect that Yi Zhe would directly choose to search the mountain. Their calculations fall flat and they are forced to come out and face the panda. And Panda is practically like a gold medal hitter. Regardless of whether it was a stone-armored beast or a gray-haired hyena, all of them were killed in seconds under the Taiji fist technique. Even the latter was not as good as the stone-armored beasts, having little impact and not even needing to use the rangefinder's tail. The panda is equivalent to more than twice the attack power of a warrior. 1 punch at a time. Kill gray-haired iguana. Experience +9. Kill the gray-haired iguana. 3 low-level magical beasts and 27 experience points were finally enough to upgrade. Ding! Your level is raised to level 2. Your attributes have been boosted. Strength +5. Physique +5. Agility +5. Spirit +5. Free attribute points +5. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Just waiting for this. Put away the gray-haired hyena's loot, 3 crystals and a gray hat. Free attributes, all added to spirit. Spirit is the most important attribute of a summoner, concerning the contract and growth attributes of summoned beasts, as well as skill damage. Afterwards, Yi Zhe couldn't wait to extract it directly. Again, the familiar golden waterfall of light surrounds, and countless golden word frames rotate around Yi Zhe. This time, Yi Zhe took the initiative to reach out and grab it. A golden word frame that stayed in his hand. You've won the golden legendary word, eat what you eat. Eat what makes up for you, can digest any item, and when you consume each item, you will gain its corresponding attribute bonus. Growing words? Yi Zhe's eyes lit up. It was a bit more cost-effective to obtain growth-type words in the early stages than combat-type words. Just what, exactly, can you use this phrase for? Yezer still assigns this phrase to the panda. Eat what you want to make up for what you want to make up for was given successfully. Summoned beast, Kung Fu Panda from Orange Epic to Orange Epic. This time it wasn't the Taiji clan master type of combat phrase, so the boost gained immediately will be less. But growing words still need to grow, which means eating. It was just that Yi Zhe didn't have any food in his backpack, and after thinking for a long time, he took out a crystal and said to the panda, "Can you eat this?" The panda took the crystals and thought about them for half a second before throwing them into his mouth. Kaboom! What you eat makes up for what you eat. Consume crystals. Gain, spirit +1. Maximum mana +20. Panda, B.D. That's okay? Seeing the panda's very soothing appearance, Yi Zhe was inwardly delighted. Crystals are energy crystals, so they increase spirit and mana values. What other Weapons can I eat? Yezer had a brainstorm, immediately taking out a large axe. This was the equipment that the stone-armored beast had popped out. Is this edible? This time the panda didn't even think about it, and in 2 bites he gnawed the iron axe head off the top of the great axe. Crunch! What you eat makes up for what you've eaten. Consume giant axe. Gain, +1 strength. Panda. Awesome. Can eat weapons to add power? This word can never be weaker than Taiji Zhongsher. Yizhe continued to rummage through his backpack and took out a skill book, Full Force Strike. Skill books are props though, and there are restrictions on their use. But essentially, it is first and foremost a book. The panda took the skill book, rolled it up like a burrito, and swallowed it in 1 bite. Eat what you eat. Skill book, Full Force Strike. Gain, strength +1. Holy, knowledge is power. Only this time, due to the skill book is too small, the panda swallowed the slightest taste of taste. Panda, oh. Yizhe simply took out his last skill book and didn't sell it, giving it all to the panda to eat. Ow. Eat what you eat. Skill book, Falling Stone Technique. Gain, Earth Elemental Mastery +3%. It actually adds elemental control. Yizhe was once again shocked. Elemental Mastery, which both increases the effectiveness of elemental skills. It also reduces the elemental damage it takes. It is the most difficult attribute for mages to raise, and the nemesis of mages. But now with Eat What You Eat you might be able to pull all of Panda's elemental mastery. A mage's nightmare. Yizhe was looking forward to it more and more, and when he went out, he must buy a few more skill books for him to eat. Seeing that there was really nothing left in their packs, 1 man and 1 bear left the base of the mountain and headed up the mountainside. This is where the high-level magical beasts are located, the place where the opening team crippled the most. Each of the magical beasts here could even be used as, well, bosses for low difficulty copies. The rock walls around the mountainside were steep and narrow, and a cold wind whipped up a faint chill. The monsters here are not very dense, but each one is extraordinarily dangerous. Before Yizhe could take 2 steps, a sharp cry came from the sky. Frantic! A silver and blue intertwined falcon with faint lightning flickering in its feathers. Thunder Falcon, LV5. Type, Elite Class Magical Beast. Skills, Thunder Wings. Electric Shock. Claw Strikes. *********. I didn't expect to run into a flying magical beast so soon. Flying magical beasts were obviously too much harder to deal with than ground-type magical beasts. If you run into an open team with no air-to-air means, it's another inevitable regiment ending. Moreover, it was still an elite grade, which was equal to the green elite quality of the summoned beast, and its combat power was nearly twice that of an ordinary magical beast. The panda rubbed his head and looked at Yezer. Can't hit it, eh? Yizhe didn't panic. Small problem. Watch me get him down. He found a suitable angle and lay directly flat on the ground. To the Thunder Falcon, he raised his middle finger. International hand gestures, elegant and popular. Hell-class replica monsters, like realistic magical beasts, possessed the wildness and temper of beasts themselves. The stronger the strength the more so. It is intolerable to be confronted with the indifferent and provocative behavior of the enemy. The thundering falcon's speed skyrocketed, like a swift electric light, swooping down at extreme speed. Yezer remained calm. Panda, if you can't stop it, it'll look like I'm losing face. That said, but he had already known all of Panda's Tai Chi Kung Fu and had it in his mind. The panda didn't quite understand what face was, but it was still no slouch to strike. The 2 hands alternated and flipped lightly, as if making a circular arc in the air. Taijiquan 24 Cloud Hands plunges surrounding enemies into a continuous flow of chakra, slowing their movement and weakening their agility and strength. The Thunder Falcon's extreme speed diminished all of a sudden, as if it was stuck in a patch of mud. It realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The tiny bird's head was slapped by the panda's large hand. Paw dash. Slaying Elite Class Wraith Thunder Falcon. Gaining +15 experience. Rank, 2, 23 out of 300. Perfect. Yezer sat up from the floor, seeing the corpse of the Thunder Falcon change into a skill book. Hell difficulty has a really high burst rate. Lightning Blast, find a book of lightning skills, learnable by assassin-type professions. Fine grade skills, 1 level higher in quality than the previous Rockfall and Full Force Strike. Yezer still handing over to the panda. The latter rolled the skill book and swallowed it in 1 gulp. Chapter 7, The Second Summoned Beast. Going to the City Lord? Eat what you eat. Thunder Blast. Gain, Agility +3. Thunder Elemental Mastery +6%. True enough, the higher the quality of the item you eat, the more attributes you add. At this rate of efficiency, the panda's attributes would be way ahead of the pack. As an epic quality summoned beast's attributes may be higher than legendary quality. However, Yizhe was destined to find no comparisons. This was because there had not been any summoner in decades who could have a legendary quality summoned beast at less than level 10. Even epic levels are few and far between. This was because contracting these two qualities of summoned beasts was too demanding on the summoner. Again, you need to have top-notch finances or strength in your family. Unless one advanced their summoned beasts like Yizhe did. But cultivating summoned beasts was, as said before, much harder. Yizhe opened it and looked at the panda's attributes. Kung Fu Panda. Quality, epic. Rank, 2. Attributes, strength 41. Physique 35. Agility 41. Spirit 34. Gifted skills. When a summoner is upgraded, the summoned beasts are likewise upgraded. Epic quality summoned beasts increased their 4-dimensional attributes by 10 points when they were leveled up by 1. The rest are bonuses gained by eating what you eat. Today, it was already equivalent to 3 times the attributes of a warrior of the same level. Scary as hell. The higher the quality of the summoned beast, the more its strength increases by leaps and bounds. No wonder so many consortium guilds are getting high-quality summoned beasts for their juniors at any cost. Yezer couldn't help but think freely. It would be nice to summon a legendary summoning beast or two during the gauntlet. After 10 days of the Gauchos transfer, most of the candidates are still below level 10, and a few geniuses are up to level 10 a turn. Then the expressions of the other candidates should be very wonderful. Higher education for professionals determines future access to institutions of higher learning, and to state subsidies. If you can be ranked in the top 50 in the country, there will even be prestigious universities willing to contract most of your professional spending money. As for ranking any higher, that's a classified benefit. This is the reason why Yizhe, who attaches great importance to the entrance examination, can save money. Of course, the premise is still to upgrade quickly. 10 days, no more and no less. Right now, level 2 to level 3 required 300 experience. And with the experience bonus of hell difficulty, it was probably not far off. Yezer returned to his senses and prepared to move on. However, before he could take a few steps, 6 or 7 black shadows were already leering in front of him. High-level magical beasts were different from low-level magical beasts, with an extremely strong sense of territory and desire to fight. No creature is allowed to set foot on the grounds. Of course, maybe the panda hasn't beaten them into submission yet. Ghostback Wolf, LV5. Type, Elite Class Magical Beast. Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite. Wolf Howl. Tough Fur. Wolves. 6 or 7 huge black wolves with green eyes stared at the panda and Yizhe. Each one, comparable to a level 5 warrior. What's more dangerous is that the wolves are good at attacking in packs. Ow dash. Wolf howls echoed off the rocky walls of the valley. If there were any other spectral-backed wolves on the mountainside, they would soon come and surround them. Settle it as soon as possible. Don't wait for the other wolves to rally. Yizhe only had one summoned beast after all. In case the wolves were too numerous and the onslaught was too swift, he himself could easily be threatened. Panda got the order and decisively grabbed the first shot. Taiji Cloud Hands. A sprint that enveloped all the wolves with the chi of the Cloud Hand, dramatically slowing them down. Followed by Taijiquan's only group attack skill. Taijiquan 24 double peaks through the ear. The left and right hands simultaneously utilize Taiji internal energy to inflict damage and briefly stun a wide area in front of you. Tai Chi, which can be described as extremely comprehensive kung fu, offense and defense, internal and external skills, and even ranged skills are not lacking. Of course, this was a full-level legendary quality skill, so it wasn't surprising that it had this effect. High-quality skills are as rare and powerful as high-quality summoned beasts. It was said that the city of Ling Yuan, where Yizhe was located, the city lord was originally a hunter profession that was weak in terms of combat, but luckily, he gained a legendary quality skill in the abyss. He later became one of the 10 strongest 6th-order professionals in China, called the King of Hunters. From this, it could be seen that a panda with all the legendary skills definitely had more than just epic-level combat power. Only a strong sound of breaking wind was heard. Twin peaks slamming ears, 2 Taiji internal energies erupted, hitting all the wolves in front of them. Half of them were in the center of the skill and were killed immediately, and the other half, too, was hit by the stun effect. Immediately after, the panda quickly stepped forward with a high amount of attacks, 1 for each palm. Kill Phantom Back Wolf. Experience *15. A wave of wolves caused the experience bar to skyrocket by a third. At this rate, it can go straight to level 3 before entering the boss area. Yizhe silently estimated, then looked at the wolves' loot. The harvest was not bad, 5 crystals, 2 pieces of equipment, and a skill book. A piece that increased 3 points of agility, Phantom Wolf leather boots. Yizhe put it on decisively. Another fine great archer's weapon. Feeding Panda. Eat what you eat wolf tendon bow. Gain, agility +1, strength +1, strike rate +3%. Panda. And that piece of skill book made Yizedong a bit surprised. Fine level summoner skill. The skill book drops were completely random. And the third skill book harvested was the one you could use. So it was pretty lucky. Spectral-tailed squirrel summoning, fine agility type contracted beast. Can be learned by summoner professions. Agility. Squirrel. In terms of quality, Yi Zhe didn't need to care. Even if it was a low-quality summoned beast, it became just as strong after adding words, and could even feed back quite a few attributes. The focus is on the agility type, which can be positioned as an assassin in the future. Serving as a complement to the panda's warrior type would make Yi Zhe's summoned beast team a bit more well-rounded. That's you! Now Yi Zhe already had 30 points of spiritual attributes, enough to contract a second summoned beast. Ding! You have acquired the skill, Spectral-tailed squirrel summoning. You have obtained a brand new summoned beast, Spectral-tailed squirrel, fine. There was one more figure in the summoned beast space. A small, sensitive squirrel with sharp, nimble claws and a distinctive ghostly black tail that stands up behind him. Come on out. A light lit up and the squirrel appeared on Yezer's shoulder. Wide-eyed. Ghost-tailed squirrel. Quality, green fine. Grade, 2. Attributes, Strength 9. Constitution 8. Agility 11. Spirit 7. Talents, Reserve Energy, fine. Keen Perception, fine. Skill, Camouflage LV1, fine. Yi Zhe originally didn't have much expectation for fine grade skills. I didn't expect to find one of great utility. Sharp senses, ability to detect distant and hidden enemies, traps, and improve probing ability. This made finding monsters a lot faster. And there's no fear of being sneaked up on. Satisfied, Yezer set off with the panda and squirrel. Keep brushing the monsters and try to upgrade within an hour. On the other hand, outside the entrance to the replica, the onlookers of the academy students had been a bit alarmed. It's been an hour. Why hasn't Yi Zhe come out yet? Can you hide a hellish sub for so long? Impossible. The monsters of the hell level copies will actively search for professionals. Zhao Xuan is not an example. The person who spoke gradually whispered, his eyes glancing at Zhao Xuan. Only Zhao Xuan's face was somber and somewhat puzzled. Because he is experienced. Even if they were to hide, they would be actively searched by the magical beasts. And it was simply impossible to survive for so long. He still had an exceptional grade summoned beast to cover for him. While what did Yi Zhe have? At this point someone ventured a guess. You guys, could it be that the copy is malfunctioning? The people inside can't get out? How can it be? The replica was created by a joint effort of the city lord and other top professionals. How could it be malfunctioning? Hell difficulty hasn't been played in a long time, so it's hard to tell if it's malfunctioning. Since it's man-made, there's a chance of malfunction. Right. At those words, Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly had a light in them. Right. Must be a malfunctioning copy. Otherwise, with Yi Zhe's strength, what makes him not die in hell difficulty for so long? I haven't lost yet. The female secretary beside her was relieved when she saw Zhao Xian's face finally turn clear, and she hurriedly followed and chimed in. The crowd of onlookers had trouble determining the situation, and some thought Yezer was really still holding on, until another hour had passed. Yezer still hasn't come out. At this moment the crowd felt that the problem was a bit tricky. Definitely a copy malfunction. So what now? Find a way to call the city lord or the dean. Chapter 8 The copy of hell that won't pass? Shadow Squirrel. Lin Yuan City. City Lord's Mansion. What did you say? A malfunctioning novice copy of the War College? Just kidding. I built that with my own hands, using top-notch props bursting out of the abyss that contain the power of the law. You think it's some old color TV? And malfunctioning. What? A freshly transformed summoner, with no equipment and at most a rare-class summoning beast, entered a hell difficulty copy solo and didn't come out for 2 hours? Hiss. The lord of Lin Yuan City, the hunting king Wan Feipeng, was in deep thought. Dark brown curls were a bit disheveled, and a hint of bewilderment surfaced on his face, which had a few light scars. It's been over 2 hours now. The assistant to the city lord, who had just finished reporting to him, added another guess. Could it be that he's hiding his strength? City lord Wan Feipeng grinned. I would have thought so too if it was those second-generation guys in the focus class. But where does the regular class get the strength to hide? The assistant to the city manager drifted off. It's a regular class, Wan Feipeng said to himself as he got up and prepared to depart. What's more, when I first designed the hell difficulty, I did it mainly to crack down on those second-generation kids in the focus class. Let them know that there are heavens beyond the heavens and how terrifying evil is. Save the key classes from getting too cocky. The assistant understood at once. How can anyone pass under these circumstances? How else can you hit them if you can pass? So now hurry up and go get those in the warehouse. Props and materials that have repair effects. Wan Feipeng picked up the warehouse key and left the office. If I really need to fix the copy, I'll have to do it myself. Inside the copy, Yi Zhe didn't expect what was happening outside at all, and instead brushed the monsters with extra ease. Previously, The only thing he was worried about was being raided and besieged by the magical beasts. But now with squirrels scouting, he would have no sudden encounters at all, much less a siege. Squirrels feel out enemy movements and lure them in. With its superb attributes, the panda can slap one even without using skills. If one slap doesn't work, then 2. Kill Thunder Falcon. Experience plus 15. Kill Phantom Back Wolf *2. Experience plus 30. Kill Stone Armored Beast King *2. Experience plus 40. Under the second kills along the way, the high-level magical beasts in the mountainside area went without any suspense. The experience bar is growing by leaps and bounds. In addition, a lot of the loot harvested along the way was fed to the panda, which increased another 7 or 8 points of attributes. Mousy, find anything else? Yezer looked at the little squirrel running over on the ground. The squirrel put up its tail and stood in front of Yezer, holding a short blade in its left paw and holding up a small blue flower in its right paw. The short knife, a fine-grade weapon that had just exploded, was equipped by Yi Zhe to the squirrel, but judging by this size, a 30+ centimeter squirrel is a bit of a misfit even with a short knife. And the small flower on his right hand surprised Yezer a bit. Wind chime flower, green quality herb, can store a small amount of wind elemental power, can be used for medicine. Good stuff. There are many plants that have been evolved by transcendent powers, turning into all sorts of exotic flowers and plants that serve different purposes. However, they are scarce in number in the replicas and it is not easy to find them. I didn't realize that the small size of the squirrels had an extra role to play. Nice. Yi Zhe praised a sentence and took the wind chime flower ready to feed it to the panda. Since equipment and skill books can be eaten, this proper herb, surely it's okay too. The bluebells are too small, not even enough to fill a panda's teeth. Eat what you eat wind chime flower. Gain, speed plus 10. Wind elemental mastery plus 7%. Sure can eat anything. Looks like it's okay to get more herbs for the panda after we get out of the copy. Yezer was thinking. The panda beside him rushed forward at that moment and took on a single fallen spectral-backed wolf. Perhaps it had slept through the wolf's charge, leading to the appearance of the shape. Unsuspectingly, he was killed by the panda with a slap. Kill the phantom back wolf. Experience plus 15. Ding. Your level has been raised to level 3. Attributes gained, strength plus 3. Physique plus 3. Agility plus 5. Spirit plus 10. Free attribute points plus 5. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. It's time to extract the next word again. Yezer rubbed his hands together excitedly. The level 5 magical beast area had been cleared pretty much without too much consideration, and the draw was started immediately. Familiar golden word frames littered around Yezer. After the last time, Yi Zhe realized that apart from randomization, he could also do his own active draw. Depends on whether one believes in one's luck or not. And Yi Zhe reached out both hands at the same time this time, trying to pull out 2 in the sea of words at the same time. But in the end, only 1 word frame stayed in hand. You have drawn the golden legendary word, Shadow Master. Master of shadows, manipulating the shadows. Taking on the form of a shadow, an assassin in the shadows. A proper fighting word. Yi Zhe was overjoyed. Looking not even close to the strength of a Taiji master, he pondered for a moment. Pandas are suitable for head-on battles, using softness and borrowing strength. Master Shadow, on the other hand, is better suited for assassin positioning. This second phrase, Yi Zhe decisively granted to the phantom tail squirrel. In this way, he has 2 gold medalists. The word Shadow Master was given a success. Summoned Beast, Ghost Tail Squirrel, Green Fine, Evolved Shadow Squirrel, Orange Epic. Second Epic Summoner. Although there is a star difference between it and Panda. But squirrels are, after all, fine grade, capable of crossing 2 qualities and evolving directly to Epic. Enough to see how powerful the Shadow Master phrase is. At the moment, the little squirrel's entire body fur was as black as night and shone with an eerie glow. The aura is very different from before. Shadow Squirrel, quality, Orange Epic. Grade, 3. Attributes, Strength 43, Physique 38, Agility 49, Spirit 40. Talent, Enhanced Perception, Rare, Shadow Escape, Legendary. Skills, Shadow Split LV8, Legendary. Shadow Fixing LV8, Epic. Shadow Attack LV8, Epic. Good man. I wasn't disappointed. 3 skills and 1 talent with equally horrible attributes. Although the skills were all only level 8, which was a bit worse than the Taiji Clan Master opening full level. But the effect is definitely not weak. Especially the Shadow Divergence that Yi Zhe favored. Shadow Bilocation, consume 20 mana to summon a Shadow Bilocation with 80% of the body's attributes. Lasts 4 hours, no cooldown. With Squirrel's current 40 spirit points, there are 800 mana points. Theoretically, it is possible to summon 40 Shadow Doppelgangers at the same time with little difference in attributes. What a horror! Of course, Shadow Split couldn't release the Shadow Split skill. Otherwise it's a bit of a condom. Ding! Your summoned beast has gained a huge amount of growth and will feed back some of its attributes. Your attributes improve: Strength +8, Physique +8, Agility +12, Spirit +8. Another attribute backfeed. Who would have thought that Yi Zhe, a summoner's physique, would be almost faster than a warrior of the same level? A level 3 summoner can have 2 epic summoned beasts. I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them. Yi Zhe's confidence grew, and with a panda and a squirrel, he headed straight for the final stage of the Hell Copy, the Valley of the Shadow. Chapter 9, Tactical Deception Skills. 4 twos and 1,000 pounds. They say it is a secluded valley, but there is no semblance of seclusion here. There were only cracks in the rock that had been burned red all over the place, with scorched black marks and scattered skeletons all around. It's really exactly like the pictures that go with the history books. Yi Zhe looked around and couldn't help but guess. If it's all the same as it was back then the final boss. Just then, an earth-shattering roar shook the clouds. Unlike other copies of the boss stage, there aren't any mini-monsters, elite monsters, etc. here. Only a demonic figure with a monstrous aura slowly walked out of the valley. The moment he saw this boss, Yi Zhe sucked in a breath of cold air. Yet. Numerical monsters. King of Beasts Red Devil Lion. Type, Wraith Mountain Range Final Boss. Quality, Rare. Grade, 10. Attributes, Strength 145. Physique 140. Agility 105. Spirit 68. Skills, Magic Flame Spit. Crushing Impact. Searing Claw Strike. Lion King Bloodline. Rare 5 stars. Above the rare qualities, each quality will have additional stars, with 5 stars being the highest of the rare levels. Looking at the other party's attribute panel, Yi Zhe finally understood. Why has no one been able to get past Hell difficulty? The boss values are just too unbelievable. Novice copies. The level of the professional who can enter can only be below level 9, and facing such a boss. High attack, thick blood, fast speed. Even if it was a group of 4 level 9 professionals, they might not even be able to carry a single strike from the Red Demon Lion. Yi Zhe instantly understood the painstaking efforts of the copy designer. It's not like they're trying to get through. From the records of the history books, this Red Demon Lion was the Beast King from the time when Huaxia crushed the Demon Beast Mountain Range. To be able to become a Beast King, his battle experience is not to be underestimated. Poof! The Red Demon Lion let out a ragged snort, bringing up a wave of heat. Only one? As the final boss of Hell difficulty, it hadn't seen a challenger for a long time. Not to mention the solo challenges. But in just an instant, Yi Zhe had an idea. It's a bit tricky, but try. If anyone else who had come to Hell difficulty was there, they would have absolutely cracked up on the spot. A single spit from a Red Demon Lion is enough to reduce you and your summoned beasts to dregs in seconds. What makes you a level 3 summoner? Dare to try? But Yezer, likewise, thought of this. Squirrel, summon 20 shadow doppelgangers straight away and punch the boss in the face. 20 only. Requires 400 mana points. That would take half of Shadow Squirrel's current mana. Neither textbook would recommend this type of play. And hearing Yezer's command, the squirrels did not hesitate to skill streak. Instantly 20 Shadow Squirrels appeared in front of Yi Zhe. Charge, Yi Zhe said, and pressed down on the panda and squirrel instance again. Don't charge for now. You too. As soon as the words fell, 20 Shadow Split Squirrels killed in front of the Red Demon Lion. However, he saw that the latter's eyes were extremely disdainful as he spat out a mouthful of demonic flame. Wow! The Shadow Doppelganger, which had consumed half of its mana, was burned up as much as it could be, but Yi Zhe instead showed a happy face. Success! What seemed like a ridiculous act of sending people to their deaths was a common tactic in his previous life playing the game. Deception skills. As the number 1 in arts in the War College, Yi Zhe knew these documented skills very well. Magic Flame Spit, the only ranged skill of the Red Demon Lion. And this skill has a cooldown unlike Shadow Split. And facing a large number of Shadow Split squirrels, the Red Demon Lion would not shoot them one by one, and a direct ranged skill was the best choice. Then with the ranged skills gone, it was time for Yezer's chance to win. Go, Panda, Squirrel, Yezer gave an order. The squirrel first burrowed right into the ground and became one with the shadow. This was his natural skill, Shadow Escape. It is possible to blend your body into any shadow to perform actions. Top sneak class skills. However, facing the 2 epic summoned beasts, the panda and the squirrel, the Red Demon Lion couldn't muster the slightest interest, daring to take the initiative to attack. Quite courageous, the Red Demon Lion's low voice rang out. It was not uncommon for some teams of professionals to simply quit their copies the moment they saw his attributes, but he still doesn't take it to heart. With his combat power, facing these 2 opponents, he would only need 1 claw strike to kill them directly. Die, not one to waste time. The red demon lion flew at the panda, ready to end the fight immediately. But what shocked him was this. The blow seemed to have struck cotton. No damage was done at all, only to see the panda's two hands swinging from side to side, actually defending against his sharp claws and deflecting the attack bizarrely. Yi Zhe looked excited. This is the 42,000 kilograms. 42's LV-10. Utilizing clever gravitational and supple forces to diffuse and counter powerful attacks with minimal force. When faced with an attack that is no more than 10 times your own strength, you can counterattack your opponent with 200% of the damage of the enemy's attack and your own attack. Pa dash. The panda backhanded a push, wrapped in a huge force that struck the red demon lion's ceiling. A slight cracking of bones sounded. The eyes are bloodshot and bleeding. If it was an unusual attack, it wouldn't be able to deal such high damage. However, the 42s and 1,000 pounds also borrowed the red demon lion's own strength, which dealt far too much damage. And one hit to the head. Extraordinarily deadly. That's the key point of Yezer's tactics. 42s cannot face skills such as spells and group attacks, but if you cheat off the ranged skills, the rest of the red devil lion's power attacks are subject to the panda's tinker. A numerical monster boss? Then I'll counter you with your own damage. Roar dash. The red demon lion fell to the ground with serious injuries. Furious. As the king of the demonic beast mountain range, he had never been counted like this before. But even in this tragic state, with only one breath left, the red devil lion still has power and can still fight. Unfortunately, in the next second, when the red demon lion was about to take revenge in anger, its body could not move at all. Shadow Squirrel's fixed shadow takes effect. The effect of imprisoning an opponent is achieved by controlling the enemy's shadow. If it was in its full state, fixed shadow wouldn't be able to control the red demon lion with its extremely strong attributes. But now that the red devil lion is seriously injured, it is simply powerless to defend. Die. These were the last words of the red devil lion in this copy. How can you resist if you're immobilized? The squirrel transformed a shadowy blade in its hand and ruthlessly poked down towards the red demon lion's eyes. Even so, panda and squirrel still had enough to make up over a minute. The red devil lion only lost the last of its strength. Kill the final boss, red devil lion. Gain experience plus 500. Congratulations on being the first professional to clear a hell difficulty copy. You will be ranked number 1 on China's hell level clearance list. Congratulations on your first pass through the Beast Mountain range. And receive a hell level first pass reward, experience plus 1000. Exclusive first pass treasure chest *1. Copy ends and will automatically pick up boss loot for you. Ding! Your level has increased to level 4. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Chapter 10, City Lord, then I'll go over there even more. Meanwhile, the outside of the replica had long been crowded. Even the vice president of the War College had arrived here after learning that the copy might be malfunctioning. Zhao Xuan's face finally looked better, and the crowd began to whisper. You guys, what's going to happen to the people inside when the replica malfunctions? It won't be beaten to death several times repeatedly by the wraiths. Kind of pathetic. What about the bet? According to Yi Zhe's normal results, it's estimated that he won't be able to compare to Mr. Zhao, and the $1,800,000 that he has saved up over the past few years is estimated to have gone down the drain. Hearing the crowd's comments, the corners of Zhao Xian's mouth continued to rise. The vice dean also couldn't help but shake his head. This Yi Zhe is just the first in his grade when he's used to it. Failure to recognize reality. To actually run and bet against a key class? The crowd was noisy. However, he saw the huge blue screen above the entrance of the replica change. This is the interface that provides students with teaming and leaderboard messages, but the characters on the screen all disappear. It turned into a very exaggerated announcement. Congratulations to East China Region, Lin Yuan City, War College Yi Zhe. First pass through hell difficulty novice copy Wraith Mountain Range. Ranked number 1 on the National Inferno Pass list. The announcement on the replica screen was dazzling, but there was a dead silence in the room, as if time had frozen for more than 10 seconds. Zhao Xuan? Vice President? All onlooker students. At this moment, everyone, without exception, had faces that were all puzzled and dumbfounded. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. A pauper summoner. A pauper summoner whose combat power is not even as good as a warrior's when he doesn't have the money to train his summoned beasts. Passed a copy of Hell Difficulty? Who can be trusted? In the next moment, everyone's gazes moved in unison to the leaderboard next to them. Here's the list of newbie copies of the pass. Before that, the list only had records of normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, and calamity. The first 5 difficulties to clear. And now, the only name that finally appeared on the Hell Difficulty pass list. Hell Difficulty Novice Copy Pass List. 1. Yezer, clearance time, 2 hours 13 minutes. The vice president corrected the glasses on the bridge of his nose and began to question whether he was guilty of presbyopia. As for Zhao Xuan and the female secretary beside him, one by one, their faces were pale and bloodless. This was a nationwide list that recorded Yezer's name. There's no way to not believe it. Crazy. Soloing hell difficulty. Bug. Absolutely bug. And it only took a little over 2 hours. I remember the records for calamity difficulty passes. They all took over 4 hours. At this point, if anyone is informed, the most terrifying boss on hell difficulty was instead the one where Yizhe spent the least amount of time, and I wondered how he would feel about it. However, someone else had a sudden thought and said, "Do you guys think this could be the true strength of the pauper summoner? Is there a possibility that rich people playing summoner aren't actually as strong as poor people playing summoner?" Brain wrap. Even if it's strong, it's obviously Big Brother Yizhe who's strong. It's, sensing the instant change in the crowd's attitude, Zhao Xian's eyes lost half of their light. It's over. It's really over this time. But even more panicked was the professionally dressed female secretary of the Zhao Guild at his side. "I think, I even called Yezer stupid today? I cursed a first pass pro on hell difficulty?" Her frame shuddered at the thought. She wasn't a professional, and she was able to get to her current position thanks to the Zhao Guild behind her. So, subconsciously, he wanted to contact Zhao Xian's father, the president of the Zhao Guild. But to her surprise, that Grand Guild Master was the first to send her instructions. "You're at the War College, right? The Academy has the #1 copy of Hell out in the country. You get to know him as soon as possible, and it's best to take the lead in getting along." This kind of nationally famous professional would cause major guilds and consortiums to scramble for attention once they appeared. Even if you can't recruit, you will try to show goodwill. But now, LOL, the secretary's scalp tingled. Now what was she going to do? Who would have thought that a pauper summoner would be able to achieve what he has now? Does she have to talk to the president? That professional you're trying to get in touch with was just scolded by me this morning? On top of that, the other side of the city lord's mansion, the city lord, Wan Feipeng, had just prepared all the materials to repair the replica. The assistant under his command rushed over in a panic once again. "Lord City Lord, you don't have to go. The copy isn't malfunctioning. Mother ****** her, fooling me?" Wan Feipeng just revealed a hint of displeasure. Only the assistant said again, "It's that student who isn't unable to get out. He's getting his copy through. Got the newbie copy of Hell difficulty cleared. Now it's a national announcement." Wan Feipeng? It was as if the brain of this robust 6th-ranked hunter had gone down for 2 seconds on the spot. Hell of a copy. A hellish copy of his own design, designed specifically to combat rich kids, was cleared? How can anyone pass the boss I finally designed? The clearance record has come up. It's a real clearance, the assistant finally added. "You really don't have to bother." The words were not finished. Wan Feipeng stretched out his arm full of tendon meat and fiercely gripped the collar of his assistant's shirt. Damn! All the more reason for the old man to go over there. The first pass of the country on hell difficulty, appearing in my Ling Yuan city, is much more important than this matter of fixing the replica. The assistant seemed to come back to her senses at this point. Yeah. Wan Feipeng was extremely excited at the moment. "You put all this restoration material back in storage. I have to go early." Saying that, the speed of a 6th-rank hunter profession was revealed. With a bang sound, like a tank, he crashed through the gate of the city lord's mansion and raced towards the outside. The assistant who stayed in the office sighed helplessly as if he had been used to it for a long time. "Lord of the city, the War College is in the north of the city. The direction you're going is south of the city." Inside the copy, Yizhe was completely unaware of the commotion outside and was still amazed at the countless tips he received. It's worthy of being the first pass on hell difficulty. The rewards are just so much more. After the boss dies, the copy can only last for 10 minutes. Yezer was ready to check his rewards. The items dropped by the Red Devil Lion totaled 3, all of which were collected in the backpack. The 10 crystals brought his total number of crystals to 26, with a market value of at least $260,000. It made Yizhe lament that it was still the professionals who made money fast. What was left were 2 pieces of level 4 equipment, which were popped out of the novice copies at the same level as the pros level. Red Devil Sword, rare, damage multiplier 140%, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, equipment level 4, special effect, ignore 30% of the enemy's defense when attacking. Red Spirit Wrist Guard, rare, damage multiplier 125%, strength plus 10, constitution plus 5, agility plus 5, equipment level 4, special effect, 40% faster strike speed when attacking or releasing skills. 2 of the top equipment of the rare class, almost on par with the excellence class, and the equipment effects are all very useful. It's worth a lot of money, even if it was Zhao Xuan, who was backed by Zhao, one of the top 10 guilds in eastern China. It's also just a normal rare equipment. 1 or 2 stars at most in the rare class, because rare equipment with excellent attributes is extremely difficult to explode. The quantity on the market is scarce and there is often bidding. The market price for a piece starts at least $1 million, and there is no market for it. However, thinking about these 2 pieces, which were exploded by the Red Demon Lion, it wasn't a surprise. If he sold them all, it would be enough for Yi Zhe to open another hell difficulty copy. But there's no need. These 2 pieces, Yi Zhe decisively equipped the 2 summoned beasts. The Red Devil Blade was given to Shadow Squirrel, and the Red Spirit Wrist Guard was given to Kung Fu Panda. Summoned beasts can wear the same equipment as professionals. This is where the high summoner cap comes in, and one of the reasons it's extremely costly. To equip each summoned beast with a set of equipment is definitely unaffordable for an ordinary person. Yi Zhe then looked at the treasure chest in his backpack. Exclusive treasure chest for copy first pass, Inferno level. This treasure chest made Yi Zhe quite expectant. Based on the textbook social practice lessons, copy raiders. First pass treasure chest. High probability to produce a profession exclusive equipment. Chapter 11 The Great Harvest. Fourth word. How come it's changed to a launch party? Yi Zhe couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. Crimson streams of light lit up from all around the treasure chest, opening its latch like a lion opening its mouth. You open the copy of the first pass exclusive gift pack. Congratulations on receiving 100 crystals. Congratulations on earning the Trinket Hell's Rookie Badge. Congratulations on obtaining exclusive equipment Spirit Contract Ring. Crystals 100. 1 million. Yi Zhe couldn't help but feel happy that the value of the Hellgrade First Pass was still increasing. Then looked to the first ornament. Inferno Rookie Badge, plus 10 Strength, plus 10 Agility, plus 10 Constitution, plus 10 Spirit. As a way to show your courage and will in the face of hell's difficulty. It's actually textbook stuff. Commemorative badges, which can only be earned under very few specific conditions, are something of special value in the eyes of the military. However, to Yi Zhe, the equipment attributes alone were quite excellent. Moreover, equipment like badges can have attributes attached to them without having to wear them. Yezer put it in his backpack first and looked at his exclusive equipment. Ring of Spiritual Fellowship, exclusive to summoners. Quality, excellent. Attributes, agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Mana plus 200. Special effect, plus 100% movement speed when summoned beast is near you. Attached skill Spirit Contract, copy a temporary skill from a contracted summoned beast. Disappears after 1 use. Storable, 100 mana consumption. Cooldown 1 hour. Spirit Contract set, 1/2. Holy, Yi Zhe was greatly shocked. Originally thought that this equipment attribute, plus 100% speed bonus, was already very strong. I didn't expect any surprises. Duplicates a skill of a summoned beast. The value of the skills attached to this equipment could be too great for Yi Zhe. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid it would be of average use, as summoners win in numbers, and copying a skill is of little use. However, Yi Zhe's summoned beasts were almost all epic and legendary top skills, especially the most functional Shadow Escape and Shadow Diversion. Who wouldn't want to try Shadow Divergence for themselves? For the summoner himself, the most important ability to save his life has taken a quantum leap at once, and it's still a set piece of equipment. If you can find another suit, you can activate a high amount of suit effects. Yi Zhe put the Spiritual Contract Ring on his hand, and his spiritual power broke through to 88 points. It was already equivalent to twice that of a mage of the same level. He then chose to first copy a Shadow Evasion and save it. In case you are attacked after exiting your copy, you can easily escape or counterattack in the guise of a shadow. Spirit Deed, you have copied the Shadow Squirrel's natural skill, Shadow Escape. Success! Yi Zhe instantly felt a strong urge to incarnate a shadow, but hold back. Finally, he checked his experience value. Rank, 4, 805/1300. Slaying the Red Devil Lion had 500 experience points, and the first pass copy had rewarded 1000, totaling 1500. And the experience for level 3 to level 4 is 700. This huge wave of experience was enough for him to go from level 3 to level 4, or even to upgrade again soon. Another chance to draw words. Yezer decisively opened the draw. Wow, the golden curtain of light flowed, and the countless words and frames dazzled the eyes. Yi Zhe did not take the initiative to extract it this time. It was after waiting for 2 or 3 breaths to pass. A word box stayed in front of him. You have drawn the golden legend level word, Sniffing Treasure. Treasure sniffing, the ability to accurately smell the surrounding treasures and recognize the value and preciousness of the treasures and their location. Can smell the treasures around you. There can still be such a phrase? A top-notch treasure hunting type ability. No doubt. And it might be useful for the next destination he was planning to go to. Yi Zhe was thinking about it, when suddenly his face changed and he realized something. 5 minutes and 14 seconds left until the copy closes automatically. After killing the boss, The copy would only last another 10 minutes, but there might be quite a few herb treasures in this hellish copy. Previously, because he didn't have a treasure hunting skill, Yi Zhe didn't spend too much empty time searching, but now, can still be salvaged. Yi Zhe immediately acted and gave the words to the squirrel with dexterous movement and a sharp nose. The word sniffing was given. Summoned beast, Shadow Squirrel, Orange Epic, evolved Shadow Sniffer, Orange Epic. The squirrel's appearance hasn't changed too much, and the quality has an extra star. This is a dual judgment of fighting ability and potential. But I didn't think. After evolution, the squirrel began to sniff at Yezer non-stop. Okay, stop sniffing me for a moment and go sniff those ownerless treasures, Yi Zhe said helplessly. On command, the squirrel quickly twitched its nose and adjusted its aim. Before whooshing off in a certain direction, Yi Zhe reminded again. Use Shadow Split. There's not much time. Bring back as much as you can. With those words, the squirrel was seen splitting into 4 doppelgangers and running in 4 directions. Using a shadow doppelganger to hunt for treasure is simply a top-notch match. Yi Zhe was quite satisfied, but it was a pity that there wasn't much time left in the copy. 5.01. 4.39. 3 out of 16. About 2 minutes passed and the squirrel proper brought back a red fruit. It is important to know that sniffing treasure is able to smell the value of the treasure's preciousness. Obtained in the person of the squirrel himself, it is undoubtedly something of higher value. It made Yi Zhe look forward to it very much. Devil Flame Fruit, blue rare spirit fruit grown under the contamination of demonic gas, with more fire elemental energy, can be juiced, pharmaceutically made, and made into bombs, etc. Rare grade spirit fruit. The rarity level of this kind of strange flower spirit fruit with extraordinary elemental power was already the highest it could be accessed at the moment. Excellence and above can mostly only be seen in higher learning institutions, the military, and so on. As for the uses behind it, Yi Zhe directly skipped it. It was too troublesome. It's still easy and convenient to just feed the panda and eat it. What you eat makes up for what you get. Consumed magic flame fruit. Gain, strength plus 6. Fire elemental mastery plus 15%. The magic flame fruit was eaten and only a slight explosion was heard from the panda's mouth. The panda then opens its mouth and spits out a mouthful of black smoke. With the increase in attributes at level 4, and after the eat what you eat bonus, the strength had reached 83 points. It's horrible. And it didn't take long to get to the point where there were only the last few dozen seconds left in the copy. Squirrel's other 3 shadow doppelgangers returned in quick succession, bringing back 3 of the Pocahontas flowers they had seen earlier. Perhaps because of the previous experience, this time, as soon as the squirrel returned, it was thrown directly into the panda's mouth. The scene was comical at one point. 3 Pocahontas provide 27 points of speed, and 18% control of the wind element. This made Yezer realize a problem. The more of the same thing you eat, the less you add to it. Just like the wind chime flower, when you eat the second and third one, the attribute bonus of what you eat makes up for what you eat is weakened partially. This made Yezer quite disappointed. I was originally going to buy 100 weapons and give them to the panda. It doesn't seem to be working so well now. Tick, the countdown for the replica's maintenance goes to 0. Yi Zhe collected the 2 summoned beasts and was then teleported out of the copy. $2 million for the bet. I should be the one to win. He was thinking about betting that large sum of money, but he didn't realize, just as soon as you exit the entrance to the replica, long guns and short cannons of cameras and other equipment had long been set up here, just waiting for Yi Zhe to come out. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Flashbulbs hit Yezer like he didn't want money. At the sight of the blazing gazes of the surrounding students, as well as those few local media reporters in Lingyuan City, Yi Zhe instantly understood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm just making a copy. How did this turn into a launch? Chapter 12 Tactical University Special Recruitment. A big payday. Ever since the news of Yi Zhe's first pass of the Hell difficulty copy spread, the ones who reacted the fastest were these journalists, mostly from the local Abbeytown Daily News, the Professional News, etc. In an environment like Blue Star, surrounded by external enemies and a strong sense of crisis, geniuses coming out of the woodwork like this one are a favorite part of reporters' stories. Congratulations, Mr. Yezer. Can you tell us how you feel after your first pass on Hell difficulty? Are you discovering a new way to play your profession by switching to Summoner despite being a regular class? Heard you challenged Hell difficulty because of a bet, didn't you? More than 10 reporters, with an even larger number of photographers, almost surrounded Yi Zhe. It made him feel for the first time. Turns out being famous is such a scary thing, but no one in the crowd of students felt that way. On the outside layer of the reporters, those students in the key classes and ordinary classes had more or less envy in their eyes. What a great opportunity to be famous. These journalists are subsidized by the military and are under its management. It would be difficult for the family to get any journalist to conduct specialized interviews. even if they had more money. And now, a dozen media outlets, interviewing one person at a time. Even if you don't do well in the college entrance exams in the future, with this popularity, you can still be an internet celebrity. At least there will be no worries about living from now on. Before Yizhe could open his mouth, suddenly a young man dressed in formal attire hurriedly arrived. The crowd was surprised to see the uniform he was wearing. Someone from East China Tactical University? What college is this? How come I've never heard of it? A university that specializes in cultivating talents in tactics and command. This kind of tactics students are only equipped by high-end professional teams. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then he comes. While the crowd was talking, they only saw the young man in formal attire walk up to Yizhe. Smilingly, he said, "Student Yizhe? I'm the admissions teacher of the East China Tactical University. Excuse me, have you ever taught yourself a tactical specialty? Tactical Professional University. There is only one in the whole of East China, but the enrollment teachers are all over the city, just to be the first to discover the talent." And in his opinion, what else can be the reason for an ordinary class student to first pass the hell difficulty copy? It must be tactical. Isn't that only normal for our tactical team to win with weakness? Admissions teachers think so. Indeed, there have been such tactical geniuses. There have been people who have started Wraith Unrest and killed each other in nightmare copies, and have been recruited by Tactical University after easily clearing the level. However, Yizhe was filled with questions. Tactics? He did understand the tactical specialty. For the battlefield, professionals, and the enemy to carry out multifaceted combat analysis and tactical construction, etc., which is extremely useful in the high-end battlefield. But he recalled the contents of the copy. Rampaging and killing monsters on sight. I wonder if he counts these behaviors as tactics. So he shook his head. No, I didn't learn tactics. Unexpectedly, hearing this admissions teacher is not only not disappointed, but also face great joy. Genius. Never learn tactics. All can subconsciously operate too weak to pass the hell copy. What is this if not tactical genius? If he receives more tactical guidance from the system, the future of China can have another tactical master. He glowed with radiance and exclaimed, "Good, good, good. Student Yizhe, as long as you take an examination with me, I can specially recruit you into the East China Tactical University, and give you a merit freshman grant." Hearing this, the entire room of students instantly exploded. Special enrollment? And merit aid. There were less than 3 people in the entire Linyuan city last year who could receive this kind of treatment. Holy, this is too good to be true. What East China Tactical University? This is a special admission? It must be a pheasant university. There are only 5 universities specializing in tactics in the country, and East China Tactical is ranked second. So you're saying this is a pheasant university? If you can use tactics to get through a copy of hell, you can be special recruited too. If I get special admission, my dad will have to invite at least the whole town to a promotion banquet, and all the wildcats in town will have to have a separate table. If anything, the first pass copy was still acceptable to the crowd of students. That being recruited specifically by the University of Tactical Sciences is really kind of unacceptable, especially Zhao Xuan in the crowd, whose eyes were red and scary. However, in the face of the invitation from the top tactical university that made everyone's eyes water, Yizhe shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I have no thoughts of entering the tactical program." With Yizhe's insights in his previous life, although he has the ability to become a tactician, he prefers to fight cool. Besides, how can you upgrade and draw words without fighting? At those words, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but have mixed emotions. However, it was more of a shock. This could be rejected. Yizhe, a ruthless man, the admissions teacher, on the other hand, began to think, how can such a tactical genius not think straight? However, he didn't give up because he knew that Yizhe was an ordinary class or a summoner. How do you pass the entrance exams with that combination? Waiting for him to fail his senior year may be the only chance to officially recruit. The admissions teacher nodded. "Okay, here's my card. Change your mind and call me anytime." When he finished, he was ready to go back and hurriedly contact the school leaders. When the high school exams are over, you can hurry up and recruit. You can't get snubbed by other tactical universities. At this time, however, the vice president of the college, Zhou Wei, was in a hurry. If Yizhe was specially recruited, it would be an achievement for the academy. So how could he refuse? Zhou Wei immediately stood out and said righteously in front of the crowd of reporters, "Ahem, Yizhe, with your profession and ability, perhaps the University of Tactics would be more suitable for you." He put on a bitter, teaching look, but Yezer glanced at it and ignored it. "Who are you?" He wasn't impressed with the vice president in the slightest. The ability to do this on a personal level, to plan for student careers, etc., is almost zero. The only way to get to this point is to steal the limelight and take credit. plus brainless favoritism for key classes, like certain workplace tumors in a previous life. Seeing that Yi Zhe did not give any face in front of the reporters, the vice dean's face stiffened, but he still forced a smile. Ahem. I'm Vice President Zhou Wei ah. Oh, Yezer said as if in a daze. Then the vice president should have a reward for my first pass through the hell copy and setting a record for the academy, right? Hearing this, it was as if Zhou Wei was choking. There was no stipulation that rewards would definitely be handed out for the record of a novice copy, and he had been prepared to muddle through. But at this point, with reporters present and in full view of the public, he could only change his words. Of course, that's good. Getting this answer, Yi Zhe was quite satisfied, but he wasn't prepared to waste time here and just slipped away. However, a notary robot shaped like a penguin stops him. A bet settlement light screen popped up and announced, "The bet is over. Zhao Xuan. Copy time, 29 minutes and 36 seconds. Result, failure. Yezer, copy time, 2 hours and 13 minutes. Result, pass. Result of the bet, Yi Zhe wins. You get your opponent's bet, a silver savings card worth $2.37 million. Yi Zhe received the card and was inwardly delighted. 2.37 million. At that time, when Zhao Xuan threw off the bet, he only said that there was at least 2 million in the card. I didn't expect that there would be a whole $370,000 more. It's true that rich people don't take money for granted. I wonder if he'll ask for the extra back again. Of course, Zhao Xuan should have no face to show up again. Fittingly, after hearing the notary robot prove the bet, the reporters started frantically searching for Zhao Xuan in the crowd like sharks smelling blood. Zhao Xuan? The son of the Zhao Guild. Where is he? This is the first time in history that a bet between a key class against an ordinary class has failed. May I ask what Zhao Xuan's classmates feel about this? Where do you think you're losing? At a time like this, how could Zhao Xuan still have the face to answer reporters' questions? With this group of reporters around, no matter what is said, it will surely be disgraced. He who was originally prepared to put in a few harsh words left without looking back, including the female secretary of Zhao who also left together. The female secretary received instructions from President Zhou. It had already made the intention to lick Yi Zhe back no matter what, even if it was on his knees. But now, with the presence of reporters, even if she has 18 skills again, she cannot be utilized, and can only leave in a hurry. Yezer took the opportunity to disappear into the crowd as well, straight to Lu Boyan's office. In addition to reporting the good news, it also prepares you for the next step before your senior year. Chapter 13 Teacher. I want to progress so badly. Yi Zhe came to another old school building. His homeroom teacher, Yanagi Bohyan's isolated office, had a Abyssal Creature Investigation section, sign. Duties as the name suggests. It is an in-depth investigation of all evil demonic creatures in the abyss, including habits, skills, abilities, etc. Yi Zhe pushed open the door, only to see Lu Boyan still flipping through the report. Seeing Yi Zhe come in, he couldn't help but flirt. Finished the novice copy so quickly? It's not possible that you didn't pass the level, right? At those words, Yi Zhe couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He, a teacher, had spent most of his time since his discharge dealing with the content of investigations for the military, and rarely cared about anything else at the academy. It's because of this that it's been just a classroom teacher and hasn't moved on to the next level. Yi Zhe turned to him and said, "Teacher, there's a hell difficulty first pass student in the academy. We still have this kind of talent in our academy?" Lu Boyan immediately put down the work at hand and came to be interested. Hell difficulty cannot be so good to pass. Not only must have the strength, tactical thinking and the ability to adapt to the scene is indispensable. As he was saying this, he saw Yi Zhe's odd look, like he was holding back a laugh. "Do you know this man? You know it too." Yi Zhe couldn't help but open his mouth. "It's a character. Jade tree, handsome, suave, excellent strength, wisdom and courage, talent. A talent can be called a dragon among people? A student, Lu Boyan." He stared blankly at Yezer for several seconds. Immediately afterward, a completely unbelievable guess surfaced in his mind. He knew Yezer too well. There was no way this student of his could be so complimentary of anyone but himself. But he couldn't believe it. "Wait a minute. I don't think I know this kind of student." "Why, teacher, it's really me." Yi Zhe didn't sell out. "You open your cell phone and take a look. All the major media should have reported it." Upon hearing this, Lu Boyan immediately opened his cell phone, and sure enough, he saw Yi Zhe on the major media. There are even some reports that mention the name of the mentor, Ryu Bohyan. "How did you do it?" Certain of the facts, Lu Boyan's eyes carried some shock, sighs, and relief, but more than that, he was happy for Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe was just about to say something when Lu Boyan raised his hand and interrupted him. "You might have had some kind of strange encounter that allowed you to pass hell difficulty. It must be worth a lot. Don't talk to me. And don't tell anyone. Yi Zhe smiled bashfully as a warm current surged through his heart. I understand. Teacher. Lu Boyan took a long breath. His heart still unable to calm down for a long time due to the news of Yi Zhe's first pass. But Yi Zhe's next sentence directly caused his blood pressure to rise. By the way, teacher. I want to go to the polluted land outside the city and become a temporary scout for the Jin Demon Army. Please approve a note. As soon as the words fell, Lu Boyan immediately cursed. You're crazy. Want to go over and seek death? Outside of Lin Yuan City. The polluted land, also known as the Abyssal Border to be exact. That's not a copy there. It is the zone created by the Abyssal Realm, which constantly pollutes the land of the Blue Planet with demonic energy. There are no replica monsters to face the horrible, unknown, truly evil demons head-on. One slip-up and it's a death sentence. But the reason Yezer wanted to go was also very simple. As great as the danger is, so great is the reward. Slaying an abyssal evil demon is more than 3 to 10 times the experience of a copy monster. Moreover, the polluted land was under the jurisdiction of the military, and there were rewards from the demon suppression army if the scout mission was accomplished excellently. On top of that, the contaminated land has so many more treasures than a copy. After all, the treasures of the replica are to be generated through the energy of the crystals. The polluted land is different. Now he had the treasure-sniffing ability of a squirrel. As a rule, any treasures harvested by the scouts in the process of opening up the land could be their own. It's exciting to think about. It was better than waiting to open a copy by saving up crystals painstakingly like other students. He preferred this, the excitement of both gain and danger. But Lu Boyan decisively refused. No way. Don't even think about it. The scouts, the vanguard scouts of the army, face the true evil. Even if most of the evil demons in the polluted land are of the lowest level, it's still not something you can handle with 2 or 3 levels. Teacher, I'm at level 4. I'll be at level 5 soon. Yi Zhe retorted. Hell copy experience is so much. Lu Boyan looked at Yi Zhe in surprise, but immediately changed his words. Level 4 and 5 won't do. A scout must be at least level 10 or higher. Teacher knows you're in a hurry to upgrade, but hold your horses. Lu Boyan said bitterly. I'll give you crystals, and you can go brush the novice copy twice more. When the day after tomorrow comes, the state will sponsor another free mega copy entry. Everyone in the entire grade will be there together by then, and it's quite an experience. This way down, before the college entrance exams, you can almost reach the standard of level 10 first turn as well. Yi Zhe sighed. He didn't want to receive any more funding from his teacher, much less wanting to barely reach level 10 before the entrance exams. You know, the top 50 professionals in the last high school exams were all at least level 12 or higher, only to be persuaded again. Teacher, think about your time. When there were no novice copies, how did the professionals upgrade? At these words, Lu Boyan fell into silence. The novice copy, a few years after the start of the universal transfer, was successfully constructed by a few high-ranking professionals, using materials seized in the abyss. What about before that? Lu Boyan seemed to enter a memory. Yes, at that time, there was no copy. A level 1 professional is going to fight for his life in a polluted land. There's no way to fight, no way to upgrade, no way to equip, and no way to stop the evil from attacking our land. Because of this, Huaxia exchanged the less than 5% survival rate of professionals at the time for today's safe defenses, replicas, and other buildings. The level of safety is among the best in the world. I see what you mean. Lu Boyan sighed. It was okay then. Why not now? Seeing that the teacher was showing signs of relenting, Yi Zhe once again said, Teacher, you have to understand me in this matter. I'm not that rich to open copies over and over again. If you want to get a good grade on the entrance exam, you have to do something strange. Lu Boyan looked up at him as if he had a toothache. Still shaking his head. Sign up for Scout. At least level 10. I know, teacher. But you're the director of the Abyssal Creature Investigation Section. Yi Zhe immediately spoke up. As long as you specially approve me as an investigation commissioner, I can directly join the scout team. Lu Boyan was stunned. How do you even know about this? Teacher, I want to get better so badly. After Yi Zhe finished speaking, he only saw Lu Boyan fall into a long silence once again. 10 minutes later, Yezer got the investigative commissioner identification. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, go to the south gate of Lin Yuan City. That's where the temporary scouting party will gather. Remember, it's the south of the city, not the north. Lu Boyan instructed. Got it, teacher. Yi Zhe left prettily. I'll bring you a gift when I come back. Just don't mention being my student when you get into trouble. Yezer hummed a little tune. As long as he could successfully enter the polluted land and brush the monsters, his experience value would definitely soar. Enhance your competitive strength for high school entrance exams. At that time, I can't help but bring back a few rare treasures with sniffing treasure. Suddenly, the ditty came to an abrupt halt. In front of Yi Zhe, a man with brown hair, a scarred face, and slightly disheveled clothes appeared. Lord of Lin Yuan City, Wan Feipeng. Of course Yi Zhe recognized it and guessed it completely. He had made Lin Yuan City sublime, and as the city's lord, Wan Feipeng was definitely going to come over. But how does he? So late? Chapter 14. You'll look great in it. Good boy. I've finally found it. Wan Feipeng flashed a smile that he thought was kind, but with his clothes that seemed to be a bit disheveled from just killing the monster, it was more like a bandit. Don't be afraid. I'm the city lord, not a bad guy. Those two identities don't seem to conflict. Yi Zhe thought silently inwardly, but didn't say it out loud. Although this was the top 6th ranked professional in China, when paired with the roguelike temperament of the other party, there was always a feeling of unreliability. Wan Feipeng stuck up and wrapped his arms around Yi Zhe's shoulders like a mountain king. Good boy. Good strength to pass the hell difficulty I designed. And it also gave Lin Yuan City a second name in the process. Elbow. I'll reward you with a random item from the Lin Yuan City treasury. Yi Zhe originally had a friendly fake smile on his face, but after hearing the treasure trove reward, his eyes instantly glowed. Any one of them? Really? If I, Wan Feipeng, make a promise, 8 horses can't catch up. Go, please. The Lin Yuan City treasure trove, also known as the City Lord's treasure trove, containing the greatest wealth of the entire city, with countless props, equipment, and exotic treasures. Only the city lord has the right to open it. Yezer had the thought of getting a reward, but he didn't expect that the city lord's handiwork was so big, letting him pick whatever he wants from the treasury? Yi Zhe Our Lin Yuan City hasn't produced any talents for a long time. Wan Feipeng brought Yi Zhe to the city lord's mansion and said with righteous indignation, especially these 2 years, been ridiculed by Wei Dog and Wu Dog. T ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈ saying that Lin Yuan City has no talent is because Lao Zi, the city lord, is vulgar. Not much wrong with that, Yi Zhe once again silently flirted in his mind, while he couldn't help but guess. Wei Dog, Wu Dog, if he remembered correctly, this would be the East China General Manager, Wu Ming, and General Director of Central China, Wei Zhang. In this world, due to the crisis of the abyssal invasion, Huaxia had zeroed down the regions and divided them into 5 regions: East, South, West and North China, as well as Central China. Lin Yuan City, on the other hand, was nothing more than a small city in the East China region. As a city lord, how dare you scold the chief heads of 2 regions like that? Sure enough, having power means doing whatever you want. As Yi Zhe was thinking, Wan Feipeng once again wrapped his arms around him in a roguish position and turned on the photo function of his cell phone. Come on, let's take a picture so I can piss them off. The corners of Yi Zhe's mouth twitched, but he still gave a scissor hand, and Wan Feipeng bared his teeth and smiled very happily. There was a click and the picture was fixed. Wan Feipeng furiously began to edit the message, ready to send it. Yi Zhe tried. City Lord, then my reward. Here, Wan Feipeng casually threw over a gold card. This is the key to the treasury. Just let Assistant Zhao Xuan take you there. Holy, the key to the city lord's treasury. Just casually given? Yi Zhe took the gold card, but was not stupid enough to develop any greed. 6th-ranked hunter powerhouses, wanting their own little lives probably only takes a second. Subsequently, following the city lord's assistant, Yi Zhe opened the door to the treasury of Lin Yuan City. Hundreds of square feet of treasure trove, all kinds of equipment and props, almost all of them were of rare grade or above, and all kinds of treasures were emitting a bright light of different colors. For a while, it left Yi Zhe a bit dazzled. The city lord's assistant stayed outside and reminded, Mr. Yi Zhe, you can choose anyone. Yi Zhe responded, then called out Shadow Squirrel. On it, Squirrel, let's just pick the most expensive one. I'm afraid that even City Lord Wan Feipeng couldn't guess that Yi Zhe's summoned beasts had the ability to smell out the value of items. Since there are too many items to pick easily, just the expensive ones, when the squirrels appear, it's as if the fish have entered the sea and the birds have returned to the forest. Treasures of all kinds make treasure-sniffing mice extraordinarily intoxicated. But in the end, the squirrel chose a target. This is... Yi Zhe looked at a box that the squirrel was pointing at. Inside was a dark and unidentified crystal with purple lines. From the abyss, some kind of crystal yet to be resolved. Function unknown. Data panels, while a transcendent product of the era of universal transmutation, cannot see through everything. The abyss, for example, is full of unknowns. That's what Ryu Bohyan's investigation section exists for. This is the most valuable thing in value? Yi Zhe didn't have any doubts, but this kind of thing, he definitely couldn't use it and couldn't sell it. Forget it, find the next one. an ecclesiastical sculpture from the abyss, from some extinct world, of unknown utility. Void meteorite, from the void beyond the realm. Function unknown, inaccessible to non-void creatures. How do you get all this stuff? Yi Zhe was filled with helplessness. Perhaps it was because of the proximity of Lin Yuan City to the abyss. The treasury was filled with strange things. The most valuable batch of these are either of unknown utility or not usable by humans. Cam. Yi Zhe once again put down a crystal. But suddenly, around the corner, he saw a cloak outfit that gave off a familiar aura. The cloak had a dull sheen, and in the center of the back, it was embroidered with a detailed silver covenant tattoo. Spirit cloak, exclusive to summoner. Quality, excellent. Attributes, agility plus 20. Spirit plus 20. Special effect, plus 50% attack speed when summoned beast is near you. Attached skill spirit shield, generates a passive shield that exists permanently and automatically recovers 1 hour after being broken. Shield value equals, summoner's spirit plus all summoned beasts physique, asterisk 1000%. Spirit contract set, 1/2. Another piece of the spirit deed set. It belonged to the same set as the spirit contract ring that he had opened out of the first past treasure chest. And it's a summoner exclusive set. The value of the exclusive set was unique in the world. As long as it appeared, it would be impossible for it to be swiped out by anyone else. Originally, Yi Zhe didn't have much expectation for putting together the set. After all, the probability was too small. Unexpectedly, actually in this city master treasure trove, cave encountered. Too right brother. That's you. Yi Zhe no longer considered it. This kind of opportunity, missed the next time may not be there. The cloak was removed by Yezer and draped over his body. Ding! You have activated the spirit contract set. Spirit deed set. 2/2 your summoned beast attack damage factor is increased to 150%. The damage factor increased by 1/3 at once. At this moment, Yi Zhe's determination to choose the spirit contract cloak became even stronger. And the equipment comes with a permanent shield. After wearing the equipment, Yi Zhe's spiritual attribute was 108, together with the panda's physique of 67 and the squirrel's physique of 48, multiplied by 1000%. The shield value is a whopping 2230. Perhaps, with a different summoner, it wouldn't have been as intense in such a high amount. However, Yi Zhe's attributes were exaggeratedly high, and the summoned beasts under his command were even all epic level, and their physical attributes were extraordinarily high, which gave him the current shield value. Yi Zhe was very satisfied and left the treasury. When he went out, he only saw City Lord Wan Feiping looking happy, as if because of Yi Zhe's appearance, it made him pretend in front of the others. Seeing Yi Zhe come out, he couldn't help but praise him. You chose this cloak? Not bad. It is indeed the most suitable for you. Yi Zhe couldn't help but be shocked. You know that I have a spirit contract set? I didn't expect that one of the spirit contract sets, which had just been opened from the first past treasure chest, would be known? Can't it be that this piece of equipment was specially left for him by Wan Feiping? A suit? What suit? Wan Feiping was full of doubts. Corrected. I mean, if you wear this black cape, it's going to be awesome. Yezer. Chapter 15 Zhao Xuan, how he dared to leave the city. Although Wan Feiping looked unreliable, it was still painful to give rewards. Yi Zhe could just leave after taking the rewards without the slightest bit of extra trivia. The time was already 7:30 in the evening. Yezer was home alone, using the trading house app to buy food, bamboo for pandas, pine cones for squirrels. We're heading to the polluted land outside the city in the morning, and need to stock up on a little food. Although summoned beasts could absorb energy in the summoning space, they still like to eat something on a daily basis. Just like in the novels about cultivating immortality, even if a person has already abstained from eating, he will still want to taste 2 bites of food when he sees it. Suddenly, a text message popped up. Transfer 1,000,000 to your savings card. Source, War College Outstanding Cadet Award. Current balance, 5,194,750. It was the college reward promised by the vice president. Another $1 million arrived, but that made Yezer feel a bit petty. Perhaps it was because he had just taken an exceptional piece of equipment from the city lord. Never mind. It's money for nothing anyway. He then spent $60,000 on a lot of bamboo and pine cones. I was about to buy some gear to feed the panda when I realized. Plants. A rare equipment costs at least $700,000 to $800,000. Why don't you go grab it? I had thought that being in possession of a huge sum of more than $5 million had been quite a family affair. I didn't realize it, but it's still a poor bastard. After hesitating for a long time, he still spent the money and bought a full 5 rare grade weapons. After all, tomorrow's polluted land, for him, had to be well prepared, or else his little life was truly in jeopardy. There was only a cold $1 million or so left on the card, but sooner or later the money lost will be earned back as long as the strength increases. It wasn't long before a stalker knocked on his door and handed over a package. Your trading house order dispatched. Thanks. In order to increase the efficiency of killing monsters for the panda, he bought all the weapons. With this weight, I'm afraid that if it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to deliver it. Open your mouth. Ah. Ow dash. Yezer shoved 5 weapons into the panda's mouth. Needless to say, while the money was painfully spent, the increase in attributes was extraordinarily pleasing. What you eat makes up for what you get. Eat giant hammer *2. Gain, strength +8. Eat windward sword. Gain, strength +2. Agility +2. Edible warrior double blade. The attributes of the Kung Fu Panda at just level 4 were already extraordinarily intimidating. Kung Fu Panda attributes, strength 103, physique 67, agility 82, spirit 54. Even higher attributes than a level 10 fully equipped warrior professional. Now, the task of opening up the polluted land tomorrow was a little more certain. Satisfied, Yezer went to bed and slept. And at the same time, Zhao's guild, the chairman of the Zhao guild, Zhao Tian, had already cursed his son Zhao Xuan and his female secretary Qin Xian, the first pass hellish talent in the country. Yet these two take turns offending him, so how else is he going to pull the strings? Yet at the moment, Zhao Xian's originally gloomy face, but gradually confident. Dad, don't be angry. Yi Zhe is actually not enough to worry about. He's a poor summoner, and the more summoned beasts he has, the less he can afford to feed them. Future achievements will only get smaller. Even if he's a first-pass copy, I can make him work for me. Oh, President Zhao Tian had less anger in his eyes, signaling him to continue. Zhao Xian, held difficulty copy. The ticket requires 3 million worth of crystals. If Yi Zhe wants to level up, he can only enter a copy, but he doesn't have any money, and I can pay the copy ticket for him. If he doesn't bring me, no chance of practicing at all, Zhao Xian said, his smile growing wilder. This way, he'll only become nothing more than a drudge to clear the level for me, and I can sit back and enjoy the experience of hell difficulty and upgrade quickly. Zhao Xian didn't say the rest of the words, but Zhao Tian understood. After leveling up, Yi Zhe, who had no money or power, would lack equipment, skills, and summoned beasts. How could the future be a match for Zhao Xian? By the time we get to the entrance exams, after the first rank of profession, the gap between him and me will be one heaven and one earth. Yes, Zhao Tian's eyes glowed as he listened. Very appreciative. Worthy of being my Zhao Tian's son. Thoughtful. Tomorrow you guys go to the duplicate entrance early and find a way to get Yi Zhe to team up with you. Zhao Xian looked smug. Don't worry Dad. Yi Zhe has no choice at all. Zhao Tian urged. By the way, I heard that he is favored by the city lord. Surface work must be done before he is overtaken by you. Understood. Early the next morning, Zhao Xian was at the entrance to the novice copy, but he couldn't find Yi Zhe in any way. Then, after waiting for 5 or 6 hours, his original confident smile turned grim once again. Damn, where's the Yezers? Until there was a regular class student who said he seemed to have seen Yezer leaving the city. Zhao Xian then realized that Yi Zhe had no intention of practicing in the duplicate at all. He had long made plans to get out of town. It was ridiculous that Zhao Xian, himself, was still under the delusion that he could pass the copy ticket and get Yi Zhe to give him contemporary practice. This not only didn't work out, but he lost 5 or 6 hours of his own practicing time. Zhao Xian immediately let out a roar. Damn! How dare he leave the city? Plants dash! Yi Zhe was completely unaware of Zhao Xian's clownish behavior. Wearing a spirit contract cloak, he arrived alone at the city's southern gate of Lingyuan City. The majestic walls of the city separate the thriving interior of the city from the crisis outside. The southern part of Lingyuan City was theoretically the human living area closest to the abyss. Here, weapon stores, blacksmith stores, apothecary stores, and so on are fully spread out on both sides of the street. Yi Zhe entered the apothecary store and bought a few bottles of blood pills and antidote potions. Once you're out of town, there are no more safe copy areas. Rather, it is the polluted land where there are infinite unknowns and horrible evils. He walked to the entrance of the city, but was immediately stopped by 4 demon suppression army guards. High school students are not allowed to leave town alone. You can go to your parents, or your teacher can come and take you. Fortunately, Yi Zhe was prepared and took out the teacher-approved identification. Abyssal Investigations Section, Special Investigations Commissioner Yezer. On a mission. The 4 guards' expressions became solemn. Zhang made a military salute towards Yi Zhe. Understood. I hope you return safely. 2 of the guards saluted him and the remaining 2 opened the south gate of the city for him. Yi Zhe lightly exhaled and stepped out of the gate of Lingyuan City, heading toward the agreed-upon location of the scout battalion. Chapter 16, Entering the Contaminated Land. Experience skyrocketed -5 levels. Outside of Lin Yuan City, it was comparable to another world. The endless wilderness was accompanied by a faint mist in the distance, and it seemed that even the air was somewhat oppressive. Yizhe passed through an unknown ruin and drifted away from the gate of Lin Yuan City. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a hidden camp. From the outside, it was just an ordinary practice field, but arriving deeper through a patch of sand, an imposing sign was visible. The Demon Army, a special army that was established by Huaxia to fight against the Abyss. The scout battalion that Yizhe was preparing to head to was one of them. The contaminated land, however, was not far from the barracks, and was firmly blocked by the barracks of the Demon Suppression Army. Stop! Tuzhan Demon Army guards called out to Yizhe, show your identification. It was the same as at the city gates, but the process of identifying the Jin Demon Army was far more detailed. First iris recognition, then voice recognition. Finally, proficiency testing is also needed. Yizhe, Summoner, 4 level, High School Student, Special Investigations Commissioner. After seeing Yizhe's identification, the two guards looked at each other. With each recitation, there was a little more incredulity in his tone. You show off your professional skills. Yizhe nodded and summoned the squirrel. After seeing that the summoner's skill was correct, the two guards verified it and guided Yizhe into the scout camp of the Jin Demon Army. And then, the duo couldn't help but sigh. Level 4 dares to enter the polluted land. Are all young people so brave nowadays? Enter the scout camp. Yizhe then saw dozens of youths in different costumes gathered here, with different occupations. All seemed to be like me, here to participate in a temporary scouting mission. In recent years, polluted places have been appearing more and more rapidly. When the Jin Demon soldiers do not have enough manpower, they will recruit temporary scouts for all professionals in the society. Temporary scouts would open up and scout the polluted land according to the arrangements of the Demon Suppression Army. The unknowns and opportunities involved have kept a lot of people involved. Yezer sized it up. Half are freshman students at various universities. The other half are members of civic guilds. There's only one high school student, and that's Yezer. The moment he, a bold level 4 professional, entered the room, he became the center of the entire room's attention. Everybody listen to me. Suddenly, a veteran soldier dressed in the uniform of the Jin Demon Army walked over. I'm the 1st Battalion Commander of the Scout Battalion, Su Feng. First of all, welcome to the opening of Contaminated Land number 19. Upon hearing this sentence, the crowd, which had been in various postures, stood up. It's time to get down to business. Afterwards, everyone received a package each, and Yizhe opened it and looked at it. A call for help charm. A description of the 19th Contaminated Land. A temporary ID nameplate. Battalion Commander Su Feng clarified. Upon entering the polluted land, once you find a high-level evil demon, use the call for help talisman at the first opportunity. It's up to me or the other members of the 3rd and 4th orders to deal with the high-ranking evil demons, and your task is to clean up all the low-level demon soldiers, all the harvests, the spoils of war. You can take them for yourselves, or you can exchange them for military points. Hearing this, many people's complexions began to blaze. Yizhe, on the other hand, quickly read through the description of Contaminated Land number 19. The evil aura of the Abyss will contaminate the land of the Blue Planet and become a polluted land. And the contaminated places in each place will be named zones with numbers from number 1 backward, according to the sequence and strength of the contamination. Number 19, the latest and weakest to appear in this polluted land. Great for practicing, Yizhe thought silently. Battalion Commander Su Feng spoke succinctly and finally announced, everyone is ready to go. It's fine to do it in a group or solo, and you can also pick up the bounty quest before you go. It all counts as military service. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd began to contact the team. Most people are level 10 and out, and group openings work best and are a bit safer. But Yizhe here, shaped and alone, didn't have anyone willing to team up with him. A level 4 professional is the weakest here. Someone whispered, is this man seriously ill? Level 4 coming to a polluted place? I'm afraid it's not some second-generation family that doesn't know any better and wants to come out and rebel a little. Level 4. This isn't coming in through the back door, is it? Have you ever seen anyone who came through the back door in order to come to the polluted land to die? While the crowd was talking, Yizhe arrived at the bounty quest point. Team up? He hadn't thought about it, much less needed it. Instead, it was the Scout Battalion's bounty mission that interested him. Scout Battalion Bounty List. Collecting faceless demon and blood-wrecked demon corpses, 20 military honors per corpse, no upper limit. Searching for lost materials in Contaminated Land number 19, 500 military merit, can be picked up. Mapping of Contaminated Land number 19, 300 military credits. The more complete the map, the higher the military credit. There were dozens of bounty quests, and Yi Zhe read almost all of them. Whether or not it can be accomplished is another story. It's always good to make an impression first. I just don't know. How can this military honor be exchanged for rewards? Yi Zhe searched for half a day, but he couldn't find a use for military honors. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze drifted behind them. A girl in black approached, well-proportioned and tall, with a light and steady pace that looked energized. But when she opens her mouth, it's full-on imperial. Little brother, how dare you come here when you don't even know how to use your military honors? Yi Zhe turned his head and was met with a clear and delicate little face with a playful smile. It looks just a year or two older than himself, probably a student at some university. Yi Zhe raised his eyebrows. By what right do you call me little brother? You're not very big. The black-clothed girl continued. For 1,000 military merits, you can go to the first-floor treasure vault of the Demon Suppression Army and pick a treasure. 2,000 military functions on the second level. 4,000 on the third level. And so on. Of course, if you want to trade military honors for money, you can do that too. Yi Zhe's eyes lit up. Go to the treasure and pick it yourself? The treasures of the Demon Suppressor Army were much richer than the treasures of the Lin Yuan City Lord. That's not a bad reward, the girl in black said, bending her eyes and smiling. Got it? Little brother. Brother. Afterwards, she didn't give Yi Zhe a chance to retort at all. After accepting the bounty quest of searching for lost materials, he turned around and left. Yi Zhe face confused. This girl flirting after leaving, completely unable to feel the bottom and he actually couldn't see his opponent's level at all with the scouting panel. The gap can be detected within 20 levels. Is she wearing a shielding prop? Yi Zhe muttered and decided not to think about it anymore. Just think of it as a college girl who passed by and flirted with her. He then entered the contaminated land of 19 alone. Although this is the least polluted, but at the moment, it was also a desolate and gloomy scene, and the air seemed to be obscured by gray clouds, through which only the slightest light shone. Rumor has it that this was originally a scenic spot to come. Yi Zhe sighed, but now it was completely tainted by the abyssal aura. Stepping into the polluted land, he immediately summoned the shadow squirrel. Go scout ahead. After Yi Zhe's command, the squirrel split into two shadow doppelgangers and began to carpet scout ahead. If we are talking about being a scout, with Shadow Squirrel's ability, at worst, he can mix a scout official establishment. Skills are too good for that. Combined with the fact that the contaminated land sees no light and is all shadows, the shadow squirrels are like fish out of water. Shortly after leaving, the squirrels quickly sent word. There's an evil demon infesting the left front? Yi Zhe stared closely at the target location and found a decayed gray-green body with a twisted and hideous face. Corpse Demon, LV10. Type, Ordinary Level Magic Soldier. Attributes, Strength 50, Constitution 45, Agility 47, Spirit 1. Trait, Lifeless Body. Even if any body part is left, it has the ability to move and will attack the enemy. Skills, Corrosive Poison, Embrace of the Dead. It's so much stronger than the Wraiths in the replica. Not only higher levels and attributes, but also bizarre traits that belonged exclusively to evil demons. Evil traits, similar to human talents, are powerful and serve a variety of purposes. There are some evil demons whose characteristics are even completely unknown. It only appears on the data panel when it is killed by the occupiers and the trait is recorded. This is one of the reasons why the Abyss and the evil demons are so difficult to deal with. There are too many unknown evils. But right now, this corpse demon was still a good solution for Yi Zhe. Summon the panda. Use Taiji internal energy. Better smash him with one palm. Let it not have a single body part left. I don't believe it won't die. The panda's body was agile, and he quickly threw out his palms. With the addition of Yi Zhe's 2 spirit contract equipment, the summoned beasts moved 100% faster and had a 50% faster attack speed. A palm swift as the wind. With a pop sound, the Taiji internal energy attached to this palm slapped the corpse demon to pieces. This is comparable to a level 10 warrior profession of the corpse devil. Instantly be seconded. Ah no, half a hand short. Only to see that the corpse demon's entire body was smashed to pieces by the slap. But due to its posture of raising its hand, it survived with half of its hand. The half of the hand twisted frantically on the ground, desperately trying to grab at the panda and Yezer. Still not high enough attributes. This palm actually didn't even kill it. Yezer was a bit regretful. But in the distance, a level 11 archer glanced over and rubbed his eyes in fear. Word 10. Did I read that right? That level 4 professional summoned beast is killing level 10 necromancers in seconds? A few of the men in the same party as him, who did not have the bowman's superb vision, did not see it but did not believe it in the slightest. Killing a level 10 corpse demon in seconds? Dream on. Who doesn't know how hard it is to kill a necromancer? A few of us are just level 10 professionals. If that person can second a corpse demon, Wouldn't he be able to second us as well? Just kidding. Man. Level 4 seconds to level 10. That's a bit too much. The bullman scratched his head, gradually began to doubt their eyes. On the other side, the squirrel saw that there was still half a hand left on the ground and decisively made up for it. The red demon blade chopped the severed hand into pieces with 2 slashes. Experience this just finally arrived. Kill corpse demon, LV10. Gain plus 90 experience. 90 points of experience. I'm sure it wasn't in vain. The experience here is several times higher than a copy. Upgrades are as fast as you can imagine. Yizhe looked at the experience bar, level 4, 895/1300. 5 more necromancers to go before we can upgrade. Yizhe suddenly had an efficient idea. Squirrel, you go get the shadow divergent to draw the monsters. Start by drawing 5 of them together. Panda, wait for the necromancers to gather. You'll kill them in seconds with Twin Peaks slamming ranged damage. While one punch might not kill a necromancer, one shot of ranged damage would definitely kill a lot. Shadow Squirrel nodded his head obediently. Luring monsters was no problem for him. I'm just afraid there aren't enough monsters around. Half a minute later, the 5 necromancers that had been lured from 5 directions crashed together due to the lure of the shadow doppelganger. The panda fisted and his palm whistled. Taiji, Twin Peaks through the ear. The Taiji internal energy attached to the large range damage directly crushed the 5 necromancers into pieces. Kill corpse demon *5. Gain experience plus 450. Ding! Your level has been raised to level 5. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Chapter 17, 5th word, Battlefield Legends. Evil Elite. In just under 10 minutes of entering the polluted lands, you've picked up a couple hundred experience, up to level 5. This upgrading speed, if the other students preparing for the college entrance exam knew about it, I'm afraid they would die of envy. 5 free attribute points, which Yizhe added to spirituality as usual. A new word extraction is then opened. With a thought, the sea of golden glittering words surrounded Yizhe once again. I hope for a combat class phrase. After all, the polluted land he was in at the moment was best characterized by danger and the unknown. One never knows what crisis or oddity may appear in the next moment. The stronger the fighting force, the stronger the bottom line in the face of change. With this in mind, Yezer reached out and jerked his hand toward the sea of words. You have drawn the golden legend word, Battlefield Legend. Battlefield Legends, Legends of the Battlefield. Unparalleled battle experience and combat skills. Yizhe was a bit excited. I'll go. So you. The Battlefield Legend in front of him was undoubtedly a top-notch battle class phrase. Battlefield combat experience is often the hardest to improve. Why is the Zhenmai army generally more powerful than the professionals in the community? One of the reasons for this was that they had experienced the baptism of the abyssal battlefield countless times. Like Su Feng, the commander of the scout battalion, who was obviously a veteran of 100 battles. Compared to newcomers like them, even at the same realm, they could be easily suppressed, which was the lead in experience and skill. And Battlefield Legends are, obviously, more powerful than the level of a 100 war veteran. Yizhe thought about it for a while and decided that it would be better to empower the panda. Pandas in head-to-head combat have a greater need for combat experience and skill. Battlefield Legends word granted. Summoned Beast, Kung Fu Panda upgraded from Orange Epic, Epic 6 stars. In rare and exceptional quality, 5 stars is the highest level, while in epic quality, the highest is 6 stars. Just one step away from the golden legend. If other summoners were to learn of this rate of ascension, they would be afraid that they would go crazy. And at the same time, the attribute enhancement that comes with it is even greater. Strength, 113153. Physical fitness, 77127. Agility, 92142. Spirit, 64114. Acquired talent skill, long time. Legendary might. It hasn't evolved, but it has 2 more natural techniques. Yezer viewed them one by one with interest. Longtime warrior, legend, reduces skill cooldown, skill consumption, and stamina consumption by 50%, and reduces the effects of negative effects by 80%. Legendary prestige, legendary, including yourself. Surrounding teammates' attacks are increased by 25%. Attack speed is increased by 40%, and morale is greatly increased. The consumption of all attacks is reduced by a full 50%. Simply doubles the panda's staying power in combat. The original Tai Chi skill, which had a 1-minute cooldown period after use, now only took 30 seconds. And there is an additional effect of the aura skill. Yezer looked at his and Squirrel's status bars, and sure enough, there was one more. Legendary Prestige, Aura. An aura effect that lasts for all targets within a specific range. And Yezer suddenly had an idea. Maybe use the Spirit Binding Ring to replicate the panda's aura skill. Make 2 auras stack on top of each other? Double Lore Aura if you can. Double Crispy. He raised his hand to use the spirit contract ring to copy the panda's natural skill, legendary prestige. Spirit deed, you have copied Kung Fu Panda's natural skill, legendary prestige. Duplicated skill, shadow escape, has been replaced by legendary prestige. The copy was successful. And Yi Zhe once again looked at the status bar. Legendary prestige, aura, from Kung Fu Panda. Legendary prestige, aura, from Summoner Yezer. 50% attack bonus. And 80% attack speed bonus. Sure enough, double bonus. Yi Zhe's face showed joy. In this way, with the double bonus of attack power and attack speed, the speed of brushing monsters was instantly much faster. Keep brushing up, trying to get 2 more levels within the day. Temporary scout openings are not always available and last 2 or 3 days at most. Yi Zhe needed to hurry up and brush up the monsters to upgrade. However, with the experience from the previous wave, Yi Zhe's efficiency in brushing the monsters this time was much too fast. Squirrel's shadow split to lure monsters, then Panda's ranged damage to spike them. Perhaps it was because of the necromancer's 1-point mental attribute and less than lucid sanity that led to a very successful monster attraction, and a panda with a big increase in attributes. A group of seconds in one palm. Yezer's experience keeps soaring. The only problem was that the number of necromancers became progressively scarcer. Meanwhile, the scout camp. Battalion Commander Su Feng sat in charge of the scout battalion, and separately arranged for several clerks to monitor the anomalies of the contaminated land. In front of them was a single vital signs monitor. Although the instruments couldn't monitor the fluctuations of the evil demons, they could check on the scouts and record the progress and problems of the opening at the first opportunity. On the virtually constructed sand model, dozens of points of light representing scouts kept advancing. Pushing forward has been both fast and slow. Su Feng mused alone. The difficulty of polluted land number 19 is actually this great? This is just the first wave of evil, advancing twice as slowly as 18. He looked at the points of light of the crowd. Some were blocked, causing slow progress. Some were even being chased back by the evil demons. Su Feng shook his head and looked away. In the next second, he froze, unspeakable shock appearing in his eyes. Only the point of light representing Yi Zhe was seen riding on a wave. Most of the remaining scouts had only advanced a few hundred meters. As for Yi Zhe, in just 1 hour, he had already killed 4,000 to 5,000 meters deep into the polluted land. This advancement speed was a full 7 or 8 times faster than the other squads. And, looking at that point of light, only alone, this showed that he was surprisingly faster at solo brushing than the others in a group. Su Feng rubbed his eyes and read it again. There's no mistaking it. That point of light's open progress continues. This speed was simply comparable to the most professional scouts of the Jin Demon Army. Su Feng's eyes widened as he pointed at the point of light. Who is this person? Check this man's nameplate for me. Who the hell is he? The points of light are a record of vital signs, and the corresponding target can be retrieved when fed back to the barracks through the nameplate. A scout battalion clerk checked and reported back. It's that senior from the War Academy, Yi Zhe. Hearing this result, Su Feng was dumbfounded as he remembered this name. Is that the lowest ranked level 4 summoner? Yes, level 4, the summoner profession, is now level 5. The clerk glanced at the information coming back from the nameplate and confirmed. Su Feng let out a hiss and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Summoner, isn't that a late stage profession? Level 5 and that's so fierce? Whose ministry is this anyway? Could it be a rich kid whose family provides exceptional summoning beasts? That doesn't have that kind of strength. Su Feng was completely baffled. Mother her. At first, when I looked at this level 4 summoner, I thought it was some backdoor in to gild the resume. Participation in the polluted lands openings is a plus at various universities. Previously, there were also many disciples from rich families who came to the scout battalion on purpose to gild the lily. But those people, empty of equipment and skills, had extremely poor combat levels and mental qualities. There's no way there's any chance of that kind of one-shot ability. Su Feng secretly thought to himself. It's a good seedling. Again, he instructed the clerk. Focus on him. He's dealing with mere ordinary demon soldiers now, but he has a low level and little battlefield experience. So if he runs into an elite level, he might suffer a big loss. Be sure to keep me informed when the time comes. Monitoring clerk, understood. I can't believe the experience is over 80% so quickly. Inside the replica, after an hour of brushing monsters with all his might, Yi Zhe was in a good mood as he looked at the skyrocketing experience bar. Beside him, the panda slapped out a palm, and with his current attributes, he easily slapped the last of the necromancers around him to pieces. Kill corpse demon. Gain experience 90. Rank 5, 1755/2100. There still aren't enough monsters in the polluted lands. Yi Zhe couldn't help but let out an inappropriate human emotion. But for him, if there were more monsters, he couldn't say that he would have just upgraded by now. After all, For a panda with long experience in the battlefield, physical exertion had been kept to a minimum, as if it would never tire at all. Yi Zhe is even more do not even need to move their hands, and even some sleepy, and at that moment, a squirrel shadow doppelganger sent back information that made Yi Zhe much more refreshed. Elite level evil demons appearing at 8 o'clock? In order to effectively detect the monster's location, Yi Zhe sent out 12 squirrel shadow doppelgangers in 12 momentary directions, searching in all directions. As soon as there is a movement around the area, it is immediately known. He set off decisively, following the shadow doppelganger's guidance and leaning over quietly. Sure enough, it was a mini-boss, a skeletal monster that stood over 2 meters tall. Its entire body was made up of countless blood-red bones spliced together, with ghostly cold blue flames emanating from the eye sockets of its skull, and its fingertips were all sharp bone spikes. Blood-wrecked demon, LV-15. Type, Evil Elite. Chapter 18, You can't even stop an elite monster? Is this a high school student? Sure enough, it's more than just a little bit stronger than a normal level magic soldier. Seeing his opponent's attributes, Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh. The leveling of magical beasts is the same as that of summoned beasts. The level division of evil demons, on the other hand, was completely different from the first two, but rather quite similar to the ancient human designation. They are divided into ordinary, elite, general, commander, king, and emperor, also called devil soldier, devil lieutenant, devil general, devil marshal, devil king, devil emperor. No one knows where these evil levels come from. Just know that they strictly represent strength and status. Just like this blood skeleton demon in front of Yi Zhe, it was not at all comparable to an ordinary corpse demon. Blood-wrecked demon, LV-15. Type, elite level demon captain. Attributes, strength 116, physique 99, agility 108, spirit 30. Trait, blood demon berserk. When an enemy is wounded, the blood-wrecked demon goes completely insane, tripling its attack and attack speed. Skills, blood poison sting, bone spike, bone shield. The combat power of just one level 15 elite was no weaker than that of a warrior of the same level. Yi Zhe instantly understood. No wonder, since the abyss descended, countries around the globe, including China, had been losing ground, and their survival environment had been continuously compressed. That's just the evil elite. There were even stronger demon generals, demon kings, demon zuns, and even demon emperors. How terrifying the strength should be. However, the good thing was that, as far as the moment was concerned, Yezer's confidence was undiminished. If it was an epic 2-star panda, I'm afraid it would take some effort to face the blood-wrecked demon. But panda now epic 6 stars, 2 slaps at the most. No more. However, as Yi Zhe quietly leaned over, he realized that he was actually preceded by someone else. Nope, it would be better to say it was the blood-wrecked demon, which had found its prey. Below, in the middle of a rubble ruin, the blood skeleton demon and 3 corpse demons were hunting a scouting squad. There were 4 people in the squad, all level 11 and 12 professionals. However, when faced with the blood-wrecked demon, it was completely unable to resist. The blood skeleton demon was able to unleash both bone shield and pull out bones from its body to unleash bone spike, making it tricky to use both offense and defense. Not to mention the hard-to-kill necromancers on the side. Forget about the corpse demon for now. Fully focus on the blood skeleton demon. It's going to be too much to handle. The captain of the squad who spoke was a first-rank giant sword fighter, but other than him and an assassin, the remaining 2 were remote. An archer, a priest, and both of them girls were in physical and psychological discomfort against a disgusting evil demon like a necromancer. The archer girl said, "Can't leave it alone. They're getting close." She's talking about, like, the priest in the back row. The soft priest, who already had a low agility attribute, was constantly approached from the flank by the necromancer, especially after being struck and wounded. The remaining arms of the necromancer writhing on the ground were particularly oozing. "I'll deal with the corpse demon first." The archer girl was talking as the bow and arrow triple shot struck to ease the priest girl's crisis. However, the captain's urgent call was violently heard. "Lin Fei Fei, quickly hide," only to see that the blood-wrecked demon pulled out a rib on his body and transformed it into a bone thorn spear. Whoosh out towards the back row. Luckily, the archer girl named Lin Fei Fei had a sturdy stance and avoided the key points. Instead, a bone spur grazed the denim pants on his leg. Tear dash. Lin Fei Fei's long, straight, well-proportioned legs revealed small patches of white skin from her torn jeans, but there was a blood color floating above the skin. She was struck by a bone spur. It's over. Several of the team's faces turned pale, only to see the ghostly cold blue fire in the eye sockets of the blood-wrecked demon's skull change into a terrifying blood-red color. After a roar, blood demon berserk activated. Once someone was wounded, The blood-wrecked demon's attack and attack speed instantly tripled. It was already a tough fight before, but now it's even tougher. But the captain of the giant sword fighter profession didn't say much, and playfully blocked the evil demon, yelling, "Use the cry for help charm. Call for help talisman. When used, it will send a signal to the military camp, and the masters of the scout battalion will come as soon as possible." But that's just in theory. The scout battalion was already understaffed, so who knows if there are any masters available now. What's more, with the blood skeleton demon's current combat power, whether it could sustain itself until support arrived was still another matter. This is the danger of the scouting mission. Who would have thought that in a flash of lightning, the situation would be fatal in an instant? Although Yi Zhe did not recognize these people, he was not prepared to stand by and watch. Anyway, he must get his hands on the experience of this evil demon elite. Squirrel, control the blood-wrecked demons. Panda, take care of them one by one. Yezer gave an order, only to see that the blood-wrecked demon, who was originally prepared to kill madly, was suddenly unable to move as if it was grabbed by the neck. In front of it, the gladiator captain, who was in a good defensive position, had his brain go down a bit when he noticed this scene. What happened? And in the back row, the three necromancers were preparing to deal with the two girls when the panda swung out with two palms in the air. The Taiji internal energy, which was like flowing water, erupted within the range of the corpse demon. Boom dash, kill corpse demon *3, gain experience 270, kill 3 necromancers in one hit. What power! The eyes of the two long-range profession girls widened, and the girls who were originally prepared to fight the corpse demon to the death had hope. There's expert support. It wouldn't be difficult to defeat the corpse demon, but to shatter the corpse demon with a single blow, the power required could be imagined, and the panda in front of him did it easily. Summoner. Is there a summoner profession in this scout? Lin Fei Fei, who was originally about to call for help, let go of the calling charm in her hand and couldn't help but recall it, but she thought about it for half a day. As a matter of fact, she still had some impression of this person Yi Zhe, but she didn't even think of this powerful panda summoning beast towards the then level 4 summoner Yi Zhe. But the next moment, Yezer stepped out of the shadows. It was as if the 4 people in the small group in front of them were about to stare their eyes out. It's him! I remember him! That level 4, high school kid. Seemed like he was really a summoner. Are all high school students nowadays so terrifyingly strong? The reason why the crowd remembers it so well is because not many people come to the polluted lands at level 4. People like Yi Zhe who came in single form were even more rare. But Yi Zhe didn't care about these people. His gaze stayed on the blood-wrecked demon. Do it! After killing this blood-wrecked demon, Yi Zhe had just enough experience to upgrade. Moreover, it seemed that the corpse of the blood-wrecked demon could be exchanged for a point of military credit. Hearing that Yi Zhe was going to deal with the blood-wrecked demon, the 4 people from that squad spoke out to urgently remind him. Be careful, that blood-wrecked demon is in a berserk state. Before the words were finished, the crowd's expression seemed to be completely frozen. Only the panda flew to kill the blood-wrecked demon. At this point, there was a double legendary prestige, a 50% attack bonus, and an 80% attack speed bonus. The panda swung out his palm as if bringing out residual shadows, wrapped in a strong Taiji internal energy. Snap dash! The blood skeleton demon's head shattered into a field of broken bones, and the blood-red flames in its eye sockets instantly extinguished. For a while, Lin Fei Fei and the others' eyelids danced wildly. The elite evil demon that had almost put them in a fatal crisis was just slapped to death by a level 5 summoner's summoning beast? It's even if you kill normal level 10 necromancers in seconds. You can even kill an elite evil demon in a berserk state? A few people were yelling madly inside. Is this ING high school? Chapter 19, the 6th word. Do you want to join your sister? Kill evil elite, blood-wrecked demon. Gain experience plus 375. Ding! Your level has increased to level 6. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Although Lin Fei Fei and the others looked shocked, Yi Zhe was not surprised. With the panda's current power and attack bonus, if he faces a controlled blood-wrecked demon and can't kill it in seconds, that would be worth the surprise. After the blood skeleton demon fell, 4 crystals exploded beside its corpse, and a blue equipment. Yi Zhe collected them all into his backpack space, including the corpse of the blood skeleton demon. At least you can exchange it for 20 military honors at the scout camp, so you can't waste it. The 4 people in the squad next to them, although they were also involved in the battle, did not have any idea of sharing the loot at all. With the 4 of them, it looked like the battle was fierce, but in reality, they had hit at most 10% of the blood-wrecked demon's blood bar. If it wasn't for Yi Zhe, it wasn't certain if they would have survived. The giant sword fighter captain of the squad took the initiative to clasp his fists towards Yi Zhe. Little brother. Ah no. This expert. Many thanks for making a move to save his life. Even if Yi Zhe was younger than them, the rank is lower than theirs. However, with the combat prowess just now, no one dared to belittle the teenager in front of them anymore. To have this kind of combat power at just level 6, how terrifying it would be if they were at the same level as them. So now, a group of level 10 first-order professions called a level 6 an expert, and no one even felt there was a problem. You're from the East China Hunter Guild? Yi Zhe couldn't help but ask a question when he saw the insignia on this captain's clothes. The Hunters Guild, among the civil guilds in the East China region, was a top 10 existence, comparable to Zhao. Businesses include taking on commissions, hunting, raiding field duplicates, and more. Yi Zhe had originally thought that if he couldn't get into college, joining a civil guild would be good. But now, there's no need to think about that. The captain said, "Right, I'm an official member of the East China Hunter Guild. Fu Shan, there are 3 other teammates, all in the Hunters Guild. You can always call us if you need help." Sure enough, these 4 people were in the same organization, a team that had cooperated, or else they couldn't have killed here so quickly. It was only a pity that it was still difficult to deal with the Blood Wreck Demon. Thinking about the high amount of experience of the Blood Wreck Demon, Yi Zhe couldn't help but ask again, "Have you seen any other evil elite? That's 375 points of experience for killing elites. It was several times stronger than the Corpse Demon, and not much worse than the final boss of the Hell Copy. If I can brush up on a few more, the next upgrade won't be far off." But Hu Shan on the opposite side of the table suddenly had a bitter smile on his face. "I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it this far if we had encountered an elite evil demon before. The evil elite, extraordinarily dangerous to most temporary scouting squads. After all, most of the temporary scouts were out of level 10, and facing a level 15 evil demon elite, there was a risk of regimentation if they weren't careful, and it was hard for Hu Shan to accept. This level 6 high school student in front of him was actually prepared to specialize in killing the evil demon elite. There really is a bit of a difference between people." Seeing Yi Zhe nodding, he didn't continue talking. Hu Shan also had the sense to stop interrupting, and prepared to lead the team back to continue killing the zombie demons. On her way out, the archer girl, whose leg was bandaged, waved her hand. "Expert little brother, my name is Lin Fei Fei. If you need manpower you can call me O." Of course, Yezer is clearly a one-shot, and Lin Fei Fei doesn't care. It doesn't matter if you can't form a team. Making a bit of an impression on the master is the main thing. Yezer politely declined. After a few people left, he once again took out bamboo and pine cones to feed the summoned beasts and rested for the time being, continuing to probe around by Squirrel's shadow doppelganger. He then looked at the piece of equipment that had exploded. Blood skeleton armor, rare assassin's equipment. Fixed defense plus 10, strength plus 25, constitution plus 25. 20% of damage dealt will be turned into a shield. Level 10, assassin's armor, which also comes with a fixed defense rare phrase. The equipment effects are also quite mind-blowing. You can see the equipment level behind. 10 level. Yi Zhe is helpless. This is not a copy. Level 15 elite evil demons. The only equipment that can be popped out is level 10 or 15. Between eating it for the panda and saving it for the squirrel, Yi Zhe chose the latter. Still have to upgrade quickly, otherwise the equipment that pops up here is unwearable. It can't be helped. Who let him brush monsters of too high a level? Afterwards, Yi Zhe put away his equipment and opened one of the word extractions he had gained at level 6. I wonder what it will be this time. The sea of golden words that only Yi Zhe could see reappeared, swirling and flowing around him. A few moments later, a golden eye-like pattern rested in front of it. You have drawn the golden legend level word, Eye of Insight. Eyes of Insight, insight into all information about the target, parsing all surrounding situations, able to see through enemy concealment or camouflage. This seems like a better fit for myself. For a professional, this word ability is simply too good to pass up. Between professionals, it was difficult to detect information other than occupation and rank. If you use the Eye of Insight to learn about your opponent's talents, skills, etc. in advance before the battle, you will undoubtedly have the upper hand. And the effects of the Eye of Insight don't stop there. Yezer tried it out, giving the words to himself. The Eye of Insight word was given successfully. Sure enough, I was able to give it to myself. It's just a shame it didn't add any other attributes. Yi Zhe looked at his talent column, and sure enough, there was an additional Eye of Insight. It was as if more understanding of the Eye of Insight had been added to his mind. So that's the effect of being given words. Try S ability to parse your surroundings first. Yi Zhe was still very much looking forward to the effect of this article. His gaze locked onto the ground, in a small pit that had been lifted by the panda's Taiji internal energy. The Eye of Insight. In an instant, the pupils of his eyes changed to a golden color. Torrents of data flowed across the field of vision, spreading like a golden thread from the depths of the pupil. The next moment, A message box appeared next to the small pit in his gaze. A small crater left by the aftermath of the internal energy, parsing everything around you, turned out to be the case. A normal professional's detection spell can only be used on professionals and monsters, and the Eye of Insight makes every blade of grass a target for his parsing. With this ability, nothing that happens around him can escape his eyes. He turned his head and looked at the ground around him. Battle Mark's Blood-Wrecked Demon fought with a human professional. Blood-Wrecked Demon died. Yi Zhe looked excited. He's literally the strongest detective right now. If only I could make another trip to the City Lord's treasure trove right now. Those unknown props, I should be able to easily identify them as well. This effect made Yi Zhe very satisfied with the phrase. Intuition told him that this ability would be of great use in the future. Whether it's a battlefield or a contaminated land, mastering intelligence is equivalent to mastering your opponent's lifeblood. Ah! Yezer's eyes shifted again. However, the intelligence in front of him made him freeze. Scouting Spirit, a scouting-type skill released by professional Dark Spirit Assassin, appeared half a minute ago. Darkling Assassin? There's someone else coming. Yi Zhe closed his Eye of Insight and suddenly heard the laughter like a silver bell from behind. Little brother. So powerful that you can kill the evil demon elite. Want to? With your sister? Chapter 20. What bad thoughts can a rich woman have? Hearing this familiar laughter, Yi Zhe subconsciously looked back. It was the girl in black that I ran into earlier. She was alone, and her figure, wrapped in a black dress, was luscious and curvaceous. The appearance was clear and delicate, full of vigor, manifesting the breath of youth, while the pair of soulful peach blossom eyes, with a smile, surveyed Yi Zhe. Want to think about considering teaming up with your sister? Obviously she's not that old, but she's a big sister. Yi Zhe didn't say anything, realizing a problem. He'd obviously sent the squirrel's shadow doppelganger out to scout, but there was no sign of the girl at all. The opponent avoided all shadow split detection. It's not easy, and he couldn't even see his opponent's level or occupation when he used the scouting panel before. Seeing that Yi Zhe didn't speak, the black-clothed girl laughed again. You're here to upgrade in preparation for the entrance exams, right? I found an evil stronghold with at least 10 evil elites. 10 evil elite. If all of them were killed, not only would it be enough for him to move up another level, but it would also give him nearly 1,000 more experience points. It was as if Yi Zhe had already seen the image of his experience bar skyrocketing. Almost offhandedly, he said, "Where?" The black-clothed girl froze for a moment, then said with a look of forbearance, "I'm at least a pretty girl, and you're ignoring me. You're so excited when it comes to the news of the elite evil demons?" She sighed helplessly. "Ugh, how are you going to find a girlfriend in the future like this?" The words of the black-clothed girl were a bit modest. Not only was she considered a beautiful woman, she was even at least in the top 2 among the girls Yi Zhe had seen. However, Yi Zhe was in a polluted place and the other party's strength was mysterious, so he had to maintain due vigilance. But now, with the Eye of Insight in place, Yi Zhe was able to feel her out. In an instant, the Eye of Insight was unleashed, locked onto the black-clad girl in front of him. A super-detailed personal panel was displayed in his field of vision. Ruan Xiaoyu, occupational information, rare profession, Dark Spirit Assassin, rank, 19, First Order, attributes, strength 186, plus 80, constitution 152, plus 60, agility 206, plus 105, spirit 174, plus 10, equipment attribute bonuses in parentheses, skills, Dark Spirit Assault LV6, excellent, Phantom Step LV4, excellent, equipment, Phantom Short Dagger, epic, Shielding Ring, excellent, assessment of potential, excellent, personal data, age, 19, affiliation, freshman, assassin department, East China Martial Arts University, father, Tingguin Bin Tui, mother, Lu Mei, tutor, Yingguin Bin Tui, awards, 79th place nationally in the last professional high school, 10th place in the East China Genius Special Training Camp, kindergarten jumping champion, life skills, bomb making, trap making, egg scrambling, preferred colors, black, gray, white, triple, 86, sex wine, 90. When he saw the circumference data, the corner of Yi Zhe's mouth twitched as he turned off his Eye of Insight. He hadn't expected the information to be so detailed at all. It was close to reporting the color of the other person's underwear to himself. This Eye of Insight, it simply beat all the detection skills Yi Zhe had ever seen. I couldn't see her information before, so it was true that she was wearing the anti-detection equipment shield ring, but under the Eye of Insight, nothing is hidden. But Yezer was a bit puzzled again. Ruan Xiaoyu, level 19 Dark Spirit Assassin with extremely high attributes, and it's just short of doing the transfer quests for the second rank of the profession. With such a high rank, plus being a high achiever from the East China Martial Arts University, why would you come to a polluted place? East China Martial Arts University. but it's the top university in East China. There are various types of practice, resources, trial copies, and state grants for higher learning. With these conditions, where's the best place to practice? What's wrong with you? Seeing that Yi Zhe's expression was a bit unnatural, Ruan Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes flashed with an interrogative gaze. Why do you keep staring at your sister? Want to know what she does for a living? Because he was too focused on reading the information from the Eye of Insight just now, Yi Zhe decisively changed the topic. Ahem. Nothing. Let's talk about the evil stronghold? The black-clothed girl, Ruan Xiaoyu, curiously said, agreed to form a team so quickly? Yezer's reason is simple. The odds are that the characters in the top 100 of the last national high school exams were not sociopathic and dangerous. And, looking at her in excellent equipment and excellent skills, is obviously a little rich woman. What could a rich woman possibly have in mind? What's more, with Ruan Xiaoyu's ability at level 19, she has to find someone to team up with. That evil demon stronghold. It must not be simple. Then introduce yourself. My name is Ruan Xiaoyu. You can call me sister. The black-clothed girl arched her eyebrows and naturally gave a bright smile. Yi Zhe ignored the latter part of her sentence and opened his mouth. My name is Yi Zhe, and I'm a summoner. Not being able to hear Yi Zhe call for his sister made Ruan Xiaoyu nuzzle. Well, you can kill the evil elite solo, right? Yi Zhe thought about it. It seemed that the scouting spirit of Ruan Xiaoyu from before had probably seen the scene where he collected the corpse of the blood-wrecked demon. He admitted. Right. Ruan Xiaoyu revealed a satisfied smile. That's good. So we'll have enough if we find another one that can kill elites alone. You want another one? She was a level 19 professional with all exceptional equipment skills, and after finding herself as a helper, she still found it hard to fight, and explicitly need to be able to at least single kill the evil elite. Is this evil demon stronghold so difficult to fight? Yi Zhe couldn't help but ask. Evil strongholds? From the textbook, demon suppression and resistance, polluted lands. Mostly because within the contaminated land, some sort of energy body appeared, causing the evil demons to instinctively gravitate towards the energy body. Eventually, more evil demons converged and it evolved into an evil stronghold. The energy body, on the other hand, will come in a variety of ways, like high-quality crystals, high-quality props, and so on, but polluted land number 19 had just appeared, so it was only right that it wouldn't theoretically converge on too strong a stronghold of evil. Gwen explained, resting her hands on her chest. The place is a large temple that has been taken over by evil demons, inside and out. I'm an assassin. I'm not good at fighting more than one. Even if I go and deal with those strongest ones, the remaining evil demon elites are more than 6 in number. She aggravated her tone when she said 6. In her judgment, a person who killed an evil demon elite single-handedly was probably strong enough to hold back 3 elites of the same level. If Yi Zhe was left alone, facing 6 evil demons, it would be extremely dangerous. That was why she needed to find another teammate to help Yi Zhe share the pressure. Say it. She looked at Yi Zhe with a flirtatious gaze. Could it be? You want to fight 6 by yourself? Dealing with 6 evil demon elites at the same time. Not to mention that Yi Zhe was only level 6. Even a level 16 professional would be at risk of rolling over. Yi Zhe was silent for a moment, suddenly remembering the famous words of a certain master in his previous life. He opened his mouth. No, I'm going to hit 10. Hearing this very arrogant statement, Ruan Xiaoyu didn't mock. A pair of peach blossom eyes full of smiles. You're quite daring, little brother. But when she saw Yi Zhe's expression, her small face was filled with surprise. You can't be serious? Dealing with multiple evil demons at the same time could be much more difficult than dealing with them one by one. Not to mention how difficult it was to deal with 6 elite-level evil demons at the same time. Especially for a level 6 professional. Ruan Xiaoyu can't help but recall that when she was level 6, she was still slowly practicing in her high school's novice copy. Not to mention challenging 6 evil demon elites at the same time. Even one-on-one, it was much harder. Hearing Ruan Xiaoyu's question, Yi Zhe also couldn't help but think about it seriously. After boosting to level 6, the panda's power grew to 163. If the evil demon elite was one-on-one, 1 palm was not much of a problem. If they used the ranged sparrow's tail, 2 palms was not a difficult task. But the chances of winning do go down a bit if you're dealing with 6 at once, he replied, about 99% sure. At those words, Ruan Xiaoyu stretched out her small white hand and put it on Yi Zhe's head. A level 6 professional has to deal with 6 level 15 evil demon elites. What Yezer said wasn't even you can try. Rather, 99% sure? If he didn't say he was 100% sure, should he still praise him for his modesty? Ruan Xiaoyu's eyes became suspicious. Not to mention that she can't believe it. But her second uncle's little 6-year-old niece can't believe it either. She grunted. Don't be a hard ass if you can't. Little brother. Yi Zhe laughed. If I can do it or not. You can try it yourself. Ruan Xiaoyu rested her hands on her chest and stared with a pair of peach blossom eyes, instantly interested. Just try it. However, the words had not yet fallen. A cry for help suddenly erupted in the distance. Help! Help me! The two immediately followed the sound, only to see two soft girls in rags, face pale to the extreme, fleeing seemingly even legs are a little weak and soft. Blood stained the tattered clothes as the two girls pleaded helplessly. Please, save. There are demon lieutenants back there. Many of them. The evil elite? How many? Could it be that the evil demons in the stronghold have killed their way out? Ruan Xiaoyu looked at the two girls' faces and immediately prepared to step forward. I'll go save them. If you want to prove your strength, it's just as well that you can practice with the chaser first. The words were just finished. She found Yezer's hand on her shoulder, stopping her forcefully. Ruan Xiaoyu looked back in disbelief. Only Yizei's expression was unusually calm, and a golden light seemed to be flickering in his pupils. The target is known. Skin identity, Lu Qing, temporary scout of the Human Demon Suppression Army. True identity, evil elite, skinning demon, LV-20. Chapter 21, Flaying Demons. Traveling to the evil demon stronghold. Yizei opened his eye of insight at the first moment after noticing a hint of abnormality. Sure enough, I found a problem. The two young girls in front of me, without exception, have long encountered poisonous hands, and now standing in front of them were two evil demons in disguise. Level 20 Evil Elite. Skinning Demon. The name alone gives you a sense of how weird and unpredictable its abilities are. Skinning Demon, LV-20. Type, Elite Level Demon Captain. Attributes, Strength 100, Physique 70, Agility 70, Spirit 140. Trait, Skinning, strips the skin from a corpse and blends itself within the skin, perfectly replacing the target's appearance. Skills, Shell-breaking Pounding, Skin Repair, Mimicry. Although compared to the other evil demons, the combat power of the Flayed Demon appeared to be average. However, in the data released by the military, the number of casualties caused by Flayed Demons was the highest of all the evil elites. The ability to substitute for appearance is so disorienting. Moreover, the Flayed Demon is also the most intelligent of the evil demon elite, specializing in mimicking humans. If it was any other newcomer, they would easily be tricked into going to the side of the Flaying Demon, and would be hit hard with all their strength without any defense, and would either die or be injured. And at that moment, the two Flayed Demons were still performing, playing the part of a seriously injured woman. Softly and weakly, help, please, help me. Nguyen wasn't slow to react. It's just that as a freshman, she doesn't have a lot of experience entering contaminated lands. The next moment she was stopped by Yizei. She sensed a problem. How could two girls, both seriously injured, escape from the hands of several evil elites? She twisted her head to look at Yezer, only to find that the latter had actually walked over undefended. Hey, you cut me off and ended up going over there yourself? At least wear armor. Ruan Xiaoyu yelled inwardly. With that, she backhanded an ethereal blue dagger and stood at attention. But whenever any situation arose, she could back it up as fast as she could. Only Yizei faintly walked to the two girls not far away and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry, I'll help you. Can you show me where you're hurt?" The two girls were relieved to see someone approaching as if they had been saved. Hearing Yizei's request to check their wounds, he thought that he was going to treat their wounds without the slightest surprise. One of them sidestepped and lifted his shirt, revealing the skin of his waist. "The wound here. It hurts. Come and see." It urgently invited Yezer to come closer. However, Yezer shook his head and retorted, "No, no, no, the wound isn't there." The two Flayed Demons froze for a moment, as if trying to comprehend the words. Yezer pointed at its neck. "You're wound. Here." As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a shadow squirrel emerge from the shadow of the Flayed Demon. Launch, shadow attack. The red light of the red demon blade in the squirrel's hand flashed at first, and a line of blood crossed from where Yizei's finger was. In the next second, the skinned demon head flew up, killed the evil elite, Skinning Demon, gained experience plus 500, rank, 6, 710/3100. The whole process was very quick, as if Yizei was ordering food. He had just finished pointing at his opponent's neck, and the next second, his opponent's head was in a different place. Ruan Xiaoyu, who witnessed this scene with her own eyes, was a bit stunned. Killing so decisively? Isn't he afraid he'll make a mistake in judgment and kill the wrong person? And, just by looking at the exterior, it really is a living, breathing person, or a soft girl. Yizei he killed without even the slightest hesitation. She had seen many people who had the ability to kill a skinning demon, but for someone like Yizei, who dared to be so decisive, it was the first time she had seen it, except for the veterans of the Jin Demon Army who had more than 10 years of experience. Moreover, the strength displayed by Yizei's summoned beasts was unbelievable to her. Sneaking into the shadows for an attack is simply a divine skill for assassins. Skill quality, at least epic level. She was an assassin herself, so she naturally understood the value of assassin skills, and for a while it made her a little envious. A summoned beast with skills of epic level or higher. Is this Yezer's bottom card? The strength is not weak, and the other side. After decapitating one flaying demon, the other one hadn't even reacted yet. It's too sudden. You just said a couple of words and then you make a move. Are you an evil demon or am I an evil demon? But it didn't have a chance to do it again. After the squirrel struck, two shadow doppelgangers, killed from the shadow of another flayed demon. Squirrel shadow split. You just can't use the shadow split skill, but other skills like shadow attack and the like, you can use. The shadow doppelganger only has 80% of the attack power of the main body. Just to be sure, Yizhe secretly ordered Squirrel to hide two shadow doppelgangers here, but that worry is a bit redundant. After all, with two legendary prestige auras in place, the shadow doppelganger could likewise eat the aura's attack bonus. Together with the defenseless flayed devil, 70 points of physique was like dead pine and rotten wood. A chop would break. Kill the skinning demon. Gain experience plus 500. Not bad for a level 20 evil elite. 1000 experience points. The experience bar skyrocketed by nearly one half. This was the upgrade speed he really wanted when he came to the polluted land. The headless corpses of the two flayed demons fell, and their real, rubber-like bodies were revealed. Nguyen Xiaoyu walked over, still a little surprised even after guessing the outcome. Both are flaying demons. But, how on earth did you see that? Afterwards, her peach blossom eyes couldn't help but stare at Yizhe with interest, like a little black cat with its eye on its prey, keen and curious. It is normal to be questioned in this way. Yizhe's speed of recognizing the breakthrough was too fast, almost like a 10-year veteran of the Jin demon army. The real means, the eye of insight, surely cannot be told. He hadn't gotten to know Yuan Xiaoyu well enough to know his roots. However, using the eye of insight, he did find something unusual, because evil doesn't run away. That's why they're going to be so broken when they play the escaped human. The leg movements when running away, the emotions of pleading for help, etc., are significantly different from humans. This was all taught when Ryubo Heian was in charge of the class. Of course, it can only be used as a 50% judgment call, but after being determined by the eye of insight, it instantly reached 100%. Quite literally, it's much more confident to know the answer before you answer the question. Who wouldn't copy the answers if they had them? However, just these anomalies that Yizhe uttered made Yuan Xiaoyu incomparably interested. Yizhe stood up and turned to ask, "Is there a fire?" He looked at the ground. The two deflated human skins. Yuan Xiaoyu understood what he meant and took out a flamestone from her backpack and threw it on top. The flames flared up instantly and cremated the two skins. Yizhe waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Let's try our hands." "There's no need. I've already seen what your summoned beasts are capable of. It wouldn't be fair to you to compete again." Yuan Xiaoyu laughed lightly. "Sister, I'm not a bully. Your summoned beast's ability is okay. It's just that your attributes are poor. You still have to work hard. Little brother Yizhe." She patted Yezer's shoulder as if she was comforting, and the latter was full of black lines. It's a big year for a girl. However, it would be a bit of a mistake to think that you only have one summoned beast. At that moment, Yuan Xiaoyu pointed forward. "Let's go. Then it's just the two of us. Let's go and try the evil demon stronghold." It just so happens that teammates who can single-handedly kill evil elite aren't easy to find. She had already seen Squirrel's split skill, and had a lot more confidence in Yizhe. The mind had secretly judged, with the split skill, Yizhe would be able to stall the remaining 6 evil demon elites. Raider strongholds are expected. Yizhe was likewise quite excited about that evil demon stronghold. Following Yuan Xiaoyu, the two of them left this place, one after the other, heading deeper into the polluted land of 19. Chapter 22, Sister, help take care of the students? The deeper they went, the more the faint gray mist in the air intensified. The ground was lifeless, a scene of corrupt wasteland. Passing through a dark forest, Yizhe followed Yuan Xiaoyu and arrived at a temple with a strong demonic aura. Polluted land number 19 was originally a scenic spot, and the temple in this scenic spot has now become a stronghold of evil. The temple was not a small one, and there were a few of the lowest-ranked necromancers roaming around the front door. Nguyen whispered quietly, "Remember that reward quest to search for lost materials?" It was the one that was picked up by her at the reward quest point at that time. Yizhe's memory was not bad, and he nodded. Nguyen spoke of the main purpose of the trip. That shipment of lost materials was originally a special item destined for Dongwu City. During transportation, it happened to coincide with the spread of the contaminated land, and the transporters were attacked by evil demons, resulting in the items being lost here. Upon hearing this, Yizhe's complexion was stunned. Special items shipped to Dongwu City? Dongwu City. That was the largest, most resourceful, and strongest armed center city in East China. It could be completely described as a large land, more than dozens of times stronger than Lingyuan City. Even the best university in East China, the East China Wushu University, was located in Dongwu City. Then, what special items are there that are worth transporting from other places to Dongwu City? And this mission was also offered a reward of 500 military points by the military. Yi Zei's curiosity was immediately piqued and asked, "The missing supplies that were in this temple?" Ruan Xiaoyu nodded. "Aha! What's in that supply?" Yezer was sure she must know. The bounty quest only said missing supplies, but she even knew exactly where they came from. Coupled with the fact that she was a student of the East China Martial Arts University and was originally from East Martial City, Yi Zei suspected that this was exactly why she had come. Ruan Xiaoyu's delicate and moving face suddenly hung a wry smile. "Call me sister and I'll tell you." "Yezer, a great man is born in heaven and earth. You can't sell your dignity for that. At least add more. The contents of that shipment alone won't be obvious when I go in and look through it with my insightful eyes," Yezer righteously said. "No way. Really not curious?" Ruan Xiaoyu wanted to compel a bit more, but Yi Zei didn't budge, so she wasn't disappointed. Then, turning to point at the temple. "Here, after entering the temple gate, there are 2 courtyards, east and west, 6 plus evil elites each, and some regular evils." Yi Zei followed her finger and looked over. The 2 courtyards really had more demonic aura in them than outside. He and Ruan Xiaoyu, apparently, had to deal with one side at a time. Ruan Xiaoyu seriously advised, "If you think you can't last, I'll come to support. Leave now. We have another chance to find a teammate." With the strength of the shadow squirrels that Ruan Xiaoyu had seen, it was still a bit difficult for Yi Zei to drag down a group of evil demons by himself. And hearing about that group of evil demons, Yi Zei was instead extraordinarily excited. These are walking experience packs. If there were really this many evil demon elites, then his source of experience for the next level would be expected. Yezer couldn't wait. "If I leave now, I'll have to sit up and slap myself twice in the middle of the night in my sleep," said Ruan Xiaoyu, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Okay, then try it." Once she decided to do it, she immediately got serious. A dark gray ball of energy immediately flipped out of his hand and threw it straight at the entrance of the temple. "I'm left and you're right." As soon as the words fell, she only saw her figure instantly disappear, and even directly appeared at the entrance of the temple, where the energy ball was. It's an instantaneous spirit. Yi Zei had seen the dark spirit assassin's skills, so he naturally knew what that energy ball was. As long as the transient spirit does not dissipate, the darkling assassin can be within range, consume mana, and transmute multiple times. Again, it's a rare profession, and the strength of the profession is still there. Only to see the short dagger in Ruan Xiaoyu's hand appeared, a ghostly aura flashed, and several corpse demons at the doorway were chopped into countless thin slices. Afterwards, she picked a go-for-it look at Yi Zei and killed her way into the compound on the left. In the left and right courtyards, the left side had a stronger evil demonic aura. She took it upon herself to pick a strong one. Yezer didn't dawdle. He got up and walked over. "Panda." A Tai Chi pattern spell lit up and a black and white Kung Fu Panda clad in a skinny Taoist robe appeared. This was Yezer's true fighting strength. The 10 or so evil demons in the right compound were now heading to the left to kill, attempting to surround Ruan Xiaoyu, who had entered the field first. And the panda, stopping in front of them, flashed the starting gesture of the white crane spreading its wings. Ho dash! Of the 10 or so evil demons, 6 were evil demon elites. What made Yi Zei feel more at ease was that all 6 of them were blood-wrecked devils. As long as you don't let the blood-wrecked demon strike, it's not much of a threat, Yi Zei commanded. The squirrels don't need to do anything. Send their split to search the surrounding area for any treasures. The squirrel raised both paws in the air in delight and gave a cheer. For some reason, since acquiring the treasure-sniffing phrase, the squirrel was significantly more interested in harvesting treasures. It feels like it. Fighting is just work. Treasure hunting is life. The squirrel then split into 4 shadow doppelgangers and sped off in the direction of the temple. In the courtyard, the battle was imminent. The 6 blood skeleton demons, and the 8 corpse demons, suddenly became sluggish in their actions the moment they were about to surround the panda. Although Kung Fu Panda has a round body, his moves are very flexible. The 2 bare paws on the left and right swung like traveling clouds in water, first launching the cloud hands, the retarding chi that surrounded all of the blood-wrecked demons. Then, the 2 palms slapped, the twin peaks slammed through the ears, and the powerful Taiji internal energy blasted out. Pa dash! The 4 corpse demons that bore the brunt of the blast were blown apart, puddling into a piece of mush. Kill corpse demon *4, gain experience plus 360, rank 6, 1570/3100, easy seconds. Of the evil demon elite, only 3 were in perfect condition, while the other 3 were affected by the Twin Peaks slamming wave and suffered serious injuries. Unfortunately, injuries to their own kind cannot trigger their berserk trait. The panda is 1 for 6, and even has the upper hand completely. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. The blood skeleton demon even began to sneak up on the panda, pulling out his ribs and coalescing a bone spike to fly at the panda. But Panda was a battlefield legend with unrivaled battlefield experience. The last thing that is lacking in a battlefield is a secret sneak attack. This kind can only be considered pediatric. The panda dodged and grabbed the bone spikes, using the force to throw them at the other wounded blood-wrecked demon. The speed was so fast that the latter could not react in time. CHCHCH. The blood-wrecked demon's skills were instead used to kill its own kind. Kill blood-wrecked demon, LV15. Gain experience plus 375. A blood-wrecked demon that couldn't trigger berserk was like a toothless tiger. The panda's black and white body flashed and took the initiative towards the group of evil demons. A slap, along with a bone shield, killed a severely injured blood-wrecked demon on the spot. The rest of the evil demons counterattacked with great fury. The panda comes and swims with ease. With its spirit contract exclusive set, the attack damage factor was increased to 150%, plus double lore aura, 50% attack bonus, 80% attack speed bonus. Even level 6 hitting level 15 is as easy as chopping up a melon. In less than 2 minutes, the 6 evil demon elites and the 8 corpse demons were all reduced to a piece of broken flesh and remains. Ding! You have been upgraded to level 7. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Meanwhile, the monitoring department of the Scout Battalion, a dozen or so War Department clerks, constantly checking the data from the monitors, recorded the opening of the 19th contaminated land. Next to the sand table model, the Camp 10 Su phone looks worried. What the hell is going on in this polluted land of the 19th? The progress of the opening is actually twice as slow as 18. Dozens of scouts, after almost a day, the progress of opening the land was actually less than 30%. The only thing that made him more pleased was Yi Zhe. Compared to the others who had ridden away, they had already killed deep into the polluted land. And at that moment, the clerk who focused on Yi Zhe exclaimed, "Battalion Commander, check it out." Su Feng's face tightened. Something happened? Did Yi Zhe run into the evil demon elite? Give me his location. I'm on my way there now. The clerk shook his head, but his face showed shock, as if things were even more evil than running into an evil elite. Su Feng immediately walked over quickly. That clerk swallowed his saliva and said, "You see, through the nameplate shows, Yi Zhe he, level 7. Su Feng was a bit speechless and lectured in a good-natured manner. Don't be so shocked. I thought what's wrong with level 7? Level 7. As he was saying this, he suddenly remembered something and his face changed dramatically in an instant. Level 7. Wasn't he only level 5 the last time he said that? Su Feng pointed at the clerk, even wanting to question if the other party had reported wrongly. It's only been a little over 2 hours. 2 levels in a row? When he was practicing for his high school exams, it was considered efficient to level up 2 levels a day. The clerk immediately repeated it accusingly. True enough, Yezer was level 4 when he came to the scout camp. After the first hour of the opening, he rose to level 5. Now after another 2 hours or so, he's risen 2 levels in a row. It's already level 7. Su Feng sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Kiss my mom. If it weren't for the fact that the instrument had never been wrong, he would even want to wonder if there was something wrong with the data. Over 3 hours and 3 levels in a row. This upgrade efficiency. Wait. Su Feng was suddenly startled once again. Hasn't he encountered the evil demon elite? The clerk laughed bitterly. At this escalation efficiency, not only did he come across it, I'm afraid he killed more than one. Battalion Commander Su Feng's face was frozen. The clerk explained the reason. If he didn't kill the evil elite, he would need to kill 58 normal evil demons in a row to level up 2 in a row. But with the stamina of a summoned beast, it can't brush monsters at such a high intensity. Plus, judging by the evil demon density, I'm guessing he's already killed more than 7 evil demon elites. Hearing such powerful news, the clerk working next to him couldn't help but peek sideways. Su Feng was even more at a loss as to what to say and let out a long sigh. How many levels is he? And he has this kind of combat power. Where in the world did the fairies come from? Thinking of this, Su Feng immediately contacted the person in charge of the temporary scout identity registration. Quick! Find out for me where he came from? Scout Battalion Registrar, Yezer? Right. What identity? And who authorized him to come in? Find out. Understood. Su Feng was now highly skeptical that this was a genius disciple secretly cultivated by some big shot. And just then the door to the house was pushed open. An officer in his 50s walked in, with an aura of unruffled authority. Su Feng was startled. Chief, why are you here? The visitor in front of him was the leader of the East China Army's north-chasing regiment, Chang Zhangping. Although it was not part of the same system as his scout battalion, it was still one of the top talkers in the East China Army. Su Feng immediately gave a military salute. Chang Zhangping waved his hand repeatedly. Private matter, private matter. The two of them found a quiet place to sit, and only then did Chang Zhangping continue. There's an old war veteran who was discharged from the army due to injuries, who has never asked me for a favor, and today suddenly asked me to look after his students for him. That's why I rushed over. After these words, Su Feng of course understood. In the scout camp? Chang Zhangping nodded. It's not uncommon to help take care of your juniors in the military. Not exactly a breach of discipline, but within the prescribed limits. It doesn't help too much, and at best it saves you from death. Chang Zhangping also meant exactly the same thing. In the team that opened up the polluted land today, my old comrade in arms said that his student is only at level 4 now. Young man, high-minded, sword to the side. I'm afraid something will happen. Please let me make sure he gets back safely. Upon hearing this rank, Su Feng's originally bland face suddenly became excited. Level 4. It can't be that coincidental, can it? He cautiously tried. Excuse me, the student's name's Yi Zhe, a senior in the general class of the War Academy. After Chang Zhangping finished, he was uneasy again. Nothing happened to him, right? Su Feng's eyes instantly glared as round as copper bells. It's really him. Chapter 23. At least it's a rookie king. Seventh word. Seeing Su Feng's unusual expression, Chang Zhangping's color changed drastically. Something really happened? He received the news from Lu Boyan and rushed over at the first opportunity. Was he still too late? Su Feng didn't know where to start for a moment. All that was left to say was, you can see it first. With that, he led Chang Zhangping back inside the monitoring department. As he passed by the identity registration officer, Su Feng opened his mouth. There's no need to investigate Yi Zhe's origin. I found it. At those words, Chang Zhangping frowned. Investigating origins? Isn't that always the process when a general is killed in action and the family needs to be contacted? Is it true that Chang Zhangping, who was originally full of aura, suddenly sighed in self-condemnation? As he was thinking about it, Su Feng brought him to the monitoring ceremony and had the clerk pull up Yi Zhe's information. Yezer, summoner, level 7. Chang Zhangping froze for a moment and waved his hand towards Su Feng. Not this one. The one I'm looking for is a level 4. Su Feng could very well understand his reaction. In less than half a day, rising 3 levels in a row. No one would believe it. He confirmed very seriously. Chief, that's him. 3 hours ago, he was a level 4. War College. Senior. Chang Zhangping fell silent, looking speechless for a long time. Tainted lands. Solo. 3 hours to level 3? I don't get to take care of such geniuses? That's not right. He's only level 4. How can he beat the evil demons of the polluted land? Team up? The clerk reported truthfully. He's been soloing most of the time, and only just now has he teamed up with another person. Su Feng became excited. Really, Chief? It's simply the genius of geniuses. You hasten to reveal to me. To be able to teach such a genius. What kind of god is your comrade in arms in the end? Chang Zhangping man was a bit confused. His former comrade in arms, Lu Boyan, was discharged from the army due to injuries and taught in high school, and his position has not been promoted much. How did you raise this kind of god without saying a word? Old Willow this. Su Feng remembered something else and showed him the map sandbox. Look, leader, Yi Zhe alone soloed and opened the land far faster than everyone else. It has advanced deep into the polluted land of the 19th. This is the top vanguard scout. As the leader of the East China Army, Chang Zhangping naturally knew how frightening the speed of the opening was. Put in the military, it's easy to be a rookie king. Chang Zhangping's eyes suddenly glowed as he excitedly clapped his hands and said, I got it. Where is this old Willow asking me to take care of the students? This is old Lu sending talent to my East China Army. Chang Zhangping paced back and forth excitedly. How did old Lu know that our regiment is lacking in talent? It's still old Willow. The heart is really hung up on me. Su Feng saw that the situation was not right and whispered, Chief, this is a talent that our scout battalion has discovered. Chang Zhangping instantly became serious. What words? Forget about which battalion or regiment. The most important thing is, this son. Our East China Army must not let go. Right. Su Feng was very supportive. But in his heart, Chang Zhangping secretly said, fortunately I came today. Where else would we get this talent? This is a favor owed to Lao Lu. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe, who had just upgraded, looked at his experience bar with a happy face. Rank, 7, 1080/4300. That batch of evil demons was not only enough for him to upgrade, but it even gave him an extra quarter of experience. Meanwhile, the squirrels picked up what had popped. Surprisingly, there was a book of rare level skills, Steel Bones, Warrior Skill Book, available at level 15. Highly increased defense, theoretically, can be learned when the panda is level 15, but the great difference is still far. When he really waited until he was level 15, Yi Zhe was confident that he wouldn't be short of rare level skills, so still feed the skill book to the panda. Skill books, while available at level 15, can be eaten just as well at less than level 15. The panda opens its mouth wide and chews and swallows it in one gulp. What you eat makes up for what you eat. Consume steel tendons and bones. Gain, physique +4. Damage from blades reduced by 15%. Noticing that the panda was eating a bit tastelessly, Yi Zhe took a few more bamboo sticks to him. Afterwards, Yi Zhe began to extract level 7 words. 2 or 3 breaths later, a golden box of words rested in front of them, and this time, the words actually made Yezer a little worried. You have drawn the golden legend level word, void creature. Creatures of the void, living in the endless void, possessing adaptability and specialization beyond all things, able to travel through the void. Note, void creatures possess indeterminacy, which varies greatly from target to target. The void. Even in the most detailed textbooks, there are only a few sentences describing the void. Most mentioned, the endless void, originating from beyond the world, is as mysterious and powerful as the eternal abyss, but mankind has never seen a true void being. This made Yezer a little hesitant for a moment, wondering who to give the words to. That, coupled with the comment that there might be uncertain results, made Yezer a bit hesitant. Panda. His position is clear enough. Warrior, melee mainstay. Squirrels, which can either develop into assassins or focus on support, scouting, treasure hunting, etc. These two summoners are good enough that it doesn't seem necessary to gamble on an uncertainty. Then finally, Yezer looked to his only remaining, summoned beast space, 2/3, and contract another summoned beast. Where to deed? Yi Zhe pondered for a long time, and finally locked in, the treasure trove of the Jin Demon Army. For every additional 1,000 military points, you can go to the treasure trove at a higher level of the Jin Demon Army and pick items. Since it was a military treasury, there must be a lot of good summoned beasts. If you saved up enough military honors, you might be able to just go ahead and pick a suitable third summoning beast. With this thought, Yi Zhe put the word void creature on hold for the time being. Start thinking about ways to earn military credit, but it's imperative that we get through this evil stronghold first. After Yi Zhe thought about it, he decided to go to the left compound first and help Ruan Xiaoyu get rid of the evil demons over there. Well, could use some more experience. In another compound, Ruan Xiaoyu had finished killing half of the evil demons. This was fast enough, but she wanted to go faster. I wonder what's going on with Yezer. Better hurry up a bit, in case he can't drag out a problem there. The biggest drawback of the assassin is that there are few group attack skills. Facing the encirclement of necromancers and the attacks of the evil demon elite, she could only slash as much as she could, and at that moment, her afterglow suddenly swept over a squirrel. The shadowy squirrel was twitching its nose rapidly next to it, as if sniffing for some odor. Ruan Xiaoyu? Isn't that Yezer's summoned beast? What are you doing here if you're not going all out to kill monsters now? Wait. Ruan Xiaoyu frowned. Could it be that Yi Zhe can't hold out anymore and sent the squirrel over to ask for help? She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But once again, surprisingly, the squirrel ignored her and ran straight towards the depths of the temple. Ruan Xiaoyu? She couldn't have imagined that this shadow squirrel, which in her opinion was Yi Zhe's strongest summoned beast, it was just sent out by Yezer to hunt for treasure. Chapter 24, You've only taken one look and you found a weakness? And at that moment, a loud noise appeared outside the gate of the eastern compound. Ruan Xiaoyu repelled the evil demon in front of her and kept a wary eye on the movements outside. Is it the other evil demons that are going to surround it? But the next moment, the figure that came in at the entrance of the courtyard made her cry out in shock. Yezer? What are you doing over here? It's only been more than 2 minutes. Why did Yi Zhe come here if he didn't deal with the evil demon on the right properly? Did Yezer go to the right side of the defense at all? It couldn't be. She clearly heard, and the movement of the battle appeared on her right side as well. Could it be that? An incredibly bold guess appeared in Ruan Xiaoyu's mind. She leaped up in the air, her posture as light as a feather, and landed beside Yi Zhe in 2 or 3 steps. Facing the doubt, Yi Zhe smiled and said, After killing, I came over. Hearing her bold guesses confirmed, Ruan Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened in even greater disbelief. After the kill? How is that possible? And the next moment, she saw the Kung Fu Panda beside Yi Zhe. Just from the power breath alone, it was no less than epic level. In addition to that epic level squirrel, he actually had another epic level summoned beast. Less than level 10 with 2 epic summoned beasts? Even with Ruan Xiaoyu's insight, this configuration was considered one of the best among summoners. This is a regular class at the War College? Ruan Xiaoyu stared intently at Yi Zhe, like a small black cat that had found its prey. But right now, there were still more than 10 evil demons on the opposite side. Ruan Xiaoyu eventually gave up the idea of going deeper. Yi Zhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After Yi Zhe joined in, the duo quickly cleared the compound of evil demons. Ruan Xiaoyu's body was like a swallow, and her strikes were swift and powerful. And the panda punches ferociously, specializing in picking out high-ranking evil elites to kill. Originally, Ruan Xiaoyu alone was enough to kill all these evil demons. It was just a matter of time. Now that Yi Zhe had arrived, it was even harder for the evil demons to resist. In just under a minute, all the evil demons in the field were killed. With his high power, the panda snatched 3 level 15 blood-wreck devils, 1125 experience points. It made Yi Zhe's level 7 experience bar nearly half of it all of a sudden. The two then cleared the battlefield. All the loot, including 2 pieces of level 15 equipment, a skill book, some materials, Ruan Xiaoyu didn't want a single one. Yi Zhe is also not polite. The whole body of excellent equipment of the little rich girl cannot see these two normal. He put it all away in his backpack, but at the same time, it was discovered that the missing supplies were not in either compound. Ruan Xiaoyu looked deeper into the temple. Go on. Yi Zhe was just about to respond when something unexpected happened. 2 squirrel shadow doppelgangers killed? Although it was only the shadow doppelganger of a squirrel, the attributes were probably over 80, plus the shadow escape ability. Those who could kill a shadow doppelganger wouldn't be at least an ordinary evil demon elite. When Xiaoyu saw this and warned, even the evil demon elite are only guarding the outside compound. The enemy inside should not be underestimated. I'll scout the inside first. Yezer nodded in agreement. There are so many unknowns in a contaminated land that there's no harm in scouting a wave in advance. Ruan Xiaoyu took out a scouting spirit and threw it into the depths of the temple. This is also an exclusive skill of the Darkling Assassin, similar to the drone, which displays a real-time scouting screen on your personal panel. The scrying spirit flew in from the compound and reached the center of a temple after a long flight of steps. At first glance, the duo saw the missing supplies. The original container for storing the supplies had shattered, and countless materials and props were piled up into a small mountain. And the next moment, a huge black cavalry figure came into view. Yi Zhe's brows furrowed. Special elite. The image shows tall, burly black cavalrymen, clad in tattered and decayed armor, holding lances, with helmets covering their faces, leaving only scarlet eyes. In particular, the giant beasts that the cavalry rode on were very strange, shaped like salamanders in appearance and emitting a gray demonic aura. It looks like this is the boss of the stronghold. Yi Zhe immediately opened the reconnaissance. Curse Knight, LV 30, Type, Special Elite, Attributes, Strength 280, Physique 260, Agility 180, Spirit 80, Trait, Cursed Soul. Upon hitting an enemy, it will generate a random curse on the enemy that cannot be dispelled. Skills, Dark Charge, Sweeping, Lance Penetration, Level 30 Special Elite. The Special Elite, an existence that was half a grade stronger than the Evil Elite. It's all the Blue Star professionals who died in the polluted land after being contaminated by the abyss. This abyssal contamination is like an acute disease. Transmission pathways include biological parasitism, toxin corrosion, mistakenly opening some kind of treasure tainted with the power of evil demons, and so on. Once it is not handled in a timely manner, it is certain to die. When you die after being contaminated, you become a special evil, lose your memories of your life forever and wander through a polluted land. It seems that in his lifetime, he was also a night professional in East China. Nguyen guessed, maybe it's the escort for this shipment. In life, he escorted supplies from East China, and even after he died and lost his mind, he watched over the supplies. If it hadn't been tainted by the abyss, there's no chance it could have been a high-ranking knight's. It's a shame it's turned evil. Yi Zhe pointed at his mount again. That's also a level 25 evil elite. Corrupted Beast, LV 25. Type, Evil Elite. Attributes, Strength 180, Physique 150, Agility 200, Spirit 50. Skills, Tail Fling, Smash Swing, Full Charge. Even the mounts are level 25 Evil Elite. Knight plus Mount. The combined power is exactly 1+1. As the two were watching, the Cursed Knight suddenly spotted the scouting spirit and stabbed out with a lance. The reconnaissance screen is broken. Ruan Xiaoyu frowned slightly and looked at Yi Zidao. This level 30 Special Elite can theoretically already call for support with a call for help charm. A level 30 Special Elite, counting the Mount attribute multiplier, was a complete second for the vast majority of scouts. And even Ruan Xiaoyu was self-conscious about her chances of winning. The difference in rank is too great. What's more, both the Knight and the Mount are comparable to bosses. And with the Cursed Knight's trait, half of your life will be lost if you are touched. But if we use the call for help talisman, the rewards and military honors. Surely there will be none for us. Yi Zhe's battle intent did not decrease, and golden light flashed in his pupils. Can't fight. I've found his weakness. Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu couldn't help but be surprised. You just looked at him. Just find a weakness? Chapter 25, Killing the Corrupted Beast in Seconds. The ferocious beast hidden in the shadows. Spotting weaknesses with just a glance is akin to a human scanner. I'm afraid that the most professional scouts from ancient times to the present day don't have this kind of ability. Yi Zhe dryly coughed twice, without changing his face. I'm the commissioner of the investigations division. I just have more experience. Though a bit puzzled, Wen Xiaoyu accepted it when she heard about the investigation section. She then asked curiously, what are the weaknesses of the cursed knights? In that instant just now, Yi Zhe had already used his eye of insight to understand the details and analyze the weaknesses. Yezer briefly summarized. The weakness lies in his mount, the corrupted behemoth, which was transformed from the original mount of the cursed knight, but after being transformed into a magical beast, the memories of its life will also disappear. That is to say, mounts and riders don't work together as well as they did in life. Oh, Ruan Xiaoyu's rosy little mouth opened. A cute look of listening attentively to the teacher. Yezer hitched a squirrel to the panda's head, which was used to act as a cursed knight and a corrupted behemoth to demonstrate. When we enter combat, you and I will attack the rider and mount on the left and right, respectively. Knights take revenge on you after being attacked by you, and the corrupted behemoth will prioritize my attacks when it is attacked by me. This is the instinctive reaction of an evil demon after losing its sanity. Yi Zhe said. The squirrels and pandas, who acted as teaching aides, separated at the sound of their voices and stood out individually, one on the left and one on the right. Ruan Xiaoyu understood his train of thought and her beautiful eyes glowed. Just like this, once the rider and mount are separated, the combat power is greatly reduced. Yi Zhe nodded. When the time comes, you deal with the knights and I'll deal with the behemoths, breaking them down one by one. No problem, Ruan Xiaoyu readily responded, while looking at Yi Zhe suspiciously. Wait, a level 25 evil demon elite. You can handle it alone? Yi Zhe smiled. Just rest assured. He had already read about it. The corrupted behemoth, all of which were pure strength-based melee skills. All-power melee combat is not enough to be feared in front of a panda. After confirming the tactic, Yi Zhe and Ruan Xiaoyu both stepped onto the steps to the center of the temple. In the entire vicinity of the temple, there was only the cursed knight and his mount, and even the evil demons didn't dare to come near the place. In just one glance, the duo was locked in the gaze of the cursed knight. Anyone who dares to approach again will be killed. The cursed knight's voice was low, but revealed a very strong will, and the broken lance in his hand pointed at them. Yezer sighed and quickly said, my left and your right. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded, and the two of them split into left and right sides, confronting the cursed knights, all according to tactics. He who comes near, dies. The cursed knight hissed and charged towards the strongest Ruan Xiaoyu. As the corrupted beast rapidly impacted, the ground around the temple began to tremble, with floor tiles constantly shattering and flying out. Yi Zhe hurriedly said, do it. Narrow down your attacks and only hit the mounts, not the cursed knights. Panda gets the command and hits a twin peak slam off the bat. The point of this tactic is that you can't attack both the mount and the knight at the same time, or you're bound to absorb the hatred of both. At that time, even if the teammates did it again, they couldn't pull back the hate value. With a boom, the twin peak slam narrowed down and accurately hit the corrupted beast's tail. As expected, the corrupted behemoth roared in anger and tried to turn its head, and at that moment, Ruan Xiaoyu's flying dagger triple shot only hit the cursed knight and didn't pull the corrupted behemoth's hatred. Cursed Rider wants to go after Ruan Xiaoyu. The knights and the behemoths, who were originally reborn from the dead as evil demons, had long since lost their sanity and acted only on instinct. This disagreement immediately puts the two at odds. The cursed knight directly jumped off his mount in anger and single-handedly chased after Ruan Xiaoyu, and the corrupted behemoth managed to turn its head and launch a fierce charge towards Yezer. It really worked. Ruan Xiaoyu's face showed joy, proving that Yi Zhe's ploy really worked. The cursed knight is only the equivalent of a gunfighter without his mount. Now that the opponent was moving slowly, she could easily pull and even single kill with the high agility of the dark spirit assassin, as long as there are no surprises on Yezer's side. After all, what Yi Zhe had to face was a level 25 evil elite, but he was only just level 7. With the strength and size of the corrupted behemoth, if it was hit a little, it could be seriously injured. Yet the next moment, as Ruan Xiaoyu pulled in her fluttering posture, she subconsciously glanced over to Yi Zhe and her pupils instantly dilated. The corrupted behemoth was seen roaring and charging at the panda, its massive body shaking the earth. The sharp claws swung out with near maximum force and struck crushing swing, but the panda doesn't hide. His hands drew a circle, holding up the invisible Taiji internal energy, making the corrupted behemoth's claw seem to hit the air and instantly lose its center of gravity. Tai Chi 4 twos and 1,000 pounds. Borrowing the enemy's power to double back on the enemy is a nightmare for all melee foes. The panda's body quickly turned and used the force to counterattack. The left palm struck the chest of the corrupted behemoth with a lightning-fast momentum. The fierce force coupled with the other party's crushing swing power. Surprisingly, the corrupted behemoth was directly shaken to the ground and stopped moving. Seconds? At this moment, Ruan Xiaoyu really felt that she had underestimated Yi Zhe. She originally thought that Yi Zhe was strong enough to kill a level 15 evil demon elite in seconds. Against a level 25 corrupted behemoth. At least take your time to stall and fight a pulling battle. I didn't realize that level 25 is still a second, but Ruan Xiaoyu was, after all, the last top 100 candidates in the country. And even more so, a student of the East China Martial Arts University, with extraordinary insights, quickly realizing Yi Zhe's tactics. That's not his power. It's a special skill. This kind of skill, which was often impossible to release continuously, could only be used as a means of pressure. But it's a skill quality that can span so many levels in seconds. Is it epic, or legendary? Yi Zhe, where did he get so many super high quality skills for a level 7 summoner? Ruan Xiaoyu's family was extremely well off, and she was the only daughter of her family, so she usually didn't lack money. But she only had just one skill above epic. But on the contrary, Yi Zhe had already seen at least 3 of them just from what she had seen. Is this really a regular class of high school students? Ruan Xiaoyu really wanted to properly peel off his coat at the moment and check to examine his true strength. But the cursed knight was still alive, so she had to keep dealing with this particular elite. On the other hand, Yi Zhe took a long breath. Kill evil elite, corrupted behemoth. Gained experience, 625. He had expected this scene when he saw that the corrupted behemoth was a pure power attack. Slightly surprisingly, the attack bonus was so high that it actually gave the corrupted behemoth a direct second. On the ground, a level 25 giant axe, and a level 25 armor, both of which were rare, burst out. Levels too high to wear, but it's edible. When you are less than level 25, you can't utilize the attributes of the equipment, but if you eat it, it adds attributes as usual. Yi Zhe handed it over to the panda, who began to exert the habits of an iron-eating beast, chewing iron like a snack and crunching. What you eat makes up for what you eat. With 2 pieces of equipment, it added 8 points of strength, 8 points of constitution, and 15 points of defense. It was equivalent to growing the attributes of a piece of rare-grade equipment. No loss. With the rider's mount taken care of, the threat is not as great. In the distance, Ruan Xiaoyu's figure was like a swallow, as agile as the wind, and she was able to maneuver through the cursed knight's attacks as if she was floating like a dance. But on the cursed knight, there were more and more signs of attack. The battle is picturesque. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh. Watching a beautiful woman fight monsters is a kind of enjoyment. The rider without his mount naturally couldn't threaten Ruan Xiaoyu. About 5 minutes later, Ruan Xiaoyu had secretly laid down 10 black energy balls. She shimmered, much farther away, and then snapped her fingers. Boom! Exploding flames like pillars of magma rose up to the sky, enveloping and burning the cursed knight, completely killing him. Rest in peace. The supplies you escorted will return to East China. Yi Zhe murmured in a low voice at the sight. Ruan Xiaoyu waved at him. Come on, take this body back. Yi Zhe stepped forward and used a compartment of his own backpack space to fit the cursed knight's body in. Ruan Xiaoyu reminded. A corpse of a special elite is worth at least 300 military merits. That much? Yezer was taken aback. Soon, though, he realized, all of them were once East China warriors. Even if they die, they should return to their roots. Ruan Xiaoyu, on the other hand, began to check the batch of lost materials, and in the meantime, she told Yi Zidao, 300 military merits for the corpse and 500 military merits for searching for supplies. All for you. Yi Zhe was shocked. Ha? For what? Without your tactics, I'm going to have to use the cry for help charm. Ruan Xiaoyu didn't wait for him to say anything and continued. What's more, I don't lack that little reward from the Jin Demon Army. I came here to fulfill the Academy's mission to get this shipment of supplies back to Dongwu City. The rewards from the Academy for completing the mission are much stronger than the Demon Suppression Army. Saying this, Yi Zhe understood a lot. No wonder she had to come to the polluted land with such high attributes. It turns out that the main purpose was this shipment of supplies. That's not surprising. It just flat out gave him the advantage of a few hundred more military honors. After all, without Ruan Xiaoyu, he would never be able to beat the cursed knights. Ruan Xiaoyu laughed playfully as if she could tell what he was thinking. If you feel bad about it, just call out to your sister. The corner of Yi Zhe's mouth twitched. How can my dignity be betrayed by these several hundred military honors? Forget it, let's just make it up to her later. he decisively changed the topic. Ahem. Most of these supplies, they're materials for making duplicates for research and development. Ah. Ruan Xiaoyu was surprised. You recognize all this? Superconducting crystals, illusion magic cores, sand of the stars. Of course Yi Zhe didn't recognize it. It was all feedback from the Eye of Insight. These are almost useless in the hands of an individual, but in the hands of the bigwigs at the institute, they are far too useful. No wonder even the East China Martial Arts University had to issue a mission to retrieve it. After looking around, Yi Zhe's attention rested on a fragment. Incubation silo fragment. The incubation silo container used to house one of the feral beasts is now broken. Could it be that there's more to this shipment than just R&D materials? Seeing the fragments of the culture bin in Yi Zhe's hand, Ruan Xiaoyu's eyebrows frowned and her face was grave. It actually escaped. Yi Zhe curiously asked, what was originally contained within this? Ruan Xiaoyu, it's a ferocious beast that can also be contracted as a summoned beast. There are 2 ways to contract a summoned beast. 1. Use a skill book. 2. Make a contract with a wild creature by your own ability. There weren't many beasts that might serve as summoned beasts, and Yi Zhe didn't expect to encounter one today. Nguyen then struck out. But because the ferocity is too much, in the entire East China region, no summoner can contract it. That's why Qingfeng City, who captured it, wanted to send it to the East China Martial Arts University in hopes of lowering some of its ferocity. I didn't expect to stray here and have it escape. No one in the entire East China region can contract? Yi Zhe was instantly a bit surprised. He had never heard that there were summoned beasts that were so difficult to contract. Relatively speaking then, the ferocious beast that Qingfeng City was so intent on contracting was definitely not weak. It's just a shame that it has escaped. As Yi Zhe was thinking, he suddenly sensed something and his face was startled as he looked in a certain direction. Wait, it doesn't seem to be running. Just now, a prompt popped up in front of Yi Zhe. The squirrel shadow doppelganger you dispatched has been killed. The last 2 squirrels, Shadow Split, were killed again. The ferocious beast. It was near them. Chapter 26 Extreme Blade Mantis. A ferocious beast that no one had successfully contracted. Seeing this tip made Yi Zhe instantly realize. The 2 squirrel doppelgangers from before. I'm afraid they weren't killed by the Cursed Knight. Now that I think about it, it does seem suspicious. How can the Cursed Knight, with his slow attack speed and expertise in charging, be in time to kill a squirrel doppelganger who can shadow run? And now, the fact that the last 2 doppelgangers had been killed in seconds once again undoubtedly spoke volumes. Hunting nearby was a ferocious beast with extremely high killing power and fast attack speed. Yi Zhe and Ruan Xiaoyu looked somewhere violently. A figure about 1 person tall emerged from the main entrance of the temple. He had a triangular head, 2 huge compound eyes grimly bubbling with blood, armor with a dark luster, and 2 pairs of wings on his back that were as thin as cicada wings. The 2 front limbs were especially notable, huge and sharp as sides, flashing with a cold light. The breath was violent and dangerous. It was clear that his rank wasn't high, but the sense of oppression seemed to be stronger than that of a cursed knight. Yi Zhe asked, is this the ferocious beast that was transported to Dongwu City? An excellent summoned beast can judge the strength of its potential just from its scent. And the one in front of him was a natural hunting type, high potential summoning beast. That's right, it's him, Polar Blade Mantis. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded her head to make sure, but couldn't help but sigh when she saw the other's eyes. It's a pity. He's tainted by the abyssal breath and is dead. Tainted by the breath of the abyss? The cause of the death of the cursed knight in his life is that he was contaminated by the breath of the abyss. The entire Blue Star has not been rescued successfully. Yi Zhe immediately opened his Eye of Insight to check the other party's information. Polar Blade Mantis. Quality, Excellence. Grade, 12. Attributes, Strength 150. Physique 140. Agility 178. Spirit 130. Trait, Hunting. After killing an enemy, absorb its sustenance to permanently improve the attributes, intelligence, and damage factor of the extreme blade mantis. Talents, Compound Eyes, Excellent. Stealth Raid, Rare. Skills, Gale/LV6, Excellent. High-Speed Movement LV3, Rare. Assessment of Potential, Unique. Status, in Abyssal Pollution. Sure enough, it's been contaminated by the abyss, and it's actually showing traits. Killing enemies permanently adds attributes. This kind of characteristic was also top-notch when placed among the evil demons, at least at the general, or even king level. And now, it was actually mastered by a ferocious beast. No wonder you actually get a unique potential assessment. It's just a shame that after being contaminated by the abyss, you can only live for another week at most. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh, while Ruan Xiaoyu held a sharp blade, ready to tackle the mantis directly. My mission, besides retrieving supplies, is to bring back this mantis, but he's already contaminated, so we can only kill him on the spot and take the body out of the contaminated land. Yezer understood what she meant. If the body stays in the polluted land, it will turn into an evil demon that loses its mind, just like the cursed knight. Together with this evil demon trait, it might become a new demon general. Threats naturally need to be addressed as early as possible. Ruan Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly. Poor thing. Before it was even sent to Dongwu City, it was contaminated by the abyssal power. It was originally just a casual remark. However, he didn't expect the contaminated extreme blade mantis to open its mouth and ask a rhetorical question. But, mercy, Mantis's voice was as raspy and chilling as metal rubbing against metal. Wrong. In this world, weakness is the real pity. As soon as the words fell, black shadows flashed by like lightning. Polar blade mantis and Nguyen Xiaoyu, engaged in a battle between a hunter and an assassin. It actually talks? Yi Zhe realized afterward. It's the hunting trait that gives the mantis its intelligence as well. The potential to grow indefinitely just by killing the enemy is truly terrifying. At this time, however, the battlefield. Yi Zhe originally thought that with Ruan Xiaoyu's attributes and battle power, he could almost easily take down the extreme blade mantis, but I didn't expect the two to draw repeatedly. On the one hand, Ruan Xiaoyu had just finished killing the cursed knight, losing most of her stamina and using up quite a few of her skills. On the other hand, Polar Blade Mantis plays in a way that is completely desperate. The attack was powerful to the extreme, and each strike was at full strength, becoming more and more frenzied and ferocious the more he fought. Combat talent is actually this strong. Even Ruan Xiaoyu, who could be called a genius of East China, couldn't help but recognize it. No wonder Qingfeng City went through so much effort to find a way to contract. She tried to salvage the word a bit. Extreme Blade Mantis, why don't you come back to Dongwu City with me? I can find someone to help you suppress the polluted aura on your body. Polar Blade Mantis asked rhetorically. Suppression? Why would you want to suppress it? Or you're going to die. Although it can't be eradicated for the time being, suppressing the contaminated breath will allow you to live for a while longer, and perhaps it will be eradicated later. Ruan Xiaoyu took the initiative to stop. It was a pity to kill a summoned beast of this level just like that. At those words, the extreme blade mantis, however, let out a hoarse laugh. Ha 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 ha. Laughing for a while, perhaps knowing that his life was short, he opened his mouth as if he were telling a story. Plains of blood, hundreds of thousands of creatures, the praying mantis, the weakest and lowest in the chain of life. And he knows about biological chains? Although the occasion was somewhat serious, Yi Zhe couldn't help but spit out. How many enemies had he hunted to grow to this level of wisdom? The voice of the polar blade mantis came again. Because they are weak. The mantis race has no food, no sustenance. When a female mantis breeds her offspring, she needs to eat the male mantis to replenish her nutrients and keep her offspring healthy. He spoke of his race almost as a bystander. So, since I was born, I have understood that weakness is the original sin. Now with the abyssal breath, I can feel free, feel the power. Even if I were to die immediately tomorrow, I would be willing. With the last words out of his mouth, Mantis once again stormed into a killing spree. And this time, it wasn't Ruan Xiaoyu who stepped forward, but Fu Panda. Yezer stopped her and explained. You can recover your strength first. He's fighting for his life. Even if you would win, you can't say you're going to get hurt. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu gave Yi Zhe an odd look, and eventually nodded her head with a sound to start recovering her stamina. As for the panda, with the Battlefield Legends boost, until this moment, the stamina remained above 70%. The mantis, who plays ferociously, just happens to be overcome by the panda tink, who uses softness to overcome hardness. However, Yezer ordered it in advance. Keep your hands to yourself. Don't beat them to death. Such a summoned beast with unbelievable potential. Any summoner would definitely not want to miss out on it. Combat talent and potential alone. Extreme Blade Mantis, definitely one of the best in East China. It was evident from the fact that throughout East China, almost all summoners had attempted to contract. So Yezer, too, is going to give it a try. He spoke to Ruan Xiaoyu. Don't make a move to kill him yet. Give me a chance to try to contract him. A contract? Are you crazy? Ruan Xiaoyu frowned. He has been contaminated by the abyss. He will surely die. What's more, no summoner has succeeded in contracting him since he was captured. Whether strong, weak, or homegrown, all have failed. Yi Zhe smiled unconcernedly. Since so many people have tried it, it's not too bad for me to try it again. Ruan Xiaoyu stared closely at Yi Zhe, her beautiful eyes full of worry. But when she saw Yi Zhe's handsome face with bright star-like eyes full of confidence, she swallowed back the latter words. Forget it. The big deal was that it wouldn't be too late to kill Yi Zhe after his contract failed. She looked to the battlefield. Panda and Mantis were still fighting, but the latter was gradually losing ground. Ruan Xiaoyu flipped out her dagger, and when the contract failed, she was going to do it immediately. And Yizei's confidence was not without a source. From what Polar Blade Mantis spat out, it was clear what he needed: power. The most common, and most difficult, requirement to fulfill. It all depends on how much the summoned beast craves power. And the obsession of the Polar Blade Mantis needs no introduction. But Yizei has already thought of a way to break through. Chapter 27, Contracting the Third Summoned Beast. Evolution? At this moment in the battlefield, the compound eyes of the Polar Blade Mantis that were tainted by the abyss became more and more scarlet as its battle intent rose. The breath of the abyss was eating away at its life force. Abyssal pollution. Mostly forced corrosion by the abyssal breath, slowly corroding away life force and sanity until it ushers in complete death. But the Polar Blade Mantis, without the slightest fear of facing death, only danced wildly to its heart's content. The only regret is that the power just doesn't last. And at this moment, a voice entered the battlefield. Do you want to have this power forever? Polar Blade Mantis snapped his head up to find Yizei looking at him blandly. I can give you a chance. Mantis snorted disdainfully. Humph. How dare a mere human speak out of turn? I will never succumb to you weak human summoners. Seeing such an intense reaction, Yizei was not surprised. Rhetorically, he asked, but don't forget, you can't even beat my level 7 summoned beast. Where did you get the confidence to call me weak? At those words, Polar Blade Mantis became furious. But the reality was here. With his current strength, he was no match at all against the epic 6-star panda. What's more, the panda's Tai Chi Kung Fu, which uses softness to overcome hardness, completely restrained his offense. Polar Blade Mantis lapsed into silence, and Yizei's next sentence instantly made him, and even Wan Xiaoyu, extremely shocked. I'm giving you a chance. Make a contract with me. And if you're not satisfied with your strength in the future, the contract can be broken at any time. The Polar Blade Mantis pair of compound eyes flashed red, silent but rippling inside. Wan Xiaoyu abruptly changed color and violently stopped Yizei. Are you crazy? With these conditions, he could betray you at any time. How can you contract a summoned beast like this? Will he play summoner? And the reason why Yezer dared to mention this, because he was confident that the bonuses from the golden words were definitely more addictive than the power of the abyss. On the other hand, as soon as the contract is successful and the word is added, the loyalty will go up with it, so that he will never have second thoughts. For Yizei, the hard part was still in tempting Mantis to sign the contract. And how about abyssal pollution? But after Wan Xiaoyu suggested that the abyssal aura could be suppressed, he had a new idea. Since he could suppress it, wouldn't he be able to adapt it as well? Wouldn't having the Polar Blade Mantis acclimated to the contamination of the abyssal permanently keep the abyssal traits in place? He looked to his one remaining word. Creatures of the void, living in the endless void, possessing adaptability and specialization beyond all things, able to travel through the void. He decided to take a gamble. In case it didn't work, it couldn't be helped. It meant that the summoned beast didn't belong to him. It's not too late to save up your military credits to trade for other summoned beast skill books. At that thought, he first comforted Wan Xiaoyu. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on. He then launched an onslaught towards the Extreme Blade Mantis. Contract with me, and the strength boost I'll give you won't be weaker than the abyssal power. Here, the level 7 Kung Fu Panda. For example, he pointed at the panda, a level 7 panda, and the strength displayed was very convincing. The Extreme Blade Mantis had felt it firsthand and couldn't help but believe Yizei's words. He was a little distracted. Yezer continued, if you're good enough, I will make you the strongest hunter. Polar Blade Mantis let out a low roar. Of course I'm capable. Good dash. Yizei and Extreme Blade Mantis stared at each other, and the latter said hoarsely, but you should at least address the contamination of the abyss. I can try, but there's not much success. Yezer was truthful. This made Extreme Blade Mantis believe it a little more. If Yizei said that he could remove 100% of it, he would be skeptical instead. After all, this was the contamination of the eternal abyss. So who could be 100% confident? Wan Xiaoyu, however, became suspicious. The abyssal aura that can only be suppressed briefly globally. He actually said that there's a probability of solving it? A lie, right? But she didn't say it out loud, just in case Yezer was really cheating. At the same time, Yizei used his spiritual power to invoke the space of the summoned beasts and concluded a contract. It had all of what Yizei had just said written on it, witnessed by the transcendent power of Blue Star. 2 parchment scrolls glowing with white light were separated and landed in front of Yizei and Extreme Blade Mantis. Yizei quickly pressed his handprint, and after hesitating for 10 seconds or so, the Extreme Blade Mantis touched up with its scythe-like right limb. Ding! You have successfully contracted the exceptional summoning beast, the Extreme Blade Mantis. The moment the contract went into effect, the Polar Blade Mantis was put into Yizei's summoned beast space. At the same time, because of the high quality of the contracted Extreme Blade Mantis, It caused his mental power to be consumed by a large amount at once. If it weren't for my spiritual power of 128 points, I really wouldn't be able to contract it. The higher the quality of the summoned beast, the more conditions are required for the contract. Even if you use a skill book, a high-level summoning skill book, you need the condition of mental power. Seeing that the contract was successful, Ruan Xiaoyu almost breathed a sigh of relief. Really? It worked? A summoned beast that almost all summoners in all of East China could not contract was actually successfully contracted by Yi Zhe. But on second thought, is there any summoner that dares to make the condition that the contract will be dissolved at any time if you don't fulfill your strength? And how many summoners have the ability to, well, convince Polar Blade Mantis? But as soon as she thought about it, she realized that the problems had just begun. What are you going to do next? Let's not talk about boosting your strength. What are you going to do about the abyssal pollution? Yi Zhe smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, I will bring him out of the polluted land. At that time, even if he dies, he won't die in the contaminated land, and will be considered to have accomplished our mission without bloodshed. Wen Xiaoyu snorted. You're kinda a bellyachor. This would, at worst, result in a successful takedown of the Polar Blade Mantis. Still unharmed, it prevented the opponent from desperately counterattacking at the point of death. Since this is the case and the mission is all completed, it's time for me to return to Dongwu City. It was getting late and she wasn't going to linger. On the other hand, she always had a premonition within her. Perhaps Yi Zhe really did have a bottom card. Could it really be a solution to abyssal pollution? Just thinking about it makes one's head spin a little. This kind of ability, if she witnessed it with her own eyes, would she report it to the institute or not? It's better to not know, and pretend that the Polar Blade Mantis is dead. At that thought, she simply walked away. Before leaving, he pinched Yi Zhe's face in passing and said, in the future, if you apply for the East China Martial Arts University, remember to come to East Martial Arts City to find your sister. Yi Zhe's face was full of black lines, and only in the process of being needed did he silently say, I'll think about it. The corners of Ruan Xiaoyu's mouth rose and she blinked gently, then transformed into a beautiful black shadow and drifted away. But Yezer didn't have time to lament this. At this moment, the extreme blade mantis in the summoned beast space had begun to stir. Because Yi Zhe as a summoner is only level 7. His level 14 followed suit and was reduced to level 7, and his attributes were even reduced to an average of less than 100 points. Having only just contracted, the strength of the extreme blade mantis had shrunk by a small half, so it was naturally extraordinarily restless. Ahem, take it easy, now let's try. If you succeed, your future in the future will not be comparable to this measly level 7? Yi Zhe said, attaching the word void creature to mantis. Are the adaptations of the void creatures useful against the pollution of the eternal abyss or not? Yezer couldn't say for sure, but if we don't try this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet such a good opportunity in the future. In the summoned beast space, a purple ghostly light abruptly erupted, wrapping the extreme blade mantis like a giant purple egg. Void creature word given. Ding! Due to the special nature of this target, this evolution will last for a certain amount of time. Chapter 28 Void Hunters. Evolving with words actually takes time? In the past, it has evolved immediately, but it is also clear from this that the reaction this phrase produces with the mantis is by no means ordinary. Perhaps, is digesting the power of the abyss? With that thought, Yi Zhe simply waited here directly, in case any visions appeared after he went back and the evolution was complete. He really didn't know how to explain it. After all, this is no ordinary power. The endless void eternal abyss are all realms that are currently incomprehensible to humans and are extraordinarily powerful and terrifying. Once discovered, Yi Zhe actually presumed to use the former to fuse the latter. I'm sure the Chinese academic world will definitely send a big shockwave. Unavoidable countless trouble. Yi Zhe leaned and sat at the entrance of the temple, looking inward at the summoned beast space through his spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the larger the space area and the stronger the assisting effect. Currently, Yi Zhe's summoned beast space was only comparable to a small campsite of more than 100 square feet. The huge dark purple egg encasing the extreme blade mantis continued to rise and fall as if it was breathing. Fully 2 or 3 hours passed. In Yi Zhe's expectant eyes, the giant egg cracked open its slit. Did it work? Can you adapt to the pollution of the abyss or not? If it didn't work, it meant that this extreme blade mantis would also die a certain death with no cure. The crack in the dark purple giant egg grew wider and wider, and a figure stepped out from it, only to see that the original greenish-gray body of the mantis changed into a deep dark purple and black. The wings were like a black hole energy composition, with purple energy fluctuations flowing around the edges. The compound eyes are red like shooting stars, the arm blades are like nebulae reflecting eclipsed crystals, symbolizing destruction and devastation. The mantis's aura was no longer vicious and manic. Instead, the killing machine was internalized, and there was an unspeakable mystery and terror in the calmness. At the same time, 2 prompts popped up. Evolution complete. This is the first time a human has seen, and taken in, a void creature. And you are awarded the special title, Void Primer. Summoned Beast, Extreme Blade Mantis, Excellence, Evolution Void Hunter, Golden Legend. Yizhe couldn't help but be overjoyed. It's evolved successfully. And yes, the Golden Legend. He hastily checked Mantis's attribute panel, trying to determine if the abyssal trait was still there. Void Hunter Red Eyes Mantis. Quality, Golden Legend. Grade, 7. Attributes, Strength 165, Constitution 155, Agility 173, Spirit 145. Trait, Hunter. After killing a powerful enemy, you can evolve any body part of the Void Mantis and gain a corresponding additional attribute boost. Talents, Void Creature, Legendary, Void Traveler, Legendary, Compound Eye, Excellent. Skills, Void/LV6, Legendary, Void Burst LV4, Legendary. Status, Excited. The contamination of the abyssal breath actually did get adapted. And the original characteristics that were enhanced? And if it wasn't for the fact that the panda had added a large amount of attributes by relying on eat what you eat, the mantis attributes would have almost surpassed the pandas with this evolution. I didn't think that my first golden legend would just arrive. The golden legendary summoning beast. When looking at the entire China, there were no more than 10 people who possessed it. The only few who were there were also veteran high-ranking summoners who had settled down for many years. Theoretically, a golden legendary quality summoned beast has abilities and growth values that roughly correspond to a 5th-ranked professional. That being said, it would make more sense for a level 50 summoner to pack to a legendary summoning beast. But who would have thought that Yizhe had just level 7, having summoned beasts that were 2 epic and 1 legendary? Absolutely no one would dare to believe it when they said it. Moreover, the mantis's ability was much stronger than the legendary grade that Yizhe had seen in the illustrations. Talents and abilities that are unmatched. One of them, Void Shuttle, was the strongest displacement plus attack plus defense plus voiding type skill he had ever seen. Void Shuttle freely shuttles between the void and the current dimension, able to quickly transfer locations, can leave a projection in the current dimension and shuttles to the void to achieve physical nihilization. No cooling, only slightly consumes mental energy. If it wasn't for the fact that Yizhe wasn't a void creature and shuttling into the void would be easy to die, he would have wanted to replicate the skill. Too buggy. The rest of the skills, with the exception of Void Shuttle, were pure high burst damage. The only one that wasn't a legendary skill, Compound Eyes, also had an irreplaceable role. Compound Eye, composed of thousands of small eyes with a 360 degrees field of view range, unaffected by dark environments. It can accurately capture high-speed moving or hidden targets. Mantis was a killing machine with this configuration of skills, even a being that can evolve. Looking at its hunter-killer panel, there are a total of 4 parts of the arm blade, shell, compound eyes, wings, that can be evolved. I just don't know how well the evolution works. Yizhe couldn't help but tease when he saw the Void Mantis constantly feeling the new power. Well, are you satisfied with your own strength? The Void Mantis mold was excited to the extreme. I love this power so much. Master. The attributes of level 7 at this point were even higher than the previous level 14. This is the advantage of high-quality summoned beasts. The corners of Yizhe's mouth turned up. Another gold medal hitter. At the same time, a force fed back into Yizhe's body. Ding! The summoned beast you contracted has gained a huge boost and will feed some of its attributes for you. Your attributes improve: Strength plus 20, Physique plus 20, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Because of boosting Mantis to Gold Legendary, there are many more attribute refunds this time around. Yizhe, after his attributes skyrocketed, couldn't help but start thinking. Originally, his goal for the college entrance exam was set at the top 50. That's actually an exaggerated goal, because the higher the ranking, the more you have to compete with key classes and rich professionals. These people not only had excellent talent and high levels, but their equipment and skills were not lacking. Even matters such as equipment and skills matching, career advancement, etc., are planned by specialized personnel, and the pressure of competition is extremely high. But now, he suddenly felt, with my level of summoning beasts, it shouldn't be too much to take a high school entrance exam, right? But before the entrance exam in 8 days, still need to upgrade. At the very least, it would be more certain after the first turn and above level 12. There are even rumors that because of the increasingly serious threat of the abyss, this year's professional high school entrance exams to carry out a major reform. I wonder how it will change. It was getting late, so Yizhe decided to go ahead and deliver the military mission and leave the polluted land. There's another opportunity for a supersized group book tomorrow, all year round together, state-sponsored, free entry. Another great opportunity to upgrade. Returning the same way from the polluted land, Yi Zhe was just about to enter the scout battalion bounty point to deliver the quest. However, he saw the scout battalion commander, and an officer with a higher rank, looking at the door of the polluted place, and the two of them looked excited after discovering Yi Zhe. It seemed to have been waiting here for Yi Zhe for a long time. Chapter 29, Military Merit Settlement. Ordination. It's coming for me? Looking at the complexion of the two people in front of him, Yi Zhe suddenly had the feeling of a sheep in a tiger's mouth. But this is the Demon Suppression Army barracks after all, so there shouldn't be any danger. As Yi Zhe walked over, he only saw Su Feng, the commander of the scout battalion, and another officer welcoming him with a big smile. Hello Yi Zhe student, I'm Battalion Commander Su Feng. The commander of the scout battalion moved out towards Yi Zhe and shook his hand. This is the leader of the East China Army's North Chasing Regiment, Chang Zhangping. Leader Chang, Captain? Yi Zhe was a bit confused for a moment. The regimental commander is already a heavyweight leader of a military region. Why come to me? Chang Zhangping revealed an amiable smile. Yi Zhe Xian nephew don't worry. I'm an old comrade in arms with your teacher, Lu Boyan, and he's the one who asked me to look after you. Chang Zhangping's original intention was to not mention this matter to Yi Zhe if he didn't have to do anything to help. But now, a talent that can be recruited is here. I'm sure you're going to say what you can say to get close and make a good relationship. Next to Su Feng's face was full of pain. He now only hated himself for not knowing Yi Zhe's teacher. That's right. Thanks a lot Standing Chief. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe instantly understood the reason, and thought to himself that the teacher was really still not at ease. Unexpectedly, the head of the regiment Chang Zhangping's eyes were full of appreciation and said, heroes are the ones who should be thanking you. Thank me? Battalion Commander Su Feng took the opportunity to speak up. You alone have increased the speed of opening up the contaminated land of number 19 by several times. Yi Zhe didn't know yet that every evil demon elite he killed meant that the other scout squads faced much less threat. Makes for a dramatic increase in the speed of the opening. Just like the Hushan and Lin Fei Fei squad that he saved. If they didn't encounter the elites, the opening speed wasn't slow, but as soon as they encountered the elites, they were likely to be seriously injured or even exterminated. And as a result, the military's mission to open up the land can be accomplished quite smoothly. And what made Su Feng and Chang Zhangping even more excited? Yi Zhe was only level 7, and his combat power was so exaggerated. When he became a high rank, it would be even better. This kind of genius, no one wants to let go. Su Feng grabbed the lead and led Yi Zhe back inside the camp. Come classmate Yi Zhe? I'll start with a military settlement for the opening of your polluted land. Yezer nodded. Although he didn't need to save up military honors for summoned beasts at the moment, military honors were something that who could ever have too much of. After level 10 first rank, there will be more than one more summoned beast space, so maybe I can come back and redeem it then. Yezer was picked up inside the scout camp. A battalion commander and a regimental commander, one on the left and one on the right, smilingly surrounded Yi Zhe. The rows are pulled full. Next to him, a temporary scout couldn't help but say indignantly, asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this guy? By what right can he settle his military honors without having to wait in line for the battalion commander to personally go over and pick up? The man who spoke was standing in two long lines. After a day of open field missions, all the temporary scouts, who were calculating their military merits at the two settlement points set up in front of the barracks, naturally needed to queue up when there were a lot of people. Unless it's like Wan Xiaoyu, who doesn't want military honors at all, and just walks away after opening up the land. It's fine, but one military credit can be exchanged for at least $5,000. No one is willing to. A temporary scout of the bowman profession next to him spoke in a sour tone. Can't say it's some big shot's illegitimate, rich kid. A disdainful voice came out. I'm afraid he's killed more evil demon elites than you've killed ordinary evil demons. The one who spoke was the Hunter Guild's long-legged beauty, Lin Fei Fei, fighting for Yi Zhe. She had seen Yi Zhe's strength and was not surprised at all by his special treatment. If you could kill the evil demon elite in seconds, you wouldn't have to queue up here. The disliked two were not convinced in the slightest. Killing an evil demon elite in seconds? Just one level 7 summoner? Dream on. And at that moment, Lin Fei Fei's captain, Hu Shan, opened his mouth. It's true. The blood-wrecked demon that was seconded was right in front of me at the time, and was killed by a punch from his summoned beast. This scene really left a deep impression on Hu Shan, and Hu Shan's words caused the surrounding crowd to be stunned and murmur. It was because Hu Shan of the Hunter Guild, who had quite a reputation in the circle of folk professionals, was a man of integrity, and what he said was worth believing, together with this extremely special treatment of Yezer. For a while, the news that there was a ruthless man in the polluted land of the 19th went viral. The two people who had just started to feel irritated with Yi Zhe suddenly lost their voices. Since it's a big guy who can punch out the evil elite, it probably won't take much effort to blow their heads off. Inside the scout camp, Yi Zhe was being led by Su Feng and Chang Jingping to a huge lightscreen console and placed his nameplate on it. A unique roadmap of travel was constructed, a ride that seemed to pierce through the polluted land of 19. It was like highlighting Yi Zhe's historical battle record. A clerk next to him looked on and did the math. Your progress in opening up the land alone is approximately 30% of polluted land number 19, and the settlement military credit is 900 points. Su Feng added to Yi Zhe from the sidelines. Do you have any objections? Yi Zhe shook his head. This result was similar to what he had judged. 900 military points was even more quite generous. The more Chang Zhangping on his left-hand side looked at him, the more he appreciated it. Ha ha ha, if old Lu knew your score, I'm afraid he'd be scared to death. After saying that, he said with a smile on his face, Yi Zhe Xian nephew do you have any interest in the North by North Regiment? Ahem, Chief, this military settlement isn't over yet. Su Feng hurriedly interrupted Chang Zhangping. Meanwhile the brain races. How about snagging a genius for your scout battalion in front of a regimental commander? The scout battalion was special in the Jin Demon Army, belonging to an independent establishment, enjoying exclusive regiment-level benefits, and not under the jurisdiction of any regimental commander. But after all, it's still battalion level, facing the head of the regiment to grab people at the bottom. The clerk next to him carefully said, Student Yi Zhe, you've killed an evil demon elite, haven't you? Evidence of evil elite kills counts as part of the settlement of military honors. Yi Zhe nodded and took out the 9 blood skeleton demon corpses that were left behind. In his storage space, although it had been expected, the amount still made the crowd shudder. This, level 7 can kill 9 evil demon elites in a row. This combat power. Yi Zhe old brother, do you have any interest in the scout battalion? After being shocked by Yi Zhe's battle prowess once again, Su Feng finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Cough. Military credit settlement. Chang Zhangping immediately reminded. Su Feng waved his hand and said, Don't worry, just let the clerks handle these. But before the words fell, Yi Zhe spoke again. I have stronger elite corpses, but they don't seem to fit here. At those words, Su Feng and Chang Jingping's faces instantly froze. And, a few moments later, several people came to a wide spot outside the camp. Even Su Feng, who was experienced in opening up the land, couldn't help but feel that things had gone beyond his expectations. Yi Zhe completely emptied the storage space. The corpse of the cursed knight, the corpse of the 7-meter corrupted behemoth, and the shipment of lost supplies. For a moment, there seemed to be silence around them for a split second. Yi Zhe added, I didn't kill the level 30 cursed knight, only this corrupted beast was killed by me. Hearing that the level 30 cursed knight was not killed by Yi Zhe, the duo was a little more thankful instead. Su Feng even roared inwardly, if a level 30 special elite is killed by your level 7, this battalion commander is yours to be. But even the corrupted behemoth that was killed made the two officers look at each other in disbelief. After a series of validations, Su Feng left silently, as if to ask for some instructions, and a group of clerks combined their efforts to record everything and eventually converted it into Yi Zhe's military honor. 2,150 points. This was the result of counting the bounty quests, and the special elite corpses, which were extremely lucrative. If converted into money, it's tens of millions. Yi Zhe watched as the clerk entered the military feats into his file with an extraordinarily pleasant mood. 2,000 military merit, if not exchanged for money, can be exchanged for items at the second-level treasury of the demon army. He had inquired about the quality of the items on the second floor of the treasure trove, which was between rare 5 stars and excellent 5 stars. However, Yi Zhe chose not to redeem it first, saving it for after the first rank to pick the 4th summoned beast. In the meantime, Su Feng returned, followed by 2 deputy battalion commanders, one of whom was holding a red square box in his hand. Su Feng said in a serious tone, Yi Zhe, on behalf of the scout battalion of the Jin Devil Army, I award you the bronze merit medal for your contribution against the abyss and evil demons. What? Yi Zhe was really not expecting this. He was actually good enough to be honored? The Medal of Merit, a special medal rewarded by the military for those who made outstanding contributions to the fight against the abyss and evil demons. The degree of honor and influence is so great that it is comparable to the 3rd degree in the previous life. Chang Zhangping patted his shoulder and said, No need to be surprised. Your contribution to opening up the land this time is indeed outstanding enough. This corrupted behemoth is the mount of a level 30 special elite, and I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to take down the cursed knight without you killing it. This statement proved that they had also investigated Wan Xiaoyu's strength and origin, also have a better understanding of special elite kills. The deputy battalion commander beside Su Feng opened the red square box, revealing a bronze medal. bronze medal, pioneer in the field. Su Feng smiled and said, take it. You deserve it. Once the level 30 special elite dies, the opening of the 19th polluted land can kill a lot less people. Originally, Yi Zhe's opening battle performance was good enough, plus this corrupted behemoth kill, and the merit of assisting in killing special elites, as well as being only a level 7 and a high school student. Let Su Feng apply for the bronze medal for him directly. Don't mind the simplicity of awarding medals. This is the war front. Everything is simple. Su Feng took another piece of paper out and said, of course, if you want to hear the words of commendation, I can read another 800 words here. Don't read it. Yi Zhe hurriedly stopped it. In his previous life he was most annoyed by the leader's meaningless big speeches. He nonchalantly put the medallion away. The medal was very beautiful, with a brass luster, a floral pattern around it, and the name of Yezer and the date of his ordination engraved in small letters. It's not just a commemorative roll. There are actual privileges in many places, even military subsidized discounts on purchases, etc. Yezer had seen it in a textbook. There are 6 medals of merit: bronze, silver, gold, starburst, lunar eclipse, and sunburst, each made of 6 special materials. And there are certain anti-detection and anti-voyeurism effects. I didn't realize that what was once textbook was actually practically in his hands. The moment he saw Yi Zhe get the medal, Su Feng suddenly sighed a little. He felt that his scout battalion could not keep Yi Zhe. Chang Zhengping glanced at the time and said, oh virtuous nephew, you still have to participate in Qingfeng City's megagroup book tomorrow, right? I'll stop by and give you a ride back. Su Feng despised a glance. Too lazy to poke him. Your North by North regiment is in the south, and the war college is in the north. Which kind of road is it along? It was indeed getting dark, because waiting for the mantis to evolve, along with settling the military credits, took a lot of time. Spare Yi Zhe's physique was a bit tired, just in time for a ride. Lin Yuan City, War College Investigation Section. Teacher Lu, I order you to call Yi Zhe back immediately. No matter what method you use, a student who is approaching the entrance exams should stay in school honestly. Who gave him the guts to go out of town? Vice President Zhou Wei, sitting across from Lu Boyan, said nonchalantly. Lu Boyan frowned, but still answered, I've already found someone to take care of him. It won't take long for him to return. Vice Dean Zhou Wei snorted coldly. He had planned to contact Yi Zhe today, wanting him to mention himself more in front of the media, but who would have thought that Yi Zhe would ignore him? It made him, the vice president, lose face at all. He then warned Lu Boyan, as we approach the entrance exam, you left the city without my order. This is a disciplinary offense. If he's not back by 12 o'clock today, I'll consider canceling his team copy participation. Lu Boyan was originally just silent, but when he heard that the opportunity for a copy was cancelled, he burst into a rage. Vice President Zhou, are you crazy? A talented student who was the first to pass hell difficulty in all of East China, and you dare to cancel his chance at a group book? I'm going to correct you, Ms. Willow. Vice Dean Zhou Wei smiled disdainfully. It's a talented student from the ordinary class. He emphasized the words ordinary class, and it is self-evident what that means. Did less geniuses come out of the regular class before? But sooner or later, talent, or luck, runs out. As the rank of professionals increases, they will become more and more strained, more and more powerless, and eventually die out, including Yi Zhe. He emphasized the word Yi Zhe again, clearly being extraordinarily upset with him. Lu Boyan stood up and glared angrily. The veteran's aura made the vice president take 2 steps back. According to you, then, if the regular classes don't find their own way out, are they waiting for you to set them up? Even if you can't afford to enter a copy at the academy, you're stuck here? Listening to Lu Boyan's questioning, Vice Dean Zhou Wei said indifferently, I'm the homeroom teacher of the key class. I have no control over the ordinary class, but going out of town is a violation of school discipline. You're on your own. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave, regardless of Lu Boyan's face. At that moment, however, a teacher hurriedly ran in through the door. Mr. Ryu. Mr. Ryu. The Vice Dean is also here. The Chang leader of the East China Demon Suppression Army has come over. He said that Mr. Ryu your student was ordained. Chapter 30, O Social Animal of the Investigation Section. Traveling to Qingfeng City. Hearing these words, whether it was Lu Boyan or Zhou Wei, their complexion was instantly confused. Student. Ordained? 2 words that are so easy to understand apart, but how can they be a bit unbelievable together? Zhou Wei hurriedly spoke. Say that again? The teacher who delivered the message said weakly. Headmaster Chang said that Mr. Lu's student was awarded the bronze medal, and they say let's make a page 1 campus headline. Who is that student? Zhou Wei urgently pursued the question. In his mind, there was a vague answer, but he didn't want to admit it. that teacher said. It's Yi Zhe. As if with a boom, Vice President Zhou Wei's brain felt like it had gone down. At this time, the stout Chang Zhangping broke in, glowing and said, "Old Lu, you've introduced me to a talent." Behind Chang Zhangping, there was a yawning Yi Zhe. Lu Boyan's face was exaggerated as he looked oddly at his old comrade Chang Zhangping. What happened? What ordination? Obviously you were just told to take care of Yi Zhe. Who told you to honor him? Could it get any more outrageous? Chang Zhangping looked at Lu Boyan's face like this and laughed out loud, as if he had been expecting his shocked expression for a long time. He waved at Yi Zhe and said, "Ha ha ha, come, show your teacher." Yi Zhe took out the bronze medal from his pocket and placed it in front of Lu Boyan. Seeing this, Vice Dean Zhou Wei snapped over and stared at the medallion just as closely. Bronze medal, awarded by the Scout Battalion. Reward Yi Zhe for his outstanding contribution to the opening of the 19th polluted land? Lu Boyan took the medallion and looked at the description on it. His heart changed from doubt to suppressed excitement. It really is a bronze medal awarded by the Xintian army. In the entire Lingyuan city, with a population of hundreds of thousands, there were no more than 20 people who possessed the bronze medal. Moreover, most of them are veterans of the Jin Demon army. Now a high school student is being awarded the bronze medal? Chang Zhangping patted Lu Boyan's shoulder and said, "Old Lu, don't get too excited. Don't you have one too?" Lu Boyan calmed down and shook his head slightly. His bronze medal was awarded just as he was about to be discharged. It had a completely different meaning than the bronze medal that Yi Zhe, who was only a senior in high school, had been awarded. If Yi Zhe had gotten average grades in the college entrance exam, just with this medal, it would also allow him to have a top 100 ranking in the college entrance exam. At least there's a guarantee. Lu Boyan took a long breath, ready to say something. Instead, he found that Yezer was sitting on a stool in a daze, not paying any attention to the medallion at all. The boy, on the contrary, Vice Dean Zhou Wei was stunned at the moment. He had just, and was about to cancel Yi Zhe's access to the team copy, remove a benefit that, for a student who has contributed to the fight against the Abyss and has the bronze medal, would have been due? How is this different from raising a military compound? But it took Zhou Wei only a moment to become all smiles and appreciation. I knew it. The student who can break hell difficulty is bound to be extraordinary in the future as well. As you know, I'm the most supportive of students traveling to contaminated lands for actual combat. Lu Boyan snorted coldly. Seeing this, Chang Zhangping frowned and said, "Who are you?" Zhou Wei's smile froze. Lu Boyan said nonchalantly, "Vice Dean Zhou, it's better to get a grip on your key classes." Seeing that no one took care of himself, Zhou Wei's face was so embarrassed that he could only slink away. Subsequently, Lu Boyan put the bronze medallion back into Yezer's pocket and immediately called out to him, "Wake up first and sleep when you get to the highway." Yi Zhe wasn't asleep. He was just resting his eyes and sniffed with a puzzled look on his face. High-speed rail? I don't have to take the high-speed train to get me home, do I? Lu Boyan was filled with helplessness. Go to Qingfeng City. You can't have forgotten about the mega group book, right? Isn't that tomorrow? Yezer was shocked. It's almost midnight now, and we're in Lingyuan City. It's going to be 5 hours by high-speed train. Having never been to another city at all, Yezer almost forgot. Lingyuan City was the most remote city in East China. This led to the fact that most of the students from Lingyuan City, when they went to other cities to take their examinations and enter their books, took the bus there in the early hours of the morning. Chang Zhangping said indifferently, "It's fine. If you want to sleep, let Yi Zhe's nephew sleep more. I'll personally send him there then." Xian nephew? Lu Boyan looked at him suspiciously, but agreed. "That's fine." Yi Zhe immediately waved his hand. "No, I'd better go over together. Just now, the head of Chang's group sent him all the way here. Almost every 3 sentences to mention the good of the East China Army and the North by North Regiment. It's almost like you're immune to hearing it. It would be unimaginable to be sent all the way by the standing chief again." Yi Zhe casually asked again, "Teacher, aren't you going to Qingfeng City?" Lu Boyan sighed deeply and pointed to the papers on his desk. "Strange phenomena are occurring in the contaminated land of the 17th. The chief of the section has gone over with his men to explore the field, and all their work is now up to me. It's like the social animal of the investigative section." Yi Zhe spat out a sentence, then hurriedly slipped away and headed to the Lingyuan City high-speed train station. Yi Zhe's body transformed into a cloud of dark shadows at this moment, weaving through Lingyuan City. In order to hurry, he directly copied the squirrel's shadow escape skill. The feeling of the shadow escape was somewhat similar to swimming, and like floating in the air, but no one would notice. I didn't realize that it was actually time to travel to the mantis homeland, but I don't think he has very good memories of this hometown. Qingfeng City, the same city that captured the extreme blade mantis. It is also the location of the only level 10 megateam copy in East China. The blood-colored plain where the extreme blade mantis was born was also more than 100 miles outside of Qingfeng City. However, with Mantis' current state of reclining into the void, it was clear that he had no feelings for this homeland anymore. High-speed rail station. Here it is. In fact, in this world, with the existence of technological professions such as mechanic, transportation is very well developed. But the more developed the transportation, the more energy it requires and the more it costs in various ways. And high-speed rail, affordable. And the college will charter 2 trains for the students at no cost to themselves. Climbing onto the platform of the high-speed train, one could see all the regular senior class of students from the War College. As for the key classes, they naturally had their unique way of traveling, and even playing group books was not with the regular classes. Once inside the compartment, I don't know who exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk, Yi Zhe, it's really him. I haven't seen him all day today. I thought something had happened to him. I thought Zhao Xuan had lost money and was looking for someone to get back at him. Yi Zhe, who had the record of being the first to pass the hell difficulty copy, was still very legendary in the eyes of the students. But with today's one-day cooling-off period, it was clear that the crowd was much more sensible. If it were yesterday, the number of people rushing up for autographs would probably be in the minority. Yi Zhe swept around. Most of the students were around level 3, and level 4 was already the best in the regular class. His eyes eventually rested on a 24th grade girl. Xia Cheng, 22 years old, is a trainee teacher of General Class 3 and one of the lead teachers this time. For a busload of high school girls, she had grown out to be extraordinarily slender and gentle-looking, wearing a light green dress. Yi Zhe walked over, and Xia Cheng likewise saw him and waved hello. Mr. Xia, where do I sit? It's best if you can rest quietly. Saying that, Yi Zhe revealed a harmless smile. Xia Cheng froze, and after looking openly for a moment, she glanced at Yi Zhe's clear and handsome face. Then, you sit with me. On top of this high-speed train, it is divided into compartments that can accommodate 4 to 6 people, who can group themselves into seating groups. Yes or nothing good friends group, just want to rest all the way. Then the least disturbed position is definitely where the teacher is. Yi Zhe was satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Seeing Yi Zhe enter Xia Cheng's cubicle, many of the male students began to envy and be jealous. Xia Cheng is a soon-to-be graduate college student, a small family-type beauty with a gentle voice and lovely looks. Popularity was once extremely high among the love-struck male students. It was painful to look at the place that was out of reach of the crowd, but Yi Zhe went in first. Not far away in a compartment, 2 men and 2 women were talking, and the topic was still Yi Zhe. You guys? Yi Zhe, who was able to solo a hell difficulty copy yesterday. How powerful must he be now? Come on. He didn't even get in a copy today, so he can't say he's already swinging. The one who spoke was a boy with a thin figure and wearing assassin's soft armor. Level 4, obviously quite confident after brushing copies all day today. Sitting across from him, a pastor girl disagreed. Yi Zhe is a hell difficulty first pass. I don't think anyone in the entire East China high school is stronger than him. Who said that? There are people much better than him. The skinny boy, a level 4, sniffed and immediately retorted. I heard from my uncle that someone appeared at the scout camp today, and that's really strong. Right here in Polluted Lands number 19. Even a level 15 evil demon elite can be easily killed in seconds. Chapter 31. Compare me to myself? Do not spy on the creatures of the void. Killing a level 15 evil demon elite in seconds? Hearing this, the remaining 3 people in the cubicle were shocked, because in the eyes of a few people, the evil demons were all far away from them, and the evil demon elites were even more of a horror legend. But inside the cubicle, the girl with the priest profession and the name Lin Ke said unhappily, Lu Qi, I'm talking about inside high school. How can it be a high school student who can kill a level 15 evil demon elite in seconds? It must be a Jin demon army elite. Upon hearing this, the level 4 assassin boy called Lu Qi, however, had a confident look on his face. I'm talking about high school students. My uncle participated in today's Polluted Lands openings, and he said that the big guy was only level 7 and about our age. But his summoned beast can kill a blood-wrecked demon with a single punch. My uncle and the others, they call him the new king of the scout battalion. Lu Yang droned on, his tone growing more and more agitated. Sitting next to Lin Ko, a slightly chubby girl couldn't help but question, which is stronger, the blood-wrecked demon, or the Inferno difficulty boss? That goes without saying. Without waiting for the others to speak, Lu Qi immediately said, evil demons can be much more powerful than magical beasts. Priest girl Rinko nuzzled her mouth and didn't retort. It was indeed a recognized fact. Well, I told you, this newcomer King Big Brother is much stronger than Yi Zhe. When he spoke, Lu Qi unconsciously showed a few faint colors of pride, as if that Big Brother was himself. After seeing Yi enter Xia Qing's cubicle, he became more and more expectant of surpassing Yi. From now on, I'm going to take Big Brother as my direction. Lin Ko nonchalantly shot back. Just you? Tisk. Besides, Yi was able to clear the hell copy yesterday. It's not clear how strong he'll become today. Maybe Yi can kill blood wreck demons now. It's not much worse than that newcomer king. Lu Qi waved his hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hearing the argument here, a few students from the next cubicle poked their heads in. There was a lot of talk about their first-hand information. Yi? He's far worse than the Scout Battalion's rookie king. That rookie king, I heard, has been ordained. He's only a senior and he's been decorated. A boy next door, wearing glasses, mysteriously lowered his voice as he said the last sentence, but the vibrations that were set off were even greater. Some uninformed students in the two cubicles exclaimed, "Being honored? Really? My sister was a clerk in the Scout Battalion and she saw it with her own eyes." The man with the glasses who had just spoken affirmed. He got the bronze medal in his senior year of high school, awarded by the Scout Battalion commander himself. It's rumored that the newcomer King Big Brother can already kill level 25 evil demon elites. If it wasn't for him, a lot more people would have to die in the opening of the 19th polluted land. Hearing the detailed explanation, the crowd of students couldn't help but gasp in amazement. And there were even a few girls who showed admiration. Even Lin Ke felt at this moment that Yi's light was overshadowed by a lot. Lu Qi was instantly satisfied. See, Yezer is far worse than a real big shot. The newcomer king is the idol that I, Lu Qi, pursue. The two compartments' clamor grew louder and louder. It even reached Xia Qing's cubicle. She sat up helplessly and closed the door and window to her cubicle, the frosted glass screen making for much better soundproofing. Try to avoid Yi's mind being affected by other people's words, Xia Qing thought. She and Yezer were the only two people in her cubicle, but as soon as Yezer came in, he leaned back in his seat, covered his face with his ducktail hat, and was quiet as could be. Xia Qing's bright almond eyes couldn't help but measure him a few more times. Yezer's emotions are so stable? Being compared to someone else by a classmate and not getting upset at all? That alone was already much more calming than a lot of the students she'd seen. In this kind of environment, Yi didn't have the habit of deep sleep, so naturally he heard the clamor outside. But for a moment the mood was a little mixed. Compare yourself to yourself. He didn't know what to say. It's like pulling a stomp on yourself, but it's like you're praising yourself. Solely continuing to close his eyes to recover his strength and spirit. Today's continuous whole day in the polluted land. The consumption is still not small. And at that moment the door of the compartment was suddenly knocked open. Knock knock. Xia Qing stood up, and outside the door was a man and a woman in escort uniforms. Two third-order professionals. Hello Miss Xia Qing, I am Qin Chang, the captain of the Qingfeng City Escort Guard. My name is Zhou Huahua. I'm sort of the vice captain. The professions and ranks of the two people in front of him surprised Xia Qing quite a bit, with a level 30 gunfighter, and a level 30 spirit numinator. Every year, when the reunion was in progress, Green Frontier City would send people to come and escort the students. However, there had never been a situation like this year where even level 30 professionals were sent over. Perhaps seeing Xia Qing's surprise, Captain Qin Chang explained. The beasts of the Scarlet Plains have been somewhat restless this year, often attacking humans or city facilities. But don't worry, we in Qingfeng City have already sent people to clear it. We will escort all of you today to make sure there are no accidents. After hearing the explanation, Xia Qing was instantly much more relieved. She wasn't a profession that was good at fighting, and now that she had two third-ranked professionals, she was under a lot less pressure along the way. Then it will be hard for the two of you, Xia Qing said readily. Looking at the cubicle there were still two seats. Qin Chang simply took Zhou Huahua directly and prepared to sit down. After seeing Yi, who was leaning back and resting, he curiously said, "Is this?" But the words were not finished, only to see that Zhou Huahua, who originally had a lively and spirited personality, suddenly shivered, looked extremely bad, and pulled Qin Chang tightly. She is a psychic thinker by profession and can perceive others on a spiritual level. But just now, the moment she subconsciously perceived Yezer, it was as if her entire being was pulled into an endless void. Darkness, desolation, and fear wrapped around her, like a small boat mistakenly entering a vast deep sea, until a pair of scarlet compound eyes, appearing in the void, stared at her. In just a breath, her spirit instantly collapsed. Dangerous. Qin Chang's brows were furrowed, but he did not find the slightest abnormality. What? Zhou Huahua looked at the calm surroundings, and then looked at Yi, who seemed to be passed out and harmless. She couldn't help but fall into doubt. A few years later, when Zhou Huahua recalled this memory, he realized, in the entire history of humanity, apart from Yi, she was the first human to perceive the existence of void creatures, And a valuable lesson was discovered: don't spy on void creatures so easily. In the future it will be relevant for the times. Unfortunately, she knows nothing about it at the moment. Chapter 32. If you don't let me out, people are going to die out there. Seeing that Qin Cheng even took out his spear, Xia Qing lost her color and hurriedly explained, "This is Yi Zhe, a student of our academy, not a bad person." Qin Cheng was also a bit helpless and put away his weapon and looked at Zhou Huahua. They are all high school students. What danger can they be in? Zhou Huahua seriously suspected that something had gone wrong with his spiritual thoughts, as that feeling had only appeared for an instant. She simply stopped dwelling on it and settled down with Qin Cheng and the two of them. And by this time, the high-speed train was already heading toward Green Frontier City. For most of the students, this was their first time leaving Linyuan City, and their excitement was high. Some gathered to play games, others lay by the window to watch the scenery. As the lead teacher, Xia Qing couldn't help but feel a little worried as she looked at the strip outside. We're almost to the wilderness area already. We won't encounter any wild animals, will we? As a non-combatant profession, Xia Qing didn't have much experience going out of the city, so naturally he was less worried. The captain of the escort, Qin Cheng, laughed. "Don't worry, we are traveling on a high-speed train after all, and most of the beasts are still very afraid of this kind of transportation and won't lean over at all. Our escorts are just a precautionary measure. Usually nothing happens." Before the words were out of his mouth, several people instantly pitched forward. The sound of crashing intertwined with the sharp sound of emergency brakes. Stab dash. It's a good thing the train isn't going as fast as it did in the previous life, or the consequences would be unimaginable. What happened? Countless students struggled to sit up, some even with minor injuries, as a cacophony of panic ensued. Yi Zhe's rare rest was interrupted as golden arcs of light jumped from his pupils. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from the front. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Good. Big bull. Iron-armored rhinoceros. Wind wolf. Python. Is this place a copy of? Several students watched the scene off the field, their voices and legs shaking a little at the same time. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng and Zhou Huahua immediately looked outward, their faces dramatically changing. Dozens of beasts. The types varied, and there were a few magical beasts mixed in, among which there was even no shortage of level 30 existences. Yes, most beasts are afraid of high-speed trains, but a beast that isn't afraid of high-speed rail is certainly not simple. What the hell? Why would so many races of beasts attack at the same time? The beasts of the wilderness hardly listen to the commands of other races, not to mention Beast and Wraith united. A situation like today's could well warrant a separate page in a textbook. Qin Cheng suddenly thought of something and yelled, "Why did the train stop? Keep driving." At that moment, a red alarm flashed on the train ceiling. "A stone-armored beast has been encountered up ahead. We can't continue. Encounter with stone-armored beasts ahead." Zhou Huahua's brows furrowed as he realized the seriousness of the problem. They, even, will stand in our way. Once the high-speed train charged at the stone-armored beast, although the stone-armored beast would die, the entire train would be directly knocked over. Qin Cheng made an instant decision. "All escorts get off with me. All students stay put. Hurry up and contact the nearby city defense or the demon suppression army." The last sentence was directed at Xia Cheng. Immediately afterward, Qin Cheng, Zhou Huahua, as well as a dozen or so second-order escorts, got out of the car. Xia Cheng, who stumbled upon a wave of small beasts on his first internship leading a team, had a somewhat flustered face and hastily picked up his cell phone. Yi Zhe opened his eye of insight to look out the window. Only in the haze of the night, an army that seemed to be made up of wild beasts surged forward. The flame gargoyle, iron-armored rhinoceros, blizzard wolf, cracked groundhog king, and demon python are mostly level 15 or higher beasts. Even the beasts are restless these days. Nah. Yi Zhe spat out a sentence, only to see that the members of Qingfeng City's escorts were already fighting the beasts. The escort guard is a separate armed force for each city, and is notoriously strong, led by 2 third-order captains. The first wave of the beast tide's charge had been held back. "Yi Zhe, just stay here and don't move. I'll go stabilize the other students." In Yi Zhe's ear came Xia Qing's voice. Although Xia Qing was not a combat profession and did not have much battlefield experience, she was a teacher, albeit still practicing. This is a situation where it's important to step up and stabilize students who are panicking and trying to do something stupid. As a matter of fact, there was just a group of hot-blooded male students who wanted to team up to go out and fight against the beasts, which also included Lu Qi. But after seeing the tank-like iron-armored rhinoceros, his face turned white and he didn't dare to step out of the car door. The difference is too great. This is not a copy. Go out and get touched. Then you're really dead. Hearing Xia Qing's words, Yi Zhe however shook his head. Xia Qing was instantly anxious, her eyebrows locked. "Yi Zhe, it's this time, don't be capricious. Okay. She hardened her tone a bit, attempting to use the majesty of a teacher to deter Yizhe. It was a pity that she was one of those quiet, gentle-type beauties, and her gentle voice was not intimidating even if she added some toughness to it. Mr. Xia, listen to me first. Yizhe laughed sincerely and pointed his finger out the window. If you don't let me out, people are going to die out there. A few students continued to look out onto the field, their faces bloodless at the moment. In the second wave of beasts, a full 6 level 25 elite beasts came, along with 2 magical beasts of the same level. I saw Qin Chang. 1 man, 1 gun, blood gas surging, 1 against 4, but still the other beasts broke through the back row. Yizhe followed Xia Qing and came to the carriage corridor. Xia Qing didn't know why she believed Yizhe. Perhaps she was a bit scared herself, and after being impressed by his calmness and confidence, she wanted to pull him along for courage. Upon seeing their teacher, the students in the compartment settled down a bit, but the beast outside the car was not at peace, and a shattering sound rang out outside. A beast breaking through the defenses set up by the psychic readers. In the summoned beast space, the red-eyed mantis had long been restless, but Yizhe didn't dare to put Mantis out alone. He's a little scared. He's afraid that when Mantis goes out, he's going to go along and kill the escorts as well. Given Mantis's current killing nature, this would be a matter of smooth sailing if left unchecked. Yizhe was about to walk out of the car door when he realized that the one guarding the door was spiritual thinker Zhou Huahua. Get back! Zhou Huahua gave an anxious bellow. Yizhe realized that the ones charging in front of him were 2 level 25 elite stone armor beasts. With Zhou Huahua's rank, she definitely had no problem dodging the attack. But behind her was a train car full of high school students. Now, there's an additional Yezer. Yezer! Xia Qing exclaimed in surprise, while some arcane light flashed in his eyes. A dark blue arcane shield was placed over Yizhe. It was her profession. Scholar, the only combat skill, and even more so, the only defense skill she could do. And the next moment, a black and white figure appeared. A breeze-like chi energy floated by, and it actually rushed straight to kill the 2 charging stone-armored beasts. Taiji range bird's tail. Boom dash. The 2 stone-armored beasts were embedded into the ground with a single blow, killing them instantly. Kill the stone-armored beast. Gain experience plus 225. Kill the stone-armored beast. Gain experience plus 225. Rank, 7, 3280/4300. Chapter 33. As you know, Yizhe has always been my idol. Yizhe couldn't help but sigh a little. What a familiar scene. When he was level 1, he was the panda who used range bird's tail to deal with the stone-armored beast. When he was level 7, he was still a panda using a range bird's tail to deal with the stone armor beast. When are we going to get Panda to have more skills? Yezer spat out a sentence. But he didn't realize that at this moment, inside and outside the entire carriage, each and every one of them looked at him with the eyes of a monster. The students of the War Academy, dumbfounded, couldn't help but murmur. This dang iron-eating beast, whose summoned beast is it? Let me guess. No need to guess. Of all of us here, only Yizhe is a summoner. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes began to tremble a little, looking at Yizhe as if he was looking at a god. Yi-Zi-E. You? Is this the senior in the class next to hers? Are you kidding me? Even many of the university graduates she had seen did not have the strength to kill 2 level 25 elite stone armor beasts in seconds. How could someone like that have just slept so quietly next to her? The priest girl on the other side, Lin Ku, immediately had her eyes glowing, bringing a hint of adoration with her, showing off to Lu Qi and the others beside him. Look, I told you Yizhe is definitely more powerful. Zhou Huahua got bewildered. Yizhe said seriously, can I join the battlefield now? Although the beasts and magical beasts here didn't have as much experience as the evil demons, but it was enough to upgrade him. Who can refuse to level up one more level before the mega group book? But unexpectedly, Zhou Huahua directly refused. No way. You're only in your senior year. It's not your turn to go to war and fight for your life. What's more, you're strong now, and you'll definitely be even stronger in the future. You should live. There's no need to take risks here. Although Zhou Huahua and the others were only escorts, their mission, though, was to protect the students. Yezer sighed helplessly. He was tempted to spit. There was really no need to fight for his life at this level. But Zhou Huahua added, since your strength is not bad, then try to protect yourself, as much as possible. Between words, although Zhou Huahua recognized Yizhe's strength, he still felt that he was not enough to turn the tide of battle. There is no point in talking too much. Yezer had already realized that. He rummaged through his backpack and only had an investigative section identification card. Oh, in the pocket. He called out to Zhou Huahua, a bronze medal flashing in his hand. At this moment, Zhou Huahua's expression was shocked beyond words, similarly including Xia Qing, Lin Ku and the other students in the compartment. The ones with the most exaggerated faces belonged to Lu Qi and the others. Yi Zhe pinned the medal to his chest and said, I don't need to say more, do I? Where is the bronze medal awarded by the military the most privileged? The army and the battlefield. Of course. This represents the military's recognition of their ability and strength in the battlefield, in lieu of rank, and even with some temporary command of troops. Of course, bronze doesn't have much authority, but for these men in the escort, it was enough. Zhou Huahua was shocked and immediately gave a standard military salute. Got it. This bronze medal proved that Yi Zhe, on the battlefield, was a warrior of the same level of the Jin Demon Army who had the ability to fight. In terms of title alone, it was even half a rank higher than the escort. Yi Zhe smiled and returned the greeting. You stay here and keep watch. I'll go and settle the beast tide. With that, he left the carriage straight away and joined the fray. At the moment, the entire carriage was silent. Dozens of students looked at each other with almost frozen expressions. Xia Cheng, Lin Ku, and especially Lu Qi were in a trance and extremely exaggerated. Bronze medal. That high school student rumored to have been decorated by the military. That newcomer king of the scout battalion with an unbelievable battle record was actually Yi Zhe. Xia Qing was completely dumbfounded, not knowing how to describe. The first day of the transfer first pass held difficulty, and the next day was decorated by the military. Is this really the grade of an average class student? Lin Ku, Lu Qi and the others' scalps were numb. They had just now, been comparing Yi Zhe to himself? Is this something a human being could do? After a moment of silence, Lu Qi burst out in a burst of excitement. It's awesome. You guys know, Yi Zhe has always been my idol. After killing into the battlefield, for elite magical beasts immediately rushed over around Yi Zhe. It seemed to be focused specifically on him, but there was nothing that needed to be hesitated. Yi Zhe sent out the panda and flew over to kill it. Tai Chi Cloud Hands, out of the box, with the high attack power that surpassed the quality. The 4 elite magical beasts around them were hammered and exploded in an instant. Gotta help relieve Qin Sheng first. With this in mind, Yi Zhe then sent out the Shadow Squirrel as a match to rescue the besieged gunfighter Qin Sheng. It's you? Qin Sheng recognized Yi Zhe through his cloak as the student who had just been in the cubicle, but when he saw the bronze medallion on its body, he instantly did not recognize the person in front of him again. Are you really in high school? Before Yezer could reply, 2 huge and powerful auras rushed into the battlefield. 2 level 30 elite beast kings. It was so much more oppressive than the previous ones. Qin Sheng frowned. Plants, why is it never ending? Even the captain of the guards who was in Qingfeng City could not help but feel a little tricky at this moment. If this kept up, it would undoubtedly evolve into a large beast wave. But Yi Zhe's eyes glowed with gold and what he said made Qin Sheng greatly excited. Don't worry, I found the problem. Through the eye of insight, one could see in detail that every beast and magical beast that was killed over had a special state on it. Driven, the means of forcibly controlling the beast. The mastermind behind the scenes, with this handful of abilities, hides in the shadows and rounds up all of them. Qin Sheng couldn't wait. What should we do? It wasn't Yi Zhe, a high school student, that he trusted, but the bronze medal. Yi Zhe didn't make any pretense and immediately proceeded to make arrangements. You go back to defend against the Beast King. I'm enough on my own. Qin Sheng stared blankly, immediately followed by an embarrassed expression. I can't defend against 2 Beast Kings by myself. It was fine to deal with 2 Beast Kings, but it was more difficult when he had to protect the train as well. Yezer naturally understood. I'll have Panda join you. What about you? Qin Sheng didn't understand. What do you use without your summoned beast? In his opinion, that panda clad in white Dao robes was definitely the strongest summoned beast. Against the source of the beast tide, not even bringing the strongest summoned beasts? Yi Zhe smiled bashfully. Don't worry, as of right now, the strongest hasn't had a chance to debut yet. Hearing this, Qin Sheng stopped nagging and immediately returned to the defense of the level 30 Beast King. As for Yi Zhe, he finally summoned the 3rd summoned beast, the Void Hunter. Mantis, find the leader of the surrounding beast wave. After saying that, the red-eyed mantis figure suddenly appeared from the air beside Yi Zhe, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Those scarlet compound eyes, as if they had been held for a long time, flew to observe the whole battlefield. As a top hunter nowadays, and with those compound eyes unique to Mantis, he was extraordinarily accurate in judging his prey. A moment later, those bloodthirsty eyes locked onto a figure in the dark forest in the distance. Night Spectre Jackal, LV-30, type, rare class magical beast. Found you. Chapter 34, Slaying the Beast Tide Leader. 8th level. At the train car. Before the 2 level 30 Beast Kings broke through the defense line, Qin Sheng and the panda managed to block them with 1 each. Instead of being happy to see this, Zhou Huahua looked shocked. Team Qin? Why did you come back by yourself? Qin Sheng is a little helpless. This captain at this time even the team members a trace of concern cannot be obtained. However, he knew what Zhou Huahua was referring to and told her about Yi Zhe's arrangement. Who knows? The always gentle Xia Qing was in a hurry. Captain Qin, Yi Zhe he's a student anyways. How can we let him fight against the beast-tide leader alone? Yeah Team Qin. Zhou Huahua's face was grave. Especially, Yi Zhe also left his summoned beasts behind for defense. Summoners without teammates around them will definitely suffer. Qin Shang repelled the level 30 Beast King in front of him and felt that he had a mouthful to defend. He had just actually thought the same thing. So before he returned to defense, he decisively turned his head to aid Yi Zhe, thinking that at least the two could still take care of each other. But as he turned his head, however, beside Yi Zhe, he felt a terrifying aura of ferocity, brutality, and violence. It was like a fierce beast that had been dormant for a long time and was searching for prey. At that moment, he could feel Yi Zhe's undercard was completely much more terrifying than what they had seen. He wanted to tell Zhou Huahua, your spiritual thoughts, they're pretty accurate. I'm afraid the danger I felt before was not an illusion. And, it was unknown if Yi Zhe would suffer a loss, but the leader of the beast tide, I was afraid that he would suffer a great loss. A jackal, a rare and intelligent beast. After spotting the figure in the distance, Yi Zhe instantly recalled the corresponding information. Jackals are similar to wolves, but the rest of their attributes are mediocre, except for their higher intelligence and spirit, and their scarcity. The rare quality Night Spectre jackal was a species that ranked in the top 5 in rarity in the wilderness near East China. Yi Zhe subconsciously opened the Eye of Insight. Night Spectre jackal, LV30, type, rare wraiths. Attributes, strength 140, constitution 140, agility 160, spirit 270. Skills, phantom surprise attack, night stealth, poisonous cracking claws, mind invasion. The feedback from the Eye of Insight was just half seen, but see in the field of vision. The fur dark night ghost jackal, turn around and ready to slip, trying to run. What keen spiritual perception. Yi Zhe didn't panic in the slightest and even praised. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the perception and warning of danger. Obviously, this Night Spectre jackal had vaguely sensed the danger coming and attempted to abandon the beasts and directly escape. But the prey, targeted by the void hunters can't escape. Stop him. At Yi Zhe's command, the red-eyed mantis figure disappeared from its original position in an instant, nearly 1,000 meters away in the woods. The Night Spectre jackal with a slender body and black and purple fur was desperately fleeing, but the next moment, it braked its feet in a hurry. Only in front of him, as if coming out of a crack in space, was a monster-like praying mantis. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped the body of the Night Yui jackal. Only its two eyes, which were like balls of deep purple light, suddenly contracted, and its somewhat protruding claws and jaws assumed a warning-like posture. This looks a bit like the blue venom beast. Yezer rushed over at the same time, with the poised squirrel on his shoulder. Back and forth, the Night Spectre jackal let out an odd grunt. A few moments later, 2 night wolves were surprisingly killed from both sides. Night wolf, LV30, type, elite level beast. This night phenom jackal actually knows how to arrange a few bodyguards for himself? Yi Zhe was surprised, but his heart was more than a little skeptical. With the mental power of a Night Spectre jackal, how could it drive so many level 30 beasts? Even if the Night Spectre jackal is slightly higher quality, it doesn't quite make sense. And at that moment, Night Yui jackal actually spoke. Human, you leave now and we'll be fine with each other. Its voice was obscure and low. It seemed that after having 2 helpers, with 3 against 2, he thought that he held some advantage and spoke with confidence. Yezer laughed. He was also afraid that his opponent would be too weak to detect the true strength of the Void Hunters. He looked at Night Yui jackal teasingly. Here, let me see. What else can you surprise me with? Anger surfaced in the eyes of the Night Yui jackal. As an intelligent creature, he took the initiative to seek peace, but he was still treated with such contempt and provocation. Then you die. Night wolves, which become additionally stronger when augmented by the darkness of the night, increase their speed and lethality exponentially. 2 level 30 night wolves, in the state of darkness, if they were to surround a normal 3rd-ranked professional, at least serious injuries would be unavoidable. But at this moment, the 2 wolves chose Mantis as their target. At the moment when the 2 night wolves wielded their sharp claws and were about to pounce over, Mantis' body instantly became illusory. It was like being in another dimension and leaving a projection only here. Void Shuttle. As the attack was about to arrive, Mantis shuttled his body into the void dimension, avoiding his opponent's offense. What a sick skill. Even Yi Zhe couldn't help but spit out. It's just a pity that humans don't always survive in the void, or else I'd want to replicate it and try it. The sharp claws of the 2 night wolves grabbed the air, and their bodies inertially moved forward. Before they could react, Mantis' body reappeared in the same place. Stab dash. The left and right scythe-like arm blades traced a blood-colored filament in the air. The two night wolves, one on the left and one on the right, were instantly girded. Night wolves were not earthworms, and after being cut at the waist, the body divided into upper and lower parts quickly lost its vitality. Kill Night Wolf. Experience plus 270. Kill Night Wolf. Experience plus 270. Night U Jackal's undercurrent instantly disappeared, turning to a look of horror. This was because, in its opinion, the Void Mantis had killed two level 30 night wolves in just a single breath, unharmed. The strangeness of its means was something it had not expected at all. Even it had no knowledge of void creatures. Gotta think of something. With a twinkle in his eye, Night Spectre Jackal was ready to kill Yi Zhe almost instantly. Can't run, can't fight. It looks like the only way to have a slim chance of survival is to grab the summoner. But Yi Zhe was not panicked in the slightest. In front of him, but there was the permanent presence of the spirit shield of the spirit contract cloak. Shield value equals summoner's spirit plus all summoned beasts physique, asterisk 1000%. Currently, with 3 summoned beasts, the shield value is a whopping 5,320 points. Standing and letting the Night Spectre Jackal beat it. It had to beat it for half a day. But alas, the Night Spectre Jackal didn't even have a chance to trigger the shield. The moment it lunged at Yi Zhe, the mantis swung its right arm blade and Void Chop was unleashed. In that moment, space seemed to be torn apart. A purple void rift cut through the air, and wherever the rift passed, the space was distorted by it, emitting a low humming sound. If the panda of Tai Chi Kung Fu is invincible in melee combat, that mantis with the power of the void is the strongest assassin and hunter. With a snap, the corpses of the Night Spectre Jackals, which had been cut into left and right pieces, fell to the ground. Killed a rare magic beast, Night Spectre Jackal, gained experience plus 750. Ding! Your level has increased to level 8. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Hunter Red-Eyed Mantis has killed a powerful enemy once, and can evolve its body parts once. Chapter 35, Mark of the Demon General. Mantis Arm Blade Evolution. A series of prompts went off. However, Yi Zhe did not bother to look at it for the time being, and turned to gaze intently at a certain part of the Night Spectre Jackal's corpse. An unexpected problem was discovered. Soul Control Seal, from the evil demon general, Soul Drawing Fiend. Used to remotely manipulate a target's actions. A soul-controlling mark from an evil demon was hidden under the fur at the neck of the Night Spectre Jackal, completely invisible to the naked eye. So it's the evil one. While Yi Zhe marveled, he instructed Mantis, check if there are any more enemies around? Mantis's compound eyes flashed red as he affirmed, no more, master. After saying that, he stood beside Yi Zhe obediently and waited for his evolution. Yezer nodded. No wonder, a Night Spectre Jackal was able to control so many level 30 beasts. So it turned out that the controller was someone else. Even the Night Spectre Jackal was controlled. It was used as a smokescreen by this demon general level existence. Remembering what the escort captain Qin Chang had said earlier, I'm afraid that the reason for the recent unrest in Qingfeng City's wilderness had nothing to do with the evil demons. If someone else had come along, I'm afraid that they would have taken Night Yui Jackal as the murderer behind the scenes. But I didn't realize that there are murderers after murderers. Even the evil demons are playing with schemes? All the evil demons, which have been kept as tightly guarded as possible by the demon suppression army in the confines of the abyss. I'm afraid I'm trying to break through human defenses through some conspiracy or trickery. However, there was little use in thinking about this now, and improving strength was the main thing. Otherwise, it would be too late to realize the threat when they actually faced the demon general level. Yi Zhe first put away the 2 pieces of equipment that the Night Spectre Jackal had exploded, the Night Spectre Short Dagger and the Night Spectre Soft Armor. It's all rare 4-star. Level 30 equipment that can't be used and goes back to the panda. Then looked at Mantis Evolution Panel. Huntress can evolve the following body parts: arm blade, shell, compound eyes, wings. According to the talent description, each evolved part will gain a corresponding ability boost. However, none of the specific enhancements are currently visible. Soul can pick one at random. Yezer considered Mantis's comment. Where would you like to be advanced? Mantis sniffed and excitedly raised both arm blades up in the air. The meaning unmistakable. As a hunter, the body parts that represent aggression are of utmost concern. Yi Zhe nodded. Okay, then evolve the arm blade. With a thought, a purple light flashed. Those arm blades of the red-eyed mantis were wrapped up, and in an instant, the arm blades rebloomed with an even more exotic luster. From the looks of it, the blade area has gotten a little longer, and the eclipsed crystal-like energy fluctuations on the exterior are more powerful. Ding! Evolution successful. Current level, arm blade plus 1. Arm blade plus 1, strength plus 20, damage factor plus 20%, strike rate plus 20%, ignore defense plus 20%, skill void chop level plus 1. Yi Zhe was greatly surprised. The enhancement is actually this big. The boost brought by evolving once was actually more than a rare grade weapon of the same level. Boosted. After evolving the arm blade, Mantis' strength came to 195 points, surpassing the panda by 4 points. Moreover, the level of the legendary rank skill Void Slash was raised from level 6 to level 7. The skill damage has changed from the original strength *1200% to 1400%. The overall lift is quite large, and that's just the evolutionary level 1. If you get to the Mega Group book, there must be a lot of strong enemies in it. How cool it will be to evolve then. Yi Zhe was looking forward to the group book of Qingfeng City a little more. On the side, Mantis looked at his newly evolved arm blade with great satisfaction. But then, suddenly sensing something, he suddenly flashed his body into the void. Yi Zhe was about to extract the words, when he heard someone approaching behind him. The beast-tide leader is done dying? The voice was somewhat gruff and familiar. Yi Zhe looked back. It was a burly man of about 1 meter 9, with a lanky figure, dark brown curly hair, and casually wearing a short-sleeved piece. He was stunned. City Lord Wan? Hey, Yezer boy. The person who came was none other than Lin Yuan City's City Lord Wan Feipeng, a 6th rank hunter. With his strength, to deal with a beast-tide attack of this level was really a cannon hitting a mosquito. Just happened to have a lot of time on my hands. Saw the attack message and came over to skedaddle. Wan Feipeng said casually and walked over to Yi Zhe. This was something Yi Zhe believed, because the main reason Wan Feipeng was able to become the city lord was that he was strong enough, and the daily affairs were all done by his assistant. Yi Zhe spoke to him about the beast-tide leader. Wan Feipeng casually glanced at the corpse of the Night Spectre Jackal and hummed without a care in the world. What did I expect? Just an intelligent magical beast. Eat the leopard's guts and dare to attack the train. Intelligent magical beasts launching attacks happened quite a bit in the wilderness, and Wan Feipeng didn't take it seriously in the slightest. No, City Lord. Seeing this, Yi Zhe directly pointed him to the hidden soul control seal. It's the evil demon who is manipulating it. Although I don't know what kind of conspiracy that evil demon general, soul-drawing fierce demon, has in mind, but don't worry about it, just report it. Instead of keeping the secret to yourself, why don't you just disclose it to the bigwigs who have the power to fix it and let them have their headaches? Fighting with evil demons? Yi Zhe didn't bother spending time. He himself directly put all his time into upgrading and getting stronger. And when he was strong enough, he would just level up. Who cares what kind of conspiracy you have? And seeing the problem Yi Zhe pointed out, Wan Feipeng instantly became serious. A demon general level mark? Can't these mother ******** ing evil demons stay honestly in the abyss? Discovering that it was an evil demon general level tactic, Wan Feipeng couldn't help but look squarely at it. If not handled properly, an evil demon general could even overthrow a small to medium-sized human city. Wait. As Wan Feipeng pondered, he suddenly realized something and fiercely looked at Yi Zhe. You killed all these level 30 Night Spectre Jackals and Night Wolves by yourself? This mark, you found it too? His own strength definitely could not be hidden. Yi Zhe nodded his head and admitted it. As for the discovery of the seal, he did not blush and pushed it towards the Enshu Investigations section Yanagi Bohyan. Well, it makes sense. Who knows? Wan Feipeng's eyes immediately shone as if he saw some treasure. Mother ***********, my Lin Yuan City has finally produced a true genius. He once again started with the familiar rogue style and wrapped his arms around Yezer's shoulders. At this moment, it was as if even the matter of the evil demon general didn't matter. Less than 1 rank, single-handedly killing 3 level 30 magical beasts. All of them were also above the elite level. Isn't this better than the geniuses in the rich areas of central China? Older brother, you must promise me one thing. Wan Feipeng was overjoyed, but hesitated. No, it's still a bit short. He looked at the bodies on the ground and grinned an impish grin. Elder brother Yi Zhe, I'll grant you military honors for your work today. If only you were a little stronger after the regiment. I'll take you to a nice place then. Yezer? Chapter 36 8th word, Bloodline Return. Good place? Looking at Wan Feipeng's mountain king-like robe look, if he ignored the other party's strength and identity, Yi Zhe must have thought that Wan Feipeng wanted to take him to Foot Washing City. However, Wan Feipeng didn't say much, and after dropping that sentence, he carried the corpse of the Night Yui Jackal and left. The speed of a 6th order hunter was simply several times faster than a high-speed train. Obviously, the appearance of the general-level evil demon caused him to pay attention as well. Yi Zhe was helpless. Want me to be stronger? But the strength he has shown here is not even half of his full battle power. Even Wan Feipeng hadn't thought about this terrifying possibility. A level 7 summoner, fighting a level 30 rare magic beast, and still not using half of his combat power. Who else could believe this? Yezer shook his head and returned to where the train was. The supporting city defense forces were also in place. and the beast tide was completely over. The swarms of dead beasts alongside the high-speed train were such a mess that even the air smelled of blood. Xinqiang and Zhou Huahua, who were waiting outside the train, were shocked when they saw Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe, the beast tide leader, was killed by you? Yi Zhe nodded bashfully. The corpse was taken away by City Lord Wan Feipeng. No more problems. He took off his bronze medallion, put the panda he left behind earlier into the summoned beast space, and returned to the carriage. Leaving behind Xinqiang and Zhou Huahua, the two of them stared at each other, speechless for a moment. Single-handedly killing the beast tide leader. Are high school students this scary nowadays? This time when they returned to the compartment, the entire train of students suddenly focused their eyes on Yi Zhe. The room was silent. It was as if Yi Zhe was no longer their fellow student, but some divine figure. After witnessing Yi Zhe walk back to his cubicle, a group of students burst into gasps of surprise. Single-handedly killing the leader of the beast tide. This is a ING monster. Should I ask for an autograph ahead of time? It feels like I won't always get it later. Listening to the discussion behind him, Yezer returned to the cubicle. Only Xia Qing, who was dressed in a light green dress, was reporting to the academy about this attack. When she saw Yi Zhe come back, she was actually a bit nervous. For a moment, I do not know what attitude to treat Yi Zhe better, at least for now. It was hard for her to treat Yi Zhe as an ordinary student anymore, but Yi Zhe just smiled bashfully. Mr. Xia, I'll rest first. Call me again if something happens. After saying that, he actually really leaned back in his chair as before and rested with his eyes closed, as if nothing had happened. Xia Qing came closer to survey Yi Zhe with a complex expression. Her internship was attacked by a wave of beasts the first time she led a team, and she still has palpitations when she thinks back to the previous scene. Yi Zhe was actually able to calmly fall asleep? However, this was misinterpreted, and Yi Zhe was gathering his spirit to draw words. After leveling up to 8, there is still one word left to draw. It's a good thing that the process of extracting the words is completely invisible to the others, so they just do it right in the cubicle. You have drawn the golden legend word, bloodline return. Bloodline return to ancestry, stimulate the power of the bloodline to return to the splendor and inheritance of the ancient times. Note, to be used on a subject with a bloodline. Seeing this phrase, Yi Zhe's mental inner vision almost didn't tense up. Stimulate the power of bloodlines from ancient times. He instantly thought of the legend from his time on Earth, Qi Yu and his mount, the Iron Eater. To be able to be used as a mount by Qi, that is the peak strength of the Iron Eater, right? Moreover, among his summoned beasts, the only one with a bloodline was the Iron Eater, and there was naturally no need to say who it was bestowed upon. Yi Zhe looked towards the Iron Eater's summoned beast space. Here is a natural landscape with a world of its own, where a panda is nibbling on a half-cut bamboo. Word conferred to the panda. The bloodline return phrase has been granted successfully. Summoned beast, Kung Fu Panda, epic, upgrade Jiuli War Beast, golden legend. Only a golden light flashed and the panda's body became much taller. The black and white fur seems to be as hard as battle armor, and the sharpness of the claws is a bit more prevalent. But other than that, the change is not too big. The second golden legendary summoner, and with one more star than the mantis. Yezer checked the attributes in anticipation. Jiuli War Beasts, Kung Fu Panda. Quality, golden legend. Grade, 8. Attributes, strength 251. Physique 206. Agility 225. Spirit 189. Talents, Jiuli Bloodline, legendary. Taiji Inner Strength, legendary. Long experience in the battlefield, legendary. Legendary Prestige, legendary. Skills, Jiuli Frontier LV8, legendary. Ancient Void LV8, legendary. Tai Chi Fist LV10, legendary. 4 2s and 1,000 pounds LV10, legendary. Equipment, Red Spirit Wrist Guard, rare. All attributes except strength were raised by 45 points, and strength jumped by 60 points. Looking at the attribute panel, it only felt a little scary. On top of that, there are 2 new combat-oriented skills. 9 Dawn Sharpness, attacks of the 9 Dawn War Beast add metallic sharpness damage, ignoring defense and unblockable. Ancient Shadow, gathering spirit and internal energy. The entity transforms into the shadow of an ancient ancestor, combining offense and defense, greatly increasing damage and defense. Pure damage skills. If the panda in the past, it was soft and gentle. Now then, it's rigid and flexible, especially the Ancient Void, with all-round defense and a larger attack range. The combat power was greatly enhanced. Previously, when faced with a wave of dozens of beasts, plus 2 level 30 Beast Kings, the panda would be slightly powerless. But now, turn on the Ancient Void. For that level of beast tide just now, a single panda was enough. Getting this level of improvement, whether it was facing that hidden demon general or a mega group, Yi Zhe had a lot more confidence, and the high-speed train had long since continued its journey when the words were extracted. Regardless, The large group book is not to be delayed. Yi Zhe opened his eyes and realized that Qin Chang and Zhou Huahua on the opposite side of the room had already disappeared, leaving only him and Xia Qing in the cubicle, and the latter is banging on his keyboard, writing something with a tangled face. Yi Zhe glanced at it, and the title was Internship Transfer Application, Xia Chang, and it was revised for the 4th time. Xia Chang bit her lower lip and wrote went out to lead a team and was attacked, stabilized and maintained order among the students. It was written in the personal achievements column. A few dozen more words of detail were added. A familiar feeling was born. Yi Zhe said with deep empathy, I do the same thing when I write essays to make up word count. A cold sentence was uttered. Xia Qing's white face instantly reddened, and her small hands covered the laptop screen in embarrassment and shame. How do you peek? How can it be called stealing when it's between a student and a teacher? Yi Zhe revealed a harmless smile. I want to learn from you. It's not like you need. Xia Qing sighed and said helplessly, what kind of teaching achievements can a college student like me who is still interning have? Of course, it's better to write a little bit more, or else you won't be able to turn around for 2 or 3 years. There was another point that Xia Qing didn't say, but Yi Zhe could understand. Student achievement is a big part of wanting to produce teaching results. Otherwise, the vice dean wouldn't be so eager, wanting to be Yi Zhe's nominal mentor. As for the ordinary 3rd class that Xia Qing interned in, if it wasn't for the smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves, the probability of getting a grade was extremely slim. There really wasn't much she could do on her own. The thought was hard to avoid again. If she had students who could rival half of Yezer's abilities, she wouldn't have had to go through such a headache of converting. It wasn't long before the high-speed train slowed down. A voice announcement with little emotion rings out. Green Frontier City. Arrived at. Chapter 37. If you're good, you go. Enter the team copy. This is Qingfeng City? It feels similar to Lin Yuan City. Yezer just got out of the train and is feeling good. The two cities do have one thing in common, battle-scarred. Lin Yuan City was near the border of the Abyss, and Qingfeng City was near the Scarlet Plains, neither of which was considered safe. The War College students got off the train and got on another bus special to take the crowd to the Megateam replica, and at that moment, a floating car next to it caused the crowd to marvel. That floating car was streamlined in silver all over, technologically advanced, the creation of a high-level mechanic. What kind of car is that? Good. Hanging Dongwu City's #1 high school's allotment. 8 out of the top 10 of the last East China College entrance exam came out of this school. I've heard that they're practically fully armed this time, trying to set a new regimental record. Yi Zhe also knew something about it. This kind of floating car consumed 80 to 120 crystals for 100 kilometers. Toys for the rich. As the crowd exclaimed in shock, the floating car that marked Dongwu First High School took off in flight and quickly disappeared from the crowd's view. An hour later, the large square came into everyone's eyes. A black carved stone door more than 10 meters high stood here, which was the entrance to the team copy. This is a level 10 mega team copy. It is said to be based on a certain fragment of a world that was shattered by the abyss, but no one knows the exact details. At the entrance to the plaza, an audit point is registering the crowd, and not far away, Yi Zhe saw the focus class, which seemed to have finished playing the group book a long time ago because they had arrived early, and Vice President Zhou Wei, actually scolding a few students in anger. A key class girl was even scolded to tears. Rare. Zhou Wei still dares to criticize the key class? Yi Zhe rubbed his jaw in a watching posture, while Xia Qing did the same. It doesn't look like the regiment scored well. Her voice was so low that only Yi Zhe could hear her. Completely two eaters. Sure enough, there's no one who doesn't love to watch. And after a brief moment, a level 4 assassin boy, Lu Qi, suddenly leaned over with an inviting expression. I poked around. Since learning that Yi Zhe was the newcomer king, Lu Qi instantly changed his face and did not hide his admiration. It was Zhao Xuan who learned 3 exceptional summoning skills. His confidence skyrocketed, and he temporarily chose to challenge the difficult group book himself. It resulted directly in the annihilation of the entire team. But the vice dean didn't dare to scold Zhao Xuan. He scolded the others. Why didn't he stop them? Sniffing, Yi Zhe cried and laughed a little. Xia Cheng, who was on the side, couldn't help but whisper. Failure of the regiment will seriously affect the vice dean's post-assessment. No wonder he's so angry. Yi Zhe was surprised. There's such good news? Job evaluation. One of the criteria for evaluating positions in all colleges is not impossible to change the vice president if the results are poor. And at that moment, one by one, the focus class blacked out and prepared to leave. Especially Zhao Xuan and Zhou Wei. Their faces were one black and one red. It was simply too funny. As he passed Yi Zhe, Zhao Xuan coldly glared at him. But with that coal-like black face, Yi Zhe couldn't help it a bit. But, what are you laughing at? Zhao Xuan questioned with a dark face. Yezer, no, I'm professionally trained. I don't usually laugh. Seemingly sensing the flirtation in Yizhe's tone, Zhao Xuan snorted coldly and disdainfully. Laugh? I'll see how you can still laugh when you realize your teammates are all a bunch of losers. Once this statement was made, none of the other students in the focus class even dared to refute it. They who have always been focused on training by the War College have become the waste that Zhao Xuan described as dragging their feet after the difficult group book. This shows how horribly difficult the group is. Subsequently, even the ordinary class students who were watching the scene were somewhat unable to laugh, because Zhao Xuan's words were not scolding them. In the regimen, even the key class became a drag. So what will happen to their regular class? Yizhe, on the other hand, didn't care and even teased. You can't do it yourself and you want to blame someone else? You picked the high difficulty and didn't have the strength to take your teammates to a win, and now you're blaming your teammates? Hearing this, many of the key class students looked excited and were close to applauding Yizhe. They had only wanted to play the advanced difficulty, except that Zhao Xuan alone swore that he could challenge the difficulty and spray others when he failed. If it wasn't for the fact that their strength background wasn't as good as Zhao Xuan's, they would have sprayed back long ago. Zhao Xuan burst into a rage. Do you know what a team copy means? What's the use of being strong alone? That's a copy designed for 100-player team difficulty. Looking at Yizhe, who just smiled and didn't say anything, Zhao Xuan's anger grew a few points more. Okay, you can do it. I'm not leaving today. I'm waiting to see how you're going to reunite. Don't pick normal difficulty if you can. The group difficulty is divided into the same categories as the newbie copies: normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, calamity, and hell. Sparing the entirety of the focus class headed by Zhao Xuan, at most, they could only beat the high-level group book. With Xia Qing's plan, their ordinary class, the only chance to pass is the ordinary difficulty. Therefore, she couldn't help but pull Yizhe's sleeve, signaling not to be impulsive. It was at this point that registration was completed. It was the turn of the War College general class to enter the team copy. Coming to the black carved stone door in the center of the square, Xia Qing carefully went over all the various ways of rating and precautions. But for all that, Yezer had learned about it long ago. At the same time, he curiously opened his eye of insight at the entrance of the copy. Duplicate entrance, Fallen Dragon Valley. Background, under the conquest of the abyss, the storm dragons who retreat to the canyons cannot escape death. Difficulty and clearance. Bonus. Setting a new record for clearing normal or higher difficulty, rewarded based on individual performance. Pass the copy to get MVP, reward the group MVP treasure chest. I can't believe there are 2 additional chances to get rewards. Yezer was quite impressed. Afterwards, Xia Qing finished his instructions and purposely came to Yizhe alone. Yizhe, always be more stable. Yizhe readily said. Don't worry, Ms. Xia. I'm very solid. Xia Chang nodded with satisfaction, and then eyed the crowd as they entered the entrance to the regiment. Yezer rightfully served as the captain. Please select the difficulty level your team would like to challenge. Yezer, Hell. Chapter 38, Fallen Dragon Valley. Single eating group experience. Outside the replica, the moment Hell difficulty was selected, the entrance to the replica suddenly became blood red. Xia Qing almost did a double take. The blood red copy entrance. He chose Hell difficulty? Yezer, he picked the wrong one? Xia Chang, who had 4 years of college life, naturally knew that the group book was almost dozens of times more difficult than a novice copy, especially on Hell difficulty, which no team has cleared yet. And it's not like it's a top team with Yizhe going in. It's just a normal class in a high school. Next to them, there were 2 other lead teachers from the War Academy who were also startled. In particular, the homeroom teacher of the first class, an old man with white hair and wrinkles, trembled and took off his old glasses in disbelief. How do you run into this kind of thing when you're on the verge of retirement? The sorrows and joys of the people are each different. Zhao Xuan froze for a moment when he saw this, and then laughed his head off immediately afterward. Ha ha ha, I see. It's already possible to contact the car back to the academy, Mr. Xia. If they can last more than 10 minutes, they'll be considered Yizhe's anticlimax. At that moment, a man with the position of regimental administrator approached him. Who runs the Hell difficulty? The number 1 high school in Dongwu City? Aren't they booked for calamity difficulty? There was a monitoring office next to the regiment, and that administrator was going in to confirm it, and the results he got left him quite speechless. Lingyuan City War College? Ordinary class? Dongwu First High School doesn't even dare to open Hell difficulty. They're coming to pick. The difference between a team with no name and picking Hell difficulty is unbelievable. Moreover, opening a Hell difficulty group book consumes a huge amount of crystals. Since it's a free number of times sponsored by the military, the expense naturally goes to the military. Waste of crystals. Within the copy, the scene instantly changed as a white light flashed before his eyes, and in Yizhe and the others' ears, an introduction rang out. In this world, The human race and the storm dragon race live in peace. But later, when the abyss arrived, the human race fought to the death but was no match for the evil demons, and at the time of their survival, they wished to join forces with the storm dragon race to fight against them. However, the storm dragon clan doesn't want to go against the evil demons, and they believe that by backing down a little, they can naturally exchange it for peace within the clan. For 2 years, the human race had no assistance and was overthrown by the evil demons. The human race is dead. Will the storm dragon survive for long? The iron hooves of the abyss will not spare every inch of the realms of the heavens. Ding! You have entered the Hell difficulty team copy, the Fallen Dragon Valley. Hell difficulty pass requirement, repel the evil demon army. Note, the Valley of Dragons is home to all the storm dragons, and can be used as helpers if successfully persuaded. Countdown to evil's arrival in Dragon Valley, 9 hours and 59 minutes. That's probably the background of the regiment. And there's no way of knowing where the story originally took place. As Yi Zhe pondered, the rest of the students exploded. 3 regular classes, nearly 100 students, were in no mood to listen to stories at the moment and were more or less broken inside. No, dude, picked Hell difficulty? Couldn't have picked the wrong one, right Yi? I'll probably die in 2 seconds if I go up with this difficulty. Bye mom. I'm going to give it for nothing tonight. The hellishly difficult and gloomy blood-colored sky alone seemed to weigh down the crowd. While the crowd was talking, the assassin boy Lu Chi stood out and said angrily, "What's the noise? Zhe must have his reasons for doing this." Next to her, the priest girl, Lin Ku, who was on the train earlier, also spoke up. "Have you guys forgotten that Yi Zhe first passed the Hell copy? What's wrong with getting another team copy first pass now?" After the beast-tide attack, many of his classmates had a strong sense of trust in Yi Zhe. For a while, there were not a few who helped Yi Zhe to speak and maintain order. Lu Chi came over at this time and tried. "Brother Zhe, you have a plan, don't you?" The eyes of the crowd couldn't help but gather. Yezer thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Lu Chi's complexion suddenly perked up. Worthy of being Zigo, even the Hell difficulty has a plan. At this time, even if Yi Zhe told him to go to his death, he would be able to do so without frowning. The priest girl, Lin Ku, also quietly leaned over, looking excited. Yi, what do we do first then? The evil demon will be here in a little over 9 hours, so we'll have to figure out how to convince the storm dragons first, right? I've read the strategy guide. There are 3 branches of the storm dragon clan, and it said that the commander's line is better to talk to. Yezer shook his head and stopped her words. Fade, my plan is not that complicated. Kill all the storm dragons in 9 hours. Then, kill all the evil demons again, and it's over. Lin Ku, Lu Chi, all students? You call that a plan? Lin Ku forced down the complex emotions within him and went forward to persuade him. Brother Yi, even if we want to deal with evil demons, there's no need to deal with the storm dragon clan. What's the point of keeping a race that isn't even willing to fight when the world is on the brink of survival? That isn't willing to share the human race? Yi Zhe said without thinking. Not killing might as well worry about these stupid dragon backstabs. Although this answer was heard with fervor by the crowd of students, the facts were in front of us. Lu Chi had to hesitate. Brother Zhe, if we fight the storm dragon, we just can't lose blood even if we die 100 times. Hell of a difficulty. It would be weird if you could get bloodied by them. Yi Zhe blandly said. I chose the difficulty. There is no need for you to do it. Of course, you can't share the slightest bit of experience without fighting. If that was the case, it was equivalent to the entire group experience being eaten by Yi Zhe alone. This was also the reason why Yi Zhe had taken the initiative to contract the brushing of monsters. But everyone is still excited as hell. Because, if they could really rub off on the experience of clearing Hell difficulty, it could be so much higher than if they tried their hardest to beat normal difficulty. So, Z, what should we do? Yeah Zhe, well at least it's a group book. Let's make a contribution too. Listening to Lu Chi and the others excitedly asking for orders, Yezer was silent for a moment. The group book can only be opened by at least 80 people, and that's already considered their contribution. He thought inwardly, and without much ado, he directly led the men off. Follow me. Upon hearing this, the crowd silently and orderly lined up in a number of rows and followed in unison not far away. Yezer arrived at the front of Dragon Valley. The Dragon Valley, more like the clan seat of the Storm Dragons, was similar to humans in that even the entrance to the valley was guarded. Seeing Yi Zhe and the others, the 2-meter-tall dragons reached out to stop them and said in a cold tone, "Humans, stay away. There's no way we Storm Dragons are going to help you." At the same time, the Dragon Man's attribute panel was visible to all. Storm Dragon Guard, LV10, Type, Excellent Elite Monster. Attributes, Strength 130, Physique 130, Agility 100, Spirit 80. Skills, Lightning Spit, Thunder Blast, Come up here and it's a premier elite monster. Lu Qi, Lin Ku and other people's faces turned white. Is this the strength of the Hell difficulty group book? Their highest ranked Lu Qi here had less than a quarter of the other party's attributes. If they were hit with a skill, I'm afraid that they would have to die or be injured. And Yezer suddenly got a little emotional. It's been a really long time since I've encountered an opponent with such a low rank. He didn't say this in a whisper, and the Storm Dragon guard across the street heard it on the spot, his face furious. What do you mean S? Before the words fell, a dark purple void chopping strike tore the necks of the two draconians apart instantly. Two dragon heads poofed to the ground. Seeing this, the pupils of the crowd of students were shocked to the point of trembling. Watching the experience bar rise by 2 small increments, Yi Zhe continued on without stopping. Long Gu, since you don't dare to face the evil demon, I will help you not to see the evil demon at all. Chapter 39 Ancient Void Shadow reveals its might. 9th Word Reaper. *********. Lu Qi and Lin Ku both glanced at each other, each seeing the incomparable shock in the other's eyes. Yezer, is it really the same high school as us? Even, they didn't see how Yi Zhe's summoned beast did it, and at that moment, Yi Zhe occupied the entrance of the Dragon Valley. To the crowd, he said, whoever has a lure-type skill or prop, lure all the surrounding storm dragons here. His tactics were simple and retro, gather monsters and kill them. The terrain of the Dragon Valley was complex, with many mountain passages, and it was too troublesome to find them one by one. Hearing this, the 90-odd students behind them hesitated for just a split second and immediately made their move. Having seen this kind of strength from Yi Zhe, what the hell is the point of hesitating? The hunter's falcon, the bowman's traveling arrow, the mage's elemental spirit, and so on. A wide variety of skills began to attract monsters. With more people, it's naturally more efficient. In just a few moments, Dragon Valley had already resounded with the roar of an enemy attack. More than 20 storm dragons came raging to kill. This was the main defense force at the front of Dragon Valley, and these alone were enough to make it difficult for 99% of the opening team. Human, how dare you kill the people of the Storm Dragon clan? There's so much crap. Hearing the other party's angry roar, Yi Zhe skimmed his mouth. Panda, kill them all, leave no one behind. Though for the average high school student, these draconian guards were extremely scary in combat, but for the current Jiuli war beasts, this group of storm dragons was a brother amongst brothers. Fu Panda roared and smashed into the dragons like a meteorite falling to the ground. Unstoppable. In his fists and palms, he brought the sharpness of the Jiuli sharpness, and killed swiftly. Kill Storm Dragon Guard *2. Experience plus 580. Material, Storm Dragon Bone *2. Equipment, Dragon Scale Armor. Though the 2 level 10 Draconic Guards only gave 580 experience points, but the good thing was that there were enough monsters here to give Yi Zhe Xuan a wave of leveling up. However, the Draconian Guards were no slouches. Seeing the panda actively killing the panda, more than 20 Dragonman Guards surrounded the panda in a dense circle, causing Lu Qi to grimace on the side. It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. The same goes for the rest of the students, who have seen most of the regimented raids that are slowly pulled, one by one. A hit like Yezer's is off the charts, but the next moment, they once again saw a scene that shocked their worldview. I only saw Yi Zhe first blandly say, use the ancient void, use it early and CD early. Subsequently, on the surface of the panda's body spirit and internal energy coalesced, as the surrounding Dragonman guards were about to pounce on them. A giant Iron Eater silhouette clad in bronze battle armor and nearly 10 meters in size, as if materialized, enveloped the panda, with a hideous and horrifying aura. In just one moment of materialization, the aftermath of the might sent countless of the surrounding storm dragon guards flying. You can faintly feel the majestic power from the shadow. This is a real weapon of war. Yi Zhe couldn't help but spit out a sentence. If this is what Chiyu rode back in the day, I can understand it. The panda who had opened his ancient void form was like looking at a small chicken when he faced those 2-meter-tall draconian guards. With the power of an ancient shadow, the panda swung a heavy claw, sending debris flying from the ground 6 or 7 meters in front of him. Under one claw, the 4 storm dragon guards that couldn't escape in time were killed in seconds. Kill Storm Dragon Guard *4, experience plus 1120, rank 8, 2400/5700. The experience bar is almost halfway up, and it's only just begun. The panda who opens the ancient void is almost like a god of war. At this moment, the storm dragon, who had originally formed a siege against the panda, instead had its scalp numb. How's this for a fight? Panda sweeps in the center and Mantis single clicks for the kill on the perimeter. A few storm dragons that were trying to escape the battlefield and wait for the time of the panda's void to pass were swiftly cut down by Mantis. The entire front of the Dragon Valley was like a slaughterhouse. In this comparison, it was surprising that Mantis, who was an assassin, was slower to kill the enemy, because in void chopping cooldown is not really fast, and void shuttling also requires a small amount of mental energy. You have to save it for later battles. The panda, on the other hand, a random slap was comparable to a ranged skill, extraordinarily terrifying. The ancient void lasts about 5 minutes. It had only been less than 2 minutes of fighting, and under the nearly devastating attack, more than 20 storm dragon guards were completely annihilated. Just by entering the copy for 10 minutes, Yi Zhe had harvested more than 5,000 experience. The body lit up with the light of the upgrade at the same time. Ding! Your level has increased to level 9. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Almost level 10 already. At level 10, you are eligible to advance to the first rank, and will have more summon beast space, and even summoner exclusive skills. At the same time, the growth attributes of the summoner and the summoned beast will also be increased. Within this group, Yi Zhe was confident that rising to level 10 would not be a problem. Lu Qi, continue to lead people to draw monsters. Hearing Yi Zhe's order, Lu Qi excitedly responded, "Alright." The rest of the students, after seeing Yi Zhe's strength, their confidence and sense of admiration multiplied even more. Yi Zhe, on the other hand, immediately started extracting words, around which no one could see. The sea of golden words spun. You have drawn the golden legend level word, Reaper. Reaper returns all skill cooldowns and mental energy consumption when killing in one hit. The moment he saw this skill, Yi Zhe did not hesitate to grant it to Mantis. It fits so well. Void Chopper. Instantaneous. Very high damage. Undefendable. The only drawback is the cooldown. Now, with the Reaper phrase, it's simply unbeatable. Void Shuttle plus Void Chopper. Void Shuttle plus Void Chopper. Combo is comparable to a perpetual motion machine. Mental energy consumption is also no longer a concern. As long as Mantis does enough damage, nothing is a problem. Reaper word bestowed successfully. Summoned Beast, Void Hunter, Golden Legend, Upgrade, Golden Legend. Once you get to legendary quality, it's twice as hard to ascend than epic quality, but the effect is extraordinarily remarkable. At level 9, Mantis' strength rose to 225 points. It's the equivalent of a level 25 combat-oriented professional. The only thing I regret is that I haven't met a strong enemy to use to evolve the Mantis body yet. At the same time, Yi Zhe took care of the equipment that had just exploded, 2 pieces of excellence and 4 pieces of rarity. Feed the 3 and used mage equipment. To the panda. What you eat makes up for you. Use Storm Robe to gain plus 10 spirit and plus 20% lightning elemental mastery. What you eat makes up for what you get. The Storm Dragon clan is a Thunder attribute dragon clan, and most of the equipment popped out complemented the Thunder elemental control, letting the panda have a meal. Thunder elemental control skyrocketed to 51%, equivalent to being immune to half of the lightning elemental damage. If I keep eating it, I'm curious about the final Storm Dragon boss and if I can beat the panda. The effect made Yi Zhe quite expectant, and at that moment, Lu Qi suddenly called out, "Zhe, a mini-boss has appeared it seems." Chapter 40, Who the hell is the boss? Here comes another one. A mini-boss? There are 3 branches in Storm Dragon Valley, which theoretically gives you 2 mini-bosses and 1 final boss. But bosses are usually guarded at the back, and it's really uncommon for them to be killed directly like this. I'm afraid, it's because Yi Zhe has killed too many people. At the mouth of the valley, the most spacious road led straight to the thundering forest, and from afar, it was a mountain gorge densely covered with thunderclouds. However, at this moment, a dragon roar shook. 12 dragon-shaped figures sped out. At the head of the group was a huge monster that was over 10 meters tall. The scales on his body were as silver white as lightning, and his back was covered with lightning patterns on both wings, and his eyes were ghostly blue. Yi Zhe opened the Eye of Insight. Storm Dragon Commander Wings of Thunder. Grade, 20. Type, Excellence Level Elite Commander. Attributes, Strength 200. Constitution 200. Agility 180. Spirit 220. Skills, Thunder Dragon Breath. Heavenly Punishment Thunder Strike. Thunder Lightwing Flash. Elite Commander. The only monster class available in high difficulty group books. Put on any other difficulty, it could even exist as a final boss. All 3 skills are large range damage. It's a disaster for the average open team. You guys back up. The latter sentence Yi Zhe said towards the other students. The latter were also very understanding. Led by Lu Qi slipped out 100 meters away. Everyone understands very well that even a single skill aftershock can kill. A normal high difficulty group book opening team should consist of at least 80 level 7 or 8 professionals with fine equipment and skills or above. It also has to be divided into various professional groups and commanded in an orderly fashion. Otherwise you simply can't hit the high level. Yi Zhe, on the other hand, directly took a few steps back with the panda. Give this boss directly to Mantis to solo. And seeing Yi Zhe retreating, the Commander Thunderwing thought that he was afraid, and his aura immediately flourished. Despicable human. Killed so many of my Storm Dragon Clan's people, and now you want to run away? But as soon as the words left his mouth, a spatial fluctuation appeared, and the red-eyed Mantis appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Thunderwing was startled. Rao had never seen such a godly ability before. However, the next moment, the shock on his face was replaced by pain. The red-eyed Mantis that exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Its arm blades abruptly lifted up, and a dark purple void rift was slashed out like a spatial chop. The void chopper slashed down one side of Thunderwing's wing in one blow. Ow dash. It was just too fast. And even with such a high level of mental perception and agility, he didn't react to the strike. With a scream, Thunderwing was unable to maintain its balance and fell miserably from a high altitude. Lucci and the other students standing 100 meters away saw the damage of this strike and their scalps went numb. A mini-boss that could have dealt at least heavy damage to the other opening teams was just one hit away from being critically injured? This strike, however, was actually more than that. If the head was chopped directly, the damage caused would be greater, even though the chopping would not kill him. But Mantis' deliberate chopping in the direction of the wings was intended, in passing, to decimate the draconic guards behind him. Reaper, Trigger, Void Chopper, Refresh. As a Storm Dragon commander, Thunderwing naturally had other small dragons of the Thunder branch under its command, as a dozen small guards beside the boss. Other open teams had a lot of pressure when playing against each other, and facing the Void Mantis. It was as if these draconic guards had become the Thunderwing's catalyst. At this point, 5 draconian guards blocked Mantis while the remaining 5 went to protect Thunderwing. Ha! The Void Mantis let out a cruel low laugh like metal scraping against metal. Facing the charge of the 5 draconic guards, Mantis swung his arm blade and slashed out with a void chop. 5 draconic guards were cut down to the waist on the spot. Kill Storm Dragon Guard *5. Experience plus 1400. Rank, 9, 3700/7300. Even more terrifying. Void Chopper. Refreshing. Another dark purple rift in the void cut across the right side of the Thunderwing that had crashed to the ground, at the same time that the right half of his body was chopped and seriously injured. The 2 Dragonman guards, who went to protect him, were chopped to death again. Kill Storm Dragon Guard *2. Experience plus 560. Void Chopper. Refresh. If Thunderwing knew about this ability, he wouldn't be able to carry an escort in his next life. If it wasn't for the guards, he might have been able to get a couple moves in with Mantis, but at that moment, he fell to the ground, badly wounded and miserable, and roared. Why can a skill with such high damage be used all the time? Thunderwing's 3 skills, which didn't yet have such high damage, had much longer cooldowns. See this scene. It made many students launch questions from the depths of their souls. Who the hell is the boss? As one of the 3 major bosses of Storm Dragon Valley, Thunderwing, he was almost completely unable to fight back from the beating. What was even more frightening was that Yi Zhe's summoned beasts didn't seem to take much effort at all. As the crowd was shocked, someone suddenly exclaimed, *******. Another one, only to see a short and stout figure killing Mantis from behind in the middle of the mountain canyon path, causing the ground to start trembling. It was a geoduck, its earthy complexion haunted by thunder-armored electricity, and it was surprisingly fast for its obviously small stature. However, the Mantis has compound eyes that have a 360 degrees angle of death. Even if the Earth Dragon was killing from behind, it hit the ground in the moment of approach. Void Shuttle, and Yi Zhe also saw the message of the visitor. Storm Dragon Commander, Thunderstorm Aragon. Grade, 20. Type, Excellence Level Elite Commander. Attributes, Strength 220. Constitution 200, Agility 240, Spirit 130, Skills, Thunderstorm Armor, Thunder Flash Raid, Shockwave, another elite commander. The difference was that Thunderwing was a flying dragon, while this Thunderstorm Aaron was a ground dragon, and the skills were both power-based. Very rarely, 2 mini-bosses actually have to team up to fight. This was in a group book, where mini-bosses of this strength were fought by large dozens of professionals joining forces. And now, 2 bosses had actually joined forces to fight just one person, or rather, a summoned beast. For a while, the students 100 meters away only felt that their worldview had been infinitely refreshed, but Yezer wasn't surprised. It was because the Thunderwing's previous scream contained the message of asking for help, and that's what Yezer was happy to see. Ancient Void, and the cooldown is just about over. With the effect of the Battlefield Legend 50% cooldown reduction, the panda's skills recovered quickly. The Thunderstorm Subdragon let out a violent roar, launched his second offense. Compared to the Storm Dragon, the Thunderstorm Subdragon was only 3 or 4 meters tall, which was considered short. But for a panda, The aura that comes with the size of a thunderstorm Aragon is much stronger, but that advantage lasted less than a second. The ancient void, the nearly 10-meter tall huge ancient iron eater reappeared. Facing the sudden stab of the thunderstorm sub-dragon, the panda slapped his palm. Like a pale dome sweeping, pouring down. Terrifying waves of air rushed in all directions. The palm wrapped in tremendous power actually smashed the thunderstorm sub-dragon directly into the ground. See this scene. The one with the most mixed emotions was no one else but Thunderwing. The glimmer of hope that had just sprung up was extinguished by the panda's slap. And at that moment, sensing the void mantis gaze shift back over, Thunderwing's pair of dragon pupils tightened. Done. Chapter 41, Double Kill Boss. Level 10. Career Advancement Quest. The moment he was targeted by the mantis, already on the verge of death, he couldn't even fight it off a little longer. Immediately, Thundering Wings used all of its remaining strength. Ghostly blue electric light flashed around his body, and countless intense thunderbolts blasted indiscriminately towards his surroundings. Heavenly Punishment Lightning Strike, which was his strongest attack skill, completely enveloped Mantis. However, Mantis didn't even move, just looked at him and let out a low, oozing laugh. The thunder power with a destructive aura just passed through the Mantis body out of thin air, causing no damage at all. The rolling thunder spread out in the forbidden area of Heavenly Punishment, where Mantis stood silently. At this moment, the Thundering Wings completely collapsed. Not even the evil demon had made him feel such a terrifying sense of oppression. At that thought, Thunderwing hurriedly pleaded in Yizei's direction. "Humans, don't kill me. I'm willing to help you fight evil." When they heard this, the most incredulous ones were the students like Lin Ku who had read the rundown. Persuading the Storm Dragon clan to fight against the evil demons was as hard as it gets. This was evident from the fact that the original human race of this world was not even persuaded when they were all overthrown. And today, can see that strength is the best form of diplomacy. If Yizei nodded his head, they would be able to have at least one more elite commander-level combatant at this point. But Yizei TSK twice and couldn't help but shake his head. "You'd be doing me the biggest favor by going to your death sooner now." At the words, Mantis's arm blade lifted. A dark purple void rift sliced the dragon straight in half from its head to its tail. Dead beyond repair. Kill Elite Chieftain, Wings of Thunder. Experience plus 1,600. Rank, 9, 5860/7300. Hunter Red-Eyed Mantis has killed a powerful enemy once, and can evolve its body parts once. 1,600 experience points. Not bad for a mini-boss in a hellish group book. It put Yizei not even close to the first advancement of his profession. Still 440 experience to go, if we kill another mini-boss. Yezer's gaze looked towards the panda, but at that moment, only a bang could be heard as an earth dragon haunted with lightning light broke out of the ground. But instead of choosing to fight, the thunderstorm subdragon simply fled without looking back. Just kidding, the storm dragons never play against the wind. He thought that he and Thunderwing were abusive, but who knew that the two monsters that came were one more terrifying than the other? That's a gross thing to say. Thunderstorm Aaron uses the skill Thunderflash Burst to inspire the fastest speed out of here. But Yezer didn't care in the slightest. He did understand the map. Storm Dragon Valley, divided into 4 locations from near to far. Dragon Valley Frontier, Thunder Woods, Storm Canyon, and Storm's Peak, the final boss, at the top of the storm. And it wouldn't be so easy for the Thunderstorm Subdragon to go back and ask for help after killing from Storm Canyon to the front of Dragon Valley. It's a path that's big enough for Mantis to kill him 10 times over. Kill him and you should be able to evolve twice in a row. At Yizei's command, Mantis swiftly disappeared from his spot. Thunderwing, as an elite commander, provides evolution times when killed, so naturally the Thunderstorm Aaron should do the same. At this point, the Thunderstorm Subdragon desperately fled back into the canyon, not daring to stop at all. After being slapped down by the panda with that palm, he was already heavily injured and was no match against the panda one-on-one, not to mention that his teammate was dead. If he escaped back to the Dragon King, there was still hope for a reversal. That was his last thought. The space above the Thunderstorm Subdragon abruptly distorted, and a void rift cut out from top to bottom, tearing through the earth. It also ripped through the head and body of the Thunderstorm Aragon, seriously injured. He couldn't hold out for a single void chopping strike. Kill Elite Commander, Thunderstorm Aragon. Experience plus 1,600. Huntress Red-Eyed Mantis has killed strong enemies consecutively, and has accumulated 2 evolutions. Ding! Your level has increased to 10. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Several more prompts popped up in front of Yizei in succession, but what Yizei cares more about is career advancement. There was still a big gap between a 0th and first-ranked professional. At this point, it could be seen that there was an additional advancement button in the career bar of the personal panel. You have reached level 10 and can choose the first order career quest difficulty -1, normal advancement. Reward, 4-dimensional attribute growth plus 2. 2. Advanced advancement. Reward, summoned beast space plus 1. 4-dimensional attribute growth plus 3. 3. Perfect advancement. Reward, summoned beast space plus 1. Exclusive skill treasure chest, fine excellent quality, asterisk 1. 4-dimensional attribute growth plus 4. 4. Supreme advancement. Reward, summoned beast space plus 2. Exclusive skill treasure chest, superior quality or above, asterisk 1. 4-dimensional attribute growth plus 5. Note, once the mission difficulty is selected it cannot be changed. Seeing the rewards of career advancement, Yizhe couldn't help but be extraordinarily surprised. Summoned beast space, and exclusive skill treasure chest. There is no need to mention the summoned beast space, which represents the number of summoned beasts that a summoner can contract and directly raises the summoner's cap. And the only things that could raise the amount of space for summoned beasts were career advancement and extremely rare props. A prop that could increase the space of a summoned beast could be sold for at least $20 million. It's more expensive than the Summoner Pro card, and exclusive skill treasure chest, which can randomly open summoner exclusive skill books, equally precious and immensely powerful to the summoner's overall strength. There are a variety of types. Examples: telepathy, gigantization, amalgamation, etc. For top summoners, it can make a huge difference when it comes to combat. Although these rewards were tantalizing, seeing the quest interface, Yizhe fell into deep thought, simply because the types of advancement quests for the summoner profession are all taught in the focus class. After selecting the difficulty, the quests were all randomized, and he couldn't really think of which kind of quests he would encounter. However, with his strength, there wasn't much more he needed to think about. Difficulty pull full. If he couldn't get past his current strength, how outrageous would this supreme advancement have to be? Besides, even if you can't complete the quest, you can still continue to upgrade, only that it will remain at rank 0 forever. With that thought, Yizhe directly chose Supreme Advancement Difficulty. Ding! You have selected the Career First Order Advancement Difficulty, Supreme. Successfully randomized to the Supreme Advancement Quest, Attack of the Summoner. Seeing this name, Yizhe was filled with questions. Still, it was a fine point to click on the mission statement. Attack of the Summoners. Quest content: defeat head-on 5 types of rare professionals of the first rank or higher: warrior, assassin, mage, bowman, and swordsman within any 1 day's time. Who says summoners cower? I will take the initiative. Defeating 5 rare occupiers of the first rank or higher in a row in 1 day? This mission is not worthy of the supreme difficulty. Not only do you have to beat 5 first orders by 0 orders, there are also rare professions to deal with. Rare professions are generally not from a good family background, and their professional abilities are even not weak. Like Wan Xiaoyu's Dark Spirit Assassin, a rare profession of the assassin type. Such a rare profession to fight 5 in 1 day. What's more critical is, where to find 5 rare professions? Yezer was in a daze. The good thing, though, is that the advancement quests don't need to be completed immediately, they can be completed in any given day. Yizhe was silent for a moment and decided to think about it after he got out of the group book. For the moment, it's better to solve the regiment quickly. Yizhe no longer wasted time. First draw the words. Chapter 42, 10th word. 100% Thunder Elemental Control. You have won the golden legendary word, Fortunate Star. Fortunate Star, multiply the luck of surrounding teammates. Increase the probability of obtaining high-quality items when searching for treasures, and receive 2 rewards when opening treasure chests. Seeing the last half line, Yizhe instantly became excited. Getting rewarded twice for opening a treasure chest? The equivalent of opening a treasure chest twice. It's a bit anticlimactic, isn't it? Keep in mind that there are treasure chests that can be obtained only a handful of times in a lifetime. For example, the MVP treasure chest of this group, and the exclusive skill treasure chest. For the same first rank, others could only have 1 exclusive skill, while he could have 2. Thinking of this, Yizhe couldn't help but breathe in. It was finally decided that the word would be given to squirrels, because it's a passive aura effect, and the squirrel stays by his side all the time, adding to his luck, and opening boxes of doubles. On the other hand, when Squirrel sends his shadow split to hunt for treasure, he has the same increase in treasure hunting. Fortunate Star word bestowed successfully. Summoned Beast, Shadow Sniffer, Orange Epic, Upgrade, Orange Epic. Squirrels are docile and prefer treasure hunting, so they simply shift their orientation to support. If we follow this momentum, can't we just say that in the future, squirrels will turn into wealth-giving children, gods of wealth, or something like that? Yezer thought inexplicably. The squirrel sitting on his shoulder wagged his tail, a hint of gold color emerging from the grain of his fur. Just in time. Send the shadow divider and scavenge all the nearby treasures. At Yizhe's command, The squirrel gladly released dozens of shadow doppelgangers and scurried out in a great hurry, searching for treasures, naturally, to feed the panda. Storm Dragon Valley happens to abound in lightning attribute items. If you press the Eat What You Eat effect, directly replenish to 100% Thunder Elemental Mastery. Taking on the final boss when the time comes is nothing short of awesome. Just as he was thinking, Lucci carefully brought someone over to test the waters. Let's keep the skills on to draw on the monsters? Seeing Yi Zay's strength, they feel more and more that their biggest role seems to be really just for opening copies. But the more it went on, the more the crowd wanted to try to do something about it. Yi Zay nodded. Yes, go on. With that said, he opened Mantis's Hunter-Killer panel and began to evolve. Armblade +1, Compound Eyes, Shell, Wings. Only the Armblade has evolved once. Should we try the other 3 evolutions or continue to evolve the Armblade? Yezer pondered. With an additional level of Void Slash attached to the Armblade, it was undoubtedly the strongest output skill, and the evolutionary effects of the other parts are unknown for now. At this moment, the Void Mantis took the initiative to flash over, raising its claws and insanely suggesting. Yi Zay couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'm going to evolve the Armblade even if you don't tell me. The additional attributes of the Armblade are more on the explosive side. And, at the very least, it's time to get Void Chopper to full level first. 2 chances to evolve, used together. Ding! Evolution successful. Current level, Armblade +3. Armblade +3, Strength +60. Damage factor +60%. Strike rate +60%. Ignore defense +60%. Skill Void Chop level +3. Mantis power skyrockets to 275. The skill level of Void Chopper has been increased from 7 to 9. The skill damage factor has changed from 1400% to 1800%. Now, even if the Wings of Thunder are full of blood, Mantis can all be killed easily with 1 skill. Now, the elite commander probably doesn't count as a strong enemy anymore. Only the final boss is called a Storm Dragon Valley final boss. Storm Dragon King. Since experiencing a novice hell copy of the Red Devil Lion, Yi Zay couldn't underestimate any of the final bosses at all. It's not allowed to say that it's in a completely different realm than the monsters in front of it. Now that it wasn't far from clearing the copy, Yi Zay wanted to make his preparations complete. Panda, eat. Yi Zay organized his backpack. By the amount of equipment that had just burst out was quite a lot. 3 exceptional, 10 rare. Group book with a jerk. In addition to the other benefit of experience, is that the equipment is also Yi Zay all take? Solely, feed it all directly to the panda. Panda, Sai, for all, Sai. Looking at the 13 pieces of equipment that were taken out, Yi Zay mused. Actually, you can just take a bite of each. After the equipment is eaten by the panda in 1 bite, it is completely scrapped, and the attributes can be replenished to yourself. But the panda doesn't. It seems that after advancing from the Iron Eater bloodline to the Jiuli bloodline, the teeth seem to lift with it. An excellence-grade Thunder Battle Armor was like chewing candy beans in 2 bites. Eat what makes up for you. Eat Thunder Battle Armor. Gain Physique +10. Thunder Elemental Mastery +10%. Eat what you eat. Eat Hurricane Crossbow. Gain Agility +10. Thunder Elemental Mastery +7%. What you eat makes up for what you eat. The only problem is that the gear is a bit underfed. The more you eat of the same type of item, the more you increase your attributes a bit less. After dramatically increasing a wave of attributes, Thunder Elemental Mastery reached 84%, meaning, lightning elemental damage is reduced by 84%, but that wasn't all. Finally, after waiting a while, the Squirrel Shadow Doppelganger returned. Perhaps it was the fortunate star that played a role in finding the rare excellence-grade spirit grass in the Thundering Forest. Rolling Thunder Grass. It was a grass cluster, and around it was a thunderous light that hurt when touched. To bring it back, the squirrel took a red magic knife and poked it into the grass clumps, stringing it like a candy cane to avoid getting electrocuted. Well done. Yezer ruined the squirrel's tail, and the panda directly grabbed the rolling thunder grass with his bare hands, and the raging lightning struck the panda's body as painlessly as a massage. Eating 3 balls of rolling thunder grass in a row, the panda's body was suddenly surrounded by a burst of lightning and purple light. Thunder Elemental Mastery 106%. Over 100 Thunder Elemental Mastery. If the panda was a Thunder Elemental Mage, the damage would be absolutely terrifying as well. Right now, when lightning attribute damage hit the body, it wouldn't even drop blood at all. Yi Zay couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. He was suddenly looking forward to the mood of the Storm Dragon King. Chapter 43, Crumbling Storm Dragon King. Yezer traveled through Thunder Forest and Storm Canyon, following the canyon to reach the very top. Dark clouds loomed over the area and thunder and lightning continued to fall from the sky. A huge dragon, tens of meters long, stood at the top of the Storm Dragon Valley like a moving mountain. The human race? Ha! It's amazing that they haven't perished yet? A low and thick voice rang out like a thunderous boom. Hearing the tone of this Storm Dragon King, Yi Zhe frowned, as if the other party was doing it on purpose by not helping the human race against the evil demons. But he then laughed again. It's not certain whether the human race will perish or not, but you definitely won't survive today. Because at this moment, he had already seen the other party's information through the eye of insight. Storm Dragon King. Grade, 30. Type, Epic Storm Dragon Bosses. Attributes, Strength 300. Physique 300. Agility 300. Spirit 400. Skills, Heavenly Thunderfall. Storm Field. Thunder Fury. Thunderstorm Dragon Breath. Level 30 Epic Boss. Looking at all the opponents Yi Zhe had faced, he could completely rank as one of the strongest. With this level, attributes, and skills, if it were any other opening team, it would really be death for as many as came. There really is a reason why no one has been able to pass the copy. But, it was just as Yezer had guessed. This Storm Dragon King, all of them had lightning attribute attack skills. However, at this point, the Storm Dragon King hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. His tens of meters of body flew above the dragon's nest with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, letting out an earth-shaking roar. I see. You've forgotten how the human race begged me to join forces? This copy world, where it originally came from, Yi Zhe was not clear. How the human race in this world was, Yi Zhe wasn't sure. But just by looking at the Storm Dragon King's haughty tone, one could tell that he was almost used to being condescending to the human race. Yi Zhe indifferently said, I just hope that you don't beg me later. The Storm Dragon King was furious, and with a roar, lightning raced. The panda similarly struck, without dodging or flashing, like a cannonball rushing straight towards the Storm Dragon King. The gusts of thunder that accompanied the incredibly powerful and intense lightning in the past bombarded the panda's body. Originally, it was at least a skin-deep offense. Now, surprisingly, it's like a coat of maintenance for the panda's fur, not a hair out of place. The Storm Dragon King appeared slightly puzzled, but didn't take it seriously. He hadn't gone all out just now. It was just a casual strike, and it was normal for the opponent to block it with his ability. The Storm Dragon King was generous with his mana at this time, and his eyes were like two burning cores of thunder and lightning, inducing the infinite jumps of thunder in the air to surge. Small means are useless in the face of strength. Heavenly thunder descends, accompanied by the Storm Dragon King's roar. The lightning that was 10 times more powerful than before was like 10,000 arrows piercing through the heart as it crazily bombarded the panda. However, at this moment, the panda unexpectedly engaged in a flirty maneuver and gave the middle finger towards the Dragon King. Boom dash! Thousands of thunderbolts bombarded. The airwaves set off gusts of rubble, and after the smoke dispersed, the panda's middle finger was still erect and straight. Still, unharmed, the Storm Dragon King's pupils abruptly contracted, as if the dragon life view had been shattered. No way! This move of heavenly thunder descending, even if he were to let himself carry it, it would be impossible for him to remain unharmed. How could a human summoned beast have this kind of strength? He'll never figure it out, I'm afraid. The panda was able to get to this level mainly by relying on the other dragons in the Valley of the Storm Dragons. Without them providing a large amount of thunder attribute equipment, it would be countless times harder to raise to 100% thunder elemental mastery. It can also be said that the Storm Dragon King, of sorts, is being victimized by his own dragon tribe folk. At this moment, facing the shocked Storm Dragon King, the panda struck the Nine Dawn's sharpness palm, shattering a large portion of dragon scales. The Dragon King's attributes are still high. It was a good thing that Yi Zhe had previously copied the legendary might, and with the double aura addition, the melee sparring took a big advantage. After seeing that several skills did no damage, the Dragon King immediately changed his countermeasures, switched to the purest power attack. But, facing a panda attacking with power can only say that it is too much to die fast enough. Storm Dragon King slapped down a palm. Unsurprisingly, the panda surged up Taiji internal energy. 4-2's a crowd, grabbing the dragon's claw in a huge counterattack. The striking Storm Dragon King instantly erupted in a miserable scream, his right arm directly broken. Although the Dragon King's attributes are high, the panda's attack bonus is high enough for a significant one-hit effect. In the tradition of killing him while he's sick, Yi Zhe instructed Mantis, Void Chopping Strike, to chop off his left arm and half of his wing again. Mantis at this point, 60% damage factor bonus, 60% ignore defense, plus blitz. Although the Void Chopping Strike went into cooldown, in exchange, the Dragon King was severely injured or even crippled. Ow dash! Almost instantly, both dragon claws were completely broken, wings were damaged, and the balance of victory was instantly tilted. The Storm Dragon King hissed in pain. Why? It's like that. At this moment, his confidence in fighting had undissipated a lot, but still unwilling, he desperately tried to run back, or even crawl back, within the dragon's nest, despite the pandas and mantises' attacks, not even fighting back for a second, just wanting to go back to the dragon's lair? Yizhe didn't even need to know what was in the dragon's nest and directly ordered the panda, open the ancient void and stop him. Never let him go back. Just kidding. Having fought to the point of death, whatever the Storm Dragon King wanted to do, there was no way Yizhe would let him have his way. Even if the Storm Dragon King wanted to go back to the dragon's nest to use the restroom, it wouldn't work. Seeing the panda change into a 10-meter-tall giant iron eater, he blocked his way. The Storm Dragon King roared hoarsely, "No dash!" Yizhe opened his eye of insight and curiously looked at what was inside the dragon's nest. However, without looking, one look actually revealed the biggest secret of the Storm Dragon clan. Abyssal Pool of Blood. Effect, it can restore injuries, condense magical blood, and gain a small amount of abyssal power with long-term use. Made by evil general, Blood Sea Fierce Demon. No wonder the Storm Dragon race is dead set against joining forces with the human race. You're just surrendering? Yizhe couldn't help but sigh for a moment. The purpose of this thing is simple. To actively pray for the coming of the power of the abyss. The equivalent of actively going to the abyss and being a traitor to the other side. Special elites like the cursed knights of the tainted lands are passively tainted by the power of the abyss. It was really the first time that Yizhe had seen one like this who surrendered on his own accord. Little human. What do you know? Who knows? The Storm Dragon King roared, followed by a voice that was almost fearful. The power of the abyss is invincible. There is no stopping the abyss. Listening to that last somewhat oozing tone, Yizhe, however, did not care to blandly say, whether I can defeat it or not, at least let me try. As for you, wasted dragon, it's better not to continue wasting oxygen. With that said, the panda that condensed the ancient shadow stomped down, directly stomping the Dragon King to the brink of death. No! The Storm Dragon King struggled. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the abyssal blood pool will sense my death. The evil general will immediately send troops to wipe you out. You will die. Oh? Sending troops immediately? Yezer got excited. He thought that after clearing the Dragon Valley, he would have to wait for the evil demon army for quite some time, but he didn't expect to trigger an early attack? Yizhe nodded his head. Now you won't be able to die if you don't. The Storm Dragon King was confused. Hearing this, the panda was about to stomp down, but was stopped by Yizhe in a hurry. The Storm Dragon King had thought he had a hope of surviving. Unexpectedly, Yizhe just switched Mantis over and gave head to Mantis. The light of the blade flashed, and a whole experience value that cheered up Yizhe was credited. Kill Storm Dragon Valley final boss, Storm Dragon King, gained experience, 9,000. Ding! Your level has increased to 11. Since you have not yet completed the advancement quest, you are unable to obtain additional growth attributes. Hunter Red-Eyed Mantis has killed a powerful enemy once, and can evolve its body parts once. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Chapter 44 Word Fusion. Show your head for seconds. 1 boss. 9,000 experience. Yizhe's joy was hard to suppress, even suspecting that he had misread the situation. But if you think about it, a level 20 excellence commander has 1,600 experience points. With a level 30 epic boss, it wasn't surprising that the experience given was multiplied several times. And this can be considered one of the final bosses of Hell difficulty. If it were any other team, it would take at least 80 or more well-equipped and skilled professionals of a not-solo level to surround them, and they would have to do so regardless of the cost. The experience gained, more than anything else, needs to be shared equally by the whole team. The other students were practically crying with gluttony for a single brush of a Hell difficulty boss like Yizhe, who ate the experience alone. But at that moment, a blood-red panel prompt popped up. You have angered the evil demon General Blood Sea Fierce Demon by killing the evil demon's inner circle. He's going to hunt you down. Passing condition changed, survive for 3 hours. The evil general's hunt. Unlike demon soldiers and demon captains, the strength of demon generals varied greatly. In textbook terms, there is also a gap between generals. Although he didn't know the strength of this Blood Sea Fierce Demon, Yizhe wasn't prepared to waste a single moment to immediately raise his battle power. The evil demon general was at least no weaker than the Storm Dragon King. I'm afraid I'm going to need some luck when I think about dealing with. Yizhe first used up the number of times Mantis had evolved. Still evolving Armblade. At this point, Armblade plus 4 has been reached. The level of void chopping was raised from 9 to 10, and the damage skyrocketed to a factor of 2000%. Afterwards, Yizhe immediately took the squirrel into his hands. Suck on the blessed star lucky aura twice. 11th word. Open draw. If you can draw a powerful combat-oriented word, you might be able to have a smoother fight against the evil general. With this thought, Yi held the squirrel and struck out to extract it in the sea of words. You have drawn the golden legendary word, transcendent ancient martial arts. Transcendent ancient martial arts practice that has reached the state of perfection, and the first glimpse of the path of martial arts that transcends the threshold of the mundane. Ancient martial arts, similar to Taiji masters, is a type of martial arts technique, only broader. Yi also often heard about the legends of ancient martial arts, and it was said that in certain families there was also a legacy of ancient martial arts professionals. It's not bad. It's a bit similar to Taiji clan, but at least it's a combat-oriented phrase. As soon as Yi words fell, he only saw another prompt pop up. Synthesizable word detected. Words can actually be synthesized? Yi was shocked. He looked at his talent and it actually did have small words labeled as being able to synthesize words, but because Blue Star has never seen anything above the legend until now in its development, so Yi didn't take it too seriously at first. Now it seems that the legend above him is about to be the first to touch it. Yezer looked excitedly at the synthesizable target. Taiji Master plus Battlefield Legend plus Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts can be synthesized. 3 in 1. Still 3 combat-oriented words. Yi hesitated for half a second. After synthesizing the 3 words would disappear. Would the end result be stronger or weaker? But how do you know if you don't try this kind of opportunity? Decisive. Synthesize. 3 golden words intertwined and bloomed on the panda's body, eventually erupting into an extraordinarily powerful aura. The golden legend has been synthesized, the superior word, martial saint. Martial sage, the ultimate in martial arts. Speed and power at its peak. Fighting skills beyond the ordinary. Absolute master of the battlefield. Martial sage. Just by seeing the word name, Yi felt that the odds were not in his favor. Also, since all 3 phrases are given to the panda, the synthesized panda is equally imposing. Summoned beast, Jiuli war beast, golden legend, evolved Jiuli martial saint, golden legend. After evolving again, the panda seemed slightly thinner. Muscles, bones, and fur were constantly being flushed with a wave of martial internal force at all times. Even with the level of star ascension that was quite difficult after the legend, it was still a full 3 stars this time. Attributes are even more skyrocketing. Power, 285 365. Body mass, 256 316. Agility, 260 340. Spirit, 239 299. Skill, Jiuli Fengao Wu Shenggang Qi, Legendary, Upper. Skill, Long Experience in the Battlefield Budo Extreme Intent, Legendary, Upper. Acquired skill, Martial Saint Field. Level 11 panda with this attribute. It's scary as hell to say. The upper level skill above the legend. Although Yi didn't understand it, he could see that the skill effect had been greatly improved. In particular, the Martial Saint's astral chi could be condensed outside the body and could be used to attack and defend. Attacking and defending. Wu Dao Extreme Intent, which dramatically enhances Wu Dao damage and extreme combat power. On top of that, the addition of the Martial Saint domain was even more terrifying. Martial Sage's domain, when the domain is opened, the Martial Sage suppresses all enemies with his aura, lowering the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes by a value equal to 50% of the Martial Sage's 4-dimensional attributes. How scary is that? Panda's 365 power now directly reduces enemies within the field by 182.5 power attributes. Body mass decreases and meat tanks become brittle. Agility. Spirituality. Same thing. In battles within the realm, the Martial Saint was the absolute master. Seeing such a huge boost in the panda, Yi couldn't help but feel physically and mentally relieved. Cool. By the way, take a hard sip of squirrel. Not bad for a lucky star. At this moment, only half a minute had passed since the order to hunt was given, only to see the abyssal blood pool in the dragon's nest, which continuously gushed out blood from the base, gradually coalescing into the shape of an evil demon. Blood Sea Demon, LV 35. Type, Evil General. Attributes, Strength 430. Constitution 400. Agility 460. Spirit 430. Trait, Sea of Blood, can freely manipulate blood for attack, defense, or enchantment skills. Skills, a quick glance swept through the information in front of him. Yi's mind was filled with one thing at the moment. Still ing chasing me? Give me the field. Second him. The Blood Sea Fierce Demon was still in the state of condensing its body at the moment, with only half of its body being revealed. Yezer simply couldn't wait a bit. A sound of breaking air rang out, and the panda killed in an instant. A Taiji array disc-like pattern lit up underneath the feet of the panda and the Blood Sea Fierce Demon, constantly intertwining and spreading. Martial Sacred Realm. In an instant, an invisible internal energy converged like an army of 10,000 soldiers, engulfing the opponent like a quagmire. As the domain took effect, the attributes of the Blood Sea Fierce Demon could be seen to drop violently, with its physique falling directly to 242. In just one breath, Panda threw a punch and Mantis swung a sword. Martial Saint Deity, Void Chopping Strike. Under the domain and the 2 overdrive strikes, the Blood Sea Fierce Demon was instantly chopped and blasted away in less than even half a second. As a general level evil demon with terrifying strength, it is surprising that it has just shown its head. It was just instantly killed in seconds. You have killed the evil demon general Blood Sea Fierce Demon. And the clearance quest survived for 3 hours is automatically completed. Congratulations on being the first to clear the Hell difficulty team copy, and will be ranked first on the Huaxia team copy clearance list. Congratulations on clearing the Fallen Dragon Valley and receiving a reward, experience plus 5,000. Congratulations on winning MVP, most valuable member, and receive the reward, a treasure chest of the group's MVP. Your first pass reward is being generated based on individual performance. Chapter 45 as if he were a 3-year-old toddler. Fishing for the South Sea Tiger Shark. Team copy outside. Xia Chang waited outside alone, her beautiful brows knitted. It's been over an hour. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Within the group, someone who dies is immediately teleported out of the copy, regardless of any opening team. It's commonplace that there will be fatal attrition in a group. And now, how is it possible for a normal class that has been in Hell difficulty for over an hour to have no casualties at all? Oddly enough, as he was talking, a team of several dozen people walked out from the replica's gate. Finally out. Xia Qing patted his chest and breathed. A sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if he failed, it's good that there was no accident. Instead, she realized that the dozens of people in this team were overly well equipped and had a high average level. No, it's the team from Tabuchi High School, Dongwu No. 1 High School, which was recognized as the strongest high school in East China, was here to set a new record for the group. And when they saw the team walk out of the replica, more than a dozen teachers, and even officials from various departments, came forward to congratulate them in a row. The official at the head of the group, a man with gold-rimmed glasses, a suit, and a somewhat svelte and defeated air. Seeing him, Xia Qing couldn't help but say in awe as her eyes widened. Even Wu Ming, the East China general manager, is here? Only the chief director, Wu Ming, stood at the forefront of all the officials from each department. Toward the team of Dongwu First High School, he applauded with a faint smile. Not bad. Your regimental record this time looks like it can hold the number 1 position in East China for a long time. At those words, Xia Chang and the other onlookers couldn't help but look at the regiment's list. Mega Team Replica Pass List. 1. Dongwu City No. 1 High School. Calamity Difficulty Passed. Time, 2 hours 7 minutes. MVP, by way, 24% damage share. 2. Scarlet Academy. Green Frontier City. Calamity Difficulty Pass. Time, 3 hours and 20 minutes. Over an hour faster than second place. How else is this record going to be surpassed? I've heard that Bai Wei is a rare profession magic samurai. No wonder he did a quarter of the damage alone. Humph. If I was in Dongwu First High School, how come I couldn't even beat the difficult group book? The last one to speak was Zhao Xuan, who had grown more and more contemptuous of his focus class team after seeing Dongwu First High School. Hearing the praise from Wu Ming, the East China Hand, the captain of Dongwu First High School, the stoic teenager Bai Wei who was clad in the magic martial battle robe, couldn't help but say with a straight face, thanks for the compliments from the person in charge. Next time, we might be able to challenge the Hell difficulty. Not bad, very spirited. Wu Ming smiled and said, don't disgrace me. Wu Ming, at the National Special Training Camp the day after tomorrow, the format of this special training camp has been drastically changed, and the rewards are the highest in history. So if you can get a ranking, it will benefit you immensely. Hearing this, Bai Wei had a serious attitude while whispering, don't worry teacher. I'm already studying the opponents of the special training camp. Few people knew that Bai Wei, who was the captain of Dongwu No. 1 High School, was a student personally taught by Wu Ming, a handful of East China's leaders. The ability plus the background is promising. Good. Wu Ming was quite satisfied with the strength and attitude of this student of his, but at the same time, he snapped to see that the entrance to the replica was still blood red and asked behind him, which other team is challenging the high level of the group? It's the normal class of the War Academy that chose the Hell difficulty. They should have ordered the wrong one. The duplicate administrator explained. War Academy. Oh, it's the academy at Wan Feiping's place. Thinking of Wan Feiping, Wu Ming suddenly smiled. Have all the high school students under our King Hunt administration given up on themselves? Go to Hell difficulty. As he was talking, he suddenly saw the copy pass list flash. Immediately afterward, Tabuchi High School, which had just topped the first place, was instantly replaced. Almost everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Mega Team Replica Pass List. 1. War College. Hell Difficulty Pass. Time, 1 hour 37 minutes. MVP, Yi Zhe, 100% damage. 2. Tobu City No. 1 High School. Calamity difficulty pass. Let's not mention the difficulty of this pass, and the speed of the pass. That 100% damage share alone made almost everyone in the room wipe their eyes in unison. Rewatched. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 100% damage? That's not a ing display error? Where's the copy keeper? Hurry up and fix it. The person in charge is still here. Don't want to do it, do you? I don't know whose voice this was, but it caused the administrator of the Green Frontier City Group book to break out in a sweat. Even he, subconsciously, thought it was a display error, or whatever the bug is. East China a hand here. About their own work of the big event. The administrator immediately on the hands of the detailed inspection of 2 or 3 times. As a result, leader, the copy shows no anomalies. He almost trembled as he uttered the words. Once again, there was silence in the room. Hell difficulty pass plus 100% damage share. Can someone tell me what that is? Less than level 10 pro newbie. Soloing a mega group on hell difficulty. The equivalent of a 3-year-old toddler? Fishing for a South Sea tiger shark with one hand? I beg to differ. I think a schoolboy over-the-shoulder slam on a giant mammoth makes a little more sense. Say, what is this war college? If the people in the ordinary class are so fierce, how terrifying must the strength of the key class be? I don't know who mentioned it, but Zhao Xuan, who was originally shocked, suddenly had a burst of red and black in his face. Wanted to say something, but didn't know what I could say. Pissed off. However, he was not the only one. Countless people's feelings had been complicated beyond words. This includes the student teachers of Tobu the First High School, especially the captain, by way, was staring dead at the name of the first on the pass list. Yes sir. Only Wu Ming's eyes flickered under the gold wire frame. And surprisingly, he wasn't too surprised. He remembered that one of the few times Wan Feiping could show off to him was because of this Yize. In the distance, Xia Qing was even more stunned, her mouth involuntarily open and full of disbelief. The whole thing was almost dumbfounded. Originally, when she heard Wu Ming say that her student was self-absorbed, she had some bad feelings in her heart. She knew that Yize was very strong. If the fight was on advanced difficulty, or even hard difficulty, she would have trusted Yize very much, but it's hell to pick now. For a moment, it made her suddenly cry a little. She knew that Yize was strong and did not give up on herself, but this is also too scary. She couldn't have dreamed that the students she had brought up could achieve such results. And at that moment, Wu Ming, with his gold glasses and suit, walked over and smiled gently. You're the lead teacher at the war college, aren't you? Can you let me know a little bit about this student Yezer? The hand of the East China war zone, who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with such a gentle gesture, made the people around him envious. There were also some people who could see that Wu Ming was preparing to ask for someone. Many officials similarly leaned over, and Xia Qing unexpectedly went from being a lone person to the center of attention, making her a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Suddenly, a burly, swift figure killed in front of Wu Ming. Who do you want to get to know? Wu Dog, do you need me to introduce you? The surrounding Qingfeng city escorts had just gotten nervous, but when they saw the appearance of the visitor, they immediately returned to their posts. Don't have to care, can't care. Wu Ming laughed. Yo, if it isn't our king of hunters. The two men's auras were needle-sharp. Wan Feiping of the 6th rank against Wu Ming of the 5th rank. It caused countless people around them to be shocked. This was an extremely rare scene. This frame, one of the top 10 SEAL King level 6th order professionals in all of China, and one of the 5 region chiefs in the country are actually trying to rob someone? For a while, including Bai Wei and the other students of Dongwu First High School, they couldn't help but begin to envy Yize. And inside the copy, Yize was completely unaware of the situation outside. The copy ends, but there is no forced exit. He is putting away the current reward. He had his heart set on the MVP treasure chest, as well as one of the battle robes popped out by the Storm Dragon King. The only problem is that the Blood Sea Ferocious Devil obviously died, but not the slightest reward. This made Yize wonder for a moment if the possibility of the Blood Sea Fierce Demon being killed was not even considered in this copy. However, it was not without its rewards. Only the Abyssal Blood Pool in that wandering dragon's nest turned into a special prop after the Blood Sea Fierce Demon's death. Abyssal Curiosity's Blood Pool Effects has a hint of communicating with the abyss. Long-term use can pray for the power of the abyss to come down. This, Yize had no doubt that this thing would definitely not be safe if he took it out. Just the fact that the Blood Sea Fierce Demon, in the first place, had manifested directly from the blood pool, showed that the problem was not small. What's more, the abyssal force is weird as hell. Should I take it or not? Chapter 46 Indigestion? Storm War Robe. Open the treasure chest. Looking at the abyssal pool of blood in front of him, Yize still decided to take it and thought of a usage to maximize the benefits. Eat first, then take. It's something that, first and foremost, should certainly not be left in your hands. After all, since it had the effect of communicating with the abyss, then correspondingly, the abyss might be able to influence this object in turn. It would be a lost cause in case of contamination for him at that time. It's best to turn it in for the props you need. Then the candidate for the handover. Yezer has also been determined. It's Wan Feipeng. Strong, big-hearted, hard life, simply a worthy candidate. Besides, Wan Feipeng is not stupid and will definitely send the institute directly. Perhaps there would be a chance to exchange something in the Lin Yuan City treasure trove. Yi Zhe was still interested in the few previously unknown items in the treasure trove. But before turning it in, gotta give the panda a taste first. With the effect of what you eat makes up for what you have, Yi Zhe was looking forward to what would happen if he ate the abyssal breath item. After the abyssal blood pool was transformed into a prop, it became like a small puddle of water. Yi Zhe called for the panda, who took a bite at the edge of the abyssal blood pool, gnawing out a crack in the edge of the pool. Eat what makes up for you. Eat abyssal blood pool. Not fully digested. Gain, agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Note, the abyssal breath is temporarily indigestible. Can't digest it? Yi Zhe pondered for a moment, realizing that the power of the abyssal breath was really special. Even the void creatures are only adapting. Want to completely digest and absorb? I'm afraid that this level of words cannot do. However, incompletely digested, they all provide 40 points of attributes. If you can synthesize eat what you eat, in the future, one might be able to devour abyssal power at will, and that would be truly invincible. And at that moment, the panda's round face suddenly crumpled into a ball, violently covering his stomach as a feeling of eating the wrong thing came over him. A loping run to a hidden spot. A flood of what is not digested is excreted by the panda in another form. Yi Zhe was filled with black lines, then looked at the prop abyssal blood pool. It was only slightly broken and could still be exchanged on for military merits/rewards. Putting the blood pool away, Yi Zhe began to check the existing harvest. The first was a battle robe bursting out of the Storm Dragon King, haunted with purple light. Since the level of the group is level 10, all the equipment popped out is also level 10. However, seeing this attribute made Yi Zhe couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Storm robe, grade 10, quality epic, attributes defense plus 100, physique plus 40, agility plus 30. Special effect, when entering combat, damage factor and movement speed are increased by 50%. This bonus is affected by the thunder elemental attribute. It was worthy of being the equipment popped out by the Storm Dragon King. The quality and attributes were all top-notch. Just the 50% damage and speed bonus alone, even if it had to be the very best of the epics, you couldn't buy it for tens of millions of dollars. And here's the kicker, the bonus is affected by the thunder elemental attribute. Panda with super high thunder elemental attribute, plus the storm battle robe. What a concept. The panda's current thunder elemental mastery was 106%. Seeing that the panda came back with a look like he was deflated, Yi Zhe immediately put it on him to try the effect. The panda's constitution went up to 356, and his agility even went to 380. It's already at the level of a level 30 professional, and the Storm War Robe's bonus, at the moment, skyrocketed to 103%. It means that as soon as it enters combat, the panda's damage and speed can be instantly doubled. Simply horrible. Afterwards, Yi Zhe took out the MVP treasure chest and opened it. You have opened the treasure chest of the group's MVP. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 crystals, 1 storm core. Congratulations on obtaining skill book Heavenly Thunderfall Epic, 1,000 crystals. That's over $10 million. It was the first time that Yi Zhe knew that the Hell difficulty MVP treasure chest was so atmospheric, 10 times higher than the crystals rewarded by the novice copy. The storm core was also an epic material that could enchant equipment with the lightning attribute, and was equally valuable. And the final skill book, Storm Dragon King's strongest skill. If you sell it, you can get at least $10 million for it, or you can keep it. As it happened, Yi Zhe's next summon beast was wanting a mage type. All in all, just one MVP treasure chest is equivalent to being worth $30 million. If he were to sell it, Yi Zhe estimated that his property could rank in the top 1% in all of China. But it's not over yet. At that moment another prompt went off. Fortunate star phrase is in effect, and you will be rewarded with a second treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 crystals, 1 storm core. Congratulations on obtaining equipment Stormwalker Epic, blessed with 2 unboxing rewards and double the joy. It was only a pity that Fortunate Star highlight belonged to the unique aura. Otherwise Yi Zhe would have copied it again and it would have been even more terrifying. This time in addition to another 1,000 crystals plus storm core, busted out a pair of gear, shoes, Stormwalker, grade 10, quality epic, Attributes, speed plus 60%, defense plus 80, agility plus 50. Special effect, increase your own agility and damage factor by 5% for every enemy you kill for 20 minutes with no upper limit. Although the attributes are strong, it may not sell for too high a price in terms of special effects. After all, to fully utilize the shoe, you need to get multiple kills in a row within 20 minutes. Reaching multiple kills is a very difficult task for the average professional. However, Yi Zhe's eyes were glowing. The effect and Mantis simply go together too. With Void Shuttle plus Void Chopper plus Reaper, multi-kill streaks are easy as pie. If you kill 20 enemies in a short period of time, it equates to a direct doubling of damage and agility. If you kill 100 or 1,000 people in a row, so much so, it's not too much of a stretch to say that it's a Mantis exclusive outfit, decisively giving Stormwalker to Mantis to wear. The strength of the two main battle summoned beasts skyrocketed. Looking at the 2,000 crystals in his backpack again, Yi Zhe was in an even better mood. I'm going to go out and sell it directly for equipment that I can use, or materials that I can give to pandas, etc. And it is being done. The personal reward that was previously being generated, the Hell difficulty first pass reward, finally popped up. Fallen Dragon Valley individual performance dash. 100% of group damage. 100% of damage taken. 100% of participation. Time to clear customs, 1 hour and 37 minutes. Congratulations! The personal evaluation is SSS. You get exclusive rewards, Space Stone *1, Summoning Skill Book, Epic, *1, Space Stone. Seeing this, Yi Zhe was overjoyed and greatly excited. As mentioned before, props that can open up extra summoner space are few and far between and worth a lot of money. The Space Stone, on the other hand, is a treasure that allows a summoner to have an additional space for their summoned beasts. This one alone is worth even more than an MVP treasure chest. Yezer rubbed his hands together excitedly. Could it be that my fourth summoned beast is coming? Chapter 47, Fourth Summoned Beast. Three-tailed Demon Fox. Space Stone, gain an additional summoned beast space after use. For summoner use only. Getting this reward, Yi Zhe didn't say a word and used it directly. Ding! Use of Space Stone successful. Your current summoned animal space, 3/4. Sure enough, there was an extra free space for summoned beasts. Yi Zhe then looked at another reward. It was none other than an epic 6-star summoned beast skill book, worthy of being a personal exclusive reward for the group. It was a complete one-stop service, with space and summoned beasts all arranged in place. However, if it wasn't for Yi Zhe's SSS-ranked personal evaluation, it wouldn't have been possible to have such a high reward. Looking at all the group MVPs, Yi Zhe's rewards were also definitely at the break level. Even after Yi Zhe saw this skill book, he only felt that the gold content of the reward was still rising. Summoning Skill Book, Three-Tailed Demon Fox. Here comes my spell summoner. Foxes are already in the upper middle class of mage-type summoned beasts, and this three-tailed demon fox is documented in a biology textbook. Their natural skill, Triple Tail, able to store 3 skill recharge times. During combat, the same skill can be released an additional 3 times in a row. Totally the fire suppression bit of the battlefield. This one natural skill alone made the three-tailed demon fox the top of the mage-class summoned beasts. And it is said that there are 6 tails and 9 tails above the 3 tails. These will be no one has seen. With this kind of summoning beast, Yi Zhe naturally studied it right away. Ding! You have obtained the summoned beast, Three-tailed Demon Fox. Current summoner space, 4/4. In the summoned beast space that had just been empty, there was an additional small white fox with snow white and flawless fur. The body size is small. If you do not count the tail is only about 50 centimeters. But the body posture is elegant. A pair of fox eyes deep and cunning. Very spiritual beauty. Master. The little fox's voice was sweet, clear and ethereal, like a silver bell ringing softly. Hiss. Yi Zhe sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Like, it can't all be King Zhou's fault. He had to speak up for King Zhou. However, comparable to the little fox's beauty were her attributes and skills. Three-tailed demon fox. Quality, epic. Level, 11, same as summoner level. Attributes, strength 80, constitution 120. Agility 140, Spirit 240, Talents, 3 tails, Epic, Fox Spirit Heart, Epic, Skills, Foxfire LV5, Epic, Phantom Step LV5, Epic, Mental Power Specialization, up to 240 points. Summoned beasts that specialize in one attribute are for the most part much stronger than those that are well-rounded, especially the mage class. Yi Zhe gave the Heavenly Thunderfall skill to Little Fox to learn, adding another powerful output skill. By now, his summoned beast team had also taken shape. 1 warrior, 1 assassin, 1 mage, 1 support. Of course, compared to the top summoners, Yi Zhe's team configuration was still far worse, but after all, He hadn't broken through the first rank yet and had limited space for summoned beasts. Gotta get out there and think about advancement quests. Kill 5 rare professions of the first rank in a row. Transferring to the first rank also gives you 2 more summoned beast spaces, and a summoner exclusive skill. Otherwise, even the growth attributes of yourself and your summoned beasts would be greatly reduced. Outside the copy, Wan Feipeng and Wu Ming, the two were still facing each other, attracting countless spectators. Old dog Wu, how many talents have you produced in Dongwu City, and you still want to come to my place to snatch people? Wan Feipeng snorted coldly, but Wu Ming just smiled lightly in response. Who can be too talented? Besides, you're the only one who can cultivate talent? You could raise a goldfish to death. Wan Feipeng, you fart. At this moment, someone around couldn't help but whisper in confusion. Is it necessary for these two to rob people? Aren't they both from our East China? This you're superficial. Within East China, and even domestic resources, it's true that there's no need to grab. But look at the abyssal exploration and world copy scramble. Which one needs strong people? If you don't explore the abyss, if you don't compete for world copies, where will you get the resources? Where will you get the materials? Without resources, you won't even be able to ascend in the later stages of your career. But then again, it's the first time that King of Hunter City Lord Wan has seen him rob someone. Yeah, first time I've seen him look at a newcomer. Asterisk. War College is out. I don't know who let out a shout, and the crowd looked towards the entrance of the replica. Only a few dozen teams of students with average equipment and levels walked out, overflowing with joy. Lu Qi, in particular, saw his experience skyrocket to level 7 after clearing the level, leaping into the upper middle level. If Yi Zhe were here, he would have hated to call his father on the spot. Asterisk. They can pass with this equipment and this level? It's only 6 or 7 levels after the pass, and the whole team averaged 3 or 4 levels before the pass. Don't forget, these dozens of people didn't even do anything. There's a superb man who can do it alone. Asterisk. Yi Zhe would be great if he was from our academy. If he could take me for a lie down, I'd immediately introduce my sister to him. You're overthinking it. Even the ones that can carry the group. It's not a problem to change your girlfriend in a day when you enter the academy. The pattern is small. I'll say a number. 2 changes a day. A group of people were talking, and Zhao Xuan, who was at the back, couldn't help but clench his fists fiercely. He had been staring at the names on the pass list with red eyes for a long time. How can that be? Yi Zhe was just a poor man. He was a second-generation rich summoner with the right roots. How can there be such a big difference? There are many others in Tabuchi High School who also think this way. However, at this moment, the crowd shook once again the moment Yi Zhe exited the copy. The various reporters, guild members, etc. who got the news immediately gathered around, especially Wu Ming and Wan Feipeng, who both walked to the front. On the side, Bai Wei, a magic samurai profession, gripped his magic sword and stared at Yi Zhe, who was in the limelight, his face high with battle intent. One person, soloing held difficulty? Can it really have this kind of strength? Or is some unknown trickery being used? At this moment, Yi Zhe looked at the crowd in front of him and only felt a great deal of pressure. I can't take it anymore. If you can't, use the shadow escape to run away. Look at the hundreds of people surrounding the situation in front of us. If we don't leave, we'll be stuck here for a day. But at this moment, Wu Ming walked over and took the initiative to reach out his hand and smiled. Hello Mr. Yi Zhe, I'm Wu Ming, the General Director of the East China region. Would you be interested in switching colleges? I guarantee you the resources you get will. Before the words fell, Wan Feipeng suddenly stretched out a huge palm. It covered Wu Ming's face, muffling his face with his gold-rimmed glasses in a messy manner. Equally messy, there are various reporters and cameramen, the latter silently moving the camera over. Wan Feipeng grinned an open smile at Yi Zhe. Not bad Yi Zhe kid. Have strength. Don't listen to old dog Wu Ming. I've picked up a mission for you. I guarantee you'll like it. Chapter 48, Let me put intensity on the nation's genius? Got me an assignment? Yezer was confused. I wonder what this Lin Yuan City Lord, a 6th order powerhouse, is up to? But all the same, he also realized that it was the place that Wan Feipeng had said earlier that it was a place that he would take him to when he was strong enough. I don't think it's going to screw me over. Yi Zhe was just thinking about it when he saw Wu Ming, the person in charge who had been blocked by Wan Feipeng, come to Yi Zhe's side with a single stride. All in a hurry. Come into the office with me first. This is not the place to talk. At those words, not only Yi Zhe, even Wan Feipeng agreed. Truly, there were just too many reporters and onlookers around. These reporters, who originally received the news, came to interview Dongwu First High School, which was preparing to set a new record. But I didn't expect that there was actually an even fiercer expert. First pass on hell difficulty. At a time like this, no journalist can afford to miss this kind of news. For a while, the side of Dongwu First High School, instead, became cold and clear, and even the few Qingfeng city officials who were there at the beginning, all squeezed over to Yi Zhe's side. Even Xia Qing, who was squeezed outside the crowd, couldn't look at Yi Zhe, and as soon as the person in charge, Wu Ming, opened his mouth, the crowd immediately stepped aside and made way for Yi Zhe and the two big brothers. One was one of the top sixth-order powerhouses in Huaxia, and the other was one of the 5 real heads of Huaxia. No one would think twice about getting in the way of these two at this point. Yi Zhe followed to a VIP guest house. Normally, it was a place that Qingfeng City specialized in receiving high-level figures and top powerhouses. Wu Ming mindfully walked in with Yi Zhe first, taking advantage of Wan Feiping closing the door to grab the first opportunity to speak. "Oh, student Yi Zhe, it's time for you to think about your future. I promise, East Martial City is definitely a choice you won't regret." Wan Feiping angrily disliked at this moment. "What's wrong with Lin Yuan City? It's close to the abyss, but it's much better than your students in the greenhouse." Looking at the pinpoint stance of the two, Yi Zhe was filled with black lines. At the same time, however, he opened the eye of insight, sort of a preliminary understanding of why the two were fighting over it. Wu Ming, the head of the East China region, can almost represent the entire East China. As for Wan Feipeng, in addition to being the lord of Lin Yuan City, he was also the honorary head of the Jin Demon Army, representing the Jin Demon Army military. No wonder the two were fighting so fiercely. It's the group behind it that's completely different. Just as Wu Ming's words, "Consider your future. If you joined a different group, your future direction would be completely different." At this time, the two of them, Wu Ming and Wan Feipeng, finally got down to business. It was still Wu Ming who opened the door and asked, "Yi Zhe, you should have awakened some sort of talent, right?" Talents, which were not common amongst professionals, could only be awakened by a very small number of people. But seeing Yi Zhe's results, both Wu Ming and Wan Feiping immediately guessed the answer. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe was not ambiguous and said, "That's right, I awakened when I changed jobs." There was really no need to hide this. The number of gifted people each year was small, but it was still well over 10,000. After all, this is China. Under the huge population base, even if there was only a 1% chance of awakening a talent, it was still quite a large amount. Hearing Yi Zhe's affirmation, Wu Ming nodded, his heart somewhat satisfied and somewhat worried. Satisfied that Yezer wasn't hiding anything, but the worry is that based on decades of experience in the development of professionals, it seems that a talent that is stronger up front tends to get more lackluster by mid-late game. The stronger you are at the beginning, the weaker you are at the end. The weaker you are at the beginning, the stronger you are at the end. This has long been the law of professional talent. For a time, it caused Wu Ming to hesitate in judging Yi Zhe's potential. Of course, Wu Ming was completely surprised. There will be such a thing as a talent that is strong in the early stages, strong in the middle, and stronger in the late stages, totally against the laws of professional talent. However, Wan Feiping didn't care that much. His talent was similarly strong in the early stages and weak in the later stages. But he was fortunate enough to receive a strange encounter in the abyss and eventually achieve the same 6th rank. It makes him not so much about talent. "Yi Zhe kid, let's not talk about anything else. If you take this mission from me, I guarantee that the more capable you are, the more you'll gain." Wan Feipeng opened his mouth with a big grin. Next to him, Wu Ming glanced over, poking and retorting. "You want him to go to National Specialty Camp? It's too soon. Yi Zhe doesn't have the experience of fighting against top professionals. It's not a good suggestion to let him face a group of talents that have been fully trained by all the major powers in the country. Moreover, the special training camp is conducted in a squad mode, and the teams of those geniuses are naturally all top geniuses." Wu Ming was talking, not realizing that Yi Zhe's eyes were glowing gold. A talent that all the major powers are training? That rare profession must be rare. Wouldn't his supreme advancement mission be secure? Yi Zhe tentatively opened his mouth. Those geniuses, are there any above the first order? Wu Ming froze for a moment and would be wrong. He felt that Yi Zhe was thinking that he was invincible below the first rank and wanted to try to challenge him. It's not surprising that most geniuses think this way, but he immediately struck out. Those big powers, especially those in central China, are far stronger than ordinary people, both in terms of resources and copies. They'll even specialize in feeding level 9 professionals to use to bring their own offspring upgrades. Anyone who can participate in the special training camp will be at least above the first rank. Saying that, Wu Ming looked at Yi Zhe, expecting the latter to be in shock, or even disbelief. But at this moment, Yi Zhe's eyes were actually filled with excitement. Advancement task. Steady. Originally, he was still fretting about where to put together 5 rare first-order professionals. Now Not only do you not have to scrape it together, you don't even have to have more than 5. When Wan Feiping saw that Yi Zhe did not flinch at all, his eyes became even more appreciative. Ignoring Wu Ming's objections as a tiny 5th rank, he directly dragged him out. Then he laid down soundproof props and talked to Yi Zhe alone. Yi Zhe kid, my mission is more than just attending a special training camp. I'll reveal some of it to you first. This year's special training camp has a mode. It's a copy of Battle Royale. Have you ever played Battle Royale? It's similar to the online game kind. As soon as Yi Zhe heard it, he understood. Many games in the previous life are this type of such as a certain gun battle chicken, a certain vibration knife game. In a nutshell, killing the last man is the essence of Battle Royale. Seeing Yi Zhe nodding his head, Wan Feipeng said cheerfully, what I want you to be is not a cadet in a special training camp, but an instructor. To be precise, I want you to make things more difficult for the other geniuses in the special training camp during the Battle Royale. Yi Zhe's face looked odd. Let me make it harder for the nation's geniuses? Wan Feipeng explained in detail. This was originally the mission of the Demon Suppression Army. In Battle Royale, there will be about 20 Zhenmu army instructors, playing copy enemies, to give the nation's geniuses upper intensity and create problems. But the problem is that it's not easy to find this kind of instructor candidate. Can't be too weak or a high-level professional. That's why I thought that you would be a good fit. High-ranked professionals have a hard time reeling in their abilities and affecting their copies too much, while being too weak naturally doesn't work as an upper strength. Yi Zhe understood, and instead of asking why he wasn't allowed to be a special training camp participant, he asked first, so, what's the payoff? Wan Feipeng explained, the trainees of the special training camp are divided into 5-member squads. If the squad comes in first, each person will have at least one epic 6-star prop plus epic 6-star exclusive equipment. And instructors, for every cadet defeated, give 400 military honors. 400 military honors. Yi Zhe instantly became excited. Although it didn't seem like much, if you defeated 20 cadets, that would be 8,000 military honors. It was enough to go to the 3rd level treasure trove of the Demon Suppression Army to choose an item. The 3rd tier of the treasure trove, with qualities ranging from exceptional 5-star to epic 6-star. If you kill 40 of them, that's 16,000 military honors. And you can go straight to the 4th floor, the 4th tier of the treasure trove, the quality of which is all epic 6 stars and above. If it killed more, Yi Zhe felt his throat a little dry and asked tentatively, special training camp, how many trainees are there? Why do you ask? Wan Feipeng looked at Yi Zhe suspiciously. Geniuses from the 5 major regions of China. Each region has 20 spots, totaling 100 people. Sparing Wan Feipeng's leap of imagination, he didn't guess Yi Zhe's inner thoughts at this moment. After all, it was well known how terrifying the geniuses that those great powers cultivated with all their might were, especially those perverts in central China. Defeating the instructor over the level was no big deal at all, not to mention a team of 5 geniuses. Wan Feipeng then concluded, because it's a replica, you'll get 1,000 experience points for every trainee you kill. Of course, instructors have been killed by cadets. The main reason why I chose you is because you don't have experience in team combat, and you might lose out in group combat. Of course, if you want to attend the special camp as a cadet and want to get acclimated to team play, you certainly can. I'll have Wu Ming help you find a suitable team. Well, did you pick instructor or cadet? Chapter 49. I'd like to see which knife can't be sharpened. Admittedly, Wan Feipeng's move was still somewhat of a care for Yi Zhe, because in his opinion, although Yi Zhe's strength was not bad in the early stages, after all, he did not have experience in team fighting. It's much harder to actually face a confrontation with a top professional than it is to face a copy. There have been many copy rating gods. However, when facing top professionals, they almost fall into a disadvantage in 1 or 2 shots. The reason, naturally, was that the thinking, maneuvering, and tactics of a professional were very different from those of a copy monster. And with Yi Zhe's summoner level, if he acted solo, he couldn't help but say that the results he achieved would be a bit stronger than a team fight. After saying that, Wan Feipeng added, if you come up and get killed by a cadet, you can also rest assured that you'll be subsidized with 1,000 military credits as usual. But Yezer hardly listened to that one. Speaking directly, he said, needless to say, I choose the instructor. It was only at this moment that he realized what Wan Feipeng meant when he said the phrase the stronger the ability, the greater the gain. Although the reward for first place in the special camp squad is nice too, but if you are a copy instructor, the ceiling is higher. If he killed 80 special training camp academies, he would be able to get at least 2 legendary props from the Demon Army treasure trove. This reward, isn't it just going to be a millstone? I'd like to see any knife that can't be sharpened myself. It's time to give the nation's geniuses a boost of intensity. Moreover, There were still 1,000 experience points to be gained from killing the trainees, so Yizhe simply couldn't think of a reason to refuse. What team play? Which is not as cool as one guy beating up all the geniuses. Although Yizhe wasn't too sure about the exact strength of the geniuses of those great powers, he was confident in himself and his summoned beasts. Hearing Yizhe's promise, Wan Feiping laughed extraordinarily recklessly. Good. You kids got guts. When we get to the special training camp, for every one of Wei Zhang and Wu Ming's men you beat up, I'll personally give you an additional 200 military merits. Hearing these words, Yizhe immediately looked at Wan Feiping suspiciously. If he wanted to make himself an instructor, he wouldn't just want him to beat up people for him, would he? Thinking about Wan Feiping's character, he suddenly felt it was very possible. Seeing Yizhe's odd expression, Wan Feiping also said indignantly, "You are unaware of how arrogant Dog Wu and Dog Wei are every year. Just looking at them makes me angry. There's no need for more. If you can beat up one, let them see that my Lin Yuan city also has talents. By the way, let me get a little out of the way." Wan Feiping glanced at Yizhe and his tone intensified. For every Wei Zhang and Wu Ming killed, I'll give 300 more military merits. Deal. Yizhe immediately high-fived Wan Feiping in response. Looking at Yizhe's face full of excitement, Wan Frito doesn't yet know what will happen at this year's special teams camp because of him. According to Wan Feiping's personal inner estimation, Yizhe, even if he cooperated with other instructors, plus stealing chickens, killing 3 or 4 would be considered him strong enough. 5 at the most. No more. And at that moment, Wu Ming also entered from outside with an unhappy face. So, you let him go to special training camp after all? Which team are you going to? Do you need me to help find players? Of course, don't even think about going to White Wei's team. Upon hearing this, Wan Feiping smiled with a triumphant smile. No need. Ha, Wu Ming said with a leathery smile. I hope you don't nullify the only genius you've ever had. Don't need you to worry about it. Wan Feiping was about to leave with Yizhe. The latter, however, waited and took out the abyssal blood pool in his backpack. It's just the right time to hand over this dangerous item. This is what I found in the Hell Group book. He explained the details. An abyssal prop would be very helpful to Wasia's research on abyssal forces. Wan Feiping and Wu Ming squared up, but the moment he heard Yizhe describe the origin of the item and say that he had killed the Blood Sea Fierce Demon, the two of them looked at each other. Wan Feiping was shocked and agitated, while Wu Ming was divided in regret. No, Yizhe, you killed a general-level evil demon? Why didn't you say so earlier? If Wu Ming had known earlier, his assessment of Yizhe's potential would have gone up another level. A pre-existing talent that could kill an evil demon general could be a bit too strong. He immediately pointed at Wan Feiping and said, Wait, Yizhe still has to come to our Dongwu city. Don't you dare influence him for me. Wan Feiping seemed to have picked up a treasure. Get lost. Hurry up and take the stuff to the institute. He threw the abyssal blood pool to Wu Ming, herself happily prepared to take Yezer away. This Lin Yuan city genius of his own could really give the special training camp a little surprise, to say the least. In fact, if it was an ordinary person, following Wu Ming to East Martial City would indeed be the best choice. After all, he was a bit in charge, and his way of cultivating geniuses was naturally much better than Wan Feiping. But Yezer is different. He doesn't need any training at all. Just upgrade and be done with it. Wan Feiping mentioned the reward to Yizhe as he was leaving. It just so happens that you found the mark of the demon general during the previous beast tide, plus the abyssal props this time. That's a total of 2 rewards. I'll take you to the treasure trove. Take your pick. Chapter 50, Missing Investigations Section Chief? Cursed Stone Statue. It had to be said that although Wan Feiping was a bit reckless as a person, it was still very painful to give rewards. He even promised Yizhe, if there was nothing he wanted from the Lin Yuan City Treasury, he could still take him to pick from the East Martial City Treasury. After all, that abyssal prop, which was handed over to Wu Ming, would be brought to the Dongwu City Research Institute. So hearing Wan Feiping's promise, Wu Ming also acquiesced. However, at this time, Yizhe still wanted to go to the Lin Yuan City treasure trove first. After all, he was still looking forward to the unknown materials that he had seen earlier. Wan Feiping spoke. Then let's go first. I'd advise you to stay away from the front door if you don't want to get stuck with the press. When the two were waiting for them to leave, Wu Ming signaled them to look out the window of the VIP room, which was blacked out and full of major reporters and media. In just half an hour's time, the news of the first pass on hell difficulty had spread like wildfire. The corner of Yizhe's mouth twitched. So, take the back door. With his current strength, he doesn't really need this kind of fame anymore, but rather the feeling of being blocked by reporters. As those of you who are regularly blocked by reporters know, it's quite scary. No less than a zombie siege. Wu Ming, as the head of East China, obviously has more experience in dealing with this kind of thing. I've arranged a special car for you. And your fellow teachers are over here. Not long after, Wu Ming brought Yi Zhe out through another door, where 4 floating vehicles were waiting. Even Wan Feiping had to marvel at the professionalism of the arrangements made by the person in charge. Xia Cheng and the students of the War College, who had been waiting here for a long time, looked at the floating car with a look full of curiosity and excitement, like a child seeing a favorite toy. Even Xia Qing was just an ordinary family, and the floating car was the first time he had ever taken it. Seeing Yi Zhe coming over, she showed a joyful face. Yi Zhe, how are you? She had wanted to ask Yi Zhe whether it was difficult to pass the hell difficulty and whether she suffered any injuries, but she saw Yi Zhe's clear and spontaneous appearance at the moment. It always feels like it passes without a scratch. Yezer leaned in and laughed. That's good. And picked up a nice job along the way. It's really nice to get a reward for punching someone while doing it. Xia Qing was equally happy, straightening her chest and speaking in a tone of unspeakable joy in a quiet voice. By the way, thanks to you, my internship turned around. When you have time, I'll buy you dinner. As Yi Zhe's lead teacher, she was personally transferred by the Ministry of Education shortly after Yi Zhe led the team through hell difficulty, and she didn't even have to submit a transfer report. Just being the lead teacher is considered a great honor. But Xia Qing also understands that these are still thanks to Yi Zhe. Although Yi Zhe also did not expect that the Ministry of Education of the great company of influence, which he had passed, had made a move, but he thought that he was afraid that there were instructions from Wu Ming. With that, he readily agreed. Sure, it's just that I don't have a lot of time these days. That's okay, just whenever you're free. This time, seeing Yi Zhe and Xia Qing's exchanges, there was not a single male student who felt jealous or red-eyed anymore. It even feels deserved. Ahem, Wu Ming on one side silently reminded. Let's talk when we get back. And you guys can talk more when we get back. Next to them, 4 floating cars with sleek lines and silver-white bodies were extended models with what had been tires turned into jet turbines, smoldering with blue flames. Yi Zhe and the emotionally complex Xia Qing had gotten into the car, along with Wan Feiping and the students. With a booming jet of blue fire, the floating car whizzed by, like a meteor streaking through the air. The speed and stability of a floating car is so much better than a high-speed train. And, as an air transportation, it would be hard to be attacked, not to mention that there was a 6th-order Wan Feiping in the car. The sense of security was pulled full. It wasn't long before the outline of Lingyuan City could already be seen. Yi Zhe sat on the soft seat of the floating car and suddenly looked outside the gates of Lingyuan City suspiciously. There are usually only 4 guards at the city gates. How come there are now 2 teams of Demon Suppression Army stationed there? 2 teams of Jin Demon Army, 20 people. How did a Lingyuan city suddenly have such a strong guard force? Hearing this, Wan Feiping was happy to answer. Something went wrong at Contaminated Land 17, and the head of the investigation section, as well as a team of men who went to escort it, are missing. The Jin Demon Army has deployed a regiment here, namely to strengthen the defense force as well as for the purpose of rescue. Missing? Yi Zhe was surprised. He had heard Lu Boyan say that the head of the investigation section was a real 4th-ranked professional, not to mention the manpower that went ahead to escort. This can all just disappear? Yi Zhe was not a worrywart. Polluted Land number 17, just a dozen kilometers away from Polluted Land number 19. In case something goes wrong, it can't be said that it will have to spread to Lingyuan City. But Wan Feiping was cheerfully relieved again. Don't worry, the people from the East China Army's Demon Beheading Regiment have already passed. In addition to the 2 5th Order and a dozen or so 4th Order professionals of the head deputy head, it's expected to be resolved soon. 2 5th Order and a dozen 4th Order. Yi Zhe has slightly settled his heart. If this formation couldn't be solved, it would really be a big problem. And I'm afraid that it wouldn't just spread to Lingyuan City at that time. Arrive at Lingyuan City. The floating car dropped. After saying goodbye to Xia Qing and the others, Yi Zhe followed Wan Feiping to the Lingyuan City treasure trove. In fact, it had only been 2 days since my last visit. Wan Feiping said cheerfully, your kid has become a regular visitor to the treasure trove. Yezer couldn't deny it. The few unknown materials that I encountered on my last visit were now finally understood clearly. He had just entered the treasure trove, and the first thing he saw was the void meteorite. Last time I looked it was roll unknown, and this time, Yi Zhe directly opened the Eye of Insight, and a message appeared in the golden pupil. Void meteorite, an ordinary meteorite from the endless void, possessing 100% physical and magical resistance, containing unstable spatial elements, and inaccessible to non-void creatures. Ward hair? A normal meteorite with 100% physical and magical resistance? Is this the material from the endless void? And this unstable space element? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Zhe chose to have reservations first. 100% physical resistance. It is estimated that a panda will have to chip off 2 large teeth in one bite. Yezer then looked to the next item. It was a statue of unknown material, and this one in turn made Yi Zhe extraordinarily excited. Cursed stone statue, apply a negative status to yourself and gain a permanent profession exclusive skill, quality randomized. Randomized quality of profession specific skills. Like a summoner, there is a huge variety of exclusive skills with varying strengths and weaknesses. If you were lucky, an exclusive skill could give the summoner or summoned beast a significant boost in their abilities. The cost, a negative status, is likewise somewhat of a very nasty sort. Through the eye of insight, I learned that there is a chance to cancel after using a stone statue. Yi Zhe thought for a moment before decisively taking it. Chapter 51, Forging Spell Weapons. Exclusive Skill Shift. Seeing Yi Zhe take the cursed stone statue, Wan Feiping did not say anything, and did not even ask what is the use of taking this. In short, it is all Yi Zhe's own choice. He had mostly opted for free range for those under him. Not many constraints, not many rules. Of course, it could be that he doesn't bother to think about it himself. Yi Zhe then looked at the other targets. 2 credits allowed him to pick 2 items and 1 more. He then looked at an unidentified crystal with purple veins. Magic Spirit Stone, contains superb magical properties and can be used as a forging material for spell weapons of excellence or above. Can forge weapons of excellence or higher. That's a lot of value. The highest of the exchanges on the market was the excellence level equipment. And you wouldn't see more than 2 pieces a year above excellence. And if it's a spell-based weapon, it's just right for a fox. Of his summoned beasts, the panda is using his fists without weapons. The mantis has those arm blades that are weapons, and the squirrel has the red devil sword. Only the fox is missing a weapon. He then asked Wan Feiping, City Lord Wan, harm, what do you call City Lord Wan? Call Brother Wan. Wan Feiping said spontaneously, as long as in the special training camp, you hit Wei Zhang and Wu Ming's face hard for me, it's not impossible for me to call you brother. Yi Zhe was filled with black lines, though with Wan Feiping's character, saying this might not really be a joke. Also sideways, this 6th order powerhouse, previously ridiculed by the 2 heads of Central and East China. Yi Zhe spoke of business. Brother Wan, is there a place to forge weapons in Lin Yuan City? I want to forge this stone into a weapon. You chose this for your second reward? Wan Feiping said curiously, this is actually a forging material? After receiving Yi Zhe's affirmation, Wan Feiping did not hesitate. You don't have to find it. I'll find someone to forge it for you. It seemed that in order for Yi Zhe to go to the special training camp to help him out, he didn't spare any effort to help out. That saved Yezer a lot of effort. However, Yi Zhe also had no intention of letting Wan Feiping subsidize himself by taking out auxiliary materials and crystals. Brother Wan, together with these auxiliary materials, what kind of weapon can probably be forged? 2 epic storm cores, plus 1,000 crystals. This generous outburst made Wan Feiping stagger. Not bad for a first pass through a hellish group book. You kid is really rich. These materials are worth more than $20 million when you take them out. All this money that was enough to change a mansion was directly taken out for equipment without hesitation, making Wan Feiping not help but look at Yi Zhe in a high light. He gathered up his materials and packed his bags. If the equipment made is less than epic 5 stars, I'll directly rip the forger's head off. By the way, since it's a spell-based weapon, what type do you want to make? Staffs, spellbooks or? Hearing this, Yezer thought about the fox suitable weapons. Well, do the law ball. Good. The day after tomorrow the special training camp opens. I'll expedite finding someone to finish forging by tomorrow night. After coming out of the city lord's mansion, it was already late in the day. Yi Zhe simply went straight home and tried the effect of the cursed stone statue. Of course, in this situation, Yi Zhe decisively summoned the squirrel that was gnawing on a pinecone in the summoned beast space and held it in his hand, then used the stone statue. The cursed stone statue was only the size of a hand, and when it was activated, it turned into a forbidding purple light that shone on Yi Zhe. You have been affected by the cursed stone statue and gained the negative status retardation, cannot be dispelled. Slowness, your agility minus 30, movement speed dash 30%. The good thing is, it's just agility and speed, which isn't too serious for him. With his attributes that had been fed to him many times, he had already had 132 points of agility, and even if he deducted it, it would only be a fraction of a point. Of course, it would have been hard to take in a different profession like assassin or swordsman. With that, Yi Zhe looked at the exclusive skills he had obtained. You are affected by the cursed stone statue and gain the exclusive skill, Swap, Epic. Swap where the summoner and summoned beast are at will. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill consumption, 50 mana/time. I'm going to be the one who divines the Mukjo. Epic quality exclusive skills. Interchanging positions at will is almost equivalent to instantaneous movement. Yi Zhe was shocked. This skill was more than epic quality when put into the hands of someone who could play. You know that the summoner is most afraid of their own sneak attack, but if the other assassin sneak attack over, Instant exchange. The original summoner that the assassin was looking for became a rigid warrior. It's fun to think about. And the cooldowns of skills can be scaled back with equipment and such. If it is scaled down to the extreme later in the game, the ceiling of what can be played is a bit higher. At that thought, Yi Zhe was immediately ready to give it a try. He was going to try to see if two summoned beasts could be interchanged with each other. Except between himself and the summoned beast, he put down the squirrel and summoned the little fox. Boing! The little fox's soft, snow-white body was like a big marshmallow, and as soon as it came out, it rubbed against Yi Zhe. A stark contrast to the squirrel next to him who was intent on nibbling on a pine cone. Exchange. As Yi Zhe's skill was unleashed, the two figures changed at extreme speed. The one that jumped in Yi Zhe's arms turned into a little squirrel, and the one next to the pine cone turned into a little fox. Fox. Squirrel? Yi Zhe nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed possible to swap the two summoned beasts. This gives much more room to maneuver. Waiting another minute for cooldown, he instructed the squirrel to run the shadow doppelganger out of the room. He's going to try to see if a shadow doppelganger can be interchanged with a summoner summoning beast. And the result still works. As Yezer's skill was activated, he flashed himself to the door of the room, while Squirrel's shadow doppelganger moved to the bed. This excited Yezer. That means when you have Squirrel's shadow split scouting in the future, you can just swap targets once you find them. A little more room to maneuver. It was worthy of being an exclusive skill, and the effect was really good. At this stage, with interchange plus spirit contract set's shield, plus the copying skill, Yi Zhe's survivability was simply pulled full circle. And interchanges can't be said to work as an attack skill. Yi Zhe was quite satisfied. Taking advantage of the darkness of the sky, he simply stopped moving and went straight to sleep. The fox, which looks like a big marshmallow, took advantage of the opportunity and burrowed into Yezer's comforter. The next day, Yi Zhe woke up with a start. First, I went to the academy and saw Mr. Ryu. As expected, after the disappearance of the head of the investigation section, all the work of the investigation section is really done by him alone. Now Yanagi Bohyan has simply turned into a humanoid office machine. Perhaps it's not always clear which is more torturous in terms of the missing and overtime options. Teacher, what do you say I make a trip to the contaminated land 17? Yezer snickered. And by the way, I can help you find the section chief. Don't go if you don't want to die. Lu Boyan stopped his pen and looked up at Yi Zhe. According to Chang Jingping's people, in just one night, the level of evil riot is 500% higher, meaning that the number and quality of evil demons appearing was more than 5 times higher than before. That bad? You might as well go to 19 if you want to practice. There happens to be a shortage of people there as well. Hearing Lu Boyan's suggestion, Yi Zhe nodded. He was originally just going to pick a destination for the day between the 17th and 19th. At the very least, get another level or 2 up before special training camp. Chapter 52 Invitation from the number 1 in South China. It only took a minute? By the way, don't take even contaminated land number 19 lightly. It's nothing like it was the last time you were there. Lu Boyan reminded as the effects of the 17th polluted land even spread to other polluted lands around. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe laughed. It's alright teacher. My strength is also a little different from last time. By the way, you don't still know about my first pass through the group book, do you? When he was about to leave, Yi Zhe mentioned something that made Lu Boyan's brain a bit confused. First pass? Which difficulty group requires a first pass? He originally thought that with Yi Zhe's strength, it should not be a problem to pass a high-level difficulty, and it is reasonable to make efforts to pass the difficult difficulty. Combined with too much work in the investigations section, I didn't pay much attention to the regimental book. At this moment, he incredulously opened the news page, and what instantly came to his eyes was the report of Yi Zhe's first pass on hell difficulty. Lu Boyan's eyes were rounded. Hell difficulty again dash. The wilderness outside Lin Yuan City. A man and a woman, fully equipped with luxurious equipment, were heading to the scout camp, and one of the girls, a girl with a green spirit and an archer-type profession, asked tentatively, "Are we really okay sneaking out like this? If your dad finds out, we're out for a real fight." What can he say? The other boy, with blue hair and an air of confidence, said, "With our strength, we may not be able to get a medal back in the polluted land." The girl in green was helpless, then asked, "What about the teammates? It's too risky for just the 2 of us to enter the polluted land. I, Fu Wanjun, am the number 1 person in South China High School anyways. What are you worried about?" The blue-haired boy named Fu Wanjun's mouth said so, but his body was honest. After seeing a teenager clad in a spirit-printed black robe, both eyes lit up and spoke decisively. "Hey, buddy, you're going to the polluted land too, right? Want to team up?" The girl in green looked surprised and whispered, "Hey, you can't be this casual if you want a teammate, right? You're just going to pull someone off the road and team up? Fu Wanjuan's eyes flickered. I can vaguely sense that his spiritual power is very strong. Either it's a top legal profession or a summoner. The girl in green was slightly surprised at her words. She knew how strong Fu Wanjun was in the South China region, and it was really very rare for someone to be called very strong by Fu Wanjun. And this person in front of them was none other than Yi Zhe, who was rushing to the polluted land of the 19th. Sensing that these two people in front of him were not bad in terms of strength, Yi Zhe did not move to observe them. Fu Wanjun, level 13, rare profession, Thunderblade. Song Qiao Qiao, level 11, rare profession, Windwalker. Moreover, the two were from extremely good families, and it was feared that they had been brought to such a high level by the professionals arranged by their families to take turns brushing the books, sparing Zhao Xuan, the male son of the Zhao Guild. Compared to these two, they were all small potatoes. Although these two were already the top freshmen in the South China region, but Yi Zhe still shook his head. No, I'm not teaming up. Teaming up with them is not very effective, and you'll get a share of the experience. Watching Yi Zhe turn his head and walk away, Fu Wanjun was so angry that electricity was coming out of his hair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's hard to believe this one can't see me? I'm glad I didn't look at him. If this were in South China, he couldn't even get in line if he'd begged me to form a team. Song Qiao Qiao sighed and comforted. Maybe, people don't recognize you? Fu Wanjun was still upset. When the special training camp is tomorrow, I will take the top 3. Then I will see who in the whole country still doesn't recognize me. Stop whining and get out of here. Yes, let's chase after him and show him the speed he'll never be able to catch up with for the rest of his life. Fu Wanjun suddenly got some bad taste and wanted to get some face back from Yi Zhe. Song Qiao Qiao looked helpless and could only follow. But the next moment, Fu Wanjun suddenly froze. Only Yi Zhe's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a squirrel-like shadow. With that, the shadow squirrel similarly dissipated. Holy, what kind of skill is this? Disappeared? There's no sign of him for kilometers around. Fu Wanjun became even more furious. He's a displacement skill. Cheating. Yezer didn't exactly fail to notice them. He just sent the squirrels to rush ahead, and then used the skill to swap positions, saving some of the time spent rushing. Upon arriving at the scout battalion, he went straight over to the battalion commander, Su Feng. The latter is fretting and extraordinarily irritated at the moment. How many more special elites have appeared? How long before the backup arrives? The scout battalion's monitoring department, where Su Feng was located, had already entered a wartime state. In the monitoring sand disk in front of him, the black light dots that represented high-level evil demons were increasing. Battalion Commander Su. Yezer, what are you doing here? Seeing Yi Zhe appear, Su Feng's face showed joy. Even if he knew that he couldn't recruit Yi Zhe anymore, it didn't prevent him from admiring him extraordinarily. However, when he heard that Yi Zhe wanted to enter the polluted land again, Su Feng seriously refused. Yi Zhe, you are not aware that the 19th is completely different today. There are almost 10 more level 30 special elites alone. It's too dangerous if you go over there. So much. Yi Zhe sighed, but not in alarm, but in surprise. The extra 5,000 experience rewarded after clearing the group book pushed his level 11 experience bar nearly halfway back. Coupled with so many special elites, there might be hope for 2 levels in a row today. Su Feng proposed. Polluted Land 20 is almost formed, so if you want to be a scout, you can go there. No, Yi Zhe decisively said. I'm here to be the support bit. Just leave all the high-level evil demons to me. Support bit? Su Feng froze for a moment. The call for help talisman that Yi Zhe was issued when he was a scout was used to call for support from the Jin demon army. Simply put, all powerful evil demons encountered by the scouts will be taken care of by the hands of the support bit. Every support position has to deal with a strong enemy. It's dangerous, it's tiring, and so it's also very short. Su Feng was not looking down on Yi Zhe. It's just that each support bit, at least, has to match the strength of a third-order professional. There were only 6 or 7 of them in the whole of the 19th polluted land. After all, the polluted land ahead of them had stronger evils and a greater need for strong people. And how many levels is Yi Zhe? The day before yesterday, when he left the polluted land, he was only level 7. How strong can it be now? However, Yi Zhe just smiled bashfully. Anyway, there are so many high-level evil demons nowadays. Let me try it and I won't know. After saying that, he didn't wait for Su Feng to retort. He looked at the screen of the monitoring sandbox. Level 30 Special Elite is here. The benefit of having the help of the monitoring department was that high-level evil demons didn't even have to find them on their own, saving them a lot of work. Yezer has a shadow split squirrel move to that location. Before entering the scout camp, he had the squirrel spend half of his mana to split 60 shadow doppelgangers to move around the polluted land on standby. In this way, he could switch to the position of a high-level evil demon at any time, and the efficiency of brushing monsters was pulled full circle. Just like that, in an instant, Yi Zhe abruptly disappeared in front of Su Feng. Su Feng let out a query. Ha? Su Feng looked left and right, eventually lowering his head and seeing a squirrel shadow on the ground. On the other side, Yi Zhe had already arrived at the Special Elite's location. One-Eyed Witch, LV 30. Type, Special Elite. Attributes, Strength 200. Constitution 200. Agility 140. Spirit 280. There won't be this many Special Elites in the 19th contaminated land, so it's all pouring out of the nearby contaminated places 17 and 18? Polluted places are like basins of water, and evil demons are like water. When there is too much water to fill it, it naturally gushes elsewhere. Yi Zhe casually guessed, and the martial Fu Panda beside him had abruptly thrown a punch. It was an ordinary punch, but after it came with the legendary upper martial Saint Deity Chi, it was no longer ordinary. Martial Sage's Big Dipper, a layer of powerful internal energy that is passively applied to attacks, with damage of Strength plus Spirit, asterisk 300%, plus bonuses such as Legendary Prestige, Spirit Fellowship Equipment Attributes, and Storm War Robe. Theoretically, the current Panda, a sneeze could collapse a level 30 Special Elite. Boom! One punch shattered the upper half of the One-Eyed Witch Demon's body directly into pieces. Killed Special Elite One-Eyed Witch Demon. Gained experience, 1050. Rank, 11, 6110/13100. Done. After a 1-minute shift cooldown. Before Su Feng could understand the role of the squirrel on the ground, Yi Zhe abruptly reappeared in front of him. You? How goddammit. Yezer naturally threw the One-Eyed Witch Demon's half-corpse in front of him. Here, now can you prove strength? Seeing that half of a genuine level 30 Special Elite corpse on the ground, Su Feng was instantly stunned. A level 30 Special Elite, and it only took you a minute to give it a kill? Chapter 53 Martial Extreme Intent After Advancement. 12th word. A level 30 Special Elite, even if it could be dealt with, it would inevitably take a long battle. As it was, Ruan Xiaoyu had a long time to pull off against the Cursed Knight. Unless it's one of the best around level 30, it can be killed quickly. And Yi Zhe, a newcomer who was level 7 the day before yesterday, the kill actually took only a minute? Su Feng was incredulous, and Yezer is more interested in telling him. A minute is the time to wait for the switch to cool down, and the kill actually only takes one punch. But in any case, after seeing Yi Zhe become stronger, as well as the scout battalion having an additional strong backup, Su Feng was still in a good mood. That's right, I remember you were able to kill a level 25 evil demon elite before. It's normal that it's gotten a little stronger now. Su Feng cheerfully patted Yi Zhe's shoulder. Then I won't be polite to you. Quickly, arrange for the high-level evil demons to be handled by old brother Yi Zhe. Su Feng instructed all the monitoring department clerks, and this move was just what Yi Zhe wanted. The wartime state of the Ministry of Surveillance, where all orders are given and carried out extremely quickly. It didn't take long for a competent 23 or 24-year-old female clerk to bring over a locator. Hello, this will help you locate the target evil in real time. For the time being, I need you to clean up the 8 Special Elites in the East 1 to 7 Division. All of them are level 30. Is that okay with you? The female clerk was even a little embarrassed when she said it. 8 Special Elites, an extremely difficult task, was just handed over to a teenager by her? But there was no way. The evil demons came too much. Even distributing locators is meant to increase the efficiency of supporting bit powerhouses. Yi Zhe gladly accepted it and nodded. Let's start with these. The woman clerk pursed her lips and looked odd. Why does it somehow feel like ordering food? Shouldn't this be serious work in the fight against evil? With 8 Special Elites, she was still afraid that Yi Zhe would find it difficult and tricky before she asked. How was Yi Zhe said? Making her like a waiter in a restaurant. First on 8, not enough to eat and then order? Of course, she would naturally not show any of this. She was definitely happy that Yezer was able to readily accept it, both for the sake of the contaminated land and for their safety here. After determining the target, Yezer gave the shadow split squirrel the order to move. At the same time, he used the spirit contract ring to copy the panda skills. Budo Extreme Intent. It wasn't that he wanted to fight in person, but this skill was originally advanced from long time in the field. Long time in the field, 50% reduction in skill cooldown, skill consumption, and stamina consumption, and 80% reduction in the effects of negative effects. Long time, originally had effects such as skill cooldown reduction. Now after advancing to Martial Extreme Intent, in addition to the additional martial damage enhancement, the original effect had not disappeared but instead had been enhanced. Budo Extreme Intent reduces skill cooldown, skill consumption, and stamina consumption by 80%, ignores negative effects, the exclusive skill swap cooldown has changed from 1 minute to 12 seconds. What was once used at one interval can now be used 5 times. The skill consumption has changed from 50 mana points to 10. At the same time, even the cursed stone statue's curse retardation, which was undispellable, had disappeared. Yi Zhe was surprised for a moment before realizing the problem. Although the curse of the cursed stone statue had an undispellable nature, martial extreme intent was the superior phrase. Higher priority. The 30% movement speed and 30 points of agility that were cut her back. Might as well just keep copying this one phrase. It's too strong. Yezer sighed. Meanwhile, the shadow doppelganger squirrel is in position. Yi Zhe exchanged positions and started hunting. 19 east of the contaminated site. A full party of 5 makeshift scouts is being hunted by a special elite, who is still a witch demon. Seeing Yi Zhe leaning over, a college boy in his 20s called out, "Is the backup coming? Cam, why is it a kid? Stay away, stay away." Although Yi Zhe was a teenager, his strength didn't match his age. A cracking sound came, and the martial Saint Panda rushed out like a cannonball. Panda Impact.jpg. Just the martial Saint astral energy attached to the surface of his body directly crushed the witch demon evil demon to pieces. In that minute out alone, Panda has used 7 body position kills. Kill special elite evil hand witch demon. Gained experience, 1050. Ding. Your level has increased to level 12. Rank, 12, 360/15600. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Strange. These special elites, they're actually all witch demons. Yezer muttered and whispered. But next to them, those 5 people watched him kill the special elites in seconds. Their eyes glazed over in shock. Especially the boy who had shouted earlier. Leaned over weakly and said, "Brother, I just spoke a little louder. Don't mind me ow. This strength, which ing child right now." If he said that Yi Zhe was returning to his old age, he would believe it. Yezer casually waved his hand, then switched to the next location. The last special elite, again, is a witch demon. Solely called out Mantis and gave him this one to play with. Yezer then began to draw the 12th word. You have drawn the golden legend level word, Elemental Lord. Lord of the Elements, all elemental skills are automatically full. Elemental skills gain effects, cooldown minus 70%, consumption minus 70%, range plus 300%, damage plus 100%, special elemental effects plus 100%, God of Mages, elemental skills, as the name suggests, fire element, water element, thunder element, and so on, are all elemental skills. For example, the heavenly thunderfall given to the fox is a thunder elemental skill. Couldn't be more appropriate for a mage. Decidedly, the word was given directly to the fox. Lord of the Elements word bestowed successfully. Summoned beast, 3-tailed demon fox, epic, upgrade, legend. The 4-dimensional attribute is enhanced by 40 points. And the skill Foxfire was raised from LV5 to LV10. And Heavenly Thunderfall was raised from LV1 to LV10. Combined with the effects of the Elemental Lord, it has taken on the shape of its spell battery. Meanwhile, the last of the special elites is finally played by Mantis. Killed special elite, Frost Witch Demon. Gained experience, 1050. 8 special evil demons, plus extracting words, only managed to take a little over 2 minutes. Yi Zhe was extraordinarily relieved. According to this progress, I'm afraid that there aren't enough evil demons to kill. Gotta grab the mission. Switching places again. Looking at Yi Zhe, who once again suddenly appeared in the monitoring department as well as released 8 special elite corpses, Su Feng only felt that his entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Is the world changing that fast? Yi Zhe, who was a level 7 temporary scout the day before yesterday, how did he become like this today? How did it feel? As if it wasn't even weaker than himself. A 3rd-ranked professional? More than 2 minutes. 8 special elites? Could you be any more outrageous? When Su Feng said this, he inexplicably had a vestigial feeling of the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the front. He, himself, was the front wave. Equally shocked, there was also the female clerk who had just set up the task, and even looked at Yi Zhe with a different look in her eyes. At that moment, however, the monitoring department flashed a red light. Tic-tac-toe. What's the situation? Everyone snapped to the monitoring sandbox, only to see a group of black dots the size of chess pieces, representing the evil elite in a group of. A glittering black dot nearly the size of a fist appeared. Su Feng's eyes stared like bronze bells, his tone filled with disbelief. Polluted land number 19. Why did the evil demon general appear? Chapter 54, Mantis Wings Evolution. Are you really human? Contaminated land number 19. One of the last and weakest to appear. Can an evil general even appear here? Su Feng is in deep thought, and although Yi Zhe didn't know the reason, his joy was undiminished. Looking at the black light spot on the monitoring sand table that represented the evil demon general, it was simply a large experience packet. Report the situation first, Yi Zhe. You should not act rashly. Su Feng made an immediate decision and gave instructions to the clerks. At the same time, he rummaged through his backpack for his weapons, which were 2 long knives. I'll have to do it myself. Call the deputy battalion commander over to run the monitoring department, and 2 more third order with me. Even though he, Su Feng, was a third order professional, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Evil generals, mostly above 35 levels, personal battle, which he is the first person in high school in South China. 13 level rare profession. Full of equipment skills minimum excellence level. Power than the general professional of the same level is no less. Among the third-ranked professionals, there might be some who could single-handedly challenge the evil demon general, but it wouldn't necessarily be him, Su Feng. If the evil demon general's ability was weird this time, it was impossible to say that he would have to seek support from his superiors again. And at that moment, Yi Zhe cried and laughed. Battalion Commander Su, there's no need to go to so much trouble, just let me go by myself. I have experience. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for Su Feng to agree, and at the same time, he began to mobilize his shadow split squirrel to move his position. And you've met the evil general? Su Feng was surprised and nodded after a moment of thought. Good. I can't estimate your strength well. Together, the 2 of us, we can't at least let the defenses of contaminated land 19 break. Good. Yi Zhe was a little surprised that Su Feng had agreed so readily. As a matter of fact, the Jin demon army is by no means pedantic, and even in a wartime state, as long as there is combat power, no matter who it is, all have to be on top. At this time, the polluted land was full of witch demon armies as far as the eye could see. The leader, a white bone skeleton more than 8 feet tall, was clad in a tattered vestment encrusted with cursed runes, holding a white bone staff and ordering the army to advance. Not far away, a blue-haired teenager and a girl in green. The duo cleaned up the weak witch demons as they scrambled to escape. I'm so convinced. Why did I just come to the polluted land and run into the evil demon general? The blue-haired boy, Fu Wanjun, roared. Even if he is the first person in high school in South China, level 13 rare profession, full of equipment skills minimum excellence level, nor could it break the evil general's defense at all. The difference is just too great. Surprisingly, I think that it's better for the special training camp to be simpler. At least I won't run into such a terrifying monster as the evil demon general, Fu Wanjun said, and with the wind elemental acceleration of Song Qiaoqiao's windwalker profession, he ran fast all the way. It's the officer from the demon suppression army coming. Song Qiaoqiao's expression moved as she saw 2 figures running towards the evil demon general. However, when they saw the 2 figures clearly, Fu Wanjun and Song Qiaoqiao looked extraordinarily puzzled and surprised. Why him? Next to that Jin demon army officer was actually Yi Zhe, whom they had just met. But the duo had clearly seen Yi Zhe's appearance. Obviously a high school student of the same age as them. How can a senior get involved in a battle with an evil general? You should know that he, Fu Wanjun, the number 1 person in South China High School, can't even break the opponent's defense. Hardly. To be an aide? It's possible. His mental power isn't bad. Maybe he's a support profession. No wonder they didn't team up with us at that time. So they had cooperation with the demon suppression army, Fu Wanjun guessed, not forgetting to find a compliment for himself. Well, not teaming up with me must not be a reason to look at me. Seeing that an officer of the Jin demon army had arrived, the duo was obviously calmed down a lot. But at this point, the officers of the Jin demon army themselves are not so calm. Summoning lineage evil demon general. What a damn bad luck. Su Feng took a deep breath, then skimmed his lips and cursed. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe also opened his eye of insight and looked at his opponent's attributes. Witch demon commander, LV 40. Type, general evil. Attributes, strength 460, physique 460, agility 400, spirit 500. Trait, soul stealing and twisting. Dead creatures have their souls stolen and twisted into WYRM clan soldiers by the WYRM chieftain. Skills, aura of corruption, touch of darkness, soul extraction. Evil demons have a wide variety of trait types when they reach general level. The witch demon commander in front of him was similar to a summoner, both of which were of the summoning lineage, but it is dominated by quantity, and Yezer wins by quality. Though for the current situation, the tidal wave of witch demon armies was extraordinarily intimidating. Even the third-ranked Su Feng appeared to be lacking in courage. Got to hold them off. Witch demon commander and the rest of the witch demons, which one can you deal with? Having seen Yi Zhe's strength in killing special elites at speed, Su Feng still had some confidence in him. At the very least, Yi Zhe was viewed as an existence of equal combat power to himself. Otherwise it wouldn't have been asked. Yi Zhe didn't think twice. I'll deal with the Witch Demon Commander first. But before Su Feng could respond, the Witch Demon Commander, who was not far away, let out an eerie roar. Struggle, human. At the same time, the white bone staff was swung out, and an invisible dark power enveloped everything around. Su Feng grimaced. It's the corruption aura, reducing damage by 30%. Corruption aura? Yezer was puzzled for a moment. Then he reacted. He had the presence of martial extreme intent, and the negative state could not be felt at all. Mantis was a creature of the void, adapting beyond all things. The abyssal aura was able to adapt to it, and the district corrupted aura adapted away in a second or two. Don't worry, I'll try it first. Yi Zei's mind moved, and the panda and the mantis hidden in the void killed out. Out of the blue as the strongest killing move, the Taiji aura came out, and the martial saint domain opened. In an instant, the Witch Demon Commander was enveloped by the domain and his attributes were greatly reduced. Strength 187.5, Constitution 193, Agility 205, Spirit 159.5. Sensing this dangerous power, the flames climbed in the skeleton eye sockets of the Witch Demon Commander. Guards! With a command, countless witch demons tried to use their bodies as shields to protect the Witch Demon Commander. However, after walking into the field, some witch demons with less than 205 agility even went straight to zero and couldn't even move. Tackle the thief. Mantis manifested in the void while matching Panda's punch. Feeling this power, the shocked look on the Scout Battalion Commander Su Feng's face was unmistakable. This was the first time he truly felt Yi Zei's combat power. With this wave of burst damage, if it was him, there was at least a 90% probability that he would be killed on the spot. Martial Saint Field plus Martial Saint Deity plus Void Chop. Almost the strongest burst combo Yi Zei had at the moment. The Witch Demon Commander had no other means of defense, and was blasted to the point of being crippled by a punch, followed by a void rift that sliced him in half. Mantis gets the head. Kill Evil Demon General, Witch Demon Commander. Gain experience, 8,000. Huntress Red-Eyed Mantis has killed a powerful enemy once, and can evolve a body part once. Once the Witch Demon Commander died, the remaining Witch Demon Evil Demons were leaderless. Summoning opponents. It's much easier to second the summoner first. Watching the experience bar skyrocket most of the way, Yi Zei spoke with delight. The Witch Demon Commander popped out two pieces of equipment, but they were both level 40 and couldn't be worn, and this was not as user-friendly as the copy. At the same time, Yezer once again shows the evolution of the Mantis. Void Chopper is fully leveled. What are the effects of the other ones to try first? Armor, compound eyes, wings. Yezer chose wings this time. Ding. Evolution successful. Current level, wings +1. Wings +1, agility +20. Strike speed +20%. Strike damage +20%. Movement speed +20%. Skill Void Burst level +1. The only other attack skill, Void Burst, is raised from level 4 to level 5. As a legendary skill, it's just as powerful, except that not many opponents need Mantis to use a second attack skill. A purple light flashed, and the dark purple, crystal-like wings on the back of the Mantis lengthened a bit, similar to the arm blade boost. The attributes are similarly both skewed towards the combat class. Yezer guessed the evolutionary effects of the other two parts. Beside him, Su Feng couldn't help but gulp with an expression of having seen a ghost. In just a few seconds, the evil demon general was killed in seconds. This battle record, not to mention third-ranked professionals, even fourth-ranked professionals would have to sweat when they looked at it. He can accept that Yezer kills 8 special elites in 2 minutes, but killing the evil demon general in seconds is still level 40. How does that make it acceptable? He looked at Yi Zei and issued a question from the depths of his soul. Are you really a newbie who just transferred? Nope. Are you really human? From the moment Yi Zei came to the scout camp today until now, Su Feng only felt like his worldview had collapsed. Yi Zei scratched his head and revealed a harmless smile. Actually, it was mostly luck. If this evil demon general was 10 levels higher, I probably wouldn't be able to get a second. Su Feng? What are you talking about? Do you think that it's a normal thing for a newcomer like you to drop a level 40 evil demon general in seconds? Chapter 55 Heavenly Thunder Clearance. 13th word. And at this moment, besides Su Feng, those who were completely in a daze were Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao. They had wanted to observe the combat maneuvers of the officers of the Jin Demon Army. Results. What do I see? The lightning that lingered around Fu Wanjun's body instantly dissipated. A Yi Zei, who he considered its supporting role. Seconds away the Witch Demon Commander, who couldn't even break his defense. Can the world get any crazier? I don't think we've offended him before, have we? Song Xiaoqiao inexplicably shivered. Is he really our age? Is this a high school student? The Fu Wanjun beside her is almost unbeatable in the South China Region High School. How come she just ran into such a freak when she arrived in East China? The two had guessed that Yi Zhe was a high school student by virtue of his appearance. But now, Fu Wanjun shook his head repeatedly like a rattle. With this strength, there's no way he's a high school student. I've heard that there are some nature-based skills and equipment that can maintain youthful appearance, so I can't say he has this kind. Look, he's followed by the battalion commander of the Demon Suppression Army, so I can't say that his rank is even higher. Yes, oh, very much so. Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao couldn't help but speculate. Yezer promoted to above battalion commander in inexplicable, and at this point, the legacy of the witch demon commander has not been resolved. After the death of the commander, the countless witch demons that were manipulated by him fell into a state of utter chaos and began to attack the living creatures in a frenzy. The scene was like a zombie siege. Su Feng still didn't let up. I'll notify all the temporary scouts and soldiers. All of you enter the polluted land and try to clear the witch demons within the day. No! 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 Yi Zhe immediately stopped Su Feng. Have them all withdraw from the polluted land. Su Feng, all out? Su Feng looked at him doubtfully. This crowd of witch demons, relying on him to fight alone, wouldn't he be exhausted? However, with a flash of white light in Yi Zhe's hand, the three-tailed demon fox was summoned by him. The small white fox with soft and fluffy fur was lifted up by Yi Zhe, who positively, zhong, colored, with one person and one fox. I am sufficient. Of course, it's mostly up to Fox, his ace of spells. The corner of Su Feng's mouth inexplicably twitched, but thinking of Yi Zhe's previous display of combat power. Alright, I'll have the people in the contaminated lands evacuate first. But if you can't, make sure you say so ahead of time, and never let the witch demon break out of the polluted land. Don't worry, the reason why Yi Zhe wanted the people to withdraw was because he was afraid of accidentally injuring his teammates. A moment later, after receiving Su Feng's confirmation, Yi Zhe ordered the three-tailed demon fox to use the skill. Heavenly Thunder descends. Level 10 Epic Quality Thunder Elemental Skill. A full-grade Heavenly Thunderfall has a range area of a circle 100 meters in diameter, covering a total of over 7,800 square meters. After the Elemental Lord's range plus 300% bonus, not 3 more circular ranges. Instead, the diameter has been tripled. Now, the diameter range of the Heavenly Thunderfall is 400 meters. Total coverage area over 120,000 square meters. Real Heavenly Thunder. Three-tailed demon fox's eyes appeared purple glow. The power of thunder flowed around his body, manifesting a horrible destructive atmosphere. Boom! The sky was cloudy and dark, and the intense power of thunder tore through the dark clouds, like the wrath of the sky god, hammering the earth. The ground exploded. Sparks flew, and dirt and rocks tumbled. The undead witch demons, being afraid of thunder, screamed miserably in no time, mingling with the bursts of thunder. Kill witch demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Experience plus 350 if you kill a Dementor. Kill blood wreck demon. Experience plus 625. In an instant, dozens of kill alerts popped up. It's as cool as a lawnmower without a double. Though the witch demon that was summoned was of average strength and little experience. But the good thing is that there are enough of them. A round of Heavenly Thunderfall slammed down, and the experience bar that was still nearly half full was instantly pulled up. Ding! Your level has increased to 13. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. At the scout camp, Su Feng, Fu Wanjun, Song Xiaoqiao, and a group of other people, looking at the sight of heavenly thunder in the distance, sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength of high school students nowadays is really scary. Battalion Commander Su Feng silently said in his heart. The strength of the current officers is really strong. High school students Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao said in their hearts. Yet that's not all. The heavenly thunder had just vaguely ended when a second heavenly thunderfall followed. The little fox had put up a tail and was using the 3-tail skill to recharge the number of times. This time, though, experience growth has slowed significantly. I can't believe there aren't even enough witch demons to kill. Yi Zhe couldn't help but be staggered. If he waited for the fox to get stronger, he might be able to go ahead and practice in the polluted land. This experience growth rate really made Yi Zhe feel good. Rank, 13, 12625/18600. This was Yi Zhe's experience bar after the third heavenly thunderfall, just a third short of another upgrade. However, the rest of the witch demons were beaten and routed, and when they heard the sound of the heavenly thunder, they began to flee to various places. Yi Zhe didn't bother chasing after him and simply returned. Battalion Commander Su, the witch demon is basically no threat now. Good job. Su Feng looked at Yi Zhe and inexplicably had the illusion that he was getting old. Get some rest. I'll take care of the rest. Yi Zhe nodded his head and was guided to the lounge by a female clerk with a look of adoration on her face. The little white fox on his body, like a baby octopus grabbed in front of Yi Zhe's chest and muttered, "Drained." The 3 heavenly thunderfalls had consumed quite a bit of mana value, but with the reduced consumption of the elemental lord, it hadn't drained it that outrageously. Yi Zhe cried and laughed, while thinking of a problem. I wonder what foxes love to eat. The panda eats bamboo. The squirrel eats pine cones. Is there something for the fox to eat too? As for the praying mantis, forget it, he only has the one need to hunt and kill, and he's usually lucky if he doesn't eat people. It was said to be a lounge, but it was actually a guest house, after all. In a scout camp, there were hardly any places dedicated to rest. Yi Zhe leaned back in his seat as a sea of golden words enveloped him. Begin the extraction of the 13th word. You have drawn the golden legend word, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Capture treasure, probability of capturing any treasure, equipment, props, etc., on the target, probability of 10% to 100%. The weaker the target's resistance, the higher the probability of capture. Note, no cooldown, but can only be used once in 30 minutes on the same target. Hiss. Yi Zhe's expression suddenly enriched. This isn't a treasure hunt, is it? It's a robbery. A professional's equipment, including the contents of his or her backpack, can never be taken away by anyone else as long as the person himself or herself does not want it. Even if you killed him, the items in your backpack simply disappeared. And now, he actually had the amazing ability to take people's treasures. And, the weaker the target's resistance, the higher the success rate. In other words, hitting the target until it loses resistance is a 100% success. At that thought, he couldn't help but think about the equipment on himself and his summoned beasts. A total of 2 spirit contract sets for yourself. Panda a red spirit gauntlet and a storm war robe. Mantis a shoe. Squirrel a knife. There is so little gear that works and works well. It was important to realize that a summoned beast could wear at least 5 or more pieces of equipment. Even the fox's only weapon cost most of his own fortune to build. And now, it looks like there's a new way to get money and gear. Yi Zhe couldn't help but think of the special training camp. That group of the nation's top geniuses that the major powers have devoted themselves to cultivating. Their gear, it's supposed to be pretty good. Chapter 56 Silver Medal. Keep killing. Looking at this captured treasure entry, Yi Zhe was excited. Of course, the use still requires some measure of discretion. There's no need for a lot of this morality stuff, but it's still important to have a little bit of it. After all, it's Wakovia's special training camp. But if, in the future, there are international battlefields where fighting occurs, that's a completely different story. Yezer thought as he prepared to hand the words over to Squirrel. How can we let the summoner do it himself? The word Raiders of the Lost Ark was given successfully. Summoned Beast, Shadow Treasure Sniffing Mouse, Epic, Evolution Shadow Treasure Raiding Mouse, Epic. Epic rises by 1 star, and the 4-dimensional attributes are increased by 10 points. Although the Squirrel was only a support position, the attributes of level 13 at this point were still not low. Strength 173, Constitution 158, Agility 179, Spirit 160. It was only stronger than an ordinary assassin professional at level 20. Coupled with a full set of shadow system skills, the combat power was at the top of level 20 assassins. It's only more of a support to perverts like Bishop Panda and Void Hunter. At least it was an epic 3-star summoned beast. It was impossible to be weak. Definitely worth fighting over for most other summoners. After a while, Su Feng rushed over again, bringing an unexpected but reasonable piece of news. Yezer is going to be awarded the silver medal. High school student awarded silver medal. Unheard of, but paired with Yezer's record today, awarding the silver medal seemed reasonable. Although the bronze medal Yi Zhe didn't use it much, and only took it out once during the beast tide, the gold content of the representation was still sufficient. Now another silver medal is beneficial. Even richer than the bronze medal, with the silver medal, you can directly order a squad of Jinmu army in wartime. And, one could claim to be the nominal superior of the guard units in each city. There's also a 50% discount on supplies sold by the military and other perks. As far as Yi Zhe knew, other than Wan Feipeng in Ling Yuan City, he was the first person to have a silver medal. Even in all of East China, there are only 50 people. Su Feng laughed happily. Yi Zhe I wonder if I'll have to call you sir the next time we meet? The comment was more in jest than anything else. As the battalion commander of the independent establishment Scout Battalion, the honor brought by the silver medal is at best equal to his count. At least the gold medal or more. Yi Zhe pondered for a moment and spoke. I'll try my best. Su Feng? No. Are you serious? Su Feng's face enriched. Clearly a few days ago he was still a temporary scout. Why was he now on the verge of threatening his position? But he then dropped his heart. To be awarded the gold medal, you have to be involved in at least one major battle and be extremely meritorious, which is hard to do today. Don't worry about it. at least for a short while. What's more, if it was really done for Yi Zhe, Su Feng was even more genuinely impressed. Receiving the silver medallion Su Feng had brought, the honorary titles in it have changed a bit more. Silver medal, Chopper Rising Star. The silver-white medallion shimmered, with a winged eagle carved in the center, and Yi Zhe's name inscribed in a circle of fine patterns. At the same time, the anti-surveillance effect has been strengthened. Thanks to Battalion Commander Su, Yi Zhe gladly put the badge away and said a word of thanks. This badge, obviously, was something Su Feng had applied for himself just after he had finished, or else it wouldn't have been approved so quickly. Su Feng said, "It's nothing, you've been a great help today. I should be the one to thank you." The two chatted briefly afterward. Yi Zhe suddenly received a message, bidding farewell to Su Feng and returning directly to Lin Yuan City. It was the spell weapon he had his heart set on doing well, and, due to the special material of the magic spirit stone, it was given to the only master blacksmith in Lin Yuan City to create it. The average person who waits until now probably can't even get in line. But since this was personally instructed by Wan Feiping, the efficiency of the build was extraordinarily swift. Come to the city lord's mansion. Yi Zhe got a treasure bead that emitted a blue-purple eye-catching light. The flow of mysterious energy could be vaguely seen, and there was a small dark blue crystal core embedded in the center. Because you're not high-leveled, specially built growth-class weapons. If this weapon's special effect doesn't look good to you, I'll go have him recast it now. Wan Feiping looked at Yi Zhe, waiting for his feedback. Yi Zhe, on the other hand, is a little surprised that the equipment built is not satisfied and can let the blacksmith recast it. This was the first time he had heard of it. With that, he looked at the properties of the mana ball expectantly. Secret magic beads, rank, 13, can grow. Quality, epic. Attributes, plus 66 spirit, plus 50% casting speed, 1% mana restored by killing enemies. Special effect, plus 50% spell skill damage every time you release a skill for 3 minutes. Stackable up to 10 layers. This special effect, and Fox perfect match each time you unleash a skill, it boosts your damage by 50%. If it was any other mage, there were only so many skills in total, and they wouldn't stack up too fast. As for the Fox's talent 3 Tails, it periodically gained 3 levels of skill recharge, which was equivalent to being able to unleash 3 additional skills. This means that Fox will be able to throw his skills 3 more times to start the fight and stack 150% more damage. Together with the skill cooldown of Elemental Lord, it would soon stack up to 10 layers, and that's still growing weapons. If in the future, the Fox had the chance to evolve into a 6-tailed 9-tailed, wouldn't it be stacked at the speed of light? Yi Zhe was satisfied. The weapons are already good. Thanks to Wan Chang, brother Wan, that's good. Who would have thought that Wan Feiping would be happier than Yi Zhe himself? It was as if what he saw was not Yi Zhe getting the weapon, but Yi Zhe helping him to violently beat up Huazhong and Huadong. Tomorrow morning, I'll send a car to pick you up and take you to Huazhong, into the special training camp. Understood. Yi Zhe nodded in response before leaving the city lord's mansion, took this time to visit the exchange again. With the 2,000 crystals obtained by the group, he still had 1,000 crystals left after using 1,000 to forge weapons. Sold them all and picked out 2 skill books for the Fox. Ice Cream Technique, Ice Prisoner. Both excellent 3-star ice elemental skills. The former has a faster cooldown and is suitable for stacking spell damage from the secret jewel. And the Frozen Prisoner, which freezes the enemy, adds both a control skill and an additional means of rendering the enemy defenseless. Great for treasure hunting. After equipping the Fox with the secret magic pearl, her spiritual attribute managed to break through the 400 mark. And, all night long, she was showing off throwing a ball with her tail and not having any fun. Early the next morning, a Black City Lord's special floating car hovered in front of Yi Zhe's house. It caused countless neighbors around the area to stop and marvel. Yi Zhe jumped into the car, and Wan Feiping casually said, "There's something to drink in the fridge, get it yourself." Compared to the floating car that he had previously traveled in, this city lord's special car was much smaller, but extraordinarily luxurious. The seating became 2 rows of sofas on the left and right, with an onboard refrigerator in the center, with drinks and alcohol available and plenty of food. By the way, the number of instructors for this special training camp is determined to be 10. In the Battle Royale replica, an additional 20 level 30 magical beast bosses will be dropped. As an instructor, you will have all boss locations, and control of the duplicate organs. Wan Feiping explained to Yi Zhe in detail. The truth is, there's not much an instructor can do in a Battle Royale replica, and ultimately, they're just here to make things more difficult for the trainees. Rationalizing the use of wraith bosses and organs was the original intent of the HQ. Yi Zhe took a sip of coke and mused. Can I kill the wraith boss? That's for you to use. Do you understand? Wan Feiping glanced at Yi Zhe suspiciously and suddenly became happy. You boys so confident? Tell me, How many people do you feel you can beat, or how many can you kill? In the Battle Royale copy, everyone will fight, but only one team will be left in the end. And due to the inability of instructors to form teams, the odds are that the ultimate winners will still be the cadets. Yezer chewed on the egg roll he had rummaged through the refrigerator and raised a finger without hesitation. Kill 10? Or a team? One Faping guessed with interest. It can't be one, can it? Yezer, keep killing. Chapter 57, he's an instructor? On the floating car, One Faping was silent for a long time. He originally thought that he was already pretty wild, but he didn't expect this kid in front of him to be even more so. It's true that one side of the land raises one side of the people. Lin Yuan City should produce people like us, One Faping thought with satisfaction. This floating car dedicated to the city lord was more speedy than the others, in addition to being luxurious. Soon enough, it sped all the way from East China Lin Yuan City and arrived at the boundaries of the Central China region. Entering Central China, the floaters were significantly more numerous than in Eastern China, and there were quite a few with the same destination as them, one of the central cities of Central China, Longdu. It didn't take long to arrive at a mountain range on the outskirts of the dragon capital, and after passing through a layer of magical boundaries, the destination arrived. Same as the entrance to the copy of the Megagroup book. This Battle Royale at Special Training Camp is also a Megagroup, only it's PvP. Hundreds of floating vehicles were parked around, and it was clear that countless high-level professionals could be felt. Other than that, there were more students who were comparable to Yizhe's age. A number of them had already begun their pre-battle cuts. One Faping brought Yizhe to the meeting point where the instructors were and went to some monitoring department himself. Yizhe got out of the car and swept his gaze over everyone. All of the students here, surprisingly, were at level 11 or above. The equipment and skills are even more luxurious. Obviously, they are all geniuses who are cultivated by various big families and come to participate in the special training camp. Yezer silently ordered their careers? Well, warrior, assassin, archer, mage, swordsman, all together. What a wonderful place. And suddenly, there was a bang sound nearby. A tremor produced by the impact of power. Yezer let his eyes go. It was a muscular teenager with flames lingering around him and reddish hair exploding against another boy with green armor and an ancient face. A bit of strength. Yizhe watched with interest. Next to him walked over an excited-looking youth who looked a year or two older than Yizhe. Are you an instructor this time? Too? Yizhe looked back. It was a boy wearing the regular uniform of the Jin Demon Army. Level 23. Second-rank fighter profession. He nodded in response. Right. My name is Hu Ming. Just like you. After receiving Yizhe's affirmative answer, Hu Ming stood with Yizhe and looked at the freshmen who were cutting. Soon the muscular red-haired teenager was overwhelmingly victorious. Hu Ming watched while he couldn't help but emit a sigh of relief. These freshmen are really one of a kind. Do you know this Xu Xiao? He's said to be unrivaled in the West China region. And he's level 14 now. Hu Ming was talking about the very same red-haired teenager that he had just acquired. Hearing him speak eloquently, Yizhe casually asked, "Why are you upgrading so fast? Brushing copies all the time. Tickets cost $2 to $3 million for a copy. And his family paid for it, so he's brushed it at least dozens of times. It's mainly because Xu Xiao is strong, and is said to be the ace that Huaxi is preparing to overpower Huazhong this year." Hu Ming was very talkative and whispered in a tone of sharing secrets. "You don't know yet, do you? His family is a martial artist family, famous in Western China. Indeed, most of the trainees in this special training camp had strong families, or, the professionals trained by the big families were more likely to surpass the ordinary people and become talents who could enter the special training camp." Yezer nodded his head silently. "Inside, they are very helpless. Why hasn't the battle royale started yet?" Hu Ming continued. "Actually, the one that was defeated by Xu Xiao wasn't weak either. Central China's Wanson, level 13, rare profession nature druid. And that one, the strongest rookie in South China, called Fu Wanjun." As they were talking, Fu Wanjun, who had just arrived from the polluted land yesterday, approached the two who were cutting. Xu Xiao, whose crimson hair color and gnarled muscles were bursting out of his shirt, was in the throes of battle. "Hey, Fu Wanjun, come and compare. Let's see what you guys in South China are capable of this year." Xu Xiao and Fu Wanjun, the two almost considered to be recognized as the number one in terms of battle power in the South and West China regions. But Fu Wanjun just glanced coldly and grunted. "Who's comparing with a mangina like you? Wait until we get to the ancient battlefield. You'll die without even knowing how." His profession, Thunder Blade, had career attributes that were more on the assassin side, while Xu Xiao's profession was a pure strength warrior. Although he was rejected, Xu Xiao became more and more excited. "Good. I'm waiting for you to kill me." In this regard, Fu Wanjun did not care and just waited quietly for the great escape to open. And at this moment, Song Xiaoqiao, who had also come to the special training camp with him, suddenly let out a cry of alarm and violently tugged on Fu Wanjuan's arm. She saw Yezer in the distance. Look, it's him, it's the guy from yesterday in the polluted land. Fu Wanjun turned his head to look over and his eyes instantly widened. Some horrible memories started attacking him again. Yesterday in the polluted land. The scene where Yi Zhe killed the evil demon general in seconds was so impactful that he could not forget it for a long time. He's actually here. What the hell is he? Fu Wanjun didn't take it too seriously at this point, because the difference in strength is too big. He did not treat Yi Zhe as a member of the special training camp, or an instructor, in the slightest. But those who can come to the special training camp should be the headquarters of Huaxia, the military's top management, or the people in charge. He just didn't understand Yi Zhe's identity. Xu Xiao glanced along and said without a care in the world, "Oh, the assembly point over there is all instructors. Don't worry, the instructor who can enter battle royale won't be too strong. It's mainly for us trainees to fight against." Hearing the word instructor, Fu Wanjuan's brain seemed to explode and go down with a boom, and he said in a dull voice, "He is an instructor? This person who could kill the evil demon general in seconds was the instructor they were going to fight against? I'm relieved. Has HQ gone mad? Could we be more resistant than the evil general?" Chapter 58 Ancient Inheritance. The battlefield opens. 2 chapters in 40 words. You know each other? Looking at Fu Wanjun staring closely at Yi Zhe, Xu Xiao, who was beside him in the middle of the battle, could not help but wonder. The always cold Fu Wanjun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this moment. I recognize him, but he probably doesn't recognize me. He and Yi Zhe originally only had a one-sided relationship, but the sense of oppression that the latter had left him with was too terrifying. Luckily, I'm still young, and there's always a chance to surpass him later. Fu Wanjun thought silently. But now, what's it going to take to face this monster when you're about to enter the special training camp? Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao exchanged glances, and suddenly thought of something, their complexions moving. By the way, a high-ranking professional like him will definitely suppress his strength when dealing with us trainees. Right. Song Xiaoqiao nodded excitedly. In the duo's minds, Yi Zhe, who was able to kill the evil demon general, was definitely some high-ranking professional in the military without a doubt. If he suppresses his strength to the first or second rank, then we won't be afraid. Thinking of this, Fu Wanjuan's mood finally calmed down a lot. Of course, if he knows that Yi Zhe is only at 0 rank now, I don't know how he will feel. On the other side, inside the monitoring point used to monitor the copies, Wan Feiping stood with 2 middle-aged men of the same age. One of them, with gold-rimmed glasses, was well-proportioned and slender, and dressed in a svelte and sophisticated manner. The other person, wearing a dark-colored Jin Demon Army regular uniform, had deep eyes and a calm temperament. It was Wu Ming, the head of East China, and Wei Zhang, the head of Central China, one of the most powerful people in the whole of China. However, at this moment, the duo laughed out loud at Wan Feiping in a very unimaginative manner, like a yearly preserve. Ha 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 ha, our king of hunters brother really dares to come this year. Years of war, years of defeat, have to prove that you have the ability to develop talent. Wan Feiping glanced at these two goods. What I want to prove is that Lin Yuan City also has talents. The corners of Wu Ming's mouth under his gold-rimmed glasses hooked up with a smile that couldn't be stopped. It was obviously a very normal tone, but there was an inexplicable sense of sarcasm when it came out of his mouth. You mean, the guy you forced into the special training camp last year, only to be eliminated in half an hour? As soon as he heard Wu Ming speak, Wan Feiping wanted to punch someone, and Wei Zhang on the other side patted his shoulder and admonished him. Talent, is something that can't be forced? You don't say. He really hit the jackpot this year. Wu Ming laughed and flirted towards Wan Feiping. Tell me, which team did you put Yi Zhe on? The participants of the special camp are divided into teams of 5, but the exact division is set by the participants themselves. Wu Ming didn't know the specifics though. However, he knew that with Wan Feiping's temperament, there was no way that Yi Zhe would not be allowed to come to the special training camp. Wan Feiping didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't hide the lift. It's the kind of smile you'd put on before you're ready to catch a friend. The monitoring department that the three were in was the size of a waiting room, with the monitoring sandbox that monitored the contents of the replica placed in the very center, as well as the projections of each of the trainees at the entrance to the replica. However, Wu Ming looked at the projections and didn't find Yi Zhe. The upturned corners of Wan Feiping's mouth grew a few more points. Wei Ming spoke quietly. I've also heard that your Lin Yuan City has produced an expert at brushing group books, but don't forget, the more windy you are before the special training camp, the more you get targeted. Hearing these words, Wan Feiping's smile came to an abrupt end. Inside, a million horses were racing. Mud bloods, it's a bit of a game to engage in targeting. isn't it? Although he had confidence in Yi Zhe, the other geniuses were not made of clay. Once they were targeted by more than one person, it was impossible to say that they really had to be heaved. Seeing one Faping freeze, the other two instantly laughed. But in fact, from a certain point of view, one Faping had really overthought it. Looking at the entire special training camp, there were simply not many people who knew and had seen Yi Zhe. At most, there were only Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao from South China and Bai Wei from East China. The latter of course still having more wariness. Apart from these three, there is only one person who is more familiar with Yezer. Yezer, why are you here? Yi Zhe was boredly waiting for the copy to open when he suddenly heard someone call him from the side. Turning her head, it was a short-haired girl of about 6 meters, exuding youthful vigor with her legs exposed beyond her pleated skirt. Wearing a white sports top on top, she appeared to have fairer and more delicate skin, but a hint of complexity surfaced on her small and delicate face. Ryu Anran? Seeing the playful girl in front of him, Yi Zhe couldn't help but laugh. Weren't you specially recruited and trained by the headquarters? Do you want to come to the special training camp as well? The headquarters, located in central China, is the highest level management center in China, and also focuses on cultivating some special geniuses within the country. The girl in front of her, who could be called Yi Zhe's hairy little girl, was one of the people who had been specially recruited this year. The short-haired girl, Ryu Anran, casually explained. This replica might have some sort of ancient inheritance reward that is very special, so HQ asked me to come. Nope, do I need to report back to you? She suddenly remembered something, and her demeanor as she stared at Yi Zhe suddenly became gambling. That said, her emotions towards Yi Zhe were rather complicated. In the words of Yezer, still angry? Because I stole your man? Yi Zhe was full of teasing. It was as if they were very energized about poking fun at each other. Lu Anran instantly became furious, a pair of clear eyes glaring, gritting her teeth like a kitten that just needed to bite. What do you mean my man? To be clear, that's my dad. That's right, Lu Anran is the daughter of Yi Zhe's teacher, Lu Boyan, by birth, although his daughter is his own. After his discharge from the army, Lu Boyan spends a lot of energy in order to take care of Yi Zhe, the son of a former comrade in arms. It made the then young Lu Anran, for a time, feel that it was Yi Zhe who had snatched away her father. Although Lu Anran was now old enough to understand her father's behavior, she would always be a little bit angry whenever she saw Yi Zhe. In particular, Yezer used to be ridiculously good at arts. It had been used by Lu Boyan as an example to educate Lu Anran, making her unable to raise her head at all. More anger. Forget it, there's nothing to say to you. Lu Anran grunted gamely and turned her head away, not giving Yezer another chance to say another word. Ha! Yi Zhe couldn't help but laugh out softly again. At the same time, could not help but recall the words of Lu Anran. Ancient heritage in the copy? Not to mention that he had never heard of it. Even in the history textbooks, there was no record of it. Beside him, seeing Lu Anran leave, Hu Ming immediately came over. Holy, man, you know Ryu Anran? It's said that's the favorite to win the special training camp this year. The little goddess of Huazhong's special recruitment. A specially recruited professional can be at least a 5th-ranked powerhouse in the future. Do you know what her profession is? It's rumored to be a special secret even at headquarters. Lu Anran's occupation. Of course Yi Zhe knew. The reason why he was specially recruited and trained by the headquarters was because what Lu Anran had awakened was a hidden profession card that was rare worldwide. Space Warlock. As a hidden profession, it was even more precious and rare than a rare profession, and its potential ranked at least in the top 20 in the country. But Yi Zhe also didn't have the idea of revealing it to others, especially Hu Ming, the loudmouth. Otherwise, by the time the special training camp is over, the whole country will probably know about it. At this moment, a radio sound suddenly came out from the plaza at the entrance of the replica. All members of the special training camp, please form your own teams. The special training camp copy Ancient Battlefield will open in half an hour. The radio voice repeated 3 times. Just in this short period of time, the entrance of the replica had quickly gathered their respective 5-member squads. Apparently, the teams of cadets had been agreed upon early on. There was no waiting until you got to the replica place to start teaming up at all, especially the top few participants in each region. Not only did they form a team early, but the strength of each teammate was also equally impressive. Soon the entire group split into 5 columns. They are East China, South China, Central China, West China and North China. Inside the monitoring room, Wu Ming looked at all the trainees who had finished forming their teams and looked at one Fapen with a puzzled face. Where the hell did you hide Yezer? For 5-member squads per region, a total of 100 people. With Wu Ming's 5th-ranked professional's mental power, he actually still hadn't found Yi Zhe. Now, even Wei Zhan was curious, and Wan Faping smiled with a look of triumph, getting happier and happier. What do you care? At this point, in addition to these three, a few more heads of the monitoring department walked in, as well as people from the military and headquarters. In addition to these higher-ups, there are specialized data clerks to record and examine the participants. After all, the special training camp is more about the future training direction than just this one reward. Next to the monitoring sandbox, the 5 principals gathered. Although Wan Feipen was not the person in charge, his status and position, as well as his strength of the 6th rank, were not lower than them in any way. Brother Wei, don't you want to talk about the inheritance rewards this time? Yes, Brother Wei, what ancient inheritance is being hidden even from us? The 2 people in charge of West and South China, a man and a woman, couldn't help but ask at this time. The ancient heritage of this year's special training camp. Even they, the people in charge, just learned about it yesterday. And Wei Zhang, who was in charge of the replicas and the special training camp, just smiled lightly. It's just that while researching a copy of the ancient battlefield, I discovered some sort of legacy inheritance left over from the Transcendent era from 1,000 years ago. Of course, it's not certain who was qualified to obtain this inheritance. I can't say for sure. Even the first in this replica doesn't have a chance to inherit the inheritance. Upon hearing this, the woman in charge of South China let out a query. Brother Wei, hasn't the Transcendent era only appeared for more than 50 years? Where did you get 1,000 years of inheritance? The Transcendent era was a new era that was formally divided after Blue Star entered the era of universal transmutation. It also represents a whole new era for Blue Star, but it's only been 50 years or so, and at that point, the head of Wasatch mused. Does that mean? That's right, not a transcendent from our world. Wei Yuan nodded. Rather, it comes from some world that has been destroyed by the abyss. Even this replica, the ancient battlefield, is probably the location of that world's duel with the evil demons? Only in the end, it ended in failure. Even the entire world was shattered by the abyss, leaving behind fragments of the world that strayed here and became the core of the copy. At those words, the entire monitoring department resounded with the sound of cold air being sucked in. Those few words contained so much information. An inheritance from another world, or a transcendent world that had developed over thousands of years, was definitely too much stronger than their current strength. A Blue Star who had only entered transcendence for 50 years to obtain the legacy of thousands of years of transcendence. If anyone obtained the inheritance, it was impossible to say that their future strength could override the globe. It can be said that the future is China's strategic level weapons, but there's another scary problem. The transcendental worlds that had developed for thousands of years were shattered by the abyss. What about them Blue Stars? Don't dare think about it. In the last 10 years or so, the demon suppressor army had been suppressing the evil demons at the border of the abyss, once giving the people a great deal of confidence. But now, it seems like nothing can be said. Looking at the complexion of the crowd, Wei Zheng couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. Don't think about it so much yet. What I've said is nothing more than speculation based on a portion of the traces, the authenticity of which remains to be considered. Although the words are so, but the people in charge are all smart people. Naturally heard Wei Zheng's meaning of relieving everyone. The head of Tang Central China. A handful of headquarters. Since it was all said in public, it was at least 80% sure. At the moment, though, it's really too early to dwell on such things. Wu Ming also couldn't help but open his mouth to ease the atmosphere. Since this is the case, it's even more important for us, East China, to win the championship. Nice try. We're not weaker than anyone else in South China this year. Washo's goal this year is to surpass WCC. Several of the principals discussed the occasion. At the same time, they all looked at the projected teams of cadets from each region. On the left side of the projection, there is also labeled information about the teams in each region, sorted from highest to lowest in terms of the average rating of the entire team. West China Team 1 Captain Zhu Xiao. Occupation, Beast Blood Samurai. Central China Team 1 Captain Duan Tianchen. Occupation, Confidential. East China Team 1 Captain Bai Wei. Occupation, Magic Samurai. South China Team 1 Captain Fu Wanjun. Profession, Thunderblade. North China Team 1 Captain Shui. Occupation, Confidentiality. Central China 2 Captain Lu Anren. Old Wei. Aren't these ones from occupational secrecy a bit much? Wan Feipen questioned nonchalantly. But Wei Zhang just spread his hands and responded. There's no way. Hidden profession. Hidden professions that represent uniqueness and are not detected by normal means. The special training camp also acquiesced to this and would not actively expose the hidden occupation. After all, fighting against unknown abilities was also an important part of the future battlefield. Wan Feipen silently and quietly leaned back and used his cell phone to capture this interface. Sent to Yezer. However, this brazen behavior has long since been discovered, but no one paid any attention to him, because gathering information about your opponent is something you do before you go to war, which is as clinical as this mangaka. Take Seeing the message from Wan Feipeng on his cell phone, Yi Zhe was speechless for a while. I know all about this. Isn't he working for nothing? Even those few secretive hidden professions, Yi Zhe had already observed them clearly. There are no secrets under the eye of insight. And at that moment, the entrance to the replica began to flow like a vortex, releasing magic power outwards. The countless ancient runes around the portal began to flicker with light. In a flash, all the trainees with the qualifications of the special training camp, as well as the instructors including Yi Zhe, all disappeared. Copy Ancient Battlefield is now open. Chapter 59, You Can't Pass the Test. 2 chapters in 40 words. You have entered the mega-size replica Ancient Battlefield. Your current identity type is Battlefield Guardian. Hostile to all trialists. Guard the glory of the ancient battlefield. With a flash of white light, the scene in front of Yi Zhe had suddenly changed. Lifting his eyes to look full of bleakness, broken walls, barren smoke and grass, thick blood and dust piles. The yellow sand is endless. I am a battlefield guardian. Then the other special training camp trainees should be the trialists. Yi Zhe said and opened the map interface of the ancient battlefield. The map is just too big. Yi Zhe's character's light point on the map was like a grain of sand in a vast desert, surrounded by only himself alone. All the guardian identity people, that is, the instructors, were randomly distributed in different areas. And you can only see the location of the Wraith boss on the map, not the location of the cadets. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't realize the hard part wasn't killing people, but finding them. But it wasn't always so. As time passes, or after the number of people remaining gets smaller, the ancient battlefield teleports everyone to a tier of battlefields that are much smaller in scope. Yezer understands very well, commonly known as shrinking circle. It's also to prevent some teams from going straight to the corners of the map and waiting for other teams to play against each other and easily take the high rankings. Of course, HQ purposely counted enemy kills and boss kills as ranking points to prevent this. With that thought, Yi Zhe had an idea. Instead of spending a lot of time looking for people, why don't we just go for the boss first? No one said guardians couldn't kill bosses anyway. The boss still has experience, as well as points, and I can't say I'll run into the trainees who are coming for the boss. There was no location of the trainee, but he could see the boss's location. After making up his mind, Yi Zhe first followed the old rules. Summon the squirrels, send out dozens of shadow doppelgangers, and scout the way first in the most unassuming way possible. Subsequently, wait until one of the shadow doppelgangers reaches the boss, and then switch positions directly. A wasteland in the ancient battlefield. A team of 4 men and 1 woman are exchanging quick words to determine tactics. Where are we now? In the upper left corner of the map. According to the map information, there is a frontline fortress not far away. Should we go over there? It's said that in every building in the ancient battlefield, there are rewarding treasure chests of varying quality. It's not like we're here to rob the treasure chest, even though we're the 4th team from North China. With our strength, we should at least make it into the top 10. Xian Feng, use your tracking ability to search for nearby magical beast bosses. Before we enter the melee, let's kill the boss and grab some points. It was the only girl who dominated the squad's discourse. She wasn't the captain or the strongest of the team, but she was a special admission student specializing in tactics. A future tactician. Tacticians are often present in squads at the very top of their strength like the special training camp. Observe the opponent and develop tactics. With 4 professionals and a tactician, the power that can be exerted is often higher than the 5 professional ceiling. For example, like Lu Guanzhang at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, before he met Su Shu and Zhuge Liang, the achievements he could reach were very limited. The reasoning is pretty much the same. So, in such top squads, the tactician's voice is often comparable to that of the captain. Therefore, upon hearing her words, the 4 members of the squad immediately took action, traveled to a Wraith boss location, led by their teammates who had tracking abilities. The few people in the squad quickly saw a level 30 magical beast boss. It's an inferno beast, rare quality, physical and fire ranged skills or specialties. Spread out quickly. The tactician girl opened her mouth to warn. After all, it was a level 30 magical beast boss, and several people had to deal with it carefully even though they were the best in each region. The 5 or 6 meter tall inferno beast was shaped like a fire dragon, covered in blazing magma scales with an extraordinary aura. Captain, use instantaneous chop to circumvent the first wave of inferno skills to avoid damage. Shenfeng, you take the opportunity to sneak behind you to control plus break defense. And then the girl spoke quickly to formulate a plan to minimize losses even for bosses that could be dealt with. The team listened quietly, nodding in agreement from time to time. However, in the next second, the inferno beast in front of them suddenly suffered a violent blow, making a ground-shaking sound. The tactician girl's words stopped. The remaining 4 members of the squad instantly had wide eyes and shocked faces. as if they were on the verge of an attack, only to see the imposing level 30 Inferno behemoth being crushed by a panda that appeared out of nowhere with a single dry punch. It was beaten into a piece of corpse and killed on the spot. In the storm swept up by the astral winds, a handsome young man with black robes fluttering slowly stepped out and waved his hand towards them. What a coincidence! It seems that your opponent is going to change to me now. This person was of course Yizhe. Meanwhile, after killing the level 30 Wraith boss, his experience bar went up quite a bit more. But across from him, the 5 cadets had extremely ugly faces. It's an instructor? How can there be an instructor with this kind of strength? Can you detect his attributes and skills? It's hard to tell. The other side seems to have anti-detection means. Several people's reconnaissance ended in failure, because the silver medal that Yizhe had on him had an anti-detection function granted by the military. With no detection, the captain craned his head to look at the tactician girl. Can you tell roughly how strong he is? Tactician girls take a deep breath. The power fluctuation emanating from that punch just now was enough to kill all 5 of us together. The remaining few people sucked in a breath of cold air. Plants. Outside the copy, the monitoring department. In the bottom left corner of the screen projection, it had shown that a boss had died. Correspondingly, the set of images of the dead bosses in the replica were brought up and enlarged. Ha! The first one to kill the boss is actually an instructor? That's a bit against the rules for him, isn't it? Being an instructor to kill a boss? And there's no rule that says you can't kill it. The last gruff retort was from none other than Wan Feipeng, and apart from him and Wu Ming, no one in fact recognized Yizhe, only thinking that it was some soldier from the demon suppression army. Only Wei Zhan looked slightly familiar. Wu Ming viciously pulled Wan Feipeng aside and lowered his voice. Arranging Yizhe as an instructor? Are you crazy? You want to strike him? Geniuses of the same age and level as Yizhe were still teaming up in groups of 5 to enter the replica. Letting Yizhe go as an instructor and be someone else's whetstone. Wasn't that a blow to his self-confidence? Wu Ming thought so. However, Wan Feipeng seemed to know more about Yizhe's strength. Hey, keep watching. It's not certain who gets hit. Just yesterday, he received a message from the front line. Yizhe's beheading of the evil demon general and being awarded the silver medal was one of the first things he knew about as the honorary head of the demon suppression army. He then directly ordered a news blackout. As for the reason, Wan Feipeng's thieving eyebrows looked at Wu Ming. Want to bet? Just bet a brain crash. With that, he twisted his arm that was muscular and filled with the strength of a 6th-ranked hunter. Wu Ming held up his golden glasses and silently took half a step back. Inside the copy, the tactician girls thought for just a moment before making their decision. That seems to be a power summoner. We pull and fight. We might have a chance. But looking at Yizhe standing at the forefront, the squad leader's heart crossed and he flipped out his short sword and dodged forward. The boy captain's figure suddenly disappeared from its place. It wasn't really disappearing. It was just killing in front of Yizhe at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Instantaneous chop. Nice decapitation skill indeed. As the decapitated himself, Yezer commented nonchalantly. Because at this moment, Mantis appeared out of thin air in front of Yizhe, easily stopping his opponent's full force strike with only one side of his arm blade. Dang! Watching the short blade in his hand unable to advance any further by half a point, as well as the ease and comfort of the terrifying monster in front of him, the captain yelled back decisively. Run! But at this moment, not only did no one run, instead, they all charged towards Yizhe. A wave of fire from the strongest skills. The panda stood beside Yizhe and turned on the martial saint deity. With a collision of skills, the martial saint's astral aura easily intercepted all the skills, and a wave of fire gathering attack was instantly dissolved. Not bad, still qualified as a captain. Look for decapitation at the first opportunity. Break off yourself and let your teammates escape when you realize you're outmatched. You pass. Hearing Yizhe's words, the captain was bewildered with a hint of surprise. Over? Sure enough, how could such a strong instructor be something they could defeat? Definitely here for the test. So, what's the reward for passing? The captain lowered his short sword and asked without anticipation. Yizhe couldn't help but smile. There's no reward for passing. It's time to be eliminated or eliminated. But there are additional penalties for not passing. In the next moment, Mantis's decapitation cut off the captain's head, and the latter was the first to be eliminated from the copy. Advancement quests completed. Warrior 0 of 1. Assassin 1/1. Mage 0 of 1. Archer 0 of 1. Swordsman 0 of 1. This captain who knew the instantaneous slash was none other than an assassin class rare profession. Meanwhile, 1000 experience arrived. Yizhe silently calculated in his heart that 400 military honors had arrived. It's his reward for being an instructor. It's just a pity that these people aren't from East or Central China. Or there could be 300 more, Yezer said casually. But the 4 remaining members of the squad on the opposite side were greatly alarmed, because when they wanted to run at this moment, they realized that they all couldn't move. The squirrel's fixation had locked them firmly in place. You guys just wasted your captain's break with your wave of set fire. Though courageous, there's no sense in it, especially since it's not even a battlefield, but a copy where squad rankings are calculated. None of them, Yi Zhe said, finally looking at a shivering boy. Also, why didn't you attack me when you guys were gathering fire? The boy's voice trembled, because I feel that going over will be second. In fact, it was normal for the average person to feel this way when facing a void hunter head-on, especially in the assassin profession, which is inherently oppressive. But Yezer was curious again. Then why don't you run? The boy answered honestly, because you can't run away from the battle. Genius. Yezer couldn't even help but applaud for it. Ha 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 ha, this logic is simply clear. Wan Feiping was the first to let out a bright laugh. This set of logic down, hit and do not fight, run and do not run, directly froze in place. This psychological quality can also be called talent? The few remaining heads either smiled faintly or helplessly. The only one whose face was particularly embarrassed was the head of North China. The vast majority of this kid's time since his transfer has been spent painting copies, without encountering any strong enemies. He's not bad when he's in a copy, but he tends to lose his head when he meets a strong opponent. I'll arrange for targeted instruction later. The head of North China self-examined. In fact, it does count as a mistake on his part to let someone like that into training camp. Wei Zhang, on the other hand, did not mention this point again and instead looked at Yi Zhe appreciatively. That's not a bad instructor. Although it's a confrontational copy, it also judges the participants' behavior reasonably well and coincides with my judgment. If there is an opportunity in the future, you can be transferred to be a long-term instructor of the Jin Demon Army. The long-term instructor of the Jin Demon Army. The official rank is comparable to the battalion commander. For the general Jin Demon Army soldiers is considered to be a high promotion. But hear Wei Zhang's comment. The few remaining heads couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement without any objections. Wan Feiping, on the other hand, smiled extraordinarily. Old Wei, how about this? This is the instructor I sent. Deep in my heart, Wu Ming glanced at him silently and didn't say anything. Wei Zhang looked at Wan Feiping unexpectedly. You sent them? It really doesn't look anything like you. But at that moment, someone suddenly looked at the projected image and exclaimed, what's he doing? He's robbing the cadets of their equipment. Only on the projection screen, the 4 squad members were filled with shock but unable to resist. And a squirrel beside Yi Zhe was taking equipment from them one by one. How did he do that? Seizing equipment without someone's consent. What an evil skill. He's gone too far. Robbing people of their equipment just because he's strong? Not only the head of North China, but also several members of the headquarters, also opened their mouths to accuse. Wu Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at Wan Feiping flirtatiously. Now I do believe that he is deeply in touch with your true nature. The crowd couldn't help but look at Wan Feiping. She nodded. Definitely abetted by you. Wan Feiping immediately opened his eyes in anger. How is it that good things don't remember me, and that there are posts dedicated to my head? Still, he shouted back. What's wrong with grabbing some gear? If it were me back in my special training days, all those who couldn't beat me would have to turn in their resources. It's only now that I'm being so gentle with these students. The crowd stared at Wan Feiping and nodded solemnly once again. Sure enough, he instigated it. All right. Wan Feiping had a hard time arguing, so he just stopped talking. Several of the people in charge looked at Wei Zhang, waiting for this one's decision. However, Wei Zhang just smiled bashfully. What can we say when people even have a good reason? Reason? The head of North China queried. That's right. It's in the instructor's handbook that instructors are qualified to establish punishments for failing cadets while they're on duty. He didn't break the rules. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not expecting this level at all. Mainly, the trainees of the special training camp were all either rich or wealthy, with not bad backgrounds. So which instructor would dare to punish them? Another person tried. We can't just leave it alone in case those clans come asking. Can we? Wei Zhang looked at Yi Zhe on the projection and revealed a smile full of meaning. Then tell the families. When this instructor is defeated and eliminated by other squads, then he is no longer an instructor. When the time comes, it'll be a logical step to get your gear back. At that, the crowd nodded approvingly. Wei's high opinion. Chapter 60, 14 words, hunt for sight. Inside the copy, Yi Zhe was unrelenting, specializing in grabbing the expensive ones. Aside from the captain who was eliminated early, none of the remaining 4 members of the squad escaped. In total, 3 epics and 1 excellence. Sparing their families not so good fortune, they couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. After all, equipment above excellence is priced on the market, and those with excellent attributes are even more impossible to buy. Of course, Yi Zhe still had a trace of morality. If there was exclusive equipment or equipment of great significance, he would not rob it. the equipment arrives, and Mantis then sends them to elimination with a slash. Kill trialist *4. Gain 4000 experience. Ding! Your level has increased to 14. Talent, you gain 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Advancement quests completed, Warrior 0 of 1. Assassin 1/1. Mage 1 of 1. Archer 0 of 1. Swordsman 0 of 1. At the same time, Yizhe silently made a note that the military credit was 2000. The experience bar, which was originally not that far off, was successfully upgraded after killing the Inferno Beast and the 5 trainees. The only pity, there was only one mage-type rare profession for the remaining 4. There was also supposed to be an archer-class career, but unfortunately it was only advanced. Doesn't matter though. The last thing that is missing from the participants of the special training camp is rare professions. Afterwards, Yizhe directly began to extract his words. The 14th golden legend word. Ding! You have drawn the golden lore phrase, hunt for sight. Hunting vision, forms a special vision that sees through everything, capturing all the subtle movements of the prey, and can spot prey through all terrain and obstacles. I'm super. Tuoro? What is this if not perspective? And, it just goes so well with Mantis compound eyes. A compound eye with a 360 degrees panoramic view and extremely long field of vision. Now paired with a hunting vision that sees through all terrain obstacles. No prey at all escapes. Previously, Yizhe still needed to think about how to find people in a map as big as the ancient battlefield. Now, the problem is solved instantly. Great. Just leave it to Mantis. The word hunt vision was given successfully. Summoned beast, void hunter, legend, upgrade, legend. Yezer wondered, can you see anyone nearby? Mantis compound eyes emitted wisps of red light, revealing an excited expression. So many people. Upon hearing this, Yizhe couldn't help but get excited as well. Sure enough, it was possible. Using hunt vision to find people in the battlefield was just like being open. Where's the nearest team? Yezer asked impatiently, and Mantis extended his arm blade to point behind a small hill. There are 6 of them. 6 of them? Squads are staffed with a maximum of 5 people. Is the extra 6th person a casual from another team or an instructor? But it didn't matter. After determining the direction, Yizhe immediately set off. Current number of remaining trialists, 95/100. Looking at the number of people changing on their personal panels, the rest of the cadet squads couldn't help but be surprised. Just 10 minutes after the copy opened, there were already 5 trainees killed in battle, but none of the teams gained kill points. Central China Team 2. Lu Anren was leading the team to search for the boss. Seeing the points of the rest of the teams was a little puzzling. 5 killed in action, and not by any of the squads. Could it be that there are still very difficult bosses in the ancient battlefield, or mandatory killing mechanisms? There were once some organs in the replica that, once triggered, were certain death. But in a PvP copy where cadets are fighting against each other, it should be rare for such a deadly organ to appear. Lu Anrun mused, reminding, we'll have to be more careful. 2. Lu Anrun's positioning was special. She was both the captain and the team's tactician, as well as a hidden profession. So even though her family is considered average in the special camp, no one in the remaining 4 members of the squad disobeyed her either. Let's continue. Let's get the points for the magical beast boss first. When the next layer of the ancient battlefield opens and the map shrinks, that's when the war will begin. Ryu Anren said, drawing a circular spell at the feet of his surrounding teammates. In the next moment, the 5 were instantly transported to another location by the spell. And at that moment, Yizhe arrived at the location of the target squad in an instant. By the Mantis spotting his opponent, he directly used Void Shuttle to arrive near his target, while Yizhe then used Swap to go over, while the Mantis used a second Void Shuttle to arrive in unison. In the plains in front of them were the 5 trainees and Huming, the instructor Yizhe had met. I wonder if it was a chance encounter. Among them, the 4 cadets stood far to the side, only to be singled out by their captain and Huming. This was somewhat interesting to Yizhe. Huming was at least a level 23 second-ranked fighter, and the cadet captain was only level 13, but the latter even had the upper hand in a one-on-one situation. This is North China 2. Unfortunately, it's North China again. Yizhe had some regrets. He would have preferred to meet the squads from Central and Eastern China. And right now, this North China 2 team is clearly too much better than the previous North China 4 team. That captain boy in the lead was a rare profession of the warrior class. The stronger the stronger. Instructor, you don't seem to be very good as a second-ranked fighter. The black-haired, black-armored boy laughed, his fists radiating a faint red light as he punched. Huming was heavily injured and his heart palpitated. This freshman class is a little too damn scary. He had thought that the other side was the second team, so he had dared to come over a couple of moves. I didn't realize that all the first-ranked professionals in the second team could actually single-handedly take on him. A second-ranked fighter. Sure enough, even the second team is the second team among the geniuses. The black-haired teenager threw one last punch to kill Hu Ming, Captain Bull. The 4 distant onlookers couldn't help but praise a comment. There would also be varying points for killing instructors, allowing their squad rankings to rise a bit as well. And at that moment, the black-haired teenager who had just killed Hu Ming turned his head. Seeing Yi Zhe on the hillside, his battle spirit skyrocketed and he grinned. Another one? I wonder how many points you, the instructor, would be worth? Within the Ministry of Monitoring, the image on the projection was no longer focused on Yi Zhe, and the other teams had begun their own battles. However, Wan Feipeng was still staring at Yi Zhe here, and when he saw this, he pulled Wu Ming over again. Well, bet on it this time. Across from him, it's North China's second team. Looking at how confident Wan Feipeng was, even Wei Zheng couldn't help but get curious. I say, old one, this person you brought in, he meets the instructor's prescribed strength, right? Of course, definitely below a third-order professional. In Battle Royale, instructors are only used to slightly increase the difficulty, and too strong an instructor will affect the nature of the trainee's PvP. That's why the special training camp stipulates that instructors can only be ranked below the third order. Wan Feipeng was certainly very confident in packing his bags. Receiving this answer, Wei Zhang nodded, while the head of North China, who was sitting quietly on the side, stood up. Brother Hunt King, why don't I come and bet with you? The head of North China was a middle-aged man who wasn't much of a talker, but was still confident in the trainees he had brought with him, especially since this was his second team, which was several levels stronger than the first eliminated team of 4. At the same time, he wanted to be able to use this to wash away the shame that the 4 teams had just brought, and Wan Feipeng came to rejoice. Yeah, so let's see, our bet. The words were not yet spoken. In that projection of Yi Zhe, there was suddenly a loud ringing sound. The crowd immediately turned their heads to look, only to see that the black-haired man, the captain of the second team, who had just had a warlike look on his face, had been approached by the panda at some point and smashed with a punch. A burst of popping sound was blasted out from the huge impact brought by the fist power. Stiffly blasted the captain of the second team 100 meters. It smashed into a small hill in the distance. That's seconds. I don't know who let out a gasp. The head of Huabei only felt his heart stop, as if the punch had blasted his heart at the same time. You! Wan Feipeng hurriedly punched the palm of his hand. This Yi Zhe, can't he do it later? He hasn't even gotten around to saying what he's betting on yet. Chapter 61, Decisive Tactics. The second level of the ancient battlefield opened. Inside the copy, the 4 members of North China's second team were horrified at the sight. Captain! The 4 of them looked at the spot where the captain had been smashed away in shock, and then immediately looked at Yi Zhe and the panda with vigilance. This panda, it's just too fast. Sparing a few of the team members with strong senses, the captain was already knocked off his feet when he sensed the panda's hand. This is the martial saint, the pinnacle of speed and power. There's also the speed bonus of the Storm War Robe, which is lightning fast. The very next second after that second team leader let out his harsh words, his entire body had then taken flight. But the point that made Yezer more interested was this. The man took a punch from the panda head-on and actually didn't pop a kill alert. Kind of. It was only in the small hill 100 meters away. The captain of the second team, who had been blown away, stepped out of the smoke and debris step by step, his body haunted by a monstrous blood aura. Under the enhancement of the blood chi, that black-haired teenager was as if he was a vengeful warrior, with an astonishing aura. The 4 teammates saw this and gathered. Yi Zhe's pupils flashed with golden aura. Under the interface of the Eye of Insight, the dark-haired teenager, blood locked to 1 point. Not bad. Rare profession berserker. The lower the blood the stronger the strength. In conjunction with the talent backwater, the blood level is reduced to 1 point after taking lethal damage. Not bad for a captain. Yi Zhe couldn't help but murmur his comment. This is a combination that has real power. Perhaps, it was also because of awakening this talent that his family bought him a berserker profession card. At this moment, the black-haired boy's strength, speed, and attack speed were all raised to the peak. If this is the state, I'm afraid the previous Hu Ming wouldn't have lasted more than 1 minute. The black-haired teenager stared at Yi Zhe with a fierce aura. It seems that among the instructors, there are also powerful people now. He grinned a bloodthirsty smile as he slowly moved forward. Beside him, the auxiliary professions immediately added gain effects, and the entire team stood at attention. Yi Zhe stood still, looking down at him faintly, and the next moment, the dark-haired teen moved. The blood chi surged and his speed was at its peak, but the direction of advancement is completely opposite to the direction where Yi Zhe is. Run! With a command, his figure did not stop for a moment, transforming into a ball of red meteors that sped away. Without delay, his 4 teammates turned around and ran, their legs almost running like stumps. Ha! The corners of Yizai's mouth twitched as the man went numb. Ha! Monitoring department. Wan Feiping couldn't help but scratch his head, and the rest of the few people also had mixed emotions. The head of North China hurriedly coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Ahem! Tactics. That's one of them. Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng couldn't help but laugh. That's true. Getting punched out of one's biggest card by a casual opponent. If you don't run at this point, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to. Wan Feiping was astonished. This berserker profession has made him understand the game. It's rather wise to escape at this time by taking advantage of the fastest speed. At least too much wiser than the last team. Wu Ming clasped his hands to his chest and surveyed. And there was no hesitation on the part of his teammates to run it, so it looks like they thought about the play ahead of time. Wei Zheng teased. Using this instructor's standards, it should be considered that the whole team has passed. Ha ha! Seeing the captain of the second team decisively fleeing, the head of North China was in turn relieved. At least, this secondary won't be eliminated for a while, right? The head of North China was thinking about it, while the next scene in the projection caused him to go into cardiac arrest once again. Only the remaining 4 people of the second team, following the captain's footsteps, fled Yizai. In a short period of time, it had run nearly 10 kilometers. Plants. Where did this instructor get this monster? How come there's such a big difference from the last one? The black-haired teenager celebrated as he ran. It's lucky that I ran fast, or else I would really die if I received another punch. Granted, after one drop of blood, a berserker can sling his opponent with super speed and attacks without injury. But this is also based on the fact that the gap between the enemy and us is not too big. The panda, on the other hand, is clearly not in that not a big gap category. A few of his teammates couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Good thing we ran decisively. Now, he shouldn't be able to catch up. One of the teammates kept looking behind him, not seeing any tracking figures, and his mind was greatly reassured. However, just as he turned around, he saw a large dark purple praying mantis appear in front of him. Before the words fell, a crack in the void cut through the air. Equal care is given to everyone. Kill Trialist *5. Gain 5,000 experience. Level 14, 5275/22100. Advancement quests completed. Warrior 1/1. Assassin 1/1. Mage 1 of 1. Archer 1/1. Swordsman 0 of 1. Although this North China secondary ran decisively, but how can you escape in front of a void hunter? Another 5,000 experience arrived, while the military credit gained from defeating the cadets reached 4,000. It's just a pity that we didn't meet any squads from Central or Eastern China. Yizai sighed and then looked at the advancement quests. There was only one swordsman rare profession left. The North China 2 team just now belonged to the typical shield warrior bow milk combination. The captain is a berserker profession, which is comparable in role to the swordsman profession, so naturally there will be no more swordsmen. But Yezer wasn't disappointed. With hunting sight mantis, the advancement quest is completely easy, and at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Yizai's figure was enveloped by a white pillar of teleportation light through the sky. Immediately after that, all the figures in the ancient battlefield disappeared. The current number of casualties has reached 20. The second level of the ancient battlefield space opens. Chapter 62, one of you to surround 10 of us? Each tier of the battlefield has different opening conditions, and the second level, as long as 20 trialists are killed in battle, it will immediately open. The size of the battlefield on this level was 10 times smaller than the first level. The frequency of battles will, obviously, be higher than on the previous level. South China's first team. Song Xiaoqiao looked at the team rankings and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. What's the situation? 20 dead and only 10 kill points on the rankings? Anyone killed by a cadet will generate kill points. Conversely, no kill points will be generated. Fu Wanjuan's scalp was numb at the moment. Even North China's second team died so quickly. It's definitely that instructor. He definitely didn't suppress his strength. A muscular shield guard boy wondered. Captain, we are the first team of South China. Which instructor deserves your fear? At this moment, Fu Wanjuan's mind recalled Yizai's figure again, and his tone was certain. That person. He's at least a third-ranked professional. Above the third order? It's excessive. Now the rest of the team was alarmed. Could it be a test arranged by headquarters? Fu Wanjun pondered for a moment and made up his mind. It's possible, but we'd better stay away if we run into him now. There's absolutely no way to take him without 2 strong teams fighting. The other side of the second level of the ancient battlefield. The 5 people from the North China team were sitting on a giant turtle, slowly advancing. Chu He, a hidden professional whose profession was secrecy, had a hint of sulkiness on his gentle face. Who, exactly, is targeting our teams in North China? Yeah, our second and fourth teams. They were actually all eliminated in only 20 minutes. Beside him, a tall young girl clad in a green robe was also filled with a puzzled expression. Could someone be provoking me? No matter who it is, it's time for us in North China to strike back. Shu He looked unhappy. From his backpack, he took out a scroll and opened it, on which was drawn a lifelike dragon. No matter who you meet next, go straight to war. The remaining few teammates were similarly stirred with battle intent, and with these words, everyone was ready to fight. It's not just them. Throughout the ancient battlefield, although the state of melee had not yet been opened, encounters between the two teams continued one after another. One can sense that the number of trialists surviving will drop dramatically, and Yezer realized it too. It's time to grab a hit. A trialist cadet. That's 1,000 experience plus 400 military honors. In case they were killed by the cadet squads fighting amongst themselves first, wouldn't they be at a bloody disadvantage? With that thought in mind, Yizhe directly sent Mantis out alone to deal with a team of 4 from South China that had been scouted in advance. The average team, even with a full complement of 5, Mantis had no trouble dealing with. Yizhe, on the other hand, copied the talent hunting vision. With the rest of the summoned beasts, they came to a military barracks building with broken walls. His side of the hunt, there were 10 of them, 2 full squads in a 5-on-5 matchup, West China 2 versus East China 3, and Yezer saw his main target, captain of Huaxi's second team, Wang Jingyu, a rare professional swordsman. It's finally time to advance. Yizhe did not hide his arrival at all, causing the two teams in the battlefield to instantly discover this third party. The two teams instantly pulled apart and stopped in unison. One of the East China team was surprised. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's him. You recognize? It's Yizhe, the one ranked number 1 in the group. I glanced at him outside the crowd the other day. What team is he on? No, this is the Guardians. He's an instructor. Why would you place a freshman as an instructor? It's not here to send them to their deaths. Maybe no one wants to be an instructor. When the crowd of the East China third team saw that it was Yizhe, they didn't pay too much attention to it. More of their attention was still focused on the Wasatch 2 team in front of them. After all, in their opinion, Yizhe was just a single person, definitely not as big a threat as the 5 members of Huaxi's second team. For his part, the captain of the Huaxi second team, Wang Jingyu, frowned slightly, unable to see Yizhe's depths. Not bad. It's a good thing these two teams didn't show up dead in action, or we would have lost money. Yizhe laughed with satisfaction. Do it, don't let them escape. Hearing this arrogant to the core statement, all 10 people on the field couldn't help but be slightly shocked. You're alone, and you're going to surround 10 of us? But the next moment, they realized that it didn't seem to be a joke. Only a flash of white light was seen, and the little fox was summoned. The mana ball beside the 3-tailed demon fox emitted a violent purple light. In an instant, the thunderclouds were dense and loud. Heavenly thunder descending, accompanied by a deafening roar. The sky suddenly tore apart, and huge, blazing white thunderbolts struck the ground like a heavenly punishment. West China Team 2. Captain Wang Jingyu's pupils suddenly contracted. A stocky boy with a huge shield beside him yelled at the sight. Stand next to me. The sturdy boy raised his shield, and the wide, thick shield flooded a shroud to protect the team from the heavenly thunder. At the same time, the mages and priests gave him a succession of buffs to restore his blood, which barely carried him. On the other side of the ball, the 3 East China teams. Their team composition is too saber-rattling, seemingly feeling at a disadvantage to compete in head-to-head combat. The team was full of assassins, and other types of professions. There were no shield guards, no one could carry the heavenly thunder, and it was already too late to run. Squirrel, get the gear. Any later and they'll be chopped to death. Yizhe shouted in a hurry. This couldn't be done without urgency. The heavenly thunder spread and transformed into countless thunder snakes, and wherever it went, the ground was carved out into a large pit, scorched and black. This group of assassins from East China's third team didn't even last through the second wave of heavenly thunder. But fortunately, the squirrel had a shadow escape and was so fast that it managed to capture 5 pieces of equipment. Kill Trialist *5. Gain experience plus 5,000. Ministry of Monitoring. The few executives who were interested in paying attention to Yizhe were silent at the moment. In addition to that panda with top-notch power speed, there's also that mantis that can only move instantaneously. I can't believe he has another one with such high mana damage. The strength of these summoned beasts could be of the 3rd rank. The crowd once again looked at Wan Feipeng. Hunting King, this instructor really isn't a 3rd-order professional? If I say it's not, I'm sure it's not. Wan Feipeng had gotten a bit of a kick out of it, especially when he saw Yizhe kill the 3rd team from East China in seconds. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow towards Wu Ming. At this moment, a high-ranking member of the headquarters judged. A summoner of less than the 2nd rank, and yet the summoned beasts are also strong. there's only one possibility. He's talented. Or rather he's extremely good at raising summoned beasts. For a summoner, exchanging a high-level skill book could be much easier than training a summoned beast to high level. That's why the genre of cultivating summoned beasts is not common among summoners. That senior headquarters official praised. This kind of talent, if he can come to the headquarters, he might be able to teach more first-class summoners in the future. When these words came out, Wei Zheng couldn't help himself. Wan Feiping's face immediately became awkward, followed by a burst of anger. Granny drop. Wei Ping, you're trying to rob me in front of me? Calm down, brother King Hunt. I just think this one is a little too big to be an instructor. Yes, Lao Wan. This instructor coming to the headquarters is also contributing to the future of Huaxia. At least it's better than being in the Jin Demon army, right? Asterisk 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 you in the ass. Chapter 63, Promotion to the First Order. Exclusive Skill Treasure Chest. This time, Wu Ming, who had always sung against Wan Feiping, didn't even retort. After all, Wu Ming was the only one present who knew Yi Zhe's identity. This is his Waldonian guy. It is not allowed to say that in the future. If Wan Feiping is not cultivated properly, he will still be able to ask for his hand. If he went to headquarters, wouldn't this talent have nothing to do with him at all? Wu Ming held up his gold-rimmed glasses and advised with a bashful face. Alright, Lao Wan, don't curse, let's do it if we can't. The headquarters executive named Wei Ping shut up decisively. Don't, I won't mention it. The rest of the military and headquarters immediately shut up. This is Wan Feiping. I can't say he really dares to make a move here. Seeing this, the surrounding security personnel couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only Wei Zheng, the head of Central China, laughed with a face of not being surprised and continued to calmly look at the copy projection. And at this point, the three-tailed demon fox's spell damage stacked at 50%, and she had thought that she could easily kill it in seconds without stacking. However, the 5 members of the Huaxi second team, relying on their superb shield defense, still survived. The little fox was furious and was about to release another wave of heavenly thunder, and a cracking sound came at this moment. It was swordsman Wang Jingyu's breaking chop, which was like a bullet coming from the front, haunting and killing with a blistering wind. Yi Zhe hugged the fox, and the panda position exchanged in an instant. Boo! The swordsman, who had charged, was slapped away by the panda. The swordsman Wang Jingyu man is stupid. He was going to take care of at least one of the mage, fox, or summoner, Yezer, this time with his surprise attack to get in close. But he didn't even blink. How did he turn into a panda? However, he was not given a chance to react, as the panda instantly approached the severely injured Wang Jingyu and threw a punch. Ding! Unexpectedly, an ethereal sound was the sound of a skill being activated. Wang Jingyu blocks a punch from panda with his sword. The long sword emitted a white glow the moment the punch struck, not taking the slightest damage. Not bad, Yi Zhe praised. A perfect block even after being seriously injured. Perfect block. When the swordsman successfully defends against the point of impact of an opponent's attack, he triggers a perfect block and is immune to that damage. Triggering a perfect block is very much a test of the swordsman's knowledge of the attack trajectory, his own reaction speed, and so on. It's the swordsman's basic and pinnacle skill. It was also because of this skill that the panda's punch could barely be blocked. However, Wang Jingyu was not the least bit thankful, because Panda just cocked his head in confusion for a moment and swung a second punch immediately after. Protect the captain. Seeing this, a few people from the Wasatch 2 team came at full speed. The Shield Guard boys, in particular, seemed to have a movement speed bonus as they approached their teammates, and flew close to the captain with their shields raised. However, after sensing the Shield Guards approaching, the pandas simply turned around and punched. Bang! This superb Shield Guard, who had defended the entire team against Heavenly Thunder, was blown away by a punch with his shield. Kill Trialist. Gain experience plus 1000. Swordsman Wang Jingyu's pupils shrunk once again. It was then that he realized that if he hadn't blocked perfectly, he would have had to fall back a few lives with this punch. At this point, the members of Huaxi's second team, only one mage, one priest, and one auxiliary remained. No one expected the captain to lose so quickly. The only mage with an output is still named Thundermage. Skills hit the panda without a ripple. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that she was relying on her to attach a lightning elemental damage reduction buff to the shield guards at the time, the entire team might not even be able to resist the heavenly thunder. At this moment, across the super long distance, the priest attached a damage immunity shield to Wang Jingyu. Lei Fa, on the other hand, set his sights on Yi Zhe, but before she could unleash her skills, a knife-wielding squirrel emerged from her shadow. Stab! The red demon blade slashed across Rifa's neck. With Squirrel's current attributes, even if he didn't use his skills, he would still be able to easily kill a back row profession of the same level. Seeing this, the remaining 2 female team members looked shocked. the one of those support professions, who was also the tactician of the whole team, immediately clicked send quickly on the edited message. The next moment, the shadow splitter squirrel appeared behind them both and took away the other side of the ancient battlefield. Washo's first team just beat a team of cadets, with a head of red hair and a naked muscular upper body. Xu Xiao's right hand at this moment changed into a huge tiger claw and twisted the neck of an opponent. In the cell phone, a message suddenly beeped. Xu Xiao's right hand returned to its original form, and as if nothing had happened, he opened his cell phone and found that there were only 2 sentences on it. There's an instructor, summoner, seconds Wang Jingyu, summoned beasts, 1 superpower and 1 thunderbolt. Didn't finish editing the latter words, but Xu Xiao could understand why, because the second team tactician who sent the message, his avatar had already grayed out. Graying out means that the copy has been left. Those who are outside the copy can't send messages to those inside the copy. So, this is the last intel Team 2 sent to their Team 1 before they died, knowing they were outmatched. Instructor? Xu Xiao inexplicably remembered. Before the start of the copy, Fu Wanjun asked about the instructor. One of his eyes was like a tiger's eye emitting a ferocious light. I'd like to see what strength there is. Kill Trialist *3. Gain experience plus 3000. Kill Trialist *1. Gain experience plus 1000. Rank, 14, 15275/22100. With these 4 people left, it turned out that it was the severely injured swordsman who lasted the longest. While seriously injured, hits 4 perfect blocks in a row, then goes to his death. What made Yizhe even happier was that his Supreme Advancement quest was finally completed. Supreme Advancement quest attack of the summoner completed. Occupational class upgrade, rank 0 rank 1. Your summoned animal space plus 2. Current space count, 4/6. Summoner's 4-dimensional attribute growth plus 5. Summoned beasts 4-dimensional attribute growth plus 5. You get exclusive skill treasure chest *1. It's time to contract 2 more summoned beasts. Seeing the last entry, Yizhe couldn't wait to take out the treasure chest from his backpack. Supreme Advancement quests. The exclusive skill treasure chests obtained. Open skills with a quality of excellence or higher. Yezer was extraordinarily expectant and turned it on straight away. Ding! You open the exclusive skill treasure chest and obtain the exclusive skill book, Holy Shelter, Epic, Sacred Shelter. All summoned beasts gain a permanent shield. Immune to control while shield exists. Recover 1 hour after shield breaks. Shield value is Summoner Spirit *2000%. Seeing this skill, Yizhe decisively learned it. Just the thing to make up for the summoner's lack of defense. For example, the 3-tailed demon fox, as a mage-type summoned beast, did not have any means of defense, and if not for Yizhe's presence it would have been easy to get into trouble. Having an extra shield now is a lot more reassuring. And, also immune control. It's just that the shield value is a bit low. You still have to rely on Yezer's own mental power. On top of that, the treasure chest lit up again. Fortunate star phrase is in effect, and you will be rewarded with a second treasure chest. Ding! You have obtained an exclusive skill book, Skill Enhancement Ultra, Legendary. Skill Enhancement Super, temporarily super enhances any of the summoned beast's talents/skills. Cooldown 5 minutes. Can only work on 1 skill at a time? Chapter 64. It's nice of you to think so. At the same time, another ancient battlefield ruin was in the middle. South China 4. A team made up of the top 20 freshmen in the South China region's overall rankings. The 3 men and 2 women who were known as the geniuses of South China by the outside world. All of them had a lost look at the moment, and chills surged all over their bodies. In the air ahead of them, a dark purple mantis emanating a sense of otherworldliness and terror emitted a chilling laugh. From the sweaty state of the 5, one could tell that several attacks had been launched, but all to no avail. The captain of South China's 4th team's face was pale, and the hand holding the sword was actually shaking slightly. Where, in the world, is this monster from? After obtaining the reward of the second exclusive treasure chest, Yizhe was first delighted. Then he couldn't help but wonder. Legendary exclusive skill. It's just a temporary reinforcement of a skill, and this can be called legendary quality? Summoner's exclusive skills. Strengthen the class is considered a common one, such as strengthening the summoned beast attributes, strengthening the damage and so on. Ordinary temporary skill enhancements are, at best, of exceptional quality, and this skill book actually can to the legend. Let Yizhe cannot help but curious about its effect. Right at that moment, a prompt went off. Void Hunter kills Trilist *5, gaining plus 5000 experience. Rank, 14, 20275/22100. Before dealing with these 10 people, Yizhe had sent Mantis out alone to deal with the South China 4 in order to grab the kill. It turns out, the average squad, even a full complement of 5, can't resist a Mantis attack, even though, that average here refers to the 4th ranked team in one of the 5 major war zones in the country. selected from countless colleges and universities. After a spatial fluctuation, Mantis shuttled back. As it happened, Yizhe was going to use skill enhancement to try out the effect on Mantis Hunter Slayer trait. Skill enhancement super takes effect. Hunter Killer. After killing a powerful enemy, you can evolve any body part of the Void Mantis. Reinforcement. Hunter Ultra. After killing a powerful enemy, evolve all 4 body parts of the Void Mantis at the same time and gain an increase in the corresponding attributes. Enhancement of this skill expires when the next skill is enhanced. After killing a strong enemy, you can now evolve 4 parts at once, instead of being able to choose only one part to evolve. At the same time, you can also get the attribute boost from the evolution of the 4 parts. Almost quadruples the effect of the skill. Not bad for legendary quality. To know that it was possible to quadruple the effect of a legendary rank skill like Hunter and Slayer, it brought unimaginable gains. The only unfortunate thing about it is that it only works on one skill at a time. The good thing, though, is that I can control it myself. And just wait until Mantis kills a strong foe in time to strengthen the Hunter Slayer effect. Now killing a strong enemy strengthens 4 parts and increases attributes by at least 80 points. Yezer couldn't wait. Let's hope there are strong enough opponents in this copy. However, the hope is rather slim as all. 15 more cadets were killed, along with 5 more from East China, and another 7,500 military points were scored, together with the 4,000 accumulated previously, and Yizhe's own 2,150 points. He was already close to being able to enter the 4th floor of the treasury of the Jin Demon Army headquarters. At the very least, a legendary grade treasure was almost in his pocket. Yizhe was a little more energized and once again opened the copied hunting vision. However, unexpectedly, he found that 5 people actually took the initiative to kill towards him. His gaze moved slightly, rather surprised. This time, it seems like a powerful person has come. A spatial fluctuation appeared, and 5 people appeared out of thin air not far from the barracks. The reconnaissance was right, wasn't it? That's right, there's only one left behind in the neighborhood. Either it's the only lone wolf left on one of the teams, or it's a guardian. Either way, we get points. Lu Anren, who had asked the question, looked at the team rankings at the moment. Her WCC sophomore team is in 5th place and has a chance to move up. Good. Since it was 5 against 1, the 5 weren't prepared to do any tactical setups at all. Lu Anren was currently clad in a light blue vestment, her starry eyes flashing, making her more mysterious and elegant. With a wave of his small hand, the spatial power held the 5 people and teleported them directly to their target. And seeing Yizhe in front of him, Lu Anren's calm demeanor was suddenly startled. Why you? Upon hearing their own captain's alarmed cry, the movements of the 4 teammates who were originally prepared to make a move stalled. Yizhe also couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. Such a coincidence. Although this is the teacher's baby daughter, this is also the team of Huazhong, with an additional 300 military merits per person. It's the last of my gentleness to do it quickly. You're actually still a guardian? Lu Anren looked at him with a complicated expression. It was very difficult to understand why Yizhe was recruited as an instructor. Could it be that his old man used his contacts? Shouldn't he be what good is it to him to let Yizhe come as an instructor? Among her teammates, a long-haired teenager with a thin and white figure coldly sized up Yizhe. As a teammate, he had never seen Ryu Anren show such complex emotions. The long-haired teenager's face is cold. Could it be Lu Anren's ex-boyfriend? What other identity besides ex-boyfriend could cause her to have such mixed emotions? Ministry of Monitoring. Seeing his Huazhong second team, and Yizhe against each other, Wei Zhang immediately became interested and looked at Wan Feipeng and laughed. How about it, Lao Wan? I'll bet with you this time? Upon hearing this, Wan Feipeng, who had always been extremely confident in Yizhe, immediately stopped speaking, because he's seen the 5-man strength of the WCC second team. It can only be said that Central China deserves to be the strongest of the 5 war zones, and the strength of the second team is on par with the first teams of the other regions. Extraordinarily scary. Although Wan Feipeng was out of breath, he was also unconvinced and said indignantly, "One-on-one if you can. What are you 5 guys? 5 against 1? Wei Ping from the headquarters picked up. You instructor, put in the Jin Demon Army is also considered an expert. Let a group of freshmen 1-to-1 is not ashamed." Wan Feipeng snorted coldly, revealing a disdainful and discerning demeanor. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. The entire Ministry of Monitoring is filled with an air of euphoria. In the copy, Lu Anren did not have the slightest intention of letting Yizhe go. In her thoughts, if she let Yizhe go, it would just be a matter of letting the other teams harvest the points, so it would be better to let herself do it. In advance, this is a special training camp battlefield. I won't keep my hands off, Lu Anren said with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Yizhe also laughed heartily. That's great that you think so. Chapter 65, Space Warlock vs. Void Hunter. The martial saint's hand tore through the mecha. As soon as Yi Zhe's words fell, Lu Anrun's heart palpitated violently. Spatial fluctuation. A spatial fluctuation that was very familiar to her appeared behind her. The nerves in his entire body instantly tightened. She didn't even make a move to turn back, immediately casting space teleportation and taking the 5 people away to more than 10 meters away. Mantis blow cut through the air, splitting a huge crack in the ground. So dangerous. It's a space system summoning beast. His strength seems to be extraordinary. Thanks to Sister Anrun, he almost sneaked up on me. Several people in the squad frowned, and the look on their faces as they regarded Yi Zhe was suddenly wary. The last to speak was a lowly figured girl of about 1 meter 5, reaching out to caress behind Lu Anrun. Surprisingly, Lu Anrun consumed mana value instantly replenished. Lu Anrun's eyebrows were locked as she stared at the void mantis. It's spatial like me. It can only be dealt with by me. The long-haired teenager beside her stared at Yi Zhe with a high level of wariness. That instructor will be dealt with by me. Good. Lang Feng, take care of yourselves. I'll come help you guys after I take care of this mantis. Lu Anrun had just finished speaking when the battlefield split into 2 sides. She swung her staff to unleash spatial collapse on the original spot where Mantis was, and majestic secondary power surged through the spatial rift. But Mantis' body vaporized, unharmed. Lu Anrun looked solemn. Can't hit? Unreal type skills? Yi Zhe's summoned beast is so strong? She had been specially recruited into the headquarters after the awakening ceremony, and even Yi Zhe had just learned that he was a summoner profession. However, it wasn't until the mantis struck that she realized that Yi Zhe's summoned beasts had more than this kind of strength. The mantis blade flashed and a white light cut through the air, landing at the spot where Lu Anrun was. However, the latter instantly launched space teleportation and dodged the fatal blow. The earth was once again split by a crack. This scenario happened 5 or 6 times in 2 seconds in rapid succession, with frequent flashes of both. No, his spatial movement is actually faster than mine. The first few times, Ryu Anrun wanted to start releasing skills to return fire after being forced to teleport. But the Mantis Void Shuttle was faster than her spatial teleportation, forcing her to teleport and flee one at a time. She was simply unable to fight back, and she could feel that if she missed once, she would probably be directly seconded. Things seem a little off. Sister Anran is a space system hidden profession, and she would actually lose against a summoned beast? The crowd got worried. The long-haired teenager, Long Feng, had a cold look on his face and spoke proudly. It's okay, it's my turn. In fact, with his strength, even joining the first team of Central China was more than enough. But the reason why they chose the second team was partly because of Lu Anrun's ability as a space warlock. On the other hand, it is looking at Lu Anrun. Lang Feng's gaze swept over Yi Zhe as he said with a single word under his breath. Armed. Apocalyptic battle armor. Long Feng waved his hands, and the battle armor core on his chest flickered with green light. The battle armor coalesced from the core energy to form the parts and assembled on Lang Feng's body. The chest armor, shoulder armor, arm armor, and leg armor in order to fit together, emitting a crisp ringing sound of metal collision. In an instant, a 2 to 3 meter tall single soldier battle armor appeared. Lang Feng was completely covered by a pair of pale green colored exotic battle armor, exuding a terrifying pressure that far exceeded that of a first-rank profession. So it's the rare branch profession of the mechanic, the battle armorist. At such a young age, to successfully harness a battle armor that is at least an epic 2-star or higher. The future is boundless. No wonder even Brother Hunter King isn't willing to gamble. Inside the Ministry of Monitoring, the crowd couldn't help but praise it. Mechanics and battle armorists, unlike other professions, derive their combat power mainly from weapons and battle armor. The latter, in particular, is a costly occupation. A set of battle armor often required the proportioning and forging of countless types of transcendent metals, and the financial resources consumed were extremely exaggerated. But when successfully navigated, the results are remarkable. With this apocalypse battle armor, Lang Feng is now completely capable of rivaling the 3rd rank. Hearing Wei Zheng's words, the crowd couldn't help but nod in anticipation. But Wei Zheng himself did not look happy, but instead looked grave. He looked at Lu Anrun, who was constantly forced back by Mantis, and fell silent. At the very beginning, he actually felt that Lu Anrun alone, with his spatial warlock's ability, would be enough to kill his opponent in seconds. But now, a summoned beast that was actually stronger than the hidden profession's spatial ability. What race and type of summoned beast is this? Even Wei Zheng, the person in charge of Central China, had never seen the abilities of a void creature. For a time, looking at the projection screen, Wei Zhang and Wan Feipeng, the two fell into silence, and looking at the 2 spatial ability users battling against each other. Yi Zhe, himself, was a bit surprised. He was surprised Lu Anrun was actually so well equipped. With the same spatial ability, Her attributes and skills were too different from Mantis's, so theoretically she should have been seconded in 2 shots. However, she had survived until now with her 7 pieces of epic space system equipment. It's worthy of being the key training of the headquarters. Yi Zhe couldn't help but smile. Then his eyes caught sight of Lang Feng, who was clad in battle armor and imposing, and he couldn't help but feel some emotion. He also had a great deal of interest in the battle armorist profession when he first learned about it. Who would turn down a suit of battle armor? However, a set of epic battle armor, not counting the rarity of the materials, cost almost $100 million. Yi Zhe immediately said, "Excuse me." Just as he was thinking about it, the little 1m5 loli on the opposite side of the room applied an extremely strong acceleration buff to Lang Feng. The next moment, it was accompanied by the roar of the supercharged engine. The Apocalypse War armor suddenly rose into the air. The invisible energy pressure spread, the surrounding air sounded like an explosion, and a conical cloud spread out evenly in the rear. Swish dash. Even Lang Feng's teammates couldn't help but feel a few shocks. The Apocalypse War armor accompanied by a powerful storm killed in front of Yi Zhe. However, Lang Feng's first words when he opened his mouth caused him to be somewhat speechless at once. What is your relationship with Ryu Anren? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe's original expression that was still somewhat expectant suddenly turned into a sigh. This battle armor is really spoiled for you. Your teammates are fighting for you and you're wasting your time talking about this? Lang Feng's anger flared up. Looks like you won't answer until you're crippled. When the Apocalypse battle armor is armed, strength, speed, energy, and so on all get a huge boost, giving a feeling of explosive combat power. Under this surge in battle power, it gave Lang Feng the confidence to control everything. Boom! The roar of the Apocalypse battle armor's superpower engine resounded once again. Yet the next second, he was greeted with a fist the size of a sandbag. Uppercut. Bang! Lang Feng had actually reacted to the punch, and he promptly threw his full strength against it. However, this Apocalypse battle armor, which was comparable to the 3rd rank, was as fragile as white paper in front of the martial Saint Panda. The fist with the martial saint deity chi blasted out, crushing one arm of the battle armor, and with flying sparks, it ruthlessly smashed into the jaw of the Apocalypse battle armor. Lang Feng, who was inside the battle armor, only felt his eyes go black. The malfunction alarms and ringing in his ears from the damage to his battle armor were constantly intertwined. If it wasn't for the fact that this set of epic battle armor cost nearly $100 million and had decent protection, Lang Feng would have already appeared outside the copy by now. Yet that's not all. Panda reached down and yanked one of the legs of the knocked-away battle armor and whacked it hard on the ground. Accompanied by a sound of metal shattering, the massive super-energy engine beams at the core of the battle armor suddenly went out. Just 2 punches, dry shattering the battle armor. At this moment, not only the outside monitoring department, but also the 2 teammates of the 2nd team of Central China, only feel their breath stagnate. This was an Apocalypse battle armor that was comparable to the 3rd order, put in the ancient battlefield even if it is not invincible. It is also the first few strong, so 2 punches dry scrapped? Inside the monitoring department, the pupils of the crowd contracted violently, their faces horrified. Is this instructor really below the 3rd order? Even when the Panda killed the previous teams in seconds, they were not so shocked at all, because in the crowd's judgment, the Panda should be at the top of the 2nd rank in terms of battle power, and it was indeed reasonable to kill the cadets at the top of the 1st rank in seconds. But now, you even killed a 3rd order strength in seconds? It's too much. Of all the people's reactions, it was surprisingly Wei Zhang who had less emotional turmoil, because the moment he saw that Mantis was able to deal with Lu Anren, he vaguely sensed that things were a bit bad. Wan Feiping was instantly beaming with joy, almost as if he had won the lottery. Asterisk. Awesome. Come on old Wei, open the bet. But obviously, no one would respond to Wan Feiping. All of them focused on the projection. The 3 remaining members of Huazhong's 2nd team had to make a move to rescue them after a moment of stagnation. They had originally thought that Lang Feng was 10 out of 10 and were going to help Lu Anren deal with Mantis. Now it's good that he didn't even last a single glance. Fortunately, because of Lu Anren's spatial teleportation ability, her team members were all melee combat professions, the remaining 1 man and 2 women. Apart from 1 auxiliary, the remaining 2 were not as strong as Lu Anren and Lang Feng, but their fighting strength was not weak. But the next moment, boom! Without waiting for the 2 combat professions to make a move, a heavenly thunderbolt struck down first. 1m5 auxiliary profession lowly girl face white, but at this moment no one to protect her. In a hurry, she transformed her body into an illusory mass, unharmed, while floating like a balloon toward the sky. The other 2 didn't have this kind of life-saving skill and could only rely on their equipment to resist the heavenly thunder. But this time, The little fox that waved the spell ball to cast the spell learned its lesson and moved all 3 tails in unison. Boom! Second shot. Third shot. Fourth shot. 4 consecutive rounds of heavenly thunder. Each shot does more damage than the previous one. Not to mention these two. Even if 2 super strong shield guards were to come, they would still be chopped to death. Their team would have been capable of avoiding it. But Ryu Anran was being chased by Mantis and was unable to help. Kill Trialist *2. Gain experience plus 2000. Ding! Your level has increased to level 15. Talent, you gain 1 draw of infinite gold phrase. The other side of the battlefield. The 2 spatial abilities kept flashing in the air. Hearing the sound of rolling heavenly thunder, Lu Anrun inexplicably felt that something was wrong. But her whole body and mind were already a little tired just from dealing with the mantis. After a moment's hesitation, she gathered most of her body's mana and unleashed her profession skill, Space Blockade. In an instant, the small space where Mantis was located was inflicted with a weak force of law that prohibited displacement and traveling to other spaces. Mantis was blocked in a space by her, but this skill, the reason why she didn't use it before, is because with her current career level, it has a big drawback. She needed to consume her spirit with all her might to maintain the power of the Space Blockade law. In other words, she and Mantis were forced to trade one for the other. Moreover, once Lu Anrun's mental power was exhausted, she would be powerless to fight back when the Mantis came out. The situation at hand left her with no choice but to give her teammates the chance to win. Controlling Mantis, Lu Anrun finally had time to catch his breath and silently looked in the direction of his teammates. In the next moment, one of her small faces fell into a rare stupor. Where's my teammate? Chapter 66 15th word, Equipment Shredder. As the rolling heavenly thunder shook down, the battlefield was scorched black. Lu Anrun carefully scanned again. That's right, her teammates all lost. This is too fast. Although Lu Anrun and Mantis had gone through a lot of moves, the 2 spatial ability users, who were extremely quick to strike, had fought for just a minute or 2 past. In such a short period of time, all 4 of her teammates, who were ranked among the top in the whole of Huazhong and had been given high hopes by her, collapsed. Especially Lang Feng. She was aware of the strength of the battle armor master. Although people were usually not too reliable, but the combat strength was definitely one of the best. And now, was beaten up like a defeated dog. A terrifying thought came to Ryu Anrun's mind. Could it be that this Mantis I'm dealing with isn't even Yizei's strongest summoned beast? One can't help but be a little alarmed. Originally, after she awakened the Space Warlock profession and was specially recruited into the headquarters, she had always felt that she had already surpassed Yizei. The confidence that had once been knocked out by Yizei with his liberal arts grades had gradually found its way back for the most part, just waiting for the end of the special training camp, back to Lin Yuan City to show off in front of Pops. Results now. Awakening his hidden profession. How could he not even compare to Yizei in terms of combat power? When on earth will you turn over a Ryu Anrun? Thinking of this, Lu Anrun couldn't help but have her battle spirit skyrocket. Her pair of starry eyes rejuvenated. We can't fight hard anymore. We have to outsmart them. She realized the gap in hard power, and then made a decisive decision, that she had to run away first. She still had the last bit of mental energy left. If she didn't run now, I was afraid that she would be completely out of it later. She took one last look at the only 2 players left on the field. Long Feng, the mech was almost scrapped and the man fell into a coma. I'm afraid I'll have to put myself on the line to save him. It's not worth it. There is another one. The auxiliary girl in the team, Luo Yao, is floating in the sky at this time. That was a life-saving skill exclusive to her profession. Incarnate an unattackable spirit body while being unaffected by any damage or effects. But it didn't last long. Lu Anrun saw this and decisively space teleported to her side. Oh, finally saved. Luo Yao was pitiful, with an expression of having been robbed of her life. The reason why she flew to high altitude was because she was afraid of being caught by Yizei, the bad guy, and in the process, giving her teammates a chance to rescue her. Luo Yao immediately reached out and cast a spell to replenish Lu Anrun's mana. Ryu Anrun, however, was too late to celebrate. This was because without her mental power to maintain it afterward, the space blockade could only last for a second or 2 at most before the Mantis would come after them. She immediately consumed a large amount of mana and activated long-distance spatial teleportation. The 2 women abruptly disappeared from their original location. Run away? In fact, Yizei was not surprised. Forget it, you can't run away from the temple. Having a mana restoring assist with a space warlock is really not a good chase. But, each level of the ancient battlefield would gradually shrink the terrain, and eventually there would be no way to run, so no one would be able to escape after all. Afterward, Yizei looked at Long Feng who was unconscious on the ground, but this one won't let go. By the way, help Mr. Ryu teach a lesson to the pig that tried to arch his family's cabbage. The treasure is definitely up for grabs, but before that, The corners of Yizhe's mouth rose as he unleashed Skill Enhancement Ultra. Enhanced Treasure Taking. Show me the limits of robbery. Skill Enhancement Super takes effect. Capture treasure. Probability of capturing any treasure on the target. Reinforcement. Capture treasure, super, 100% capture any 3 to 5 treasures on the target. Hiss. So this is the ING robbery. This was the effect of being strengthened by a legendary exclusive skill. Compared to the super enhanced one, the previous capture was downright gentle. Yizhe instructed the squirrel. Grab it. Grab 5 pieces. Grab it and send him for elimination. Although most of the battle power of a battle armor master relied on battle armor, it was impossible to not wear equipment on oneself. Moreover, being able to spend nearly $1 billion to create a battle armor, the equipment on Lang Feng's body was certainly not bad. Fruity. 5 epics were seized to hand, and there was no shortage of epic 4 or 5-star high-quality equipment. I was kind enough not to grab the battle armor. Yizhe couldn't help but lament. Of course, the main reason was that he wasn't a battle armorer and couldn't play with it, and it had been heavily damaged and would be an expense to fix it again. Kill Trialist. Gain experience plus 1000. Long Feng, who originally had the strength of the top 10, was just ruthlessly eliminated. At the same time, Yizhe smoothly began to extract words. After killing a few members of the Central China 2 team, he had long since managed to get him up to level 15. 15th entry. You have drawn the Golden Legend level phrase, Equipment Shredder. Equipment Crusher, destroy equipment by any means. After the number of destroyed equipment reaches 7, the probability of obtaining higher quality equipment. The higher the quality of the destroyed equipment, the greater the chance of obtaining higher quality equipment. After seeing this phrase, Yizhe's first reaction was, outrageous. Destroying 7 pieces of equipment to have the probability of getting a higher quality build is a bit too extravagant. But think about it. It would be different if you could get legendary quality equipment. There were very few ways to obtain legendary equipment. Not to mention on the market. Even the major clans and forces in the country did not have many of them. Even the space warlock Luanren, who had been specially recruited and trained by the headquarters, was only in epic equipment. Also, the entry doesn't say that you can only get up to legendary gear. If the future can burst above the legend, then the value of this word can be too big. With this thought, Yizhe was ready to try it first. In his backpack, he now has 13 pieces of epic equipment, and 1 piece of excellence is robbed. I was going to give the panda a bite if I couldn't use it, but now I can try the new words first. The problem is that Equipment Crusher and Eat What You Eat kind of clash, and both kinda consume equipment. Yizhe only felt that the financial pressure had increased a little more, but in the next moment, his movements jerked to a halt, and he looked at the word explanation again as if he had thought of something. Equipment can be destroyed by any means, so isn't me letting the panda eat it a way of destroying the equipment? Yizhe was lost in thought, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If so, it's the equivalent of a panda eating equipment to add attributes while also getting new equipment of higher quality. Wouldn't that be whoring for nothing? Try it quickly. Yizhe immediately bestowed the new phrase to the panda. It was a random one anyway, and it wouldn't be a loss if the effects didn't stack. The word Equipment Crusher was given successfully. This time around, the word, on the contrary, did not allow the panda to ascend. After all, the difficulty of ascending the star after legendary quality increases dramatically. Not to mention that it's not a combat-oriented phrase. Yizhe can't wait. Take out a piece of excellent level equipment to the panda to try the effect. Excellent equipment. Bitten by a panda. What you eat makes up for what you get. Consume Rosebud Light Armor. Gain, Physique plus 6. Agility plus 6. Equipment Shredder, destroyed equipment, 1/7. Holy, against all odds. Chapter 67 All Cadets United. A piece of equipment that triggers the effect of 2 words. Now it's not just about adding attributes, but eating more can even explode new equipment. Yizhe only felt as if these pieces of equipment in his backpack had directly doubled in value. In his excitement, Yizhe pondered the effects of the Equipment Shredder. The higher the quality of the destroyed equipment, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality equipment. Then I'll try with the lowest quality ones first. For the first test, he was going to try to see what the probability of popping a legendary quality was first. If he failed this time, he could still try again with the 7 pieces of the highest quality, and could first judge the zone of exploding legendary equipment. Take the lowest quality first, but it's all 1 and 2 star epics. 6 pieces of epic were eaten by the panda in one bite. If an onlooker saw it, they would inevitably have a heartache. What you eat makes up for what you get. Gain, Strength plus 20. Fire Elemental Mastery plus 20%. Gain, Agility plus 18. Wind Elemental Mastery plus 18%. Gain, Spirit plus 9. Physique plus 9. Thunder Elemental Mastery plus 18%. The same type of thing. As with current gear, grows less attributes the more times you eat it. Like a bottle of Coke, the first sip is always the best, but the more you drink the pleasure diminishes until the last sip. Of course, the added attributes are still substantial, especially when the last piece of epic gear is eaten. Equipment Crusher, destroyed equipment has reached 7 pieces. Obtaining new equipment, Berserk. As the prompt popped up, a burst of golden light erupted in front of the panda. A golden light flashed, like a gift box being opened, and a short blade fell, sticking into the ground. The blade of the short sword was dark blue in color, with a layer of mysterious floating light flowing from the blade, like layers of ocean waves churning. Rampage. Grade, 15. Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, Damage Multiplier 210%. Strength plus 40. Agility plus 40. Ignore Defense 30%. Special Effect, each attack comes with an additional arc wave chop. Damage equals, Strength plus Agility, asterisk 200%. Really out of legendary gear. Yi Zhe couldn't help but get excited. But thinking about the price paid, it was reasonable. 6 epic. 1 excellent. Market price of more than 20 million but at least it proves that about 6 epics will pop a legendary equipment. At this cost, if it was a direct destruction, Yi Zhe would still be a little heartbroken. But this is for the panda to eat. First up, the attributes. The equipment is not too much to say that it is picked up for nothing. That's a lot of money. This short sword, however, was not well suited to be equipped by any of his battle-type summoned beasts. Yezer chooses to hand it to the squirrels. This legendary equipment, replacing the rare quality Red Devil Blade, had risen another huge chunk in combat power. Now, a support-type summoned beast's combat power was extremely terrifying. In the backpack, the remaining 7 pieces of equipment were no longer low-star epics. They were all 3 stars or higher. I wonder this time, what kind of equipment can be exploded? Yi Zhe handed over the remaining 7 pieces to the panda as well. What you eat makes up for what you get. Gain, Physical Fitness plus 25. Physical Damage Resistance plus 20%. Equipment Crusher, destroyed equipment has reached 7 pieces. Obtaining new equipment, Immovable Mountain. This time, the golden light burst out. It was a piece of armor. Bronze color is the main tone. Metallic luster with golden texture. Like a mountain range pattern. Heavy and solid. Unmovable as a mountain. Grade, 15. Quality, Legend. Attributes, Defense plus 300. Strength plus 40. Constitution plus 60. Fixed damage reduction 100. Special effect, actively unfolds a mountain power shield that absorbs 10,000 damage and cuts down significantly on lightning and water elemental damage. Set, 1/6. Legendary 4 stars. Twice the attributes of epic high star armor of the same level. And, it's actually a suit. A legendary grade 6-piece set. If you can collect them all, the set effect must be very strong. This armor belongs to. Yi Zhe hesitated between the mantis and the panda, and then chose to give the warrior positioning to the panda. Now, with the panda's current attributes, it was almost approaching the 4th rank, and at that moment, Yi Zhe was preparing to look for the next wave of prey. The 3rd level of the ancient battlefield, however, has opened. Current number of people remaining, 40. The 3rd level of the ancient battlefield space opens. Vanguard City opens. Double the points you get for killing the enemy. 40 remaining. Another 40 eliminated so soon? Duan Tianchen, the captain of the Central China team, who was dressed in a red-colored robe, couldn't help but frown. Although, the combined points of their Huazhong first team always firmly occupy the 1st place in the ranking. But still, I felt the pitfalls. On the scoreboard, the kill points totaled only this much. Why did so many people die? Team member Vanson wondered. After all, Yi Zhe had killed nearly 20 more people in a short period of time, resulting in a serious mismatch between points and deaths. Could it be that some danger has invaded the copy? It shouldn't. Duan Tianchen pondered. And at the same time, as the 3rd level of the ancient battlefield opened, the location of the crowd changed once again. This time, the 5 people from the Central China team were actually teleported in front of the 5 people from the North China team. The 2 powerhouses got in your face. Duan Tianchen interrupted his thoughts and looked across at Captain Shu He, his pair of narrow eyes sharp as a hawk. It's you? How about showing me what a painter can do? At this moment, Shu He, in addition to the giant tortoise under the crowd seat, had an additional soaring blazing fire dragon beside him. Afraid of you? Facing Huazhong, who was recognized as the strongest, Shu He's battle intent was undiminished, and the 10 of them were ready to go. But just then, 2 figures abruptly teleported over. Don't fight yet, you guys. The touch-and-go battle was suddenly stopped by Lu Anren and Luo Yao, who rushed over. Shu He froze, and even Duan Tianchen fell into doubt. Lu Anren? Where's your second team? As the same team from Central China, Duan Tianchen understood the strength of the second team. With the fighting strength of Lu Anren and Leng Feng, even if they encountered multiple teams of attackers, they should be able to retreat in one piece. How did you get hit like that? Listen to me first. There's an instructor in the duplicate that's fighting out of place. I doubt it. It's a special mission arranged by headquarters. Ryu Anren began to recount the situation methodically and quickly. On her way to escape, she pondered a lot, especially Yi Zhe's strength, which was too exaggerated. The only possible explanation is that it is the handiwork of headquarters or the military. As it happens, Lu Anren heard when he was at the headquarters that there were more and more large-scale battles of the abyssal evil demons. Can't say for sure that this is HQ trying to test their ability to fight as a team. That must be it. Lu Anren succinctly and clearly explained the encounter and opinions. People who can be tacticians are generally not bad at eloquence. Therefore, all of us cadets should unite first. We can only beat him if we work together first. Hearing her words, both Duan Tianchen and Chu He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The other side of the third level of the ancient battlefield, Fu Wanjun, who had a head of blue hair, faced by Wei, the demon warrior of the opposite East China team, and said seriously, "So, do you understand? The reason why the trainees are dying in battle so quickly, and the reason why the kill points don't match, must all be the work of that instructor. If we don't cooperate, we'll definitely be eliminated against that instructor again." Around the two men, the remaining four teammates each stood at attention, and once the two captains had a bad talk it was likely that they would go to war immediately. White Wei was silent for a moment, firing off one question after another. "That instructor you said was strong? It can kill a level 40 evil demon general in seconds. How do you know?" "I saw him twice with my own eyes, in the polluted land and outside the replica." "No kidding? I swear by the professional faith of Thunderbolt." Hearing this, Bai Wei no longer hesitated. "Fine, I'll cooperate with you for now. I'll split the victory with you after killing that instructor." That's right. Fu Wanjun was much more relaxed and the two touched fists. South China 1 and East China 1 are officially united. Within the Ministry of Monitoring, a group of top executives and people in charge look odd. Say yes to the cadets against the copies. Why is it almost turning into a boss fight? Chapter 68, passed you over to die? That's not good, is it? Should we intervene? Seeing the crowd of trainees starting to form teams, someone couldn't help but ask. Wei Zhang didn't even look back. Why should I intervene? In the face of a strong enemy, if you don't cooperate, you'll only die, which is very much in line with the rules of the battlefield. At those words, the crowd couldn't help but nod slightly. Now it's up to you. Which team will succeed in defeating this instructor? Among the crowd, only one Feipeng once again said indignantly, "What kind of strength is it for so many teams to fight one? Have the ability to fight one-on-one?" This time no one was flirting with one Feipeng, because it was true. The instructor he brought had already beaten most of the squads into submission. It's possible for this small group of the nation's geniuses to combine their efforts to defeat a single instructor. This is unprecedented at the genius camp. Wu Ming laughed in a low voice. "It's okay, Lao Wan. Yi Zhe he has already proved his strength. When he comes out, the reward that should be given will definitely not be less. You haven't wasted your time this year." In the last sentence, he couldn't help but flirt a bit more. Compared to the geniuses that one Feipeng had brought in the past, this time Yi Zhe simply shocked everyone. However, the crowd, including Wu Ming, all acquiesced to one fact. Being able to make the various squads join forces to target them, Yi Zhe shouldn't be far from elimination. And at this point, outside the replica, inside the medical tent, Long Feng, who had been beaten to unconsciousness, was rescued and brought to consciousness by a physician from the special training camp. While no one really dies within the copy, the injuries and pain suffered can still be a momentary reprieve. After coming to his senses, Lang Feng covered his face in pain and prayed silently inside. "Let's hope that Anren Ryu didn't see me knocked out." Rao himself felt a bit humiliated. It was going to be a bozo mess, but it turned out to be a big. With the full strength of the Apocalypse War armor, if it is not past the face to be second, it is not possible to say that there is still room to maneuver. Lang Feng, after a burst of agonizing review, his eyes could not help but fall on his arm, and then incredibly looked at his whole body. "Where's my gear? Where did my 5 pieces of epic equipment go?" The wailing spread throughout the medical tent. It even attracted a number of physicians from the medical profession who rushed over to examine him, thinking that he was having an injury attack. Not far away, there were several other trainees who had been robbed by Yi Zhe before. It was actually a silent blessing to see. Even Lang Feng was robbed of 5 pieces of equipment, while we were only robbed of 1. It seems acceptable. Does it mean that we actually performed better than Lang Feng? It's possible. The third level of the ancient battlefield. After a short period of thinking, the two teams, Duan Tianchen and Xu He, decided to agree to cooperate with Lu Anren. Naturally, it wasn't that he believed Lu Anren's side of the story. It was just that, through the kill points on the list, these two powerful teams had also discovered the strangeness in the ancient battlefield early on, and happened to take the opportunity to reach a brief cooperation. First things first, who gets the points after killing that instructor? Xu He looked at the two captains of Huazhong indifferently, but Lu Anren interrupted him and said, "It's a little early to be thinking about that. I'm afraid we'll have to pull another strong team in order to deal with him." As soon as these words came out, Duan Tianchen, Xu He, and a few of the team members' expressions were a bit offended as well as indignant. The two teams they ranked in the top 5 joined forces. Could they not deal with a single instructor in Lu Anren's eyes? Just kidding. And without much understanding, Lu Anren directly asked Luo Yao to explain why. Because when she soloed Mantis, only Luo Yao witnessed how her teammates lost and the strength of Yi Zhe's summoned beasts. Until after hearing one punch to Lung Feng's epic mecha. After hesitating for a moment, Duan Tianchen and Xu He agreed to find another squad to work with. Consider it for insurance purposes. Although this fact was hard to believe, Duan Tianchen knew Luo Yao. This little loli was not good at lying in the slightest and possessed credibility. As it happened, another full formation of 5 men came along at that moment. Those who entered the third tier of the battlefield and still managed to maintain a full team were more or less strong. And seeing the iconic red hair of the captain at the head, the identity of the visitor was self-evident. Xu Xiao, you came just in time. What? Wanna fight with me? It's fine if your two teams come together. Xu Xiao was extremely muscular and powerful, with a head of blazing red hair as arrogant as his character, and he dared to walk towards the two strong teams even with his bare hands and empty fists. When Xu He saw him, he silently cursed. Reckless. Duan Tianchen indifferently said, "There's no rush if you wanna fight. There's a special situation right now." Ha! Xu Xiao disdainfully skimmed his mouth, and then Lu Anren retold the matter once more and invited him to cooperate. Who knows? Xu Xiao laughed out loud after hearing this, his teasing and mocking intent undisguised. What kind of bull instructor is too strong? In the end, it's you who are too much of a waste, to be able to be beaten by an instructor and run away? Oh, when these words came out, the crowd looked unhappy, and even the little lowly Luo Yao couldn't help but become indignant. Pointing at him, he gritted his teeth and cursed. What are you talking about? She was fine with scolding her, but she couldn't bear scolding Lu Anren. Unfortunately, Luo Yao is only an auxiliary. Coupled with the image of a petite and delicate sweet girl, scolding people is really not much lethality. A little bit of anger. Ha! Xu Xiao glared at her, tiger-like fuzz and whiskers surfacing on both sides of his face, accompanied by a cold snort sounding like a tiger's roar. An invisible martial pressure enveloped everyone present. Luo Yao's small face white, pouting mouth hastily shrink back behind Lu Anren. Lu Anren's face remained unchanged, his expression still bland as he said, "In that case, I can teleport you over to him. Would you like to try? Looking for him? The instructor?" The corner of Zhu Zhao's mouth quirked. He, I'm not one of you pussies. There are at least 5 or 6 instructors who have died at my hands. With that, he turned the tables, but why don't I beat you all to death first? Without waiting for the unhappy-faced Duan Tianchen and Xu He to open their mouths, Lu Anren said first, "If you can win against him, I can give you all the points of my Huazhong second team. Otherwise, you won't be able to eliminate any of them with me around." Thinking that Lu Anren was a spatial profession, even Zhu Xiao couldn't help but feel a hint of trickiness. If you can get all the points for the WCC2 team, you might as well say yes. You're a woman. You're not going to lie to me, are you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lu Anren responded nonchalantly. However, Zhu Xiao laughed and believed a few more points. The expression was proud. Good. Teleport me there. When I eliminate that instructor, I'll come get your points. At those words, Duan Tianchen and Xu He had odd expressions on their faces as they silently looked at Lu Anren. The latter immediately waved his staff, and the spell formation containing the power of space enveloped the 5 members of Zhu Zhao's Huaxi first team, opening up teleportation. Enemies hit by her spatial skills are marked with a spatial seal, allowing her to locate them for teleportation for a period of time. In a moment, Zhu Zhao's squad was teleported away. The location of the teleportation was exactly the neighborhood where Yi Zhe was. Seeing this, Luo Yao blinked her big eyes and curiously said, "Sister Anren, will he die?" Ryu Anren flicked his staff around. "Don't worry, the other side of the ancient battlefield." Yi Zhe was randomly teleported to a very bad location this time. Extraordinarily remote, and he couldn't even see any other squads within his field of vision. One could only approach the center of the 3rd level, Pioneer City, first. However, he didn't expect that with a flash of spatial fluctuation, A small team of 5 people actually teleported over from the surrounding area. You, the instructor? Looking at Zhu Xiao, who suddenly appeared with an overwhelming aura. Seeing this, Yi Zhe smiled with interest. Oh, let me guess. You've offended Luanren, right? Otherwise, she would never have teleported you here. To die. Chapter 69, Bear Paw slaps Tiger's face. Aggression is like fire. Sent to die? Zhu Xiao sneered and opened his mouth to sneer. You're quite confident. After saying that, tiger-shaped fluff and whiskers once again appeared around his mouth, and crimson blood chi erupted around his body. The corner of Yi Zhe's mouth lifted. I hope the equipment on you is good enough. Zhu Xiao didn't understand why Yi Zhe asked that. Shouldn't he be harder to beat if I'm well equipped? However, Zhu Xiao had never dwelled on this kind of issue, and with a loud laugh, a shocking martial aura erupted around him. The aura, like a volcano about to erupt, gradually rose. Seeing this, the people in the monitoring department couldn't help but concentrate. A strong confrontation, worthy of being from a martial artist family. At a young age, the ancient martial arts are already close to the level of a grandmaster. Will it win? There is a class of people in China who practiced ancient martial arts before the Transcendent Era and never spread the word. Generation after generation. And after the arrival of the universal transfer, they cooperated with the martial arts class occupation, and carried forward the ancient martial arts, gradually forming a martial arts family with a strong power. The Huaxi Zhu family, where Zhu Xiao was from, was one of them. Combined with ancient martial arts, they are usually stronger than professionals of the same level when it comes to combat. The head of Huaxi was fully focused. Zhu Xiao was after all his last trump card of Huaxi. I don't know what I saw, but someone sighed. I can't believe there's a full body transformation system talent. At this moment, accompanied by a tiger whistle, Zhu Xiao's eyes revealed a hideous killing intent as his entire body rapidly expanded. The head, arms, torso, and legs, one after the other, burst through the clothes and transformed into a huge tiger, covered with reddish-colored lines. A shape-shifting talent that changes a part of the body into the form of another species to enhance combat effectiveness. And the full body transformation line, more advanced. The whole body changes forms and the combat power explodes. Although Zhu Xiao was wild, he didn't take the enemy lightly in the slightest, and opened the game by directly amplifying his moves. Because he had received a message from the second team, vaguely learned that the instructor in front of him was not weak. At the same time, 2 teammates behind him attached 2 sets of support buffs to him. Zhu Xiao's squad was formed entirely with him at the center, with 2 support and 2 control class professions as teammates. This combination allowed Zhu Xiao's battle power to be fully utilized. Come and fight. Zhu Xiao's battle intent skyrocketed. Yet the next moment, a black and white figure killed in front of him with incredible speed. Zhu Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted. Even with his martial artist's perception, he didn't notice the other party's movements. Paw dash. The bear's paw slapped Zhu Xiao's tiger face. The martial saint's astral chi condensed in his palm, wrapped in a terrifying sense of oppression, and suddenly blasted out. A red-striped giant tiger flew out, smashing 2 of his teammates and falling into the ground to smash a large pit. It's really strong enough. Taking a slap from a panda actually didn't kill him. Yi Zhe couldn't help but marvel. And in the next moment, the red-striped figure leapt up from the big pit and crossed the air like a flying rainbow, directly attacking the martial saint panda. This claw, strangely fast and extremely powerful in its outburst. If it were an ordinary 3rd stage, it would be easy to be seriously injured. But for martial arts saints, these techniques of ordinary martial artists were like the playfulness of children. In an instant, the martial saint panda dodged calmly sideways and used the inertia of his opponent's impact to slam his fist down from above. Boom dash! Like a meteorite smashing into the ground, the red-striped giant tiger landed on the ground, splashing earth and rocks, and smashing out a huge pit once again. The difference in strength was too obvious. Inside the monitoring department, many people sighed and shook their heads, their eyes moving away. This instructor, his strength is at least of the 3rd rank. This kid, Zhu Xiao, is miserable. What level of strength is this? In the end, lying in the stone pit, Zhu Xiao was somewhat lost in thought. Being a martial artist himself, his reaction speed and fighting skills were far superior to normal people, so he was like a fish out of water in the battle. Only when facing their own elders, those martial arts masters, would they vaguely feel this total suppression? No way to fight back. And this summoned beast, the feeling it gave him was actually greater than the pressure he felt when facing his own elders, above the patriarch. But he didn't have a chance to think about it anymore. The severe injuries to his back and head left him unable to support his transformed form, and he fainted as he resumed his human form. Only one support left, a control profession. Voted directly. Squirrel. Work. Yi Zhe was in quite a good mood. I really did offend Luan Rana, and now I haven't even passed you back. Then let's help her get her revenge. This one leading the way grabbed 5 pieces and 1 for each of the others. Rob and kill. Just over 2 minutes have passed. Duan Tianchen and Chu He were still in place and didn't move as they waited for Zhu Zhao's result. After all, how strong this instructor Yi Zhe was all based on Lu Anren's side of the story, and it was difficult to prove it. Now that someone has confirmed it for them, they can also make timely adjustments to their next strategy. Luo Yao stared intently at the team panel, fearing that Zhu Zhao's kill points would suddenly rise. Lu Anren sat in silent meditation. Inwardly, he was also silently speculating about the battle. Suddenly, Luo Yao said excitedly, "Sister Anren, the names of the entire Huaxi first team have been grayed out." The crowd was shocked at these words, especially Duan Tianchen and Chu He. The level of danger towards that instructor rose a few more points within their hearts. They know the strength of Zhu Xiao, which was killed in just over 2 minutes. No wonder even Lu Anren is so afraid. Lu Anren's face remained bland, but inwardly, he followed with a cheering, "Well done, Yezer. After all, she is not a living Buddha. How can she not have a temper when being scolded in public, just so that Yi Zhe can help himself to avenge?" Wait. She suddenly froze. Why did she feel like a mole? Doesn't matter. Yezer she still has to deal with now anyway. After all, there are different camps in the copy. However, once Zhu Xiao died, the cooperation between Lu Anren and the other 2 teams went even smoother. Teams continue to expand while laying out plays. On the contrary, Yi Zhe had once again harvested 9 epics from Huaxi's first team. And it's all 2 to 5 stars. Worthy of being a son of a family. The equipment is just great. Sure enough, it's still the fastest way to grab it. If he were to brush it himself, he didn't know how long it would take him to brush this much epic equipment. Since 7 more pieces were satisfied, Yi Zhe once again fed the panda and opened the 3rd piece of legend. What you eat makes up for what you get. Gain, strength plus 15. Fire elemental mastery plus 15%. Equipment crusher, destroyed equipment has reached 7 pieces. Obtaining new equipment, aggression like fire. Chapter 70, 35 and a dozen. After eating 7 pieces of equipment again, a golden light flashed in front of the panda, as if a gift box had been opened. A dark red wrist guard with golden lines, full of the texture of power. There are 2 types of wrist guards. One is purely adding defense attributes, suitable for tanks and shield warriors to wear. The other, which will provide energy increase and power increase when attacking, is the first choice for output warriors. And this wrist guard, just from the looks of it, also undoubtedly belongs to the latter. Aggression on fire. Grade, 15. Quality, legend. Attributes, strength plus 60. Agility plus 40. Bludgeon damage plus 300%. Ignore defense by 50% when bludgeoning. Special effect, 100% strike when attacking an enemy with greater than 50% life value. Set, 1/6. What an offense! The damage boost from this wrist guard was almost as much as the bonus from 2 epic weapons. Strike is a triple damage bonus, with the panda's current attributes. Punching storm, 1 punch a punch. And it was in the same set as the previous, unmovable as a mountain. If this legendary set was put together, how heaven-defying its attributes would be. However, getting 6 pieces together would be too difficult, and they're all legendary 4 stars? I don't know when it will come together. Thinking on the side, Yi Zhe equipped aggression like fire to the panda and replaced the long-ago rare-grade red spirit wrist guard. Second legendary set. But there's a small price to pay. Eating epic quality gear now provides only single-digit attribute bonuses. Meanwhile, Yezer realized, after the opening of the 3rd level of the ancient battlefield, other than the 5 people Zhu Xiao had killed by himself, there was actually no one who had been eliminated. Turn on the hunting vision to scan around, which revealed that the remaining 35 cadets, all together, all of them gathered in the neutral building Vanguard City on the 3rd level of the ancient battlefield, clearly united. Looking at it, the corners of Yi Zhe's mouth couldn't help but raise. Joining forces so quickly, is this preparation for a counterattack against me? Just as well. Saves me looking for them one by one. Yi Zhe used copy to replace hunting sight with martial extreme intent in exchange for an 80% skill cooldown reduction. Since he knew their location, there was no need to use perspective anymore, and switching skill cooldowns would also allow him to use skill enhancement a few more times. Come on, let me meet the super geniuses of this class. In the jagged wasteland, Yi Zhe was clad in a black robe, approaching Vanguard City step by step. On the 3rd level of the ancient battlefield, a small, dilapidated city stood above the wasteland. The squad that originally captured this small city could continue to earn points and could gain a hint of defense buffs for defending the city. But now, it became 35 participants gathered here. I can't believe that a few of our teams had a day to fight side by side. The one who spoke was Fu Wanjun, the captain of South China's first team, who decisively chose to join after he and Bai Wei came across Lu Anren's team. Others might not understand Yi Zhe's true strength, but he had seen it with his own eyes. On top of that, how the squads worked together and cooperated was thanks to Zhu Xiao being killed in seconds. In Lu Anren's opinion, it was a good death. My tactical arrangement, everyone understands. For the battle with the instructor, I will be in charge of the first tactical command, and if I am seconded in an unexpected situation, Su Qing will take over the second command. Lu Anren said, looking serious, a majesty coming out of her clear and cold beauty. She stood in front of the crowd while pulling Su Qing, the red-haired big imperial sister of the Huazhong first team, over to her. There were 6 tacticians present, but if they wanted to make the geniuses from all the regions sincere, Lu Anren, who was at the top of his game, naturally became the first choice for command. At this moment of team combat, even the squads of top experts such as Duan Tianchen and Shu He had temporarily handed over their command. Inside the Ministry of Monitoring, a few senior members of the headquarters could not help but lament. This class of cadets has a great sense of the big picture, mainly because the pre-ranked number 1, Xu Xiao, was seconded, giving them too much pressure. I see that Lu Anren is doing very well, and with the space occupation and tactician status, being the number 1 freshman isn't too much to ask. Wei Zhang, who was on the side, spoke up. It's hard to say. Once the instructor is killed, the squad will once again fight on their own, and then Lu Anren's team will only have 2 people. It will be hard to compete for the top 3. Having said that, Wei Zhang was still quite satisfied with Lu Anren's performance. Inwardly, he had even begun to calculate the matter of forming a special squad in the future. On the other side, Wan Feipeng was already swinging on the sofa. In his words, 35-1, no martial arts, and a win is not a win. However, no one refuted him. After all, even if the first rank against the second rank, 35 to beat 1 is indeed a bit excessive. On Vanguard City, a certain cadet who was in a scouting role looked aghast. Cunning, he doesn't seem to be hiding himself at all. When these words came out, the crowd looked down towards the city. A black-robed Yi Zhe walked over. Marshal St. Panda stood in front of him, Fox and Squirrel each on one side. As for Mantis was nowhere to be seen. It just came from there. One man attacking a city of 35 men. It's too arrogant, isn't it? On the walls, there was indignation. You just swooped in and everyone was fine with it. You just walked through the front door. You're not taking people seriously. Obviously, those who thought so were all those who had never met Yi Zhe head-on. Like Fu Wanjun. His expression was extraordinarily resolute. It's really him. Song Xiaoqiao at her side similarly recognized it and nodded. It's the one from the polluted land. Ryu Anren, who was the tactical commander, didn't have so many extra emotions. Yi Zhe came from the front, which gave her a great opportunity. First group, try it out. As Ryu Anren opened his mouth, a boy whose occupation was Earth Core Guard stepped forward. The earth moves. Skyfire. The Earth Core Guard stomped out, and from the ground around Yi Zhe flew and cracked huge earthen rocks, forming a rock pillar trapping formation to trap Yi Zhe. Then, that red-haired big imperial sister, Su Qing, pinched a bunch of fire into a flaming bird with both hands, and the bird flew towards Yi Zhe in the rock pillar. If it hits, the bird of prey transforms into a pillar of rushing fire, dealing huge amounts of damage in the small space surrounded by pillars of rock. Lu Anren didn't think he could seriously injure Yi Zhe. However, since the opponent stepped into the earth movement trapping formation from the front, he would definitely be hit with a defense or displacement skill. This is the equivalent of a -1 to the bottom card for Summoner. However, the rock pillar trap has just been formed. Only a loud bang was heard as the panda shattered with a punch. Lu Anren's willow brows furrowed as she turned her head and asked, "Didn't you say that the defense of this trap formation is twice as strong as you yourself?" The Geo Core Guard career boy gulped. "Yeah, this means that even if I double my defense, I will still be punched by him in seconds." Chapter 71. Come on, start the show. Voices sucking in cold air resounded through the crowd. Earth Core Guards, already the strongest defense among them. This cannot carry a punch. Zhu Xiao really didn't die unjustly. At the same time, the heavenly flame flying bird, which contained amazing destructive power, was also grabbed by the panda. There was no imaginary explosion. The flaming bird of prey was twisted twice in the panda's hands and turned directly into flying ash. "What's going on here?" the crowd exclaimed. Red-haired big imperial sister Su Qing frowned and said, "I'm afraid that his fire elemental control has reached over 120%. Elemental control attributes nullify damage when there is a 100% difference. Su Qing's fire elemental mastery is only 20%. The panda, on the other hand, had 54% before entering the book, and after eating a load of gear, now has a 129% fire elemental mastery. With her immediate offense thwarted, Lu Anren spoke up in time. "It's okay, it's just an attempt." The crowd eased slightly. and Yezer couldn't help but applaud. Come on, keep the show going. Lu Anren stared at him indignantly and turned her head. Chua understood and threw out 3 scrolls. The picture comes to life and depicts 3 giant dragons. The painter profession, which allows you to turn the object being painted into a physical object. The combat power of the physical object is related to the strength of the target being painted, and the painter's own mental power in painting skills. The same artist who paints Slime and Ancient Dragon naturally has a different painting cycle, difficulty, and strength. Combat style, somewhat similar to Summoner. Painter's paintings, however, are disposable and can only be redrawn when used up. The 3 scrolls unfolded and changed into 3 giant dragons circling in the air, all of which were epic in strength. This was already considered one of Chuhi's bottom cards. Epic level paintings were not that easy to paint, but at this moment, Yizhe looked at the crowd on the city wall and the 3 dragons and said with interest, with so many people, it should be cool to throw a ranged skill, right? The 3-tailed demon fox flicked its tail, and dark purple thunder power flickered in the mana ball. Luo Yao's small face turned white. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, she was extraordinarily fearful of the lightning. Lu Anren calmly said, don't be afraid. We have Geocore guards that will cut down greatly on thunder elemental damage. Before the words left her mouth, the fox threw a shot of Iceling spell and Ice Prisoner first. It was easily blocked by Whiteway's shot. That's all the damage. In the next second, the Heavenly Thunder, which had a 100% damage increase attached to it, descended and blasted out towards Vanguard City. Earthcore guards for protection, and all auxiliaries in the order I've placed them to blood him. Lu Anren issued the order immediately. The boys of the Earth Core Guard profession opened their shields and enveloped everyone, absorbing the damage alone as the 6 nannies buffed and bled him in turn. However, the Heavenly Thunder arrived again. 150% damage increase of Heavenly Thunder, 200% increase, 250% increase, and it was more terrifying than ever. Monstrous thunder fell like the hissing of a thunder dragon, and one by one, it blasted the originally crumbling Vanguard City into 1,000 holes. On the city wall, several milkmaids looked alarmed. The blood level can't be added back. Lu Anren has a bit of a headache. There's no mistaking it. After the lightning elemental damage was drastically cut down by the Earth Core Guard, plus the 6 nurses taking turns returning blood, this actually couldn't even be carried? Shield guard rotation. Ryu Anren had already realized it was too late when he uttered those words. As the 4th Heavenly Thunder fell, the Earth Core Guard was electrocuted alive under the added blood of the 6 nurses. On top of that, the 2nd top shield guard, and the 3 gargoyles were similarly electrocuted. Kill Trialist *2. Gain experience plus 2000. Rank, 15, 8175/26100. Yizhe's experience rose another small knot. However, to his surprise, the cadets on the city were not disillusioned by their deaths in battle, but instead, their wariness increased. Lu Anren said almost the next moment the Heavenly Thunder stopped. That's the 3-tailed demon fox. 4 consecutive Heavenly Thunderbolts is already the limit. Now that she must have entered a skill vacuum, it's time for us to counterattack. Once the word counterattack comes out, Chuhi is the first to make a move, and another scroll is thrown out. I've lost a little too much this time. The 3 giant dragon scrolls were destroyed, yet Chuhi still took out the bottom of his box. 1. A red gold poison scorpion, a level 35 epic boss. Some of the people from North China on the field recognized the beast. This was the leader of the beast tide that had caused great unrest in the border cities of northern China several years ago. It was depicted by Chuhi based on the image record. At the same time, a Dragon Knight professional on the city wall received an orange bottled potion handed over by the Huazhong first team. Shen Mu, I hope you don't make it too hard to drink this time. Don't worry, it's orange flavored. The Dragon Knight took a sip, and a wonderful energy swam around his body, his combat strength increasing dramatically. Another bottle was then fed to the dragon mount under the seat. The overboosted Dragon Knight, and the red gold poison scorpion boss, both killed the panda. However, Lu Anren's orders were not to strike, but to pester. But not until this moment of killing the panda. Dragon Rider Pro just realized how magical this thing is. The level 35 epic boss, Red Gold Poison Scorpion, was directly killed by the panda's one shot of astral energy with red bludgeoning damage. Damn, is this one on? The Dragon Knight's eyes were going wide. This was the leader of the beast tide that had once caused turmoil on the border. Give me some face, will you? The same feeling of heart-dripping blood. There is Chuha. Pressure box of paintings are gone. However, Lu Anren was unperturbed, and the corners of his mouth even rose. Tackle. At the same time, 2 silhouettes suddenly flashed out on Yizhe's left and right sides. 1 magic and martial arts double damage, and 1 attack like a thunderbolt. Bai Wei, the captain of East China's first team, and Fu Wanjun, the captain of South China's first team, both killed as the protagonists of the tackle and decapitate tactic. The spirit contract cloak opened a ghostly blue circular shield beside Yizhe. The shield value of the spiritual contract cloak is 10 times that of Yizhe's spirit and all summoned beasts' physique, and now it has more than 10,000 points as early as. These two first-team captain level damage were easily blocked, but the two attacked with increasing force. Bai Wei did not say a word, and Fu Wanjun was sharping Zhang Yang Dao. Use all your strength, instructor. Don't underestimate us. The words just fell. A crack in the void sliced through his neck. Fu Wanjun's head, with his openly divine face, fell to the ground. In an instant the sound is still there. Kill the trialist. Gain experience plus 1000. I'm so kind to fulfill such a perverted request. Yezer smiled. Beside him, accompanied by a low growl like metal scraping against metal, a dark purple hideous monster, the Void Hunter, finally revealed his form from the void. In the next moment, the void shuttled and instantly moved behind Demon Warrior Bai Wei. Sure enough, he's out. On the city wall, Lu Anrun's pupils suddenly shrunk, but his heart settled down a bit. The only reason she has been staying out of the way is to space out with Mantis, to make sure she doesn't let Mantis decapitate anyone else at will. And now, in order to launch a general attack, she needed to take direct control of Mantis, once and for all. Space blockade. She didn't use her teleportation skill to save Bai Wei, and Bai Wei didn't escape. After seeing Yizhe's strength, they knew that the only way to ensure the control of both Yizhe and Mantis was to lure them with a strong enough human life. That way, they can win. Kill trialist. Gain experience plus 1000. As the alert rang out that Bai Wei had been killed, Yizhe and Mantis were hit by space blockade. Means, Yezer can't use exchange and other displacements. Mantis can't travel to the void realm. But Lu Anrun, too, was unable to use any other spatial skills. Yao Yao will restore my mana for me, and Su Cheng will take over command. After doing all of this, Lu Anrun had to use all of his mental power to maintain it, as well as Luo Yao's continuous recovery, in order to ensure that Yizhe and Mantis wouldn't break free of the blockade. Equivalently, she and Luo Yao had to trade 2 for 2 with Yizhe Mantis. They're the only ones who have a chance to win. Judging by the results so far, everything is going well. The red-haired big imperial sister, Su Qing, immediately issued an order. Wanson, Captain Shua has taken out his bottom card and used it. We can't hide it either. Central China's first team, Wanson of the nature druid profession, nodded. If they couldn't control the martial Saint Panda, then everything they did would be nothing more than playfulness. At this point, the Dragon Knight, who had been enhanced by the potion, was still eliminated by Panda's punch. And, one after another, there were a few more warriors, and 2 more paintings from Chu He, taking flesh and giving it to the panda to kill, just to create opportunities for their teammates, only to hear a bang at that moment. For shoots under the Pioneer City broke out of the ground and grew rapidly, turning into huge branches more than 10 meters thick, with textures like ancient runes that surrounded the panda. Spirit Plant. Legendary Spirit Plant. A nature druid, who could manipulate spirit plants. And these were legendary level spirit plant seeds prepared in advance by his family's forces. Once used properly, it can be utilized to surpass the abilities of the equal ranks. It was impossible to kill the panda, but there was still hope of trapping it. In the end, Duan Tianchen, who was dressed in crimson robes, directly jumped off the city wall. It's over. Instructor. No matter what, the honor of us special training camp trainees can't be cut short here. At the sight of the scene before them, a wave of emotion washed over the heads within the monitoring department. What a dismal tactic. This special camp may not be the strongest ever, but it's certainly the most unified. No, just with people like Lu Anrun and Xu He, they definitely count as the strongest class of freshmen in history. Even Wei Zheng couldn't help but call out the splendor. Indeed, we call them the strongest freshmen in history. There's also Duan Tianchen. His hidden profession is Inquisitor of Purgatory. He's an extremely strong output character, and it's easy to deal with trapped opponents. It is indeed over. At those words, the onlooker Wan Feiping decided not to hold back. Prepare to reveal Yizhe's identity and show this group of people who is the strongest freshman. Didn't your students who blew the whistle have to form a group to beat Yizhe? Pretend what? Wan Feiping was ready to get up and put on his last pussy, but the scene in the projected image in front of him made him freeze a little. Not only him, the entire monitoring department, various senior and responsible persons are in complete shock. Yizhe, who was blocked off by space, finally smiled in the face of the crowd. Come on, you've been given a chance to show yourselves too. It's time to end it. Upon hearing Yizhe's 2 words, the entire room fell silent. As the tactical team, Lu Anrun and Su Cheng, had fallen into silence, Duan Tianchen, Xu He, and the others were on full alert. No one laughed at Yezer's obsession, because by now, everyone only felt that they had one at the limit, and their biggest worry was what kind of undercard Yizhe had. Such strong combat power. Still hides a bottom card? Ryuanran thought quickly as he maintained his spirits. Can we still fix it? Beside her, the red-haired big imperial sister Su Qing clenched her hands. We still have the power to fight. We won't necessarily lose, she said, but saw an illusory glow emanating from the panda. Skill enhancement ancient void, Yezer said in a stating tone as he used his skills. After all, this is a special training camp. It's about the training resources you all can obtain in the future, and I'm kind of giving you all a chance to perform. How about that? I'm a kind instructor, right? Saying that, Yi Zhe revealed a wanton smile. However, this smile fell in the eyes of the crowd of geniuses, and was no different from a devil's smile. What do you mean? You've been giving in to us? Su Qing said in an almost incredulous tone. Yezer said honestly, that's not true. Giving in to you guys is not only disrespectful, it's also disrespectful to the fight. It's just that there are some skills that you won't have a chance to show if I use them early. Of course, it would also look like I'm nerdy in case you guys run off with space teleportation. So it's just right to end the fight at this time. Yi Zhe simply said it, but everyone understood what he meant. It was Ryuanran, using the spatial blockade while not being able to easily do anything else himself. Duan Tianchen stared tightly at Yi Zhe, filled with disbelief. Are you that confident? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe thought seriously for a moment. Yes. Skill enhancement super takes effect. Enhancement ancient shadow super. With a roar, a layer of greenish-colored shadow coalesced on the panda's body. Immediately afterward, the vapors expanded. This time, it became extraordinarily huge. A terrifying figure of 40 to 50 meters. However, I don't know if it was because the panda had changed from a Jiuli war beast to a Jiuli martial saint, or is it because of the super-enhanced ancient void? The vapors that manifested this time were in human form. His ears and temples were like swords and halberds. His body was full of power, and he was clad in bronze battle armor, full of violence, fierceness and majesty. Chi void. This time the virtual shadow aura, completely different from the previous panda virtual shadow, majestic as a high mountain range. Just standing here can make people feel their own insignificance. Some lay down their arms, others fall to the ground. Lu Anren dropped his hands sluggishly, stopping the maintenance of the spatial blockade. It doesn't make sense anymore. As Yi Zhe said, if she faced this in the beginning, she still had the hope of escaping with everyone teleporting. But now that she had just used the spatial blockade, her spatial law power was in short supply, and she couldn't build another large teleportation spell formation in a short period of time. As for Wan Sen's few legend-grade spirit plants, they were instantly destroyed the moment the shadow appeared. Shu He sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have needed so many paintings, and I could have lost less money by struggling a few times less. Red-haired big imperial sister Su Qing stared blankly, her mind blank. So big. She's playing tactics, not divine magic. How is this thing going to fight? Duan Tianchen put down the weapon in his hand and somewhat regretted jumping off the city wall. He was now facing the brunt of the void's intimidating, terrifying pressure. Little lowly Luo Yao, blinking eyes in a trance looking at the Qi shadow, as if it could not accept the blow to cry out. Suddenly, she hugged to Lu Anren. Oh, I want to die together with Sister Anren. Chapter 72, he's a freshman. I don't think you guys know that, do you? The moment that the Qi shadow appeared, it directly broke the cadet team from the psychological line of defense. A boy with a bowman profession didn't believe in evil, holding a bow and shooting violently. 3 hurricane arrows shot at the Chiyu shadow. The moment the bow hit, it didn't even create a trace, directly losing its power and scattering to the ground. Can't hit a point. The strength of the ancient shadow is based on the panda's own attributes exponentially phantom shadow strength. This attack power cannot even be counted as scratching the itch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This special training camp opponent is a bit much. I don't know who roared, deeply empathetic to the geniuses. It wasn't that they gave up resisting, it was that the opponent in front of them simply couldn't resist. In the past special training camps, the instructors were at most second order, and even if there were third order or higher, they would intentionally restrain their strength. After all, this copy type is called Battle Royale, the main test of the team and team combat, the mutual cooperation of the geniuses, as well as the ability to change in the face of danger, is for the future international battlefield, the Abyss exploration to do special training. The instructor this time, as it turned out, was a straight-up boss. What teamwork assignment? Didn't even try to let them live. Seeing the crowd's deeply stricken appearance, Yi Zhe, as an instructor, was immediately ready to play an enlightening role and opened his mouth to encourage. If you're a vegetable, you practice more. Oh no, I should say, never mind. Anyway, The future is promising. Go for it in the future. On the opposite side, the 30 trainees had even more mixed feelings. However, Yizhe was in a good mood and waved his hand and smiled towards the crowd. Bye. As soon as the words fell, Qi Yu's shadow stepped out, accompanied by a huge amount of martial saint deity Qi. This foot shattered the entire Vanguard city, produced a violent vibration like a landslide, covered with jagged boulders of the wilderness, cracked out like a tortoise-shell pattern of cracks, such as the dome of the sky exploded like the momentum of the crowd to the pouring engulfed. Kill Trialist *30. Gain experience plus 30,000. Ding! Your level has increased to 16. Talent, you have been granted 1 infinite gold phrase extraction. Yes. Along with the sound of a boom and collapse, Yizhe received such a large wave of experience at once for the first time. It made the experience bar, which was more than halfway to being upgraded, not only pull right up to full, but also half a tube more. Rank 16, 15075/31600. And Qi Yu shadow of this foot, and even stepped out of tens of thousands of military points. It was estimated that when the headquarters created the position of instructor, they hadn't even thought that an instructor could earn tens of thousands of military honors at the special training camp. In fact, not only did HQ not think about that, much less did he think that a single instructor would be able to eliminate all the trainees. And he actually did have the strength to eliminate all the trainees. Wan Feipeng, you're looking for this below the 3rd rank? If this was below the 3rd rank, I'd eat the projection screen right now. Several headquarters executives, and even the heads of the 3 regions of West, South, and North China were a bit tense. Judging from the projection, the Ancient Void's final strike was among the top battle power even among the 3rd rank. The crowd stared unkindly at Wan Feipeng, only to find that the latter was still staring at the projection with a dumbfounded expression. Wan Feipeng was equally shocked inside. Yizhe, this kid, when did he become so fierce? Lao Wan, you've played it off this time. The head of North China side. You're ready to explain to the special training camp participants, and the forces behind them. In most people's judgment, they all thought that Wan Feipeng had found a 3rd-ranked powerhouse to pose as a 2nd-ranked instructor and come to the special training camp to cause trouble. This kind of thing is outrageous, but Wan Feipeng has the guts to do it. And now the trainees have all been eliminated. The equivalent of a special training camp for nothing. The losses, big and small, add up to hundreds of millions of dollars. And, with the instructor eliminating all the trainees, the forces behind these geniuses must be extremely dissatisfied, not to mention the time and effort spent. Isn't this a hard blow to your own offspring? As expected, before the copy ended, a group of family elders directly barged into the monitoring department, led by the Long family of Central China and the Zhu family of West China. Wei Zheng, give an explanation. What do you mean, you instructor? Strength is clearly a foul. You run a special training camp and then have your instructors eliminate everyone? For fun? Also, even if it's okay to break my Long family's mecha, why did the instructor still manage to rob the equipment and grabbed 5 pieces? And my son Xu Xiao? The elders of the various lineages and clans were filled with righteous indignation and rushed in to demand an explanation. It's a pain in the ass for the guards. There's too many people to stop. But on the contrary, Wei Zhang, the person in charge of Central China, remained calm in the face of the crowd and seemed not to be worried at all. Hold your horses, everyone. Wei Zhang smiled lightly and signaled the crowd not to crowd, then disliked Wan Feipeng. Explain. Don't let me get scolded here. Others who are unfamiliar with Wei Zhang may think that this is a case of the wrongdoer taking the blame and letting Wan Feipeng take the blame himself. But Wu Ming doesn't think so. He, Wan Feipeng, and Wei Zhang were hairy and detrimental friends, as well as brothers and comrades in arms, and Wei Zhang was the oldest of the 3, so it was correct to say big brother. Even if Wan Feipeng really did something wrong, Wei Zhang would definitely step in to send everyone away and come back to educate Wan Feipeng alone. But now, Wu Ming was pretty sure that Wei Zhang recognized Yizhe. He recognized Yizhe as a freshman of this class. Since he's a freshman, what did Yi Take do? But looking at Wei Zhang's expression, Wu Ming was on the contrary alert. My talent in East China seems to be unprotected. At this moment, Wan Feipeng stepped forward. There wasn't the slightest hint of weakness, and the whole thing was smiling and spirited. Pointing at the dozens of lineage elders in front of him, he said, actually, I think, our instructor has a saying that is quite good. Vegetables, just practice more. At those words, the dozens of genius elders almost exploded with anger. What do you mean, Wan Feipeng? Are you still going to force us to seal up with your 6th rank strength? Even though we don't have a 6th rank, we're not easy to bully. The crowds that came to claim their rights were agitated and fist-pumping, but no one dared to come forward again. Wan Feipeng waved his hand. I mean, the talents you've cultivated. They're too weak. Isn't it normal to lose a fight and be eliminated? Besides, if this place isn't a copy, not to mention robbing you of a few pieces of equipment, even if you're crippled, it's still because you're not as skilled as you should be. After a cold snort, Zhu Zhao's father, a 5th-ranked martial artist, stood out. Humph. Of course I know what you're talking about. Old me also came from back then. I don't care how the juniors fight each other, but this instructor of yours arranged it. It's obviously above the 3rd rank. When I can't see that. Hearing this old martial artist's statement, the parents nodded their heads and became even more energized. Wan Feipeng grinned, his smile gradually letting loose. Okay, so let me show you this instructor's profile. By the way, everyone sign a non-disclosure agreement for me after reading this. Outside the Ministry of Monitoring, at the medical tent, the trainees who failed and were eliminated from the replica stayed here, treating injuries and resting without them. Lu Anren leaned against the edge of the camp tent, listening to Luo Yao, who had flung herself on top of her, whimpering in sorrow. Oh, we tried so hard and still didn't win. Like coaxing a child, Lu Anren helplessly stroked Luo Yao's head. During this period of time in Huazhong's special recruitment, Luo Yao was the only one who clung to her extraordinarily, even after the special training camp was over. Hearing Luo Yao's words, not far away, Chui said silently in a joyless and sorrowless tone, "Isn't it me who should be crying? All the scrolls are gone. There are only 4 days left in the high school exams, and I'm going to start over from scratch. In these 4 days, how many nights one had to stay up?" Chui didn't even dare to think about it. At those words, Luo Yao twisted her head to look at him and weakly said, "Then you can only cry by yourself." After saying that, she hugged Lu Anren tightly, as if she was swearing sovereignty. Chui's eyes were glazed over. Suddenly, Lang Feng sought over and rejoiced at the sight of Lu Anren. "Enron, Captain Enron, there's no chance the special training camp will be repeated. My family elders went to the headquarters. That instructor's strength is foul. Failure is not our problem. But I already knew that if I hadn't run into a 3rd-order instructor, there's no way I would have lost that badly." In the end, Lang Feng smiled and spoke in a confident tone, trying to salvage a bit of face. "And, if there is another special training camp, maybe he can do well again." As he was thinking, he heard Lu Anren say with an odd expression on his face, "3rd order?" Lu Anren shook her head and lost her smile. "Oh, you guys shouldn't know Yizhe. He's also a freshman in this class. His rank is at most 1st order. We can't beat him, can only be a matter of strength. How can we reopen the special training camp?" When these words came out, the surroundings instantly fell silent, as if they thought there was something wrong with their ears. Lang Feng in particular froze for a moment, then asked with a stiff expression, "What? New? Raw?" Chapter 73, 16 words, Extreme Summoning. What? Freshman. Inside the monitoring department, after seeing Yizhe's high school profile, the crowd that had come to claim their rights let out a gasp in unison. This high school student, is he really that instructor? Just transferred 5 days ago. This instructor isn't a 3rd rank, or even a 2nd rank. He's actually a ING 1st rank. One person crushed dozens of geniuses of the same rank in the special training camp. In the future, my China will definitely add another Seal King level 6th ranked powerhouse. Knowing this information, the crowd was convinced at the moment. What's the point of this? People fight 1 against many at the same rank. 1 against 5. 1 against 10. 1 against 35. What can be the problem if you can't beat it? It's your problem. What can I do? Those few cadet elders who were robbed of their equipment were even more speechless at the moment. How can a freshman who was not as skilled as the others have the face to talk now? But Wei Zhang smiled and opened his mouth. "If you all are short of equipment, the headquarters can compensate you at the original price." That's a good enough word to give the crowd face. At the same time, it has raised Yizhe's status by a few points. Even the headquarters is willing to speak out for Yizhe, and the intention is self-evident. However, Wu Ming knew that Wei Zhang, the old fox, would not pay for it, because this group of people who had been robbed would have been a big loser, and no one would have had the face to ask for compensation. Not to mention that there was no real shortage of power in the group. As expected, the old 5th-ranked martial artist at the head, Zhu Zhao's father, sighed and said, "Forget it. Think of it as giving my son a target to catch up with on his path of martial arts." Wan Feipeng smiled and patted the other's shoulder. "That's right, there's just more dishes." "Ah no, that should be keep up the good work. Ha ha ha." Subsequently, the rest of the crowd sighed silently and decisively gave up their claims for compensation. Running out of things to say, Wei Zhang promptly had everyone sign a confidentiality agreement. Everything in the special training camp was already closed to the public, and now there was an additional Yizhe. Getting everyone to sign their autographs was a blast. At the same time, Wei Zhang surveyed the happy-faced Wan Feipeng and scrutinized. "You can really hide." Wu Ming also went up and joked. That's not true. This year he doesn't know what kind of luck has come to this Lin Yuan city? A Yi Zhe? A space magician's Lu Anren. All in Lin Yuan city. Ha 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 ha. One Faping laughed in an exaggerated manner. It means that old me, the city lord, is bull. After all, the parents who came had all signed a confidentiality agreement. The cadets were called in to sign again. When he came in, Langfeng's entire state was almost like a trance. Until now, he hadn't slowed down from the news that Yezer was a freshman. The gap between peers brings a little more despair. How do I surpass him now? Because Langfeng had always treated Yi Zhe as Lu Anren's ex-boyfriend. How could he pursue someone else when he couldn't even surpass his ex-boyfriend? Many of the rest were equally shocked. Fu Wanjun, for example, had previously treated Yi Zhe as a senior officer of the scout battalion. On the contrary, Lu Anren and Bai Wei were much more bland compared to the others. With the exception of Lu Anren, the latter had long since seen Yi Zhe in the regiment, and now they were just shocked by his strength. The only one that is somewhat special is Chuhua. After learning that Yi Zhe was the same age, he suddenly had some peculiar thoughts. Inside the ancient battlefield, the replica didn't seem to be closed yet. Yi Zhe leaned back and sat on a piece of broken wall, calculating his military achievements in the meantime. It's 400 to kill a cadet, 300 more for East China. Looking at the kills record, he had 63 kills, with 20 from Central and Eastern China. Do the math. There are 200 military honors. The best 4th-tier treasure trove of the Jin Demon Army. 16,000 military functions to choose a treasure, plus Yi Zhe's own military balance, 2150. You can pick two. The 4th-level treasure trove of the Devil Suppressor Army was all treasures of epic 6 stars and above. That is the richest treasure trove in the whole of Huaxia. All kinds of props, materials and other rarities are extremely high. Yezer thought beautifully, at the same time, not forgetting his 16th grade word. After you've finished counting your military honors, smoke the words too. A golden sea of words appears, thousands of word frames lingering like streams of light. 16th entry. You have drawn the golden legend level word, ultimate summoning. Ultimate summoning, effective only for summoners. The next summoning will summon the strongest of that race under the same level. Expires after one use. Effect refreshes after synthesis. Strongest means the strongest combination of that current combat power and potential. The strongest in his class? I'll be damned. That's kind of interesting. There are strong and weak individuals in each race for sure, and the stronger they are the harder they are to summon. After using this, not only does it fix the summoning of the strongest, even with a low-quality summoning skill book, it was possible to summon a high-quality powerhouse. Yi Zhe looked to the 3-tailed demon fox lying at his feet. Equivalently, if he used up his limit summon before summoning the 3-tailed demon fox, then the 3-tailed demon fox clan, if they had a 6-tailed or even a 9-tailed demon fox at the same level, they could summon the existence of the latter too. At this moment, it seemed to sense Yi Zhe's gaze. The little fox jumped onto Yi Zhe's leg and let out a whimpering pampering sound rubbing against Yi Zhe's right hand. Yi Zhe hugged the fox and petted it while thinking about his free summon beast space. The next summoning, if you use up the words, can be the strongest of a certain clan up to level 16, or you can wait until you are higher in rank and use it for a bigger gain. Yezer pondered the pros and cons of both. Final decision, no point in waiting. After all, words can be synthesized. When he levels up, he might even be able to synthesize this into a phrase with better effects. In that case, there was no need to consider the quality of the next summoning skill book, as it could summon the strongest anyway. The only thing left to consider is race. It's best to pick a rare, powerful race with a high cap so that you don't waste the effect of the word this time. Yezer quickly went over the textbook's racial iconography in his head. Which race is better to choose? Chapter 74, The Ancient Battlefield's Hidden 4th Level. The Age of Transcendence had been developing for decades and had encountered countless races. Yi Zhe did think of a few powerful and rare races, but the summoning skill books of these races were equally rare and could not be seen on the market. When we wait until we get to the treasure trove of the Demon Suppression Army, we can look for it again. The things in the treasure trove of the Jin Demon Army could be much richer than the exchange, and the probability of finding a rare race summoning skill book was also a bit higher. I hope the end of the special camp doesn't default on rewards. While he was thinking about it, Yi Zhe looked around violently. After the Qiyu Shadow destruction, a mess of the ancient battlefield, the current number of surviving trialists has gone to 0. The copy is surprisingly not yet over. What the? And at that moment, a sudden change occurred. To Yi Zhe's surprise, another battlefield information prompt actually popped up in front of him. Target reached, over 50 kills detected. The 4th level of space of the ancient battlefield opens. What's the point of opening the 4th level when I'm the only one left? Yi Zhe was full of doubts. Then he suddenly woke up and thought of the rumors about the ancient inheritance before the opening of the ancient battlefield. It was said that this ancient battlefield came from another world, a transcendent world that had undergone thousands of years of development, with an astonishing comprehensive strength that was far beyond that of the Blue Star. Is there a surprise? Outside, within the Ministry of Monitoring, seeing the fourth level of the ancient battlefield open, the crowd changed color. Old Wei, what's going on here? Even the always calm Wei Zhan was a bit confused. I didn't design it. I'm afraid it's a hidden level. I didn't expect that there's actually a hidden fourth layer of the ancient battlefield. This opening condition is really harsh. To kill more than half of the entire crowd. How could a normal person do that? Could it be that there really is an inheritance from another world? Although Wei Zhang raised the possibility of an ancient inheritance, even he himself was unsure if this was real. I didn't realize that someone had actually gone this far. In front of the replica projection, all the headquarters executives and principals were concentrating, staring intently at the next image. Inside the room, the trainees, who had just signed several confidentiality agreements, had their mental energy depleted. Confidentiality agreements, a class of common contract type props, signed with spiritual power. Signing too many will lead to a sense of deficit like spiritual power and kidney deficiency. And now, seeing the scene of the ancient battlefield on the fourth level, the colleges looked at each other. Like, another one to sign. Ancient battlefield, fourth level. To Yi Zei's surprise, the scene actually didn't change. It was still the ruins of the Vanguard city, and his identity had changed into a city defender. But when he turned his head, his whole body was dumbfounded. Evil, evil, and damn evil. As far as the eye could see, black clouds filled the sky. The blood mist was thick, and like a tidal wave, the abyssal evil demons swarmed in unknown numbers. Yezer sighed. It's not a surprise, it's more like a shock. Evil demons were spread out in the sky, all levels, elite, special elite, general, and even king level. Demon King. I beat the Demon King. Yi Zai was confused, looking at the whole of China, and even the world's high-ranking powerhouses. The number of times that they had killed the Demon King was no more than 5 times. Let him come now? Rumble. The ground trembled, and underneath Vanguard City, a handful of armies appeared, barely able to start a confrontation with the countless evil demons. These armies, human races, demon races, nature spirits, dragon races, and many other races, were defeated in every battle and were completely outmatched. It was almost drowned by the endless evil demons. Inside the monitoring department, even one Faping couldn't help but say with a straight face, is this the war between that world and the evil demons? This is the battle for the survival of the race. Tragic. It's impossible to say that our Blue Star will play out like this in the future. While the senior members of the crowd spoke solemnly, the trainees who remained within the monitoring department couldn't help but discuss. Lu Anrun looked worried and said, such a fourth layer is surely a test. I wonder how Yi Zai is going to get through it. Luo Yao also said, if he had a teammate, it would be fine, but he is just one person. The people in the room shared this doubt. If you can't pass the test, do you still have a chance to get the inheritance? And in the meantime, as the evil demon army got closer and closer, a quest prompt popped up in front of Yi Zai. Examination, the breakdown of the world of all souls. Examination task, survive for 30 minutes. Description, you will face an evil phantom of the same level as you and relive the battle that broke the All Souls realm. Survive an almost endless siege of evil demons and lich lords for 30 minutes? Wait, the evil demons you face are all of the same level as me? Then you didn't say so earlier. That's a lot to be afraid of. The moment he saw the description, Yi Zai instantly revitalized himself. He hadn't really been afraid of anyone with the same level of enemies. The 16-level Demon King is just a Demon King. Even if the 16-level evil Demon Emperor comes, forget about not having seen it, or not blowing it. Yi Zai thought as he brought all the summoned beasts confidently to the front line. He was just about to make a big kill when a human warrior lying on the ground, drenched in blood, grabbed his pants leg in a death grip. No, don't go. Run, live, and leave a spark for the human race. This celebrity warrior's body was covered in blood and flesh, and his breath was weak, so it was obvious that he had just participated in a battle against the evil demons. But at this moment, it weakly murmured, 10,000 spirit world, gone. Yezer sighed, squirrel, tell the 2 shadow doppelgangers to carry him away. He then looked at the evil demon in front of him and blandly said, I don't know if the 10,000 spirit realm is not there or not, but in this battle, it definitely won't be lost. As soon as the words fell, the panda's body once again flickered with shadows, such as a small mountain-like chi shadow once again appeared. Inside the monitoring department, the crowd of trainees who had just been sent away by this skill were slightly PTSD. How can he use this skill again? Didn't they say that the stronger the skill the longer the cooldown? How much cooldown reduction does he really have? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That three-tailed demon fox's heavenly thunder has actually cooled down as well. As the crowd marveled, they only saw rolling heavenly thunder fall from the projection. It was like a lawn mowing game, harvesting one evil demon after another. Moreover, the fox's weapon, the secret jewel, also has the effect of killing an enemy restores 1% mana. One skill down and the blue level is instantly back to full. Against monsters of the same level, seconds are just awesome. Before that, Yi Zhe had asked Squirrel to save all these people from the All Souls Realm army by the way. After all, I don't know whether the number of troops surviving Shadow does not affect the results of the test. Anyway, first saved certainly no problem. Which leads to, a large number of the All Souls Realm armies such as the elves, demons, and others were stagnant, looking at the scene before them as if they were gods descending into the world. With a casual wave of his hand, the Chi Shadow's martial Saint Astral Chi directly cleared a whole piece of evil demonic phantoms. Those few king-level evil demons, being targeted by Mantis, the void chopping strike directly did away with them, dying in an extraordinarily non-existent manner. The number of evil demons rapidly plummeted. Yezer leaned back and sat down in boredom. Let's hope the evil demons can hold out for 30 minutes. Chapter 75, The Inheritance of the World Tree. Outside, the crowd at the Ministry of Monitoring had been dumbfounded. Yi Zhe's strength seemed to be a little stronger than what they had expected. That panda, in particular, fought for more than 20 minutes with the ancient void on. It was important to realize that this kind of skill tended to consume physical strength exponentially, if not several times, and the panda was actually holding on to it now. This is also too long-lasting. I don't know who exclaimed, eliciting nods from the crowd. In such a visual feast of crisp lawn mowing, more than 20 minutes passed in a flash. The number of evil demons was obviously getting smaller and smaller, but even then, the evil demons continued to attack towards the Vanguard city in a steady stream. The evil demons that were like dead soldiers and endless in number inexplicably gave the people present some chills. As the appraisal draws to a close, Yi Zhe suddenly heard an ethereal voice behind him. You're qualified. As the voice rang out, all the illusions, armies, and evil demons around them all disappeared. Yi Zhe looked at the sound, only to see a huge willow tree that towered over the city of Vanguard growing in the middle of the city. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and a little sunlight hung down, the willows shining brightly, but still could not hide the scorched willows. Yi Zhe opened the Eye of Insight. All Souls, World Tree. Rank, the grade and quality are both? But there is one eye-catching line in the description introduction. The sole survivor of the 400 races and 700 billion living beings of the All Souls realm. Looks a little sad. Yi Zhe was looking at it when he realized that there was something even sadder. Current state, near death. The World Tree seemed to have caught that glint of golden light in Yi Zhe's eyes. Is it the Eye of Insight? The World Tree used its spiritual power to transmit its voice in the air, and the voice remained flat and ethereal. In that case, I'll skip the introductions. Hearing the World Tree break through his ability, Yi Zhe was not surprised. After all, he hadn't disguised his ability, and it was normal for the other party to be a bit insightful as a World Tree. But I heard the other side of the conversation at this point. No, or to say, after all, the ones listening outside the copy, the ones in power in your world, don't have that ability. The Ministry of Monitoring, everyone snapped to attention. This was the first time that they were outside of the copy, but were mentioned by name by it being inside the copy. For a while, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but Wei Zhang froze for just a second and immediately ordered the technician with a straight face. Immediately take out the superconducting energy crystals to adjust the copies. I need to reach ease. Yi Zhe was alone in the copy, and originally, people could only hear him speak, but could not contact him. However, with the use of some sort of rare energy stone, it is possible to subtly send messages to those within the copy. Wei Zhang keenly sensed that the other party seemed to have something important to say, and he needed to contact this remnant of the Millennium Transcendent Era through Yi Zhe. The World Tree after some brief instructions, quoting towards Yi Zhe, he said, the reason why I appeared is because here, in your place, a genius has appeared that is even stronger than the new generation of the 10,000 spirit realm. Gives me hope. Yi Zhe silently nodded his head and secretly thought, so, there should be a reward. Before leaving behind the legacy of the All Souls realm, the World Tree continued. Yi Zhe, you can ask me 3 questions and I will know everything. Ha? Yezer froze for a moment. 3 questions? Ask what? How to reach level 100 fast? Which race to summon the next summoner? When will I find a girlfriend? He did have issues, but he had some idea of all of them, and using them here always felt unnecessary. He scratched his head, not thinking of anything worthwhile to ask for a moment. However, among the trainees in the monitoring department, the question instantly sparked a heated discussion. What do you want to ask, Sister Enron? Well, I'd like to ask how the Space Department can be utilized for greater real-world capabilities. If it were me, I'd ask how to build a legendary 6-star battle armor. It'll be blue stars first when the time comes. Don't be silly, Long Fong. Maybe those materials for the build are simply not available in Blue Star. Then ask how to expel the abyss. Well, I'd like to ask how a summoning profession can surpass Yi Zhe. On this side, the cadets said anything, but Wei Zhang in charge of the side. It is a lot of solemn, and even immediately ready to send a message to Yi Zhe. Ask Yezer if he can give up his 3 chances. For individuals, 3 questions can have a very limited effect. But the lessons that can be learned from the last vestiges of another civilization are extremely valuable to the nation, especially when invaded by the same enemy. Within the copy, Yi Zhe received a message from Wei Zhang. From the quest interface, make it 3 questions? However, the next message Wei Zhang sent shocked Yi Zhe. Compensate me 10,000 military honors for 1 question? Plus the gold medal of honor. Asterisk. Boss atmosphere. Honorary gold medal. And gold medal treatment equivalent. For example, travel in the same as the city lord can arrange exclusive floating car and so on. The only difference is that there is no military mobilization authority. The gold medal of honor must be awarded to those who have made significant contributions to China. I'm sure Wei Zhang had expected it. These 3 issues of the World Tree are sure to have a profound impact on the country. Thinking of the 30,000 military honors and medals, Yi Zhe decisively agreed, and came to communicate the problem to the World Tree on Wei Zhang's behalf. At the same time, Wei Zhang directly ordered, all unrelated personnel in the monitoring department all go out. The crowd of talented trainees were curious, but they left silently. All but the people in charge and a few senior headquarters staff left the monitoring department, and turned off all the rest of the projections. Wei Zhang and a few others pondered for a long time, and eventually began to ask questions. The 3 questions, as expected, were all about national development, the fight against evil demons, and also included the promotion of 6th-ranked professionals and so on. Nowadays, the world's highest is only a 6th-ranked professional, and no one can reach the 7th-ranked. If Huaxia can be the first to have a 7th order, that's a lot of value. This question, if answered, would be worth far more than a gold medal of honor. Moreover, the threat of evil demons had always been great, and for Huaxia, they hadn't even seen an existence above the king level. But the king level alone was hard to fight, and the stronger evil demons were even more incapable of fighting them. 10 minutes of answers later, the World Tree's answer finally came to a climax. How to advance to the 7th rank is the same problem as how to defeat the evil demons. The All Souls realm was vaguely researched, only to be attacked by the Emperor himself the moment it was about to be realized. This, too, is one of the legacies of the 10,000 spirit world that I want to leave behind. With these words, the World Tree coalesced a seed in the center, a seed that was covered in a red glow. When you guys figure it out, use it again. At the same time, there was a tiara made of golden willow leaves that was given to Yi Zhe. This, you should need. The World Tree said so, leaving Yi Zhe's personal reward for this inheritance. Yi Zhe looked at it and his expression was greatly moved. Curiosities, Crown of the World Tree. Effect. 1. Gain plus 100% experience. 2. Not yet opened. How is this supposed to be needed? It's simply too much of a need, alright. Double the experience. It's a godsend to him. Yi Zhe hurriedly put it away in his backpack. At the same time, the World Tree also handed that red seed to Yi Zhe. This, bring to your world for me. This is the last thing left of me. Of the All Souls world, said copy slowly disintegrated. The body of the World Tree gradually collapsed. The eyes turned into a white light. Such an abrupt end made Yi Zhe a bit confused. He subconsciously opened his eye of insight and looked at the red seed left in his hand. A never-before-seen message box popped up. Documentary, Myth Revival. Chapter 76 Profile, Myth Revival. There was a flash of white light in front of his eyes. Yi Zhe returned to the entrance of the large replica from the 4th level of the collapsed ancient battlefield. Yezer is out. The trainees and other people waiting outside exclaimed in shock when they realized the commotion at the entrance of the replica, drawing everyone's attention to it. The gazes of the crowd were mostly shocked and exclamatory, with a little bit of indignation, all coming from those cadets he had eliminated. Wan Feiping also welcomed out from the monitoring department and laughed loudly when he saw Yi Zhe. Good boy. Sure enough, he didn't let me down. More than not letting him down, it simply surprised him extraordinarily. Earning face at the special training camp. Come on, I'll take you to talk to Wei Zheng first. For the inheritance left behind by the World Tree, no one knew what exactly it was at this point, and they all desperately wanted Yi Zhe to answer it. In the eyes of a crowd of talented trainees, Yi Zhe entered the monitoring department and was introduced by Wan Feiping to several headquarters executives and people in charge of various regions. The inheritance that the world tree says it left to the entire world is this seed. Yi Zhe went straight to the point and handed the seeds to Wei Zhang. This prop, which represented another new stage of the transcendent era, caused another wave of shock to Wei Zhang and a group of executives. Myth revival. Is this the last legacy of the 10,000 spirit world? It turns out that our Blue Star's transcendent system is still so weak. It turns out that in order to break through the 7th rank and have the power to fight against the demon dignity level, one needs to enter the mythic recovery era. But how exactly is this sub supposed to work? Shocked, the crowd couldn't help but be guilty. This sub only shows the name but not any other information. Wei Zhang looked at Yi Zhe. Did the world tree talk to you about how to use it? The world tree? It doesn't say anything. Yi Zhe was filled with doubt. But he gave a violent start. Wait, the world tree is aware that he has the eye of insight. Some information can be conveyed even without saying it. Let me see it first. Golden light suddenly flashed in Yi Zhe's pupils, and the complete information of the seed was indeed visible. Documentary, Myth Revival. Description: the system of the Age of Transcendence is broken, and the Age of Myth is gradually recreated in stages by the Seeds of Recovery. Method of opening: seeds are planted into any land within this world by a 6th-ranked professional. Stage 1, after the seed is planted, the first mythic level secret world will be generated worldwide within 1 to 7 days, and the second stage will be opened after a successful raid. Phase 2 opens after completion of Phase 1. Phase 3, Phase 4. Note: once mythic recovery is opened, it may draw more attention from the abyss and evil demons. Sure enough, it is not some kind of one key to open the operation of myth recovery. Otherwise, the All Souls realm would not have been left until now. But the mythic secret realm, it was still something that Yi Zhe was extremely looking forward to. Could it be that with the 4 stages complete, Blue Star will enter the Age of Mythology? However, it is difficult to determine the answer at this time without being able to see what is behind it. Right now, only Yi Zhe can see the complete information. The rest of the senior leaders can only speculate by observing Yi Zhe's expression. Yi Zhe's mind moved. Take the panel of information in front of you, which only you can see, and make it physical and share it with others. What detail? Wu Ming opened his mouth and marveled, causing the crowd to agree. Yi Zhe, what a strong means of insight. The content was not much, but everyone looked at it very carefully, afraid to leave any detail behind. A few minutes later, Wei Zhang's heart was in a whirlwind, and he began by praising from the bottom of his heart. Yezer, well done. If you hadn't passed the World Trees test, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for us to find the means to revive the myth in our lifetimes. Until then, don't say find. Even the term myth recovery was the first time they had heard it. Wei Zhang said, calling an officer of high rank and bringing up a red box. By Wei Zhang himself, Yi Zhe was awarded the Gold Medal of Honor. This medal in hand, if Yi Zhe wants to lie down in the future, every week, the military provides the highest standard of living materials issued. Even, the trip will be picked up and dropped off by an exclusive float plane. It's okay, kid. It's all the same treatment as me, Wan Feiping said smilingly. Wei Zhang added towards Yi Zhe with a straight face. In the future, you can directly look for me if you have anything. That's a lot of power in that statement. Thanks to Chief Wei. Yi Zhe took the medal and touched it. Well, 100% pure gold made. He then asked, Chief Wei, when are we going to start the mythic recovery? He was still very much looking forward to the mythological revival. There was also the mythic level secret realm. Even if you couldn't enter it, it would be a feast for the eyes to see mythic level items come out. Hearing this question, Wei Zhang immediately and decisively said, Now. When these words came out, the rest of the several senior officers were shocked. Shouldn't such a big event be discussed in a meeting for a few days? But Wei Zhang didn't look like he was joking. It seemed that after witnessing the death of the last living soul in the All Souls realm, he felt a little more urgency about the war with the Abyss. Now that there was a way to grow his strength, he had to seize all the time he could. There's no time like the present. Wei Zhang let out a long sigh, then said, Wan Feiping, you plant it right here. Nowadays, Huaxia can still barely suppress the Abyss. If it can't be suppressed in the future, then it will be too late to start the mythic recovery. At those words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Wan Feiping was naturally happy for a new era to begin. After all, he was one of those stuck at level 69. If there was a hope of advancing to the 7th rank through the mythic rank secret realm, he would be the first to charge for sure. Yes, Wan Feiping decisively agreed. A foot in the open space stepped out a small pit, directly through the seed in. How come there's no response? Doesn't it have to be fertilized? As the people were talking, the red light of the seed that had been planted blazed forth. Instead of growing upwards, the seed split into several rhizome-shaped iridescent lights. stretching deeper into the blue star and traveling around the world. Come find the first mythic mystery opening. Information movie Myth Recovery will be open soon. The people present, on their personal data mining panels, popped up with this sentence. Generate the first mythic level secret realm in 1 to 7 days? Time flies. We have to get ready too. We don't know where it's going to show up. Watch as the seeds are planted and all that follows is waiting. At this point, the special training camp has come to a complete end. Wei Zhang and Wan Feipeng, too, settled down the military merits that Yi Zhe deserved as an instructor. It was also at this time that Wei Zhang and Wu Ming realized that Wan Feipeng had actually promised extra military credit just so Yi Zhe could beat up their men. The latter was again severely despised. Meanwhile, add the 30,000 military credits in exchange for the 3 World Tree questions. Yezer's current total military service, 63,350. Even among all the members of the Demon Suppression Army, they all belong to the extremely wealthy. Let's go. Take you to the Jin Demon Army's treasure trove. Wei Zhang patted Yi Zhe's shoulder and laughed. Also, compensation was given for the elimination of everyone in the special camp. Those eliminated in the first 2 rounds can choose any item on the second level of the treasure trove. And those eliminated in the 3rd round can choose any item on the 3rd level of the treasure trove. After all, in the end, more than 30 people were eliminated almost at the same time. And the ranking rewards were really not good. In this way, it is a way to give an account to all the special training camp participants. Chapter 77, A Great Harvest of Treasure. Dozens of military floaters activated. One of them, a small luxury floating car with colors intertwined in black and white, was Yi Zhe's current special car. The float started up, and the collective crossed over Longdu, taking in the sights of the most prosperous center city in the central China region. And in fact, in the whole country, after a long time, another magical boundary was crossed. A technological, library-like collection was presented to the crowd. By taking the elevator, most of the special training camp participants can only travel to the 2nd level. Lu Anren, Xu He, Duan Tianchen, and the other top trainees headed to the 3rd floor. Yi Zhe was the only one who came to the 4th floor. Hello, please activate your identity. Arriving at the 4th floor, an elegant woman in a black silk professional outfit guided Yi Zhe. The 4th floor was smaller in space, like a technological showroom, showing all the luxury and high-end, and there were hidden spell formations floating around. Activate your identity before you can enter the 4th level. Yi Zhe pressed his fingerprint, displaying his personal information, and the number of military honors on it filled the professionally dressed receptionist woman with surprise. 60,000 military honors? She was an usher on the 4th floor, and most of the people she had seen over the years had worked hard for several years just to save up 16,000 before coming to exchange an item. And this teenager in front of me, 18 years old, has 60,000 military honors? It's a bit scary, nah? The professionally dressed woman revealed an elegant smile and bowed slightly to guide Yi Zhe to the location of the treasure. Yours truly. Even if it was her first time to receive a subject younger than her age, the respect that was due was still there. Saying that, she followed closely behind Yi Zhe, maintaining a distance that was not too close and not too far away, dutifully helping Yi Zhe to explain and search for treasures. Which category of items would you like to see first? Let's look at the summoning skill books first, or the contractable summoned beasts. This way, after Yi Zhe stated his needs, the professionally dressed woman immediately guided him. Soon, rows and rows of individual containers came into view, including summoning skill books, ferocious beast eggs, summoning beast cubs, etc., and most of them are of legendary quality. There are elves, elementals, beasts, undead, and even dragons, magical beasts, and so on and so forth of great variety. If it was someone else to come, perhaps directly to see the eyes, but good thing Yi Zhe has the eye of insight. Start by looking at the potential columns one by one. Suddenly there was a unique potential that made his eyes glaze over. It is? This is a mechanical being brought back from the abyss, said to be from another technological world. Oh, but no one has been able to use it so far. Hearing the explanation of the receiving woman, Yi Zhe could very well understand why no one could use. Because the mechanical being in front of him was only the size of a thumb, and without any interface. It was more like a rock. Yi Zhe was a bit impressed with the strong person who brought it back at that time. How on earth did he recognize it? And, through the eye of insight, Yezer understood. This mechanical being, with its superb arithmetic power plus superb energy conversion rate, was considered the top of the mechanical summons. The problem, however, is that it resembles a chip that can't take effect on its own, and needs to be paired with a secondary prop from its native tech world. But that world has been destroyed by the abyss. Gotta. Unresolved. Yi Zhe decisively gave up. It's useless to dwell on things that can't be used. Suddenly, a special skill book came into view. Ordinary summoning skill books are of a certain race, similar to pandas, squirrels, etc. are beast races, and this summoning skill book is actually dual race. And both races are rare races. Biracial summoned beasts are not really uncommon. For example, minotaurs, a common race of beasts plus humans, but didn't fight much better than a single race. Another example is some sub-dragon species, a common race plus a rare race with a slightly stronger combat compromise. But double rare races are extremely rare. The rarer and higher ranked the race, the harder it is to produce a dual race. And this summoning skill book in front of me, although the quality is less than legendary, the two races are extraordinarily rare. Demon plus dragon. The demon race, unlike the evil demons of the abyss, also belongs to a kind of living beings, commonly devils, chimera, hellhounds, etc. Evil, on the other hand, belongs entirely to the abyssal forces that produce it, and stands in opposition to all worlds and all living beings. A dual race combination of demons plus dragons. It was quite acceptable to Yi Zhe. After all, both races were on the evil plus fighting side of the spectrum. I need to remind you to keep an eye on this skill book. It's an epic 1-star. The usher aggravated the word epic and warned. It was specially adjusted to be in the 4th tier because it's the only one for the demon plus dragon dual race. Yezer nodded. Just what I need. The usher pursed her lips. 16,000 military honors could have been exchanged for a legendary 3 or 4-star skill book, but now it's only exchanged for an epic 1-star? I can't understand these geniuses. Yi Zhe decisively took the skill book. Just count on ultimate summoning to bring him a little surprise. He then wandered toward the props area and had a great time, especially a gated lore prop. Arbitrary door, inwardly visualize a location that you have seen, and when you open the door, you can probabilistically reach the target location. Note, the probability of arriving at a place is higher when you have experienced it yourself. The more complete the imagination, the higher the probability. Even this stuff. Yi Zhe was instantly interested. Still, it's more reliable to go where you've been before, otherwise the consequences are hard to tell. Seeing Yi Zhe's interest, the usher immediately explained, this prop is currently being borrowed, and it will take about a day or two for you to exchange it if you want to. Yi Zhe was surprised. It can actually be borrowed? Yes, after all, treasures primarily serve people, and any treasures that can be helpful in frontline combat can be temporarily deployed and borrowed. Such an ordinance, Yezer was very much in favor of. After all, the war on the front line was tight, and once the ordinance to be able to borrow treasures was in place, many fewer people would surely die. Yezer continued to look around as he walked. The feet suddenly stopped in one place. I'll change this one too. Imaginary enemy, legend. Effect, construct an enemy in virtual space and gain 100% experience and skill proficiency after defeating it. Gain experience once per day. Seeing this legendary prop shaped like a silver magic cube, Yi Zhe's face was delighted. This prop, it's something. That is to say, all the targets that Yi Zhe had seen could be constructed in the virtual space to take a hit. If you win the fight, there's full experience. Equivalently, at least one extra boss experience per day. And, try out combat styles, gain combat experience, and more. Yezer took it instantly. Combined with his Crown of the World tree, the upgrade speed was definitely much faster. 2 treasures were exchanged in a row. Yi Zhe looked at the military balance and ended up strolling around again. Switched to a third piece again. Legendary equipment upgrade ticket, can upgrade equipment below legendary to legendary quality. He wanted to upgrade the spiritual contract ring. This effect of the copy skill is really extraordinarily useful, and it would be great if upgrading to legendary would enhance it. With the 3 treasures in hand, Yi Zhe's face was much more pleasant. Proof that this special camp was truly not a waste of time. It's simply a bumper crop. There's even a lot of military credit left. You redeemed 3 items, consuming military honor minus 48,000. Current military honor remaining, 15,350. Save up a little more and you'll be able to get another one. In the exclamatory eyes of the receptionist lady, Yi Zhe left the treasure trove of the Jin demon army. However, he found that people had basically finished, and only Yi Zhe was slower to pick 3 pieces in a row. Only one Feipeng and Lu Anren were waiting for him. Lu Anren clasped her hands on her chest. Perhaps she had been waiting for Yi Zhe for a while. Come on, I'll go back to Ling Yuan City with you. Chapter 78, Safe and Dangerous? Spirit Contract Ring Upgrade. Yi Zhe did not expect that Lu Anren was actually waiting for him. It seems that after finishing the special training camp, she, as a special enrollment in the headquarters, also finished a phase of training and could go home. Just passing by, Lu Anren nuzzled her mouth, and Yi Zhe let out a faint smile at the sight. Good. Looking at the teenager and young girl in front of me, Wan Feipeng, who was on the side, touched his brain in bewilderment, always feeling that he was silently glowing and even a little redundant. But it's clear that you were here first. I'll wait for Yi take here first. Looking at Wan Feipeng who was blankly frozen in place, Yi Zhe couldn't help but call out to him in amusement. After all, he had brought himself along to the special training camp, so he couldn't just leave people here mercilessly when he left. The three of them boarded Yi Zhe's exclusive floating car, returned to Lin Yuan City. With the college entrance exam and the opening of the first mythic level secret realm just around the corner, Yi Zhe was still ready to go back and improve his strength. If one could enter the mythic level secret realm, the competition would be absolutely unprecedented. So naturally, one would have to be prepared to adequately enhance. Of course, if the same level of candidates of the college entrance examination learned that Yi Zhe can also significantly improve the combat power, probably burst into tears on the spot. Please, stop. At this moment, on the Yi Zhe's special car that was returning to Lin Yuan City were 2 rows of sofa bench seats on the left and right. Yi Zelia sat peacefully on one side, Wan Feipeng himself sat on the opposite side. The three of them were each speechless. For a moment, Wan Feipeng felt that his brightness had increased a little more. When he was almost at Lin Yuan City, Yi Zhe suddenly looked puzzled. The defenders of Lin Yuan City, are they back to normal now? A day ago, the head of the investigation section disappeared into the contaminated land of the 17th, and the city of Lin Yuan was instantly put on alert. It's only been a day and you've actually recovered? Seeing that there was finally something to say, Wan Feipeng immediately responded. It's all right now. The chief of investigations and his entourage have all returned safely. Back safely? All of them. Yezer had to be surprised. There have been very few instances where the entire group has returned safely after being missing for more than a day in a contaminated land. Returning some of them would be ideal, returning all of them would be a bit too ideal. Lu Anren didn't know about this when he was at headquarters and only listened quietly. Wan Feipeng immediately dispelled Yi Zhe's concerns at his words. Don't worry, the Devil Suppressor Army has already verified them, and all of them have confirmed that they are me without error. According to the chief himself, it was the discovery of a strange crystal that caused them to become disoriented and lose their signal. Yezer still frowned. All verified? Including the abilities as well? It wasn't that Yezer was suspicious by nature. Rather, when he was answering questions at the ancient battlefield and the world tree, he remembered the theory of lions fighting rabbits put forward by the other party. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. This means that when dealing with evil demons, even when dealing with weak evil demons, we must go all out. After all, evil demons have strange methods and cannot afford to be careless. It also refers to the fact that when evil demons deal with their enemies, they are also sure to go all out. Even if the evil demon's overall strength is stronger than its opponent, it will not take any opponent lightly, and often the stronger the evil demon is, the more insidious it is still. The All Souls realm, which had already been destroyed, had suffered this loss, but Wan Feipeng still affirmed. The defenders have all verified that the abilities are all mine as well. Definitely not a replacement for a skinning demon or anything like that. That's good. Hearing the verification results from the Jin Demon Army's guards, Yi Zhe was a little more relieved. The floating car landed near the War College. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw a smiling Lu Boyan bringing a few teachers to greet him, including Xia Cheng, who had become an official teacher. Although the results of the special training camp were kept secret and not announced, the fact that 2 students from the War College had returned from the camp was cause for celebration. Dad, having not seen him for a few days, even the usually indifferent Lu Anren couldn't help but be quite excited. Seeing this, Yi Zhe joked. Mr. Lu, the corners of your mouth are almost grinning to the root of your ears. Are you that happy? On the side, Xia Qing couldn't help but laugh and explain. There's another reason. It's because the section chief is back and Mr. Ryu finally doesn't have to work overtime and can rest. No wonder. It finally got up to rest. Yi Zhe is very understandable. Wan Feipeng got out of the car and swept around, asking with a displeased face, where's your vice dean? The special training camp trainees came back and he didn't even come to see them? A teacher explained. The vice dean has gone to receive the head of the investigation section. Supposedly there are some achievements to declare. Wan Feipeng snorted coldly. I can't say it's just to rub off on the merits. However, no one was too concerned about that at this point. After the welcome ceremony, there was supposed to be a potluck session, but Yi Zhe still had 3 treasures that were not used at this time, so he directly went home first. Meanwhile, inside the War College, Zhao Xuan had a melancholic look on his face, since learning that Yi Zhe's single brush group, and even was awarded the bronze medal, expired news, and even was picked up by the master of the city to participate in a series of news of the special training camp. It made him, who had originally aimed to surpass Yi Zhe, a bit miserable for a while. How is it that the harder you work, the further away from your goal you get? At this point, He took the transfer application and headed to the vice president's office to get it stamped. When I transfer to Tobu First High School, that's where I'll make my mark. Sooner or later, I'll win over Yizhe. He walked through the academic building to the vice president's room on the second floor. Reach out and knock on the door. Knock knock. No one responded. No one? Didn't we just talk to Wei Zhou? As Zhao Xuan was wondering, the door to the vice president's room opened automatically. Zhao Xuan looked up toward the inside. The whole person froze and fixed in place. On the ground, blood was red, and half of Vice President Zhou Wei's head had fallen from the doorway. A figure leaned back leisurely in the leather seat of the office. A pressure that was like a mountainous tsunami pressed down on Zhao Xuan, almost suffocating him. King, the king. Slap. From the office stretched out a big blood-red hand and slapped Zhao Xuan into a bloody froth. Zhao Xuan is dead. At that moment, a female student happened to pass by. The scene where Zhao Xuan was slapped into bloody foam happened right in front of her eyes, yet she looked from side to side as if she hadn't seen anything, and muttered under her breath. Where's Zhao Xuan? I just saw him. Yizhe replicated the shadow escape and rushed back home as a cloud of dark shadows. At the same time, have the squirrel send out 50 shadow doppelgangers to roam and scout all over Lin Yuan City. If you find anything unusual, report it. The matter of the head of the investigation section still made him a little uneasy. It wasn't redundant to take a shadow doppelganger in exchange for use in catching up if nothing happened. Back home, Yizhe couldn't wait to take out the 3 treasures he had redeemed to improve his strength. First, directly using the legendary equipment upgrade coupon, he prepared to upgrade the spirit contract ring. The attributes of the upgraded equipment are as follows. Spirit ring, exclusive to summoners. Quality, gold legend. Attributes, agility plus 30, spirit plus 60. Mana plus 1000. Special effect, plus 300% movement speed when summoned beast is near you. Attached skill spirit contract, can copy 2 temporary skills from a contracted summoned beast. Disappears after 1 use. Can be stored. 100 mana consumption. Cooldown 20 minutes. Do you confirm the upgrade? Sure enough, from being able to copy only 1 skill at a time, you can now copy 2. It didn't live up to Yezer's expectations. Confirm upgrade. With that, Yizhe, as a summoner, also had his first piece of legendary equipment. He immediately copied out Martial Extreme Intent. This 80% cooldown reduction, stamina reduction, plus ignoring negative statuses talent was completely permanent. Another item, he replicated the Shadow Escape, so that he could turn into a shadow and slip away in case of danger. He then took out the dual race summoning skill book, Demons plus Dragons. I wonder if they'll be strong. The extreme summoning word had already been granted to Yizhe, and it would be a bloody loss if there was nothing too strong below level 16 in this dual race. But, I don't think so. Following the usual practice, Yizhe touched the squirrel and placed it in his hand, using the skill book with his other hand. Extreme summoning is in effect. Chapter 79, 5th Summoned Beast, Terminal Demonic Dragon, Simon. Somewhere beyond the blue planet, the demon realm, a world without sun, in the city of the largest demon king in the world. It is at the moment full of violence and bloodshed. The largest piece of the king city's gladiatorial arena is full of the corpses of the demon race, with blood and flesh everywhere. A mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. Just like a hellish scene. Only one figure remains standing in it. Wonderful, wonderful. Above the gladiatorial arena, a great demon with an extremely terrifying aura sat on top of the throne. The great demon was very satisfied. Worthy of being my son. That was a perfectly good point, as both the field was full of bodies and this remaining demon clan. All are sons of this demon king. Beside the throne, a demon messenger said respectfully, King, according to your rules, it was His Highness Simon who ultimately survived the deathmatch that 172 princes were involved in. Who? Your Highness Simon, the demon messenger warned in a whisper, is the child of that dragoness? It's her. The demon king snapped out of it and made another reminiscent gesture. Dragonesses do taste good. Good. Simon, crown the demon son. The demon king stepped forward. Only the strong are worthy of being my son. The demon king made it a rule that only the victor of a deathmatch among all his sons could officially become a son of the demon king. He's heading toward the last figure in the gladiator arena, only to find that the only surviving victor disappeared in an instant. Ha! The demon king froze in his tracks. Yet it wasn't just him, all the demons watching all froze. The devil king instantly emitted fluctuations, and the majestic and vast spiritual power instantly swept the entire devil king city. It then scanned the entire demonic realm. Where's my son? After finding nothing, the demon king instantly became furious and crushed the entire gladiatorial arena with a single foot. The demonic messengers were alarmed and immediately began searching at the king's command. Yizhe set the summoning location in the summoned beast space, for no other reason than, Since the race has the presence of dragons, I am afraid that the size will not be too small, in case the house is in danger of summoning the house at home. It turned out that Yi Zhe had indeed not thought wrong. A black light flashed, and in the fifth summoning space, a black draconic figure about 3 meters tall appeared. The devil dragon's body surface was bloody, as if it had just gone through a fight. The black scales of the dragon are even more ferocious, emitting a dark red glow, with sharp horns curving upwards from the sides of the forehead, and pupils flickering red like the fires of hell. A pair of demonic wings on his back was made of black and dark red scales intertwined, huge, and the bone spikes on the edges of the wings were as sharp as knife blades. The entire body of the demonic dragon exuded a dark demonic aura. If it appeared in the Chinese living area, it felt even enough to cause an alarm. A message popped up in Yi Zhe's eyes. Simon, the final demonic dragon. Grade, 15. Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, Strength 370, Physique 350, Agility 350, Spirit 280. Talent, Magic Dragon Bloodline, Legendary. Magic Dragon True Body, Legendary. Demon King's Descent, Legendary. Skills, Meteoric Black Flame LV6, Legendary. Fury LV10, Legendary. Demonic Flame Burst LV7, Legendary. Potential, Unique. Current status, Doubtful. Seeing this luxurious panel, Yi Zhe couldn't help but praise the phrase extreme summoning. It's a one-time thing, but the results are really worth it. He was level 16, so the one summoned could only be level 16 or lower. However, the strength of this demonic dragon in front of him was simply more terrifying than a normal level 30 professional. 6 lore skills, each is a combat-oriented skill that is just perfect. At the same time, Simon the demon dragon's face and voice were both filled with rare bewilderment. This is, where? Wasn't he in the Demon King city last second? But at this moment, the establishment of the summoning contract made him understand his situation in a short period of time. A little human summoner. How dare you contract me? Simon the demon dragon was instantly enraged. A pair of sky-shadowing demonic wings spread out, and as a roar rang out, the raging demonic aura caused the summoned beast space to vibrate as if it was about to collapse. Once a summoner ventured to summon a dangerous creature, it would likely result in a backlash. If it was light, the summoned beast space would collapse, or if it was heavy, the summoner would be killed by the backlash. However, Yezer certainly understood and had the perfect countermeasure. Summoned beasts are irritable and cranky, old and bad. Most likely they are owed a fight. A beating would be nice. With Yi Zhe's spiritual power, the summoned beast space naturally did not collapse. As the demonic dragon roared, 2 figures were dispatched by Yi Zhe. Panda, Mantis, 1 left, 1 right. Patience education. It had to be said that the demonic dragon did have a good fighting ability, and it took a hard beating for 10 minutes. Wait, the fire in the demon dragon's pupils became extraordinarily weak and shaky, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked to Mantis, divided and shocked. The void. Creatures of the endless void? How is it that a human can take in a void creature? Also, how is a normal panda more capable of fighting than a magic dragon? With the insight of the demon dragon demon race, they naturally knew the bizarre aspects of void creatures, and the summoners who took in void creatures were more than a little intimidated. What kind of world is this? The demonic dragon lapsed into silence. Seeing this, Yi Zhe was more satisfied and used his spiritual power to send a message. Demon dragon, obey the contract and you won't regret it. It's still a bit difficult to subjugate such dangerous creatures without a word bestowed. As a result, many summoners choose human-friendly summoning beast contracts. Fortunately, Yi Zhe had the eye of insight. The effect of making a summoned beast submissive can be achieved by first going through the opponent's goals and wishes, as has been experimented with in Mantis. I can help you. Yezer opened his eye of insight to find the goal or wish of the demonic dragon. I can help you. Kill your father. Chapter 80, Conquering the Demonic Dragon. Imaginary Enemy Experience Sword. I can help you kill your father. The Demon King. Hearing Yi Zhe's words, the demonic dragon Simon froze violently, obviously not expecting him to say such a proposal. What kind of man says he's going to kill his father in front of his son? But then Yezer continued, if the Demon King doesn't die, you'll only ever be a demon son, right? And according to the information, the Demon King has been on the throne for tens of thousands of years, and the demon sons have been replaced by nearly 100. You should understand that too. To be honest, seeing through the eye of insight that Simon's father, the Demon King, had lived for tens of thousands of years, a creature that could be called the oldest in sight, Yi Zhe was actually not much shocked. Perhaps in a previous life, having seen too many myths and legends, there is a bit of a don't know what you don't know feel to it. Besides, who cares how strong the Demon King is? Let's snub the demon dragon first. Who knows? Although the demonic dragon obviously had this thought as well, it was surprisingly indifferent and instead laughed arrogantly. District humans. With those few words, you want me, Simon, to come and be your subordinate? Yi Zhe calmly said. I'm just helping you settle the score. Because you're not strong enough, you can only be a demon son. You can't be a demon king. When you go back, under your father's watch, do you think you'll have a chance to overtake and kill him? Think of the nearly 100 devils before you. Stay, and you still have a chance. Go back. As the prisoner bird returns to the cage, think for yourself. The throne of the demon race was quite a temptation compared to the imperial throne of the human dynasty. But on the contrary, the demon king could theoretically have an unlimited lifespan, coupled with the strongest strength of the demon race. So what could the prince of the demon clan, who wanted to come out on top, do? Simon was deep in thought. It had to be said that Yi Zhe's words did make his situation crystal clear. A little too clear. Either you put up a fight here, or you go back to the demon realm and wait for death. Once he realizes I'm here, he's going to take me back and kill you. The he in Simon's words naturally referred to that king of the demon realm. It was also clear that the demon king would not let an heir disappear into thin air, nor would he let a guy who could threaten his throne out of his sight. Yuzurfa asked, can you sense the demon realm while you're here? Simon shook his head. I don't know what kind of remote world is here. I can't sense any other realms at all. Getting this answer, Yi Zhe first secretly noted it down, then smiled. That's not all. Besides, there's a Chinese proverb that says, when the car arrives, there will be a mountain. A demon king is just a demon king. Anyway, he can't find it. For a while should. At those words, Simon the demon dragon no longer resisted. The summoned beast space stabilized, and the contract for the skill book was reached. Ding! You have contracted the Golden Legend Summoning Beast, Terminal Demon Dragon, Simon. Finally, dangerous creatures are really more troublesome. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh. The fifth summoned beast arrived, and it was his first flying, human-carrying summoned beast. Praying mantis can fly, but they are completely uncarryable. When Simon transformed into his true form as a magic dragon, his size could even carry Yi Zhe's current house along with him. Looking carefully at Simon's skills, Yi Zhe suddenly frowned in suspicion. This gifted skill of yours, Demon King Descent, this Demon King refers to, Simon said unapologetically. That's right, it's the Devil King's power and God's thoughts that will descend upon me, as well as find out immediately where I am. I won't even use this skill in the future. A wise move. Yi Zhe nodded his approval. Subsequently, after looking at the magic dragon skill, Yi Zhe took out the silver white cube in the shape of a Rubik's Cube. Imaginary enemy. Now, it was just the right time to try out this virtually constructed enemy and see if it worked as well as he thought it would. The virtual space activated, and the scene in front of Yi Zhe suddenly changed. From a bedroom cabin, it changes to a light blue data-driven virtual space where scenes can be freely constructed. For the scene, let's use the ancient battlefield. The enemy. Million fleur-de-lis. As the spiritual power was constructed, it was as if Yi Zhe's location was back on the 4th level of the ancient battlefield. Across from him was the 6'9", curly-haired hunter-suited Wan Feiping, almost identical to the real thing. As for the reasons for picking him, it was that Yi Zhe really had never seen a 6th rank do it before, and could learn a bit of experience for high-intensity matchups. The 5 summoned beasts came out in unison. In the next moment, the imaginary enemy constructed Wan Feiping also moved, and the panda immediately launched the Martial Saint Domain to restrict his opponent. But the strength of the opponent in the hypothetical is undoubtedly the same as the reality. Wan Feiping was hardened by the Martial Saint Domain that had cut down several hundred attributes, and only by virtue of his terrifying speed and strength, he was able to penetrate the battlefield like a green storm, fighting 1 against 5. Among them, only the panda passed 2 moves with him. The rest either dodged or were seconded. The whole army was wiped out in just under a minute, and even Yezer took a punch. Although there was no damage or pain in virtual space, Yi Zhe still cursed indignantly. The 6th order really has some strength. Demon Dragon. How much is the difference in strength between your father, the Demon King, and the 6th order just now? Yi Zhe asked curiously. The demonic dragon didn't even think about it and said, an opponent with that kind of strength just now, even if 100 came, they wouldn't be enough to beat him with one hand. Worthy of being an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Yi Zhe silently sighed. The Demon King sure has some power. Still need to hurry up and upgrade and get stronger. Yi Zhe sighed, while preparing to pick the opponent who was officially going to chop up his experience today. Since you can only kill for experience once a day, it's natural to pick an enemy with the most experience. The level 30 Storm Dragon King, and the level 40 Witch Demon Commander, were 2 of the most experienced of the enemies Yi Zhe had experienced. However, the former ate the difficulty bonus due to being a copy monster, and there was no difficulty experience bonus in virtual space, so it was decisively abandoned. Build enemy. Evil Demon General, Witch Demon Commander. The Witch Demon Commander, who had been killed once before, reappeared in virtual space. This time, it seemed that because they had just been rather upset by one Faping's hammer blast, the summoned beasts directly swarmed up. The magic dragon didn't even touch it for a second. The level 40 Evil Demon General just died again. Slay the Witch Demon Commander and gain plus 16,000 experience, 100% bonus from the Crown of the World tree. Rank, 16, 31075/31600. 16,000 experience. LOL. Looking at the skyrocketing experience bar, Yi Zhe was soothed. Hypothetical enemy plus Crown of the World tree is a delight just for the extra experience you get every day. Especially the Crown of the World tree. The horror of the 100% experience bonus, spare to a global scale. Have never seen this kind of heaven-defying effect. And, the Crown of the World tree has a second effect that has yet to be unlocked. I just wonder what the unlock conditions are. Experience bar, though a little short of an upgrade, but it's now 2200 hours at night. At 2400 hours, the effect of the imaginary enemy can be refreshed. Yi Zhe laid down on the bed, ready to sleep for a while and wait quietly for the cooling refresh. Chapter 81, Borrowing a Panda? 17th word. Meanwhile, in the city lord's office, one Faping yawned and was about to go for a walk. Suddenly, in front of the table in the center of the office, a large door appeared out of nowhere. The gate opened, and from another location, a gun-wielding martial artist walked in, his expression indifferent and his aura surging. This door is exactly the arbitrary door that Yi Zhe has seen in the treasury of the Jin Demon Army, and the user at this moment was actually one of the 10 Seal King level 6th ranked powerhouses, the Gun King, Tong Mo. What are you doing here? One Faping looked at the man in front of him, Gun King Tong Mo, in disbelief. Tong Mo has a well-proportioned body, cold eyes, more than 40 years old personality is still indifferent, usually rarely take the initiative to contact others, and never actively looking for one Faping. One Faping was puzzled. Shouldn't you be guarding the abyss? Tong Mo spoke succinctly and directly in response. There are 3 evil demon kings coming, rushing towards Lin Yuan City. It's understaffed. You need to come over. 3 king-level evil demons. With this battle, one Faping was instantly energized. Interesting. It's pretty rare to see so many coming down at once. And, the ones that could make even the Gun King take the initiative to seek help were all at least level 70 or above demon kings. Although the professional was currently only at the highest rank of 6, he could gain the upper hand against a normal level 70 demon king. It's hard to decapitate though. This was because evil demons that could reach the king level generally had powerful life preservation skills in place. But still, one Faping was extraordinarily excited to get out and fight. Go! Let's go meet them. Tong Mo nodded and led one Faping into the arbitrary door. The two teleported to the middle of the battlefield at the border of the abyss. War College. Vice President's room. A ghostly few voices rang out. He's gone? Yes. The only high rank in this city has left. Very good. Next day. Morning. Achu dash. Yezer lay on the bed, his face rubbed back and forth by 3 fluffy tails, woke up immediately after a sneeze. Yi Zhe twisted his head, spotted the culprit 3-tailed demon fox, and grabbed it. Disturbing people's dreams is like scheming for money or harming their lives. Do you little fox want to scam for my money or harm my life? Of course, he did oversleep. I was going to take a nap until I got up at 12 midnight to draw words, but I really didn't get up. But, since it's all overslept, Yezer prefers to keep sleeping. But the little fox forced the sleepy man awake. The little white fox that was grasped by both of Yi Zhe's hands twisted its body, revealing a few pleasurable smiles before saying, Master, it's someone coming from outside. There's someone out there? Yezer froze for a moment, put down the fox and looked at the time on his cell phone. 6 o'clock in the morning. Doesn't seem like a normal time for someone to be visiting, does it? However, after dressing and opening the door, the identity of the visitor made Yi Zhe even more surprised. You are Shu He, Painter Chu He of the Special Training Camp's North China First Team. Outside the door, Shu He, who was wearing a green-colored robe and had a gentle and elegant face, immediately introduced himself. Saying this, Yi Zhe instantly thought about it. After all, this hidden profession was still very distinctive. The question was, what was he, a son of a family from North China, doing in East China looking for himself? And Shu He went straight to the point and requested, Brother Yi Zhe, is it okay if I want to draw your summoned beast? Ha? Yi Zhe scratched his head. Wouldn't it be stronger for you to draw in the light of those high-level beasts? Looking for me is a bit redundant, isn't it? Drawing a high-level target is very limited in the strength it can bring to bear, and it's best if you can draw the same level. Shuhi said with a sincere expression. I'm not hiding anything from Brother Yizhe. Your summoned beast is the strongest I've ever seen amongst its class, and the one with the most strength to fight beyond its class, Shuhi said, very afraid of Yizhe's refusal, and added, if I hadn't run out of scrolls, I wouldn't have specially come to trouble Brother Yizhe. Don't worry, I'll only borrow one panda and promise to return it within a day, and I'll draw it right here at the city lord's guest house. I'll never take it anywhere else. Whatever compensation you need, just mention it. After learning that Yizhe was in the same class as himself, he had the idea of drawing a panda. After all, it's the only hope left to save your high school exams for a short time. That's why he traveled all night to reach East China and come to the door. He wasn't even afraid of Yizhe's lion's den. If he could draw a few pandas, even if the strength of the drawing was limited, it would be an explosive boost to his strength. Looking at Shui's blazing eyes, Yezer thought for a moment. Nodded. Yes, no problem. Excellent. Shuhi almost jumped up in excitement. Many thanks to Brother Yizhe. Feel free to mention whatever compensation you want. With a harmless smile on his face, Yizhe patted the other party's shoulder and said, Harm, what's so important about helping each other? Compensation doesn't matter. You're just responsible for feeding the panda. Shui's heart surged with excitement at the words. Brother Yi didn't expect you to act so righteously. It's practically saved my college entrance exam. You're such a nice guy. No, you're the good guy. Yizhe interrupted the excited Shuhi and reminded. This panda of mine will be more able to eat. That's okay. I'll take whatever you want to eat. Shuhi patted his chest, feeling that he couldn't lose face in front of this righteous Brother Yizhe. Yizhe nodded and summoned the panda, telling him to follow Shuhi. And he was also kinda curious about how much strength the painted panda would be able to exert. Yizhe looked at Shuhi, who walked away, and said silently, let's hope we don't bankrupt this rich brother. Pandas eat what you eat, can digest everything into properties. So, theoretically a panda's stomach is almost bottomless. Given time, he could even eat up the entire Lin Yuan city. Never mind, as long as you don't feed it too hard, it shouldn't be a big deal. Yezer turns to open the hypothetical. Summon the two beasts, the mantis and the demon dragon, to slaughter today's portion of the witch demon commander. Another 16,000 experience in hand. Ding! Your level has increased to 17. Talent, you have been granted one infinite gold phrase extraction. 17th word. Yezer immediately extracted. You have drawn the golden legend level phrase, Death Verdict. Death Verdict. After killing the target, the enemy cannot trigger any form of resurrection, transmutation, or splitting ability, and will surely die. Unable to trigger a resurrection? This type of effect is still good for high-level evil demon restraining properties. Just right for Mantis. Used to ensure 100% triggering of the Reaper effect. At that moment, however, another prompt popped up. Synthesizable word detected. It's time to synthesize words above the lore again. After seeing the effect of the synthesized word Martial Saint, Yizhe was extraordinarily expectant. Look to the synthesized list this time. Reaper plus Hunt Vision plus Death Verdict can be synthesized. Chapter 82, Finding Danger Looking for Yizhe? Reaper plus Hunt Vision plus Death Decree, synthesizable. 3 assassin-type phrases. There is no doubt that what can be synthesized with 3 phrases will not be any ordinary goods. Yizhe did not hesitate and synthesized immediately. The golden legend has been synthesized, the superior word, Terminator. The Terminator, the embodiment of destruction and finality. The nightmare of all enemies. Worthy of a legend supremacy phrase, it feels a lot more forced. As Yizhe lamented, the synthesized words were rightfully bestowed on Mantis. A dark purple demonic light flickered like a sphere wrapping the Mantis body, but reappeared after a few seconds, like getting a full evolution. Summoned Beast, Void Hunter, Golden Legend, Evolution Void Terminator, Golden Legend. The second legendary 4-star Summoned Beast. It was said that a summoner in the 5th rank in China who was considered the top summoner had only one legendary 4-star Summoned Beast in his hands. As for him now, he was at level 17. With 2 legendary 4 stars and 1 legendary 3-star. And, based on Mantis's current state, it wasn't far from being a legendary 5-star. Meanwhile, the attributes have finally gotten a second major boost. Power, 380-440. Body mass, 310-350. Agility, 378-458. Spirit, 300-340. Skill, Void/Annihilation, Legendary, Upper. Skill, Void Shuttle, Legendary, Upper. Skill, Compound Eyes Void Killing Pupil, Legendary, Upper Level. To have this kind of attribute when Mantis only had one piece of equipment was unbelievable. It's also kind of revitalizing the assassin's glory. Nowadays, with a single strike, an ordinary 3rd-ranked professional could be directly killed in seconds. But if compared to the Wu Shang Panda, Mantis's attributes are still much worse. After all, The panda relied on eat what you eat to gain a large number of attributes. And with the addition of 2 pieces of legendary equipment, the average attribute had long since broken through 500. However, both have their advantages and disadvantages when it comes to skills. The evolved chopping skill Annihilation doubles the damage. The quality of Void Shuttle had also been raised to superior. And now if Lu Anren were to use Spatial Blockade again, it would be difficult to seal it. What shocked Yezer the most was the last skill. In addition to the enhanced effect of the compound eyes, and the integration of Hunt Vision, there is an additional special effect. Void Killing Pupil. When the target enemy's life value is less than 30%, the Void Killing Pupil triggers the power of finality and directly decapitates bloodied enemies. Glare and die. This effect could definitely be called a very terrifying one in the decapitation class of skills. The evolved Mantis, a bit more demonic and terrifying than his previous appearance, felt stronger power in his vaporous form in mid-air. The Devil Dragon said oddly in the summoned beast space. How did he suddenly become so strong in such a short period of time? Yesterday he thought he could fight Mantis back and forth. Now he felt absolutely crushed. Don't worry, you'll get your share later. Yezer was responding. Suddenly felt a trance in front of his eyes, followed by the pupils passively flashing golden light. As if in defense of something, Yi Zhe's brows furrowed. What's the situation? Ding. Eye of Insight detected that you are being interfered with by an illusion. Mirage. Yi Zhe's complexion was flabbergasted. Because this was Lin Yuan City, there would definitely be no one who could easily release illusion-type skills, much less interfere with others at will. Then the only possible explanation is that evil demons are at work. But what felt wrong was that the evil demons that had been documented were not types that could use illusions at all. Is it a new type of undocumented evil? Yi Zhe was just thinking about it when a sharp knock sounded outside. Soon the knocking stopped, a spatial fluctuation arose, and the 3 people teleported directly in front of Yi Zhe. They were Lu Anren, his teacher Lu Boyan, and Lu Ouyao, the little Lolita from Huazhong, respectively. Yi Zhe was startled. Hey, you guys are too disrespectful of a man's privacy by passing it directly to my house. The situation is urgent. Lu Anren didn't answer and said with a straight face, evil demons have appeared in the city. At those words, Yi Zhe squared his shoulders, realizing that it was really as he thought. I've acquired a prop at HQ that counteracts the effects of illusions to a certain degree, and today on the street I saw several corpses, all with signs of evil attacks, but no one else could see them at all. Lu Anren said with certainty, this is definitely an illusion, and now it can't even send a message. I think it's a huge illusionary space that enveloped the entire Lin Yuan city. As a tactician, Lu Anren immediately made a judgment on the current situation. Yi Zhe nodded slightly after hearing this, and Lu Boyan instantly looked furious. Evil demons are here? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Boyan was brought here by Lu Anren early this morning, saying that the situation was so critical that it was too late to go into detail. I didn't realize it was an evil demon entering the city. After all, Lu Boyan is a veteran. And when he heard that the enemy was coming, he immediately became indignant. I'm at least a 3rd rank, and even though I'm retired from the army, my strength hasn't regressed yet. Dad, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you'd be anxious. Lu Anren sighed helplessly. Yi Zhe asked, have you looked for the city lord? Lu Anren, I searched. City Lord Wan is not here. It seems like he left temporarily last night. Tweak the tiger. Yi Zhe stood up and stretched, his tone very certain. Don't look at the evil demons. All of them mentally deficient and oddly shaped, but their combat thinking was not too much inferior to humans. Lu Anren looked at Yi Zhe's expression and was very curious. You don't seem to be panicking at all? Not to mention the general public. Even though she was bound to be calm as a tactician, she tensed up after realizing that evil demons had entered the city. Yi Zhe gave a faint smile and explained, since the evil demons are transferring the city lord, it means that the strength of the evil demons in the city is limited. Not yet a battle. No way. Lu Boyan shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. Even if the evil demon can't defeat City Lord Wan, his strength isn't something you can deal with. He still thought that Yi Zhe was just a kid who had just transferred a few days ago, so how strong could he be? Luo Yao on the side shook Lu Anren's arm. Sister Anren, what you said about looking for a helper, wouldn't be here to find Yi Zhe, right? At those words, Lu Anren nodded slightly. After seeing Yi Zhe's strength, she really felt that it would be better to come directly to Yi Zhe instead of asking for help from the 3rd and 4th Order City Defense Forces. Being an opponent feels desperate though, but to be a teammate, that's a different feeling. Even if Lu Anren still has mixed emotions about Yi Zhe, and even the latter jokes about it from time to time, reason tells her that she is right to find it. Seeing his daughter take a stand, Lu Boyan was first stunned, followed by a great shock, discovered the danger without telling his old father, a 3rd Order man. First, The first one to look for was actually Yezer? What's the situation? Chapter 83. Yi Zhe is a teammate. That's fine. After gaining some understanding of the situation in the city from Luanren, Yi Zhe immediately prepared to move. Evil demons have entered the city. There is no delay. Do it early to save as many as you can. Wait, you're still going to save the day? Beside Luanren, Luo Yao was a bit nervous and couldn't help but ask. With the evil demons entering the city, it would be good for them, the newcomers of the First Order professionals, to protect themselves, right? Yi Zhe laughed and asked instead of answering. What's this kid here for? Although it is the same age, but with Luo Yao's body type, Yi Zhe said that the child is actually not at all incongruous. Luanren helplessly replied, came to find me to play, but as a result, just after coming, I encountered an evil demon entering the city. Unlucky child. Yi Zhe felt a little amused and turned around to get ready to go out, which resulted in Luo Yao gritting her teeth in anger. Seeing that Yi Zhe's intention to go was determined, Luanren naturally decided to follow. However, she also wielded a staff and could still lead a timely evacuation in case of danger. Boom! As soon as he went out, Yi Zhe heard the sound of collapse coming from the building outside. In the real view of the Eye of Insight, the scene in front of him was not optimistic. There were already more than 10 corpses on the ground, all of which were city defense troops. Yi Zhe didn't want to delay and replicated the void-killing pupil, a pupil technique that fused the hunting and killing vision to see through. Sweeping around, he spotted an evil demon disguised as a member of the investigative section. At this time, Yi Zhe also finally understood. Why weren't the members of the investigation section, who had all returned earlier, detected as abnormal? It is because of the illusion that all of the detectives have been hit by the illusion. Moreover, the evil demon, who has the ability to impose illusions on all the detectives of the Jin demon army, is afraid that his head is not small. Even so, Yi Zhe still chose to take the initiative. Mantis, wait, that's the evil demon general. Feeling the terrifying aura of that evil demon, Luanren was startled. Let me help you. No need. You just do the guard position. Yi Zhe waved his hand. Actually, speaking of which, I've already killed it once. He looked at the figure of the evil demon general, and it turned out to be the Blood-Sea Fierce demon that he had seen in the regiment book. The copy was more like a video, and the Blood-Sea Fierce demons he killed in the copy were like projections, not real kills. And now, it's actually happened again. Once level 35, it is now level 40. At this moment, the Blood-Sea Fierce demon, who resembled a blood man, had already discovered Yi Zhe, and the corners of his mouth grinned to the root of his ears in a low smile. Oh, you can actually see through it? The person in the illusion should be defenseless and not even see it at all, just like the two ordinary professionals it had previously killed. At this moment, the blood of the two corpses coalesced in its hands like a stream of water, and then the corpses shriveled up into dry corpses. Yi Zhe sighed without much ado. Kill! A figure flashed in the void. The Blood-Sea Fierce demon was surprised for a moment, then shot out 5 blood arrows, which were easily dodged by Mantis. However, the Blood-Sea Ferocious demon followed the blood arrows in unison, attempting to suppress the Mantis right after, as it was slightly more confident due to its attributes being a bit higher than the Mantis. However, after dodging the blood arrows, Mantis's body continuously flashed with a surprisingly fast speed. Why do I feel as if Mantis's space travel is faster than before? Luanren froze slightly. Before this, she could barely compete with Mantis in terms of spatial movement ability, and now she suddenly felt the gap widening. However, it's not just the space travel ability. Mantis' continuous blinking isn't about dodging, it's about finding a spot to spike your opponent. Annihilation. A low roar like metal rubbing resounded, and the upgraded legendary upper skill Annihilation was unleashed, a spatial chop that contained endless destructive power. The Blood-Sea Fierce demon used its blood as a shield, forming a circular shield around its body in an attempt to block the damage. And in the next moment, the chopping became stronger and stronger. The trembling and twisting of space became even more violent, and as the chopping reached it, a dark purple ball of energy almost collapsed the space. Like a supernova erupting, the light of nothingness and finality engulfs everything. The Blood-Sea Ferocious demon's blood shield shattered in an instant, and it itself was reduced to nothing by this force. The level 40 evil demon general, whose overall attributes were a bit stronger than the Mantis, was directly killed in seconds after a single hit of Annihilation at 4000% damage. There was no need to even release the void-killing pupil. Kill the Blood-Sea Fiend. Gain experience plus 16,000, plus 100%. Rank, 17, 31475/38600. The moment the kill prompt sounded, Yi Zhe suddenly felt that the evil demon had really come at the right time. At this rate of hunting, it is estimated that the second order is not far away. Beside me, Ryu Anren, who watched the whole thing, had his scalp tingling. As she remembered, Mantis' skills hadn't been this scary before. Now this strike, on top of the chopping, had a spatial collapse ranged effect attached to it. Even stronger. How else is this going to play? Oh, this time Yezer is a teammate. That's fine. For some reason, Lu Anren was silently relieved, as if he had a headache because he didn't have to think about dealing with Yi Zhe anymore. When the evil general dies, the body can be seen by all. For a while, the two of them, Lu Boyan and Luo Yao, had their eyes glazed over. What the hell? Killing a level 40 evil demon general in such a short time? Before the duo could figure out the situation, the countless ordinary people and professionals around them, who were caught in the illusion, suddenly panicked. Squirrel, send in the shadow split and get everyone to safety. Within his power, Yezer arranged to save the people in the same city. Combat-wise, it continues to be Mantis' main offense. As for the demon dragon, it's better to avoid having him out in the urban areas. With his size and range of skills, a casual move would probably pose more of a threat to the city than an evil demon. As for foxes, it's the same thing. One heavenly thunderbolt down, all but saving the evil demons from working. Although the purpose of the evil demons was unknown for the time being, the damage this caused was still excessive. Yi Zhe continued to advance along the street, opening his void-killing pupil to scan the area. However, at this moment, his pupils contracted violently when he saw that Xia Qing was preparing to head to the War Academy to work. Quick! Bring her here! Mantis also possessed the void-killing pupil and could understand Yi Zhe's meaning. Immediately weaving to Xia Qing's side, it was not a laborious process. For the moment he saw the Mantis appear, Hatsing almost fainted with fright. Monster! Until he was brought to Yezer's side, his chest still continued to rise and fall with his panting. Yezer? Yezer didn't reply. The reason why I was extra nervous at that time was because an unprecedented evil demon was discovered in the middle of the war college. Just then, Yi Zhe frowned. Watch out! Lu Anren developed a sense of crisis that he had never felt before. That evil demon, it seemed to have discovered Yi Zhe, only to see a fog suddenly surging up in front of him. The evil demon, almost instantaneously, stepped out of the fog, a low rank that can see through my illusions, and killed one of my generals. Hear this unemotional voice. Golden light appeared in Yi Zhe's pupils. Mirage, LV 60. Type, King's Evil. Chapter 84, Devil King Mirage. You're not heir to where are you? Dongwu City, East China. Head Conference Hall. Wu Ming was leading a group of elite backbones, discussing strategies regarding the future mythic level secret realm. At that moment, however, a short siren sounded. Wu Ming and the others were violently startled. This represents that a city in the East China region has suffered a great crisis. Very urgent. Chief, the signal from Linyuan City has disappeared. Hearing a secretary clerk come and report anxiously, the faces of the people at the meeting changed dramatically. Disappeared? How can that be? Wu Ming's face was extraordinarily serious. No need to guess. It must be the enemy entering the city. Cities are kept safe by resident signals for the first call for help or support in the event of an attack, and such signals only disappear suddenly if breached from within. Where is Wan Feipeng? The seriousness of the matter caused Wu Ming to immediately abandon the meeting and prepare to gather manpower for support. The secretary replied, there are 3 demon kings attacking the border, and City Lord Wan has gone to the abyssal border battlefield to defend. 3 demon kings as bait. Wu Ming's heart sank a few more points. Should we notify Lord Wan Chang to come back? It can't be called back. Wu Ming was very certain. Evil must have made preparations. The evil demons haven't sent out this many demon kings in recent years, and this time, I'm afraid they're going to capture Linyuan City in one fell swoop. One of the backbones attending the meeting worriedly said, Linyuan City is a major border defense city. If it's captured, I'm afraid that the other neighboring cities will suffer as well. Yes, Wu Ming sighed. It's a heavy border defense city with a lot of defending equipment. That's why the evil demons chose to sneak into the city and attack. At this point, a recently promoted female director of the Ministry of Finance spoke out. Chief Wu, for such an important place, why don't you send a few more strong men to guard it? Wu Ming was originally extraordinarily grave in color, and at those words, he actually laughed directly in anger. The head of the tactical department of the East China region grunted coldly. Send a few more strong men. From where? There are a total of 10 of the 6th order. At least half of them must guard the abyss, and the rest guard the 5 major districts respectively. It's already a heavy city treatment for Linyuan City to have a hunting king. Where can there be more powerful people? Tell me. Not to mention the East China region, China, and even looking at the entire Blue Star, top powerhouses were extremely scarce. But some people, who live too peacefully, don't even realize it. The female supervisor, who was disliked several times in a row, immediately lowered her head and shut her mouth. Just hope, Wu Ming said. suddenly shaking his head helplessly. He had some luck, hoping that the one who entered the city was not a demon king, and maybe he could still deal with it, but this is obviously impossible. Not only was it a demon lord, but it had to be a demon lord that had never been seen before to have the new ability to infiltrate the city of Lin Yuan. I just hope that this demon king don't ever let Yi Zhe and Lu Anren touch it. Wu Ming can accept sacrifices, but to sacrifice the two freshmen with the highest potential in this class could be more painful than stabbing a knife into his heart. The secretary weakly opened his mouth. Chief, Shu He and Luo Yao from the special training camp are now also in Lin Yuan City. What? For genius-level freshmen, all trapped in Lin Yuan City? Wu Ming had a splitting headache. Why are they all heading to Lin Yuan City for nothing? He couldn't stay a moment longer. Couldn't even wait to gather support staff and set off himself. Go to the warehouse for me. Bring all the return to heaven herbs. Even if there is a breath left, you have to bring them back to life. A group of people from Dongwu City flew to Lin Yuan City. And at this moment, Lin Yuan City looked like it was shrouded in a white foggy semicircular boundary from the outside looking in. Inside the city, the mastermind of everything had come before Yezer. Feeling the terrifying aura of the Demon King, the people present only felt their scalps tingle. However, unexpectedly, 3 4th-rank city defenders came and killed them from the flanks. You guys go first, we'll deal with the evil demons. The 3 members of the city defense force signaled Yi Zhe, Lu Anren, and the others to go quickly. In the eyes of the city's defense forces, the composition of Yezer and others consisted of students, young teachers, and elderly people who were in need of shelter from the military. So without saying a word, he kills his way over to cover. So much so, that they didn't even have time to realize what kind of opponent they were going to face. Don't go over there. Yi Zhe spoke in a hurry, but only a bang was heard. 3 mist shadows instantly flashed out in front of the Demon King Mirage, and in the next moment, the 3 people in front of him were sent flying backwards more than 10 meters by the blow, heavily injuring 3 4th-order professionals with one blow. Yi Zhe sighed. Having seen his opponent's attributes, he was not surprised by this kind of combat power. Mirage, LV 60. Type, King-level evil demon. Attributes, Strength 750. Constitution 840. Agility 630. Spirit 1030. Characteristics, Domain Technique, Mirage. Skills, Alternate Reality. Illusion Breaking Strike, Disillusionment Burst, Mist and Shadow Detachment. All the illusions, and even the forbidden boundaries that envelop the entire Lin Yuan City. It all came from this Demon King's domain technique, Mirage. On top of that, the Demon King Mirage could even instantly move with the mist when he was in the realm. It's more similar to Mantis' displacement skill. Only, it wasn't as counterintuitive as Mantis' Void Shuttle. Plus, with the extraordinarily exaggerated Mirage attribute, it was simply normal to kill a 4th rank in seconds. Damn, what level is this? The city defense army dragged his heavily injured body and climbed up, looking at Yi Zhe and the others anxiously. Come on. Luo Yao was also a bit flustered and looked at Lu Anren, who slowly condensed space power in his palm, but Yezer shook his head. You can't run away. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, the fog grew. The Demon King Mirage in human form actually appeared behind their party out of nowhere. The crowd looked startled as Mirage struck out, and a light blue light shield unfolded in front of Yi Zhe to block the strike. Space teleportation. Lu Anren's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he hastily cast a spell to bring the crowd to another location, and the light shield of Yi Zhe's spirit contract cloak was completely shattered by this strike. I can't believe it was broken in one go. Beside her, Luo Yao hastily reached out her small hand to touch Yi Zhe's cloak. Ding! Receiving the effect of the skill one more time, the skill attached to the spirit contract cloak, Spirit Shield, is back on cooldown. Holy, there's still this kind of skill. Yi Zhe was shocked. Luo Yao's small hand almost shook a little, pitifully said, you can hold on. I don't want to die. Yet, she's a support role, and without her teammates she's worse off than anyone else. Yi Zhe smiled, facing the Demon King but with no fear at all. Don't worry, I can kill it. At that, the crowd glanced at him incredulously, as if to ask what the hell are you talking about? At this moment, they could only have Lu Anren to desperately teleport and dodge in the face of the Demon King Mirage's attack. Being touched by the Demon King is seconds. What to kill with? However, just Mirage these few short attacks. Yi Zhe found the key to victory. His skills and attack distance are limited. We'll just go up to the sky. To win, they must at least never let the Demon King be a threat to themselves. And Mirage's body, a big clam. Although it was at the top of its illusion techniques, all 4 of its skills and domain techniques had no air-to-air ability. As a matter of fact, Lu Anren, as a tactician, also found the flaws of the opponent's attack. But the problem is, I can't teleport you to the sky. As soon as she spoke, she only saw Yi Zhe release a summoned beast she hadn't seen yet. Simon, howl. A monstrous dragon roar caused the evil demons in the city to fall silent. Instead of being in the form of a dragon man, Simon the demon dragon had directly changed into his true form of a demon dragon at Yizei's command. A huge black shadow swept across the earth. A full-bodied demonic dragon more than 100 meters long. Its wings unfolded like a curtain that covered the sky. Its might was terrifying. Teleport to the dragon. It wasn't until Yizei reminded her that Lu Anren reacted. It was really because the demon dragon was so shocking that no one, including Lu Anren, expected Yizei to actually have a dragon summoning beast. And it was also a demonic dragon, casually releasing monstrous demonic chi. Saying that it was in league with the evil demon, probably no one would not believe it. Space teleportation. Lu Anren immediately teleported the crowd onto the dragon's back. Demon dragons soared in the sky, and Demon King Mirage gnashed his teeth on the ground. Damn dash. Yes, it really has no air-to-air capability. Although it has high enough attributes, the only thing it has is too low agility and can't navigate the air, because he's just a clam. Originally, it was already going to get it when faced with the girl who could teleport. As long as it struck 2 or 3 more times, the girl who could spatially teleport would surely not be able to support herself and would not be able to teleport and escape in time, and it would be able to take down this group of people. But offhand, they're up in the air now, on the back of the demonic dragon. Luo Yao breathed a long sigh of relief. Survived. Lu Anren also finally felt a little more at ease. If it wasn't for this flying summoned beast, they really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Yizei, however, stared at the Demon King Mirage below, the corner of his mouth rising as he said, more than just surviving. If I say kill it, I will. Ryu Anren was still confused. What are you going to do? With that, Yizei summoned a squirrel shadow doppelganger and exchanged the shadow doppelganger with the loaned out panda. Changed the panda back first. The city lord's guest house. Shu He, who did not listen to anything outside the window and was focused on painting, had just lowered his head and painted 2 strokes. Looking up and seeing the summoned beast in front of him, he suddenly froze. What about a big panda? How to turn into a little squirrel. Chapter 85, 3 dry punches shatter the dream of the Demon King. 2 chapters and 40 words. Watching a panda turn into a squirrel right in front of my eyes? Chewie subconsciously rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. At this moment, he was no longer immersed in the state of painting, which was when he heard a loud noise coming from outside. Raising his eyes to the window, he raised his eyes to the thick fog rolling, as well as the fire and dust stirred up by the bursting of the building, and the demonic gas was in the air. After the entire Lin Yuan city was blocked off by the mirage, the Demon King Mirage no longer needed to use the mirage to cover up. Is the world coming to an end? No, it's the evil demons that have entered the city. Shui's scalp was numb. As a professional, he subconsciously had to go out and join the battlefield, but at the moment before going out, suddenly his footsteps stalled. He didn't draw. The painter didn't paint. So what is it? It's almost like it's a little more wasted than a sniper without a gun or an assassin without his hands. The only thing left in his hand was the half-finished scroll with the outline of a panda just drawn on it. He suddenly realized that he was the one who needed saving the most. Chewie subconsciously looked at the little squirrel and cautiously squatted down to try and ask, "Brother Squirrel, you're here to protect me, right?" Shadow Squirrel cocked his head in bewilderment. Above Lin Yuan City, on the back of the demonic dragon, seeing the sudden appearance of the martial Saint Panda, Luo Yao took 2 steps back, as if some bad memories had been awakened. Lu Anren thought a little and still shook his head. I remember the panda's ability. Even with his current fighting ability, it's still impossible to deal with the Demon King. Yizei, if you're not sure, don't take any chances. She wanted to remind Yizei that as long as she lived, there was hope for revenge against the Demon King sooner or later in the future. But Yizei didn't like revenge. He liked to have a grudge and understand it on the spot. Don't worry, Panda has other abilities, Yizei explained. When the time comes, you may need to cooperate. There are other abilities? Hearing this, Lu Anren and Luo Yao were both instantly confused. Could it be that on that ancient battlefield, the panda was 1 against 35, and still didn't use his full strength? The two of them had, originally, been able to slowly come to terms with the disparity of that battle in the ancient battlefield. Unexpectedly, the gap with Yizei seemed to be deep. The more you catch up, the more terrifying it becomes. And at this time, Lu Boyan, who was still shocked by Yizei's strength, suddenly felt a familiar aura. Not good. It's the scent of abyssal pollution. The Demon King seems to want to encroach on Lin Yuan City as a polluted place. Upon hearing this news, the crowd was once again startled, and even Yizei couldn't help but hastily look downward. Only bizarre black spots appeared in the ground where the Demon King Mirage stood, followed by the stench and corruption spreading from the original spot and continuously expanding to the entire city. The Demon King's Mirage felt the expansion of the contamination. and a pleasurable expression appeared on his face. So what if there's no air-to-air? So what if you can't hit Yezer? Contaminating the entire Lin Yuan city from the inside, turning this heavy human border city into a polluted place, was his main purpose this time. At that time, this border city of China will be turned into a vanguard base for evil demons. It is strategic for evil to take over the entire country. As for those humans in the sky, so what if they let go? He had only wanted to see what strength the human who could kill the evil demon general under him had. Now it seemed that it was just a guy who escaped with the help of flying. Not as worthy of targeting as that little girl with space ability. Well, can look for an opportunity to tag her and wait for a kill in the future. Demon King Mirage thought so. Some of the remaining humans were seen releasing long-range skills to attack him, but he didn't even bother because it wouldn't even break his defense. And in the sky, Lu Boyan and the others looked grave. Once the polluted land is formed, even expelling the evil demons is powerless. Once the polluted land was formed, it represented the complete fall of Lin Yuan City. Even the entire city's dead professionals would turn into special evil demons against the humans. It must be done quickly. Yi Zay's words once again made the crowd confused. Facing the Demon King, but also a quick battle? However, in this situation, all anyone can do is to believe in Yezer. Lu Anren looked at Yi Zay and said decisively, "What do you want me to do? Use a space blockade and seal it." Yi Zay looked towards the Demon King Mirage. His opponent's ability to instantly move through the domain would make it difficult for the panda's domain to hit, was the only point he was worried about. Without saying a word, Lu Anren's staff condensed the power of space and gritted his teeth. 1 minute at most. A less than second-ranked space warlock trying to blockade the Demon King would have to fight tooth and nail to last a minute. This is still with the assistance of Luo Yao's mending magic. "Yao Yao, I'm coming." Luo Yao stretched out her small hand to help Lu Anren maintain her spiritual power. Space blockade. The space where the Demon King Mirage was located was abruptly fixed. Like when Mantis couldn't use Void Shuttle, he couldn't instantly move anymore. What do you mean? Demon King Mirage froze instantly. In the meantime, Yi Zay immediately struck out with the skill enhancement. Martial Saint Field. Skill enhancement, super, is in effect. Enhancement, Martial Sacred Field, super. The attributes of a level 60 Demon King were so ridiculously high that a hard encounter would never be an opponent. But with a super enhanced field, the situation could be different after an attribute weakening. Martial Sage's Domain Ultra. When the domain is opened, the Martial Sage suppresses all enemies with his aura, lowering the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes by a value equal to 75% of the Martial Sage's 4-dimensional attributes. The Sage leaps down and hits the ground like a meteorite from the sky. Open. Martial Saint's Field Ultra. The surroundings seemed to be plunged into darkness, and the only thing that shone was the Taiji pattern on the ground, enveloping the Demon King Mirage. Field to field. However, the legendary superior Martial Saint Domain, plus the super reinforcement, instantly suppressed the Mirage where the Demon King's Mirage was located. Not good. How can a low rank know a domain technique too? The Devil King Mirage's face changed. He also possessed a domain and naturally knew the danger, immediately preparing to instantly move away. However, due to the existence of the spatial blockade, he could only stop where he was and was forced to endure the field effect. The domain takes effect and the Demon King Mirage attribute is reduced. Strength, 417. Physique, 399. Agility, 403. Spirit, 309. How? Demon King Mirage was really starting to get shocked. Evil demons, the race that valued strength equivalency the most. Since the beginning, Demon King Mirage hadn't given a second thought to this group of occupiers who were no more than first rank. But now, he felt that things were beyond expectation. Bang! At this moment, the panda blasted out with a aggression like fire, 100% blast. While the Demon King Mirage did not react to the complete bombardment, wrapped in the Martial Saint Astral Chi of the fist alone, the aftermath of the hit, the ground trembled. Earth and stone splattered. Asterisk. Demon King Mirage's breath laxed for a few moments as he roared low in anger. Damn dash! How could he, the king of the evil demons, be beaten like this by this group of low-ranked ants? Luoli Maiden Luo Yao was instantly energized. Well played. She suddenly felt that being teammates with Yi Zay was actually so cool. Even the king-level evil demons that even the main force of the Jin Demon army had to avoid, they actually managed to gain an advantage. She even wanted to shout 666. But Lu Anren was not optimistic and cried out anxiously. Half a minute left. His resistance is getting more and more violent. Needless to say, Yi Zay also saw Demon King Mirage perform his masterpiece, Illusion. The panda lost his target before his eyes. Demon King Mirage's attributes were too high, and even though it was reduced by a large portion, it still crushed the panda and even anyone else in terms of mental power. In the sky, the golden light flashes in Yi Zay's pupils. Panda, Mantis, hit directly where I cued you. As a summoner, a psychic connection would be established between the summoned beast and the summoned beast, and those with strong spiritual power could communicate directly with the summoned beast through the spirit. And Yezer, just in time, can do it. It doesn't matter if the panda mantis can't see the mirage. It doesn't have to look at all. It just has to unconditionally execute the command. The Martial Saint Panda immediately turned around at his words and threw a direct punch towards the illusory empty space in front of him. Bang! How can you see through? 2. Devil Mirage was hit with another hard punch by Panda. Before he could catch his breath for a moment, a void fissure cracked open on him, and the terrifying power of annihilation mercilessly crushed the entire space. Mirage, as the Demon King, had never been, or even thought of, being so severely injured. That's right, with Demon King Mirage's defense, even if his physique was lowered, he could still resist the full force of the two beasts' outbursts. Don't get too cocky for me. Demon King Mirage was nearly crazy, not even considering the consumption. Dozens of mist shadow diversions came out in a row. Breaking Illusion Strike. These several doppelgangers, similar to shadow doppelgangers, as long as the damage of the hit is not much different from the main body, spare the panda being hit by this wave, but also must die. This was the Demon King Mirage, the spiritual power that was still ahead of everyone after being weakened. However, Yi Zhe used another squirrel shadow doppelganger and exchanged it again just as the panda was about to be attacked. The panda returned to the top of the magic dragon. The target that was countered by the Demon King Mirage's full force became the squirrel shadow that switched over. As for Mantis, he directly disappeared into the void. Demon King Mirage's full force hit nothing but the next bun store and ramen store collapsed. The cooldown of the exchange, with the addition of the martial extreme intent, took only 12 seconds, helping the panda dodge the fatal blow. And at the moment when the space blockade was about to end, the panda once again leapt down from the magic dragon. A punch from the sky. It directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. Seeing this, Lu Boyan, Xia Chang and even the surrounding city defense forces were dumbfounded. A first-ranked professional who beat the Demon King to this extent. Unheard of. Even if it were someone else, they wouldn't dare to dream of being so bold. Even some of the city defense forces that were farther away from the battlefield, seeing such destructive power, thought that the city lord had returned. Deep in the pit, Mirage the Demon King went into a trance. Their evil attack was well planned. In the plan, as long as the only high-ranking city lord of Lin Yuan City could be lured away, the rest would be nothing more than a bunch of weak, low-ranking humans. Even if Mirage was a spiritual demon king, it was still more than enough to deal with. Then spread the abyssal pollution and infest the whole city. Obviously the plan is so smooth. Why? To be so frustrated by a first-rank human. The human race, how tenacious. The Devil King Mirage appeared from the deep pit, his words tinged with anger. He doesn't want Lin Yuan City. What was more pressing now than Lin Yuan City was to get rid of that first-rank summoner. The human race. Whenever a great era comes, there will be a character who will save the day. Frequently thwarted abyss offense. It is more urgent to exterminate such geniuses in advance than to destroy a city. You will die. The Demon King Mirage stared at the figure in the sky, his voice gritting his teeth, determined to bring this information back to the abyss. At that time, more Demon Kings will arrive in person, and there is no fear that he won't die. Lu Anrun's face was pale. Seeing this he apologized. Space blockade. Can't maintain it. The Devil King level is just too much to carry. Even after weakening his physique, he had high defense in his body and carried it for a full minute. Luo Yao was also exhausted, and mending demons had emptied her. The fog gradually rose, and the Devil King Mirage figure disappeared, leaving the range of the Martial Saint's domain. The crowd's looks became tense and fearful. Within the mist, it was as if the Demon King Mirage's frenzied voice was coming from all directions. A low rank is a low rank. You think you can kill me, King? Not for nothing. The Demon King Mirage, who had regained his full attributes, was theoretically enough to regain control of the situation again, but he decided to leave and must return to the abyss and bring a roll to crush this human summoner. The feeling of destroying the human geniuses made him look forward to it even more. But at this point, faced with a scene that worried everyone, Yezer, however, breathed a long sigh of relief and his mind was calm. It's over. Because, under the probe of the Eye of Insight, the blood level of the Demon King Mirage, only a quarter left. That is, 25% of the life value. Mantis, Yi Zhe spoke softly as a void fluctuation flashed through the battlefield. Mantis pupils, abruptly bloomed with dark purple light, like two supernovas shining. The Devil King Mirage was escaping in successive instantaneous movements, and was inwardly rejoicing. But in the next moment, pitch blackness enveloped his field of vision, and as Demon King Mirage was staring in disbelief, a pair of gigantic pupils surfaced in the sky above him. emanating an aura of destruction and finality. No, Mirage the Demon King panicked, because his body, in an instant, was torn apart without resistance, and even completely obliterated and turned into nothingness. Void-killing pupil, irresistible, Lin Yuan City, outside the white forbidden boundary shrouded by a mist. Wu Ming personally brought a Fifth Order squad at full speed. Sure enough, it's a forbidden boundary that prohibits signaling and anyone from entering or exiting. Wu Ming anxiously said, Su Shi, quick, break the boundary. This kind of boundary set up by the Demon King, even a group of them of the 5th rank would not be able to break through. One could only rely on Su Shi, who was its spiritual numinous master, to invade the boundary through his spiritual power, thus achieving the effect of breaking the boundary. But this way of cracking the knot, again, takes quite a bit of time. Wu Ming became more and more worried inside. Never, don't let anything happen to anyone. In the small group, the white-skirted woman Su Shi flew close to the boundary. Put your hand on top of the knot and prepare to start invading it. However, the next moment, a shattering sound rang out at the boundary. The forbidden boundary broke in response. Su Shi Nyoa, when did your spiritual power become so strong? The Demon King's boundary breaks in a second. Wu Ming let out a cheer, and the several 5th-ranked powerhouses in the squad all looked surprised and rushed forward. Su Shi froze and blinked her eyes twice, as if her entire body was a bit dumbfounded. But I haven't done it yet nah. Chapter 86, 2 levels in a row. On the abyssal border battlefield, 5 figures with extraordinarily terrifying auras fought against each other. 3 of them, all of them were abyssal demon kings that had invaded the border, and all of them were combat-oriented demon kings. The other 2, on the other hand, were Hunt King Wan Feipeng and Gun King Tong Yamo, 2 against 3. This was the case in the top matchups between humans and abyssal evil demons, where high-ranked professionals usually had to face situations where they were outnumbered in the battlefield. Because compared to the bottom, the abyss was truly bottomless. There were an unknown number of evil demonic powerhouses, but then there are only 10 human 6th orders, and there were no advancement quests after the 6th order, and it was impossible to find a way to advance to the 7th order, limiting the strength of the powerful. But even so, Wan and Tong had the upper hand in a situation where they were outnumbered. This is where the strength of the top human transcendentals lies. Wan Feipeng's figure was like a green-colored storm. His moves were powerful. Ha, with this you dare to invade my Chinese border? At those words, a green-faced, fanged, hungry ghost-like demon king on the opposite side of the room actually laughed creepily after being hit. Jia. So what if you beat us? Think of your city. It will soon be gone. When these words came out, Wan Feipeng's face changed dramatically. Lin Yuan City. Seeing this, Tong Yamo repelled the enemy in front of him and hurriedly turned his head to heckle. Don't be distracted. He's trying to influence you. It was indeed correct to say that high-level evil demons were very fond of using various factors to interfere with their opponent's mindset when they fought, and this was a conclusion that Hua Xia had come to a long time ago. The opposite Demon King's tone was derisive. Your city signal is gone, right? Imagine having to encounter a demon lord in town without you. What do you think will happen? The 3 Demon Kings laughed in unison. Clearly this plan was all within their expectations, and Wan Feipeng was nearly furious, because he, as the city master, indeed can't perceive Lin Yuan City. Tong Yamo hastened to remind. It's too late to go back. It's important to guard Lin Yuan City, and it's also important to repel foreign enemies. Tong Yamo actually blamed himself a bit, but the 3 Demon Kings invaded the border. It was a must to defend, and as a guard there was nothing he could do about it. Wan Feipeng stared at the Demon King and gritted his teeth. Dog scum. Lin Yuan City is gone, and all of you will die today. The Demon Kings were still excited, and in top duels, when the opponent was in an abnormal mood, it was easy to catch a break. If the opportunity is right, it's possible to catch a break and kill it. The green-faced, fanged Demon King laughed as he stepped forward and fought hard against it. However, in the next moment, some kind of connection in his spirit was suddenly disconnected, leaving him a bit dumbfounded. What? Mirage is dead. How is that possible? But before he could think about it, Wan Feipeng's angry fist smashed into his face with such precision that the green-faced Demon King was sent flying by a punch. The terrifying force of this punch smashed the green-faced Demon King's face a little twisted. Originally wanted to create a breakthrough for Wan Feipeng. As a result, it turned out to be himself who revealed the cracks first. However, it wasn't just him. The remaining 2 Demon Kings likewise felt Mirage's death and their complexions changed drastically. It can't be. Did they arrange a backhand? Damn! Wan Feipeng. Could it be that you've recognized it? Discovering that Wan Feipeng had won with a single strike, Gun King Tong Yamo was also stunned. Turning his head in surprise, he said. Did you just pretend? Wan Feiping was also a bit confused, although he didn't know who had stepped in to solve the problem. But the ending was good, because the signal from Lin Yuan City was re-perceived by him. He stared up at the three demons and craned his neck to laugh. Lin Yuan City is alive and well, so I'll kill all of you today to help with the fun. Inside Lin Yuan City, feeling the Devil King's aura dissipate in an instant, Lu Anren looked at Yi Zhe with a somewhat dazed expression. Really killed it? Yezer nodded. Not only that, before Mantis finally decimated it with Void-Killing Pupil, his skill enhancement ultra, was right at the end of its cooldown. And what was originally a 5-minute cooldown was turned around in exactly 1 minute after being subjected to an 80% reduction. He used skill reinforcement in advance and reinforced Mantis's Hunter Super. This was because he realized that this Demon King was bound to be at the level of a strong enemy. At the moment of the decapitation, the light of escalation flashed on Yi Zhe, Lu Anren, and Lu Ouyao. You have slain the Demon King Mirage and gained plus 60,000 plus 100% experience. Ding! Your level has increased to level 19. Talent, you gain 2 infinite gold phrase draws. Hunter Ultra the Void Terminator kills a powerful enemy and gains 1 evolution for all 4 body parts at the same time. When multiple people combined their efforts to kill it, the experience was usually divided according to roles. And without the cooperation of Lu Anren plus Lu Ouyao, this Demon King indeed could not be killed. So the two gained a lot of experience and upgraded directly. However, Yi Zhe still got most of the experience, which amounted to $60,000. 2 levels in a row. And this strong enemy kill directly evolved 4 parts for Mantis. Huntress panel, arm blade plus 5, strength plus 100, damage factor plus 100%, strike rate plus 100%, ignore defense plus 100%, skill annihilation level plus 5, compound eyes plus 1, spirit plus 20, wings plus 2, agility plus 40, armor plus 1, physique plus 20. One wave boosted a full 80 attribute points. The rest of the effect boosts were even more powerful, especially when the skill level exceeded the full level. Yi Zhe found that every time he leveled up he would increase the damage by an additional 10%. It's still nice to be able to boost the damage cap. And this time, it was thanks to the Mantis doing enough damage. Or else if you wanted to beat a level 60 Demon King to the point of being bloodied, it really wasn't enough to rely on the panda alone. Of course, it's also because in the city, it's not convenient to let the demonic dragon and fox out. And it's also not convenient to use the ancient vapors. The boundary mirage disappears. Yi Zhe looked at the Mirage Corp's position burst out of the things. Suddenly a look. Immediately and the panda switched position down. The level 60 Demon King. Enough to burst out 2 pieces of legendary equipment. An epic. But they are all level 60. First collected. What really interests Yi Zhe is a treasure pearl fragment like unknown prop. Origin fragment, Mirage. Except for the name. Very rarely, all the other information is? After possessing the Eye of Insight, he almost rarely encountered this kind of situation anymore. And the thing that made Yezer feel the most strange was, obviously the Demon King Mirage was dead beyond death. So why did it only explode into a fragment? Oddly enough, however, at this moment, Yi Zhe suddenly associated an incredible possibility. Could it be that Demon King Mirage is merely the incarnation of a fragment? The outskirts of Lin Yuan City. Wu Ming and his group rushed into the city, and as far as the eye could see, more than a dozen buildings had collapsed, and traces of battle littered the streets. It was a good thing that Demon King Mirage's main purpose was to infiltrate, and only brought a single-digit number of evil demons with him, so the harm caused to the city was already within acceptable limits. Why? Can't sense the Demon King's aura? Su Shi, the spiritual nymphologist in the team, felt strange, and at that moment, someone looked up and exclaimed in surprise. I saw it! The Demon King seems to be there. The crowd looked up at the cry. One could only see a terrifying demonic dragon that was more than 100 meters long and exuded demonic aura and pressure, hovering over the city. How did this monster sneak into the city without being detected? Because it's a demon clan summoner. You stupid bastard. But at this moment, seeing the several figures on the demonic dragon, the crowd immediately moved forward. Soon, the demonic dragon landed with it. Wu Ming and the others saw Yi Zhe, Lu Anren and the others in a street that had been smashed out of a deep pit. As the head of the East China region Wu Ming, at this moment the heart finally calmed down a lot. Luckily, Yi Zhe and the others shouldn't have encountered the Demon King. But after continuing to get closer, when Wu Ming saw the items in Yi Zhe's hands, his originally calmed heart once again shook violently. This is, even if there was only some scent, one could sense that it was an item about the power of the Demon King. Oh, this is the loot that the Demon King popped. As he spoke, Yi Zhe silently put the origin fragment, Mirage, into his backpack. It's mine. Wu Ming swallowed hard, and the rest of the fifth order powerhouses who had followed him couldn't help but be filled with shock. What do you mean by loot from a Demon King's explosion? Devil King shouldn't be able to pop things while he's still alive, right? Wu Ming spoke with difficulty. You killed them? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. There are two other teammates, Lu Anrun and Luo Yao, but then his eyes went to the collapsed street, pointing to the collapsed bakery, ramen store, etc. He waved his hand in a hurry. But all that, it's none of my business. Ow. Chapter 87 18th word, Nimble Manipulator. After learning what happened, Wu Ming cried and laughed a little after hearing this, surprised and a little speechless. Can I still make you pay for the store? A newbie professional who not only won the fight, but even decimated a level 60 king level evil demon. This level, this potential. Let's not talk about blowing down a couple of snack stores. It was to smash the city lord's mansion, and he had to lead the applause himself. Looking at Wu Ming's hot and somewhat outrageous eyes, Yi Zhe hurriedly explained. It's mainly this Demon King. My abilities are more restrained and he's not exactly top-notch in combat. At those words, not only Wu Ming, but even the several fifth ranks that he had brought for support couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. Do you think that it's normal for you, a first-ranked rookie, to kill a normal demon lord? For a moment, they couldn't tell if it was modesty or arrogance, and at this moment, Lu Anrun and Luo Yao and the others also landed down from the demonic dragon. Subsequently, through the mouths of several people, Wu Ming could not stop nodding his head at the details of what he had also learned. A hero is a hero, almost saved a Demon King crisis by virtue of 3 people, even if it was mostly all thanks to a first-ranked Yezer. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for anything. All damage to Lin Yuan City will be rebuilt at the expense of East China. Hearing this, Yi Zhe was a little more relieved, because he really doesn't have the money to pay for it. And Wu Ming continued. Also, just the repelling of the Demon King alone will award at least 60,000 military merits. 60,000. Hearing this number, Lu Anrun and Luo Yao were exceptionally surprised. Having spent time at the headquarters, they had never seen so many military achievements, but the two knew that the main credit still rested on Yi Zhe. At this moment, Yi Zhe, however, chose to say, for the military achievements, let's split 20,000 each. But how about everything the Demon King explodes? All of it belongs to me? Lu Anrun was just about to open his mouth to refuse. When he heard that the Demon King's equipment belonged to him, he felt that it was much more reasonable. Military honors were still easy for Yi Zhe to brush off, and it wasn't heartbreaking to part with them. But the things that the Demon King had exploded, just 2 3-star legends and 1 6-star epic, were worth 50,000 military honors. And that unknown origin fragment, Mirage, although Yi Zhe did not know how to use it for the time being, but speaking from his experience of reading novels in his previous life, this item must be extraordinary. This ultra-rare item exchanged to the country might be worth more than those 3 pieces of equipment. Keep it, maybe you'll get a chance to use it in the future. This also discourages others from thinking about it. Hearing this allocation from Yi Zhe, Lu Anrun nodded, her brows showing a smile as she readily said, reasonable. Luo Yao's eyes lit up. It feels good to have a big leg to hold. Even if they both rubbed it in, the reward would be stronger than working hard for a long time. Although in terms of value, what Yezer got was worth more. But that's the way it should have been. Take as many rewards as you can for how useful you are. And at this point, a bewildered Chu He weakly walked out. A painter without a painting. Extra insecure. Seeing him, Yi Zhe slammed his head. Almost forgot. There was a Demon King attacking just now. I summoned the panda away. The Demon King? Chu He froze for a moment. Was he mishearing? Yi Zhe then asked the panda to follow Chu He back. All is a rest. Chu He saw this and thanked him. In his heart it was still the panda that mattered most. Brother Yi is indeed righteous. I will feed the panda. Yi Zhe sniffed with an odd expression. This is not necessary. Seeing Chu He, Wu Ming's face looked strange. The painter of North China ran to paint Yi Zhe's summoned beast. And it seems that the college entrance exam has another top contender. And no, isn't Yezer afraid he'll be surpassed? Meanwhile, Lu Anrun was thinking the same thing and silently began to defend himself against Chu He's new paintings. On top of that, it was clear that the Demon King had been repelled, but there was one person who was in extra pain, none other than Lu Boyan. The head of the investigations section and the accompanying officers have all been confirmed dead. Then Yubihiko is going to have to do all the work of a section by herself these days. Yezer, my condolences. Teacher. Ryu Anran, sorry for your loss. Dad. Lu Boyan, I. The good news is that the promoted to the head of the investigation section. The bad news is that he is the only one in the whole section. However, Lu Boyan's mood was still mostly happy. as there was an extraordinarily gratifying sense of relief after seeing that both Yi Zhe and Lu Anrun were now able to stand on their own. Wu Ming arranged for the post-disaster reconstruction of Lin Yuan City, and additionally, he told Yi Zhe that he was afraid that the news about the mythic-level secret realm was about to come to fruition. That fast? Yi Zhe said unexpectedly. Wu Ming nodded his head and explained. At the place where the seed was planted that day, a small seedling grew, which is actually the secret realm key. It is stated that when the key is molded, it is the day the secret realm opens. And now, the key is molding so fast that we judge it to be within 36 hours at most. Within 36 hours, the mythic secret realm is going to open? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe couldn't help but look forward to something. Wu Ming then laughed again. With your battle record, unless there is a mandatory rank restriction, there will definitely be a secret realm quota reserved for you. Yezer nodded. That makes sense. The mythic level secret realm above the legends. If he had the chance, he would still love to see it with his own eyes. With this in mind, he was prepared to continue today and proceed to upgrade. It was best to ensure that he was even stronger before entering the secret realm. Afterwards, Yi Zhe first went back home to get some food. He hasn't eaten anything since he was forced on in the morning. By the way, pump the words a bit. Putting the lid on the bubbling noodles, Yezer reached out and drew first one out of the sea of golden words around him. You have obtained the golden legend level phrase, Nimble Manipulator. Thought Manipulator, manipulate objects and even influence the enemy through powerful mental power, changing the battlefield with your thoughts. Numinous? Yi Zhe was really no stranger to this ability type. It was because among the professionals, there was a spiritual nemesis profession that was cultivated in such a way. But a psychic numinist would need a lot of exercise to try to manipulate objects through mental power, whereas a numinist manipulator seems to be fine for the opening. Yi Zhe was instantly interested. A mental power-based ability would naturally go to the little fox. The word psychic manipulator has been granted. Summon beast, three-tailed demon fox, legend, upgrade, legend. From the outside, nothing seems to have changed. Still a big marshmallowy three-tailed fox. Yezer asked curiously, what can you do now? The little fox revealed a wry smile, and a gleam of purple light emanated from the fox's eyes. In the next moment, Yi Zhe's entire person slowly rose into the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Immediately after that, his instant noodles followed him into the air and even opened the lid automatically. The wavy noodles flew into Yi Zhe's mouth without even spilling the soup. Yi Zhe was unaware of the fact that it seemed to have reached the level of meticulous and subtle nimbleness. Simply put, it's awesome. Because, Yezer is really unknown. On top of that, it seems to be possible to realize the effect of pushing and pulling the target as well as controlling it with the power of the mind. But it's more mentally taxing is all. Yi Zhe was hovering in the air like this when suddenly his chrysanthemums tightened. Little fox, I'm sure I'm going to spank you if you suddenly drop me. The little fox laughed wryly, her voice clear. Fun. But fortunately, in the end, Yezer landed smoothly. And at that moment, he suddenly received a message on his cell phone. The Hunting King and the Gun King fought 2 against 3 in the Abyssal Border battlefield, and one Faping killed 1 Demon King and seriously injured 2. Chased the Demon King for thousands of miles again. No more kills, but pushed the borderline empty for hundreds of miles. As a result, a wild copy was found at the border. Chapter 88 19th Word Tendency to avoid evil. Wild copies, also known as natural copies. It's a copy that was randomly refreshed everywhere after the advent of the Transcendental Age. And it's all up to luck whether you can stumble upon it or not. And this kind of copy opens without crystals. But there is a limit to the number of times. After passing a number of times will simply disappear. Therefore, for the sake of upgrading, natural copies are often fought over by many professionals. Yi Zhe is also quite moved at this time. After all, it's hard to turn down a free copy. And it was still discovered by Wan Feipeng. So it shouldn't be a problem for him to take up a couple of entry quotas, right? You Wan Feipeng people are out there in style. I'm defending your city. It's not right if you don't show me some respect. Turn off your cell phone. Before preparing to practice, Yi Zhe opened the second word extraction. Having the experience of the Demon King's mirage allowed him to go straight from level 17 to level 19 in a row. And the words could be drawn twice in a row. A familiar golden torrent flashed by before a word stopped in front of it. You've won the golden legend level phrase, avert good fortune, avoid evil, tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. Make the surrounding teammates instinctively avoid crises and calamities, and tend to favorable aspects. Tendency. That's a bit on the metaphysical side of the concept. After reading the explanation of the words, Yi Zhe probably understood. If you are at a fork in the road, you can subconsciously choose the optimal path to avoid other crises. It's also possible to intuitively pick the good stuff when making a choice between several unknown items. Similar to the type of luck doubling of the word, fortunate star. Luck is like timeless. there must be none. Or else how can you find opportunities when all the options are in crisis? And tending to good fortune and avoiding evil is more like human harmony, by your own instinctive pursuit of favor and search for opportunity. It's an effect that seems to fit well in the secret realm. Yi Zhe couldn't help but think. Secret realms were typically characterized by both opportunities and dangers, especially the mythic-level secret realms that were soon to come. This phrase, again, belonged to the aura effect, and Yezer simply continued to give it to the squirrel. Rather, I wonder, is there any hope of synthesizing these words? What happens to the lucky class of auxiliary words? When you synthesize the legendary upper, the phrase to avoid bad luck gives success. Summoned beast, shadow raider mouse, epic, upgrade, epic, supporting characters that do star up a bit slower. Stars are a combination of potential and ability, and there's really not much of a bonus that can come from a secondary class phrase. But the good thing is, squirrels don't have to fight. It's nice to be a laid-back rat. No. Other than fighting, it seems like the squirrels are doing everything else in Yezer, including patrolling, scouting, changing positions, and so on. Poor mouse. And at that moment, Yi Zhe had just finished bawling the last mouthful of instant noodles. Then he saw a group of people rushing to his house in a hurry, and the leader was Wan Feipeng, who had just rushed back from the border. Upon seeing Yi Zhe, the big man who still emitted blood aura was exceptionally shocked. Yezer? The one who killed the demon king in the city was you. When he was at the border, he did realize that the crisis in Lin Yuan City had been resolved, but at that time, he thought it was the city defense force, or Wu Ming, who had brought in timely support to solve the problem. Wan. That's right, it's Yezer. Ha ha ha. Behind Wan Feipeng, Wu Ming laughed out loud. So, your current battle record is actually the same as Yi Zhe's. It's all about decapitating a demon king. You're still arrogant, my ass. That's right. Spare the fact that Wan Feipeng was very valiant in the border battlefield, killing one and seriously injuring two demon kings. But like Yezer, the kill count is 1. This caused Wan Feipeng's originally still proud and incomparable complexion to freeze. He dang 6th order professional. Actually, and Yi Zhe a 1st order almost. Wan Feipeng immediately retorted. This, I also seriously injured 2 others, one of whom I almost killed, only he ran fast. But as he said that, he then realized the problem. No, what's wrong with me killing a demon king? The outrageous one is obviously this kid. Wan Feipeng pointed at Yi Zhe with an incredulous expression. Even if it's okay for me to kill a demon king at the 6th rank, how did you do it at the 1st rank? Yezer scratched his head. He's wondering whether to say just have hands or practice more if you're a vegetable. Shouldn't be beaten on the spot, right? However, Wan Feipeng's complexion then marveled. Killing a demon king at the 1st rank. What level of potential must this be? This was not only helping Lin Yuan City solve the crisis, and it's definitely promising. And then, Yi Zhe also mentioned it nonchalantly. City Lord, you found that nature copy. Can I go now? Of course there's no problem. Wan Feipeng balked. But, that's a 3rd order copy. Natural copy ow. Yi Zhe naturally understood the meaning of his reminder. Natural copies, unlike man-made copies, can't be resurrected in case you die in them. This, of course, Yi Zhe was not afraid of. After all, he had long been hammered in the polluted land. This danger was nothing. But then, Wan Feipeng took out a golden talisman paper with a straight face. Detachment talisman can ignore the boundary. Forcibly detach from the current position and teleport back to the safe area, can be set by yourself, but gold legendary grade life preservation props. Good stuff. This one is an instantaneous teleportation talisman, set to the location of the city lord's mansion. Wan Feipeng handed the talisman paper to Yi Zhe. If you are in danger, use it directly. Don't save it. Although he had confidence in Yi Zhe's strength after learning that he had killed the demon king, at the same time, he was more afraid that an accident would ruin this good seedling. A 3rd order copy of the abyssal border, in which there may be abyssal pollution. Don't be careless. Yi Zhe looked at Wan Feipeng's solemn expression and naturally knew how precious it was. Nodding, he gladly took the rune and placed it in his backpack. Righteously. Any more? The corner of Wan Feipeng's mouth twitched. This kind of rare life preservation props can be more expensive than his 1-year salary, and he can't even buy it. Then helplessly, he said, I'd better take you to the copy. At this time, Wu Ming hurriedly stopped and looked at Yi Zhe suspiciously. You just dealt with the demon king. You must have lost a lot of money. How are you going to open a 3rd order copy now? Not to mention others. Just Lu Anren, who was controlling the demon king. At this time, the spatial laws were all overdrawn and needed a lot of time to recover. He added, your summoned beasts may not be injured, but their physical strength and energy must be extremely depleted. I suggest you don't need to rush and recover your strength before you start the 3rd order copy. On the side, Wan Feipeng nodded. also feeling that Wu Ming's proposal was justified. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe pondered for a moment. Contemplating, he said, "It's just brushing a third-order copy. What stamina can it cost?" Chapter 89, Entering the Copy. Demon King ambush again? As the head of the East China region, it was the first time Wu Ming had been so silent, but it's understandable when you think about it. With his teammates only responsible for control, Yi Zhe solidly took out a genuine king-level evil demon. Kill the Demon King at 18, who wouldn't be mad? After pondering for a moment, Wu Ming took out 2 pieces of spirit grass and handed them to Yi Zhe. In that case, you keep these 2 pieces of heaven reclaiming grass. I can't be in charge without some indication. The external appearance appeared to be just an ordinary big leaf grass, but the spiritual energy above the leaf surface was rich and full of the aura of nature and vitality. One touch tells you it's not mortal. Back to Heaven herb, relieves all negative status, heals all injuries, immediately restores vitality to its peak, and temporarily increases defense by 1000% for 1 hour. Legendary spirit herb. Good stuff that saves lives. Needless to say, Yi Zhe naturally knows that its value is not expensive, and it is still 2 pieces. Thanks a lot. I'll take it from here then. Yi Zhe frankly accepted it directly. Life preservation props are naturally the more the better. After all, live to have output. Wu Ming smiled blandly. It's okay, I was going to use it to save you. It's good to save it for you now. Granted, treasures like the heaven returning grass were all but a handful in the East China region's inventory, but compared to Yi Zhe, a genius who could kill a demon king, a little bit of heaven returning grass was nothing. Come on, let's go to the copy then. Subsequently, Yi Zhe followed Wan Feipeng and headed directly to the natural copy of the abyssal border. When he neared the city gates, Wan Feipeng summoned a giant tiger mount. The copy isn't too far. Get on my mount and go together. For short distances, mounts tend to be a bit faster and more convenient than pontoons. Yi Zhe silently looked at the giant tiger mount. This sit-up 2 people are bound to be a front and a back position. If a girl with big breasts and long legs and soft body experience will be very good, but if it is Wan brother, forget it. Ahem. No trouble, I have a ride. Yezer coughed dryly twice. Simon. As soon as the words fell, a devilish dragon that covered the sky abruptly appeared with a majestic momentum. I'll go. Wan Feipeng and his giant tiger were shocked. Wan Feipeng was also seeing a demonic dragon for the first time and was in awe for a moment. Handsome enough. No wonder he wasn't willing to sit on the giant tiger mount. It turned out that Yi Zhe himself had a dragon summoning beast. Wan Feipeng thought and greeted. Then I'll show you the way. The 2 of them, a dragon and a tiger, rushed towards the border of the abyss. It was true that Lin Yuan City was not far from the border of the abyss, just separated by a wilderness. A 30-minute journey at full speed. But Yi Zhe followed for a long time, but completely missing the border battlefield. Isn't it the opposite way? Impossible, Wan Feipeng said decisively. He looked at the wasteland in front of him and was sure of it. As I recall, the place where the copy was found is near the wasteland. Brother Wan. Yi Zhe's mouth twitched. Lin Yuan City is surrounded by wilderness on 3 sides. It's a wilderness to the south or to the north. At those words, Wan Feipeng hesitated for a moment. That makes sense. But it's okay. I'll shake people to come. It won't take you long. He then immediately opened his cell phone. Yi Zhe reached out and slapped his head, realizing the seriousness of the matter. In the future, he must never let Wan Feipeng lead the way. But luckily, just a minute or 2 later, help came. A large door appeared out of nowhere in front of the 2 men. And then a man with a gun stepped out. Here, he is Tong Yamo. Also at the 6th rank, Wan Feipeng introduced Yi Zhe, the top 10 6th-order Seal King level powerhouses in China. Yi Zhe was still impressed. Gun King. Tong Mo's tone remained indifferent. Hello, Wan Feipeng introduced again. This kid is Yi Zhe. The main attacker who killed the Demon King in Lin Yuan City was him. Unbelievable. Hearing this, Tong Mo's always indifferent eyes abruptly vibrated and fiercely stared at Yi Zhe. The one who killed the Demon King was this first order. He never thought that the one who solved the Demon King's crisis was actually a newcomer. Who can kill the Demon King now? How horrible can he be in the future? Tong Yamo looked shocked for a long time before he finally managed to slow down. You are good. Yezer. Wan Feipeng patted Yi Zhe's shoulder and laughed. This is already a very high level of praise from him. Afterward, Tong Yamo opened the anywhere door behind him and chose the location of the natural copy. I'll take you. Yezer curiously stepped through the gate and walked into the doorway. As expected, after passing through the arbitrary door, Yi Zhe was at the border of the abyss, near a huge dark vortex. It's truly magical. After praising a sentence, Yi Zhe immediately looked towards the vortex, which was what the natural copy looked like. But at this moment, gathered around the natural copies, there were already more than a dozen teams of professionals. mostly level 27 and 28, fully loaded and ready to go. So many people? Of course, since it's a new copy, they're all here to grab the first pass of the copy. One Faping explained. The first pass of the duplicate. In addition to extra experience, there is a first pass treasure chest. Yi Zhe rushed over, although he came late, but the copy of the first pass cannot not be grabbed. It's a third order copy, limited to entry under level 30, and still has 6 difficulties from normal to hell. The good thing was that there was one first pass on each difficulty, but most teams picked the lower difficulties, with only 2 or 3 teams ready to take on the hellish challenge. Seeing One Faping bring someone over on a rare occasion, a member of the Jin Demon army went up to strike up a conversation. City Lord 1, bringing someone to brush up on the book? What's this little brother's profession? Do you want to team up to pass through hell together? One Faping's strength was extraordinary after all, and the people he brought with him must not be simple either. Even if Yezer looked like he was just a high school student, and close to the abyss of the natural copy, the degree of terror is naturally high, especially may also be contaminated by the abyssal breath. Sparing the fact that this person in front of him was the elite of the Jin Demon army, he had to be cautious, and in addition to his personal strength, the occupational pairings of the 5 members of the squad should also be noted, otherwise he wouldn't have waited here for half a day. Although One Faping knew this elite of the Jin Demon army in front of him and knew that his strength was not bad, he did not make a decision for Yi Zhe, but opened his mouth to ask him, "Hey Yezer, do you want to group?" Before the words fell, only Yi Zhe quickly chose the difficulty and stepped into the vortex to enter the copy. One Faping and the rest froze, because the vortex glowed dark red when Yi Zhe entered. That was hell difficulty. Did I forget to remind him that copies nearer to the abyss may be more difficult? One Faping let out a sigh, mainly because Yi Zhe's advancement was also too fast. The rest of the people outside the copy have also been shocked, and even feel that this kid is arrogant. But after all, One Faping is here, no one dares to speak out. This young man is awesome, worthy of being a genius brought by City Lord 1. Yet at the same time, somewhere in the border of the abyss, 2 demon lords were outraged here. Damn One Faping, and Mirage, how the hell did this punk die? That green-faced, fanged, evil ghost-like demon king was heavily injured and furious. His injuries, which were caused by One Faping, could be said to be a presentiment of stealing a chicken. I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to capture Lin Yuan City. Who would have thought that I would lose 2 demon kings instead? If I can't beat One Faping, can't I still take the opportunity to kill a few human geniuses? Do you want to get into a copy? Of course. I was wounded, but it wasn't hard to do that. The green-faced and fanged evil ghost demon king gritted his teeth and said, "This time, the human race must be made to pay. Dare to kill 2 demon kings in a row. Do you really think we abyss are easy to mess with? Furthermore, if they return to the abyss like this, the battle record of losing 2 demon kings would undoubtedly become a pillar of shame for them. If he could replace a few human geniuses, it would at least be justifiable." The other demon king pondered. Good. Evil ghost demon king smiled grimly. When the action is finished, you block One Faping for me. By then he must be half dead from anger. Wait, you won't have any problems entering the copy in your current state, right? At those words, the evil demon king snorted coldly. A bunch of low-ranking humanoids. Just ants. It's only 1/5 of life restored, but it's enough. It won't take much effort to deal with them. Chapter 90, Second Order Quest. Word Absolute Domination. 2 chapters in 1. You have entered a copy of the Demon Ant Cave, Hell difficulty. As a prompt rang out, Yi Zhe appeared in a vast black and red wasteland. As far as the eye could see, the land in front of them seemed to be as dead as if it had been eroded by fiery lava. The ground was covered with cracks, and gray and black smoke covered the sky. The entire copy was barren with a faint burning aura. However, Yi Zhe didn't pay too much attention to the scene in front of him. Instead, he was very concerned about the name of the copy. Demon Ant Caves? Simon, is this demonic territory? I don't suppose your dad, the Demon King, can sense this place. Mentioning the Demon King, Yi Zhe obviously felt his scalp numb. His current strength against the Demon King is only a word of death. Absolutely not to be messed with. If this copy has a relationship with the Demon King, I'm afraid that Yi Zhe is ready to slip away first. The copy cannot not want a small life. At this moment, Simon the demonic dragon felt for a moment, then appeared beside Yi Zhe in his human form and affirmed, "There is no demonic realm, just mere copies." Although the demon race mostly exists in the demon realm, there are also many groups spread out in various worlds. This point is actually similar to the human race. Receiving affirmation, Yi Zhe's mood eased a lot. In that case, this is probably just a copy of ants with a few demon genes, and demonic difficulty is worlds apart. That's a relief, Yi Zhe thought. then slowly walked towards the front of the black and red wilderness. Since this is the case, naturally the main focus is to speed pass. The first pass can still be grabbed. He copied Mantis' void-killing pupil and turned on perspective. At this moment, the wilderness becomes transparent and the structure of the rock formations beneath the surface is visible. And not far ahead, at the surface of the ground, 20 to 30 giant ants with ghostly black armor and reddish-red feet were found crawling outward. Demonized Soldier Ant, LV30. Type, Rare Class Magic Item. Attributes, Strength 500. Constitution 200. Agility 150. Spirit 130. Skills, Mega Strength. Antacid Corruption. Guardianship. Compared to other copy monsters, ants are especially restrained against strength-based professionals, especially fighter and warrior classes. In addition to their high-strength attributes, it is also because the neck joints of ants can withstand thousands of times the strength of the attack. This is the racial advantage. But that, too, is only reflected in power against power. Yi Zhe summoned the little fox and shows the traditional and practical tactic. Gather the monsters with your thoughts. When the mental power was strong enough, it was very easy to control the enemy with thoughts, something Yi Zhe had previously experienced. The little fox's eyes showed purple light, followed by a huge thought force to forcefully control and attract the body of an ant to the sky above. It was accompanied by gusts of rolling stones. The dozens of ants in front of him were all gathered in the sky by the power of thoughts, forming an orb-shaped ant mass that couldn't move due to the power of thoughts. Yi Zhe was going to ask Fox to send another skill for a second while Demonic Dragon was the first to speak. I'll do it. In the mouth of the Demonic Dragon, the black flames with destruction like black flames coalesced into a huge black fireball. Meteoric Black Flame. This is actually a passive legendary skill that represents the ability of the magic dragon to unleash Black Inferno in any form, with an effect almost comparable to that of a fire wizard. The black flames sprayed onto the top of the ant cluster, instantly creating a violent explosion. Flames like waves quickly engulfed the ants, and the screams and wails were drowned out by the roar of the flames. The gray-black smoke in the sky got a little thicker. Kill demonized soldier ants. Gain experience plus 1,200, plus 100%. Slaying demonized soldier ants. Dozens of kill prompts popped up instantly, and Yi Zhe was quite pleased. Although the experience of this copy isn't much, the number of monsters is really high, especially with Yi Zhe's process of gathering monsters and killing them in seconds down the line. The experience was just as much and the speed of killing monsters was fast. Moreover, just gathering monsters wouldn't be too much of a drain on the fox's spirit, and these are still just a bunch of monsters on the surface. Knowing that most of the ants' nests, and more monsters, are underground, Yi Zhe opened the void-killing pupil and continued to go deeper. On the way in the various types of ant swarms encountered, Yi Zhe still used the same method, gathering monsters and killing them in seconds, harvesting experience at a fast speed, already 60%. And Yi Zhe suddenly realized that Simon had been acting extraordinarily positive lately. Positive is a bit much, but Yi Zhe, after all, had rich experience in his previous life, and saw it at a glance. Magic Dragon. This is trying to get ahead. But come to think of it, after the demon dragon was summoned, first Mantis synthesized words and increased his battle power, followed by Fox and Squirrel who each shared a word. It makes the strength of each summoned beast improve. He was the only one who was standing still. Although the devil dragon didn't understand what the words were, he understood that Yi Zhe had the ability to make him stronger. Although the magic dragon did not say it explicitly, it can be seen from all behaviors that he wants to fight for it. Thinking about this point, Yi Zhe cried and laughed a little. However, after all, Simon was carrying the goal and mission of vying for the demon throne, and was naturally extraordinarily hungry for strength. And for Yezer, Simon will naturally have many benefits if he can compete for the position of Demon King. This meant that he could have the entire demon race to use as a base card. With this in mind, Yi Zhe decided that the words behind him had a chance, so he could give more consideration to the magic dragon. And at that moment, he came right into a cave. The surface of the moor has been cleared of ants, and the only way to continue is to enter the cave and enter the ant's nest. The cavern could not be seen at a glance and was extraordinarily dark, with a huge amount of magic emanating from it. After Yi Zhe pondered for a moment, he suddenly had a plan. Simon, you use the black flames to pour directly into the hole, all the way in. Fire the ant's nest. This cave, others might not be able to see it, but Yi Zhe had the perspective effect to naturally see that it was a large number of ant swarms down there. Perhaps noticing the slaughter of the ants outside, the ants chose to crouch in their holes to guard Yezer, but Yezer chose to just set the fire. Boom dash! Simon's dragon's mouth opened wide, and the meteoric black flame was like a vortex pouring into the ant hole. In just a few moments, after the black flames fell, the screams were endless, and a strong smell of charcoal emanated out. Kill demonized soldier ant. Gain experience plus 1200. Kill demon chemical ants. Gain experience plus 1000. Kill demon ant. Gain experience plus 2000. I can't believe you even burned the elite monsters? A smile surfaced on Yezer's face, which meant that his tactics were still appropriate. Elite monsters that would often be a big threat to the opening team didn't even show their faces by the time he died here. Meanwhile, the experience bar soars along with it. 70%, 80%, 90%. I have to say, there are quite a few monsters in the ant's nest. As the demonic dragon continued to spew fire, Yizei's experience bar quickly reached the top. Ding! Your level is raised to level 20. Talent, you have been granted one infinite gold phrase extraction. Finally, level 20. It also means that a second chance at career advancement is coming. Each advancement in a profession earns different advancement rewards, but most of them are exclusive rewards. Last time it rewarded exclusive skills. Not sure about this one. Yizei opened the career bar and clicked on the career advancement option. You have reached level 20 and can choose the second order career quest difficulty - 1 normal advancement. Reward, plus 1 summon beast space, plus 1 attribute growth. 2, advanced advancement. Reward, summon beast space plus 1. Attribute growth plus 2. 3, perfect advancement. Reward, summon beast space plus 1. Exclusive equipment treasure chest, fine excellent quality, *1. Attribute growth plus 3. 4, supreme advancement. Reward, super summoning space plus 1. Exclusive equipment treasure chest, epic quality grade or above, *1. Attribute growth plus 4. There's an exclusive equipment treasure chest. Not bad at all. Yizei's entire body now. There were only 2 pieces of equipment, so it could be said that he was extremely short of equipment, just in time to make up for it. But what puzzled him was, super summoning space? How come I haven't heard of it? Textbook versions of these decades come and go, and it's only normal summoning space that's right. Could it be that it was because of the activation of the mythic recovery that led to a higher upper limit of professionals? Other than that, Yizei really couldn't figure out where the reason was. But what the hell? It doesn't matter if you can't figure it out. You'll find out naturally when the reward is in your hands. A super summoned beast space must be stronger than normal just right. Pick supreme difficulty. Ding! You have selected the career second stage advancement difficulty, Supreme. Successfully randomized to the Supreme Advancement quest, Genius is to transcend the ranks. Fighting across the ranks is not difficult for me. After all, the quality of Yizei's summoned beasts was indeed too high. However, the mission statement made him suck in a breath of cold air at once. Genius is to be transcended. Mission, defeat a 4th rank summoner type professional head-on. Which dares to be called a genius? WOJ. Crossing the ranks is crossing 2 ranks is it? A second order quest that requires killing a 4th order summoner. The key to this was that most of the summoners who could rise to the 4th rank were top strength characters. Summoners with poor strength simply couldn't rise to the 4th rank. Rao Yizei's strongest martial arts Fu Panda, but also can only reach the ordinary 4th order attributes. There's still quite a bit to go if you want to defeat a 4th rank summoner. Yizei sighed. He had to do the task he had chosen. Strength needs to be improved again. Yizei was just about to extract the level 20 words when he suddenly realized that the fire sprayed by the magic dragon next to him was getting smaller and smaller, until the demon dragon coughed twice dryly, and not a single spark of fire could come out. I'll be damned. Slow down. Yezer forgot to call it quits. The magic dragon just kept on gung-ho spraying until there was not a drop left. Yizei hurriedly took out a bottle of mana potion and poured it into the magic dragon, storing it into the summoned beast space in the process. It also has the effect of restoring mental and physical strength in space. By this time, the cave was pretty much cleared of all ants. In the perspective view, it was possible to see that there was only one remaining ant queen, a level 40 epic boss, who was hiding in the innermost and also the strongest. Yezer thought about it and summoned Mantis to go 1v1, with the ability to travel through the void, and the ability to see through the opponent's movements to kill the pupil of the void. Mantis basically belongs to the existence of unrivaled in single combat. More than enough to deal with a slow-moving ant queen. After dispatching Mantis, Yezer began to draw new words. 20th. You have drawn the Golden Legend level word, Absolute Domination. Absolute domination, absolute control and domination over the enemy. The effect varies according to the difference in attributes and status between the enemy and the enemy. Control and domination over the enemy? Yizei pondered for a moment. It seemed to be a control-type skill. I am afraid that the exact effect will be known only after it is given. Although Yezer wanted to make the magic dragon stronger, this phrase was not a combat class. Magic dragons are better off waiting for the next word. Perhaps when the demon dragon becomes the demon king in the future, then the status difference in that absolute domination effect will become apparent. Right now, it's better to give it to yourself. The word absolute domination is given. A prompt rang out. and Yi Zhe looked at his changes. Suddenly, he realized that he had an additional skill in his skill bar. Absolute domination. Select a target and make its body and mind obey your commands unconditionally for 1 hour. Cooldown 2 hours. Note, the success rate is affected by the difference in attributes and status of the enemy. Obey me unconditionally, physically and mentally? Yi Zhe's smile suddenly perverted. Although the cooldown is 2 hours, he has the 80% cooldown reduction of martial extreme intent for infinite control. The only problem is that the success rate of, if you can't, you can still give it to other summoned beasts, which will have higher attributes and perhaps a higher success rate. Yi Zhe thought, ready to try it first next time he had the chance. I just don't know if his gold medal of honor counts as a form of status. And at that moment, the mantis jet came through. Kill the boss demon and queen. Gain experience plus 10,000, plus 100%. Congratulations on your first pass through Demon Ant Cave. You have received a hell level first pass reward, experience plus 10,000, plus 100%. First pass treasure chest *1. Another 20,000 experience, plus a treasure chest arrived. That's efficient. Or quite efficient. Yi Zhe temporarily put the treasure chest into the backpack. First went down to the cave to reduce the ant queen burst out of the things. In the deepest part of the ant's nest, mantis floated above the corpse of the queen, which was 7 or 8 meters in size, with the tail still emanating a magical aura. However, after a few moments, the body disappeared and only 2 pieces of epic equipment remained. That's enough of a deduction. Yi Zhe spat out a sentence. But the good thing was that the 2 pieces were epic 4-star and 5-star high-star equipment, and the value was not bad. But just then, Yi Zhe, who had turned on the perspective effect all the way down, suddenly found a vision in the deepest part of the nest behind the ants. A dark vortex. Same as the duplicate teleportation port. Could it be that there's a hidden copy in the copy? This kind of teleportation port within a copy was the first time that Yi Zhe had encountered it. It was difficult to judge for a while, much less what enemy could be on the opposite side of the teleportation port. Yi Zhe pondered for a moment and summoned the squirrel over, choosing to feel it with the intuition of tending to good fortune and avoiding evil. As a result, didn't feel the danger. Much more reassuring. Yi Zhe was quite a bit more comfortable. After all, this kind of hidden copy, I'm sure the rewards won't be small. By the way, touching his disengagement charm again, there was no delay in running if something really went wrong. Getting ready, Yi Zhe stepped into the hidden teleportation port. Chapter 91, Meeting the Demon King again. Meanwhile, outside the replica, more and more people gathered as the news of the replica spread. Wan Feipeng also guarded the outside. After all, this was still the border of the abyss, and there was a possibility of the evil demons counterattacking. The elite of the Jin demon army, who had previously tried to recruit Yi Zhe to form a team and was still waiting for a teammate, could not help but snicker to Wan Feipeng at the situation. City Lord Wan, how long do you feel Yi Zhe will come out? Don't even think about it, guys. The first pass is definitely his. Wan Feipeng was quite confident at this point, although he felt that Yi Zhe's single brush some reckless. But carefully think about Yi Zhe's strength. Every time in breaking his expectations, especially today to kill the Demon King, the feeling Yi Zhe gave him was like the tip of an iceberg, making it impossible to see through how much was still hidden under the calm sea. Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers were astonished, not expecting Wan Feipeng, as a 6th-ranked powerhouse, to have such a high opinion of a newcomer. City Lord Wan, I feel that it may not be the case. Someone hesitantly asked. How can it be that easy to cross the ranks and single swipe a copy of hell? However, as soon as this person's words fell, a prompt for the first pass through hell difficulty rang out next to the entrance to the replica. Wan Feipeng laughed out loud. I told you it must be Yi Zhe. Only to see the first place of the replica leaderboard. Yi Zhe's name was instantly revealed, and it was only level 20. My nigga, level 20 soloing a 3rd order hell copy, sure is more human than human. It's called the gap between man and man, bigger than man and dog. At this time, several people who were still ready to recruit people to form a team to pass the first copy of hell, were dumbfounded, and were shocked beyond words for a moment. Wan Feipeng looked at the battered fusion demon army elites and couldn't help but laugh. Don't compare yourself to this kid. He even killed a demon king not too long ago. Taking a first pass is easy. Kill the demon king? The corners of the mouths of a few of the Jin demon army's newbie elites couldn't help but twitch. City Lord Wan, if you want to strike us down, find a better reason too. Right? This is too much of a stretch. They subconsciously thought that this was just a reason for Wan Feipeng to get the Jin demon army to get motivated and practice hard. However, the words just fell, only to see the replica vortex in front of him suddenly become pitch black. Black glowed red while a raging knot of demonic energy surged through the teleportation port, preventing everyone from entering or exiting the copy. What is it? The scent of evil? We can't get in. And I'm afraid the ones inside that are within the copy can't get out either. Evil demons actually have this kind of ability. This aura is not only evil. I'm afraid it's also king level. It's directed at the people in the copy. One Faping stepped forward and felt that Demon King aura, and immediately became indignant. Damn it! It's the Demon King evil demon. It was the same evil demon that he had beaten to the point of serious injury, but took the opportunity to escape. A Demon King who couldn't beat a high-ranked professional. Now he actually went and picked on a low-ranked newcomer to make a move. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Good thing, after giving Yizhe the detachment talisman in advance, it shouldn't be a big deal. Just don't think about it too much and just use the disengagement charm and you'll be fine. Otherwise, that evil spirit is a level 70 combat demon king. Even if there was only one breath left, he could kill 100 second and third ranked professionals. At that thought, One Faping was a bit angry. Although Yizhe had a detachment talisman, that would be fine. The other people who had entered the copy were sure to meet with poisonous hands. Damn! This Demon King evil demon. If I don't get him killed today, I won't be surnamed One Faping dead guard at the entrance of the copy, waiting for the end of the copy after the Devil King showed up. Within the copy, Yizhe stepped into the hidden space, like another cavern below the Queen's lair, with less space, but more magic, and a boss encounter just 2 steps in. Demon King Ants, a hidden boss? Just in time to try out absolute domination. Yizhe's mind moved and commanded, Mantis, demonic dragon, help me control him, don't kill him yet. With a command, a purple and a black figure both moved forward to clip the boss. However, the next moment, pitch black mist appeared out of nowhere next to the boss. Immediately afterward, a figure flashed by, green-faced and fanged like an evil spirit, casually swinging out a fist. In the way. Ding! Hidden copy boss Demon King Ant died unexpectedly. The copy is about to end. Unable to end. Your summoned beast Terminal Demon Dragon has been attacked by Demon King Evil Ghost and has died. The Terminal Demon Dragon takes 12 hours to be reborn in the summoned beast space. What? Yizhe's pupils trembled, and he was inwardly shocked. Almost subconsciously, he immediately copied the Shadow Escape skill and fished out the disengagement charm from his backpack, and the whole process went smoothly. Another Demon King, and, as could be seen from the other party's casual strike, it was of the combat lineage, more than twice as strong as the Demon King's Mirage. Yizhe still knows that he can kill the Demon King Mirage, more or less took advantage of the restraint. Facing the Demon King head on, the gap is still very big, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. A casual strike kills the Demon Dragon. If Mantis didn't have Void Shuttle, I'm afraid they would have been seconded together. With just a breath of judgment, Yizhe knew that the fight could not be won. Even if he swapped the panda over, he couldn't win. Jia. I knew it. The one who dares to brush the copy alone and enter the hidden space must be a human genius, right? So you are honored that my first target is you. Demon King Evil Ghost's body was pitch black and truly ghost-like, except for his face, which wore a mask with green fangs, and an eerie laugh came from underneath the mask. Your panicked expression is good. I'm pleased with it. Then fear. I like fear. The Devil King Evil Ghost's words were full of derision, and Yizhe had long since calmed down and was already preparing to pinch the talisman. Anyway, he replicated the Shadow Escape, which was oblivious to most attacks when he turned into a shadow, and that was one of his ultimate cards to save his life. But it still cost him a disengagement charm, leaving him a bit speechless. There's no point in this avoiding evil. At least he felt it before he came in, and there was no sense of crisis, and even a vaguely wonderful feeling. He thought it was an opportunity. TMD. Now I'm afraid it won't work on targets that are too high in level. After all, this Demon King in front of me is stronger than Mirage. At least level 70. But if it's a level 70 Demon King, why can it enter a third order copy? With this thought, Yizhe stimulated the Eye of Insight. Demon King Evil Ghost, LV 70. Sure enough, it's level 70. With this attribute, even within the Martial Saint realm, one could easily beat all summoned beasts to death. Jia. Feel the gap with this devil? Not bad. This expression is good. The Demon King Evil Ghost even clapped his hands. However, you won't be able to get out. Otherwise, how can you let that bastard One Faping know the consequences of offending me? You, whom? The Demon King Evil Ghost said, but then stumbled. He noticed that Yizhe's expression actually gradually calmed down and even started to get a little excited. No, it's overexcited. Because at this moment, Yizhe clearly saw that the Demon King Evil Ghost's life value, 20%. Chapter 92, The Evil Ghost Mask That Changed the Rules. That's it. Stumped, he snapped back to what One Faping said. In addition to the one Demon King he killed, there was another Demon King that he almost killed, and it just so happened that it was the one across from him that had come for revenge. Yize's mouth was as hard to suppress as AK at this time. This demon king, he's too polite, isn't he? Even if you run away in blood, you don't forget to come back to give away your head specifically? How is this good? You're not still trying to figure out how to escape, are you? Demon King Evil Ghost originally wanted to torture and torment Yize, and then throw this tortured genius to the entrance of Lin Yuan City, to ruthlessly strike the morale of the human race. But at this moment, he actually inexplicably felt a trace of fear. Yize shook his head. No, I was wondering if you would explode a few more pieces of legendary equipment, he said, giving an extraordinarily wide smile. Mantis, abruptly, two supernova-like dark purple lights flashed, blackness, void, destruction, enveloping the Demon King's evil spirits in a moment. At this moment, the Demon King Evil Ghost finally realized where his inexplicable feeling of fear came from, an ability that borders on the end of the law. The Evil Ghost's tone trembled as his body faded. Why would you, a weakling, possess such an ability? It was as if he had finally figured out how Mirage really died, but it was the last thing on his mind. The void-killing pupil swept through with a single glance, and the body of the Demon King's evil demon dissipated in an instant. 3 pieces of legendary equipment left on the ground bubbling with gold, and a mask. Cozy. However, if this Demon King Evil Ghost had 15% more life value, Yize would never hesitate and immediately run away. But it just so happened that this was the one that had been beaten to the point of being bloodied by one Fapum only a short while ago, and that made things much easier. Although, and as a result, Yize only ate the experience of harvesting the stumped blood. It was still exaggerated enough. Slay the bloodied Demon King Evil Ghost and gain plus 50,000 experience, plus 100%. Ding! Your level has increased to 21. Talent, you have been given a chance to draw an infinite gold word. Another big wave of experience. Otherwise, if you only dealt with the hidden copy bosses, the experience would definitely not be enough to upgrade, but it also made Yezer a bit puzzled. This experience, even for a level 70 Demon King, is a bit too much, isn't it? There was 50,000 experience in killing the remnant blood, which was almost as much as the Mirage experience of his main kill. However, not many people have killed the Demon King generically, and there is no specific textbook content on how the experience was. Yize put down his doubts for the time being and first looked at the things that popped out. 3 legends, 2 3-stars and 1 4-star, but all are level 70. At this time, the legends that could not be used at high levels, Yize already had 5, but he was prepared to save up to 7 before using the equipment crusher. After all, the highest legendary quality has 8 stars, and it's still quite difficult to synthesize more than legendary. Beyond that, Yize looked towards the mask that the Demon King Evil Ghost had exploded. The mask was silver gray in color, with 2 long horns on the right and left above it, and looked as if it were a real evil spirit, hideous and eerie, with only its eyes and mouth showing. Mask Evil Ghost, Origin Fragment. Effect, consuming source power. It can change the rules, or break through the limitations of independent spaces such as replicas and secret realms to a certain extent. Current source power, 1250. Source power is restored at 10 points per day. Other methods of restoration are unknown. This is actually a prop. This genius made Yize quite surprised. He had thought that this was just a mere fragment just like Mirage's Origin Fragment. No wonder a level 70 Demon King can enter a third-order copy. So evil spirits have this kind of power. Change the rules of the copy. Break through the limitations. This is the law system power. Laws that are often the rarest. For example, Luanrun's spatial blockade, which could make the entire space prohibited from moving, and could even be controlled by the Demon King level, was the law. Hidden professions, more or less, have some law power present. Another example is Chua's scroll, which reproduces what is under the painting. Likewise, this was where the power of the hidden profession came in. Through advancement, the power of the laws, which was weak at the lower levels, could be slowly grown. And now, Yize had also come into contact with the power of laws. Could it be that this is the ability of the Origin Shard? This evil ghost mask was a fragment of the Demon King Evil Ghost's origin, but in contrast to Mirage's, this evil spirit's origin fragment was a bit too powerful. Yezer took out the shard of Mirage and could clearly feel it. Mirage's origin fragment was as faint as a firefly, while the evil ghost's origin fragment was as bright as starlight. Wait, associating these two demon lords with very different experiences, Yize suddenly thought, could it be that the amount of experience a Demon King has is based on the strength of the origin fragment? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, the strength of the two Demon Kings was also directly related to the strength of the origin fragment. The Mirage's origin fragment seemed to be unable to do anything at the moment, but the evil ghost mask was, after all, enough to change the rules of the replica or secret realm. He held the shards of mirage in one hand and the evil ghost mask in the other, when suddenly a prompt popped up. Mask evil ghost absorbing origin fragment mirage restores 10,000 points of source power. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And absorb other origin fragments to restore source power? However, it was normal to think about it. The source power was the power of the origin, although it was also the first time Yi had seen it, but it was obviously the same root and origin as the origin fragment. Only 10 points can be recovered per day, but absorbing shards is straight up 10,000. Still, Yi didn't give up anymore and left behind the mirage origin fragment. He looked at the fragments of the mirage, the small crystalline shards that looked like precious pearls shattered away, and always felt that there were other fragments of mirage to be found, although to date, he still doesn't know what exactly the origin fragment is and why it was dropped by the Demon King. But such things are always known when one is strong enough. Taking the evil ghost mask, Yi thought a little and decided to give it a try first. The copy rule change appears to be at my discretion. Then try. Copy reset immediately. As soon as the words fell, the evil ghost mask abruptly emitted a ghostly light. Reset demon wormhole inferno difficulty copy. Requires 60 points of source power. Do you confirm? Well, it takes 6 days of source power. Still, Yi didn't continue, simply trying it out. One could already tell that the thing called source power was indeed precious. Just the ability to reset copies like this, which only requires 60 points, is enough to see, as long as there is source power. In the copy or secret realm, it is to do whatever you want. There are 250 points left. The corners of Yi Zedong's mouth rose, and he was in a good mood. Originally, it would take 4 months to save up the source power, and thanks to the Demon King's evil ghost, he was able to use it directly off the shelf. Good people nah. Yi sighed from the bottom of his heart. Outside the duplicate, Wan Feipeng and countless soldiers of the Demon Suppressor Army were standing by. However, at this time, the original dark vortex of the replica teleportation mouth suddenly became normal. The evil demon's boundary is gone? The copy is normal. City Lord 1. It seems like that Demon King has left. Upon receiving this news, the crowd of Jin Demon Army generals couldn't help but feel a bit strange, while others revealed a look of relief. But on the contrary, Wan Feipeng's originally indignant face was now filled with shock. No, the Demon King is dead, because just now, he had gained a sum of experience in killing the Demon King. This meant that the Demon King he had crippled not long ago had been killed. Who did this? That's a level 70 fighting Demon King. Even if all the people who entered the copy go together, they can't knock out 1% of each other's blood. Wan Feipeng's expression suddenly became strange. Shouldn't. While he was thinking about it, a silhouette walked out from the entrance of the copy, and it was clearly Yi who was clad in a black robe. Before the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army could come forward to inquire about the situation, Wan Feipeng couldn't wait to go up and grabbed his shoulders with both hands, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. You killed another Demon King. Hearing these words, the crowd's expressions were suddenly split, and Yezer nodded. Killed it in passing. The crowd was dumbfounded, and Wan Feipeng was shocked. Such a big Demon King. What do you mean, killed it in passing? However, no one thought that Yezer really did not exaggerate this time. It's really just. By the way, Chapter 93, The Tragic Chui. The mythic level mysterious realm appeared. 2 chapters in 1. Everyone wanted to criticize Yi's pretentious behavior, but there was no way around it because it still seemed to be true. The crowd then realized why Wan Feipeng, who was a 6th order powerhouse, would personally escort Yi over to brush up on his books. A high school student who killed the Demon King. Is this still a human being? Wan Feipeng saw this and pulled Yi to the side, because this fact was a little too shocking. He was very clear about how strong the evil spirits were. Can you tell us how you did it? Yi thought for a moment and decided to be honest with Wan Feipeng. That evil spirit is bloodied, and as it happens, I have an ability that can decimate targets with less than 30% life. No way. Wan Feipeng immediately shook his head. That evil ghost will be ghosted after death. As long as there is mana it can be resurrected soon. If not for the fact that most of the Demon Kings had such bizarre means of preserving their lives, they wouldn't be so hard to kill. Yi was also surprised, but then added with an honest face. I also have an ability that prevents enemies from coming back to life. The death verdict that was used to synthesize the Terminator phrase is gone, but the effect is still there, and any resurrection abilities are ignored. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wan Feipeng immediately stared with wide eyes. How come your kid is full of such heaven-defying abilities? Decimate plus prevent resurrection. Which one alone is an evil nemesis-like ability? Wait, if you say so. Wan Feipeng couldn't help but look greatly moved. The next time you run into a Demon King invasion, you can just follow me and forget about it. I'll be responsible for the fight. You'll be responsible for the decimation. The success rate of killing the Demon King will definitely increase several times. The bizarre escape methods of those evil Demon Kings had always been one of the difficulties of the abyssal battlefield. Previously, the number of times the Demon King had been defeated was hundreds of times. Anyhow, but killing the Demon King, a total of not even 10 times, or all run away. For example, this Demon King Evil Ghost's Ghost Transformation Resurrection ability, sparing the 6th Order Wan Feiping would be difficult to kill, and these Demon Kings run away with blood and return to the abyssal battlefield in a couple of days, creating trouble again. But now there is Yi Zhe. Seems to be all solved. Wan Feiping's mind was agitated. Yi Zhe was similarly overjoyed. Who could refuse such a good thing? Just take a sweep of the eyes and decapitate the bloodshed. It's easily a big wave of experience. No problem. I totally agree, Yi Zhe said righteously. It is incumbent upon us to sanction the Demon King. Yi Zhe then took the opportunity to ask Wan Feiping about the origin of the origin fragment. After all, he still wanted to find more fragments to try to put together the mirage, or provide more source power for the evil spirits. Rarely, though, as one who had fought the Demon King for years, he didn't know much about it, and only spoke of the conjecture that had been put forth on the origin of the origin shard. The people at the Institute have offered a number of conjectures. Some believe that the shard is an unknown prop popped only by the Demon King. Others, on the other hand, conjecture that the Demon King himself is changed from one fragment of origin to another, etc. None of it is conclusive though. Wan Feiping skimmed his lips and spoke casually. Although he didn't get a definite conclusion, Yi Zhe listened quite attentively. Wan Feiping looked at him suspiciously and said, "You're interested in the origin fragment?" Yi Zhe nodded. "I do want to collect more." As for the specific reason, Yi Zhe didn't go into detail, and Wan Feiping didn't ask in detail when he saw this. He then took out a greenish-black bone and handed it to Yi Zhe. "This is the Demon King I beheaded. It's like a zombie in a head movie, and I don't know what use the origin fragments dropped are. So if you want it, I'll give it to you." Yezer's eyes glowed, took the cut bone and looked at it. Source shard, drought, like the shard from Mirage. It's all question marks except for the name, with the energy in it as a comparison. It's clearly worse than the evil ghost mask. Brother One, this Demon King drought, isn't it less experienced than the evil ghost? It seems to be true. Wan Feiping was surprised. Sure enough, Yi Zhe was finally able to come to a conclusion. The Devil King's experience value was precisely related to the strength of the origin fragment. Meanwhile, Yezer had another shard. Although its effects are unknown, it can at least add 10,000 source power points to the evil ghost mask. Thanks a lot, Brother One. Harm. It's nothing, Wan Feiping spilled. There are still a few origin fragments there at the Huaxia Research Institute. If you're useful, I'll help you snatch. No, lend them out. At this time, somewhere in the border of the abyss, the only remaining Demon King shivered. The original plan was to wait for the evil spirit to return and for him to cover its retreat. But now, like Mirage, it's also dead. 3 of the 4 Demon Kings that went out on this trip died. I'm the only one left. Thinking back to the time when the 4 devils, came up with this battle plan, they were so spirited. Now, he was the only Demon King left to regret it. Does he really have the face, the right to go back to the abyss? The last Demon Lord pondered for a moment and immediately left, traveling alone to an abyssal stronghold. In this place, there was nothing but an empty seat of honor that stood here. The Demon King came to the seat and flung himself to his knees, then thrust one hand decisively into his own body and ruthlessly crushed the fragment of his origin. The power that was declared by the shattering of the shards of the origin seemed to pour into the throne. He murmured in a low voice, "Your Holiness, I have sinned." It was getting late. That copy of the demon wormhole was temporarily shut down in case something went wrong because it was uncertain if the evil demon had any other means of intervention. After all, it was thanks to Yi Zhe that there were no casualties this time, as well as the Demon King's evil ghost who chose Yezer for his first target. At this time, Yi Zhe was preparing to return to Lin Yuan City, getting ready to extract a level 21 word and open a copy of the first pass treasure chest on the way. But then Ryu Anran suddenly sent a message. Chua suddenly had a bit of a breakdown. "I don't know why. Do you want to come and see?" Hiss. Seeing this message, Yi Zhe's face looked strange. Crash? This is how much he's feeding the panda. With this thought, Yi Zhe immediately rushed over. Chu He, as the genius of North China region, was staying at the Lin Yuan City Lord's guest house, and at this moment, Lu Anran and Luo Yao were also next to him. As soon as Yi Zhe entered, he only saw Chui sitting on his knees, both eyes losing their high beams. Not so much. Yi Zhe scratched his head and then looked at the panda, only to see the latter's innocent face. He looked at the panda's attributes. The total attributes had risen by nearly 100 points. 100 attribute points. What the hell did Chuha feed? One should know that with the panda's current tolerance, an epic piece of equipment would only add 3 or 4 points of attributes. How many exotic treasures plus props and equipment must be fed with these 100 points? And the panda is holding a golden piece of equipment in his hand. Difficult to know. Azine, legendary plus 60 spirit, plus 60 constitution, minus 50% to spell damage. Effects. Special effect shields all surrounding enemies from perception and detection abilities. Set, 1/6. Even. A legendary equipment was fed. Yi Zhe inexplicably shuddered. Brother Chu, you don't have to feed so hard. Chu He looked frail, as if he had just noticed Yi Zhe, and perked up. Brother Yi, I didn't treat your summoned beasts poorly. More than that, it's not a loss. Chu He fed to compensate. Yi Zhe, fed to the panda are good, even in case not eaten enough. As long as the panda does not call out to stop, he has been feeding. By the end of the day, it was close to feeding the equipment and scrolls on the body as well. It's too busted. Rao Yi Zhe's face is so thick, but also rises some sense of guilt. But Chu He didn't seem to care about that. It doesn't matter. Brother Yi, you can borrow my summoned beast to copy and paint. I should return the favor. On the side, Lu Anren couldn't help but sigh. Gung straight painter ah. Yi Zhe was not surprised. After all, Chu He completely looks like a male son, or a descendant of a big family in North China. So something should not be so. Then why are you? Yezer looked at his lost look. Chu He then got excited and hurriedly asked Yi Zhe, Brother Yi, I want to ask, did you not learn any skills with this summoned beast? No skills? How can that be? Yi Zhe was dumbfounded and didn't know why he asked, so he only responded, of course I learned. But Chu He crumbled even more. I see then. This summoned beast of yours, all of its skills are of legendary quality, right? As soon as these words came out, Lu Anren and Luo Yao, who were watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but both exclaim out in shock. Really? Yi Zhe was also shocked. How did you know? Receiving Yi Zhe's affirmation, Lu Anren and Luo Yao looked at each other in surprise, realized that skills are harder to acquire than equipment. A legendary skill alone was worth quite a bit. Even many fourth-ranked professionals had the highest level skills on their bodies that were only epic level, and more of them were just exceptional level. And this summoned beast of Yi Zhe's was actually legendary in all its skills. While the two women were shocked, Chu He bitterly said, with my current ability as a first-rank painter, I can't draw a summon that can use a legendary level ability. So, I realized that the panda that was drawn had no natural skills. So said, Yi Zhe instantly realized. Spent a day to draw the summoning power of the battle greatly reduced. But Yi Zhe was helpless in his heart. I can't blame me for this. But at this moment, looking at the panda being fed so well, there was even an extra piece of legendary equipment. Yi Zhe also said with some intolerance, tell you what, Brother Chu, in the future, as long as you rise above the second rank, my summoned beasts can still continue to let you draw them. That's a pretty golden statement. A full-skill legendary level summoned beast. When Chui's painting had the ability to realize legendary level abilities, it would be quite terrifying. Chui instantly looked revitalized, his tone trembling a bit. Brother Yi, it's too righteous. Yi Zhe silently nodded. Otherwise, these 100 attribute points and a legendary equipment, take the uneasy ah. And at this moment, Chui hesitantly opened his mouth again, somewhat embarrassed. Brother Yi, can you lend me other summoned beasts now? After all, there are only 3.5 days left in the college entrance exams. I have to seize the opportunity. The college entrance exams can't get the ranking home is not good to explain. Just replace it with any summoned beast whose skill is below legendary. It's a clear request. Just replace it with a weaker summoner. But upon hearing this, Yi Zedong fell silent. The air was instantly quiet. The three people present, Chu He, Lu Anren, and Luo Yao, looked at Yi Zhe with incredulous eyes. That's not too much to ask, by any means. Besides, Yi Zhe was willing to lend out the panda. It wouldn't be a big problem to replace it with another weaker summoned beast. The only explanation is, it can't be that all of your summoned beasts' skills are legendary level. Lu Anren was shocked beyond words. It's impressive for others to have a single legendary ranked skill. You have so many summoned beasts and your skills are all legendary ranked. It's too much. Lu Anren also always thought that Yi Zhe was choosing a class of summoned beasts with stronger battle power in the early stages. That's why the battle power was so fierce. As a result, I didn't expect that it was all legendary skills. Can this not be fierce? Luo Yao similarly exclaimed. Chu He is even more color shock, half a day before slowing down to say, Brother Yi, there really is strength. Relying on, Yi Zhe couldn't help but be a little helpless, not realizing that he was so close to exposing his talent. Summoning beasts' full legendary level skills, if not overly talented. Even those big families couldn't afford to build them. At this moment, the little lowly Luo Yao said with a teasing look, "Poof, this summoner, you don't want your secret to be known either, do you?" Yezer gave her a shocked look. Reaching out, he hit Luo Yao's head with a loud snap. "Where did you learn all this?" He was a little crying and laughing. In fact, even if he exposed his strength, it didn't matter, because the battle power he displayed was already strong enough. Luo Yao let out a pained cry, her mouth pouting as she covered her head and shrank behind Lu Anren. "Oh, Sister Anren, he hit me. No bullying children." Lu Anren reached out to protect the road. Yi Zhe playfully glanced at Luo Yao. "Indeed small enough. You." Luo Yao gritted her teeth. At this moment, Shui couldn't help but let out a sigh and firmly said, "Brother Yi, don't worry. I won't reveal your strength to anyone. But now, I'd better hurry up and find something else to paint." Excluding today, there were only 3 days left for the college entrance exam, and time was indeed tight for Chu He. Yet Yi Zhe laughed. "Actually, it's not necessary. One even without the skill. I think the panda's attributes alone will be enough to help you take the top 5 in the entrance exam." "Really?" Chu He was once again shocked. "And what Yi Zhe said is not bad. The panda's current attributes of 5 or 600, even if the drawing is only 70 or 80%, it is enough to crush in the college entrance examination." "Don't worry," Yezer affirmed reassuringly. Having said that, it was getting late, and he was about to leave to go home when he suddenly received a message. Ryu Anren, who had just been with him, also received it. It was from Wu Ming, the head of East China, and the message was long, but in short, "Mythical Secret Realm has appeared. On this night, Blue Star's first mythic level secret realm was fully formed. Moreover, the secret location is very delicate, at the border of the 2 countries. This means that there is likely to be a confrontation of professionals from various countries." Yi Zitan was instantly more energized. "If you face other national professionals, it seems that you can rob equipment with impunity, right?" His smile was inexplicably perverted. At the end of the message, it was for all those who received the message to head to the East China military region for a meeting tomorrow morning, and that included Yi Zhe. Now, then, there is no great hurry. Yi Zhe simply went home to order a takeout first, followed by extracting the 21st word. The light flashed. A word box with an extraordinarily dominant icon stays in view. "You have drawn the golden legendary word, Overlord." Chapter 94 moves like a thunderclap. "I am the demon Overlord. Hegemony, overbearing power, suppressing and shocking the enemy with the aura of a king." Don't even think about it. It's bound to be a combat plus strength type word. However, if you think about it in detail, it is different from the martial way of the panda, which is known for its strength and arbitrariness, and it is the way of domination. There are also countless characters about bullying from past life memories. This word, Yi Zhe thought for a moment, did not confer to the panda. After all, between Taiji martial arts and hegemony, more or less some conflict exists, and it's obviously a bit more appropriate to give it to Simon, the demonic dragon of the demon clan. However, Simon will have to wait a couple hours for the resurrection phase after he gets spiked by the demon king's evil ghost. Yi Zhe put the words aside and opened the treasure chest first. Demon Ant Cave copy of the first pass of the treasure chest, at least is also an epic reward. Yi Zhe took out the treasure chest directly open. You open the first pass treasure chest and receive the reward, Giant Power Demon Axe, Epic, Crystals * 1000, Demon Ashen Earth * 10, Demon Summoning Ritual Diagram * 1. First of all, there were epic 1-star weapons, and crystals worth $10 million, which were to be expected. But the back, Demon Summoning Ritual Chart? Yi Zhe took a closer look at it. It was a ritual spell that could be used to summon a demon race. Theoretically, it's comparable to the summoning skill book effect, except that it can't be contracted, and it's equivalent to a one-time random demonic summon that disappears after a period of time. And the Devil's Ashes Earth is one of the materials to draw the ritual spell formation. What am I supposed to do with this? Still want me to summon demons? Yi Zhe was speechless. After all, the summoning of the demon race is still a risk. The last time he summoned the demon sun, the next time he summoned, he was afraid that the demon king came to seek the sun. Yi Zhe first put the reward into his backpack, and then another prompt popped up. Fortunate star, you get the second treasure chest reward, Demon Amulet, Epic, Magic Ring, Epic, Magic Plume Bow, Epic, Crystals * 1000. The second time you get a treasure chest reward. It's a big bang. Enough for 3 pieces of epic equipment. But the demonic amulet that could be used was only Epic 1-star, making Yi Zhe ponder if this could really have a protective effect. Solely, directly put together these 4 pieces of epic equipment, and the 3 epics previously exploded by the Demon Ant Queen and the Demon King Mirage. Exactly enough for 7 pieces. 1 to 6 stars are available, with a high probability of another legendary popping up. Feed it directly to the panda. Eat what makes up for you. Use giant magic axe. Gain bonus, strength +3. Equipment shredder, destroyed 7 pieces of equipment. Acquired new equipment, move like a thunderclap. There was a flash of golden light. An azure cloak fell, moving like a thunderclap. Grade, 20. Quality, legend. Attributes, defense +300. Physique +60. Agility +60. Special effect, each attack will inflict 300 yards of ranged vibration damage. Damage factor increased by 80%, affected by thunder elemental attribute. Set, 4/6. 2 right. Another suit. The equipment that exploded through the equipment crusher was the same set of equipment for 4 consecutive pieces. I don't know if it's the luck of the draw, or if the equipment crusher is extraordinarily conscientious. Compared to the lottery probability of a factory game in a previous life, it's like heaven and earth. Now, only the last 2 pieces are left to make up a full set of legendary sets. Wait, it's not going to card me at the last suit or 2. Yezer inexplicably guessed up, because that's what happened in the blood and tears of countless sweepstakes games in previous lives. No, I'm sure the word is still conscience. Yizhe consoled himself and then replaced the move like thunderquake with the panda's epic storm war robe. Now 4 pieces of legendary grade equipment had caused the panda's attributes to soar. Strength 622, Constitution 717, Agility 663, Spirit 537. At a time when 4th-ranked professionals generally only had 550 points of attributes, the panda's attributes were heaven-defying. As far as actual combat effectiveness goes, it's much better. This was also what Yizhe was currently trying to create, 1 super multipower. It means that out of all his summoned beasts, although they are all strong, there needs to be a super strong one to act as a battle force. And the panda, just right. The results today, too, are quite remarkable. Shortly after Yezer had dinner, the 12 hours required for the resurrection of the magic dragon also ended exactly. However, when Yizhe explored the summoned beast space, he actually found Simon the magic dragon sitting frozen in place. I wonder if it's a bit autistic because he was killed by an evil spirit in one shot. Yizhe cried and laughed a little. Demon dragon, the time to become stronger has come. Simon the demon dragon raised his head in bewilderment, only to see an overbearing force surging into his body. The word overlord was given successfully. Summoned beast, terminal demon dragon, Simon, legendary, upgrade, legendary. In addition to the 20-point increase in the 4-dimensional attributes, strength and agility increase by an additional 30 points. A purely combat-oriented phrase with an extraordinarily large increase in attributes. It also has an additional passive skill of deterrence. Whenever you decapitate an enemy, you can cause the surrounding enemies to enter a state of fear and receive a damage boost. In large-scale combat, it's a godsend. However, it seems like the words seem to change the character of the magic dragon more than the skills. Power. Overwhelming power. Demon Dragon Simon's depressed look was swept away and instantly revitalized. His wings flapping excitedly. His eyes showing wildness and wariness. I can't wait to take the Demon King's place now. I am Demon Overlord. Simon the Demon Dragon roared out. The roar filled Yizhe's face with black lines. Still, it should turn out well. And at least Mordragon is now more combative about taking his dad's place. The next day, it was again 6 o'clock in the morning. Once again, the little white fox's 3 tails swept across Yezer's face right on time, calling him up. This time, however, it was Yizhe who took the initiative. For today there was to be a trip to the East China military region, supposedly to agree on the secret world. At this time, another knock on the door sounded. Yizhe opened the door to find a white sportswear Luanren. You're going to the East China military region too, aren't you? Give me a ride. You really have been invited to the secret realm as well. Yizhe was not surprised by this. Luanren, however, said, but as far as I know, only the 2 of us were invited from the freshmen. And even Luo Yao and Duan Tianchen weren't qualified to participate. Just the 2 of us. You know, Luo Yao and Duan Tianchen are also top hidden professions. There are also new students such as Zhu Shao, Chu He and other people who have a lot of strength. But all of them are actually not qualified? Lu Anrun nodded slightly. This situation makes Yizhe can't help but feel interesting. My guess is that there are either too few spots in the secret realm. Either is the secret realm intensity is too high. Other than our special abilities, I'm afraid that the rest of us going in won't help. Chapter 95, The 3 Great Powers of the Blue Star. Entering the secret realm. Take a ride on Yezer's exclusive floating car. The 2 traveled to the headquarters of the East China military region. In fact, compared to the floating car, Yizhe would prefer to ride a magic dragon, which would obviously be a bit more racy. However, the military district expressly forbade flying mounts in all urban areas during non-war time, leaving him to settle for nothing. entering the military area. Yi Zhe looked around as if he had entered a state of battle readiness, and the number of high-ranking powerhouses was much higher than before. The duo was ushered into the office of the head of East China. Compared to one Faping City Lord's office, this place was much simpler and tidier, both in terms of office furniture placement and desktop. Seeing the duo come in, Wu Ming pointed to the black leather sofa. Sit down first. This time, the secret realm really surprised me a bit, so I have to consult you guys first. Wu Ming was not overly polite. He came up and got straight to the point, handing Yi Zhe Luanren and the two of them an A4 paper with a brief introduction of the secret realm. Yi Zhe took it and looked at it with a surprised expression. This first mythic grade mysterious realm is actually of the 4th rank? The secret realm was slightly different from the replica. A 4th rank secret realm, which represented that any professional below level 49 could enter. Competition is much more difficult. And the secret realm difficulty alone was also of the 4th rank. For them, the freshmen of the 1st rank, the threat of the secret realm itself alone was enough to be fatal. No wonder even those hidden professions weren't qualified to come, as the strengths were completely mismatched. This was actually somewhat beyond Yi Zhe's expectations. I thought that the first mythic grade mysterious realm to open would be a low-ranked secret realm. According to the sourcebook, the myth recovery unfolded slowly, and he subconsciously assumed that the difficulty was also slowly increasing from small to large. I didn't expect to come up with a 4th order. I was thinking the same thing. But it turns out the secret world he doesn't follow the rules. As far as we can tell, all mythic level secret realms are completely random. Wu Ming smiled helplessly and added, the reason why I called you guys over is because amongst the new students, you two are the only ones with exceptional abilities. A Luanren, a space system hidden profession, the first one in decades, with special abilities. The other Yezer, doesn't seem to be that special, just extraordinarily strong. So I want to honor your opinions. Do you want to enter the 4th order mystic realm? Wu Ming said, looking at the two teenage girls in front of him. The difficulty of the 4th rank secret realm was definitely high, not to mention that death in the secret realm was literally death, and the danger to the duo was immense. He added, on top of that, half of the places in the secret realm this time will be contested by professionals from other countries. You have to think about it. Luanren subconsciously turned her head and glanced at Yi Zhe, and Yi Zhe didn't hesitate for a second. Of course I'll go. Secret realms, of various types, but the constant is that they all end up with treasure rewards, and a mythic level secret realm would, without a doubt, contain mythic level treasures. For the reason of the mythic level alone, Yi Zhe didn't want to miss it. Hearing this, Luanren pondered for a moment, then resolutely said, I'll go too. Yes. Wu Ming seemed to have anticipated this. Wait for me for 20 minutes. We'll leave immediately. After saying that, Wu Ming directly left and headed to a certain conference room. Except for Yi Zhe Luanren and the two of them who were talking alone, all the rest were waiting in the conference room. Soon after, Yi Zhe finally realized what Wu Ming had asked them to wait for. A full 18 top professionals in the 3rd and 4th orders, gathered together, most of them with some military solemnity. These people, in the 3rd and 4th ranks of the country, are all ranked as strong. It must be the same members who entered the secret realm. Wu Ming gave everyone some consumables, material props, and even the heaven returning grass. There is a lot at stake in this mission, so be careful. Understood. A firm cry of response followed from the crowd. A military helicopter gunship carries the crowd to the middle of an oriental wilderness, where nations meet. But to Yi Zhe's surprise, there had been professionals from other countries here long ago, and they were even all high-level powerhouses. The helicopter gunship stopped. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale 6th-ranked professional walked over. Have our keys finally arrived? Go back if you want to enter the secret realm. On the Chinese side, Tong Yamo was also here, swinging out the long spear in his hand, the tip of the spear missing the opponent's head by half a meter. Yi Zhe recognized the other party. It was the 6th-ranked Blood King of the Lionheart Kingdom. After the advent of the Age of Transcendence and the increasing pressure of evil, the Blue Planet is now divided into 3 major powers: China, the Lionheart Kingdom, and the Free Empire. Other than that, most of the other small countries had been destroyed by the evil demons, or they were attached to one of the 3 big countries. In terms of strength, the 3 powers are very different from each other, and the triad is not in a friendly state. So when they saw the 6th order of the Lionheart Kingdom come, they couldn't help but have someone wonder, there are actually other countries coming to the secret realm? This isn't the secret realm opened by our Huaxia. A pale girl who had participated in the trial returned. I don't know how the other 2 countries found out. In any case, as soon as the mythical mysteries appeared, the strongest people from the other 2 countries arrived very quickly. A mythic level secret realm, representing the world's first mythic level item. Even concerning the secret of advancing to the 7th rank, the temptation is too great. It's not like we can fight 1 against 2, so we have to split the secret realm quota with them. But the good thing is, we have the key after all, taking up half of the secret realm slots, and we can enter 20 people. After hearing the girl's explanation, someone cursed angrily, "What a ing asshole, like 2 hyenas." So, we have to represent Huaxia and beat their people severely. At the entrance to the secret realm at this time, Huaxia had arrived with 4 6th order powerhouses. As for the Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire, they also each came with 3 or 4 6th rankers, and for a time, the sense of oppression around them was extraordinarily strong. Wu Ming stood out and didn't bother to negotiate with the other party and directly said, "Begin." After saying that, he came to the entrance of the mythic level secret realm. It was a super large red door, and there was a vortex-like energy flow floating inside the door. Wu Ming took out the key and lightly touched the door. At the same time, the 3 major countries, 20 people from Huaxia, 10 people from Lionheart, and 10 people from Freedom, stood up to the entrance of the secret realm. Before the war could start, a one-eyed man in the Free Empire suddenly spoke out and laughed. "Don't you have anyone left in Huaxia? I can't believe you got 2 kids? This one doesn't even have all the gear on it?" The one-eyed man stared at the duo of Yi Zhe and Luanren. At this time, the members of the secret realm of China had only just seen the 2 of them, and they were a bit surprised, completely not expecting the person in charge to actually let high school students fight. It doesn't make sense, but after all, they all represent Huaxia, and there are people who are about to speak out to refute them, but they hear that Yi Zhe opened his mouth first. "So, you're well equipped?" The one-eyed man's smile was full of teasing. "We, the Free Empire, certainly have top-notch equipment." This is not a bad thing to say, because the Free Empire is very seriously exploited, and the bottom layer, not to mention being a professional, lives like a slave, and all of the resources are used to feed the upper-class professionals, hating the fact that the upper-class people are armed to the teeth. Yi Zhe was all smiles after hearing this. "I'm looking forward to meeting you in the secret realm." The one-eyed man froze, then couldn't help but snort. "Then you'll have to have a chance to meet me too." The words just fell. The secret realm had opened, and the red swirling light shimmered with an unspeakable aura. This was a powerful aura that no one in the room had ever felt before. "That's mythic level. Wonderful. What a wonderful power," the Blood King of the Lionheart Kingdom exclaimed. And at this point, still at the time when others lamented, Yi Zhe did not hesitate and was the first to step into the vortex. Enter the secret world. Chapter 96. Are you guys crazy? Seeing Yi Zhe being the first to enter the secret realm, the crowd was a bit anxious for a moment. Damn, how did he get in first? In particular, the 2 parties, the Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire, were somewhat extraordinarily remorseful. On the other side, the rest of the participants of the secret realm of China, while sighing at Yi Zhe's boldness to be the first to enter, immediately said, "Let's go in too." But as soon as the words fell, the Lionheart Kingdom's 6th-ranked Blood King, whose face was incomparably pale, leapt to kill in front of the Chinese team. The ground trembled with a boom. Let just want to approach the entrance to the secret realm of the Chinese people, had to retreat a few steps. For a moment, the crowd of powerful people from Huaxia stepped forward, and Wu Ming roared, "Dracula, what do you want?" Blood King Dracula revealed a miserable smile. "Nothing. Suddenly I especially want to spar with the King of Guns." Cutting? The mythic level secret realm happened to be opened, and at this time, they made a move to stop the Huaxia opening team, saying that they wanted to cut a deal, but what they actually wanted to do was already obvious. At the same time, the 7 6th-ranked powerhouses from Lionheart and Freedom actually came forward at the same time. "Arthur the Knight would like to ask for advice from the King of the Great Sun. King in green, get out here." The 4 6th-ranked powerhouses that came from China were all picked off by their 2 opponents, and the battlefield they had chosen was right in front of the entrance to the secret realm. On the one hand, it blocked China's open team, and on the other hand, it allowed their own country's open team to enter more places. Wu Ming sneered, "I didn't expect that there would be a time when your 2 countries would join forces." Previously, the Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire, because of the proximity of their territories, often produced friction, and the 2 countries often looked at each other differently, and even disliked each other. At this point, however, there was agreement on the purpose of blocking HWA. The reason is naturally obvious. Mythical level secret realm. Whether it was the possibility of the first mythic item that could appear in it, or the possibility of the world's first breakthrough to the 7th rank, it was obsessive to the point of near madness. And there are only 40 spots in total in the secret world. Whichever country has more people entering will naturally have a higher probability of obtaining the treasure. But China took up 20 places, a huge advantage at once, so that the other 2 countries had to worry. because among the three major countries of the Blue Star, Huaxia already had the vague beginnings of being the number one country, and then letting him get hold of the world's first seventh order. Then what the hell? Blood King Dracula smiled grimly. There is an old Chinese saying, people die for money, birds die for food. I think it's well said. Their plan to intercept the Chinese Open team was well prepared. The only accident was that I wanted to wait for Wu Ming to open the secret realm to immediately take action. But I didn't expect Yi Zhe to enter the secret realm into so decisively, and was robbed by him. At this time, both sides were sixth-ranked powerhouses, 4 against 7. However, Wu Ming's expression remained calm and he sneered. We will not see through those tricks of yours? As soon as these words were uttered, 4 more powerful sixth-order auras emanated from the group that had come from Huaxia to see them off. Other than one Feiping and another sixth order stationed in the abyss, the remaining 8 sixth-order powerhouses arrived in unison. For a time, the aura hard pressed the two countries, among the 3 major countries of the Blue Star. Unlike the Free Empire's endless exploitation of the lower classes, Huaxia was the country that was most willing to accept and cultivate talents, so it was easier for high-ranking powerhouses to appear. Regarding the number of sixth-order professionals, the Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire, each had 7. In the case of the country of Huaxia, there were 10 of them, and they were the very same 10 who had been crowned kings. One must know that being able to occupy half of the secret realm slots could not be obtained only by relying on the key. Wu Ming waved his hand toward the crowd in front of him. Get lost. The Lionheart and Freedom professionals frowned. Only the Blood King Dracula, who was a high-ranking member of the Lionheart Kingdom, looked grim. It seems that our preparations were not in vain. With that said, more and more powerful people from the Lionheart and Freedom side also appeared. It allowed the other two countries to reach 14 sixth-ranked powerhouses. Straight away. Sixth order? All of them. Are you guys crazy? The person in charge, Wu Ming, whose demeanor had always been very bland, couldn't help but look shocked at this moment. Are you guys not guarding the abyss anymore? Wu Ming thought that the other party would make a mess, but he didn't expect them to go almost crazy, because the abyss is situated in the middle of the 3 major countries of the Blue Star, and after years and years of war, it was eventually divided into 3 battlefields leading straight through the countries. Once there was no sixth-ranked powerhouse to sit in on the scene, the evil demons would spurt out like a soda without a lid. In that case, it's not the first one to get hurt. Rather, they are border cities in their own countries. The Lionheart Kingdom, the Free Empire. Withdrawing all sixth-order powerhouses would lead to evil demons bloodily washing the humans along the border. By then, the death toll of the Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire will be more than 1 million or 10 million. If it were to be changed in China, it would be the entire Lin Yuan city, and even several nearby cities, all of which would be turned into a human inferno. Because of this, Huaxia has always ensured that there is a sixth order stationed in the abyss. However, the Free Empire, that Night King Arthur, was not amused and teased. It's just worthless civilians. So what if tens of millions die? Blood King Dracula, as long as we get the mythic rank, or break through to the 7th order, it'll be worth it. The deaths of those civilians are worth something. Looking at Dracula's excited expression, as well as the dozens of members of the opening team from the Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire who kept entering the secret realm, your country's border population is in for a real bummer. Wu Ming let out a long sigh. Do it. As soon as these words came out, the 8 Sixth Order from China started a fierce battle with the 14 Sixth Order from the other two countries. This was also the first time for Blue Star that there was a great battle with so many Sixth Order professionals. The sound of more than 20 sixth ranks dueling against each other shook the heavens and the earth. If it wasn't for the mythic mystic realm level being extraordinary, it would have been impossible to say that it would have been directly destroyed. However, once the battle started, it would be difficult for the Chinese Open team to break through the battle line and enter the secret realm teleportation port. Wu Ming said in a deep voice, Lu Anren, can you bring someone across the battle line and teleport to the entrance of the secret realm? The world's first mythic level coming out, coupled with the first opportunity to break through the 7th order, made everyone in Huaxia unable to bear to give up. If countries can't get in, forget it. But now, if it was given to the Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire, so that their two countries could gain power, the consequences would be unimaginable. With their current level of insanity, after becoming stronger, not to mention repelling the evil demons, I'm afraid that the first thing they would want to do is to come to Huaxia to plunder a wave. So right now there was nothing to do but pin their hopes on the handful of openers who had entered the secret realm. Lu Anrun immediately nodded. I can bring 4 people to teleport. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming wasted no time and immediately picked out the strongest 4. Please, everyone. Lu Anrun used spatial teleportation to teleport all 4 of them into the entrance of the secret realm at the same time. At this point, there were only 6 people in total who had entered the secret realm in Huaxia. Wu Ming stood in place, and there was some grief in his heart. The original quota of 40 people first turned into 20 people, and now it has turned into 6 people. If Yizhe hadn't entered early, I'm afraid there would have been only 5 of them. But in the face of the madness of the other 2 countries, there is not much else that can be done today. The Great War didn't last long. Strong people on both sides pulled away, their breath similarly surging around them. And on the ground, a body was left behind. It's the Empire of Liberty. That's right. On the one hand, the fact that Huaxia had been robbed of the secret realm quota had caused the 6th Order Seal King powerhouses to have their battle intent skyrocket. On the other hand, the 2 countries on the other side are not on the same page, and both would prefer to have the other go up and get their asses kicked when they fight. The result was that even with fewer people fighting more, a 6th-ranked professional from the Free Empire was beheaded here on the spot. But in response, Blood King Dracula was not the least bit distressed. The secret realms can all be closed. There's no point in fighting any longer, he said, with a conspiratorial smile. All 40 of the secret world's people have entered. Among them, the Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire's opening team, totaling 34 people. Huaxia, only 6 people entered the secret realm. Even if a 6th Order powerhouse died, the purpose of their 2 countries had already been achieved. 34 people surrounding 6 people. Simply effortless. Whether it was a mythic great item or a chance to advance to the 7th Order, it would belong to both of their alliances. Damn it, these guys are really something. A famous Chinese 6th rank cursed angrily. At the cost of abandoning their defense and the lives of tens of millions of people, coming to intercept the Chinese pioneering team was indeed something no one expected. Wu Ming's heart was filled with rage, but he still had to be calm on the surface, and calmly said, "Let's stop first." He looked at the entrance to the secret realm and sighed heavily. "Now, we can only look at them. Let's hope they can still work miracles." Just like that, the 8th 6th Order from China, as well as a dozen 6th Order from the other side, all stopped here. In the middle of the 2 parties, rested the corpse of the 6th rank of the Free Empire. On the other hand, in the mythic level secret realm, Yizhe arrived on top of a beautiful mountain peak. The aura was extraordinarily abundant, and staying here gave him a sense of permeability. With the green mountains stretching and the clouds, it has the feeling of a fairyland. The white clouds in the sky seem to be just a stone's throw away. You've entered the secret realm? Affected by the rules of the secret realm, all props and items in the current backpack cannot be used. Hearing this prompt, Yizhe hastily looked at his backpack. Sure enough, almost everything turned gray, and the detachment talisman, heaven returning herb, and so on were all unusable. This includes all recovery medicines, which makes it a big problem to fight in the secret world in a lasting way. However, Yizhe saw that the 3 origin fragments were completely unaffected. That's a relief. Yizhe took out the evil ghost mask. Modify, the items in my backpack can be used normally. Make yourself ignore the rules of secret disablement. Consume 50 points of source power. Do you confirm? Not much. Confirmed. Modification complete. You can ignore the secret realm disabling rules. Remaining source power, 1200. As the source power was used, the evil ghost mask seemed to emit a harsh roar and suddenly emitted a purple light, instantly eroding away some kind of spiritual rules from Yizhe's body. The modification prompt popped up. Yizhe found that all the items of the backpack changed from a gray disabled state to normal. Nice. Chapter 97. You don't know yet what's going to happen, do you? The secret realm was mostly dominated by trial levels, but Yizhe hadn't found any yet. Opening the Eye of Insight, he saw only that there was not a single professional around. No one's entered the book yet? Or is the secret realm too big and separates everyone too far? At least from what I've seen so far, I can tell that the secret realm, like the ancient battlefield, also randomly places professionals in random locations. Yizhe's luck didn't know whether it was good or bad, but a monster appeared right in front of him. It was a humanoid boulder, or rather a stone-like giant, that was only a few meters tall. Boulder Man, LV50, type, Excellence level secret monster. As an Excellence grade secret realm monster, he didn't have high attributes, but there are 2 special natural skills. Defense is 500% higher. As well, when the Great Stone Man dies, it splits into a number of stone men, and when the Stone Man dies again, it splits into a number of lesser stone men. Double condom. If the fight really came down to the wire, there was no telling how many little stone men there would be. If any other opening team came, they would probably have to have an extra headache, and when they saw the little stoners at the end of a hard fight, they would probably have a broken heart. But the good thing is, the mantis is almost a perfect counter to this monster. The arm blade's enhancement of +5 allows him to ignore 100% defense, the effect of death verdict. In turn, ignore splits, resurrections, etc. Thus, Mantis slashed out with annihilation. Level 50 Boulder Man swallowed by nothingness in moments. At the same time, the Reaper effect triggers, blue levels are restored, and the Annihilation cooldown is restored. Kill the Boulder Man and gain experience plus 5000, plus 100%. The experience here is simply much more generous than a copy of Demon Wormhole. Meanwhile, when the Boulder Man died, he left a small pinkish-white petal in its place. The Squirrel Shadow Doppelganger ran over at the first opportunity and helped Yizhe pick it up. These are not ordinary petals, but lotus petals. Lotus petals, important props in the secret world. This small piece of lotus petal. Props description, but there are more than 10 lines. Yizhe then realized that this is the key prop for carrying out the secret realm, and even redeeming the treasure. In short, Roll 1, lotus petals are like points. When the number of petals is the top 10 among all the people in the secret realm, you can enter the deeper levels of the secret realm. Roll 2, the secret realm has 3 layers. Each layer has corresponding treasures and rewards, which need to be exchanged with lotus petals. The only thing to keep in mind is that if you redeem too many things and consume too many petals, if you cause the number of petals to fall out of the top 10, you will not be able to enter the next level of the secret world. It's also important to make a good choice regarding between item redemption and maintaining your ranking into the next secret level. But at this time, Yizhe looked at the pink and white lotus petals in his hands, pondering the secret world. Lotus. Thinking for a moment, he then shook his head. Anyway, first find enough lotus petals. As long as there are enough lotus petals, you don't have to think about whether you're going to swap things or keep your ranking into the next tier. I want it all. But it is at this point. Yizhe instantly sensed the appearance of a person nearby. It's a professional. A professional who's just been randomly transported by the secret world. I can't believe I ran into the Chinese first. He. Looking around, he saw that the man also happened to see Yizhe, and was surprisingly quite excited. It's actually you. The man in front of him had one eye covered by a blindfold, and was clearly a member of the Free Empire that he had encountered before entering the secret realm. When he saw Yizhe, he heatedly laughed. You should be glad that you entered the secret realm early. I'm afraid you don't realize what has happened to your China. The one-eyed man's tone was somewhat gloating and mocking. Upon hearing this, Yizhe was slightly stunned, but his smile returned in the next moment. I'm afraid you don't know what's going to happen to you now, either. The one-eyed man froze. The next moment, a black and white figure, just the moment it was summoned, was seen to be as fast as an instantaneous movement, flashing to the other party's side. The one-eyed man went into cardiac arrest, his whole body radiating a crisis warning. He was a 4th-ranked rare profession, the Sea King, and although he was in the mountains at the moment, his crisis warning ability was still very strong. But even so, when the crisis warning appeared, that panda on the other side had already killed in front of him. Speed. Ridiculously fast. The one-eyed man instinctively withdrew in time, wanting to immediately pull back his eye patch to reveal his other eye and show his full strength. But it's too late. Martial Saint Field. Open. Martial Saint's deity. Martial Dao extreme intent. Aggression like fire. Move like a thunderclap. In order to ensure that the opponent is abolished in one blow, the panda meets and opens the field, making the one-eyed man's actions become sluggish. Immediately afterward, a thick bare paw, like a thunderous explosion, blasted out and smashed above the one-eyed man's fragile head. Blood and plasma flew across the room, and a piece of it was dented at the skull. The one-eyed man's one eye, which he had been covering in order to hide his strength, was completely blinded by this strike. But as far as he was concerned, he didn't have to worry too much about the eye. After all, he wasn't going to live much longer. The one-eyed man was knocked to the ground, seriously injured and near death. Seeing this, Yizhe was not surprised. He previously has always felt that the 4th order opponents are more difficult to fight, is some of the remaining factors of the ancient battlefield. He subconsciously thought of his opponents as a squad of 5 or more 4th-ranked people. It would be a little trickier if you were facing a squad battle, but you're coming alone now. Isn't that a death wish? The martial saint's domain closed, and under the panda's blow, the one-eyed man only had one breath left. As a martial arts saint, the control of the power is still quite in place. There is no mistake of killing directly. Absolute domination. A strong spiritual power was released from Yizhe, directly controlling the one-eyed man. The latter, in this situation, had no ability to resist at all. What happened out there after I entered the secret realm? What he had heard from the one-eyed man earlier had kinda surprised Yizhe. Although the one-eyed man's body was seriously injured, he still used his last ounce of strength to intermittently finish what happened outside. Then the spirit could not hold out and fainted. The Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire have joined forces? Only 6 came in from China and 34 from the other 2 countries? Hearing this news, for some reason, Yizhe is still a little excited. How much equipment must this be able to grab? Let's have 5 summoned beasts. each wearing a legendary set. I wonder if that's enough. The corners of Yizai's mouth couldn't help but rise. Looking at the fainted one-eyed man didn't let him go easily. Super Enhancement Raiders of the Lost Ark. Chapter 98 Pure Values. The Shadow Raider Mouse's natural treasure capture is super enhanced, changing from any one item originally captured to 3 to 5. When he was in the special training camp, Yizai would still have some control, and now that he had arrived in the secret realm that the countries were fighting over, facing the competitors from the Free Empire, Yizai went completely crazy. You have captured the equipment: Sea King's Crown, Deep Sea Armor, Ocean Spear. Squirrel Wave grabbed 5 pieces of equipment in a row, but that's not all. Yizai used the copy of the Spirit Contract Ring. Copy, Raiders of the Lost Ark Ultra. Rob again. However, this time, only 2 pieces of equipment were grabbed, because a professional wears up to 7 pieces of equipment on his body. All of them were grabbed. I have to say, the Free Empire gear really isn't bad. It's all epic 4 and 5 stars. For the rest, grabbed some prop consumables and kept them for backup. The one-eyed man, who had long since fainted, had completely lost his usefulness, and his equipment was empty, and in the end it could only be turned into Yizai's experience. Panda stomped down, bloodying the one-eyed man. Kill a 4th order professional. Gain experience plus 16,000. Speaking of which, this was the first time Yizai had actually killed someone. After all, death in the secret realm will not be resurrected. It will only teleport the mutilated body so as not to pollute the environment of the secret realm. The mood is not mixed. The only feeling is, there is still a lot of experience. A couple more sharks and you'll be upgraded. Yizai was in a good mood and fed the 7 pieces of equipment he grabbed to the panda. After adding a dozen points of attributes, it just happened to fulfill the conditions of Equipment Crusher. Equipment Crusher, destroyed equipment has reached 7 pieces. Obtaining new equipment, Surulin. There was a flash of golden light, and what burst out this time was a green-colored belt. On the surface of the belt, there are vague paintings of mountains, rivers, flowers and woods. Surulin, Legend 4-dimensional attribute plus 60, special effect 4-dimensional attribute plus 10%. Seeing this effect, Yizai was instantly happy. Compared to the attributes of other sets of equipment, this Surulin didn't have so many fancy features and perfectly illustrated simplicity and brutality. It's just purely numerical. Not only do you add 60 points to your base attributes, but you also add all 4 attributes. And, counting the special effects, the panda's 4-dimensional attributes could go up by more than 110 points at once. With unusual legendary equipment, a single attribute is good for 110 points. As for Surulin, it was 4 attributes, all plus 110, which amounted to a total attribute increase of over 440 points. No tricks, all numerical values. With this, the panda's strength broke through 730 and agility broke through 770. Even among the level 49, one step short of the 5th-ranked professionals, they belonged to the top of the line. Moreover, the legendary set called Military Strife had already reached 5 out of 6, with only one piece missing to be put together. But don't learn from those games in the past life, where you never get to the end of a piece that doesn't come together. Yizai couldn't help but spit out a sentence once again, because in his previous life, he was deeply poisoned by certain games. Afterwards, Yizai continued to move forward, searching for secret monsters and enemy opponents. As per the old rules, first the squirrels released 100 doppelgangers, carpet searching the surrounding area, exploring mainly into the distance. It didn't take long, however, for him to actually spot a location where a battle was taking place. No matter what the battle was, it was worth Yizai's time to go forward and observe it. Approaching the location, Yezer put his eyes on. It was actually a nearly 20-meter tall boss, Spirit Rock King, that was constantly hammering the ground, causing violent tremors in the face of the 3 professionals' siege. Yizai and the panda, not far away from the mountain rock to watch, but with the effect of difficult to know Azine. The enemy is difficult to detect him. A secret realm boss actually appeared? The Spirit Rock King, who shared the same route as the Stone Man but was significantly stronger, was a level 50 epic boss, and in Yizai's perception, that Spirit Rock King seems to have some ethereal and immortal air. That is very unusual. Maybe it's because I've been in this secret realm for a long time. It seems that even a rock has some fairy spirit. And seeing those 3 professionals on the opposite side, the corner of Yizai's mouth abruptly raised. All from the kingdom of Lionheart. That's so nice. Here it is, paradise. Moreover, looking at the noble youth of the Nightmare Baron profession at the head of the 3, he had a very strong background in the Lionheart kingdom. The family status was extremely high. Even, there were 2 legendary grade pieces in his equipment, although none of the star ratings were high, but after all, it was legendary equipment. which already showed that he was highly valued in the family. Hey! Yi Zhe suddenly smiled. Thank you in advance for the bosses you crippled for me. And the equipment you sent. The shadow squirrel split, which he had sent out to silently approach the three people who were raiding the boss with their shadow escape. Perhaps because there were too many of their own teammates entering the secret realm, the three from the Lionheart Kingdom didn't have too many defenses, and were feverishly raiding the boss, as well as the stone man next to the boss. The trio's output was intense, and many of the large stone men were hit until they split into smaller ones. Seeing this, Yi Zhe directly and decisively exchanged. However, the one who exchanged the squirrel doppelganger was Simon the Magic Dragon. Only to see a burst of overshadowing shadows shrouded, the noble young man who was raiding the boss subconsciously turned back to look. A huge demonic dragon suddenly stood behind him. Ward hair. Along with this alarming cry of his, there were countless pillars of demonic flame light that shattered apart from the ground. Magic flame burst. A column of magic flame light is ejected from the ground, causing a wide range of burning and damage effects. Shat! What's this? It's the Chinese. Surprisingly sneak attack. A roar of rage was heard from one of the Lionheart Kingdoms. Yi Zhe couldn't help but tease. Nonsense. Wasn't that what you guys played first? The three from the Lionheart Empire were instantly scorched, but tried to fight back while they still had the chance. Unfortunately, the magic dragon's strike not only hit the three people of the Lionheart Kingdom, but also killed countless small stone people in seconds. This triggered the fear effect of Overlord. After the noble youth of the Lionheart Kingdom exclaimed in shock, his mind went blank. The emotions of the three were instantly covered by fear. Their complexion was in a trance, their legs were weak, and even their weapons unconsciously fell to the ground. The lasting effect of fear is different for different people. Although the fear of the Fourth Order was not long, but in this short time, it was enough for the panda to strike one person at a time to easily seriously injure and knock out. Not bad. Open robbery. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yezer and the squirrel both stepped forward with the joy of harvesting. Raiders of the Lost Ark. 5, 10, 15 pieces. Among them, 19 epic quality level 40 equipment, and the 2 pieces of legendary equipment were naturally grabbed. Surprisingly, they also grabbed 2 lotus petals, so it seems they were lucky to run into a lot of secret monsters. No, I should say Yezer was lucky. The 3 who had lost their value were naturally sent away and turned into Yi Zhe's experience. Meanwhile, the other side of the secret realm, Lu Anren, who was dressed in a star blue vestment after changing his equipment, was alone and constantly flickering between the peaks. After entering the secret realm, she was randomly assigned to an area, and without the spatial imprints and connections of her teammates, she could only keep searching. I wonder how Yezer himself is doing. Of all her teammates, she was the most worried about Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe was the first to enter the secret realm. I'm afraid that he doesn't know the current situation yet. It's easy to be caught off guard by his opponent. Besides, Yi Zhe is, after all, a summoner, still only at the first rank, and not very capable of defending himself. In case we run into a siege by multiple fourth-ranked professionals from the other 2 countries. Thinking of this, Lu Anren's spatial teleportation speed sped up a bit. I'm afraid it's dangerous. Chapter 99, Word Synthesis. Foxes want to cultivate immortality? Outside the entrance to the secret realm, powerful people from the 3 major countries were guarding the area. The Chinese crowd was gloomy, while the crowd of the 2 opposite countries was quite cheerful. Blood King Dracula was waiting for the first death to be teleported out so that he could see the faces of the high-ranking and powerful people in China. It was great to think about. At this moment, movement appeared at the secret realm teleportation port. A bloody corpse was teleported out. Dracula was overjoyed to see the misery. A few girls in Wasia covered their mouths inwardly with impatience, but someone suddenly looked at the corpse oddly. That looks like the Liberty Empire style of shorts, doesn't it? Why do you look at shorts to recognize people? Because the upper half of the body was almost completely blown up. No human form could be seen, and on top of that, an outfit was stripped clean, leaving only underwear and shorts. If it were not for the lack of attributes in the underwear and shorts, I'm afraid it would be hard to escape the clutches of the devil. Upon hearing this query, the faces of the Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire changed, and they went forward to take a closer look. How can it be? The first one to die is actually Willow. The person that the Free Empire's senior management was talking about was none other than that one-eyed man, and Dracula instantly blushed, extremely upset. With such a huge advantage in terms of numbers, and a siege plan that had been set up a long time ago, how could they still be killed? Arthur, you Free Empire is really getting wasted. Seeing that the first one to die was not a Chinese, Dracula's mood turned much worse. On the other hand, China, on the contrary, has taken a long sigh of relief, although he was scolded, but the fact was in front of him. Night King Arthur could only say indignantly, "Humph, it's just a matter of luck." It's normal for Willow to be the one who encounters an irresistible secret boss, Dracula grunted dismissively. But at this moment, the secret realm once again appeared to move. This time, a full 3 corpses teleported out. Again, all over the place. This time the short style seems to be the Lionheart side of the The Chinese crowd couldn't help but speculate. At this moment, Dracula's face changed dramatically. Stepping forward, he looked incredulously at the 3 people who teleported out. How is it possible? How could so many people die in a row? And where is all the equipment? Seeing this, Arthur of the Free Empire responded with a sneer. We were only unlucky enough to lose 1 person in battle. You guys died 3 at once. TSK. The Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire were already at odds with each other. And now that they had a chance to taunt them, they definitely couldn't let it go. Dracula gritted his teeth. So what? We still have a huge advantage. With this, the 2 countries that originally held a big advantage in the secret realm quota lost a lot. On the other hand, on the Chinese side, the crowd was celebrating and at the same time a little confused. What is going on in this secret realm? It can't be that the secret realm bosses are particularly strong, right? Then won't our people be in danger too? While the crowd was discussing, only Wu Ming, staring at those who were stripped of their equipment, fell into deep thought. This gear-grabbing maneuver, déjà vu inside the secret. With the arrival of the Lionheart Kingdom's 3 tens of thousands of experience points, Yizhe's experience bar rose to 80%. It was just a pity that there was no summoner-type 4th-rank profession among these 3, or else they could have completed the advancement quest in the meantime. However, fortunately, in the entire secret realm, there were quite a number of 4th orders, and the probability of completing the advancement was still high. Afterwards, Yizhe resumed looking at the boss, Spirit Rock King. Actually, those 3 alone can't beat the Spirit Rock King. The Stone King, like the Stone Man, has the special effect of splitting after death, and is getting harder and harder to fight. I killed them and saved them time. I'm really kind. With a wave of Yizhe's hand, Panda and Mantis both met the boss. The Spirit Rock King, who had just gotten out of his state of fear, slammed down heavily once again with his hands like giant hammers. Facing 1,000 pounds, the panda did not dodge and did not flash. After the attributes had risen greatly, he was enough to win without opening the field of hard contact. The 2 fists clashed with a boom explosion. Spirit Rock King's stone fist exploded. Originally, he had just fought against those 3 professionals from the Lionheart Kingdom, and they had all hurriedly dodged the blow. And now that there was a change of a panda, the frontal hard contact instead made the Spirit Rock King a little uncomfortable. The problem was that the Stone King, who was known for his strength, couldn't actually touch it. This is normal. The whole body of 5 pieces of legendary equipment Panda. Hard contact is already a very scary state. Panda slashed out with 2 palms once again. Taiji, double peak slamming. This strike did not bring along the martial saint's astral chi, as it was necessary to ensure that the Stone King was seriously injured. Rather than splitting him, after all, the panda did not have the same anti-revival effect as Death Verdict. In the final blow, the Mantis in the void slashed out, and the Spirit Rock King crumbled and annihilated until he was reduced to nothingness. Kill Spirit Rock King. Gain experience plus 20,000, plus 100%. Ding. Your level rises to 22. Unlimited gold phrase, you get 1 extraction. The boss Spirit Rock King exploded a full 50 lotus petals. Yizhe looked at the map. The treasure exchange point on this level was not far away. Later on, he could see what was available first. He loaded up the petals and then began word extraction. 20-second entry. This time, Yizhe took the initiative to reach out as he was surrounded by a sea of golden words. You have drawn the golden legend level word, Daofei Nature. Daofei Nature, mobilize the power of nature in heaven and earth as you wish. And you can use the power of heaven and earth to practice Taoism or enhance the effects of your spells and skills. Seeing this phrase, Yizhe froze for a moment. What does this mean? It sounds as if there is a connection to Taoism, or even immortalism, in a previous life, but specifically he never learned. The next prompt, however, confused him even more. Synthesizable word detected. Elemental Lord plus Nimble Manipulator plus Taoist Nature, synthesizable. These 3 phrases, Yizhe couldn't help but get curious. The Lord of the Elements is about the control of all types of elements. A thought manipulator is a high level of control over mental power. And Taoism, in turn, is the power to control the nature of heaven and earth. These 3 synthesized, what would they be? Although puzzled, it does not delay Yizhe from continuing to immediately synthesize. Anyway, it's a lore upper phrase, so it's certainly not worse than a regular lore. Has synthesized the golden legendary superior word, Taoism. The Tao of the immortal laws, controls the laws of the immortal laws and is able to perform all kinds of spells and immortal arts. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Yezer was shocked. Immortal magic? He had never thought that there was actually such a thing as immortal cultivation. In that case, doesn't it mean that the fox is going to cultivate immortality? A fox fairy? And the following hint just confirmed Yizei's thoughts. Since the first two phrases were in the fox, it was only natural that the third one would be synthesized in the fox as well. Summoned beast, three-tailed demon fox, legend, upgrade fox fairy, six-tailed sky fox, legend. Before Yizei was shocked this time a full 3 stars had gone up, only to see the little fox he had been carrying with him suddenly change from 3 tails to 6. The little fox pelt then began to emit a white light. The massive white light that enveloped the little fox began to grow taller, then taller, and finally gradually transformed into a humanoid. White light flashed. A large enchanting beauty appeared in front of her. Long silver white hair flowing over her shoulders, light golden fox eyes that were agile and cunning, delicate features, and skin like snow. The long, silk-textured, gorgeous dress that hung over her chest reflected her curvaceous figure to perfection, and her 2 long legs looked long and white under the hem of the dress, while behind her were 6 soft, snow-white fox tails, quite a demonic beauty. Master! The little fox! No! Now it was the big fox, pounced straight towards Yizei. It seemed that after transforming into a 6-tailed, the fox's originally somewhat clear and sweet voice had gained a bit more of a sense of imperiousness. The fox hooked its hands at Yizei's neck and blinked its eyes playfully. Master? Yizei felt the impact of the rippling meatballs in front of him and hesitantly said, Fox fairy, why is it dressed? Don't get me wrong, being the decent guy that I am, this question is just pure curiosity. After all, there are no clothes in fox form. Fox fairy froze for a moment, then a seductive smile floated up to her cheeks, came close to Yezer's ear, and was about to speak when a familiar spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared behind Yizei. Lu Anren looked at Yizei in front of her, and her entire body couldn't help but freeze a little. How does this look like it's in danger? Ryu Anren couldn't help but hesitate. Did I come at a bad time? Yezer, no, you're just in time. Chapter 100, I'm a cheating player. Seeing Lu Anren arrive, the fox fairy's arms around Yizei parted very reluctantly. Lu Anren first looked at the stunning fox fairy in surprise, while glancing at Yizei with a contemptuous look. I can't believe I'm even sparing my own summoned beasts. The latter was left speechless. Seeing that nothing happened to Yizei, Lu Anren also stepped in and reminded, in the secret realm, it's better to be careful. Now we don't have the advantage of numbers. The kingdom of Lionheart and the Free Empire did an ambush, causing them to come in with a total of 34 people. We have to be careful everywhere now. Lu Anren thought that Yizei didn't know the current situation, but when she said that, she realized that Yizei's face was as usual, which made her feel quite strange. And Yezer pondered for a moment and mused, well, they should have 30 left now. 30? Ryu Anren froze for a moment. A look of disbelief appeared on his face immediately afterward. You're not going to tell me that you've already killed 4 fourth-ranked professionals, are you? Not bad. You can snatch the answer. Yizei teased. Lu Anren's breath hitched. If another person had said this to her, she would have ignored it and just thought that the other party was bragging too much. All of the 4th ranks in this secret realm were not simple characters. They were all carefully selected opening teams from various countries, and their strengths were all top-notch. A professional who wasn't even 2nd ranked yet, killing 4 4th ranked in a row in only such a short period of time after entering the secret realm? Who can believe it? But if Yizei says this, Lu Anren has already believed in 9 points. After all, this monster had killed even a 6th-order demon king, so if he found an opportunity, killing a few 4th-order professionals might not be impossible. Lu Anren nuzzled her mouth and finally spat out 2 words. Pervert. Yizei laughed. Since you're here, it just so happens that it's a little more convenient for us to arrest people. At those words, Lu Anren, however, hastily stopped it and sat down on a boulder to catch his breath. Wait, I used too much teleportation when looking for you. Give me some time to recover my mana first. With prop consumables disabled, the only way to recover mana is to wait for time to recover it naturally. However, natural recovery is extraordinarily slow. Seeing this, Yizei took out a bottle of mana potion in his backpack, a consumable he always kept in his backpack but rarely used. He handed the mana potion to Lu Anren. Use this to go faster. Seeing this bottle of mana potion, Lu Anren's brain seemed to go down, incredulously looking up at Yezer. Aren't the props all disabled? Or am I the only one disabled? Ryu Anren lapsed into silence, and Yezer smiled. Don't worry, it's everyone who's disabled. Lu Anren stared at the mana potion in his hand. Then this, Yizei rightfully said. I'm a cheating player. Hearing this ridiculous explanation, Ryu Anren just froze for a moment and surprisingly accepted it straight away out of the blue. Surprisingly, it's quite reasonable. The current Yizei was indeed similar to cheating in her eyes. She took the potion and took a small sip, her mana levels recovering quickly. Taking advantage of Lu Anrun's recovery of mana, Yi Zhe also took this opportunity to open the attribute panel, ready to take a look at the attributes of the Fox Fairy after the change. However, it's a bit scary when you look at it. Fox Fairy, Six-Tailed Fox. Quality, Gold Legend. Rank, 22, same level as Summoner. Attributes, Strength 415, Constitution 455, Agility 475, Spirit 691, Talent, Celestial Fox Immortal Technique, Legendary Upper Level. Qiankuan Borrowing Technique, Legendary Upper Level. Six Tails, Legendary. Skills, Fox Fairy Fire, Legendary. Phantom Step, Legendary. Immortal Technique, Heavenly Thunder. Immortal Technique, Ice Seal. Immortal Technique, Ice Ling. On just a single bare attribute, it jumped over the panda and officially became the strongest in mental power, pushing right up to the 700 mark. As for the skills, the change was even greater. The 3 tails became 6 tails, and from the original 3 skill recharge times, it became 6. Theoretically, it was now possible to fire the same skill 7 times in a row, and the 2 top skills stand out. Qiankuan Borrowing, freely manipulate the natural elements of heaven and earth, and even change the environment and climate to form a powerful immortal law attack or increase. Celestial Fox Immortal Technique, all mastered spell skills are automatically advanced to full-level immortal techniques. The power of intention reaches its peak and can be used at will. Let's just say it's worthy of the immortal way. In other words, the earth, rivers, and storms that can be found everywhere can be applied as immortal attacks by the Fox Fairies. At the same time, all previously learned skills are advanced to immortal techniques. As for the Nimbus, it has changed from being a skill to being a flat A nowadays. The terrifying increase in strength made Yi Zhe feel shocked. I just don't know. Who is stronger than the martial Saint Panda and the Fox Fairy? Budo and Immortalism. Still, as of now, the panda has a definite advantage. After all, other than spirit, the other 3 attributes almost doubled beyond the Fox Fairy. But in the future, perhaps it's impossible to say. Of course, no matter who was stronger, Yi Zhe was the happier one. At the same time, Yi Zhe first took out the 14 epic seeds this time and fed them to the panda. 2 chances to explode the legend. Yi Zhe heart the last piece of the set. However, accidents happen. Equipment Crusher, destroyed equipment has reached 7 pieces. Obtaining new equipment, Demon Spectre Armor. Blood Killing Armor. Where's my last suit? No, you're really stuck on me, aren't you? Yi Zhe had a headache. Although these 2 pieces of equipment were both very good, and they were both legendary 5-star, but he wanted the set more. Looking at these 2 pieces of equipment, Yi Zhe slammed his head and suddenly thought of the reason. Forgot about that. Equipment Crusher. The higher the quality of the equipment destroyed, the higher the quality of the new equipment that explodes. The parts of the military contention set are all legendary 4-star. However, the quality of these epic equipment that the panda ate was too high, bursting out with legendary 5 stars. Thinking about this, Yi Zhe was a bit helpless. Sometimes equipment quality is too high is also troublesome. Next time, there was still a need to control the quality of the eaten equipment and try to keep popping out 4-star equipment in order to get the set together first. Yezer figured it out. Afterwards, he equipped the armored Demon Spectre Armor to Demonic Dragon and Blood Killing Armor to Mantis according to the equipment attributes. He also took out the 5 pieces of level 60 and 70 legends popped out by the Demon King Mirage and Demon King Evil Ghost, plus the 2 pieces of level 40 legends popped out by the Lionheart Aristocrat, and crushed them together. It just so happens that the levels are all too high to wear, but not too starry to use to eat them. Legendary equipment. The panda is still the first time to eat. The attributes went up instantly. What you eat makes up for what you get. Use Evil Ghost Armor. Get bonus, Strength plus 15. Physique plus 15. Ghost damage minus 30%. Equipment Crusher, destroyed equipment has reached 7 pieces. Obtaining new equipment, Xian Yuan Zhu. There was a flash of golden light. A mana ball flowing with the light of the sun. Moon and stars floated in the air. 7 pieces of varying quality of the legendary equipment, although not combined with the mythical level. But in front of this, still let Yi Zhe quite a surprise. It can be called the first magic weapon under the myth. Chapter 101, the number 1 magic weapon under the myths. Which 6th order is this, right? Xian Yuan Beads. Quality, Gold Legend. Attributes, Agility plus 60. Spirit plus 200. Spell damage plus 300%. Spell damage ignores defense by 80%. Special Effect 1, all spells released are instantaneous. Special Effect 2, additional release of Soul Shock after skill hits, causing a shocking effect based on the difference between the enemies and our spiritual attributes. Legendary 8-star magic weapon. It was so close to breaking through the mythic level. The attributes alone added 200 points of spirit, which was even more outrageous than a normal level 50 legendary equipment. Looking at the Dharma bead, the fox fairy's narrow eyes were filled with longing. Turning his head to stare pitifully at Yizhe, he was close to writing the word want on his face. This thing, it was much better than the epic level secret magic pearl in her hand. Yizhe couldn't help but smile and reached out for the Xian Yuan bead. After all, there was only one fox fairy for the spell damage summoning beast, and Yizhe decisively handed her the Xian Yuan bead. This time, the fox fairy's spiritual attribute instantly skyrocketed to nearly 900. The fox fairy looked dainty, playing with the new mana ball and giggling playfully. Thank you, master. On the side, Lu Anren, who had just recovered, felt the strength of the Xian Yuan pearl's energy and couldn't help but be exceptionally shocked. You're recovered. Shall we go then? Hearing Yizhe's words, Lu Anren nodded faintly. Good. With the assistance of Lu Anren's space warlock, whether it was rushing or attacking, it was far too convenient. Yizhe was originally prepared to brush the monsters first and save up enough lotus petals first. However, he did not expect to perceive a battle fluctuation by the squirrel shadow doppelganger. Very drastic. The movement was so great that, most likely, it was a battle between professionals. Yizhe and Lu Anren looked at each other and decided to go immediately. The Chinese in the secret realm were already scarce, and if the matchup was really between the Chinese and the other two countries, they were bound to fall into a numerical disadvantage. Plus, Lu Anren knew how the Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire had lost their hearts for the secret realm quota. If a Chinese professional fell into their hands, I'm afraid it wouldn't end well, and Yezer wanted to be more direct. As long as the enemy country was fighting, he had to go over and help out. Other than that, the gear has to be grabbed first. The fluctuations of the battle were very violent, and the two of them quickly sought out the trail and rushed there. At the dense forest above a certain mountain peak, spells, sword chi, and gunfire went back and forth. It's the battle of the nation's opening teams, with China on one side and the two nations of Lionheart plus Liberty on the other. At this time, the two professionals, a man and a woman from Huaxia, had already entered the state of fighting with their backs against the wall, for no other reason than there are too many additions across the street. At first it was just 2 against 3, but as the battle fluctuations spread around, 2 more came from the other side to reinforce them, making it 2 against 5. That's what happens in a battle where you're outnumbered, and most of the people you run into will be the enemy. Can't run away. The youth of the sword saint profession said to the physician girl of the bright heart sage profession beside him. Both men knew the meaning of that statement. It was impossible to go out on your own in the secret realm, and with the backpack sealed, the disengagement talisman couldn't be used. The physician girl started with a quivering brow and finally said firmly, "You give me a sword and then go away by yourself." "Not going," the sword saint youth said indifferently, just in time to make a contribution to the other 4. Kill a few more. In fact, it would be hard to run away, as the professionals of the two countries on the opposite side had already formed an encirclement. If it was an ordinary 4th order opponent, the sword saint youth alone could easily deal with it. However, those who were qualified to enter the secret realm were none other than the top players of the Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire. Just like a musketeer hidden in the shadows, the timing of the shot was deceptive and precise, so that he had to always be distracted to deal with it. But at that moment, 2 more people rushed over, still from the Lionheart Kingdom. The scene instantly became 2 against 7. Not far away, a blond young man from the Free Empire grinned as he kept approaching. "The Chinese, how about I let you guys go if you lure your teammates for us?" What responded to him was a stern sword chi, but obviously weakened too much, because of the mana pill seal, coupled with the two countries' constant will battle to kill the spirit. The sword saint youth was already at the end of his strength. The sword chi was casually blocked away by the blonde youth and teased again. "How about this? As long as you come out and surrender, I'll let that girl of yours go. How about that?" This time, the response was a silver needle. It also finally made the blonde youth furious. Stubborn. The 7 foreign professionals narrowed the circle, preparing for the final siege. However, at this point, 2 people suddenly teleported in within the encirclement. Even the sword saint and the healer girls froze for a moment. Seeing this, the 7 foreign professionals besieging outside laughed out loud. "I can't believe there are still people who throw themselves into the net. 2 more Chinese can be slaughtered. After killing these 4, Huaxia will only have 2 people left in the secret realm. It definitely counts as a big credit for us. Ha ha ha." Originally, to surround and kill 2 people from Huaxia could only be considered a small merit, but to kill 4 people from Huaxia at once, that would be the first merit of the secret realm. Who couldn't be happy with pie in the sky? And at this moment, seeing the 2 people who suddenly barged in, the physician girl actually recognized them and was pleasantly surprised. "Anran, can you take us?" Lu Anran nodded. only to see the physician girl's look of joy after the robbery. After all, who wants to die if they can live? Space Warlock. The Sword Saint youth froze at first, then sighed. You shouldn't have come. They have a werewolf professional who specializes in tracking blood when he transforms. And as soon as you guys come over here you'll be covered in the scent of blood as well. Before he finished his words, he only heard the tone of relief from Yizhe, who had come. 7 of them at once. But they're here. Hearing this, the Sword Saint youth and the physician girl froze and looked at Yizhe in a trance. The blonde youth on the other side grunted coldly. Where's the crazy person from? The words just fell. In the shadows, a lightning-fast musket bullet sped out at Yizhe's head. The Sword Saint youth, who had suffered many losses in this regard, immediately tightened his expression. Dodge! But Yizhe didn't dodge. Just a white light appeared around him, and the fox fairy appeared at his side. The moment the bullet was about to hit, it was suddenly frozen by the biting coldness and stopped in midair, turning into an ice bead. What's that? An ice shield? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth looked startled, and the rest of the foreign professionals were also surprised. I wanted to take the opportunity to test my opponent, but I didn't realize that it seemed to have some strength. But the next second, only to see the fox fairy hee-hee smile, stretching out the thumb and middle finger of her white and delicate left hand and pinching the ice bead, crossing his fingers in the orchid finger position. He pointed his fingertips upward toward where the bullet had come from and flicked the icy bead out. The shot seemed to use no power whatsoever. Just a flick. The musketeer hidden in the shadows was slightly disdainful. This kind of speed he could casually and easily dodge. Abruptly, a loud bang was heard. The ice beads burst, emitting a coldness that froze the heavens and the earth. And in an instant, the cold ice spread thousands of miles to the front. In just a breath, the ice-blue shockwave swept by, freezing all creatures completely. Frozen for thousands of miles, the whole area became icy blue and the picture seemed to be different from the rest. The musketeer, as well as the other foreign professional who was caught in the wave in this direction, were instantly frozen into ice crystals, their life breath gone. With just a single casual strike, he killed 2 fourth ranks in seconds in a way that surpassed the imagination of this group of foreign professionals. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man from the Free Empire had a cardiac arrest at this moment. Mechanically stiff, he watched everything in front of him, cursing inwardly with indignation. Fark. This is which 6th order killed in, isn't it? Chapter 102. Whatever you say. You're all bound to die anyway. The entire zone of cold ice caused by the fox fairy's mere casual strike was in stark contrast to the forest beneath the crowd's feet. The hearts and minds of the remaining 5 foreign professionals were shaken, and their eyes were about to stare out in general at the sight. And it's not just the opponents, but the teammates' heads are spinning. That Chinese Sword Saint youth, named Yi Xing, was the top student of the last college entrance exam. He looked at Yizhe's face, which was clearly still a bit young, and should be about the same age as he was the year before when he took the entrance exam. But this strength, it was too much different from the high school candidates he had seen. Are all the young people nowadays so horrible? If it was in the beginning, when he faced this kind of opponent in the college entrance examination, not to mention getting the first prize, it was impossible to say whether he could not be struck. Originally, when he had previously been in the opening team and saw a young face like Yizhe, Yi Xing was still skeptical about whether he was qualified to enter the secret realm. But now it seems, killing 2 fourth-ranked powerhouses in a single strike. This is simply an atomic bomb-level secret weapon of China. But just as the enemy and I were shocked, exclaimed, and feared, Yizhe, however, was inexplicably a little sad. Fox Fairy, how did you just second them? Upon hearing this, the Fox Fairy then reacted, a touch of apology surfacing on her moving face. Master, I was wrong. It's the first time I used immortal technique. I'm not skilled yet. She shook Yizhe's arm in a petulant manner, trying to budge through. 2 people get seconded at once. That's 2 lost opportunities to grab equipment. A famous person once said, not grabbing it is a loss. Rounding up Yezer's blood loss to 100 million. This scene, so that next to Luanren, Sword Saint Yi Xing, physician girls have been dumbfounded. You can't do it after 2 fourth rankers? What kind of outrageous demands do you place on your summoned beasts? However, looking at the fox woman who had just struck out like an immortal, but was now submissively pampering herself to Yizhe, a sense of contrast arose for a while. Seeing this, Yizhe shook his head and smiled. Forget it, it doesn't matter much if there are 2 less. Indeed, the Dao Dharma Unlimited phrase only granted the fox the ability to master immortal Dharma, but did not grant the corresponding experience like a Taiji clan master. It's normal to have poor control of the power at first. On the other hand, the blonde youth on the opposite side of the room could feel the charm of the fox fairy, but the danger it brought was even more chilling. He looked incredulous. It shouldn't be. Before entering the secret realm, We've researched all the strong people of the third and fourth orders in China. There's no such strong talent, right? Where the hell did that come from? And at that moment, a famous person from the Lionheart Kingdom in the encirclement called out to him. William, don't let her scare you. Don't forget that such a powerful skill is bound to have a long cooldown. Let's go together. She won't be able to stop it. With that said, a roar rang out, and that professional from the Lionheart Kingdom, his figure changed drastically. Powerful muscles break through the clothes, gray-black hair all over the body, eyes as scarlet and fierce as a wild wolf. He changed into a huge 2.5-meter werewolf. Ow dash! Charge with me! This wolfman professional of the Lionheart Kingdom's body moved at a blistering pace, twice as fast as an ordinary fourth-order professional. Is this a werewolf? Yizhe admired with interest. And the fox fairy around the body abruptly flashed out 3 groups of fox fairy fire, red lips gently open. Will this green flame slightly blowing? Boom dash! Flame shockwaves, like a storm dancing wildly, whistled past, setting the wolves ablaze on all sides with a sky-high vortex of fiery flames. A miserable scream came out in the fiery whirlpool. A few moments later, the just raging werewolf, like a piece of black charcoal lying on the ground, succumbs again. Sword Saint Xing was greatly shocked. He was the one who had fought with this werewolf and knew how strong the other party's battle power was. It was just a matter of seconding a fragile musketeer before, but now he was even seconding a super defensive werewolf? In fact, after equipping the Xian Yuan bead, the fox fairy's mental strength was close to 900, and her mana damage was even higher, already at the upper 5th rank. Together with the immortal technique Fox Fairy Fire, it would be strange if they couldn't be dropped in seconds. The fox fairy leaped towards Yizhe at this moment. Master, I left him a breath. Good job, Yizhe complimented, which proved that the fox fairy's control over immortal laws was gradually improving. Squirrels were then immediately dispatched to pick up the gear, and from the werewolf's furious charge to being beaten to near death at this point, the remaining 4 people from the Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire didn't even move at all. Has this lion-hearted werewolf's brain turned into a brain too? The young blonde, William, grimaced, just from that one shot of ice spell just now. It was obvious to perceive that the threat level of the other party was several times stronger than the strongest mage of their trip. With just a few of them now, they'd be damned if they could beat it. Your Excellency, you and I have no grudges, right? William said as he slowly backed away. They still have the advantage of numbers. If 5 people can't beat you now, can 25 beat you? The opponent was only one person even if he was strong, while the Lionheart Kingdom plus the Free Empire still had nearly 30 people. Advantage on me. William decided to immediately leave to gather everyone. This kind of Chinese genius must not let him live to leave the secret realm. No grievance? Yezer couldn't help himself. Whatever you say, you're all bound to die here anyway. A light sentence caused the 4 people on the other side's faces to change drastically, and they all made their feet grow strong and turned around to run. 4 people, fleeing fast in 4 directions. No matter where this direction goes, it's always better to get away from this monster first. The healer woman breathed a sigh of relief. I can't believe I actually repelled them. Lu Anren, on the other hand, knew that Yizhe would never be satisfied with a simple repulse and turned his head to look at him and said, I can only take you on a chase in one direction. The opponents ran decisively in all 4 directions, so even a space warlock couldn't pursue them at the same time. However, Yizhe faintly said, there's no need for that. With that said, the fox fairy opened her hands wide and a mountainous wave of chanting power swept out. The effect of this ability has been strengthened since Nimble Mastery became a flat A. Huge spiritual thoughts locked down the entire forest, aimed at the 4 fleeing enemies, and pulled back hard. William didn't dare to turn his head back at this point, and fled frantically through the forest. However, in the next moment, the body levitated as if it was out of control, as if it was grabbed back by a large invisible hand, and the body flew backwards. Ward hair dash. A startled roar drifted through the forest. As the targets of the chanting grabs gathered, the 4 enemies who had run out separately collided back to back. Seeing that they were back in this familiar spot, the 4 had faces like ashes. Wait, if you kill me, the rest of my free empire will definitely not let you go. William was in a hurry. I can help you live. Before the words were finished, the fox fairy was seen exhaling, and the 4 of them were instantly frozen into ice. Immortal Law Ice Seal. Chapter 103, the legendary set comes together. Open the door. The community is warming up. As could be seen from this ice seal, the fox fairy's mastery of immortal technique was becoming more and more refined. It's even possible to control the skill range with precision now. It saved Yizhe quite a bit of heartache, and he directly started grabbing equipment with the squirrels. And at that moment, Sword Saint Xing was still in a state of stagnation as he pondered how the fox fairy had captured the other party back. This level of mental power control, if one was a mental recitation master, One would need to be at least 5th rank or above to be able to do it. It always feels like this six-tailed fox is completely different from their power system. But what the difference is, it's hard to say for a moment. When Lu Anren saw this, he also couldn't help but nuzzle his mouth. How did Yi Zhe become so strong so fast? Damn! In his heart Yi Zhe naturally couldn't hear it, still joyfully and quickly grabbing equipment. In the blink of an eye, 24 pieces of epic equipment arrived, along with 1 piece of legendary equipment. It makes Yezer can't help but feel good. It's still faster to grab the gear. Super enhanced plus capture plus duplicate is a godly ransacking technique. Seeing that the equipment had arrived, the fox fairy waved her small hand. The ice crystals burst in an instant, and the 4 people within the ice were too dead to die. This moment finally gave the Sword Saint and the physician the feeling of having been robbed of their lives. Sword Saint Yi Xing clasped his fists and thanked him. Thank you, brother, for coming to the rescue. The girls of the Bright Heart Sage profession, likewise, went forward. She had originally only recognized Lu Anren, having learned of this one extremely rare space warlock profession while at the headquarters. Originally thought that Lu Anren was already the player who crowned this session. I didn't expect that there was still an expert. Makes space warlocks all supporting characters. Thanks for saving my life. My name is Zhou Qi, and both he and I are this year's graduates of Longdu Martial Arts University. Yi Zhe returned the salute. It's good to be alive. I'm Yi Zhe, a senior at the War Academy. Senior. Students. Rao vaguely discerned the age, but when he actually heard it, it still left the two of them greatly shocked. You can come to the mythic mystery in your senior year. Thinking back to their senior year of high school, they are still practicing hard to prepare for the college entrance exam. It is really a person who is more angry than a person. Seeing that the injuries on the duo were not light, and Zhou Qi had even exhausted his blue, Yi Zhe flung out 2 bottles of potions. Recover, let's move on. Potion. Yi Xing and Zhou Qi's eyes bristled. If their consumables hadn't been blocked, they couldn't have fought hundreds of rounds more. Why do you have? And Yi Zhe didn't try to explain. Casually perfunctory. A little bit of small ability only, was about to take advantage of the effort to feed the panda gear. The fox fairy, however, rubbed over pitifully, as if she had lost her vitality. Master, I wanted to. Ha! Yezer froze for a moment, then immediately saw the fox fairy's attributes. The mana was already 2/3 empty. Immortal techniques actually consume so much mana value? After mastering the immortal technique, in addition to the increase in power, the mana value consumption was obviously much higher as well. This problem has to be solved, or the protracted combat is very disadvantageous, Yi Zhe thought, and first gave her a bottle of high-level mana potion. Master is so nice. The fox fairy drank up the potion and recovered much of her status. Yi Zhe then distributed the equipment that he had grabbed, making sure to pop the legendary 4-star ones before feeding them to the panda. 7 pieces of equipment fed down. I didn't expect to come up and burst the last piece of the set. Swift as the wind, strength plus 20, agility plus 100. Movement speed plus 200%. Ignore slowdown effects. Feature ignore unit volume collisions when not in combat. Set, 6/6, with the last shoe popping out. 6 legendary set parts finally came together on the panda. Swift as the wind, shoes. Su as the forest, belt. Aggression as fire, wrist guard. Immovable as a mountain, armor. Difficult to know as the Een, amulet. And moving as a thunderquake, cloak. Attributes of military struggle set attributes. 1. The basic attributes of each component are enhanced by 30%. 2. All equipment parts grow with the level of the equipper. 3. For each official war victory, each part of the set grows by 1 star, with no upper limit. Attribute bonus. Don't look at 30% is not high, but 6 legendary equipment base attributes are 800 points, plus is 240 points of total attributes. It's equivalent to raising the attributes of 2 pieces of legendary equipment for nothing. With this set of additions, the panda's agility directly exceeded 950 points, and the 2ND/3RD set attribute shows that the military struggle set can be grown, and in the future this percentage attribute will add even more. And at this point, everyone in the secret realm suddenly had a prompt pop up on the map interface. Professional Bell opens the first floor of the secret world for redemption points. Items can be exchanged for a limited number of items by spending lotus petals in the exchange points. Tier 1 redeemable items, 5th rank promotion pills, legendary equipment of your choice, secret realm disengagement talisman. What? The exchange point was opened by someone from the Free Empire. Yi Xing was shocked. The items exchanged for exchange points were exactly what the crowd was aiming for in this secret realm. After seeing a layer of item exchange lists, Yi Zhe couldn't help but look greatly moved. There's legendary equipment in 5th order promotion Dan on the first floor, so wouldn't the highest 3 floors be mythic and 7th order promotion? With the promotion Dan, You can skip the advancement quests and advance directly at the highest difficulty. If it wasn't for the secret realm showing this item, it really had never been seen on Blue Star. However, Lu Anran instantly felt bad. No good. We need to move faster. The Free Empire opens the exchange points first. If we let him exchange to the 5th rank promotion Dan, then find a level 49 promotion to the 5th rank. Absolutely devastating for us. Makes sense. Yizhe couldn't help but nod. Currently the 5th rank does pose a certain threat. Besides, if they change their disengagement charms, I'll have to kill one less. Then let them not be able to change it. Hearing this, the three of them looked at Yizhe in bewilderment. And Yezer is in his backpack, mobilizing the power of the evil ghost mask. Redeeming items is prohibited in the secret realm for 5 minutes. 100 points of source power are required. Do you confirm? 5 minutes was the time Yizhe had reserved for himself to kill the redemption point. And it seemed that because more people had become affected, significantly more source power was needed. However, Yizhe currently has enough source power. Confirmed. In the bewildered eyes of the three teammates, the secret realm prompt popped up again immediately after. Redemption points stop exchanging items. Resuming in 5 minutes. Asterisk. Yi Xing and Zhou Qi sucked in a breath of cold air. Associating that with the words Yizhe had said earlier made the crowd's scalps tingle. Are you serious? Words follow the law? Lu Anran's beautiful eyes widened, her entire body stunned. Not. You really cheated? Just a little ability. Yizhe waved his hand. Quick, let's go to the exchange point. What the do you call that little ability? Secret exchange points. This place was like a forest hut, with only 3 clusters of golden light spots inside. The 4 Freedom Empire professionals looked excited. Ha ha ha. I didn't think we'd be so lucky to have the redemption point so close to us. There is only 1 copy of the 5th order promotion Dan, and it requires 50 lotus flower petals. We have just enough. Boss Bell, you're a level 49 wilderness hunter. Changing this is just the thing to advance. At that time, won't we be completely invincible in the secret realm? Among the crowd, the stout, hunting knife-wielding captain, Bell, was equally overjoyed. With the promotion pill, he would be able to advance to the 5th rank at even a high level, and his strength would skyrocket. But just as he was about to try to redeem the redemption function, however, suddenly stopped. What the hell? I guess it's a bug in the secret realm. 5 minutes. It'll come back later. While the 4 were waiting, a violent explosion suddenly came from outside the house. A heavenly thunder struck. A shockwave like a thunder dragon. Dust flew wherever it went. Trees lifted up, and violent booms resounded around them. In the midst of the panic, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Open door. Community warming. Chapter 104 14 words, refining essence and transforming chi. With Lu Anran's teleportation to catch up, Yizhe and the others flew to kill the exchange point. The shape of the exchange point, like a small cabin nestled in the forest, was small, with only 1 door and 1 window. Yizhe originally wanted the Fox Fairy to send a heavenly thunder. Even people with the house together did not expect the hut has some kind of protection mechanism. It is difficult to cause damage to the house. It didn't cause any damage, but it really sent chills down the spines of the 4 people in the room. What happened? It's the Chinese. Crazy, aren't they? How dare they fight back? Don't go out there. Didn't you feel the damage from that blast of lightning? The captain of the 4-man team from the Free Empire, Bell, hastily heckled to prevent anyone from opening the gate. The exchange point gate is controlled only by the person who opens it, and as long as you don't open the door and hunker down in the exchange point, you are perfectly protected by the exchange point. In fact, he was completely overthinking it. After seeing the terror of that hair of heavenly thunder, no one dared to step out of the hut at all. This group of secret Chinese is actually so strong. It's good that they only came in with 6 people. It's not a big problem. There's nothing they can do to us. As long as we stay in the exchange point and wait for the large force to come, they will die for sure. Bell said, opening the map with confidence. In the secret world, once the redemption point is activated, a large cursor will be displayed on the secret world map, and they, the Free Empire and the Lionheart Kingdom, had a cooperation pact to go to the marked points on the map as soon as they were available, in order to create a numerical advantage as soon as possible. Surround and kill Wasia again, and not give Wasia a single chance to turn the tide. Don't worry, as long as we hold here, someone will soon come to support us. Bell was full of confidence. We can still prioritize stepping into the 5th rank when the time for prohibiting redemption passes. However, outside the exchange point, Yizhe, after receiving the prompt, the redemption point gate can only be opened or closed by the one who opens it. Without further ado, he immediately activated the evil ghost mask. Modified, the exchange point gate is freely opened and closed by me. Gaining control of the exchange point gate requires 200 points of source power. Do you confirm? This level of rule alteration is obviously a bit more consuming. Even though Yi Zhe still had 1100 source power left, he couldn't help but hesitate. Then he changed his tone and said, "Open the exchange point gate immediately. Immediately open the door to the exchange point. Requires 50 points of source power. Do you confirm?" Acknowledgement. This kind of one-time rule alteration could achieve the same effect for Yi Zhe, but the consumption was significantly less. With a click, the 4 Free Empire professionals in the room were brimming with confidence. The doors to the exchange point, used to protect them, opened. Ward Hare, Captain Bell's eyes were glazed over in general, as to why they could come in. Why did the other side not follow the secret rules at all? As soon as the words left his mouth, the Marshal St. Panda whistled by like a gale, and his huge fist smashed into Captain Bell's face. A sound of breaking bones rang out. The strongest, highest ranked, and best equipped Captain Bell was smashed by one blow and fell to the ground paralyzed with serious injuries. Boss Bell dash. The remaining 3 were shaken to their core. They thought that Yi Zhe would be strong, but they didn't expect that their boss, who was incomparably strong in their hearts, would actually be directly seconded by a single glance. Lu Anren, Sword Saint Yi Xing, and Zhou Qi, who are immediately behind Yi Zhe, seem to have been somewhat surprised. After seeing Yi Zhe change the rules of the secret realm with a single sentence, they had already labeled Yi Zhe as a monster in their minds. There's no point in comparing with people like this. Thinking about this point, Lu Anren, Yi Xing, and Zhou Qi were in a much more comfortable mood. However, after seeing the panda strike, Sword Saint Yi Xing was still a bit shocked. This panda seems to be on par with that fox. An ordinary summoner who wanted to cultivate a summoned beast of the strength of a fox would basically have to dump his family's money and might not be able to make it. Yet Yi Zhe actually managed to raise 2 of them. Terror! Yi Xing's hand that drew his sword hesitated slightly, wondering if he still needed to help. As it turns out, not making a move to rob Yezer of his experience is the best way to help. The 3 remaining enemies inside the exchange point were shocked and subconsciously tried to flee from the panda's vicinity. But Yezer was blocking the exchange point gate. Under the crisis of life and death, the 3 Free Empire professionals roared to kill. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. There must be an escape. Only by escaping the exchange can there be any hope of survival. However, the fox fairy threw out a chilly breath in displeasure. Unbridled. I only saw a wave of the small hand. The coldness floated and distributed, and the 3 people were frozen into ice crystals, without resistance, and declared that the escape had failed. Sword Saint Yi Xing couldn't help but sigh. These 4th ranks that ranked in the Free Empire seconds were like dirt, but it's never a weak opponent. Rather, this fox's strength was too terrifying. As a hidden profession Sword Saint, Yi Xing's eyesight was extraordinary, and with just 1 shot of ice, he could see that the gap between the 2 parties' spiritual power was just too great. Moreover, this kind of spell with a heaven-defying effect was actually instantaneous. How do you top that? If it was left to him, it was estimated that this blow could take most of his life. I'm afraid, only lack of blue is this fox's weakness. Yi Xing looked over, only to see that the flow of mana around the fox fairy was gradually weakening. Yi Zhe handed the fox fairy another bottle of high-level mana potion and realized that she had only used her immortal technique twice before her mana value was empty by another 2/3. It was at this point that Belle, who had fallen to the ground, desperately struggled to get up. Wait, don't kill me. Our large troop will be here soon. If you let me go, I can let you explore the secret realm with us in peace. Peaceful exploration of the secret world? Yi Zhe couldn't help but feel amused. When I kill all of you, I'll be able to see true peace. With that said, Panda added another kick to stun him, immediately following the start of the gear-grabbing session. Seeing this, Yi Xing couldn't help but speak. However, he was right about one thing. The exchange points are shown on the map, and the other side's large force must be coming back soon. We have to hurry. And Yi Zhe had just finished grabbing the equipment and then sent the 4 to their deaths. Kill 4th Order Professional *4, gain experience plus 64,000, plus 100%. Ding! Your level has increased to 23. Unlimited gold phrase, you get 1 extraction. Counting the previous kills, it finally escalated. 50 lotus petals were also recovered from the 4, and at the same time, Yi Xing also handed over 30 petals. Brother Yi, we'll give you all of ours as well. He was directly treating Yi Zhe as the captain. After turning Sword Saint alone, it was the first time that Yi Xing had heartily pushed others, and Yi Zhe hesitated for a moment, then also took it directly. Good. The number of lotus petals in his hand reached 133 at this point. Yi Zhe looked at the exchange interface inside the hut. 5th Order Promotion Dan. Legendary equipment of your choice, and Secret Realm Disengagement Charms, all require a quantity of 50 to redeem. But for Yi Zhe, there was nothing particularly needed at the moment. None of it seems to work. Moreover, This was only the reward of the first floor. The second and third floors were bound to be better, perhaps with 7th rank advancement or mythic level items. Yi Zhe decisively chose to save the lotus petals, preparing to replace them later. Taking this opportunity, Yezer began to extract new words. The scene of drawing the words was not seen by outsiders, so to the other three, Yi Zhe was just obsessing about redeeming the items, and in front of Yi Zhe, it was already surrounded by a sea of golden words around him. 23rd entry. You have drawn the golden legend level phrase, refining essence and transforming chi. Refinement of essence and transformation of chi, essential to the immortal path. Internalizing the mana needed to cast spells into stronger spiritual energy, and using spiritual energy to cast spells with greater effect and less consumption. Chapter 105, First Step in Immortal Cultivation. One person broke through the encirclement. Looking at the new words, Yi Zhe suddenly had a feeling of sudden realization. Replaces mana with psychic energy. Is this what represents an introduction to immortalism? Spiritual power, which Yi Zhe had only seen in certain metaphysical novels, was equivalent to the mana bars unique to immortal cultivators. It turned out that the fox fairy had consumed too much with her immortal technique before because it was inappropriate to catalyze it with her mana value, which was equivalent to pulling a big cart with a small horse. Spiritual power, on the other hand, was what was more suitable for catalyzing immortal techniques. The word, Tao Dharma, just gives the fox fairy mastery of the immortal Dharma, but no corresponding other abilities, and the advent of psychic powers might solve one of the fox fairy's major problems. Thinking clearly about this, Yi Zhe immediately bestowed the word to fox fairy to try the effect. The entry refinement of essence has been granted successfully. Summoned beast, fox fairy, mana attribute changed to spirit attribute. The mana value is 20 times the spiritual attribute, and the fox fairy originally had a mana cap of 17,820 points. After switching to the spiritual power value, the labeling on the attribute panel changed from blue to purple, and although the upper limit value didn't change, one could feel that the fox fairy aura had gotten stronger. Try throwing an immortal spell? Yi Zhe tried. The fox fairy looked excited, only feeling unprecedented power filling her body. The ice then reappeared, freezing the 4 bodies next to it again. Only 1/30th of the spiritual energy has been consumed, and the effect is 30% stronger than before. Seeing such a remarkable effect, Yi Zhe was in a relaxed mood. The fox fairy's ability to sustain combat was now more than 10 times stronger than before. Maybe this is the first step to immortalization. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh. However, at this point, Yi Xing, who had just gone outside to prepare for the release, suddenly looked nervous. Not good. There seems to be quite a few people surrounding us. Lu Anren and Zhou Qi frowned. How could it come so fast? The redemption point is iconized on the map, so if they have a plan, finding it is quick. Yi Zhe also discovered the enemy at this time. Shortly after the secret realm began, he released 100 squirrel shadow doppelgangers to follow and carpet search his neighborhood, and at this point, it allows him to have a clear perception of his surroundings. Not far away, somewhere among the trees, there was a team of 5 from the kingdom of Lionheart. Stick to the plan and rally first. As they spoke, they stepped over a patch of ethereal green grass and came flying, and by one of the giant trees they passed, a mass of shadows on the ground stood up and changed into the form of a squirrel to watch them go. The same scene took place in many places on all sides. As soon as the exchange point opened, all the enemy professionals swarmed to the exchange point, and those who wanted to assemble surrounded Yi Zhe and the others. Nearly 20 enemy professionals arrived around the forest hut. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be full of Chinese. Looks like they killed Belle. Then let's slaughter them all and let that group of Chinese outside know what happens when they offend us. On all sides, the voices of the Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire were heard. The 2 people of Yi Xing and Zhou Qi have ugly faces. There are too many people on the opposite side. Even though they had killed many of them, the number ratio was still several times different. And they were in a redemption point hut, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and at a disadvantage in terms of terrain. Should we teleport away quickly? Zhou Qi looked at Lu Anren and inquired, while Lu Anren in turn looked at Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe's mind was indifferent. There's no hurry first. As soon as the words left his mouth, another elite of the Lionheart Kingdom's army who was one of the strongest came outside, known as Oz. He looked towards the redemption point hut with an excited tone. I didn't realize the last 4 Chinese were here. It looks like it could be a clean sweep. At those words, Yi Zhe and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts thumping. Sword Saint Yi Xing said indignantly outwardly. What do you mean? Where are the other 2 from Huaxia? OS, the elite of the kingdom army who just spoke, waved the great sword in his hand. The color of the blade was drenched in blood red, and dripping blood downwards. He grinned mockingly. Look, here they are. Damn you. Yi Xing gritted his teeth. Only 6 people came in from Huaxia, and Yi Xing and Zhou Qi were lucky to run into Yi Zhe, but the other two weren't so lucky. After all, the enemy country foot came in 34. Probability of encountering the enemy. Far more than the probability of encountering teammates. Yi Zhe also knew deep down that battlefields were bound to kill people. Not only the war with the evil demons, but every year on the international battlefield, there were quite a lot of people who died due to the competition for copies, secret realms, and resources altogether, and maybe even more in the future. But Yi Xing couldn't bear it anymore. He directly pulled open the door of the redemption point, and a stern circular sword chi slashed towards the other party. Yet the next moment, it was then shattered by an overwhelming wave of spells, artillery fire, and energy, which then flooded the exchange point hut. If it wasn't for Yi Xing retreating and coming fast, these countless long-range attacks would have done enough damage to blast him to death 4 or 5 times. Ha ha ha, let's see how long you guys can be turtles. That elite OS of the Lionheart Kingdom army laughed. Continue. The firepower of nearly 20 men seemed to surround the 4 at the exchange point, and Yi Zhe affirmed, "Don't worry, they won't die in vain." At the same time, he maneuvered hundreds of shadow split squirrels to counter-surround outside the encirclement, and the Fox Fairy followed his orders and broke through directly from the front. "How dare you come out?" The leader of the opposite side, OS, laughed hideously. Another round of fire, spells, artillery, energy waves, but this time, the Fox Fairy waved out with one hand, and all the long-range attacks were blocked by a nimbus barrier not far in front of her. What? The crowd froze in disbelief, waving his hand to block the attacks of nearly 20 of them. This was something the 4th rank could do? And immediately after that, immortal technique, Heavenly Thunder. The Fox Fairy could manipulate spells freely as she transformed the Heavenly Thunder into a thunder dragon draped in blinding electricity. The thunder dragon roared and rampaged across the country, pouncing mercilessly on the enemy's positions. Shelter. A big move right off the bat? Professionals from both the Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire immediately used their own means to fend them off. There were nearly 20 people on the other side after all, and with their combined efforts, they could barely block this shot of Thunder Dragon. "I'll see how you can resist without your big move. Call me at." Before the typing was finished, many people in the room suddenly shuddered. Only the 6 tails of the Fox Fairy fluttered. Behind her, the same hideous Thunder Dragons as earlier emerged. 6 of them. 6 tails, plus, immortal technique, Heavenly Thunder. 6 recharges in a row. That Heavenly Thunder just now was just barely blocked. So, what are you going to do with these next 6 rounds? Seeing this, nearly 20 professionals from the 2 opposite countries had their scalps numb and were in a trance. Especially the leader of the Elite Kingdom Army OS. Breath stalled. His body was like falling into the ice cellar, and an unprecedented sense of crisis arose. Why? The strength of this and the previously encountered Chinese professional could differ so much. Shouldn't they all be 4th ranked? The Fox Fairy had a clear target this time, and the 6 Thunder Dragons focused on attacking OS. The extremely dangerous aura came to his face, and OS was about to swing his sword to resist, but the large sword in his hand was instantly crumbled into scrap metal by the thunder. Thunder swept through like a torrent. Oz wailed and screamed in the lightning, eventually turning into countless pieces of charred debris. Outside the secret world, just saw 2 compatriots die and be teleported out. The Chinese crowd sighed inwardly. 2 good seedlings that were expected to be at the 5th rank are just gone. Finally something has happened. Although Wu Ming had repeatedly reminded himself of this many times, the moment he actually saw it, he was still somewhat saddened. Seeing this, Blood King Dracula finally laughed again. "That's right. This is the battle we deserve." Night King Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as the duo finished speaking, the entrance to the secret realm moved once again. This time, it was 2 professionals from the Kingdom of Lionheart who had been frozen to death. Dracula readily said, 2 for 2. Acceptable. But it didn't take long for 5 more bodies to teleport out. Dracula frowned. It was because among these 5 people, there were actually the top 3 powerhouses of his Lionheart Kingdom. And again, they were stripped of their gear. They were about to open their mouths when 4 more bodies were teleported out, and then right after that, another body of OS. At this moment, Dracula and Arthur's faces finally became taut. What a price to pay for killing 2 Chinese. Chapter 106 Abyssal Full Attack. The 6th-ranked professionals from both the Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire looked at the dozen or so corpses on their side, their faces stifling their indignation as if they were the color of pig's liver. How could this happen? That's not right, is it? In the secret world, it's clear that they should have the advantage. Ever since the discovery of the emergence of the mythic-level secret realm, the 2 countries coincidentally chose to ambush Huaxia just to get the mythic-level items in their hands. Tens of millions of civilians at the border? Give it up and give it up. A 6th-order powerhouse? A sacrifice is a sacrifice. For the sake of, naturally, Bo this had a chance to advance to the 7th rank, the world's first mythic-level secret realm. If successful, there is even a chance to create the world's #1 professional. If that's true, it's all worth it. When we have the world's #1 power, won't we have whatever we want? Their first step was quite successful, taking up a full 34 secret places. This was clearly supposed to be the beginning of a victory. Why did it come to this? The Blood King Dracula, whose face was deep and pale, gritted his teeth as he looked at the members of the secret realm who had already lost half of their number. This meant that only the last half of his hope of advancing to the 7th rank was left. And at that moment, the sorrowful faces of the Chinese crowd were washed away a lot as they looked at the corpses of their enemies. Does that mean there is hope for us? The enemy troops look like they're all being second-guessed, so I can't say that the monsters in the mythic secret realm are too powerful, and our people might be in danger as well. Whatever it takes to keep both of them from seizing the treasure. Wu Ming first sent the remains of the fallen back to central China. The heart couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as their opponents had losses, it was a good thing for them. Although so far, the number of people within the secret area is still much different then. Yet just then, the bad news is coming. A Jin demon army messenger anxiously came running wildly. The messenger is the fastest type of occupation, almost at the same time as the cell phone message, put into the ancient times as the 800-mile expedited. He rushed violently to Wu Ming's side and whispered with his ear, "Chief, the abyss is in full attack. The border is broken." What? Wu Ming's emotional control was already very good, but after learning this news, his pupils suddenly shrunk and his face was still extremely unnatural. The news was too much of a shock as the abyss attacked in full force. In the history of the Transcendent Era, it had only been experienced once, more than 30 years ago. At that time, king-level evil demons appeared for the first time, beat the 38 countries of the Blue Planet to destruction. The Chinese city suffered countless losses and was eventually divided into 5 major districts to fight the enemy together. Is it finally time for the abyss' second all-out assault? To this day, Wu Ming's mind shook dramatically as he forced himself to regain his composure, but it was still seen as unusual from the opposite side. Ha! Can it be that your China has encountered an evil attack first? Night King Arthur looked flirtatious. Hurry up and take the men back to the defense. Don't delay. Upon hearing this, Dracula similarly looked uplifted. Yeah, just give up the mythic-level secret realm and give it up. Ha 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 ha. This was exactly what Wu Ming was worried about. If he brought someone back, what about the people in the secret realm? If we don't bring people back, what should we do about the evil attack? And at that moment, the Demon Suppression Army messenger looked at the other party and said aloud, "Your Excellencies of the 6th Order, I urge you to go back and take a look as well. China's borders are only temporarily broken, but according to the news from the front line, the battlefield over the Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire has been hit by the evil demon to the royal capital." What? Dracula and Arthur, as well as countless 6th ranks in both countries, had been alarmed. They don't care if they lose tens of millions of civilians at the border, but the royal capital is filled with nobles, high-ranking people, and even their children and grandchildren, so there's no room for error. In the next moment, Dracula suddenly looked as if he had come to a realization and composed himself. Ha! Low-level deception. You're trying to trick us into withdrawing our troops? If we were attacked in the royal capital, how come we couldn't receive news? The messenger scratched his head, also a bit confused, but Wu Ming figured it out at this point and snorted. You don't have a single 6th Order on your borders, and the guards shatter at the touch, so where do you get the live ones to come out and deliver the message? How long can the few that remain at the border hold back the abyss if you all come to block us? Hearing this, Dracula's expression instantly froze. Panic spread through the powerful men of Lionheart and Freedom. At this point it begs the question, why do all borders need to be manned by the 6th Order? Because in a large-scale war, between the strongest people, it was necessary to cash in, that is, to kill one-on-one. Only when the strongest of their own side stops the strongest of their opponents can the following armies defend in an orderly fashion. Otherwise, once a top evil demon appears, but there are no strong people to cash in, then the army is a target for mowing and slaughtering before it. The strongest of the two nations, Lionheart and Freedom, certainly understood, but they're betting that the harm caused by evil may not be that great. Obviously, the bet was lost. It's still a big loss. There was a gunnery artist of the Lionheart Kingdom of the 6th Order, who immediately turned around and wanted to leave. No, my 4 wives are still in the royal capital. Something must not happen. I have to go back and save my son too. Dad. Dash. For a while, countless 6th-ranked professionals from both Lionheart and Freedom looked nervous and hurried back to defense. Only 7 remained, including Dracula and Arthur. Seeing this, Wu Ming hurriedly pulled Tong Mo and said, "Brother Mo, I'm relying on you here." Gun King Tong Mo nodded seriously. Xing Yi, De and manhwa. Please stay here as well and make sure to bring back the opening team. The rest of you and I will return to the defense of the border. The full-scale invasion of the abyss was a gloom hanging over almost everyone's hearts, and they didn't dare not to deal with it with all their might. After the border situation has been established, Wu Ming quickly withdrew half of the 6th-rank powerhouses and headed to Ling Yuan City. The remaining 6 orders outside the secret territory became 4 against 7. Within the secret territory, the battlefield near the redemption point was windy. After Fox Fairy used 6 rounds of Heavenly Thunder to kill OS in seconds, the chaos of the battlefield reached an unprecedented level. Boss Oz is getting seconded. Is this really something we can win? Fear not. That must be the last of their strength. Now it's our turn to charge. We still have the absolute advantage of numbers. The roars of the professionals from both Lionheart and Freedom began to focus on counterattacking, and all sorts of dazzling long-range attacks converged once again. If it had been a Fox Fairy before, it would have been empty of mana by now. But now, after transforming into spirit energy value, the total consumption is currently less than 1/3. Just when it can be fought, the Fox Fairy activated the Qiankuan borrowing technique and mobilized the earth element on the ground, constructing an earth-yellow protective shield that easily withstood a round of concentrated fire. This was followed by Ice Seal in his left hand and Fox Fairy Fire in his right. Vast spiritual energy gathered. The range and effect of just one skill was actually enough to suppress the attack of an enemy squad. Like a mountainous tsunami of ice and fire, it swept towards both sides of the enemy formation. Battlefield. Ruled by a fox. Sword Saint Xing looked shocked, but more than that, he was dumbfounded. Shouldn't we do it? It can be seen that the Fox Fairy can suppress the other party's offense of nearly 20 people, but it is not strong enough to directly kill. After all, the other party is not a stinky fish and shrimp. And there were more than just Fox Fairies themselves on the battlefield. Yi Zhe nodded slightly and signaled to Lu Anren. Don't let them escape. The latter understood, and the space laws slowly condensed in his hands, and Yi Zhe's mind moved, mobilizing the periphery of the encircling circle. 100 squirrel shadow doppelgangers. The outermost hole of the forest was murderous in its shadows. Now let's see. Who's got more people? Chapter 107 Promotion to the Second Order. Battlefield Meat Grinder. The squirrel's shadow doppelganger, though, was only at a 3rd order medium level of strength, but with the shadow escape ability in place, the fight was extraordinarily pestering. Moreover, Yi Zhe's main purpose is to make the opponent unable to form a set fire. Otherwise, with nearly 24th order attacks set to fire, there was still a chance of casualties. What is this thing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How does this little thing do so much damage? Hundreds of squirrel shadow doppelgangers killed the enemy lineup, and the Lionheart and Freedom professionals were immediately in disarray. At the same time, with a wave of her small hand, Lu Anren's majestic spatial laws surged away, enveloping all of her enemies in a super large spatial blockade. It won't last long if the range is this big. You need to hurry. Don't worry. Once the spatial blockade was out, the corners of Yi Zhe's mouth rose in a happy mood. It's time to do it. With an order, the Sword Saint Xing was the first to kill out. In the chaotic battlefield, the Sword Saint fighting strength was very strong. Yi Zhe walked out of the hut with Panda, Mantis, and Magic Dragon standing beside him. It's quite a bit of all-out villainy. Yi Zhe instantly set his eyes on a target, the 4th-ranked Purgatory Summoner of the Free Empire. In front of that summoner, the epic Purgatory Ghosts and Demon Dogs were destroying the Shadow Squirrels. My second-order advancement quest. Finally, since he's also a summoner, let's slaughter him first. Yezer selected a Shadow Squirrel that was being attacked by his opponent. Swap. The targets of the Purgatory Kid and Demon Dog attacks summoned by that person suddenly changed from Shadow Squirrels to Martial Saint Pandas. Phew. The Martial Saint's astral chi erupted, and 1,000 heavy fists slammed into the strange-looking Inferno Brat. As a roar stormed up, the latter flew out backwards in response, even smashing down a mage who was fighting furiously in the distance. Wardhair dashed that Purgatory Summoner was confused. Apparently, there is also a gap between summoned beasts. Summoners like this, 4th rank, most of the summoned beasts in their hands were epic level, and it would be strong to have an epic 5 or 6 stars. Legendary level summoned beasts can only appear in dreams, and a summoner like Yi Zhe, for him, it was simply a descending blow. The panda's body sprinted and the aftermath of his kick shook the ground and cracked it, while concussively sending the hellhound flying. A fist was swung out, and green-colored astral energy whistled past. Not all summoners could have the same means of preserving their lives as Yi Zhe, and the fragile body of the Purgatory Summoner crumbled like rotten wood. Kill a 4th order professional. Experience plus 17. 500. Supreme Advancement Quest Geniuses to cross the line completed. Occupational class upgrade, 1st order 2nd order. You have obtained a super summoned beast space. Current number of spaces, May 7th. You get exclusive equipment treasure chest *1. Finally, the second order. Reaching the second rank in just 7 days after transferring is a record without precedent. However, Yi Zhe did not immediately check the harvest, even if the super summoned beast space made him curious. After all, the fight isn't over yet. At the moment, with the may not leave this space effect of the space blockade, it made total annihilation of the enemy army simple. Magic Dragon. Transform. Panda. Open the ancient void. Who dash. With a roar, Simon changed from his draconic form to a black magic dragon with a wingspan of hundreds of meters. And the other side. The panda's bronze-colored shadow around his body coalesced and became materialized. And the large dozens of meters high god of war shadow descended on the battlefield. Once the void shadow panda and the real demonic dragon appeared, the two super huge figures looked particularly terrifying in the midst of a battle of a crowd of class professions. It's rather like what Ultraman and monsters are to humans in cartoons, but this time, it's Ultraman and monsters, teaming up to crush humans. What the is this? I'm not going to fight, I'm going to leave. Wait, it won't go. Save dash. The originally chaotic battlefield became even more flustered by the professionals of the two countries. When faced with an extraordinarily large enemy, a touch of fear can't help but rise up inside, especially if you can't win. In fact, not only the opponents, even Zhou Qi and Yi Xing who were fighting could not help but be greatly shocked. My god, this strength is a bit excessive. The only person present was Lu Anren, who was quite calm, because she had seen it a long time ago, and had even been killed by the void in seconds. Seeing the weirdness belongs yes. As his opponent's mind fell apart, the speed of decimating the professionals became faster and faster. Yi Zhe's experienced barsword. Meanwhile, squirrels roamed the edges of the battlefield, taking advantage of opportunities to seize equipment and do their duty. However, the secret world suddenly popped up with a prompt. Only 10 people are currently left in the secret realm, opening the second level of the trial early. All people are about to be teleported to the second level of the trial site. Originally, the top 10 in the number of lotus petals would only be able to enter the second level, but the fact that they were killed too quickly had resulted in only 10 people remaining at the moment, except for Yi Zhe and 4 others. The two countries, Lionheart and Freedom, had gone from nearly 20 people to only 6 professionals. Great! We can still make it to the second level alive. Saved. To the second level, there is still hope for us. Finally, I don't have to face these monsters. The only 6 people left in the two countries were filled with joy. Lu Anren, who maintained the spatial laws, frowned. I can't stop them from reaching the second level with my current spatial laws. And Yezer thought for a moment, manipulating the evil ghost mask. I'm coming to. You want to get to the second floor alive? Not even a door. Teleportation delayed by 5 minutes. Second level trial location teleportation. Starting in 5 minutes. Requires 100 source power. Confirmed. As Yi Zhe's words fell, the secret realm once again popped up with a reminder. The second level of the trial opens early. Everyone teleports to the trial site in 5 minutes. The change in the teleportation time almost caused the 6 remaining professionals to break down. Wait, why is it 5 minutes later? No, I'm not playing. These professionals from the two countries, Lionheart and Freedom, finally realized what a wrong choice it was to enter the secret realm. The good thing is, this mistake can only be made one last time. With the death of the last 6 people, Yi Zhe's experience for the next level all went up by half. Your level has increased to 24. Unlimited gold phrase, you get 1 extraction. Military strife set, Marshal St. Panda completes a victory in an official war. And the quality of the set's 6 pieces is upgraded to Legendary 5. In the meantime, the 2 royal capitals of the Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire were a sea of fire, like a scene of hell on earth. On the way from the border of the abyss to the 2 kings' capitals, there were countless dead professionals. On the contrary, the death toll was clearly under control, and there was even time for all the people of Lin Yuan City to retreat. In fact, there weren't many reasons that could make a city retreat, but this time it was ordered by the city lord himself. The city lord Wan Faping himself was at the last line of defense more than 100 miles away from Lin Yuan City. He stood in front of the defense line and looked at a mysterious evil demon across the street. Even Wan Faping himself had forgotten the last time he had been so solemn. But that evil demon across the street was really strange. He didn't have the slightest bit of demonic aura, was very introverted, and at first glance looked like an ordinary handsome young man. He was clad in a scarlet cloak, and above his eyes, there was a blood-red vertical pupil that indifferently scanned everything in front of him. A place like this, and it hasn't been shot down in so long? TSK, wasting my time refining the artifact spirit realm. He spoke to himself as if there was no Wan Faping, a 6th-ranked being, in front of him. Wan Faping frowned. Even if the man in front of him had no breath, he had to be careful, because Just a short while ago, the frontline demon suppression army's 18 defenses of the polluted lands were all broken in a matter of moments, just because of him alone. One Fapum quickly opened his scouting skill, trying to see his opponent's attributes and abilities, but in the end only one name showed up. Candle 9. Chapter 108, Great Harvest. The second level is a reward level? Within the secret territory, the battlefield was a mess. It wasn't until all the professionals from the two countries present, Lionheart plus Freedom, had been killed, that Yi Zhe opened his panel to check his harvest this time. First was the summoned beast space he was most looking forward to. Super summoned beast space. The summoned beast contracted in this space has double star growth, death resurrection time reduced by 80%, and summoned beast attributes plus 20%. Special effect, summoned beasts can be upgraded by means of equivalent exchange. Double star growth. This is a great benefit to summoned beast training. Like when a word is empowered, it was only able to be upgraded by 1 star, but now it can be upgraded by 2 stars. This super space effect goes extraordinarily well with word cultivation, but at the same time there's a puzzler. Equivalent exchange method to enhance summoned beasts? Could it be that it's the same as the cursed stone statue, where you get a stronger ability boost for a certain price? For example, Yi Zhe knew that there were famous Seal King level powerhouses that had the ability to exchange high attack and speed through the cost of not being able to use skills. However, this ability is extremely rare and has only appeared once in decades in the Transcendent era. I didn't expect Yi Zhe to actually see it. When contracting the next summoned beast, you can try the effect of equivocation, Yi Zhe thought, closing the summoned beast space panel, opening his backpack, and selecting the exclusive equipment treasure chest. For him who only had 2 pieces of equipment, this treasure chest came at a very timely moment. Exclusive equipment of epic quality level or higher. I wonder what the effect will be. Treasure chest opened by Yezer. Purple light flashes. Congratulations on opening the exclusive equipment treasure chest and obtaining the epic weapon, Shadow Grimoire. A magic book with dark red edges and shadow-like pages fell into Yi Zhe's hands. The Shadow Codex, exclusive. Quality, epic. Attributes, physique plus 30, agility plus 30, spirit plus 60. Special effect, when the summoned beast dies, it can be transformed into a shadowy body with the same strength as the main body, and the skill is refreshed to continue fighting for 1 hour. After a summoned beast dies, it can still refresh its skills to continue fighting. Yi Zedong was a bit startled. If we had this magic book before, where would we need to control the battle with fox fairies and squirrels in advance? Just straight up have the panda mindlessly mangled and be done with it. First open a wave of ancient shadows. Even if you are set on fire to death, you can still turn into a shadow body again and open another wave of ancient shadows. Just thinking about it makes you despair for your opponent. This exclusive weapon was definitely not a loss. To Yi Zhe, it was more useful than many legendary weapons. At the same time, the treasure chest's glow familiarly lit up again. This time there was a big flash of golden light. Fortunate star. You have been rewarded with a second treasure chest. Legendary great armor, Guardian of the Stars. Seeing this prompt, Yi Zhe froze. Immediately after that a blue and white uniform jacket dotted with purple starbursts, not at all like the armor, appeared in the treasure chest. Guardian of the Stars, exclusive. Quality, gold legend. Attributes, physique plus 100, spirit plus 50, minus 40% of damage taken. Aura effect, nearby friendly's elemental resistance is increased by 40%. Special effect, when taking lethal damage, trigger Shelter of the Stars, immunizing you from that damage and gaining 2.5 seconds of invulnerability with a 1-day cooldown. Seeing the effect, Yi Zhe's spitting at the appearance of the equipment was instantly held back. Invincible. This time with a real invincible effect. It was like all-around protection for him as a summoner, especially the special effects. Immunity plus invincibility when taking lethal damage. It's hard to die, although it could only be used once a day. It was completely enough for Yi Zhe's life preservation needs. Yi Zhe immediately took the 2 new pieces of equipment with him. Security is instantly pulled full circle. Also, in the backpack, there are 475 more lotus petals. Yi Zhe was light on fighting after entering the secret realm, while the 2 professions brushed more monsters and more lotus petals. And of course it all went to Yezer now. The total number of lotus petals now stands at 608. After entering the 2nd and 3rd levels of the secret realm, you can also be quite expansive when you need to redeem it. I didn't realize that only the 4 of us were left to enter the 2nd level of the secret realm. From the scattered battlefield, the 4 people of Huaxia gathered again, and Lu Anren opened his mouth to ask, do we have any means of communication? This way, in case we get separated again when we get to the 2nd level, we can also gather at the first opportunity. Ming Xin Sage Zhou Qi shook his head. Cell phones can't be used at all in this secret realm. The seal class is also not labeled. Yi Zhe was instantly inspired. Why don't you guys manhandle a shadow split squirrel? With this shadow doppelganger, I can always send a message through it and still find your location. He took out 3 squirrel shadow doppelgangers and told Lu Anren, Yi Xing, and Zhou Qi to take them one by one. Still, Yi Xing was holding a squirrel shadow doppelganger in his hand, wide-eyed, and couldn't help but sigh. The 2 women, Lu Anren and Zhou Qi, were also holding a squirrel each, just like the mascot of the secret realm. Second level trial location. Teleportation is open. As the 5-minute delay arrived, the secret realm once again sounded a prompt. The silhouettes of the 4, along with the squirrel shadow doppelganger, similarly disappeared. There was a flash of white light. Into the eyes is an open courtyard. Green stone slabs paved the ground, both sides covered with a variety of stone statues. Distant ancient pines and bamboos filled with a faint aroma. Sure enough, everyone was scattered once again. This place looks, kind of, like a Taoist temple. Seeing this, Yi Zhe couldn't help but open his mouth, while the fox fairy beside him also sighed with emotion. Master, the spiritual energy here is so dense. Spiritual energy is thick? This made Yi Zhe a little curious as well, but he still didn't see any hints. And at that moment, a voice came out from within the secret territory. The second trial level opens, puppet killing formation, fire. You will be in a fire elemental interference environment, facing the infinite attack of the golem gargoyles. Hold on for 30 minutes. You may simply exit the trial level and receive a consolation prize. The prompt sound just fell. Yi Zhe in front of the scene changed again. The sea of fire all around the feet. The hot feeling suddenly attacked. Countless golem stone statues appeared before his eyes, all of which were epic level ranging from 50 to 60. Fire elemental energies would also appear around them from time to time, and whenever they were in their vicinity, they would be scorched by the raging flames. That is to say, both you need to dodge the fire elemental's explosive onslaught and fight off the infinite influx of stone enemies. The key to this is a very small space, less than 100 meters, and you need to hold on for 30 minutes in this small space. It's harder than it should be. No wonder the second level trial can actually be quit. For the average professional, not to mention whether or not it is tough to hold on, just killing for 30 minutes in a row, I'm afraid that it will be exhausting. However, Yi Zhe did not panic at all and directly summoned the panda. Fire elemental blast damage? Isn't that just a bath for pandas? Now after having eaten a few pieces of fire attribute equipment, 150% control of the fire element was no joke. It's the equivalent of bleeding back while you fight. What's more, there was still the fox fairy, and the Qiankuan borrowing method could mobilize the natural elements of heaven and earth at will, the equivalent of being able to use the fire element in the trial at will against enemies in the trial. The original soup is now the original food belonging to the Yes. This is a much harder trial for others. It's like a bonus pass for Yezer. Chapter 109, King of the Sky. Third level. People are not connected in their grief and joy, while things are going well here in Yezer. Outside the secret boundaries, a group of strong people from the Lionheart Kingdom and the Freedom Empire were already in a state of complete collapse. All dead. All dead. Dracula looked at the nearly 20 bodies teleporting out in front of him, in a trance. I don't accept it. Why is this happening? The 2 countries together, a full 34 top 4th ranked players, were all killed in action. It also declared that the secret treasures that they had tried to occupy by all means were almost out of the question. Look at the annoyed looks on Dracula and Arthur's faces. HWA's Tong Mo and others in a soothing mood. Does scheming work? Is it useful to block Wasia against all odds? At the same time, several 6th order powerhouses had realized, this time, there were unexpected powerhouses in Huaxia's opening team. Even the secret treasure this time, it was impossible to say that there was hope. Tong Mo took a step forward and warned, since your opening team is completely destroyed, you should hurry up and retreat. The kings of both your countries are waiting for you to guard them. However, Dracula was unmoved, and a hint of madness surfaced on that pale face. So what if I don't go? Is there a problem with us staying here and trying to see mythic items come out? Not only did he not leave, but all 7 6th-ranked powerhouses from both Lionheart and Freedom stayed behind. Inside the secret, with the panda in front of him, Yi Zhe was much more relaxed and was even prepared to take the opportunity to smoke a word. When you reach level 24, you still have 1 word extraction count unused. Extraction. 24th entry. You have drawn the Golden Legend level phrase, King of the Sky. King of the Sky, the Master of the Sky, the ultimate in flight and aerial combat, able to manipulate the element of wind at will. When the King of the Sky saw this phrase, Yi Zhe did not hesitate, directly given to the magic dragon, simply because there is no one else competent in aerial combat at this time other than a magic dragon. Mantis can only fly short distances, and fox fairies can't fly at the moment, which seems to be the reason why the realm is not yet ready. As a flying mount, the magic dragon's ability to fly and fight in the air is also very important. the phrase King of the Sky has been granted successfully. Summoned Beast, Terminal Demon Dragon, Legendary, Upgrade, Legendary. It's a bit of a coincidence that all these words that seem to be suitable for magic dragons are king level words. Overlord, King of the Sky. And now, on the land, sea, and air side, there were only the marine side of the summoned beasts left that hadn't dabbled much. After ascending, Yizhe realized that the magic dragon had an additional King of the Sky talent passive. And the wind elemental control was a full 200% more. It's not too much of a stretch to say King of the Wind. And at that moment, news of the shadow split suddenly came from Squirrel's side. By the way, Zhou Qi is a support profession, and Lu Anrun's level is too low, so I'm afraid it'll be hard to pass the trial. Yizhe realized that they should simply live if they didn't quit the trial. In that case, why don't I take over their trial? Otherwise, the rewards of the trial will be wasted. Although they couldn't travel to others' trial levels, Yezer happened to leave a squirrel shadow doppelganger for them. It can be used for transposition. Yizhe's mind moved, and through the squirrel shadow doppelganger, he realized that Lu Anrun was in the puppet killing formation water. Zhou Qi was in the puppet killing formation wind. Demonic dragon. You switch over and deal with the wind elemental's puppet killing formation. Fox fairy. You deal with the water. Yizhe had just exchanged the magic dragon with Zhou Qi's shadow squirrel. However, he was greeted by the fox fairy's sly look, followed by a 10-second swap cooldown. The fox fairy pasted on Yezer, his tone mournful. Master, how dare you ask people to help other women? Yizhe had a helpless look on his face. You're already an immortal cultivator. Can you be more mature? The fox fairy beamed. But in the end, he was obediently replaced by Yezer and walked away. As for Sword Sainty Xing's side, although a protracted battle was tougher for him, he seemed to be able to hold out for a while. In the puppet killing formation, along with the ground-cracking explosive flames exploding, the puppet stone statues were shattered by the panda's punches one by one. Explosive flames burned on the panda, and a green regeneration value bubbled up. Half an hour later, without any surprise, a prompt for the trial pass popped up in front of Yizhe. You have cleared the puppet killing formation fire, and have been rewarded 100 lotus petals, elemental core fire. Elemental core? Yizhe looked into his backpack, the flame-shaped crimson crystal, to check the description. Elemental core fire, enchants equipment with high-level fire attribute effects, or can be used as an energy core. High-level enchantment effects. It was a bit better than the core Yizhe had once exploded at the Storm Dragon Kings. High-level enchantments, not only elemental attack effects, but also elemental skill effects, are worth a lot. Yezer put it away in his backpack. Immediately after passing the trial, the item exchange interface on the second level opened. 6th order promotion pills, 5 to 8 star legendary equipment of your choice, legendary props of your choice. On the second level, the things that could be exchanged were all upgraded, and each one required 300 lotus petals. If Yizhe was willing, the strongest 8-star legendary grade equipment under myth, he would be able to change 2 of them right now. But Yizhe didn't even think about it and decisively gave up on the exchange. There is a final third level of the secret world, and it is obvious to see that the rewards of the third level, it would most likely be a legendary 7th order, or even mythological item. Compared to these, the rewards of the second tier couldn't be stronger. At that time, if he didn't have the lotus petals to redeem, he was afraid that he would just cry to death. Meanwhile, the trials of the others were likewise over. The 4 of them appeared in the Taoist temple at the same time. Lu Anrun and Zhou Qi hadn't left the copy yet, but first handed over the rewards to Yizhe, a total of 200 lotus petals, plus 2 elemental cores for water and wind. Sword Sainty Xing finally held out and completed the secret realm alone. However, he still gave all the rewards to Yizhe. Brother Yi, consider this as me repaying a little bit of the favor of saving my life first. Yizhe couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, but still took the reward, 100 lotus petals, plus elemental core earth. And there was another reason why all the lotus petals were taken. The third level of the secret trials is about to open. Requirements for participation in the third level of the secret trial. Those with 1000 lotus petals can participate. 1,000 tablets. All together, it's only 1,000 or so. Therefore, the other 3 could only hand over their hopes of clearing the third level of the secret realm to Yizhe. Brother Yi, I'm counting on you. We can only leave the secret realm first. Why don't you give me another squirrel? And I can tell you ahead of time if anything happens out there. Listening to the words of the crowd, as well as Lu Anrun's proposal at the end, Yizhe nodded. Let Ryu Anrun take a squirrel shadow doppelganger. After all, there must be both Lionheart and Freedom out there watching. It would also be better to take precautions if you get the information in advance before you go out. After saying goodbye for the last time, the 3 of them disappeared to leave the secret realm. and Yi Zhe disappeared into place, passing through the entrance ticket of 1,000 lotus petals to the third floor. Finally, to see the mythic level? Yezer muttered. However, he seems to have been transported to a cave, vaguely emitting a golden light, and in front of it, there is only one figure, or a stone man, but this stone man, his breath was superb, ethereal and internalized. The form was rather strange, childlike, but with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding a long spear. Chapter 110, Expanding Light and Darkening Heaven and Earth, Spitting and Swallowing Cold Mist and Sunlessness, 2 chapters in 1, Outside the Secret Boundary. When Lu Anren, Yi Xing, and Zhou Qi were teleported out, the Sixth Order of both Lionheart and Freedom were greatly shocked. Came out alive? Why did these few Chinese come out alive? Of the 34 professionals from both of their countries, not a single one of them survived, and they were all corpses when they teleported out. But these few people from Huaxia, who looked like they had average strength, what made them survive? On the contrary, the Chinese crowd looked surprised. It's good to be alive. The speaker is a mature woman with a clear and elegant appearance, a bright yellow dress shrouded in a concave and convex lines. This was also one of the only 2 females in the Sixth Order of China. The 100 Flowers King Shi Chang, the 3 of them, Lu Anren, were about to rush to the side of their own powerhouse when they heard Dracula say with a gloomy look on his face, "Wait, what did you get from the secret realm? You should always show us, right? You guys are also worthy?" Gun King Tong Mo said in a cold voice. This statement, both sides of the sword, especially Dracula and Arthur and others, the equivalent of completely torn face. Since you can't get the treasure from the secret realm, you should rob it. And how could the Chinese side not see what the other side was thinking? Gun King Tong Mo faced the 7/6 ranks on the other side and said to the back, "Take the 3 children away first. Wait, there's another person in the secret realm who is single-handedly passing the last trial." Yi Xing lowered his voice. The Huaxia crowd was stunned. One person through the last trial? Will that still come out alive? But since there was still one person left, it couldn't be easily retreated. Lu Anren secretly took out a squirrel shadow split and tried to inform Yi Zhe about the situation in the outside world through the split. However, it was discovered that after leaving the secret realm, the connection between the shadow doppelganger and the summoner was unable to pass information through the mind, although it was not broken. Equivalently, one of the friends in the friends list, although still in the list, changed to the offline status, realizing that he couldn't pass on the message. Lu Anren looked at the squirrel shadow doppelganger in his hand and said decisively, "Commiserate for a moment." With that said, the spatial fluctuation excitation directly crushed the squirrel shadow doppelganger. Once the shadow doppelganger is dead, let's hope that Yezer's side will realize the problem. At least you can make some preparations in advance before leaving the secret realm. The squirrel doppelganger that was taken out died? Yi Zhe sensed this and pondered inwardly. It seems that the bilocation can't deliver the message and the situation in the outside world is unfavorable. If there was nothing dangerous in the outside world, there was no need for Ryu Anren to kill the shadow doppelganger. And if that shadow doppelganger wasn't killed by Lu Anren, it would be even more dangerous. Thinking of this, Yi Zhe shook his head and refocused his gaze on the stone statue of the trial in front of him. No matter what, it's better to pass the secret realm first. This faceless stone man with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding a long spear in front of him, couldn't see the depth, but he thought that he would never be weak. The third trial level opens, defeat the stone statue of the trial. Note, the stone statue has the same attributes as the strongest person present. You may exit the trial level at any time to receive a consolation prize. You can quit anytime you want? This level, I'm afraid it's countless times harder to deal with than the second level. As for the strongest person, that's the same attribute as a panda. Yi Zhe was surprised for a moment, and immediately afterward, he saw that the attributes of the faceless stone man had changed. 800 strength, 900 body mass, 950 agility. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as a panda. But Yi Zhe was not in a hurry. Equal attributes. Do you think you can win? He didn't take on any other summoned beasts, leaving the panda alone to fight the faceless stone man solo. Under the same attributes, Yi Zhe was confident that the panda would not lose to any opponent. Moreover, facing an opponent with the same attributes as the panda, the other summoned beasts together instead were not very useful. In the trial arena, the fists of the panda and the stone man clashed with a roar, and the battle was imminent. Boom! The greenish-gray ground in the trial arena, as the power of the two men's fists collided, caused the extruded ground to continuously crack, and the airwaves spread in all directions. This trial stone man, obviously just a stone, but the melee combat was surprisingly on par with the martial Saint Panda. The two are a chess match for combat skills and killing power. Master, there's also spiritual energy in this stone man. The fox fairy was beside him, suddenly reminding. However, As soon as the words fell, in the stone man's hand, the lance made of stone, the tip of the lance erupted with flames, slicing through a curved moon sharpness. This flame, after all, could not even be absorbed by a panda. It's a foreign fire? Yi Zhe suddenly remembered that it was said that there were some races that would cultivate unique natural elements until they were transcendent, far stronger than ordinary elemental powers such as water and fire. Among them, the fire effect is the most outstanding, also known as foreign fire. For example, the meteoric black flame of the terminal demon dragon, a black demonic flame, was also considered a type of foreign fire, but the fire that this stone man used seemed to be stronger than the foreign fire. The panda growled. Since the stone man was going to cast a spell, he had to be able to use his full strength as well. Martial Sacred Realm, open. From the panda's feet, a phalanx-like taiji pattern rose, instantly enveloping the entire trial site. The field of the trial was not that big. Originally, when other people faced the melee super-strong stone people, the field with very little space became a natural disadvantage, because there was no way to avoid it. This time, however, the field was too small, causing the stone man to have no chance to dodge the field. In an instant, the stone man's attributes dropped to half the level of the panda's. At this moment, the stone man felt threatened. The stone body suddenly began to expand, from 3 meters, to 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. The armor and lance lines on the surface were also clearer, except for the face, which was still green and gray and faceless. Getting bigger? We happen to know how. Yi Zhe couldn't help but let out a light laugh, as if he was extraordinarily looking forward to the next scene. Super enhanced ancient void. Immediately after that, the gust of wind suddenly rose, and the panda's body condensed a terrifying bronze-colored chi shadow, completely more exaggerated than at the first level. An oversized void warlord, a giant stone man that swelled to tens of meters. Just 2 units made the entire trial field seem a bit crowded. Gundams sparring na. Yi Zhe watched with interest as a shield was constructed in front of him by the fox fairy with her spiritual energy so that the fallout wouldn't reach here. The psychic shield proved to be very useful. The 2 Gundams exchanged another punch, and the wave of colliding forces exploded in all directions, scattering dust and debris in all directions. But this time, it wasn't a tie. The 3 heads and 6 arms of the stone man were directly shattered by the chi shadow, and the rubble crumbled to the ground piece by piece. If anyone else had seen this battle scene, they would have been scared to death. It was as if 2 hills were colliding in passion. The transformed stone man was obviously too much stronger, and if he were to deal with other enemies of the same attribute, he would be 9 out of 10. Unfortunately, the current Martial Saint Panda, Martial Saint Field, plus Ancient Void Ultra, Yezer himself doesn't know how to fight. In addition to a little accident, the flames of the tip of the stone man's gun. Surprisingly, the chi shadow suffered several burning serious injuries. It was the first time that even Yi Zhe had seen an ancient shadow injured. No wonder the stone man's attributes only need to be equal to his opponent's. This ability is really a bit excessive, but the good thing was, Chi Void was resistant to damage, coupled with the fact that the stone man was in a realm after all, with only half of the panda's attributes remaining. Each of the latter's punches caused a portion of the stone man's body to crumble. It wasn't until nearly 5 minutes later that the stone man's body completely collapsed with a bang. The panda also resumed its original form, allowing the proving ground to finally stop being shrouded by the towering figure. You passed the 3rd level of the stone trial. Hearing the clearance prompt, Yi Zhe's mood was suddenly excited. The last layer of the trial passed. If nothing else, we'll finally get to see the mythic class come out. At this moment, the scene in front of Yi Zhe's eyes changed again, and he was teleported from outside the cave to inside the cave, only to see 2 lotus pedestal silhouettes appeared in front of Yi Zhe. On each lotus platform, there was an illusory image of the breath above the legend. One of them was of flaming vapors, the other was a lance silhouette. Is this my reward? Yi Zhe rubbed his hands together excitedly. However, the next moment, the secret realm prompt poured cold water on him. You are eligible to open the secret final redemption. Consume 1000 lotus petals to exchange for one of them. The rewards are all a mythic item plus 7th rank promotion Dan. 1000 petals for one. He's only got a total of 1,000 out. Is that supposed to make me give up one of them? Yezer scratched his head helplessly. I'm an adult, do I have to make a choice? Although the rewards for any of the options were good enough, not only were there mythic items, but there were also 7th order promotion pills. But looking at the 2 shadows on the lotus platform, one is a fire, one is a gun. No matter what exactly it is, Yi Zhe does not want to give up. Looks like you'll just have to cheat. Yi Zhe decisively took out his evil ghost mask. You forced me to do it. With that, he thought about the rule modification of redeeming 2 at the same time. Have the petals required for each reward redemption. He had 1000 in his hand, and if he reduced it to 500, he could redeem exactly 2. The final price of exchange has been changed from 1,000 petals to 500 petals, requiring the consumption of 18,000 source power. Raider, are you kidding me? Yizhe looked at his 950 source power balance and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, it was only then that he realized the problem. Previously modified rules such as ignoring backpack bans, opening redemption point gates, delayed teleportation, etc., the impact on the secret realm was actually very small, so the amount of source power needed was also very low. But this time, he was trying to glean one more mythic item from the secret realm's hands. Hard. The source power needed to do so was so exaggerated. Thinking of this, Yizhe tried other rule modification methods such as exchange 1 for 1, modify the items required for exchange, etc. Not through and through. Even more source power is needed. So much for. Yizhe eventually took out the other 2 origin fragments, Mirage and Drought. Mirage was popped out by killing the Demon King, and Drought was given to him by Wan Feipeng. These 2 fragments were not as strong as the evil ghost mask, but they could be absorbed and turned into source power by the evil ghost. Having tested it previously, 1 origin shard could restore 10,000 source power. After seeing the ability of the evil ghost mask, Yizhe had wanted to keep these origin fragments. It was impossible to say that the effect was comparable to the mythic level when they were put together. But now, mythical items are in front of. Yezer wants both. The 2 origin fragments, Mirage and Drought, were afraid that they wouldn't be able to keep them. He fed the 2 origin fragments to the evil ghost mask, which flashed with purple light and absorbed the 2 fragments into its own energy. Devour the origin fragments Mirage and Drought and restore source power plus 20,000. Current source power remaining, 20,950. Rule modification. Redemption consumption halved. After reaching the condition, Yizhe looked extremely urgent. 18,000 source power consumed. Rule modification successful. Yizhe looked at the redemption requirements for the 2 awards now. Really became 500 lotus petals. In fact, the secret realm itself probably didn't even think that someone could trade away all 2 mythic levels. After all, I'm afraid that the entire first floor plus all the lotus petals on the second floor are not enough for 2,000. But now, Yezer had succeeded. Redemption, 1,000 lotus petals, like flowing water, flew towards the 2 lotus platforms, slowly constructing the complete lotus platform. Then the rewards on the lotus platform changed from shadow to substance. The first lotus platform, with its flames lingering into Yizhe's hands. Obviously the blazing sensation of the flame seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, but when it fell into Yizhe's hands, he only felt warmth, as natural as an arm. You get rewarded, 7th order promotion pill *1. Mythic Great Exotic Flame, Samadhi True Flame. Samadhi Fire. Yizhe was startled, looking at the flame in his hand as if it had a spiritual nature. He was really a bit surprised. This flame was really very familiar to him. He suddenly realized that the stone man who burned the Chi shadow before was afraid that it was precisely the Samadhi Fire. And at the moment, the Samadhi Flame is completely under Yizhe's control and can attack, defend, etc. at will. Samadhi Fire, Divine Fire. A fire that burns out everything and does not disappear until the enemy is burned to death. It can also be used for refining essence, alchemy, and artifacts. Just this one thing alone. Yizhe felt that this trip to the secret realm was bloody profitable. However, there is more. Only to see the other lotus platform. The lance coalesced into a solid body. The tip of the gun was slightly curved in the center and carried 2 sharp corners on both sides. The tassel was purple flame, and the gun had a snake pattern hovering over it, making it formidable. You get the reward, 7th order promotion Dan *1. Mythic Great Weapon Purple Flame Serpent Spear Fire Pointed Lance. Surprisingly, it's this gun. Perhaps some people were not too familiar with it, but Yizhe knew it very well. This is the weapon of the mythical Nezha. The heavens and the earth are darkened by the display of light, and the sun is darkened by the spitting and swallowing of cold mist. Even amongst the myths, they were ranked as divine armor immortal weapons. The moment this fire-tipped spear arrived, the heavens and earth shook. It was as if an infinite amount of power surged forth. This caused Yizhe to tease a bit more. Both items seem to be Nezha's. Nezha is almost bald from my grip. It was also at this moment that he had a sudden flash of light, as if the name of this secret realm had suddenly appeared in his mind. Qianyuan Mountain. The rewards have all been redeemed, and the secret realm, Qianyuan Mountain, is about to be permanently closed. The 2 rewards all went to Yezer, and it was normal to close it permanently. The secret world is finally over. Yizhe was excited as he looked at his harvest this time. 2 7th grade promotion pills, the Samsara Flame and the fire-tip gun. There were still dozens of pieces of looted gear in the backpack that he hadn't gotten around to feeding. It's a great deal of money. Yes, Yi Zhe let out a sigh of relief, but realized that he was directly teleported out of the secret realm. It seemed that the secret realm didn't even want to let itself stay in it much longer. Yi Zhe just appeared at the entrance of the replica, only to see that the two strong parties in front of him were actually in the middle of a great battle. The participants were only of the 6th rank, 4 from China versus 7 from the two countries of Lionheart Freedom. This time, for the sake of the mythic level items, Dracula, Arthur and the others fought very hard, and several people in Huaxia had hung up their colors. In particular, the injuries of Tong Mo and Qing Yuan were especially severe, and the strongest of them were being pressured by the other party by separating 4 of them. Seeing Yi Zhe appear, someone immediately yelled, "That last one came out. Get him!" Dracula looked hideous and quickly turned around to kill Yi Zhe. Tong Mo and the others were more and more suppressed, and it was too late to try to rescue them. Seeing this, the protected Lu Anrun immediately prepared to cast a spell to teleport Yi Zhe over. However, Dracula's strike was too fast, and a pair of hideous bloody hands had already grabbed in front of Yi Zhe. A quick smile appeared on his pale face. Mythic level, it's mine. In the next second, the corner of Yi Zhe's mouth also hooked up a smile. Samadhi fire suddenly flared up in front of Dracula. Immediately afterward, a painful, oozing, miserable scream came out. Chapter 111, Samadhi True Flame shows its might, incinerating the 6th order. What? Hearing the miserable screams, the hearts and minds of the many 6th-ranked powerhouses from the two countries, Lionheart and Freedom, were shaken. Originally, when they saw Dracula strike, the crowd only thought it was a sure thing. The 6th order stepped in to deal with a kid of less than the 4th order. How could it fail? It's considered a miss if you can't get a move. Who would have thought that a mere ball of flame would seem to make the 6th-ranked Blood King Dracula suffer some kind of torture? The glazed greenish-white flames nearly turned Dracula into a fireman. The screams were extremely oozing. In an instant, Dracula spilled 2 pools of blood from the soles of his feet and flew away from the searing body. Blood King Profession exclusive technique. Transform blood and escape. But the cost was extremely heavy. Almost 80% of his combat power was lost, and even this was the best result. Otherwise Dracula would have been burned to death directly. Mythic level. It must be a mythic level flame. Night King Arthur's eyes glowed green. Even Dracula couldn't resist. This is mythic level power. Damn it. How could this divine fire be obtained by a brat? No. It should clearly be mine. Aside from Dracula, the enemy nation's crowd was burning with jealousy. Even Tong Mo and the others didn't care and scrambled to kill Yi Zhe. Even Dracula's near seconds couldn't stop them from grabbing it. In Yi Zhe's hands, this divine fire could have such strength, then if it fell into their hands, how strong it would be then. Can let a full 6 6th order powerhouses at the same time surround a 2nd order. That's the beauty of the mythical level. But in the next moment, the 6 people, despite their speed, still pounced. Yi Zhe was teleported from the siege by Lu Anrun to his side. What? It's gone. Damn space warlocks. The 6 6th order professionals, as fierce as jackals, aimed their gaze back in the direction of the Chinese crowd. Yi Zhe, you really passed. That's mythic level? Yi Xing and Zhou Qi were surprised, while after Yi Zhe nodded his head in affirmation, the Huaxia crowd was overjoyed. Tong Mo was unwilling to engage in a battle and directly took out that arbitrary door. Quick! Everyone leave first. Since the secret realm had gotten the best of it, there was naturally no need to dwell on it too much, and Yezer thought so too. Indeed, the Samadhi True Fire is strong enough to burn the 6th rank, but the problem is that it is too strong. The stronger the thing, the more it consumes when it is used, making the current Yi Zhe quite weak. Let's go! Shi Cheng, the 100-flower king in a yellow dress, was preparing to escort Yi Zhe and the others to leave at the first opportunity. But before entering the arbitrary door, a sudden change occurred. A white bone lance crossed from the sky. The power was so impressive that it went straight across the frame of the free kick goal, nearly destroying it. What man? The crowd violently retreated a few steps back, only to find that in the other direction, 5 more 6th order powerhouses had surrounded them. Tong Mo and the others were surprised, because this was actually the same people who had previously. The Lionheart Kingdom and the Free Empire returned to defend against the evil demons. Bone King, are you guys crazy? Are you not even going to defend the king? Aren't you going back to save your wife? The leader of those 5, the 6th-ranked Bone King whose body seemed to be composed of white bones, smiled eerily. Wife? Ha! When I seize the mythic level, my strength will crush the globe. How many more women can I find then? Exactly. What's it worth to lose a few wives and children for the sake of the mythic level? Beside the Bone King, another 6th order also chimed in. Yes, they were prepared to return to the defense of evil before, but only in secret. This world's first mythic great item, and the strength it showed, had made them go completely crazy. The 11 sixth order auras were getting more and more terrifying and murderous. Hand over the divine fire. The gap between the enemy and us was too large, and the faces of the Chinese people had become very ugly. Tong Yamo crossed his spear, his mind resolute. Lu Anren, you take Yi Zhe away. As soon as these words came out, the 4 sixth order from Huaxia stood by in tight formation, ready to take cover. Wait. Suddenly, Yi Zhe raised his hand and stopped Lu Anren, as well as everyone present. Night King Arthur broke into a smile. Figured it out? Hand over the divine flame and I can consider sparing you. I just thought. Yi Zhe looked indifferent, not panicking in the slightest, and raised his head to reveal a cold smile. If you don't want to leave, then don't ever go back. As soon as the words fell, the 5 major summoned beasts appeared around Yi Zhe. Don't be impulsive. Your current strength isn't enough to deal with the 6th order. 100 Flower King Shirqing hastily stopped it. She could see that Yi Zhe's demeanor was extraordinarily weak after using the Samadhi flame, and forcing it was like fighting for his life. But how could Yezer not know this? The Samadhi true flame was extremely consuming, and with one's mental power, it was difficult to continuously catalyze it. Yezer, however, happened to be a summoner. Next moment, the circumference of the 5 summoned beasts actually manifested Samadhi flame at the same time. The Samadhi flame can only be activated by myself. A summoned beast, however, is the power of the summoner himself. It was equivalent to Yi Zhe lending the samsara fire to all the summoned beasts. Yi Zhe a 2nd order of spiritual power. It is difficult to continuously catalyze the Samadhi fire, but now there are 5 summoned beasts. The situation is different. The Fox Fairy, in particular, looked quite excited after obtaining the power of the samsara flame. Divine fire. I love it. At this moment, the Night King, who was originally prepared to charge in, stopped hard in his tracks. 5 divine flames. How is that possible? With a single Samadhi flame, they still dared to go up and surround them. The big deal was that another unlucky 6th order would die. But now, with 5 channels of Samadhi fire, who dares to go on? But just because they didn't make a move, it didn't mean Yi Zhe would let them go. Do it. Since they dared to come, they don't want to leave easily. As soon as the words fell, the 5 summoned beasts struck out at the same time. The demonic dragon Simon couldn't wait to fly out. The dragon's mouth flames erupted, and the greenish-white Samadhi true fire swept through like a fan, as if it wanted to burn out the heaven and earth. Originally, with the demonic dragon's bite of fire, the 11 sixth ranks on the opposite side could be taken completely seriously, but now that it had been replaced with samsara fire, none of them dared to take it hard. Not daring to hesitate for a moment, he hastily retreated. The demonic dragon Simon looked delighted. This flame, it's much better than the meteoric black flame. The Fox Fairy used her spiritual power to harness the Samadhi flame, constructing a curtain of fire to block the opponent's lines of movement. Humph, still want to run? A 6th rank from the Free Empire was accidentally grazed by the curtain of fire, his arm igniting into a 3-fold flame, his screams seeping out. Seeing this, Night King Arthur decisively cut off his entire arm directly with a single shot. Ah! My hand! Shut up, or you won't even live. That was perfectly fine, if he waited for the Samadhi flame to spread to his body, unless he also had special means, he would surely die. However, the Fox Fairy's attack wasn't over yet, as the spiritual energy in her hands converged once again, setting off a fiery whirlwind of flames between the curtain of fire and the curtain of fire with the Samadhi flame. I don't know if it was because of her spiritual power or the fact that the Fox Fairy was able to control the immortal magic, but she was able to fire the Samadhi flame twice in a row. Like the magic dragon, squirrel, and mantis, it was somewhat dumbed down after only one use. Storm. The fire cyclone condensed by the Samadhi true flame was incomparably terrifying as it burned the heavens and earth. The Bone King, who was covered in white bones, was still preparing to take advantage of the opportunity to attack and kill Yi Zhe. As a result, the first one was swept away by the fiery vortex. Aha dash. This time, it wasn't just a certain part. The Bone King's entire white bone-like body was completely set ablaze. The Bone King doesn't have a way to escape by turning blood or anything like Dracula does. Under the Samadhi flame, the white bone body, which seemed indestructible, was burned up in an instant. There wasn't even a bit of ashes left. 6th Order Bone King, completely dead. You have killed a 6th Order professional and gained experience plus 100,000, plus 100%. Ding! Your level has increased to 25. Unlimited gold phrase, you get 1 extraction. Chapter 112, Devil Candle 9. 25th word. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Actually really killed the 6th rank. Samadhi fire. Worthy of its mythical name. Sure enough, something that consumes high amounts of mental energy has only this one drawback. At this moment, A huge wave of experience caused Yi Zhe's experience bar to directly pull full. At this moment, even Tong Yamo, Shi Cheng, and the others had shocked faces. It was the first time they had seen something of mythic level, and they didn't think it could really kill the 6th rank. The duo of Sword Sainty Xing and Zhou Qi were even more touched. Originally thought to be the backbone of the force, they had actually become the weakest fighting force of the older than the younger. Tong Yamo also reacted for the first time and couldn't help but be excited. Let's make a move as well. Strive to behead a few more of his 6th order. Fox Fairy's 2 rounds of Samadhi Flame had almost thrown the 10 6th ranks across the room into complete chaos. No one dares to dip into the flames. A minor limb or arm is broken, or a major limb is killed on the spot like the Bone King. No one of the 10 6th order, including Night King Arthur, expected Yi Zhe to actually be able to use Divine Flame to such an extent. Originally, he thought that Yi Zhe, a 2nd-ranked summoner, should be able to manipulate the mythic ranks with his heart and soul. Who would have thought that the Fox Fairy beside him, manipulating the Samsara fire with her spiritual power, would even be able to rub out skills? How can this be a fight? At this moment, all the 6th ranks of the Lionheart and Freedom countries knew that they had failed. The siege of 11 6th order, against 4 6th order, actually failed because of a 2nd order little summoner. Now you can only run if you want to live. It was also under these circumstances that Tong Yamo was instantly excited and ready to pursue. If he could kill 1 or 2 more 6th order here, then China's future on the international battlefield would be an overwhelming advantage. However, 100 Flower King Shi Cheng immediately stopped him. Don't be impulsive. The evil demons are still on the border in full attack. At those words, Tong Mo's footsteps that were ready to pursue stopped. Extraordinarily angry. Damn evil demons. Yi Zedong froze for a moment. Evil demons are attacking in full force? He was in the secret realm and didn't learn about it. Next to him, Shi Cheng gave him a detailed explanation. And with Yi Zhe's strength it was also enough to know the details of the battle at the front line. What? The front line of defense is completely broken. Wan Feiping was beaten to the point of serious injury by a venerable evil demon. Above the king, the venerable evil demon appeared. Yi Zhe couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Rarely had Blue Star entered the Transcendent Era since then. The exalted level was an existence that had only been heard of and never seen. Now it had actually appeared. Exactly. Shi Cheng sighed helplessly. But fortunately, the people's casualties were not too high, and all of Lin Yuan City's people retreated to Lingshui City. But if the evil demons can't defend themselves, I'm afraid that even Lingshui City will have to give up. Lingshui City is a neighboring city to Lin Yuan City. Normally, there's only one way to evacuate an entire city full of people. The city is going to be untenable. Yi Zhe was silent for a moment and said, then how was Wan Feiping seriously injured? Originally, when the secret realm used up 2 origin fragments, he also planned to go out and encourage Wan Feiping to go to the Chinese Academy to borrow some origin fragments out. After all, this thing, source power, was really good in the secret realm. But now I'm afraid it doesn't look good for a while. Shi Cheng said in a deep voice. It was an encounter with a demon Zun named Candle 9, in a single glance and was seriously injured. Wan Feiping was almost seconded. Hearing the name Candle 9, Yi Zhe couldn't help but associate it with many. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a footless dragon that opened its eyes for day and closed them for night, dominating one side. Could it be that this demon Lord Candle 9 is related to him? Thinking of this, Yi Zhe looked in the direction of the enemy's 10 6th rank escapes, and I am afraid that it is impossible to pursue. On the one hand, his own consumption was too great, and on the other hand, the evil demon was a greater threat to Huaxia. However, can let the Lionheart and free 2 countries, in succession, killed 2 6th order, Dracula seriously injured, several 6th order due to the Samadhi fire crippled. It's already quite a brilliant record. Get back to the defense of the border. Anren-san, can you take us directly to teleport directly to the border? Shi Cheng looked towards Lu Anren. Ryu Anren, I can only take 4 people at the moment. Tong Yamo immediately said to Shi Cheng, 100 flowers, you stay and take care of Yi Zhe. Ha! 100 Flower King Shi Cheng froze. The former then explained. Yi Zhe is now mentally exhausted and is not fit to go into battle. I'm afraid it's hard to defend myself. There must be no mistakes. Indeed, if Yi Zhe had not repelled the enemy troops, it would have been difficult for the crowd to retreat in one piece. Coupled with Yi Zhe's use of the Samadhi flame, which resulted in a mental deficit, it was completely worth protecting with a 6th-ranked professional. Also good. No. Shi Cheng had just nodded her head, but she saw Yi Zhe waving his hand in a hurry. There's no need to send someone to protect me. You guys go to the front line for support. I still have a little self-preservation left in me, Yi Zhe said with a sincere expression. I'm afraid that no one currently knows that Yi Zhe got 2 mythic levels from a secret realm. Violet Flame Snakespear Fire Tip Lance. He hasn't used it yet. Although Yizhe didn't have any summoned beasts that could use guns in his hands, a divine weapon was a divine weapon after all. And it wouldn't be weak even if it was slashed horizontally or vertically. And if you let a 6th rank follow you, how else can you move around at will? Don't worry, I'll be fine. The front line is important. Hearing Yizhe's repeated refusals, Tanyamo thought about the battle situation at the front line and finally nodded his head. Well then, take care of yourself. Currently, the entire Lin Yuan city to the 19th polluted land has all become an evil battlefield, with many demon kings in great danger. You have to be careful. Yezer nodded. I understand. Because the front line was too urgent, Tanyamo hurriedly said a few words and then rushed to the front line with Luanrun to bring reinforcements. Sword Sainty Xing and Zhou Qi, who were still in pretty good shape, said goodbye to Yizhe and also rushed towards the Lin Yuan city battlefield. Yizhe looked at his phone and realized, the whole of China is in a state of war. The Devil Suppressor Army, the Vigilantes, and other armed forces all traveled to the evil demon battlefield for support. Even some universities had organized their own teams to head to the evil demon battlefield for support. This is truly total war. Yizhe didn't experience the full-scale attack of the evil demons more than 30 years ago, but this time, it made Yizhe feel it practically. Candle 9. I wonder which is stronger, the Samadhi flame? With a thought, Yizhe decisively copied Fox Fairy's refinement of essence and transformation of Qi, changing his mana value into spiritual energy value. This was because he realized that when he used his spiritual energy to manipulate the samsara flame, it seemed to be more effective. He also received a few messages on his cell phone from his teachers, Lu Boyan and Xia Chang, who had been safely evacuated to Lingshui City and inquired about Yizhe's status. Yizhe responded one after another. Then his eyes looked in the direction of Lin Yuan City. Magic Dragon. Let's go. He wasn't going to wait for his spiritual power to recover. Lin Yuan City was after all the place where he had lived for more than 10 years. He didn't want it to be destroyed. Yizhe jumped onto the back of the magic dragon. The devilish dragon figure that covered the sky and the sun flew in the direction of Lin Yuan City. Because it is a wartime state, flying mounts are no longer banned. Before heading to the battlefield, Yezer Smooth, open a new word extraction. 25th word. You have drawn a golden legend level phrase, 1000 changes.